Blue Star, Yi-qing number 1 High School. Inside the classroom of grade 12, class 1, it was currently break time, and the room was bustling with noise. Yi-qing sat at his desk, a puzzled expression on his face. He stared at the books on his desk, but unfamiliar memories flashed through his mind, leaving him momentarily unable to process them. Originally living a safe and worry-free life on Earth as a high school senior, Yi-qing never expected that during class one day he would suddenly transmigrate. However, the place he transmigrated to was not some fantastical world, but Blue Star. This world was strikingly similar to Earth. Even his parents, friends, and classmates from Earth existed here in identical forms. Yet, the only difference was that this world was fraught with danger. The level of danger here was incomparable to that of Earth. In this world, 70% of people possessed supernatural abilities, and there were also mysterious realms. The entrances to these realms could appear suddenly and without warning, and within them lurked terrifying beasts. Here, without great strength, one could easily become prey to these beasts due to the sudden appearance of a realm entrance. Moreover, the stronger one's abilities, the more likely they were to encounter lawless individuals. Without sufficient strength, one might even be killed while simply walking down the street. Thinking of this, Yi-qing felt a tightness in his chest. Although the version of him in this world possessed supernatural abilities that were not considered weak, they were far from powerful, just an ordinary ice ability. Ice abilities were relatively rare among elemental powers, but Yi-qing's ice ability was only at the lowest level, C grade. Supernatural abilities were divided into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C, and his ice ability was at the lowest C grade. Ding! Invincible achievement system successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the S-level achievement of transmigration, rewarded with 10 billion resurrection coins, 100 billion times comprehension, and SSS-level ice abilities. Resurrection coins can resurrect the dead. If the host is killed, they will be used automatically. They can also be used to resurrect others, but the time of death must not exceed 24 hours. 100 billion times comprehension, as the name implies, with 100 billion times comprehension, no matter how difficult the technique, the host only needs to see it once to master it. SSS-level ice abilities. This level has completely surpassed the known S-level in this world, making it extremely formidable. System. Yi-qing stood up excitedly. It was currently break time, and the classroom was incredibly noisy, so no one noticed his excited expression. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly sat back down. At this moment, Yi-qing's mood had completely shifted from panic and unease to high spirits. With the system, what was there to fear? System, can you communicate with me? What exactly can you do? Yi-qing asked in his mind. Although the system had said so much, he couldn't help but hope for a response in his mind. Sure enough, while the system's voice did not sound, some information about the system appeared in Yi-qing's mind. The invincible achievement system. The host only needs to complete various achievements to receive generous rewards. Achievements are divided into S, A, B, and C levels, and Yi-qing, having just transmigrated, had already completed an S-level achievement, which was why he received such generous rewards. Achievements? What should he do to complete achievements? Yi-qing frowned in thought. Since this system couldn't speak, he would have to figure out how to complete achievements on his own. Old G, how many stars have you unlocked on your first gene lock? Suddenly, a male voice sounded in his ear, interrupting Yi-qing's thoughts. Yi-qing turned his head to look. The person speaking to him was a young man whose looks were on par with his own, so handsome it could move heaven and earth. This person was named Suyu, Yi-qing's best buddy across 2 lifetimes. The two had grown up together since childhood, with a bond as close as real brothers. Oh, I'm still at 9 stars. Yi-qing recalled his memories and understood that in this world, his first-level gene lock had only been unlocked up to 9 stars. Ding! The host has completed the C-level achievement of speaking, rewarded with infinite peach blossom drunk. Speaking is actually considered an achievement? But this is just a C-level achievement, the lowest level of achievement. Old G, this won't do. How are you still stuck at 9 stars? The college entrance exams are coming up, and the minimum requirement for academy admissions is unlocking the first level of the gene lock. Suyu appeared somewhat anxious. In this world, although the cultivation method for ability users involves practicing techniques, once they reach a certain level, their strength becomes difficult to further enhance. At this point, if they want to continue improving their strength and gain more power, they need to unlock the gene lock within their bodies so that their bodies can withstand greater power. The gene lock is divided into 10 stars, and the way to unlock it is to continuously attack the gene lock with one's abilities until all 10 stars are lit up, at which point the gene lock is fully unlocked. An ability user who unlocks 1 gene lock is called a first-tier ability user, while one who unlocks 2 gene locks is called a second-tier ability user, and so on. Based on the 10 stars on the gene lock, each major realm of ability users is further divided into 10 minor levels. At this moment, Yi-qing was still a 0-tier 9-star ability user. Looking at Suyu, Yi-qing smiled calmly and said, "Old Su, don't worry, I'll definitely reach first-tier strength before the college entrance entrance exams. Suyu sighed, then smiled, and sat down next to Yi-qing, saying, "It's fine even if I haven't reached the first tier. I believe that with my talent, as the young master, if I make a request to those academies, there will definitely be one that agrees." Yi-qing smiled faintly, patted Suyu on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, there's still a month until the college entrance exams. We'll definitely get into the same academy." Compared to Yi-qing's previous C-level ability, Suyu's ability was simply outstanding. Suyu's ability was an S-level special ability, sword control. It was so cool that it made people envious. Suyu would often fly around for no reason, making Yi-qing unable to resist wishing for such a power. Suyu wanted to say something more, but the class bell rang, so he had to return to his seat. Shortly after, a young man walked into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12. This young man was named Yuan, the homeroom teacher. He walked to the podium, looked at the students in the classroom, and said, "Class, there is only 1 month left until the college entrance exams, 30 days. Starting today, some of you should consider transferring to Class 5. You all have abilities, and even if your academic performance isn't great, you can still gain extra points through your abilities to get into a good university." Yi-qing number 1 high school senior year has a total of 5 classes. Classes 1 to 4 are for ability users, with the goal of entering academies. Class 5, however, is for ordinary people, and their college entrance exam goal is regular universities. The difference between academies and universities is significant. Simply put, one is a university for ability users, while the other is for ordinary people. Every year, many ability user students still haven't reached the first tier by the time the college entrance exams approach. At this level, they cannot pass the academy entrance exams, so most of them can only choose to apply to universities. Hearing Yuan's words, many students lowered their heads in sadness. Between academies and universities, everyone naturally wanted to attend an academy. However, with insufficient talent, they had no way to reach the level of a first-tier ability user in the last month and could only choose to apply to universities. One student after another stood up, except for Yi-qing. Everyone else in the class had already met the requirements. Yuan's gaze fell on Yi-qing. "Yi-qing, I know you've been stuck at 0 tier 9 star for half a year, right? The potential and cultivation speed of a C-level ability are ultimately limited. Even if you break through in the last month and manage to get into an academy, you'll be eliminated." Yuan's words were not meant to belittle Yi-qing but were simply the truth. Getting into an academy does not mean everything is resolved. An ability user who unlocks one genetic lock is called a first-tier ability user, while unlocking 2 genetic locks makes one a second-tier ability user, and so on. Additionally, based on the 10 stars on the genetic lock, each major tier of ability users is further divided into 10 minor levels. At this moment, Yi-qing was still a 0 tier 9-star ability user. He looked at Suyu, smiled faintly, and said, "Old Su, you don't need to worry too much. Before the college entrance exams, I will definitely reach first-tier strength." Suyu sighed, then smiled, and sat down next to Yi-qing, saying, "It's okay even if you don't reach the first tier. I believe that with my talent, if I make a request to those academies, someone will definitely agree." Yi-qing smiled faintly, gently patted Suyu's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, there's still a month until the college entrance exam. We'll definitely get into the same academy." Compared to Yi-qing's previous C-level ability, Suyu's ability was astonishingly impressive. Suyu possessed an S-level special ability, sword control, which was undeniably enviable and cool. Suyu often flew around on his sword when he had nothing to do, making Yi-qing green with envy. Just as Suyu was about to say something, the class bell rang, and he had no choice but to return to his seat. Shortly after, a young man walked into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12. This young man was Yuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. He walked up to the podium, looked at the students in the classroom, and said, "Students, there is only 1 month left until the college entrance exam, which is 30 days. Starting today, some of you will need to consider transferring to Class 5. You all possess abilities, and even if your academic performance isn't great, you can still earn extra points through your abilities to get into a decent college." Yi-qing number 1 high school senior year had a total of 5 classes. Classes 1 through 4 were for ability users, and their goal for the college entrance exam was to get into academies. Class 5, on the other hand, was for ordinary people, and their goal was regular colleges. The difference between academies and colleges was significant. Simply put, one was a university for ability users, and the other was for ordinary people. Every year, many ability user students found themselves unable to reach the first tier level as the college entrance exam approached. At such a level, they couldn't pass the academy's entrance exam, so most of them had no choice but to aim for regular colleges. Hearing Yuan's words, many people couldn't help but lower their heads, their hearts filled with disappointment. Naturally, everyone hoped to get into an academy, but due to poor talent and with only a month left until the exam, they simply couldn't break through to the first-tier ability user level. As a result, they could only choose to aim for regular colleges. One by one, the students stood up. Except for Yi-qing, Yi-qing, all the students in Class 1 who had not yet reached the first tier ability level stood up. Xin Yuan's gaze fell on Yi-qing. Yi-qing, as far as I know, you've been stuck at the 0 tier, 9-star level for half a year, right? The potential and cultivation speed of a C-level ability are ultimately limited. Even if you break through in the last month after being admitted to the academy, you're very likely to be eliminated. Xin Yuan was not trying to belittle Yi-qing but was stating the facts. Being admitted to the academy does not mean everything is settled. The academy has annual final assessments, and those who fail may either repeat a year or face expulsion. If Yi-qing's situation remained unchanged without gaining a system, he would undoubtedly be expelled a year after joining the academy. Such an outcome would be meaningless, so Xin Yuan wanted to persuade Yi-qing to give up this path. The prospects for a C-level ability are too bleak. If it were a B-level ability, with hard work, there might still be a chance to reach the level of a high-tier ability user. Yi-qing met Xin Yuan's gaze and said firmly, Teacher Xin, I still want to give it a try. Sigh. Xin Yuan sighed, shook his head slightly, and looked at Yi-qing as he promised, alright, I respect each of your choices. If you really get into the academy and end up being expelled, it's okay. Come find me, and I will definitely arrange an opportunity for you to retake the exam and apply to another school. Yi-qing felt a surge of emotion in his heart and thanked Xin Yuan. Teacher Xin, thank you. In the world of Blue Star, unlike Earth, failing the college entrance exam means there is no chance to retake it. Everyone only has one opportunity in their lifetime. Although this is the official rule, with some effort, time, and connections, it is possible to arrange for someone to take the exam again. Xin Yuan's promise to Yi-qing, a student with poor talent, was deeply touching to Yi-qing, regardless of whether Xin Yuan could fulfill it. Alright, those who have made their decision, pack up your things. I'll take you to Class 5. The rest of you, stay in the classroom and continue cultivating, Xin Yuan said. As soon as his words fell, the standing students began to pack their belongings in disappointment. Although they had long anticipated this moment, when it truly arrived, they couldn't help but feel sad. From the moment they stepped out of the classroom door, their connection to the world of the awakened grew increasingly distant. Yi-qing sat in his seat, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Only when an awakened enters meditation can their consciousness perceive their genetic lock. Upon entering the meditative state, Yi-qing found himself on a vast blue sea. In front of him stood a massive bronze door, with a circular lock at its center. Embedded in the lock were 10 gemstones, with a larger gemstone in the center, surrounded by 9 smaller ones forming a circle. The 9 smaller gemstones emitted a blue glow, clearly already lit by Yi-qing. The brightness of these gemstones symbolized Yi-qing's level 0 stage 9 stars. Now my ice ability has evolved from C level to SSS level. It's time to unlock this gene lock. Yi-qing confidently looked at the gene lock in front of him. The reason he had been unable to unlock the first layer of the gene lock before was due to his weak ability, not a lack of effort. Now that his ability had strengthened, unlocking the gene lock was a piece of cake for him. Yi-qing extended his right hand, gently placed it on the bronze door, and then released his ice ability. Instantly, the entire bronze door was covered in ice. Yi-qing pushed hard. Crack, crack, crack. As he exerted force, the ice and the bronze door began to crack, and in moments, the entire bronze door shattered into several pieces and sank into the seabed, disappearing without a trace. Yi-qing felt a moment of confusion, but quickly recalled hearing that true geniuses could directly shatter gene locks. It seemed this was not a false rumor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an A-level achievement, shattering the gene lock. Reward, 1 Guardian Spirit, Strength Level, Tier 12. Guardian Spirits are beings that can attach themselves to the host's body, fully obeying the host's commands. In other aspects, they are not much different from normal humans. The only drawback is that Guardian Spirits cannot stray too far from the host. Yi-qing swallowed hard, exclaiming in his heart, my heavens, Tier 12. The highest level of ability users he knew of was only Tier 9, and there were only 2 on the entire Blue Star. It was said that each of them possessed the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Tier 12. He couldn't even imagine how powerful that would be. At that moment, a man suddenly descended in front of Yi-qing. The man was dressed in a white robe, his long white hair flowing in the wind. His skin was pale, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded sharpness, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward, giving him the appearance of an aloof celestial being. A wine jug hung at his waist, and a long sword was strapped to his back. As he lightly touched the ground, he seemed like an immortal descending from the heavens. Li Bai, greet the master. Li Bai slightly bowed to Yi-qing, his voice sounding a bit lazy. Whoa, Li Bai. Yi-qing widened his eyes, slowly calming himself, and curiously asked, Li Bai, just how strong is the 12th tier? Extremely strong. Aren't you a poet? Could it be that a celestial being descending to the mortal world is this simple? No, big brother, aren't you a poet? Why don't you recite an earth-shattering verse like I can grasp the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the 5 oceans? Yi-qing looked helplessly at Li Bai and said. Li Bai paused for a moment and replied, I'm not a poet, I'm a sword cultivator. Master, where did you you get the idea that I'm a poet? Not a poet? Alright, then why did you appear in my gene lock? Li Bai explained, Master, this is inside your body. As your guardian spirit, I can naturally appear here. In the future, if you need me, just call me in your heart. There's no need to enter here again. Yi-qing smiled and nodded, saying, alright, then I'll take my leave. Now that I've finally broken through, I can continue my cultivation. After speaking, Yi-qing's consciousness disappeared from within his body. In reality, Yi-qing immediately woke up from his meditative state. The cultivation method of ability users involves gradually enhancing their abilities through practicing cultivation techniques, while unlocking the genetic lock is purely to make the body stronger and capable of withstanding greater power. Therefore, neither cultivation techniques nor unlocking the genetic lock can be neglected. After exiting the meditative state, Yi-qing began to recall the basic cultivation technique in his mind. The basic cultivation technique is a method provided by the state for ordinary people to practice. Those without prestigious family backgrounds or vast wealth all start their cultivation journey with the basic technique. Yi-qing carefully reviewed the basic cultivation technique in his mind and then began his practice. However, just as Yi-qing began cultivating, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement in cultivation and obtaining the 9th grade ice technique, 9 absolutes of ice. Boom! In the next moment, a cultivation technique appeared in Yi-qing's mind, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A 9th grade technique. Yi-qing was so excited that he almost jumped up. 9th grade techniques were so rare that there were only 2 or 3 in the entire Dragon Nation. Oh my goodness, this system is simply too amazing. Yi-qing silently expressed his gratitude to his system. Without it, he would probably have spent his whole life as an ordinary low-level ability user. Now that he had obtained a 9th grade technique, Yi-qing wasted no time and immediately closed his eyes to cultivate. At this moment, the other students in the class were all focused on their own cultivation. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming college entrance exams, so no one would disturb each other. As soon as Yi-qing began cultivating the 9 absolutes of ice, he felt its astonishing cultivation speed, which was worlds apart from the basic techniques he had practiced before. The quality of a technique not only determined the speed of cultivation but also influenced the strength of the abilities developed. Yi-qing's SSS level ice ability combined with the 9 absolutes of ice was simply a match made in heaven. Moreover, the 9 absolute ice techniques also contains 9 skills related to ice. It is divided into 9 levels, capable of supporting Yi-qing's cultivation, up to the 9th tier, with each level containing a skill of ice-based supernatural power. Yi-qing's comprehension had been enhanced 1 trillion times by the system, making the 9 absolute ice techniques instantly crystal clear in his mind. Forget about 9th grade techniques. Even if a 90th grade technique appeared, Yi-qing could master it swiftly. However, mastering it was one thing. With his current strength, Yi-qing could only practice up to the 1st level. Yi-qing had already fully grasped the 1st level technique, and he immediately began learning the skills within the 1st level. Yi-qing glanced at it and thought to himself, got it. A trillionfold comprehension was just that capricious. This was merely a minor skill, and he mastered it effortlessly. The 1st level skill of the 9 absolute ice techniques was called Ice Shard Rain. This area of effect skill could form a cluster of ice shards above the enemy's head, then control the shards to fall like a rain of arrows. Compared to Yi-qing's own method of condensing ice shards to attack enemies, this skill was far more effective. Before long, Yuan returned to the classroom. Seeing that everyone was cultivating, he went back to the office. With only 1 month left until the college entrance exams, classes during this period were essentially self-directed study sessions for the students. 45 minutes later, the bell rang, and Suyu immediately sprang up from his seat and walked over to Yi-qing. Old Yi, let's go, bathroom break. Yi-qing nodded and then followed Suyu out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of walking. Reward, System Brand Electric Motorcycle. The System Brand Electric Motorcycle uses solar power generation. As long as there is light, the electric motorcycle can charge. Moreover, its special materials make it indestructible even by a 12th level ability user. Wow, this is a divine artifact. With this thing, it'll be so much more convenient to explore secret realms in the future. Yi-qing walked calmly, but his heart was filled with joy. In the men's restroom, Suyu asked while using the toilet, Old Yi, are you really confident you can reach the 1st level within a month? Of course. To be honest, I already broke through to tier 1 during class just now. Yi-qing turned to look at Suyu and said with a smile. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement. Ping. Reward, unlimited mini umbrellas. Yi-qing was speechless when he heard the reward. Was the system telling him to go sell condoms? And it even gave him an unlimited supply. At this moment, Suyu's eyes widened. He slapped Yi-qing on the shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, not bad, Old Yi. Hey, you didn't even wash your hands before patting me. It's fine, I didn't pee on my hands. Get lost, get lost. Just looking at that perverted smile of yours, I can tell whether you peed on your hands or not. Yi-qing looked at Suyu with a face full of disdain. The two of them joked around as they left the restroom and returned to the classroom. Old Yi, seriously, you really don't want my 7th grade ice element cultivation technique? I had to beg my grandpa for ages to get it, Suyu said helplessly as he looked at Yi-qing. Yi-qing was just an ordinary person, while Suyu's background was far from simple. His grandfather, Suzhan, was one of the 2 9th-tier ability users in the Dragon Nation. With Suyu's status, he originally shouldn't have appeared in a 2nd-tier city like Wun City. However, Suyu's father had a falling out with Suzhan in his youth and chose to leave home, a situation that persisted to this day. This was the only reason Yi-qing and Suyu had the chance to meet. After Suyu awakened his abilities and learned that Yi-qing only had a C-level ability, he asked his grandfather for a 7th grade ice technique manual, hoping Yi-qing could cultivate it. However, Yi-qing had been quite foolish back then, thinking the manual was far too precious. Coupled with his understanding of his own limited talent, he was unwilling to accept it. Reflecting on this memory, Yi-qing couldn't help but feel a bit silly. Wouldn't it have been better to cultivate the technique and repay the Su family after achieving success? But then again, if Yi-qing hadn't obtained the system, achieving success and repaying the Su family would have been self-deception. After all, the upper limit of a C-level ability was already set, making it impossible to become a high-tier ability user. And how could a low-tier ability user ever repay the Su family? Yi-qing looked at Suyu, smiled mysteriously, and said, "No need, I've already obtained a better technique." Suyu's eyes widened. A 7th grade technique was already extremely rare. Where on earth had Yi-qing gotten a technique even rarer than a 7th grade one? He immediately sat down next to Yi-qing, curiously asking, "Old Yi, are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you?" "Why would I lie to you? Your big brother here has obtained a 9th grade technique," Yi-qing whispered into Suyu's ear. 9. Suyu shouted in shock, and Yi-qing quickly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. Do you want me to end up dead in the streets tomorrow?" Yi-qing shot Suyu a glare. Suyu immediately realized and patted his chest in relief, thankful he hadn't shouted out loud. A 9th grade technique was incredibly rare. If word got out that a 1st-tier ability user possessed a 9th grade technique, that person might only have a corpse left by tomorrow. Of course, Yi-qing wasn't afraid of this at all, but avoiding trouble was better than inviting it. He wasn't crazy enough to make himself a target for countless people. Suyu leaned close to Yi-qing's ear and asked excitedly in a low voice, "Old Yi, did you really obtain such an amazing technique?" "Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you?" Yi-qing shrugged and replied. Suyu was instantly overwhelmed with emotion and directly grabbed Yi-qing's shoulders. "Old Yi, I'm so touched. You actually told me about such an important matter." "Get lost, I'm not into guys," Yi-qing said helplessly, his face full of black lines. Suyu pouted in disappointment. "Sigh, Old Yi, it's a pity I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I'd definitely marry you." Yi-qing's eyes widened in shock, and he took several steps back. "Suyu, I've always treated you as a brother, and now you're lusting after me." This time it was Suyu's turn to look annoyed. "Craving your grandpa's body? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Yi-qing smiled as he returned to his seat. All right, no more teasing. "What star level are you at now?" When Suyu heard Yi-qing ask about his cultivation, he immediately said proudly, "I'm about to unlock the 2nd layer of the gene lock." "That's slow? I saw on Tushio recently that Wang Yu and Wang Chang are already at 2-star, 1st level." Yi-qing mercilessly teased Suyu. Suyu's face instantly darkened. Yi-qing continued to laugh and said, "Your grandfathers are both 9th level ability users, so how come you're not as good as them?" Get lost, I don't want to talk to you." Suyu huffed and returned to his seat. At that moment, the class bell rang. Yi-qing smiled and stopped thinking about other trivial matters. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Yunqing High School finally let out. Yi-qing and Suyu walked out of Class 1 and headed off campus. As they walked, Yi-qing asked Suyu, "By the way, how are Uncle Chio and the old man getting along these days?" Suyu lazily said, "What else could it be? Same old. I can't believe my dad and grandpa actually fell out over arguing whether a knife or a gun is stronger." Yi-qing chuckled and said, "As the son and grandson, you should mediate their relationship a bit." "Meditate my ass. Last time I saw them arguing about this again, I tried to mediate out of goodwill. But when I said the sword is the strongest, the two of them, for once, got along and ended up beating me to a pulp." The more Suyu spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. "Old Ji, let me tell you, my dad and grandpa are just nuts. Clearly, the sword is the strongest, but they insist on arguing whether the knife or the gun is better. They spend all day on pointless stuff," Suyu said disdainfully. Yi-qing looked at him seriously and shouted loudly, "Suyu, I really misjudged you. How could you say such things about Grandpa Su and Uncle Chio? The sword and the spear are equally ranked as the top weapons. It's normal for Grandpa Su and Uncle Chio to have a debate." Suyu was momentarily stunned by Yi-qing's reprimand. "Old Ji, what's wrong with you? My dad and my grandpa, those two simple-minded old men, didn't." Suyu suddenly realized something, his heart tightened, and he swallowed nervously. nervously. He slowly turned his head. Only then did he notice that, at some point, two people had appeared behind him. One was young, the other middle-aged, and the two bore a slight resemblance to each other. Suyu forced a smile and said, "Dear Dad, dear Grandpa, I was just possessed by someone else, and after a fierce battle, I finally regained control of my body. Do you believe me?" The two didn't respond, merely looking at Suyu coldly, a mocking smile playing at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, if Yi-qing didn't step in, there would truly be no chance. So, Yi-qing looked at the two seriously, and said, "Grandpa Su, Uncle Cho, I still need to pick up my sister, so I'll take my leave now." With that, Yi-qing turned and left without hesitation. Seeing Su Zhan's murderous gaze, Suyu trembled all over in fear and bolted. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape. In front of a 9th-tier ability user and an 8th-tier ability user, Suyu's 9-star strength was almost equivalent to 0. "Ah, Dad, Grandpa, not the face, not the face." Moments later, Suyu's miserable cries echoed on the street. Yi-qing, who had already walked away, heard this from afar and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "Old Su, brother, I'm sorry, but I really can't take on your dad and grandpa." With that, Yi-qing quickened his pace and slipped away swiftly. After returning home, Yi-qing took a sip of water, still feeling a bit shaken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a sea-level achievement, drinking water. Reward, unlimited bamboo leaf green dot. Wine again? Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then sat down to carefully ponder the functions of his system. After completing various achievements, he realized that even mundane activities like eating and drinking water counted as achievements. Although these ordinary achievements seemed to be the lowest sea level, cultivation belonged to B level, and breaking the genetic lock was A level. As someone who had read thousands of novels, Yi-qing quickly understood the classification of achievement levels. C level achievements were things that the general public could accomplish, B level achievements were things that some people could achieve, and A level achievements were things that only a very small number of people could complete. As for the highest S level, Yi-qing speculated that it was something only he could accomplish, such as transmigration. C level and B level achievements were easy to complete, and A level achievements could be figured out with time, but as for S level achievements, he had no idea how to trigger another one. Among the 4 levels of achievement rewards, undoubtedly, the S-level and A-level rewards were the most appealing to him. The B-level rewards were also decent, but the C-level seemed to only provide some daily necessities. After understanding the achievement levels, Yi-qing decided to start completing achievements. After all, since he had obtained the system, it would be a shame to waste it. The first things that came to his mind were cooking and eating, as these should also count as achievements. With that thought, Yi-qing immediately headed to the kitchen. As soon as he started cooking, the system's voice indeed chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a C-level achievement, cooking. Reward, a full set of System Brand Smart Kitchenware. System Brand Smart Kitchenware, like the System Brand electric motorcycle, uses solar power. As long as there is light, this set of kitchenware can be used. Yi-qing was pleasantly surprised, and continued working. Although the C-level achievement rewards couldn't make him stronger, improving his quality of life was still a good thing. After all, free items shouldn't be wasted. Yi-qing's parents worked in another city, and he had been living alone since the age of 12. After simply stir-frying a dish, he didn't continue cooking. His parents only returned home during the new year, as they worked hard outside most of the time. Yi-qing had been obedient since he was young, understanding that his parents' hard work was for him and his younger sister, so he never complained. His younger sister lived with their parents in another city. At just over 5 years old, she was too young for their parents to feel comfortable leaving her in Yi-qing's care, so they had to take her with them. This also meant that Yi-qing rarely had the chance to see his sister, but their relationship remained strong, and they video chatted every few days. If it weren't for Yi-qing's parents ensuring he had no worries about food and clothing, and frequently video chatting with him, Yi-qing would almost suspect he was adopted. After serving himself a bowl of rice, Yi-qing began to eat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of eating. Reward, unlimited seasoning dot. Yi-qing's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, oh yeah, I can save some more money now. He was so poor that he even considered selling alcohol, as it was a zero-cost business. Speaking of alcohol, Yi-qing remembered the 2 bottles of unlimited wine in his system space, and he couldn't help but feel eager to try them. He attempted to communicate with the system space and quickly succeeded in retrieving 2 wine gourds. Taking out 2 cups, Yi-qing poured a glass of peach blossom drunk and bamboo leaf green respectively. In an instant, the aroma of the wine filled the entire room. Wow, this stuff smells amazing. Yi-qing's eyes lit up as he picked up the first cup of peach blossom wine and downed it in one gulp. Still unsatisfied, satisfied, he drank the cup of bamboo leaf green as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of drinking alcohol. Reward, unlimited cola. Awesome! If I could sell this stuff, I think I could get rich in no time. Huh, cola actually appeared? System, I want it cold. Cola has to be drunk cold. Yi-qing's eyes sparkled as he spoke. System. He wanted to sell wine not because he was particularly eager to make money, but because once he earned money, his parents and younger sister wouldn't have to stay away from home. Master, can you let me have a drink? At this moment, Li Bai inside Yi-qing's body was already craving madly. Yi-qing smiled, summoned Li Bai, and then took out 2 cups for him. Thus, the two transformed into drunkards, happily drinking the whole night. As superhumans, they had unlocked their genetic potential, and their physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people, so they didn't get drunk at all. However, Yi-qing was naturally no match for Li Bai. Li Bai's complexion remained unchanged throughout, while Yi-qing's face had long turned red. No more, time to sleep. Yi-qing immediately put away the 2 pots of wine. This stuff is truly addictive, making one want to keep drinking. If he continued, there would be no hope of sleeping tonight. Thus, Yi-qing resolutely put away the gourds and went back to his room to sleep. Li Bai could only reluctantly return to Yi-qing's body. In fact, the wine flask at Li Bai's waist also contained an endless supply of wine, but compared to peach blossom drunk and bamboo leaf green, it simply couldn't compare. After Yi-qing fell asleep, the system's voice sounded again. However, this time he didn't hear it, only vaguely sensing a voice. Naturally, he forgot about it upon waking up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of sleeping. Reward, system card, soft bed. The next day, when Yi-qing woke up, last night's broadcast played again, with an additional introduction. System brand soft bed, equipped with a fully intelligent air conditioner and massage function. Yi-qing immediately laughed, thinking that his standard of living had skyrocketed. Without wasting much time, Yi-qing went straight to the bathroom to freshen up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of freshening up, rewarded with a system brand intelligent toothbrush. System branded smart toothbrush. Toothpaste automatically appears on the brush each time it's used, and the brushing process is fully electric. Well, the standard of living has improved a bit again. After freshening up, Yi-qing headed to school. Breakfast could be eaten at school, so there was no need to prepare it at home. Reaching downstairs, Yi-qing took out his electric scooter. Now that he had a vehicle, why bother walking? He sat on the scooter and saw a line of text displayed on the dashboard, leaving him momentarily stunned. System, impressive. This electric scooter actually required facial recognition to start. If it wasn't Yi-qing himself, no one else could start the scooter, no matter who they were. Moreover, if someone tried to forcibly push or steal it, they would be stunned by an electric current released by the scooter. Whistling happily, Yi-qing rode his little scooter to school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of riding a motorcycle. Reward, God-level driving skills. In the next moment, countless driving techniques flooded Yi-qing's mind. Whether it was flying in the sky or swimming in the water, he felt he could handle it all. Before Yi-qing could digest this new knowledge, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 C-level achievements. Reward, 9th grade spiritual fruit, the Holy Spirit fruit. Holy Spirit fruit increases the ability level by 1 grade with 100% certainty. Note, SSS level abilities are the highest level, and the host's consumption will have no effect. I'll go. Yi-qing was completely stunned. This kind of treasure, even if someone told Yi-qing it was of the 12th grade, he would believe it. The level of supernatural ability indirectly represents a person's talent, and this Holy Spirit fruit can elevate a person's talent by 1 grade. If Yi-qing were to sell the Holy Spirit fruit, it would definitely fetch a high price. However, Yi-qing would never sell this spiritual fruit. Since he couldn't use it himself, he planned to give it to Suyu. Suyu was like a brother to him, and Yi-qing often received help from the Su family during his time living alone. Therefore, the first person he thought of was Suyu. After carefully storing the Holy Spirit fruit, Yi-qing headed back to school. Upon arriving, he parked his motorcycle in the area designated for electric motorcycles. Class 3, Grade 12. As soon as Yi-qing entered the classroom, he saw Suyu's head wrapped tightly in a scarf, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. Others didn't understand what Suyu was up to, but Yi-qing knew exactly what was going on. He sat down next to Suyu, holding back his laughter as he looked at him. Suyu glared at Yi-qing with resentment and gritted his teeth, saying, "Olji, I treated you like a brother, and you just left without a word. Ahem, your family matters, it's not appropriate for me to stay around, don't you think?" Yi-qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Suyu. "Hey, don't give me excuses. What's the point of saying this now? Yesterday, my dad and grandpa almost disowned me in the name of righteousness." Suyu covered his face with one hand, looking a bit aggrieved as he spoke. Yi-qing smiled and pulled a spirit fruit out of his pocket, a pure white fruit emitting a faint fragrance, which immediately sparked Suyu's anticipation. "This is definitely a high-grade spiritual fruit. Olji, where where did you get it? As a descendant of a prominent family, Suyu had seen many spiritual fruits and eaten quite a few, so he immediately recognized this as a high-quality spiritual fruit. Don't ask about that for now, just eat it quickly, Yi-qing urged. Suyu immediately refused. Old Yi, I've eaten plenty of high-quality spiritual fruits. Something this important, you should. Before he could finish speaking, Yi-qing had already stuffed the spiritual fruit into Suyu's mouth. As the fruit turned into liquid and flowed into Suyu's mouth, he was momentarily stunned and swallowed the sacred spiritual fruit without even realizing it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement gift, rewarded with a 5th grade Holy Spirit fruit. 5th grade Holy Spirit fruit, consuming it has a 20% chance of upgrading an ability by 1 level. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment. Another Holy Spirit fruit? What a pity, this was just a reward for a C-level achievement, only 5th grade. Through this reward, Yi-qing realized that his previous guess about the C-level achievement rewards was wrong. It seemed they weren't just daily necessities, but were most likely daily necessities. As for the truth, Yi-qing had no way to confirm. Old Yi, are you crazy? This is a high-quality spirit fruit. So you looked at Yi-qing in shock. Yi-qing waved his hand nonchalantly. It has no effect on me anymore, so these are my leftovers. Suyu smiled and gave Yi-qing a punch, completely disbelieving his explanation. By the way, what kind of spiritual fruit did you give me? What does it do? Suyu asked curiously. Yi-qing leaned closer to Suyu and whispered in his ear, a 9th grade Holy Spirit fruit. It can directly raise your ability by 1 level. Yi-qing seemed to foresee Suyu's imminent look of shock and quickly covered his mouth. Suyu's face turned bright red from holding it in. Stop being so jumpy all the time. Try out your ability and see if it has gotten stronger. Hearing Yi-qing's words, Suyu nodded, and only then did Yi-qing let go of him. Without saying anything, Suyu immediately closed his eyes and began to meditate. However, due to his excitement, it took him a few minutes of closed-eye focus before he successfully entered the consciousness realm. A few minutes later, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and turned around to give Yi-qing a bear hug. Old Yi, I love you to death. I'm sure my sword controlling ability has already surpassed S level. Yi-qing smiled faintly. Of course, your sword controlling ability is now SS level, and my big brother's ice ability has already reached SSS level. Really? Are you serious? There's a level higher than S class, and you've actually reached SSS class. Suyu stared at Yi-qing in shock, feeling as if he were dreaming. After all, just yesterday, Yi-qing was merely a 0-rank 9-star ability user with a C-class power, but today, he had transformed into a heaven's favored child with SSS class abilities and a 9th grade cultivation technique. Yi-qing patted Suyu on the shoulder. Calm down, don't get too excited. If I can give you a 9th grade spirit fruit, do you think I wouldn't eat it myself? This holy spirit fruit is indeed what I had left over. The highest level of ability is SSS class, so eating more holy spirit fruit won't make a difference. Suyu's eyes sparkled as he tightly grasped Yi-qing's hand and said, Old Yi, we're like real brothers. Do you have any more of that holy spirit fruit? Could you get me another one, please? The 9th grade one is gone, but there is still a 5th grade one. However, it only has a 20% chance of upgrading your level. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, it's fine. If I get more of these in the future, I'll definitely give them to you. As he spoke, Yi-qing took out another holy spirit fruit. This fruit emitted a faint fragrance, far less intense than the previous one. After all, one was 9th grade, and the other was 5th grade. Suyu said emotionally, Old Yi, don't worry. From now on, you're my son. I'll definitely treat you like my own child. Yi-qing's face darkened slightly. Do you still want to eat the holy spirit fruit? Suyu quickly took the holy spirit fruit and grinned as he took a bite. Eat? Of course, I want to eat. With my luck, I guarantee I'll level up again. The holy spirit fruit turned into liquid again and was swallowed by Suyu in one gulp. After eating the holy spirit fruit, he closed his eyes once more to meditate and feel his supernatural power. Not long after, Suyu opened his eyes in surprise and hugged Yi-qing again. Old Yi, I love you to death. Suyu's loud exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the classroom, and all eyes turned to them in unison. The classroom instantly fell silent. It was over, completely over. There was no way to clear this up now. Seeing the increasingly strange looks from their classmates, Yi-qing suddenly had the urge to strangle Suyu. Suyu! Yi-qing gritted his teeth and shouted. Suyu also noticed the odd gazes from the surrounding classmates and immediately let go of Yi-qing, turning to explain to everyone, what are you all thinking? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. At this moment, a chubby guy walked over to them, patted both of their shoulders, and said, Old Yi, Old Su, don't worry. None of us will discriminate against you. After all, you two are truly in love. Wan Diao, do you have a death wish? Suyu clenched his fists, and immediately, a 3-foot golden longsword appeared in front of him. Suji, I was wrong. Wan Diao began pleading without hesitation. Suyu's strength was among the best in Class 1 of Senior Year 3, and even ranked among the top nationwide for senior students. Suyu didn't really intend to fight Wan Diao, he was just trying to scare him. Alright, causing trouble first thing in the morning, huh? Suddenly, Xing Yuan's voice came from the doorway. Suyu immediately retracted the long sword and became as obedient as a baby. Xing Yuan walked in, looked at everyone, and said, "Everyone, return to your seats. I have something to announce." Everyone immediately returned to their seats and quieted down. Xing Yuan walked to the podium, looked at everyone, and began to speak. Yesterday, the school received news from the city that a competition for all senior high school students in the city will be held in 3 days. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Why hold a competition now? If we get injured during the competition, won't the college entrance exam be ruined? Sigh, what is the city planning to do this time? In the classroom, everyone immediately started chattering away. Xing Yuan patted the lectern and said, all right, quiet down. You don't have to participate in this competition if you don't want to, but I advise you all to join because the top 10 rewards for this competition include half a month in a Class C secret realm. Upon hearing Xing Yuan's words, the crowd exploded. Entering a secret realm? Is this for real? They had thought that secret realms were something they could only access after entering the academy, but now they had a chance. Those rewarded with entry into the secret realm will have dedicated protection. You just need to focus on cultivating. You should all know that the spiritual energy in the secret realm is far beyond what we have here on Blue Star. If someone manages to make it into the top 10, they might even be able to make another breakthrough before the college entrance exams and get into a better academy. Xing Yuan patiently explained to everyone. The city suddenly organizing such a competition was also aimed at producing more students who could get into top academies. However, since secret realms are extremely dangerous, with Class C secret realms containing Tier 4 beasts, and due to limited manpower, they could only select the 10 best students to escort into the realm for cultivation. Next, Xing Yuan turned around and wrote a website address on the blackboard. This is the registration channel. If you want to participate in the competition, you must sign up by the end of today. Seeing the website address on the blackboard, everyone immediately took out their phones and started searching. Phones were allowed in schools on Blue Star, and Yi-qing was no exception. He took out his phone, and as soon as he turned it on, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of using a phone. Reward, System Brand Smartphone. System Brand Smartphone, indestructible, solar-powered, maintains signal in any location, equipped with built-in artificial intelligence." In an instant, the old phone in Yi-qing's hand was replaced with a brand new smartphone. His eyes lit up immediately, and then a chibi girl with twin ponytails appeared on the phone screen. Yi-qing didn't need to think twice to know that this little girl was the built-in AI of the phone. Suddenly, Yi-qing had a sudden inspiration, quickly silenced his phone, and put on his Bluetooth earphones. "Hello, Master, I am Xiaoing." A sweet and obedient voice of a little girl came through the earphones. Yi-qing couldn't directly talk to Xiaoing, lest others think he was crazy. Seeing Xiaoing on the screen tilting her little head in confusion, she asked, "Master, is it inconvenient to talk to Xiaoing?" Yi-qing felt a surge of joy in his heart. This artificial intelligence was really impressive. He nodded slightly. Xiaoing then asked, "Master, do you want to access the website on the blackboard?" Hearing this, Yi-qing saw the phone instantly switch to a website interface. The phone, upgraded with the new system, operated at an astonishing speed. The website was the registration site, and Yi-qing was about to input his information, but in the next moment, the information fields were automatically filled with his details. "Master, the information is already filled in. Should I submit it?" Xiaoing asked again. Yi-qing nodded, and the interface changed once more. The screen displayed only 4 words, "Submission successful." At this moment, Xing Yuan on the podium also spoke. "Although the reward is half a month in the secret realm, if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, you must admit defeat. Don't take any chances. If you get injured during the competition and can't get into the academy, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Once you're in the academy, you'll have opportunities to enter the secret realm, so don't ruin your future out of impulsiveness. Especially you, Yi-qing. Don't be stubborn during the competition. If you can't win, just admit defeat immediately." Xing Yuan's gaze finally fell on Yi-qing. The old Yi-qing was indeed very stubborn, which made Xing Yuan a bit uneasy about him. Yi-qing coughed awkwardly and said, "Teacher Xin, don't worry, I won't act impulsively." No acting impulsively, just defeat the opponent directly. Admitting defeat is absolutely impossible. Xing Yuan nodded slightly, gave a few more instructions, and then said, "Alright, there's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. You don't need to attend classes anymore. Arrange your time as you see fit. You can stay in the classroom to cultivate or go to the training ground to practice your abilities." After saying that, Xing Yuan left. As third-year students, they were already mature enough and didn't need a teacher constantly watching over them. If they didn't cultivate, the only ones who would regret it in the end would be themselves. Suyu immediately came over to Yi-qing's side. "Come on, old Ji, let's go test our abilities." With his ability level raised to SSS, Suyu couldn't wait to test his powers. Yi-qing was also a bit eager. He wanted to try out his abilities. abilities. 2. Although the two of them had used their abilities in the consciousness space before, it was nothing like experiencing them in reality. The two of them got up and left the classroom. Yun City High School had a building that occupied half of the campus, the training ground. After leaving the teaching building, they arrived at the entrance of the training ground. The training ground had 5 floors. The first floor was a massive training arena, usually used for school competitions and assessments, while the second to fifth floors consisted of smaller training rooms. Although many people were in the training ground, since it was only for senior students, Suyu and Yi-qing managed to find a small training room. They made their way up to the 5th floor and entered training room 507. The training room wasn't small, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. Once inside, Yi-qing locked the door and drew the curtains tightly. "Old Ji, what are you doing?" Suyu asked in confusion. Yi-qing glanced at Suyu and said seriously, "Our abilities are unprecedented SSS level. We absolutely cannot expose them casually. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we need to fully understand their power ourselves. In front of others, try not to go all out, this can be our trump card. Most importantly, I don't want to attract too much attention. You know, in life, it's better to keep a low profile." Suyu waved his hand helplessly. Alright, I can finally take off the scarf. It's so hot, I was about to die." As he spoke, Suyu unwrapped the scarf covering his face. When Yi-qing saw Suyu's face, bruised and swollen like a pig's head, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, old Su, you're completely disfigured, absolutely disfigured. Ha ha." Suyu's face instantly darkened, and a golden longsword appeared by his side, charging toward Yi-qing. "So, you're already testing the power of your abilities, huh?" Yi-qing immediately became serious, waving his right hand as an ice wall instantly rose from the ground in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of using an ability. Reward, S-level ability, sword control. The longsword pierced through Yi-qing's ice wall but didn't fully penetrate, getting stuck halfway in the ice. Suyu controlled the sword to pull it out, then maneuvered around the ice wall to launch a side attack. Hearing the system's notification, Yi-qing was so excited he couldn't speak. He quickly exerted his full power, creating a thick ice shield around himself for protection. Swallowing nervously, Yi-qing attempted to use the sword control ability. Moments later, a white longsword appeared before him. Holy crap, it really works. Normally, only 5th tier ability users can have a second ability, but I got one at just the 1st tier. System, you're amazing. At this moment, Yi-qing had no intention of fighting. His heart was filled with admiration for the white longsword, and the more he looked at it, the more he found it incredibly cool. Suyu stood outside the ice shield, a bit confused. "Wait, old Ji, how are you supposed to test the power of your ability while hiding inside this thing?" Yi-qing withdrew his longsword and also retracted the ice shield. Seeing this, Suyu immediately seized the opportunity and thrust his sword toward Yi-qing. Naturally, Yi-qing understood Suyu's intentions and quickly condensed an ice spike at the moment the longsword struck, meeting Suyu's blade head-on. Boom! Crash! The two collided, the ice spike shattered instantly, and Suyu's longsword was also sent flying. "Old Ji, your ice is really tough. I feel like it's harder than steel." Yi-qing smiled faintly. Of course, otherwise, how could it be called an SSS level ability? But if it's just the two of us sparring, we probably can't measure the true power of the ability. Suyu's gaze swept towards several humanoid targets made of steel in the training room. Yi-qing quickly said, No, what if you break those? The school will make us pay for them. Then we'll pay. It's just a few targets, Suyu said nonchalantly. No, don't mess around. Tomorrow is Saturday, let's go outside the city and test the power of our abilities. Alright, then what should we do now? Since we're already here, it's much quieter than the classroom. Let's train. Suyu helplessly curled his lips. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. By the way, I'm already at the 2nd tier. Suyu smiled and looked at Yi-qing, who responded nonchalantly, just 2 levels. I'll surpass you in no time. I have an SSS level ability and a 9th grade cultivation technique with matching attributes. Surpassing you is a piece of cake. Why didn't I get a 9th grade cultivation technique? Suyu was on the verge of tears. Although the Su family did possess 9th grade techniques, too, in fact, they were for blades and spears. His father and grandfather had cultivated those 2 techniques. However, the technique Suyu himself practiced was only 8th grade. While 8th grade was still powerful, the gap compared to 9th grade was obvious. If Suyu didn't cultivate a 9th grade technique, no matter how fast he progressed, he could only reach the level of an 8th tier ability user. Yi-qing said no more and directly sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. Although his ability had already reached SSS level and his technique was 9th grade, he had no advantage in terms of cultivation level, so he wanted to improve as quickly as possible. There were 10 top academies in the Dragon Nation, and the lowest cultivation level among their annual admissions was around 1-star 1st tier. With only a month left until the college entrance exams, Yi-qing had to reach 1-star 1st tier. Despite his anxiety, he didn't immediately rush to break through to a higher level. Instead, he began refining the spiritual energy within his body. After all, most of the spiritual energy in his body had been cultivated using basic techniques, and he needed to convert it all into the spiritual energy cultivated through the 9 absolutes of ice. Refining and converting existing spiritual energy was naturally countless times faster than normal cultivation. After a morning of effort, Yi-qing had already converted half of his spiritual energy into the type required by the 9 absolutes of ice. By noon, Suyu woke Yi-qing from his cultivation. "Old Yi, stop cultivating and go eat. You came here to cultivate without having breakfast, but you can't skip lunch." Yi-qing shook his head and said firmly, "I'm not going. I'm eager to improve my cultivation. Help me bring a meal back from the cafeteria. The cafeteria doesn't allow food to be taken out. Spend some money and bribe the person on duty." "Alright, that does make sense. Old Yi, you're getting more and more shameless." After saying this, Suyu left with a smile. After cultivating for a while, Yi-qing stopped and sensed the system space, wanting to get some cola to drink. He discovered that the cola was actually canned. He took out a can, and another one immediately appeared in the system space. Yi-qing took out another can. "System, why isn't it cold?" Yi-qing asked discontentedly. If the system could talk, it would probably be so angry it would explode at Yi-qing. "You're still making demands? Be grateful you're even getting a reward." "Forget it, I'll chill it myself." As he spoke, a concave block of ice appeared in front of Yi-qing, and he placed the cola into the ice. Not long after, Suyu walked into the training room carrying 2 meals. "Cola? Old Yi, you're back down?" Seeing the cola in front of Yi-qing, Suyu asked. Yi-qing nodded, then pushed the ice block aside and handed Suyu a can of cola. Suyu sat down cross-legged and handed a meal to Yi-qing. The two ate while drinking cola. "Ah, refreshing," Yi-qing said with a smile. "Don't act like you've never had cola before." "I've had cola, but this is the first time I've had cola chilled with SSS level superpower ice," Suyu chuckled. Cola chilled with SSS level superpower ice was indeed a rare luxury, but such flashy moves weren't uncommon. Yi-qing and Suyu often heard about powerful superhumans using their abilities in all sorts of creative ways. For example, they had heard about the Blade God using his blade to slaughter pigs. The Blade God was Suyu's grandfather, Sujan. Sujan's primary superpower was his blade, a weapon that had slain numerous 9th-tier beasts, earning him the title of Blade God among the people. However, when news first spread that such a formidable figure had used his treasured blade to slaughter pigs, everyone was dumbfounded. Those unfamiliar with Sujan saw him as an unstoppable force, a blade god who would cut down anything in his path. But those who knew him well understood that Sujan actually had a humorous side. As Suyu's close friend, Yi-qing was well aware of this. After finishing lunch, Yi-qing said to Suyu, "Old Su, I'm going to continue my training. You go take care of your own business." Suyu nodded. "You go ahead and cultivate." "I won't be cultivating. Doing it all day is boring. I'll go play some basketball." Yi-qing sat cross-legged and continued cultivating while Suyu left. Now that Suyu was already at the second stage, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. In the afternoon, as the school bell rang, Yi-qing finally stopped cultivating. After a day's effort, all his previous spiritual energy had been converted into the energy required for the 9 absolute ice technique. "Old Yi, let's go, come to my house for dinner," Suyu said as he walked into the training room with the sound of the bell. Yi-qing nodded. "Alright, you go wait for me at the school gate. I have something to take care of." "Alright, but hurry up." With that, Suyu left first. Yi-qing also left shortly after, heading to the convenience store to buy 2 large bottles of mineral water. Finding a secluded spot, he emptied the water and began filling the bottles with peach blossom brew and bamboo leaf green. Once they were full, he tightened the caps, carried the bottles of liquor, and walked to where his motorcycle was parked. He got on the motorcycle and rode toward the school gate. At the school gate, Suyu was standing there and curiously asked as he saw Yi-qing riding an electric scooter over. "Old Yi, when did you buy this thing?" "Just a couple of days ago. I thought this thing was pretty good for getting around." "Looks nice. I'll get one too." "Don't you have the ability to ride a sword? Why would you need an electric scooter?" "That's true. Let's not talk about it. Come on up." Yi-qing was very familiar with Suyu's home and arrived at his doorstep with ease. Suyu's house was a villa, much better than Yi-qing's rented 3-bedroom apartment. After parking his electric scooter in Suyu's garage, Yi-qing took 2 bottles of liquor from the scooter's front footrest. Suyu was momentarily stunned and asked, "Old Yi, why are you bringing 2 bottles of mineral water? My house certainly doesn't lack a sip of your water." Yi-qing replied with a smile, "This isn't mineral water, it's wine." "Wine? Where did you get the wine?" "Don't ask, just go inside." Seeing that Yi-qing was unwilling to say more, Suyu didn't press further. They walked into the villa, where Sujan, the old master, Suqiu, and Suqiu's wife Zhang Hui were in the living room. Yi-qing immediately greeted them with a smile. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello, old master." "Ah, Xiaoyi is here, come sit down. Auntie will go prepare dinner right away." Suyu greeted Yi-qing to sit down. Yi-qing was not reserved either, as he often visited Suyu's home. Suddenly, Sujan and Suqiu both sniffed the air and began looking around. "What a fragrant aroma of wine," Sujan remarked remarked. Suyu asked in confusion, aroma of wine? Where is there an aroma of wine? Yi-qing understood in his heart that Su Zhan and Su Qiu had caught the aroma of the peach blossom drunk and bamboo leaf green wine in his hands. He smiled and placed the 2 bottles of mineral water on the table. Old master, Uncle Qiu, the wine is here. I brought it especially for you to enjoy. The 2 of them keenly confirmed that the fragrance was indeed coming from these 2 bottles, and their eyes instantly lit up. Su Zhan grabbed one bottle and quickly twisted off the cap. As soon as the cap was opened, Suyu also caught the overwhelming aroma of the wine and was instantly captivated. Hurry, hurry, you brat, go grab a few cups, Su Qiu said urgently to Suyu. Suyu immediately ran to get a cup, while Su Zhan and Su Qiu hurriedly poured themselves a glass of wine. Gulp gulp. The 2 of them finished the wine in one go, and old master Su Zhan sighed with emotion. This wine is truly, absolutely delicious. Su Qiu also nodded in agreement. Dad, Grandpa, don't just drink by yourselves, pour me some too. The 2 of them looked at the mere 1.5 liters of fine wine in front of them and said in unison, get lost, kids shouldn't drink alcohol. Suyu couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, thinking, if they weren't my dad and grandpa, and if I could beat them, I would have drawn my sword long ago. Yi-qing smiled at Suyu and said softly, don't worry, I have more of this wine. I'll bring you some when we leave the city tomorrow. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Although he had never tasted peach blossom drunk or bamboo leaf green, just from the aroma of the wine and the reactions of his father and grandfather, he could tell this wine was extraordinary. Su Zhan and Su Qiu, with ears and noses just as sharp, immediately caught Yi-qing's words. Their eyes sparkled, and Su Qiu promptly pulled Suyu aside, then sat down with Su Zhan on either side of Yi-qing. Suyu felt frustrated and thought to himself, to hell with it, this father and grandfather of mine must have been picked up from somewhere. Xiaoyi, what do you think of how your Uncle Qiu and I treat you? Su Zhan looked at Yi-qing with a big smile and asked. Yi-qing answered without hesitation, of course, it's absolutely perfect. Su Zhan and Su Qiu's smiles grew even brighter. Ahem, Xiaoyi, your grandfather and I have always treated you like our own son and grandson. Yes, Grandpa, I've always treated you like my own grandson. Suyu felt a wave of helplessness in his heart and thought, damn it, I'm the one who's actually your real son and grandson. At this moment, Suyu was filled with doubt about whether he was really adopted. Yi-qing smiled and looked at the 2 elders beside him. Old master, Uncle Qiu, don't talk like that, it gives me the creeps. Don't worry, I'll save a bottle of each of these 2 wines for you every day. The 2 of them immediately beamed with joy. Xiaoyi, you said it yourself. A man must keep his word. Su Qiu said with a smile. Uncle Qiu, don't worry, there will definitely be enough wine for you. Su Qiu and Su Zhan patted Yi-qing's hand reassuringly. Suyu sat gloomily across from the 3, staring at them with a resentful look. The 3 chatted and laughed, drinking as they talked, leaving Suyu feeling like an outsider, completely unable to join the conversation. Not long after, Suyu felt overwhelmed and went straight back to his room to cultivate, out of sight, out of mind. After 5 o'clock in the evening, Suyu's mother had already prepared the meal and called out to the living room. Dad, old Su, Xiaoyi, time to eat. Let's go, time to eat. The 3 of them immediately walked into the dining room. Zhang Hui had already served the food for them, and the 4 of them began eating with laughter and chatter, completely forgetting that there was still a little brother upstairs focused on his cultivation. After dinner, Yi-qing took his leave. Although he often came to the Su family to eat and drink, he had never stayed overnight. After Yi-qing left, Su Qiu looked at Su Zhan and said, old man, it's time for you to return to the capital. Su Zhan glanced at the bottle of mineral water in front of him and said softly, this wine is really good. I really don't want to go back. Old master, did you sense the spiritual energy fluctuation on Xiaoyi? Su Qiu suddenly asked seriously. Su Zhan nodded slightly and said slowly, perhaps his talent has awakened. Impossible, didn't brother Yi say that Xiaoyi couldn't awaken his talent on his own? Su Qiu retorted with a frown. I'm not too sure either. I'll ask Yi Lin about it when we get back. The 2 chatted about trivial matters. If Yi-qing were present, he would surely be surprised, because Yi Lin was his father's name. He hadn't expected Su Zhan and Su Qiu to know his father. After a while, Suyu came downstairs. Seeing the plates on the dining table already wiped clean, he was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, this kid must have been picked up from somewhere. Hey, Xiaoyu, why are you here? Have you eaten? Su Qiu saw Suyu and immediately jabbed at him. Suyu was speechless, muttering to himself, how could you not know whether I've eaten or not? I have eaten. Suyu replied angrily, then turned and went back upstairs. Zhang Hui rolled her eyes at Su Qiu and said, what are you doing? I'll make a bowl of noodles later, and you take it upstairs. Su Qiu nodded with a smile, alright. After leaving the Su family, Yi-qing rode his little scooter back to his own home. Once back, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating. Cultivation could replace sleep, and since Yi-qing urgently needed time, he didn't want to waste it on sleeping. Early the next morning, Suyu arrived at Yi-qing's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. There was a series of knocks at the door. Yi-qing woke up from his cultivation, walked to the door, and opened it. Suyu came in, found a place to sit, and said, old Ji, let's go. Wait for me, I'll freshen up. You didn't just get up, did you? No, I've been cultivating ever since I got home last night until this morning. Suyu looked at Yi-qing and gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. I never cultivate while sleeping. Although cultivation can replace sleep, it can't compare to the comfort of sleeping. Yi-qing walked to the bathroom, muttering while brushing his teeth. I urgently need to improve my cultivation. Once my cultivation level rises, I won't have to do this anymore. Yi-qing quickly finished freshening up and went out with Suyu. He got on his little scooter, and Suyu was momentarily stunned. Old Ji, it's quite a distance to the outskirts of the city. Does your scooter have enough battery? Don't worry, my ride can generate electricity. It charges while running. Where is this thing made? It's so impressive. Stop talking nonsense, get on. Suyu immediately sat behind Yi-qing. The next moment, a map and a route appeared on the dashboard of the electric motorcycle, and Yi-qing also put on a secure headset. In the headset, Xiaoing was giving directions to Yi-qing. With Xiaoing's help, they quickly found the shortest route out of the city. An hour later, Yi-qing and Suyu arrived at a forest. Old Ji, where are we going to test our abilities? Suyu asked. Yi-qing replied, just ahead, there's a relatively open grassy field. Not long after, Yi-qing brought Suyu to the grassy field he had mentioned. Wow, Old Ji, have you been here before? No, I looked it up last night. There shouldn't be anyone here. Let's give it our all and see how strong our abilities are. Suyu nodded with a smile, and a 3-foot-long golden sword appeared beside him. Then he charged toward a patch of forest. Immediately afterward, centered on the sword, a large swath of trees was cut down. Suyu's eyes widened. Oh my gosh, this power has increased by more than tenfold. Yi-qing couldn't hold back either. His eyes sharpened as he let out a low shout, ice shard rain. With Yi-qing's voice, a massive cluster of ice shards instantly formed in the air above the forest in front of him, then came whistling down. Boom boom boom. The jungle was instantly smashed into a mess by the ice shards. This power was far more terrifying than Suyu's single sword strike. Naturally, this was thanks to the 9th grade technique used by Yi-qing, while Suyu had merely executed a simple sword strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a B-level achievement, releasing a skill, and being rewarded with the 9th grade technique Sword Mastery Manual. Old Ji, is this one of the skills from your 9th grade technique? Suyu looked at Yi-qing excitedly and asked. Yi-qing smiled and nodded. Suyu suddenly thought of his only 8th grade cultivation technique and couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Seeing his expression, Yi-qing pondered for a moment, then walked over to Suyu and said, Old Su, actually, I have a 9th grade sword cultivation technique. Hearing this, Suyu immediately looked at Yi-qing excitedly. Really? Old Ji, you're not lying to me, are you? No, but I don't have the technique with me. Can I give it to you tomorrow? Alright. Old Ji, you're amazing. Even my dad didn't get me a 9th grade cultivation technique, but you managed to get one for me. From now on, you're my dad. Yi-qing gave a wry smile. Please don't. If you call me dad, Uncle Chio will beat me to death. Let's go back. Forget testing the superpower, let's go back and get the technique first. Suyu seemed a bit impatient. Yi-qing quickly said, don't rush, since we're already out, I've hidden the technique and can only give it to you tomorrow. It's just one day, don't tell me you can't wait even for a day. Suyu said helplessly, alright, you must give it to me tomorrow. Yi-qing nodded with a smile. He didn't immediately hand over the sword control technique to Suyu because his techniques were directly imprinted into his mind, so he had to go back and write it down. After that, the two continued to bombard the surroundings until the nearby forest was almost destroyed before leaving. After returning to Cloud City, Suyu went straight home, while Yi-qing found a blank book and began transcribing the technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a C-level achievement, writing, and earning the Divine Demon Marker. Divine Demon Marker, with a permanent lifespan, can write on anything. The writing will never disappear, not even a 12th level ability user can erase it. At night, the writing will emit a glow. This thing, not bad, kind of useful. Yi-qing muttered to himself before continuing to transcribe the cultivation technique. Fortunately, Yi-qing was an ability user with a strong enough physique, otherwise, transcribing an entire cultivation technique would have been too much for his hand to handle. After an entire afternoon of effort, Yi-qing finally finished transcribing the sword control technique, casually tossed it aside, and began cultivating. He kept cultivating until midnight when his stomach suddenly started growling. He hadn't eaten all day, and while cultivation could replace sleep, it couldn't replace food. Yi-qing immediately ran to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a C-level achievement, cooking noodles. Reward, unlimited old tan pickled cabbage beef noodles. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment. He took out a bowl of old tan pickled cabbage beef noodles from the system space and was instantly speechless. Seriously? They didn't even specify clearly. It turned out to be instant noodles in a cup, and they weren't even cooked. He tossed the instant noodles aside and started eating his own noodles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a C-level achievement, eating noodles. Reward, unlimited hot water. Yi-qing. He was speechless for a moment, then asked in confusion, cooking noodles and eating noodles are achievements achievements, but cooking dishes and eating dishes aren't. Forget it, there's no point in overthinking it. Just go with the flow. Yi-qing didn't dwell on it too much, there was nothing worth overthinking. Sea-level achievements were easy to complete, so missing one or two didn't matter. After finishing a bowl of noodles, he tossed the bowl into the kitchen. Seeing the unwashed dishes from a few days ago, Yi-qing suddenly thought that washing dishes might also be an achievement, so he immediately turned on the faucet and started washing the dishes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a sea-level achievement, washing dishes, and earning a 7th grade spiritual fruit, the dustless fruit. Dustless fruit, after consuming it, the body will no longer get dirty, will not attract dust, and will not be affected by dew. Alright, therefore, my cultivation system relies on gaining spiritual power through cultivation techniques. Afterward, it is necessary to break the genetic lock, which represents the realm. The protagonist, after starting to cultivate the sword control technique, obtained 2 types of spiritual power. Another spiritual fruit. Yi-qing took out the dustless fruit from the system space and, after a moment of thought, directly swallowed it. After all, it was a 7th grade spiritual fruit, and missing out on it would be a real pity. The dustless fruit was about the size of a peach and transparent in color. With one bite, the dustless fruit instantly turned into liquid and was swallowed by him. This was a characteristic of high-grade spiritual fruits, just a gentle bite and they would quickly liquefy. Lower-grade spiritual fruits, on the other hand, required careful tasting bite by bite. If you encountered one as big as a basketball, it would truly be overwhelming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level task of consuming a spiritual fruit. Reward, 10th grade spiritual fruit, talent fruit. Talent fruit can awaken hidden talents within the human body. Talent? What is that? Does such a thing really exist in this world? Yi-qing was stunned for a moment and quickly took out his phone. Xiaoing, help me look up information about talent. Okay, master. Xiaoing appeared on the screen, and as soon as the words were spoken, a flood of information appeared on the phone. Yi-qing carefully browsed through it, but it was all about talents in games or novels, nothing related to what he wanted to know. After the fruitless search, Yi-qing stopped looking and instead held the talent fruit in his hand. It looked almost identical to a green apple. After some thought, Yi-qing decided to give it a try. Although it seemed that talent had never appeared in this world, awakening a talent couldn't be a bad thing. So, he took a bite of the talent fruit, and the fruit quickly turned into liquid and flowed into his body. Not long after, Yi-qing felt a slight itch in his eyes. He rubbed them, but the itch persisted. He hurried to the bathroom mirror, and what he saw was his eyes emitting a purple glow, giving him a somewhat sinister charm. What's going on? Why are my eyes glowing? Could it be that I've awakened a talent related to my eyes? Yi-qing was shocked, and his mind began to speculate about the cause. Before long, the itch in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a warm sensation. When he looked into the mirror again, the purple glow in his eyes had disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an A-level achievement and awakening a talent. Reward, Divine Emperor Scripture. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then smiled, and said, "This is a chain of achievements, but what exactly is the Divine Emperor Scripture?" Some information quickly surfaced in his mind, and Yi-qing began to examine it carefully. Moments later, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Through the Divine Emperor Scripture, he understood that it was a cultivation technique, but not one for cultivating supernatural abilities, it was specifically for cultivating innate talents. This meant he could cultivate 2 different systems simultaneously. Clearly, Yi-qing would not refuse, since his talent had awakened and the technique was right in front of him, it would be a mistake not to learn it. Taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing else to do, Yi-qing returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began cultivating the Divine Emperor Scripture. Through this technique, Yi-qing learned that the system for cultivating talents was divided into 3 major categories: cultivation talents, 5-sense talents, and unique talents. Based on his current situation, his talent clearly belonged to the most useful type of 5-sense talent, eyes. The first chapter of the Divine Emperor Scripture was precisely a technique for cultivating the eyes, so Yi-qing began cultivating without hesitation. He cultivated continuously until the next morning before stopping, and by the end, his eyes felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. He had completed the first chapter of the Divine Emperor Scripture in just one night, not only gaining a new type of spiritual energy within his body but also acquiring a divine ability related to his eyes. To his delight, the spiritual energy cultivated through the Divine Emperor Scripture was far more powerful than the energy cultivated through his 9 absolute eyes technique. Truly worthy of being an A-level achievement reward, Yi-qing marveled in his heart. This Divine Emperor Scripture was undoubtedly a 12th grade technique. A knock on the door sounded, and Yi-qing, holding the sword control technique, walked to the door to find Suyu outside, looking unusually excited. "Old Yi, where's my technique?" Yi-qing smiled and handed the sword mastery technique to Suyu. "Take the technique and go back to practice diligently. Convert the spiritual energy in your body as soon as possible." Suyu took the technique and nodded vigorously. vigorously. "Oh gee, I'm heading off now. Time to train with my precious technique." After saying that, Suyu hurriedly left. Yi-qing watched his departing figure and shook his head, silently thinking to himself, "Ah, young people, always so easily excited. Look at me, I just got a 12th grade technique, yet I'm completely unfazed." After speaking, Yi-qing closed the door and began training with full focus. He had to improve his cultivation. The practice of the Divine Emperor's scripture would have to be temporarily set aside. The most important thing now was the Frost 9 Absolutes, aiming to reach the first tier 5-star level as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, almost all the senior students of Yun City High School gathered at the school gate, except for the students of Class 5. Clearly, the students from classes 1 to 4 had all chosen to sign up for the competition. After all, the reward for winning was half a month of training in the secret realm. The training speed in the secret realm was incredibly fast, and with some luck, one could even obtain precious spiritual fruits. Who wouldn't want to try their luck? At the school gate, the school had already rented 4 buses waiting. The principal of Yun City High personally led the team, taking everyone onto the buses and heading toward the city. On bus number 1 sat the students of Class 1 along with Yuan. Suyu looked at Yuan and asked, "Brother Shin, where are we going for the competition?" Yuan smiled slightly and replied, "The competition venue chosen in the city is City Number 1 High School." City Number 1 High School? Really? I heard they built a new arena specifically for ability users to compete, with lots of spectator seats around it. Suyu said excitedly. "There won't be anyone watching when we compete, right?" he asked worriedly. "It's possible. Even if there aren't others, City Number 1 High School will definitely have spectators," Yuan replied. Everyone started discussing enthusiastically. Among high schools nationwide, schools with arenas specifically designed for ability user competitions were extremely rare. Such facilities were usually only available at academies, so the students of Yunqing High School were particularly excited. Seeing the lively discussion, Yuan spoke up. "There will definitely be people watching this competition, so don't stubbornly hold on just for pride if you're losing. Got it? Listen carefully." Everyone responded in unison, but who knows if someone will really insist on saving face when the time comes. Yunqing is not far from the city. About an hour later, the bus arrived at Tianbei City Number 1 High School. At this time, the area inside and outside Tianbei City Number 1 High School was filled with buses. After all, there are 6 districts in Tianbei City, and each district has 2 or 3 high schools, making a total of 18 high schools. Yunqing High School arrived relatively early, otherwise, there wouldn't have been any parking space left at the entrance of Number 1 High School later. After getting off the bus, the principal of Yunqing High School led the students into Number 1 High School. For this competition, Number 1 High School had specially given the first and second year students a day off. Once the students from Yunqing High School entered Number 1 High School, they were guided by students to the teaching building, where 4 classrooms were arranged for the 4 classes to rest. As soon as everyone entered the classrooms, they quickly sat down and began their individual cultivation, thinking that every extra moment of practice counted. Yi-qing was no exception. After all, he was only at the first stage, 5 stars, and among the third-year students in Tianbei City, there were at least a dozen others at the same level. About an hour later, all the students from the various schools had arrived. With less than a month left until the college entrance exams, the city staff didn't want to waste the students' time and started the competition right away. The third-year students from the 18 high schools gathered at the martial arts arena. It must be said, this martial arts arena was incredibly spacious, easily larger than 2 football fields combined. In the audience, several high-ranking officials from Tianbei City were standing there. A middle-aged man stepped forward a few paces, looked at the crowd below the stage, and said, "There are a total of 3,000 participants in the competition. I don't want to waste your time, as time is extremely valuable to you. Normally, a competition with 3,000 people would take at least several days, but I hope to determine the top 10 today." The crowd below the stage was stunned, and Yi-qing also felt puzzled. Could they really select 10 people from 3,000 in just one day? The venue wasn't particularly large. Could it be a free-for-all? He speculated silently in his heart. Sure enough, the man in the audience continued, "The first match will begin shortly, a free-for-all. The martial arts arena will be divided into 3 competition zones, each with 1,000 participants. The last 10 standing in each zone will advance to the top 30. As soon as the man finished speaking, the staff began dividing the zones. The crowd fell silent, marveling at how audacious this was. However, many people expressed their approval, thinking that quickly selecting the top 10 was much better. Soon, after the 3 arenas were divided, everyone began to choose their arenas. Yi-qing and Suyu directly stepped onto arena number 1, while most of the others formed small groups and stood on their chosen arenas. This free-for-all gave some weaker students a glimmer of hope, and they started to band together, hoping to fight for a spot in the top 10. However, such thoughts were ultimately futile. Did they really think grouping up was the answer? Once the 3 arenas were filled with people, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier announced, "The competition begins." says, leaving the arena or voluntarily conceding will mean elimination. Any deliberate act of harming others will be severely punished. Even if you make it to the top 10, I will revoke your qualification to enter the secret realm. As the middle-aged man's words fell, countless people began cautiously observing their surroundings. On arena number 1, Yi-qing and Suyu quickly became the targets of many, as they were only 2 people. Meanwhile, most others had grouped together, in teams of several or even dozens. It was only natural for Yi-qing and Suyu to draw attention. However, Yi-qing and Suyu paid no mind to the hostile gazes around them. Yi-qing turned to Suyu and said softly, "Old Su, I'll leave it to you. No problem, after all, I'm 1 level higher than you." Suyu responded with a smile. With his SSS level ability, 9th grade technique, and 2nd tier cultivation, handling the entire scene alone was no issue. He lightly touched the ring on his finger, and 7 wooden swords instantly flew out. A spatial ring. This student's identity is certainly extraordinary. In the audience, the city's high-ranking officials couldn't help but have their pupils contract, secretly pondering. The small monsters in the novice village really aren't worth much effort. The sooner they're dealt with, the sooner they can enter the secret realm and take the college entrance exam to join the academy. Those who had their eyes on Yi-qing and Suyu were all puzzled by Suyu. Spatial rings were something they were unfamiliar with. What kind of ability do you have to summon several wooden swords? Is it a wood-based ability? Someone asked in confusion. Suyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Wood, your uncle. I'm afraid that sharp blades might accidentally kill you, so I'm using wooden swords. Enough talk, take this. Before the words were finished, Suyu immediately controlled 7 wooden swords to fly toward the crowd. His sword controlling ability was not limited to his own swords but could control all swords. However, controlling the swords within his body was easier and more powerful. The 7 wooden swords moved at lightning speed, and many people were knocked to the ground before they could even react. Although the wooden swords, controlled by Suyu, were not lethal, they still caused considerable pain when hitting the body. Everyone clutched their chests and rolled on the ground. Suyu did not stand idly by. He immediately manipulated the wooden swords to pin the fallen people's clothes and then carried them out of the field one by one. However, as time passed, Suyu's spiritual energy consumption began to show signs of fatigue. By this time, hundreds of people had been eliminated across 3 fields, but as the number of participants decreased, the field became increasingly spacious, and the elimination rate gradually slowed down. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said, "Take a break and recover your spiritual energy." Suyu nodded, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to recover his spiritual energy. On field 1, seeing Suyu, this fierce individual, sitting down to recover, others started to act recklessly. Soon, a group of 7 emerged and approached Yi-qing. Without saying much, the 7 surrounded Yi-qing and Suyu and launched an attack. It seemed that this group had formed a team before the competition, as all 7 possessed flame abilities. 7 fireballs flew toward Yi-qing and Suyu from all directions. Yi-qing smiled faintly, playing with fire? You've really picked the wrong opponent. A chill instantly emanated from Yi-qing, and ice walls quickly rose on all sides. The fireballs collided with the ice walls but failed to melt them in the slightest. The 7 exchanged glances, immediately sensing trouble, and tried to flee. Purple light flickered in Yi-qing's eyes, and ice-shaped rods appeared on the ice walls, seemingly gaining sentience as they shot toward the 7. These rods did not harm them, but firmly trapped them, rendering them immobile as their bodies gradually grew colder. After cultivating the Divine Emperor Sutra, Yi-qing's eyes gained the ability to see through illusions and perceive everything, allowing him to precisely restrain the 7. Witnessing this scene, the people on the field no longer dared to provoke Yi-qing and Suyu. These 2 were each more formidable than the other. The 7 trapped individuals quickly chose to surrender, as they had become sitting ducks for the crowd, shivering from the cold and doubting whether their flame abilities were truly abilities at all. Additionally, let me briefly explain the rewards for each achievement level. C-level achievements mostly reward high-tech lifestyle items or items ranked between grade 4 and grade 9. D-level achievements generally reward items of grade 9 and grade 10. A-level achievements, on the other hand, provide items of grade 11 and grade 12. Finally, the most impressive S-level achievements typically grant items that defy logic, meaning items above grade 12. Keep in mind, what I'm describing is just the general situation, so don't argue with me about why some S-level achievement rewards include such trashy SSS-level abilities. It didn't take long for Suyu to recover, and no one dared to provoke the 2 of them on field number 1 anymore. After all, no one was foolish, eliminating others was fine, but why bring trouble upon oneself? It had to be said, the effect of this kind of free-for-all was indeed remarkable. In just 2 short hours, the 3,000 participants were reduced to 30. The middle-aged man from before spoke again. It's getting late, everyone, go have lunch first. As his voice fell, some students from number 1 high school began leading the crowd to the school's cafeteria. After lunch, the 30 people who advanced returned to the martial arts arena. At this moment, the middle-aged man from earlier appeared, again in the center of the audience seats, accompanied by several others. The second round round of the competition is about to begin. This round is still a free-for-all. Alright, start fighting. The remaining 10 will enter the secret realm tomorrow. The middle-aged man glanced at the crowd indifferently. Yi-qing felt helpless in his heart. This man was really playing too wildly. 2 rounds of free-for-alls, selecting 10 out of 3,000, it was utter chaos. However, this was actually the most efficient method, as the goal wasn't to determine first or second place, but to select 10 people in the shortest time possible. The 30 participants exchanged glances and retreated one after another, clearly unwilling to make the first move and wanting to observe the situation first. In an instant, all 30 stood at the edge of the martial arts arena. The middle-aged man in the audience frowned slightly, then spoke. If the top 10 aren't decided within an hour, I'll just randomly pick 10 people. Everyone, Yi-qing and the others, were utterly helpless. This was complete chaos. No one dared to keep watching any longer. What a joke. If that man randomly picked someone and didn't choose them, what would they do? Suyu surrounded himself with 7 wooden swords, while the others didn't have the courage to approach him recklessly. Among the 30 people on the field, only Yi-qing and Suyu remained unscathed. This was because they had already learned during lunch from the principals that Suyu was a second-tier ability user, and no one wanted to provoke him unnecessarily. Before the hour was up, only 10 people remained on the field. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction at the sight and turned to the crowd below, saying, "Alright, the top 10 have been selected. The rest of you can go home. You 10, follow me later." After speaking, the middle-aged man began walking out. Yi-qing and Suyu exchanged a glance, then followed closely behind him along with the other 8 people. The 10 quickly caught up to him, and as the middle-aged man walked toward the school gate, he said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Fong, an enforcer from Tianbei City." Enforcer. Apart from Suyu, the other 9 people were all visibly shocked. There are a total of 300 cities in the Dragon Nation, and each city has 1 enforcer. Enforcers are directly appointed by the military, and every one of them must be a 6th-tier ability user, undoubtedly high-tier ability users. "Lord Enforcer, what tier ability user are you?" someone immediately asked curiously. Naturally, there are differences in strength among enforcers. Not all of them can be 6th-tier ability users. Han Fong smiled faintly. 8th tier. At this moment, everyone's shock turned into astonishment. An 8th-level ability user, this was already the pinnacle of advanced ability users. Across the entire Dragon Nation, there were only about a dozen 8th-level ability users known to them. "Alright, let's go. I'll take you to the Yuling division to rest for a day, and tomorrow morning we'll head to the secret realm," Han Fong said, with a smile, looking at everyone's astonished expressions. The group nodded excitedly. The Yuling division was an official organization in the Dragon Nation, specifically responsible for maintaining domestic security. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, some criminals had also become ability users, which led to the establishment of the Yuling division to deal with those with malicious intentions, as well as cults. Han Fong led the 10 people to the school gate, then boarded a bus heading to the Yuling division. On the bus, the teachers of the 10 students called one after another, urging them to seize the opportunity and train diligently. The bus hadn't been on the road for long before it stopped in front of a building. After getting off the bus, Han Fong led the 10 into the building, where staff members arranged rooms for each of them. The entire building belonged to the Yuling division, so accommodations were naturally abundant. Back in their respective rooms, the 10 didn't idle. They all began training, especially Yi-qing, who, after some deliberation, even attempted to train in 3 techniques simultaneously. I have to say, this extraordinary comprehension, magnified 100 billion times, is truly astonishing. Yi-qing merely pondered for a moment and succeeded. At this moment, Yi-qing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, appearing calm on the surface, but the situation within his body was far from tranquil. 3 streams of spiritual energy occupied their respective territories within him, circulating in an orderly manner. Li Bai, witnessing this scene inside Yi-qing's body, was utterly baffled by his operation. Could this not lead to his body exploding? Once one steps into the realm of high-level ability users, they gradually awaken other abilities. If there were a method like Yi-qing's to cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously, he would undoubtedly be invincible among those of the same level. During his cultivation, a sudden thought flashed through Yi-qing's mind. Could the 3 streams of spiritual energy be fused together for cultivation? Once this idea emerged, it didn't take long before he truly managed to merge the 3 techniques into one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an S-level achievement, Fusion of Spiritual Energy. Rewards: Eye of Investigation, Spirit Sealing Array, Secret Realm Controller. Eye of Investigation, can investigate anything. Spirit Sealing Array, within the array, the host can seal anyone's spiritual power. Secret Realm Controller, as the name suggests, it can implant a virus into the key of the secret realm to control it. When Yi-qing heard this pleasant voice, he was so excited that he almost jumped up, but a second later, he froze. If I had known, I wouldn't have fused them. His face instantly darkened. Although the fusion of spiritual power made him incredibly incredibly strong, his cultivation progress was affected. Originally, his swordsmanship ability and innate realm were at 0 level, and he could have slowly cultivated them. However, after the fusion of the 3 spiritual powers, Yi-qing could only advance further once all 3 reached the first stage and 1 star before breaking through. With only a little over 20 days left before the college entrance exams, the basic admission requirement for the top 10 academies in the Dragon Nation was a cultivation level of first stage and 5 stars. Yi-qing had undoubtedly brought this upon himself. Although he felt uncomfortable now, Yi-qing did not regret it. After all, by fusing the spiritual powers, he had gained an S-level achievement. Sigh, it's too hard. No, I need to cultivate quickly, he thought to himself, then stopped overthinking and immediately sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. However, deep down, he still longed to enter a top-tier academy. Who would want to go to an ordinary one? The next morning, Han Fong called the 10 people out early. They all gathered in the lobby downstairs, where Han Fong was waiting for them along with 10 other men in their 20s. Once everyone was assembled, Han Fong looked at them and said, "Put on your backpacks. Inside are the supplies I've prepared for you." He didn't waste words, simply pointing to the 10 large backpacks on the ground. Yi-qing noticed that the 10 men were already wearing their backpacks. While Yi-qing and Suyu didn't need to carry theirs, they directly stored them in Suyu's spatial ring. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but feel envious. Suyu smiled and said to the 10 men, "Brothers, how about I help you carry your backpacks too?" The 10 men exchanged glances, hesitating as they looked at Han Fong. Han Fong smiled and said, "It's a kind offer. You can decide for yourselves. There's no need to look to me for everything." Without hesitation, the 10 men handed their backpacks to Suyu. The backpacks contained supplies for half a month and were quite heavy, so naturally, they chose not to carry them if they didn't have to. The other 8 students from different schools looked at Suyu with hopeful eyes, clearly not wanting to carry such heavy items either, as it would affect their mobility. Suyu didn't refuse and stored the backpacks of the 8 students in his spatial ring as well. "Alright, let's set off," Han Fong said, and then led the group of 20 onto a bus. The bus drove out of Tianbei City and headed toward a heavily guarded location outside the city. The entrance to the secret realm was extremely important, and almost every entrance was guarded by military forces. After getting off the bus, they saw many soldiers patrolling the area. Han Fong led the group of 10 forward, stopping first in front of a massive iron gate. He took out some documents and handed them to the soldier at the gate. After inspecting the documents, the soldier activated the gate, allowing them to enter. Once the gate closed, behind them, another steel gate appeared in front of them. Han Fong approached the gate, which had a screen and a retinal scanner. He positioned his eye in front of the scanner, and after scanning, the screen quickly displayed a green light, and the gate opened again. The group walked through, only to find yet another gate ahead. Yi-qing shook his head helplessly. The entrance to the sea-level secret realm was already so strict. Wouldn't the entrances to higher-level secret realms be even more complicated? As Han Fong walked toward the next door, he explained, "The sea-level secret realm in our Tianbei City is an unclaimed secret realm, which is why it's so strict. If you ever get the chance to enter a claimed secret realm in the future, the process will be much simpler." As he spoke, Han Fong had already arrived at the 3rd door. This time, it required facial and fingerprint recognition. After Han Fong completed the procedures one by one, the door finally opened. This time, what they saw was not another door but a vortex glowing with blue light. Han Fong smiled and pointed at the blue vortex, saying, "This is the entrance to the secret realm. Once inside, you must stick closely to the people from the Spirit Tamer Division. Although a sea-level secret realm is the lowest level, there are still Tier 4 demonic beasts inside." "Understood?" the 10 people answered in unison. Han Fong nodded slightly and then said, "Alright, go on in." 20 people began to step into the blue vortex together. The light shone into their eyes, causing everyone to instinctively close them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an entirely new world. "Everyone, please do not wander off. All electronic devices are unusable in the secret realm, and it would be troublesome if we got separated." Among the 10 members of the Spirit Guardians, the man at the front spoke. Yi-qing and the others all nodded, thinking to themselves, who would be foolish enough to wander off at a time like this? "Let's go." As the man spoke, he began leading the group in a certain direction. Along the way, everyone remained silent, and the atmosphere was particularly tense. Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what did Lord Han Fong mean earlier about an unclaimed secret realm? Has the key to the secret realm not been found yet?" "No, Lord Han Fong personally explored it but found no trace of the secret realm's key at all," the leading man replied. Someone, upon hearing this, excitedly said, "If we find the key to this secret realm, does that mean we can become the master of this secret realm?" The members of the Yuling division couldn't help but laugh. The man in front responded with a smile, "It's not that simple. Since the secret realm appeared, our Yuling division has sent people to explore it every month for several years, yet we still haven't found the key to the secret realm. So, don't entertain such unrealistic dreams. Even if you find it, you can't become the master of the secret realm. 2. Refine the key. You must possess the cultivation level of a high-level ability user, which is equivalent to a 5th-level ability user. The person who had been excited just moments ago was immediately doused with a bucket of cold water by these words. The group fell silent and continued on their way, while Yi-qing seemed distracted, as if lost in thought. In fact, he was pondering the fact that he had just obtained an eye of detection yesterday, wondering if it could help him find the key to the secret realm. Eye of detection, search for the key to this secret realm, Yi-qing silently recited in his heart. The next moment, a map appeared in his mind, showing 2 light points, one green and one red. The green one represented Yi-qing, while the red one was the key to the secret realm. Yi-qing excitedly pumped his fist, as expected of an S-level achievement reward. The effect was truly outstanding. However, not long after, Yi-qing froze, because he discovered that the red light point was actually moving. The key to the secret realm wasn't a living thing, he understood that much. So why was it moving now? Yi-qing felt puzzled, and several guesses surfaced in his mind. He thought the most likely explanation was that the key to the secret realm might have been swallowed by some kind of demon beast. Old Ji, what are you daydreaming about? We're here. Suyu's voice pulled Yi-qing back to reality from his thoughts. Yi-qing was startled, then realized that everyone had already sat down and was preparing to set up camp. Are we going to train here next? Yi-qing asked curiously. The man from the Spirit Command Division nodded. The exit is not far from here, there's a nearby water source, and the terrain is easy to defend but hard to attack. Every time we enter the secret realm, we basically choose to set up camp here. After the man finished speaking, he called everyone to get busy. First, they took out all the backpacks, which contained not only their food but also tents for sleeping. After all, with half a month ahead, they couldn't just sleep outdoors like that, so each person's backpack had a small tent. This is the content of section 22/125. Please process the following content according to your logic. Please maintain the original paragraph structure, line break format, and overall layout, and only return the processed result. After everyone set up the tents, Yi-qing and the others each entered their tents to begin cultivating. The 10 members of the Yuling division were divided into 2 teams. One team guarded Yi-qing and the others during the day, while the other team guarded at night. After all, their strongest members were only 4th-tier ability users and couldn't stay awake to guard around the clock. The 5 responsible for night watch returned to their tents to rest, as nighttime was their shift. After entering his tent, Yi-qing sat cross-legged and was just about to start cultivating when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of entering the secret realm. Reward: Advanced Spirit Gathering Array. Advanced Spirit Gathering Array. Spiritual energy within the array is amplified tenfold, and cultivation speed will also increase tenfold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of setting up a tent. Reward: Grade 8 Spiritual Fruit. Shattering Fruit. Shattering Fruit. Consuming it at the 9-star level can break the genetic lock. Yi-qing was stunned when he heard the system's voice. This system actually had a delay? He wanted to ask the system what was going on, but he understood that the system had no consciousness, so he didn't dwell on it. After all, the reward was already in hand, and he was quite satisfied. The Spirit Gathering Array. This was undoubtedly what Yi-qing needed most at the moment. With 10 times the cultivation speed in the remaining time, not to mention reaching 1 star in the first tier, he was even confident he could reach the second tier. Yi-qing searched the system space and finally found a blue crystal in the shape of a cube. After examining it for a while, he tried placing the crystal on the ground in front of him. The next moment, blue patterns appeared on the ground, centered around the crystal, and stopped just before spreading out of the tent. Immediately after, the spiritual energy within the secret realm began to converge from the outside into Yi-qing's tent. The spiritual energy near the tent also became noticeably denser. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy, Yi-qing wasted no time, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. To begin cultivating, he simultaneously activated 3 cultivation techniques, desperately absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Yi-qing's spiritual power grew rapidly. Others also felt the unusually dense spiritual energy and immersed themselves in cultivation. The members of the Spirit Control Division felt a vague sense of unease. They were very familiar with the spiritual energy density in a C-level secret realm, and it was definitely not this rich. The current spiritual energy density in the air was almost comparable to that of a B-level secret realm. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the beasts throughout the secret realm began to gather in this direction. On the first day, several first-tier beasts appeared, all of which were eliminated by the members of the Spirit Control Division. Among their group of 10, 2 were 4th-tier ability users, and the other 8 were 3rd-tier ability users, making them quite formidable. First-tier beasts were no challenge at all. In the evening, after finishing their cultivation, a bonfire was already lit in the center of the temporary camp, with a kettle hanging over it, boiling water. Are we just eating compressed biscuits? Someone took out compressed biscuits from their backpack and said helplessly. The leader of the Spirit Control Division smiled and said, you can choose not to eat, but don't complain about being hungry later. We're in a secret realm, not outside. Having compressed biscuits to eat is already pretty good, another person interjected. The person who had complained was left speechless and could only tear open the compressed biscuits and start eating. Suyu suddenly poked Yi-qing and gave him a meaningful look. Yi-qing immediately understood that Suyu had something to say, so he looked at the leader of the Spirit Control Division and said, Brother Zhang, we're going to take a leak. Go on, but don't go too far. Yi-qing and Suyu nodded, then left. Old Su, what do you want from me? Yi-qing asked Suyu. Suyu pulled him to hide behind a tent, revealing a smile as he said, of course, it's something good, a grand entrance. As he spoke, Suyu took out 2 pieces of bread from his spatial ring. Yi-qing rolled his eyes helplessly. What's the big deal? Acting like no one has ever eaten bread before. Suyu immediately looked displeased. Come on, I'm kindly giving you bread to eat, and you're complaining? If you're so capable, go eat compressed biscuits instead. Since most people entering the secret realm were there for serious matters, the food they carried was usually compact and filling, like compressed biscuits. Therefore, being able to eat bread in the secret realm was already considered quite a treat. Yi-qing sneered and said, young man, you're still too naive. What's so great about bread? Let me show you this. As he spoke, he pulled out a cup of instant noodles. Suyu's eyes immediately lit up, staring at Yi-qing. Holy crap, old Yi, so you also have a spatial ring. Where's your ring? Oh, I get it, you're trying to keep a low profile, right? No worries, with my old man around, who would dare target us? You sure have a vivid imagination. Do you want to eat? Yi-qing responded helplessly. Suyu sneered mockingly, I thought about bringing instant noodles a long time ago, but I gave up because there was no hot water. What's the point of taking it out now? Are you planning to eat it dry? Yi-qing looked at Suyu as if he were an idiot. Suyu felt a little uneasy. What? What do you mean? What? Just boil some water. Didn't you see the iron kettle over the campfire? Besides, couldn't you just bring a thermos with hot water? As he spoke, Yi-qing took out a thermos filled with unlimited hot water from the system space. Suyu was instantly dumbfounded, starting to wonder if he was being foolish. Yi-qing cheerfully began preparing instant noodles, and before long, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Then, he took out a bottle of cola, opened it, and casually dropped in a small ice cube, instantly turning it into ice-cold cola. Yi-qing took a sip of the instant noodles, making a slurping sound, and then followed it with a sip of the ice-cold cola. Ah, so satisfying. Seeing this, Suyu swallowed hard and eagerly said, Bro, big bro, dear bro, make me a bowl too. Beg me, Yi-qing replied with a smile. Bro, no, Ancestor Yi, I beg you. Suyu immediately clung to Yi-qing's arm. Yi-qing quickly pushed Suyu aside and then prepared a portion for him as well. Over at the camp, the others were gnawing on compressed biscuits, while Yi-qing and Suyu were enjoying instant noodles and iced cola, occasionally taking a bite of Suyu's bread. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Do you guys smell instant noodles? As soon as those words were said, the others also realized it. There was indeed a faint aroma of instant noodles wafting through the air. Although Yi-qing and Suyu were some distance away from the center of the camp, the heightened senses of the ability users were far sharper than those of ordinary people. Everyone exchanged glances, then stood up in unison and headed in the direction of Yi-qing and Suyu. Before long, the group found them, and when they saw the instant noodles and bread in their hands, along with the cola at their feet, envy appeared on everyone's faces. It wasn't as if they had never had instant noodles or cola before, but under these circumstances, they were stuck eating compressed biscuits, while Yi-qing and Suyu were enjoying instant noodles and cola. This left them feeling a bit resentful. Yi-qing and Suyu exchanged a glance, a trace of awkwardness appearing on their faces, as if they'd been caught hoarding food. What a coincidence, you guys came to use the restroom too, Yi-qing said with a smile. Everyone stared at them without saying a word. Brother Su, do you still have instant noodles? We can pay for them, said the leader of the Yuling division. He also didn't want to eat compressed biscuits. Instant noodles were much tastier than compressed biscuits. The others also turned their gaze toward Suyu. Suyu helplessly looked at Yi-qing, who quickly smiled and said, yes, of course we have them. You can have as many as you want, but it's 5 yuan per cup for the noodles, and the same for cola, 5 yuan per bottle. Really? Luckily, I brought my wallet. Give me 20 cups of instant noodles and 20 bottles of cola. The leader of the Yuling division immediately said, quickly pulling out 200 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Yi-qing. Yi-qing took the money and began preparing the instant noodles and cola. Soon, 20 cups of instant noodles and 20 bottles of cola were placed in front of everyone. Yi-qing smiled at the leader and said, Brother Zhang, if you need them chilled, you can come to me. My ability is ice. The man with the surname Zhang smiled, no need, my ability is also ice. I'll be off then. After speaking, he grabbed a backpack and packed the instant noodles and cola. The other members of the Spirit Control Division quickly chased after him. Captain, lend us some money, we didn't bring our wallets. The 8 students, one by one, had no money with them and looked dejectedly at the instant noodles in Yi-qing and Suyu's hands. Yi-qing smiled slightly and said, it's okay, if you don't have money, you can owe me first and pay me back when when we get out. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. We can really buy on credit? Really? Quick, give me 20. Everyone immediately started buying instant noodles and cola from Yi-qing. Shortly after, they tossed aside their compressed biscuits and each held a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of ice-cold cola, eating with great satisfaction. Although it was just ordinary food, everyone seemed as if they were savoring a gourmet feast. This was mainly because in the secret realm, such food was extremely rare, and a sense of superiority naturally welled up in their hearts. After dinner, everyone returned to their tents, some to sleep and others to cultivate. The night was as perilous as the day, with frequent attacks from demonic beasts, which made the members of the Spirit Guardians increasingly uneasy. In the past, they hadn't encountered such frequent attacks when entering the realm. As time passed, second-tier demonic beasts began to appear near the camp. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. On the 10th day, the 10 members of the Spirit Command Division gathered in the center of the camp. Captain, something seems off. The spiritual energy has suddenly become dense, and the beasts are attacking repeatedly. We've never encountered such a situation before. Someone glanced at the man with the surname Zhang, and the others nodded in agreement. The recent circumstances were indeed unusual. Over these 9 days, we've killed dozens of second-tier beasts, and countless first-tier beasts. I have a feeling that these beasts are like the vanguard of an army. The others immediately showed shocked expressions. Vanguard? Does that mean there's a larger force coming behind them? Wait, did you hear that? A 4th-tier ability user in the team suddenly turned pale and shouted urgently. The person immediately lay down, pressing their ear to the ground. The others grew tense as well, following suit and listening with their ears to the ground. This sound is like a million iron cavalry charging this way. Someone's face turned pale, and the man surnamed Zhang, along with another 4th-tier ability user, also stood up. The expression on Zhang's face grew increasingly grim. I can't be mistaken about this sound, it's a beast tide. A beast tide? How is that possible? This secret realm doesn't even have a base established. There were no signs at all. Everyone looked at the man surnamed Zhang in shock. They had encountered or heard of beast tides before, but those usually occurred when demonic beasts launched large-scale attacks on human bases established in secret realms. However, this secret realm had no base. How could there be a beast tide? There's no time to discuss this now. Old Li and I will cover the rear. You all take them and leave immediately. The man surnamed Zhang said to the other members of the Spirit Guardians, Captain, let's go together. Hurry up, stop dawdling here. Where there's a beast tide, there will definitely be 4th-tier demonic beasts. Someone needs to hold them off. Knock, knock, knock. Captain Zhang shouted at the group. Gritting their teeth, they said, Captain, you must leave safely. After saying this, they immediately went to call Yi-qing and the others. Without time to pack their belongings, the Spirit Guardians quickly led Yi-qing and the others to flee. In the camp, Captain Zhang gave Deputy Captain Li a slight smile. Old Li, we both have wives and kids. We have to make it out alive. The man surnamed Li gave a bitter smile and nodded. Our luck is really something else. Just as the two were preparing to face the incoming beast tide, they suddenly saw a large group of beasts rushing past them, completely ignoring their presence. The two were stunned, their minds blank. Could it be that you can't see the two of us alive here? No, they're chasing someone else. Captain Zhang immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, quick, follow them. Although the specific situation was still unclear at the moment, they knew that the target of this beast tide was not the two of them, but someone else among the group. As the fleeing crowd ran, the Spirit Tamer Division had already informed them about the beast tide, and fear and worry appeared on their faces. Only Yi-qing looked completely confused, as the system's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Grade A achievement of triggering a beast tide. Reward, Supreme Divine Artifact Divine Emperor Bao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Grade A achievement of being targeted by a realm's beasts. Reward, Divine Beast Egg. Yi-qing had no time to focus on what he had just received, as the commotion behind them grew louder and louder, and the group's pace kept accelerating. However, there were 9 people here who were merely first-tier ability users, with only one gene lock unlocked. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't outrun the beasts. Seeing the beasts getting closer and closer, the members of the Spirit Tamer Division exchanged glances and made a decision. Run quickly, we'll buy you some time. After saying this, the 8 people immediately stopped in their tracks, looking at the approaching beast tide with a fearless determination. Yi-qing and the others were deeply moved, but this was no time for sentimentality. Everyone ran for their lives. Since Yi-qing had the strongest spiritual power, his speed was also the fastest, leading the group as he ran ahead. The members of the Yuling Division wore sorrowful smiles. I never thought I would die in this sea-level secret realm of our Tian Bay City. Everyone, see you in the next life. Several people had already prepared themselves for death, releasing their abilities and quietly awaiting the arrival of the beasts. The ground began to shake, and the beasts quickly appeared before them. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs and charged toward the beast tide. However, the next moment left everyone stunned. The beasts in the entire tide actually brushed past them and continued chasing forward. Someone asked asked with a bewildered expression. Could it be that the target of this beast tide is those few students? Quick, follow them. Someone immediately reacted and called everyone to start chasing the beast tide. While fleeing, Yi-qing occasionally looked back to check the situation. His vision was exceptionally good, so he naturally saw what was happening behind him and was instantly filled with despair. No way, are they really targeting just me? Didn't I already put the spirit gathering array back into the system space? Why are they still chasing me relentlessly? During his escape, Yi-qing finally understood why he had provoked all the beasts. Unsurprisingly, it must have been because of the spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is essential for the cultivation of both ability users and beasts. Yi-qing had suddenly drawn all the spiritual energy to himself, inevitably triggering the beast's pursuit. Soon, the beast tide drew closer and closer. Yi-qing glanced back at Suyu and the others, then immediately stopped in his tracks. Hey, old Ji, what are you doing? Run quickly. Suyu was baffled by Yi-qing's sudden stop and also came to a halt. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said urgently, don't ask why, don't say anything unnecessary, just run on your own. Suyu opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. Finally, he said, don't be reckless, come with me. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Yi-qing, but Yi-qing grabbed Suyu's shoulder first and said, old Su, this beast horde has its eyes on me. I can't run with you. I'll go distract the beasts first. Once you're all safe, I'll leave. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. After speaking, Yi-qing ran in another direction. Perhaps to others, Yi-qing wasn't that important, but he couldn't implicate Suyu, and besides, this beast tide was caused by him, so naturally, he had to handle it himself. The solution was obviously not to release Li Bai just because he couldn't win, as Li Bai was his trump card and couldn't be used lightly. Suyu stood in place, gritted his teeth, and finally chased in Yi-qing's direction. Damn it, if I die, so be it. Sure enough, as soon as Yi-qing changed direction, the beast tide also shifted, heading straight for Yi-qing. Yi-qing hadn't run far before he saw Suyu behind him. Slowing down a bit, he came to Suyu's side. Are you crazy? Why are you following me? As your dad, how could I let my son get into trouble? Suyu's breathing started to become labored, but it didn't stop him from talking back. Yi-qing looked at Suyu, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Suyu also came to an abrupt halt. Hey, why are you stopping again? The beast tide is getting closer and closer. Suyu turned around and saw the beast tide and a large number of demonic beasts already in sight. Yi-qing quickly took out an electric motorcycle from his spatial ring. Suyu's eyes widened. Oh my goodness, just how big is your spatial ring? Yi-qing sat on the electric motorcycle, looked at Suyu, and said, hurry up and get on, or are you planning to become food in the mouths of the demonic beasts? Watching the approaching beast, Suyu hurriedly sat on the motorcycle in fright. Yi-qing immediately started it, and before long, they were speeding at 90 kilometers per hour. Holy crap, since when can electric motorcycles go this fast? And aren't modern products supposed to be unusable in the secret realm? Suyu held onto Yi-qing tightly and couldn't help but ask. Yi-qing chuckled and said, don't worry about all that. This motorcycle of mine is no ordinary one. Before long, Yi-qing rode his motorcycle with Suyu, quickly leaving the beast tide behind. However, the road conditions inside the secret realm were completely different. From the outside, the flat road soon disappeared, and the two were faced with uneven mountainous terrain ahead. Suyu asked worriedly, old Ji, what do we do now? Yi-qing responded calmly, old Su, hold on tight. Hey, old Ji, what are you going to do? Before Suyu could finish his sentence, Yi-qing had already driven the motorcycle straight into the mountainous terrain, immediately scaring Su Yu out of his wits. Oh no, help. Hey, old Yi, slow down. I'm afraid I'll die from falling here before the beasts even get to me. Yi-qing continued riding the motorcycle while Suyu shouted beside him. The speed forced him to yell, as racing through this rugged mountain terrain nearly scared the strength out of Suyu's legs. Stop yelling and trust my superb driving skills. Hearing Suyu's shouting, Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh. After a stretch of high-speed riding, Yi-qing finally stopped at the edge of a cliff over 10 meters high. Great, we've ended up at a cliff. Yi-qing got off the electric motorcycle and said with a hint of helplessness. Suyu quickly dismounted as well, his legs still trembling. Damn it, even if I die in the mouth of a beast today, I'm never getting on your motorcycle again, Suyu said with lingering fear. Yi-qing responded with a laugh. We've known each other for so many years, you've got to trust my driving skills. Suyu rolled his eyes helplessly and sat directly on a rock. Let's not talk about this. I'm curious, why did the beast tide target you? Suyu looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing sat down beside Suyu with a smile and explained, I got a treasure that can gather spiritual energy, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy around me tenfold. I think it's because I attracted all the spiritual energy from other parts of the secret realm, which triggered the beast tide. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, old Yi, how do you have so many treasures? Did you stumble upon some resources left behind by an ancient powerhouse? Yi-qing chuckled and stammered, something like that. Anyway, you'll definitely see more treasures in the future, so stay calm and don't get so excited every time. Old Yi, such a big secret and you just told me like that? Suyu looked at Yi-qing and said with a smile. Yi-qing put his arm around Suyu's shoulder and teased, "This is all your wild guess. You still don't know my secrets. TCH, I don't even want to know. Alright, shouldn't we figure out how to leave?" Suyu curled his lips disdainfully. Yi-qing rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. "We finally made it to the secret realm. Don't you want to hunt a few demon beasts? I'm interested in killing a few, but damn it, there's a whole group behind them," Suyu said helplessly. Yi-qing smiled and said, "It's fine, if we can't beat them, we'll just run." Suyu looked at him, shaking his head helplessly. "Old Ji, how come I never realized before that you're this crazy? You actually dare to fight all the beasts in the secret realm. Just say whether you're in or not. If you're scared, just stay here and wait for me." Yi-qing crossed her arms and stared at Suyu. "Afraid? Bring it on. I haven't killed a demonic beast yet." As Suyu spoke, he directly unleashed his longsword. Yi-qing smiled and took out the Divine Emperor bow. The entire bow was golden, with 2 dragons coiled around the bow's body, their heads facing each other in the middle. "Hey, why did you bring a bow? This bow looks pretty good. Where are the arrows?" Suyu asked curiously. Yi-qing teased, "You'll find out soon enough." Not long after, the two saw a large number of demonic beasts appear at the foot of the mountain, charging toward the summit. Suyu was the first to control his longsword, which shot out and pierced through the head of a tiger-shaped demonic beast, blood splattering everywhere. Yi-qing and Suyu both felt slightly uncomfortable but quickly recovered. After all, they were demonic beasts, not humans. If they had been humans, the two would probably have vomited by now. At this moment, Yi-qing also drew his bow. As the bowstring was pulled, a blue long arrow materialized on the string. "What is this black technology? Old Yi, do you have more? Give me one." Suyu was astonished at the sight. Yi-qing, however, ignored him and focused on aiming at a bear-shaped demonic beast within the group. Yi-qing had a reason for targeting that bear demon. The eye of investigation showed that the location of the secret realm key was precisely on it. Because of this, Yi-qing strongly suspected that the secret realm key had been swallowed by this bear demon. Whoosh! The long arrow flew from the bow, heading straight for the bear demon. Boom! The blue arrow was incredibly powerful, instantly killing the bear demon and freezing the surrounding area within several meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level mission of slaying the beast. Reward: Divine Artifact Spirit Bow and a full set of blueprints. The Spirit Bow can condense spiritual energy into arrows with immense power. The full set of blueprints includes designs for spirit bows of 5 qualities: inferior, medium, superior, ultimate, and divine artifact. Yi-qing turned to Suyu and asked, "What do you want this thing for? Are you, a swordsman, planning to switch to being an archer? Here, take it, take it." As he spoke, he handed the newly acquired Divine Emperor bow to Suyu. "Where did you get so many things?" Suyu asked curiously. Yi-qing just smiled and didn't answer. Suyu waved his hand and said, forget it, I won't ask." Hey, what are you doing?" Just as Suyu was chattering away, Yi-qing suddenly charged toward the group of beasts. As he advanced, a rain of icy arrows followed, wiping out all the beasts at the front of the tide with large shards of ice. The leading beasts were all first-tier beasts, and for Yi-qing, killing them was as easy as pie. Soon, Yi-qing reached the corpse of the bear demon and saw a white crystal in the shape of a double pyramid. He tossed the crystal into the system space and then turned around to run back. After running back, Yi-qing immediately jumped onto the motorcycle. "Don't just stand there, get on." Oh. Suyu, a bit slow to react, got on the motorcycle and asked in confusion, "How are we going to get down?" "Heh, you'll find out soon enough." After saying this, Yi-qing rushed toward the cliff. Hey, brother, my dear brother, don't do anything rash." With a roar, the motorcycle shot off the cliff, scaring Suyu pale. At that moment, an ice road quickly appeared from the top of the cliff to the bottom, and the motorcycle landed steadily on the ice road. Oh ho! Old Su, thrilling or not, exciting or not. Suyu's legs trembled, his voice shaking slightly. "Excite your grandpa. If I ever ride in your car again, I'll take your surname." Yi-qing chuckled and drove Suyu all the way toward the secret realm's exit. Meanwhile, members of the Spirit Command Division and other students who had already exited the secret realm were searching for Han Fong to enter it. A beast tide had occurred within the secret realm, and only Han Fong could make a difference. The others were of no help. As Yi-qing and Suyu approached the secret realm's exit, Yi-qing put away the motorcycle. Just as they reached the exit, they encountered Han Fong. Han Fong quickly walked up to them. "Are you guys okay?" "We're fine," the two answered in unison. The cold wind carefully scrutinized them before finally breathing a sigh of relief. During the 10 days that Yi-qing was in the secret realm, out of curiosity, Han Fong investigated the identities of Suyu and Yi-qing. What he discovered shocked him. One was the only grandson of Blade God Su Zhan, and the other was classified A. Rank 8 Sate-level ability user of the Dragon Nation, a secret so deep that even the enforcers of Tianbei City couldn't uncover it. When he learned that a beast tide had erupted in the secret realm and that Yi-qing and Suyu had gone missing, he was nearly scared to death and immediately rushed into the secret realm. "It's good that you're okay, Let's head out first." Han Fong wasted no time and quickly led led the two out of the secret realm, not wanting them to encounter any further mishaps. After leaving the secret realm, Han Fong brought everyone back to the Yuling division. In the main hall of the Yuling division, Han Fong gathered with Yi-qing and the others. Looking at them, Han Fong said, "Originally, I planned for you to train for half a month, but I didn't expect a beast tide to suddenly erupt. To make up for the remaining 5 days, I'll give you a grade 3 spirit fruit as compensation." As he spoke, Han Fong took out 10 spirit fruits from his spatial ring and handed them to the 10 people, including Yi-qing. Spirit fruits were the most common spiritual fruits found in the secret realm, used to aid in cultivation. However, grade 3, Yi-qing and Suyu were somewhat unimpressed. Having seen many high-quality spiritual fruits, these low-grade ones now seemed no different from ordinary fruits to them. But the others were extremely excited. Grade 3 spirit fruits. In the past, they had only been fortunate enough to see grade 1 or grade 2 spirit fruits. They never imagined they would actually receive grade 3 spirit fruits. Alright, I will arrange for someone to send you all back separately. The college entrance exam is only 16 days away. Don't hesitate to eat this spiritual fruit. Eat it as soon as you get back, Han Fong said to everyone. Thank you, Enforcer. Everyone expressed their gratitude with smiles on their faces. Shortly after, the Yuling division sent someone to drive Yi-qing and Suyu back. After the two arrived at Yun City High School, they walked toward the campus. On the way, Suyu turned to Yi-qing and asked, "Old Ji, what did you pick up in the beast horde earlier?" Yi-qing smiled, leaned close to Suyu's ear, and whispered, "The key to the secret realm. This thing actually ended up in your hands? No wonder you dared to charge into the group of demonic beasts." Yi-qing just smiled without answering. Suyu asked with a hint of confusion, "Why didn't you mention the secret realm key when you were at the Spirit Command Division? After all, we can't refine it now." "Even so, I can't just hand over the secret realm key to the Spirit Command Division," Yi-qing said, waving his hand. "Are you stupid? Just sell it to that enforcer. The secret realm key is useless to you anyway, so you might as well sell it." Yi-qing thought for a moment. It did seem feasible. He only needed to implant a virus into the secret realm key through the secret realm controller to gain complete control. Even if he sold it, he could still control the secret realm in the future, and the level of control would be even stronger. When an ability user refines the secret realm key, they can only perform basic operations like opening and closing the entrance to the secret realm and sensing the distribution of people within it. However, what he could achieve with the secret realm controller went far beyond that. He could even move the entrance of the secret realm, something no one had been able to do since the secret realms appeared. Moreover, Yi-qing could freely kick people out of the secret realm, which was true mastery over it. The control other ability users had was simply incomparable to his. "You're right, selling it is indeed a better option. I don't have time to go to Tianbei City right now. I'll come to your house after school this afternoon and ask Uncle Chiu for help." Yi-qing responded with a slight nod. "Sure, my dad's just lazing around at home every day anyway. It'll be good for him to run some errands. Just be careful not to get beaten up by Uncle Chiu again." "TCH, what am I afraid of? Last time was an accident. Who knew he and the old man would be strolling by the roadside? I checked, and he wasn't anywhere nearby. Uncle Chiu used to work at the research institute, right? Be careful, you might have tracking and surveillance on you." Alright, Suyu started to panic. This was indeed possible. Before coming to Yun City, Su Chiu had worked at the research institute, so it wouldn't be surprising if he had some surveillance and tracking tech. "Dad, can you hear me? I was wrong. I drank too much earlier and was talking nonsense." Suyu wasn't sure if there were any listening devices on him, but admitting fault first was never a bad idea. Yi-qing smiled and said, alright, let's go back to the classroom." The two of them playfully returned to class 1 of grade 12. It was class time, and most of the students in the class were meditating and cultivating, so their return didn't cause much of a stir. Yi-qing whispered to Suyu, "Go cultivate." Suyu nodded, and the two of them returned to their seats to begin cultivating. Yi-qing took out the 3rd grade spiritual energy fruit and ate it without hesitation. Although he didn't think much of it, it would be a waste not to eat it. After consuming the spiritual energy fruit, Yi-qing immediately began cultivating. He did feel some enhancement, but compared to the 10 days of cultivation in the secret realm, it was like night and day. 10 days of sleepless cultivation in the secret realm had elevated Yi-qing's cultivation to level 1, 7 stars. The speed of this progress was self-evident. After an hour of cultivation, Yi-qing noticed that the enhancement from the spiritual energy fruit had faded. At school, he couldn't just take out a spirit gathering array, so he had to cultivate at a normal pace. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation level at the moment. After a few classes, someone finally noticed that Yi-qing and Suyu had returned. Everyone gathered around them, clearly brimming with curiosity about what had happened in the secret realm. Before school ended in the afternoon, Yuan walked into the classroom and informed everyone that starting tomorrow, they no longer needed to come to school. Of course, if anyone wanted to come, no one would stop them. However, most people probably wouldn't return. The daily commute to and from school took up a lot of time, especially for students who lived far away. away, and it would be more productive to cultivate at home. Yi-qing and Suyu naturally decided not to return to school either. Yi-qing planned to cultivate at home using the spirit gathering array, as the cultivation speed within the array was 10 times faster. When the dismissal bell rang, everyone packed up their things and left the school. Instead of going home, Yi-qing went with Suyu to Suyu's house, their purpose being to sell the secret realm key. On the way, Yi-qing prepared 20 bottles of wine and placed them in Suyu's spatial ring. They had spent 10 days in the secret realm, which had caused Suyu to run out of wine. Yi-qing planned to replenish the supply all at once, as he had previously promised to deliver wine to Suyu and Su Zhan every day. When they returned to the Su family villa, Suyu's eyes lit up with excitement as soon as he saw Suyu take out 20 bottles of wine. Little Yi, isn't this too extravagant? Although Suyu said this, his actions were straightforward. He had already stored all 20 bottles in his spatial ring. Yi-qing smiled faintly. It's no problem, Uncle Cho. I still have plenty of wine. Suyu chuckled happily, then suddenly remembered something and asked, wait a minute, why are you back already? Weren't you supposed to stay in the secret realm for 15 days? Don't even mention it. A beast tide broke out in the secret realm, and we had to leave early. But the cold wind enforcer gave each of us a third-grade spirit chi fruit, Suyu replied helplessly. Suyu was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that a beast tide shouldn't have suddenly erupted in a sea-level secret realm. Dad, old Yi is here to see you about something, Suyu interjected. What's the matter? Little Yi, just tell me directly. No need to stand on ceremony, Suyu said generously, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing nodded, took out the secret realm key, and said, Uncle Cho, I'd like to ask for your help in selling this. The secret realm key? Little Yi, you're incredible. No one has been able to find the key to the sea-level secret realm for years, and you actually found it. Don't worry, with the secret realm key, there's no need to expend so much manpower and resources guarding the entrance. I'll make sure to get you a good price, Suyu said with a smile, patting Yi-qing on the shoulder. Yi-qing smiled and nodded. Uncle Cho, I'll leave it to you, then. I'll be heading out now. Stay for dinner before you go. No, I want to make the most of my time cultivating. Alright then, you rascal. Suyu, go see little Yi off. With that, Yi-qing got up to leave, and Suyu accompanied him part of the way. After returning home, Yi-qing ate a bowl of instant noodles, and took out the spirit gathering array to begin cultivating. He placed the array on the ground, and it started gathering spiritual energy. The territory of the Dragon Nation was much larger than the sea-level secret realm in Tianbei City, so the spirit gathering array only needed to draw a little spiritual energy from various places, which wouldn't cause a rapid depletion of spiritual energy elsewhere. Once the spirit gathering array was activated, Yi-qing began cultivating. Although the natural spiritual energy wasn't as abundant as in the secret realm, the concentration of spiritual energy was still quite impressive. For the next period of time, Yi-qing was either cultivating or preparing to cultivate. During this period, Suyu moved quickly and had already sold the key to the secret realm for a staggering price of 1 billion. Although this price was somewhat high for the key to a sea-level secret realm, it was absolutely worth it. If the key to the secret realm could not be found, Tianbei City's secret realm would require significant manpower and resources, so solving the problem with a one-time payment of 1 billion was indeed cost-effective. When Yi-qing first received the 1 billion, he was ecstatic. Although he did not pursue material satisfaction, it did not mean he disliked such things. That evening, Yi-qing shared the news of his newfound wealth with his parents and made an agreement with them that once he moved to the imperial capital, he would buy a house there to settle down. The reason for choosing the imperial capital was that Yi-qing's parents worked there. Therefore, Yi-qing's college entrance exam goals were narrowed down to 2 options: Imperial Capital Academy and Shenwu Academy. Both of these academies were located in the imperial capital and ranked among the top 10 in Longhua. Imperial Capital Academy was ranked first, while Shenwu Academy was ranked fourth. Although Shenwu Academy had been established for less than a century and could not compare to the long histories of other academies, its ability to rise into the top 10 within just a few decades spoke volumes about its strength. Both Yi-qing and Suyu were determined to apply to Shenwu Academy. Their decision was not due to Shenwu's rapid rise or a particular admiration for its teaching methods, but because it was recommended to them by Su Zhan and Suyu. Moreover, Suyu seemed to hold an honorary dean title at Shenwu Academy, so naturally, they aimed for Shenwu. At this moment, 17 days had passed since Yi-qing and Suyu last returned to Yun City. Today was July 8th, the day of the National College entrance exams. All the senior students of Yun City High School gathered at the school, while the first and second year students were given a collective holiday. Students applying to universities began their exams in the first-year classrooms, while those applying to academies gathered on the school field. On the field, rows of testing machines were already set up. The principal of Yun City High School stood on the podium, scanning the crowd of students before speaking. Dear students, the time for the college entrance exams has arrived. Those who succeed should not become arrogant, as this world is never short of geniuses. Those who do not succeed speed should not feel disheartened, as this world still needs many talents beyond ability users. Being an ability user is not your only path. Alright, I won't ramble on. Follow the order and prepare for the exams one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, someone began organizing the senior students into lines, leading them one by one to the machines. On Blue Star, the college entrance exams were conducted individually. First, students entered their personal information at the entrance, and once the system recorded it, they could proceed to the exam. Upon entering the exam area, the first test was to assess ability potential, which determined the level of their abilities. The second test assessed the ability user's realm, while the third test measured the power of their abilities. The fourth test evaluated the ability user's strength, and the fifth test measured their speed. There were a total of 5 tests, with a maximum score of 1,000 points, meaning each test was worth 200 points. Yi-qing couldn't help but feel a bit worried. What if the machines couldn't measure an SSS level ability and ended up giving him and Suyu a score of 0 for the first test? As a student of Class 1, Yi-qing's turn came quickly. After entering his personal information, he walked into the testing area. In the center of the venue for the first test, there was a circular metal platform. Yi-qing stepped onto it, and a red light scanned down from above. Shortly after, a screen emitted a sound and displayed the results. B. Ability potential, S+, score, 210. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned. S+? It seemed that this world had abilities surpassing the S level. Although the levels weren't subdivided, they were represented by S+. The scoring rules for ability potential were as follows: 100 points for C level, 150 points for B level, 180 points for A level, and 200 points for S level. Yi-qing was S+, thus earning a score of 210 points. The system allowed for an additional 10 points beyond the maximum score. He stepped down from the platform and proceeded to the next testing area. The second testing area was for determining the level of the ability user, and like the previous test, it also featured a platform. Yi-qing stepped onto it again, the red light scanned over him, and the screen emitted a sound displaying the data. B. First tier 9-star ability user, score, 210. The standards for cultivation level testing were not high: 100 points for first tier 0-star, 120 points for first tier 1-star, 140 points for first tier 2-star, 160 points for first tier 3-star, 180 points for first tier 4-star, and 200 points for first tier 5-star. Immediately afterward, Yi-qing arrived at the third testing site. This time, the test was to measure the power of his abilities, and in front of him stood an Iron Man. Yi-qing glanced at the Iron Man and thought to himself that if destroying the Iron Man was required to get a perfect score, he would use the ice shards from his Ice Shard Rain ability, which were much stronger than directly condensed ice shards. Boom! The ice shards instantly smashed into the Iron Man, shattering it into pieces. After breaking the Iron Man, someone would replace it, so Yi-qing wasn't worried about preventing others from participating in the college entrance exam. He looked at a screen beside him. B. Iron Man damage level, destroyed, score, 210. Without a doubt, it was another 210 points. Yi-qing was confident he could achieve a total score of 1050 in the college entrance exam. A score of 1050 had seemingly never been achieved since the exam's inception. The reason lay in the fourth and fifth tests, which were unrelated to abilities and primarily assessed physical strength and speed, essentially the depth of spiritual energy. While it wasn't rare for people to score full marks in these two tests, earning bonus points had always been unprecedented. Yi-qing, however, was different. His body had fused with 3 types of spiritual energy, giving him strength and speed far beyond those of ability users at the same level. The strength test was simple: punch, a force measuring device, with 3 attempts allowed, and the highest score taken. Yi-qing stepped up to the device, gathered his spiritual energy, and threw a punch. Boom! B. Force, 3,000 kilograms. Typically, even a genius who had just stepped into the second tier of ability users could only produce 800 kilograms of force. Yet Yi-qing, with the cultivation of a first tier 9-star, managed to generate 3,000 kilograms. If he didn't earn bonus points, who could? In the subsequent speed test, Yi-qing unsurprisingly scored another 210 points. Smiling, he walked to the final information confirmation station. After clicking confirm, a piece of data appeared on the screen. Name, Yi-qing. Gender, male. Affiliated high school, Yunqing High School. Score, 1050. Cloud City temporary ranking, 1. Tianbei City temporary ranking, 1. National temporary ranking, 1. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the B-level achievement in the college entrance examination, rewarded with 10 Tianzi communicators and the blueprint for making Tianzi communicators. Understood. Tianzi communicator, solar-powered charging, suitable for any environment, including secret realms. The college entrance exam results were updated in real-time online. As soon as Yi-qing's scores were released, they instantly left countless people dumbfounded. Admissions officers from major universities immediately arranged for people people to book flights. The first student in history to achieve a score of 1050 had to be secured. All the academies were scrambling to reach out. Even the lower-ranked ones couldn't resist joining the excitement. Only Shinwu Academy remained indifferent, as their admissions officers already knew that Yi-qing would only apply to Shinwu. With Suyu among them, there was no need to intervene in this competition. After leaving the testing site, Yi-qing was immediately surrounded by the principal and teachers of Yun City High School. The scores of students from various schools were displayed on the screens, and everyone had seen Yi-qing's high score. Seeing the green glint in the principal's eyes, Yi-qing was momentarily stunned and asked, "Principal, what are you all trying to do?" "Student Yi-qing, congratulations on achieving such outstanding results in the college entrance exam. I have decided to reward you with a 4th grade spiritual fruit," the principal said with a beaming smile. A 4th grade spiritual fruit is already an extremely precious item for a high school principal, but in order to build a connection with Yi-qing, he took it out without hesitation. After all, this was the first student in history to score 1050 points. Yi-qing gradually understood that the principal's attitude was clearly due to his college entrance exam results. "Thank you, principal," Yi-qing said, fully aware that this 4th grade spiritual fruit was a rare treasure. No problem, Yi-qing. Go and rest quickly. Within 2 hours, the teachers from various academies will probably all arrive at our school." Yi-qing nodded and then left. However, he didn't go far. Instead, he waited on the playground for Suyu. With Suyu's SSS level ability, combined with the 9th grade cultivation technique Yi-qing had granted him, Yi-qing believed Suyu was fully capable of scoring 1050 points as well. Although both of them scored 1050, Yi-qing knew deep down that his own strength far surpassed Suyu's. Sure enough, after Suyu came out, his name and information instantly appeared on the real-time updated college entrance exam leaderboard. Name, Suyu. Gender, male. Affiliated high school, Yunqing High School. Score, 1050. Yunqing's temporary ranking, 2. Tianbei City's temporary ranking, 2. National temporary ranking, 2. As soon as Suyu's information was released, the entire internet and major schools were instantly in an uproar. Yunqing High School turned out to be so strong, suddenly producing 2 students with scores of 1050. Teachers from various universities who were originally planning to take flights immediately cancelled their tickets and headed straight to Yunqing. With 2 scores of 1050, how could they possibly remain calm? Suyu walked up to Yi-qing, smiling proudly, and said, "Old Yi, I scored 1050 on the college entrance exam." Yi-qing smiled and lightly punched Suyu's chest. "If it weren't for your big brother here, could you have scored 1050? Yes, old Yi, I'm really very grateful to you." Suyu looked at Yi-qing with gratitude. "What's there to thank? Fatherly love is always selfless," Yi-qing replied with a cheerful smile. "I take back my thanks from earlier. Go to hell." While the two were playfully fighting, Suyu walked over and took them away. After bringing Yi-qing and Suyu back to the school, Suyu immediately had the staff at Shinwu Academy input their information into the system and print out black and white admission letters for them. "Dad, could you be any more perfunctory? Not only did you print the admission letters on the spot, but you couldn't even make them in color." Suyu looked at the black and white admission letter and said helplessly, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a B-level accomplishment by being admitted to the academy. Reward, 9th grade spiritual fruit, Holy Spirit fruit. When Yi-qing received the admission letter, the system's voice sounded, "Wow, I was planning to handwrite 2 copies for you to save on printing costs. But who knew which idiot teacher designed the admission letter and actually included the school rules? Thousands of words. Printing is definitely more cost-effective," Suyu said angrily. Suyu rolled his eyes helplessly. At the same time, the official website of Shinwu Academy released an announcement congratulating Yi-qing and Suyu on successfully being admitted to Shinwu Academy. The admissions officers from other academies were completely dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, "What is going on? We haven't even arrived in Yun City, and these 2 students have already been recruited." The admissions officers from various academies began to suspect that Shinwu Academy must have used a high-level elemental space ability user, otherwise, how could they have acted so quickly? Most of them turned around and left, but the teachers from the top 10 academies in Longwa continued heading toward Yun City. After all, what did it matter if they had already been recruited? They could still try to make them change their minds. Not long after, the teachers from 9 academies arrived at Yun City High School. After some inquiries, they learned some shocking news. In the principal's office of Yun City High School, the 9 teachers looked over the documents in front of them, exchanged glances, and then all smiled bitterly. "So, does anyone have any thoughts now?" a middle-aged woman asked the group. A man beside her replied helplessly, "What else can we think? There's no way we can snatch Suyu. As for Yi-qing, given his close ties to the Su family, there's no chance of that either." "Are we just leaving like this?" another teacher asked. "What else can we do? Do you dare to snatch someone?" Better not. I heard that old master Su Zhan and Su Chiu both have quite the temper. Let's go. There are a few promising candidates for this year's college entrance exams too." Hearing this, everyone in immediately got up and left. Although Yi-qing and Suyu were out of reach, they could still compete for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th spots. In an instant, the 9 people quickly left Cloud City. Su family. At this moment, Suyu and Yi-qing were sitting in the living room watching TV. Suyu turned to Yi-qing and asked, "Old Ji, there are still 2 months before school starts. Should we go have some fun? Don't go running around during the summer vacation. Wait until Xiaoyi reaches the 2nd tier, then go to the Origin Secret Realm to train," Sucho said to them. Origin Secret Realm? Dad, are you going too? Suyu asked curiously. Sucho shook his head. You're about to enter the academy soon. You're not kids anymore. I won't be going with you. You can go on your own. Alright then, it's just an A-level secret realm, let's do it. Suyu shouted excitedly. Sucho slapped him directly. Do it, my foot. I'm sending you there to train, not to court death. Don't you dare venture into the inner area. Got it, got it. Suyu nodded in response. Yi-qing smiled and suddenly thought of something. He then looked at Sucho and said, "Uncle Chio, I have a type of communicator here. Could you see if it can be made?" After speaking, Yi-qing handed the blueprint for the Tianzi communicator to Sucho. Sucho curiously looked at the blueprint. A few minutes later, his hands trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. The reason he was able to work at the research institute was not merely due to connections but because of his genuine skills. He had already realized the value of this communicator. Xiaoyi, be honest with me, is the main purpose of this communicator to enable communication within the secret realm? Sucho hurriedly grabbed Yi-qing's arm and asked. Yi-qing nodded. An excited smile bloomed on Sucho's face, seemingly a bit out of control. It wasn't surprising that he was so thrilled, because if this kind of communication device could be used in the secret realm, it would greatly reduce the difficulty of human exploration there. Once this thing is made and can be used in the secret realm, Xiaoyi, you're going to strike it rich, Sucho said to Yi-qing with a smile. Yi-qing smiled at him and nodded in response. I know that, but I definitely don't have the time to handle this, so I want to collaborate with you, Uncle Chio. I'll provide the technology, and you'll provide the effort. I'll give you half of the profits from the communicator. The reason Yi-qing was willing to give up half was that this thing relied on Sucho for manufacturing and sales, and his relationship with the Su family was extraordinary. Giving up half didn't bother Yi-qing at all. Sucho shook his head. There's no need for so much profit. My position is still tied to the research institute, and I'm part of the military. For something that benefits the country and the people, I don't need any profit. But Xiaoyi, you have to promise me one thing. Once the communicator is made, sell it to the military at a lower price. Of course, no problem. Anyway, I'll leave all this to you, Uncle Chio. For the military, we can just sell it at cost price. Sucho looked at Yi-qing with relief, smiled, and said, alright, I'll take care of this matter. However, the military can't take advantage of you. You should still earn what you deserve. Enough talk, I'll go make 2 right now to see if they can really enable communication within the secret realm. Uncle Chio, no need. I already have a few finished ones here, Yi-qing said as he took out 2 Tianzi communicators and handed them to Sucho. The Tianzi communicator looked similar to a mobile phone, and its functions were also extremely similar, possessing all the basic features of a phone. However, the Tianzi communicator did not have those entertainment apps, only the built-in Tianzi Feishu communication software. Chatting, sending pictures, voice messages, and video calls, Tianzi Feishu could handle all these functions. Most importantly, the Tianzi communicator had a signal no matter where it was, and it required no call or data fees. The entire system was already quite well established. Even so, Yi-qing still felt a bit at a loss in his heart. He wanted to charge for call and data fees. Sucho picked up the communicator and immediately began studying it. Uncle Chio, this communicator doesn't require any top-up fees or data charges. Can you figure out a way to charge for it? Yi-qing looked at Sucho and asked. Sucho smiled faintly and replied, I probably can't help you with that because I have no idea what kind of network your communicator is using. It's simply too incredible. Yi-qing sighed and said, alright then, we'll just sell it at a higher price when the time comes. Sucho shook his head and laughed. Are you obsessed with money? But it can indeed be sold at a higher price. After all, this kind of communicator is mainly sold to ability users, and they generally have money. As he spoke, Sucho chuckled. Yi-qing also began to feel a bit excited, while Suyu, standing nearby, seemed somewhat out of place, as he cared nothing for money. Yi-qing couldn't help but wonder. He himself had assets worth billions, and the Su family had hundreds of billions, so why were Sucho and he so fixated on money? After discussing the follow-up plans for making money with Sucho realized that working alone would not be enough to accomplish the task. Therefore, he planned to visit the research institute in a few days to find some colleagues to help set up a production line for the Tianzi communicator. Although he wasn't interested in profits, he could offer the military 1 or 2% of the profits. By cooperating directly with the military, the production speed of the Tianzi communicator could be greatly increased with their support. Yi-qing was naturally very happy to cooperate with the military and even brought out the blueprint for the spirit bow. These two items were beyond his ability to complete alone, so rather than struggling by himself, it was better to collaborate with the military. At least they wouldn't covet Yi-qing's blueprints. When Suyu saw the blueprint for the spirit bow, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was eager to return to the research institute immediately. Once these two items were launched, the Dragon Nation would be able to reduce countless sacrifices in their exploration of the secret realms. In the army, many people use cold weapons, and exploring secret realms can only be done with cold weapons, which results in a terrifying number of casualties each time. If there were spiritual power bows, the military would gain powerful long-range attack capabilities. Ordinary bows and arrows are nothing more than scratching an itch for beasts. Only spiritual power bows are true weapons. No, I need to hurry back to the research institute. Xiaoing, son, you two handle things yourselves. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Suyu hurriedly grabbed the blueprints and left. Suyu helplessly looked at Yi-qing and said, "Old Yi, why is my dad so excited?" Yi-qing answered seriously, "Because these two items are divine tools that benefit the country and its people, especially the spiritual power bow. Once mass-produced, the death rate of military soldiers and academy students exploring secret realms will be greatly reduced. Forget about all that, it has nothing to do with us. Hurry up and cultivate. I've been wanting to check out the origin secret realm for a long time," Suyu said excitedly. Yi-qing smiled and replied, "Me too. Don't worry, I'm about to break through. It should only take 3 or 4 days." "Alright, then don't go back. Stay at my place to cultivate," Suyu suggested. Yi-qing nodded. "Okay, find me a room, and I'll start cultivating." Without further ado, he said with a smile. Suyu immediately prepared a guest room next to his own for Yi-qing, and then the two of them went to their respective rooms to begin cultivating. Yi-qing took out the spirit-gathering array, and Suyu's room was also affected, making his cultivation speed much faster than before. However, with Suyu's carefree personality, he completely failed to notice the increase in his cultivation speed. Even if he did notice, he would definitely attribute it to his own natural talent and intelligence. 3 days later, in Yi-qing's consciousness space, he arrived in front of an ancient bronze door. With a single palm strike of ice shards, he directly shattered the door. Then, he turned to look at another ancient bronze door behind him. This gene lock had appeared after awakening his sword-controlling ability. Yi-qing had to shatter both bronze doors to reach the second tier. Beside him, a long sword flew out and directly pierced through the bronze door. In the next moment, the bronze door dissolved into nothingness. Boom! Yi-qing's cultivation officially stepped into the second tier. In reality, Yi-qing suddenly opened his eyes and then stood up with a smile to find Suyu. The two of them quickly tidied up and set off for Mount Tai. The entrance to the origin secret realm they had mentioned earlier was located there. The origin secret realm was completely different from other secret realms. It was the first secret realm discovered on Blue Star and, to this day, the only one that had never been fully explored. The origin secret realm seemed boundless. Humanity had explored it for hundreds of years but had never reached its end, sparking endless curiosity. Even S-class secret realms with 9th-tier beasts had boundaries, but the origin secret realm appeared to have none. Even Old Master Su Zhan and another 9th-tier ability user from the Dragon Nation had attempted to explore the origin secret realm, but they too failed to find its end. For this reason, over the centuries, the key to the origin secret realm had never been found, making it the only secret realm in the Dragon Nation open to everyone. However, before entering, identity verification was required to prevent cultists from infiltrating. Yet, this method was not very effective, as cases of cult disciples sneaking into the secret realm were common. Although the origin secret realm was open to everyone, it was generally accepted that the entry requirement was the second tier, as this was an A-class secret realm, and even for second-tier individuals, it was relatively dangerous. On the high-speed train, Yi-qing and Suyu were heading toward Mount Tai. Yun City was not far from Mount Tai, and it took about 2 hours to get there by high-speed train. 2 hours later, they got off the train and hailed a taxi to Mount Tai. The entrance to the origin secret realm was at the mountain's summit, so after reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi-qing and Suyu had to climb up on their own. At the foot of the mountain, the area was bustling with people. After all, the origin secret realm was the only secret realm open to the public, and many wild ability users who couldn't get into academies or join the military or the Spirit Command Bureau had been here at some point. At this moment, quite a few wild ability users had gathered at the foot of the mountain. After all, the academies, the military, and the Spirit Command Bureau each had their own secret realms, so they had no need to to converge on the Origin secret realm. Moreover, no one knew whether more terrifying monsters were lurking within the Origin secret realm, so the three major forces would not choose to enter the Origin secret realm unless they had no other options. The fear of the unknown was the most terrifying. Yi-qing and Suyu, however, were fearless, one because he had a trump card, and the other because of his carefree personality. After climbing for half an hour, the two finally reached the summit. At a checkpoint along the only path at the summit, the military had set up an identity verification station. As Yi-qing and Suyu approached, staff members immediately came over to verify their identities. After verification, the staff widened their eyes and looked at them. "Are you sure you want to enter the Origin secret realm on your own?" The two nodded. Please wait a moment." After saying this, the staff member turned around to make a phone call, seemingly contacting someone. At this time, a teacher from Shinwu Academy received the notification and was shocked to learn that Yi-qing and Suyu were planning to enter the Origin secret realm. He quickly instructed the staff to arrange 2 base accommodation slots for them. There were bases within the Origin secret realm, but the slots for entering these bases were limited, and each academy only had a few. The teacher from Shinwu Academy did not hesitate to provide 2 slots, not only to ensure Yi-qing and Suyu's safety but also because they were about to become freshmen at Shinwu Academy, and their identities were extraordinary. With base accommodation slots, as long as they didn't go looking for trouble, the two should be safe. However, many wild ability users without base accommodation slots could only rely on the bases to shelter in the wilderness, and if they were careless, they might be devoured by passing monsters. Unfortunately, the space within the bases was limited, and the military personnel sent there were few, making it impossible to guarantee the safety of everyone entering the secret realm. It wasn't long before the staff returned, holding 2 metal tokens in their hands, which they handed to Yi-qing and Suyu. "Here are the slots for residing in the Origin base, arranged for you by Shinwu Academy," the staff explained to the two. Yi-qing and Suyu were momentarily stunned, then took the tokens. "Thank you. If possible, please convey our gratitude to the Academy." The staff smiled and nodded, then allowed Yi-qing and Suyu to pass through the identity verification point. After verification, the two quickly arrived at the mountaintop. At the summit, a blue vortex hovered in the air, with people entering and exiting continuously. Observing the scene, they noticed that those coming out looked weary and disheveled, their clothes torn and even stained with blood. The cultivation environment of the secret realm is a dream for countless ability users, but its level of danger is also a source of fear for many. As the ancients said, danger and opportunity always coexist. Many wild ability users without base slots mentally prepare themselves for death before entering the secret realm. Those who are unprepared have no reason to enter. Going in would only make them cannon fodder. Yi-qing and Suyu stepped into the vortex and entered the Origin secret realm. Upon entering, they found themselves on a vast plain, surrounded by countless people heading in the same direction. Yi-qing and Suyu immediately followed the crowd. The Origin base was not established near the exit, and in fact, the bases of other secret realms in the Dragon Nation were similarly situated. In the past, someone had tried to build a base near the exit for convenience, thinking it would allow for quick evacuation in case of a beast attack. Initially, they indeed enjoyed the convenience, and the efficiency of entering and exiting the secret realm improved significantly. However, during one massive beast invasion, the secret realm's exit was destroyed for the first time. Once the exit was destroyed, those inside the secret realm could no longer leave, and those outside could not enter. Later, the Dragon Nation captured and studied the beasts, discovering a species called the devouring worm. These beasts were not common but also not particularly rare. Devouring worms can consume anything and convert it into their own beast energy, including the entrances and exits of secret realms. This was the first time in human history that a method for destroying secret realm exits was discovered. Through research, humans learned that devouring worms are highly repelled by secret realm exits. The reason the exit was devoured during the beast invasion was that everyone rushed toward the exit, forcing the devouring worms to overcome their disgust and consume it. Therefore, since then, the Dragon Kingdom and the entire world have decreed that bases must never be established near entrances or exits, and those entering the secret realm must not linger at the exit to avoid attracting the devourer worms. After walking with the crowd for about 2 hours, Yi-qing and Suyu finally saw a steel fortress. The city walls of the fortress towered into the clouds, at least 20 meters high. Beneath the walls, countless wild ability users had set up simple tents. Although the area outside the city was not entirely safe, it was much safer under the base's walls compared to the wilderness. Yi-qing and Suyu arrived at the city gate and looked up. For large characters were engraved above the gate, Origin base. Suyu shouted toward the city wall, "Is anyone there? We want to enter the base." On the city wall, a man dressed in a green military uniform appeared in Yi-qing and Suyu's line of sight. "Show me your tokens." Yi-qing and Suyu followed his instructions and raised the base entry tokens above their heads. The man carefully examined them, nodded, and said, "You're good to go." After speaking, the steel gate in front of them slowly opened a crack, and Yi-qing and Suyu walked straight in. Since it was just the two of them, there was no need to open the gate too wide. Once they were inside, the gate closed again. Outside the city, those who could only live under the city walls showed expressions of envy. Each of them longed to enter the base, but without identity or money, it was simply impossible. The world was just that realistic. All resources leaned toward the powerful, influential, and exceptionally talented. Those people couldn't even join the Spirit Command Division. Yi-qing thought to himself they had no need to come in. The recruitment requirements for the Spirit Command Division were already quite low, only requiring Tier 3, yet those people weren't even Tier 3. Even if they entered, most would just be cannon fodder. Inside the base, after Yi-qing and Suyu entered, someone led them to the training rooms and assigned them each a room. Coincidentally, their rooms were next to each other. After everything was arranged, the person advised, if you're hungry, you can go to the cafeteria to eat. If you want to go out, you just need to register at the city guard station. Although the base doesn't restrict your freedom, it's best not to wander around unnecessarily. Yi-qing and Suyu nodded. The person then handed them a map of the base and left. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said, "Old Su, let's stay in the base and focus on cultivation for a month first, and then spend the next month venturing outside the base." Suyu nodded in agreement, and the two went back to their respective cultivation. Returning to his cultivation room, Yi-qing took out the spirit gathering array but hesitated about whether to use it. His previous experience of triggering a beast tied in the secret realm made him uneasy about using it again, although it hadn't caused any disturbances. Back on Blue Star, he was well aware that there were tens of thousands of people in the origin base, not to mention even more outside the base. If he accidentally triggered another beast tied, it would be a huge problem. After careful consideration, Yi-qing ultimately decided not to use the spirit gathering array. He understood that it was better to be safe than sorry and planned to wait until he left the base next month to find a suitable place to test whether it could trigger a beast tide. After all, experimenting in a crowded area could make him a target of public outrage if things went out of control. After putting away the spirit gathering array, Yi-qing began to focus on cultivation. Although he was cultivating 3 techniques simultaneously, all 3 were at the 9th tier at minimum, so his cultivation speed was not slow. In the days that followed, Yi-qing and Suyu remained in their cultivation rooms, even resorting to simple instant noodles when hungry, quickly returning to their training after eating. Yi-qing and Suyu both felt that living on instant noodles every day was truly miserable. In fact, they hadn't checked out the cafeteria, but even though this was a base, the food there was nothing more than compressed biscuits or porridge. After all, the base was established to help people focus on cultivation, so the military hadn't put much effort into meal arrangements. If someone didn't want to eat compressed biscuits, they could bring their own food, but few people did so. The main reason was inconvenience, and another was that everyone came here to cultivate and grow stronger, not to enjoy meals. As long as they didn't starve, they could make do with anything. Over the course of a month, the two stayed in their cultivation rooms. By now, it was August 1st, and they were preparing to leave the base. Since they planned to head out, they decided to camp in the wild. After handing in their tokens, the two walked out of the base. "Old Yi, where should we head now?" Suyu looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing smiled. "Dare to take a walk with me deeper into the secret realm? What's there to be afraid of? Let's go." "The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary," Suyu said fearlessly. Yi-qing took out the motorcycle. "All right, hop on." Suyu was stunned for a moment. "Actually, I can fly on my sword." "Fly my foot? That consumes way too much spiritual energy." "Come on, bro, I'll take you to conquer this secret realm." "No thanks, I think sword flight is just fine." As he spoke, Suyu quickly took out his long sword, stood on it, and flew into the air. Yi-qing chuckled, then slowly drove his motorcycle in a certain direction. Suyu flew in the air, occasionally giving Yi-qing directions. At first, they only encountered first-tier demonic beasts, but gradually, second-tier ones began to appear before them. For them, second-tier demonic beasts were nothing to worry about. Even if third-tier ones showed up, they remained unfazed. Only beasts above the third tier were worth a bit of caution. "Old Su, stop flying. If we run into a demonic beast later, you'll have no spiritual energy left to fight," Yi-qing said, looking up at Suyu in the air. Suyu's forehead was already dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth and glared at Yi-qing. "I'll ride your motorcycle, but you better not drive recklessly." All right, Yi-qing replied with a smile. Suyu immediately descended from the air. At the second tier, flying for this long was already quite impressive. If he kept going, he would eventually fall. Suyu got on Yi-qing's motorcycle, and Yi-qing chuckled. "Old Su, hold on tight." "What is going on?" Suyu froze for a moment, and his expression instantly changed. "Old Yi, don't mess around, let's talk this through properly. We're here to train, not to race." Yi-qing completely ignored Suyu's advice. With a twist of his right hand, the motorcycle instantly sped forward. Riding the motorcycle, Yi-qing recklessly raced through the secret realm, not caring whether there was a path ahead. If there wasn't one, he'd carve a way through with ice. Behind him, Suyu was utterly despairing, feeling like he was bound to die at Yi-qing's hands sooner or later. later, the two of them traversed jungles and mountains, brushing past tier 4 beasts multiple times, leaving those beasts utterly bewildered. After an unknown amount of time, Yi-qing and Suyu finally arrived at a forest, and from the moment they entered, they hadn't seen a single beast. Old Yi, don't you think it's too quiet here? Yi-qing nodded and said, indeed, there were beasts all along the way, but none here. I suspect there might be a high-tier beast hidden in this forest. A high-tier beast? Bro, let's turn back. We can't take on a high-tier beast, Suyu said helplessly. Now he was most afraid that Yi-qing would act on impulse and drag him in front of a high-level demonic beast on the motorcycle. Yi-qing smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not stupid. How could I send a lamb into a tiger's den? After speaking, Yi-qing began to turn around and leave. Suyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, it wasn't long before both of their expressions turned somewhat grim. What the heck is this? Why does it feel like the entire forest has turned into a maze? Suyu said with a mix of laughter and tears. Yi-qing didn't respond but instead activated the Eye of Detection, attempting to locate nearby demonic beasts. The next moment, the Eye of Detection revealed a demonic beast underground. Yi-qing opened the beast's information and saw: name, Earth Forest Beast. Rank, 6th tier beast. Characteristics, gentle in nature, prefers staying underground, manipulates terrain and trees to tease others, rarely attacks humans, but never provoke it, or you will meet a tragic end. Old Su, I have good news and bad news now. Which one do you want to hear? Yi-qing stopped and turned to look at Suyu. Can you just say them both at once? Suyu rolled his eyes helplessly, then quickly got off Yi-qing's motorcycle. Can you cooperate a little? Alright, start with the bad news. The bad news is that there's a 6th ranked demonic beast right beneath us. Suyu. Damn, old Yi, you're not trying to scare me, are you? As he spoke, Suyu hurriedly flew into the air on his sword. Yi-qing smiled and reassured him, don't be afraid. The good news is that this demonic beast has a gentle temperament. Although it likes to tease others, it won't actively attack us. Really? Forget it. I won't believe your nonsense anymore. Staying in the sky is the safest. Suyu's tone was full of resentment. You're being foolish. What's the use of flying into the sky? As long as there are trees here, you can't get out. Yi-qing smiled helplessly. I don't believe it. I'll just fly a little higher. After speaking, Suyu flew upward, but soon he saw the trees nearby start growing wildly, which completely scared him into falling back down. Yi-qing laughed and said, alright, stop messing around. Come down, bro will take you out. Suyu tried flying higher again, but the trees immediately grew taller along with him. Moments later, Suyu could only return in frustration, silently sitting on the back of Yi-qing's motorcycle. No matter how tempting it seemed, in the end, it was just an 8th level ability user. Sujan was a 9th level, his parents were above 9th level, and with Li Bai, the 12th level powerhouse on Yi-qing's side, plus Yi-qing's billions of resurrection coins, was there really anything to worry about? Stop dwelling on those irrelevant things. Hold on tight. Escaping from the forest beast's grasp without a hitch is simply impossible, Yi-qing said with a smile. Suyu's face darkened, but this time he said nothing, only gripping the sides of the motorcycle tightly. Here we go. Yi-qing squeezed hard, and the motorcycle quickly surged forward. The terrain of the forest began to change, preventing Yi-qing's motorcycle from driving out. Before long, Yi-qing murmured softly, get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, an icy path instantly formed in front of him, leading straight to the sky. Boom! Yi-qing soared upward, leaving the forest trees momentarily stunned and unresponsive as the two of them burst out of the forest. Thrilling! Yi-qing cheered. Hey, ahead! Suyu suddenly shouted loudly. Yi-qing focused his gaze and exclaimed in shock, what is this thing? In front of their line of sight, a huge mouth opened wide, exactly where they were about to fall. Damn it, I knew I'd die at your hands sooner or later, Suyu shouted, almost in tears. Ahem, don't panic, just a minor issue. Yi-qing coughed awkwardly and then silently muttered in his heart, Li Bai, it's been a while since you came to this world, time to get moving. At your command. Li Bai's ethereal voice echoed in Yi-qing's mind. The next moment, a white sword light pierced straight into the colossal creature, instantly extinguishing its vitality, and its massive mouth slowly closed. Yi-qing then used ice to form a path, gradually descending to the ground. At this moment, Suyu, who had shut his eyes in fear, finally opened them. Suyu touched himself all over with a bewildered expression. Huh? I'm not dead? I'm really not dead. Alright, I told you not to panic, just a minor issue. Yi-qing looked at Suyu's comical appearance and said with a laugh. Suyu patted his chest with lingering fear. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Next time, even if you beat me to death, I won't ride in your car again. Su, no, you said the same thing last time. Alright, stop messing around. Let's see what that thing just now was. As he spoke, Yi-qing used the Eye of Investigation to examine the colossal creature that had already fallen. Name, Black Giant Python. Grade, 8th tier demonic beast. Characteristics, its body is extremely massive, comparable to the maximum size of a 9th tier demonic beast. It is terrifyingly powerful but moves extremely slowly. Yi-qing and Suyu observed for a moment. This colossal creature indeed indeed appeared to be a snake-type demonic beast with an exceptionally large mouth. Whoa, is this the 8th tier demonic beast, the black giant python? How did it suddenly die? Suyu said in confusion, his gaze falling on the head of the black giant python that had been pierced through. Yi-qing waved his hand, who knows? Anyway, we survived, and it's dead, that's all. That matters. But speaking of which, we just entered the inner perimeter and already encountered an 8th tier beast. Doesn't that mean there are even higher tier beasts in the core area? Suyu shook his head. I don't know. I heard from the old man that he once explored several thousand kilometers into the core area of the Origin secret realm but never encountered a 9th tier beast. However, the deeper he went, the more 8th tier beasts there were, so he had to retreat. According to him, the farthest place he reached was already teeming with 8th tier beasts, but not a single 9th tier beast was seen. This Origin secret realm is definitely more than just an A-level secret realm. If I get the chance in the future, I want to explore it further. Yi-qing smiled as he looked toward the core area of the Origin secret realm. Suyu rolled his eyes. Alright, let's talk about the future later. For now, let's just leave the inner perimeter and stop thinking about courting death. Why rush? There's an 8th tier demonic beast nearby, so there must be spiritual fruits, maybe even a whole grove of them. Suyu's eyes lit up. That's right, let's hurry and look for them. Suyu immediately began searching around. Yi-qing, too lazy to search himself, directly used the eye of investigation to scan for nearby spiritual fruits. Moments later, Yi-qing spotted a large area of spiritual fruits through the eye of investigation. Right nearby, it seemed to be a spiritual fruit grove. Old Su, follow me. Yi-qing called out to Suyu and headed in a certain direction. Where are you going? Don't worry about it, just follow me. Yi-qing led Suyu through a patch of forest and finally stopped in front of a rocky cliff. There's no path here. Suyu looked at Yi-qing in confusion. Yi-qing carefully examined the display on the eye of exploration, confirming that the spiritual fruit was just ahead. She glanced around and then said to Suyu, Old Su, fly up and take a look. Oh, take this, it'll make communication easier. Speaking, Yi-qing took out a Tianzi communicator and handed it to Suyu, along with a blue Bluetooth headset. Although the headset had only one earpiece, it came with a microphone, positioned close to the mouth. Suyu shook his head and found that the headset seemed to stick in place. Come on, old G, this headset isn't going to be impossible to take off, is it? Yi-qing rolled his eyes and said, do you think that's possible? If you want to take it off, just bring the Tianzi communicator close to the headset. Alright, your Tianzi communicator is number 2, and mine is number 1. From now on, if you need to contact me, just dial number 1. After speaking, Yi-qing handed the Tianzi communicator to Suyu and then put on his own headset. Connect to number 2, Yi-qing said, and the little assistant inside the Tianzi communicator immediately dialed number 2. A cold voice instantly came through Suyu's headset. Incoming call from number 1. Do you wish to answer? Each Tianzi communicator is equipped with a smart assistant, but compared to Xiaoing, it's practically an artificial idiot. After Suyu answered the call, a faint voice came through the earpiece. Alright, go up and take a look. Suyu nodded and flew into the air to observe the surroundings. Old G, there's nothing unusual. There's just a big mountain ahead. Yi-qing stroked his chin and pondered. Fly a bit further ahead and take a look. After Suyu nodded, he continued flying forward. Shortly after, Yi-qing's earpiece transmitted Suyu's voice. Still nothing unusual, it just looks like an ordinary mountain. Look around and see if there's a cave or something. Alright, I still don't know what you're up to. Suyu muttered a complaint and continued flying around. About half an hour later, he had searched the entire mountain but still didn't find a cave. Yi-qing frowned. That doesn't make sense. The spiritual fruit is right ahead, so why is there no entrance? Without an entrance, the black giant python wouldn't be able to eat the spiritual fruit. Could it be that this spiritual fruit grove doesn't belong to the black giant python at all, but rather the python is just cultivating here? The more Yi-qing thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately called Suyu back. When Suyu returned, he looked at Yi-qing helplessly and asked, Old G, what exactly are you doing? It's almost dark. I think the spiritual fruit is inside this mountain. Later, we'll attack the rock wall with all our strength and open a door. Yi-qing looked at Suyu seriously and said, You're just treating me like a tool, huh? I just flew for half a day without resting, and now you want me to dig a mountain. It's not digging a mountain, it's, never mind. Pull yourself together, let's dig the mountain together. Suyu wanted to argue but didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only helplessly accept the proposal. My life, so hard. Stop whining. Your sword is sharp, so hurry up and start. Immediately afterward, Suyu began using his sword to carve into the mountain. He felt that he and Yi-qing were simply a mistake. It was bad. Enough that he was almost eaten at the start, but now he was being completely used as a tool. He might as well have stayed at the base to cultivate. At least at the base, he didn't have to live in constant fear, wasn't treated like a workhorse, and could still improve his strength. Following Yi-qing, not only had his cultivation not advanced, but on the very first day, they ran into an 8th tier demonic beast. The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt he was at a loss, and the angrier he became. The power in his sword strikes sparks grew stronger as his eyes glared fiercely at the rock in front of him, already imagining it as Yi-qing. Standing nearby, Yi-qing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Boom! At that moment, Suyu's long sword pierced straight through the rock wall, and an opening appeared. Suyu froze in place. He had actually managed to break through? Yi-qing, seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately said, "Old Su, let's go." Yi-qing took out a motorcycle, not to ride it inside, but because its headlights were bright enough. He turned on the motorcycle's front light, and the beam instantly illuminated the interior of the cave. When Yi-qing and Suyu looked inside, they were both stunned. The space within was incredibly vast. "Oh my goodness, they've hollowed out the entire mountain," Suyu exclaimed. Actually, what Suyu said wasn't wrong. The mountain before them had indeed been completely hollowed out, but for some reason, it hadn't collapsed. Yi-qing couldn't be bothered to think about the reason and, together with Suyu, pushed the motorcycle straight into the cave. "Old Yi, how did you know there was something extraordinary inside?" Suyu asked Yi-qing curiously. "Don't ask. If you ask, the answer is intuition," Yi-qing replied. "Why don't I have this feeling? Maybe it's because you're my adopted son, not my biological one." "Alright, no more jokes. Hurry up and see if there are any spirit fruits," Yi-qing said with a smile. Suyu helplessly glanced at Yi-qing, nodded, and then scanned the surroundings. Yi-qing also looked ahead, a trace of purple light flashing in his eyes. With the appearance of the purple light, his vision instantly reached an astonishing level, taking in everything within the cave. He quickly found the target, a small grove. "Let's move forward," Yi-qing said, pushing the motorcycle toward the small grove. In that spiritual fruit forest, he had already seen the appearance of the spiritual fruits. They were shaped like bananas but black in color, and slightly larger than regular bananas. Yi-qing didn't know what kind of spiritual fruit this was, so he could only use the eye of investigation again. Name: Black Moon Fruit Grove. Grade: Tier 5 Tier 8. Features: after consumption, it can darken the skin for a certain period of time. You've got to be kidding me. Darkened skin? I've been working my butt off, and this is what you give me? Yi-qing wasn't sure if this spiritual fruit could really darken someone's skin, but at this moment, his face had already turned completely black, and his steps involuntarily came to a halt. Suyu asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Let's go." Yi-qing waved his hand. "Old Su, you go look for it yourself. What's wrong with you? My balls hurt." After saying that, Yi-qing directly found a rock to sit on, his face full of frustration. Suyu looked completely confused, ignored Yi-qing, and continued pushing the motorcycle further in by himself. The motorcycle was temporarily allowed by Yi-qing, which was why Suyu could push it. Watching Suyu walk forward, Yi-qing sighed. All that effort for nothing. What's the use of this trashy spiritual fruit? Yi-qing was truly speechless. How could there be such a bizarre spiritual fruit? If this thing were given as a gift, no one would probably want it. Who would idly wish to turn darker? Nowadays, everyone wants to become a bit fairer. There aren't many who want to get darker. Besides, even if someone did want to get darker, wouldn't sunbathing suffice? Who would spend a fortune on spiritual fruit just to make themselves darker? Not long after, Suyu's loud shouting came through Yi-qing's headphones. "Old Yi, there's a huge grove of spiritual fruit trees here." Yi-qing said helplessly, "Take a closer look at these spiritual fruits. Do you recognize them?" Seems like I've never seen them before. What kind of spiritual fruit is this?" "This is the black moon fruit. Its effect is to make people turn black." Suyu was instantly dumbfounded. "What is this thing? A high-level spiritual fruit? Make people turn black? Old Yi, how do you know that?" Suyu asked again, full of confusion. I just saw it earlier." "Truly a waste of effort. Busy for nothing all day," Yi-qing complained. Suyu said speechlessly, "What do you mean busy for nothing? I'm the one who's been running around doing all the work." It seems so." My mood instantly improved. Suyu's face turned dark with anger upon hearing this. "Alright, so what about these spirit fruits? Are we just going to leave them?" Suyu asked, suppressing his fury. "Of course not. How could we leave them? It's a whole field of high-grade spirit fruits. Since you don't even recognize these fruits, there must be plenty of others who don't either. We'll take these things out and sell them tonight. Wait a moment, I'll come over right away to pack the spirit fruits." After saying this, Yi-qing immediately ran toward the spirit fruit grove. This brilliant idea had just flashed through Yi-qing's mind. As the grandson of a 9th tier ability user, even Suyu didn't know about the black moon fruit, let alone its effects. That meant others definitely wouldn't recognize it either. By selling it at a low price, it would surely cause a buying frenzy. Suyu looked at Yi-qing rushing over, feeling a bit worried, and said with a wry smile, "Old Yi, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?" Indeed, if this thing were really sold and consumed, Yi-qing would definitely be mobbed. "No problem, as long as my identity isn't exposed," Yi-qing responded with a smile, though he had already thought of a plan. If his identity wasn't exposed, that would naturally be the best outcome. If his identity were revealed and someone came looking for trouble, he could just claim it was Suyu who wanted to sell it. Let's see who would dare to mess with the Su family. This plan was simply flawless. Cheerful, Yi-qing immediately started picking spirit fruits, and the honest Suyu also helped him busily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level task of picking spirit fruits and receiving the reward, an incubator. Incubator can rapidly hatch eggs of various creatures. The system's voice sounded, and Yi-qing pondered for a moment before deciding to check it out later. For now, the priority was to finish picking the spirit fruits. By the time the two of them had collected all the black moon fruits in the grove, the sky had already darkened. Yi-qing looked outside and suggested, "Let's stay in this cave for the night." "Alright, I'll find something to block the entrance," Suyu said as he began searching the cave for materials to seal the entrance. At this moment, Yi-qing took out the incubator that had appeared in the system space. In the next instant, a metallic plate identical to a weighing scale appeared in front of Yi-qing. "So this is the incubator? Let's give it a try." No sooner said than done. Yi-qing took out the divine beast egg he had obtained earlier and placed it on the incubator. Instantly, the incubator emitted a faint glow, securing the divine beast egg in place. At the same time, a line of numbers appeared on the display screen. Divine Beast God Emperor Wolf Egg, incubation time, 168 hours. Countdown begins. 167 at 59:59. 167 at 59:58. 167 at 59:57. The countdown on the screen quickly began. Divine Emperor Wolf? Judging by the name, it should look pretty cool when it hatches. 168 hours? A week? Huh. Well, I'll just put it back into the system space for now. After saying this, Yi-qing placed the incubator along with the divine beast egg back into the system space. Not long after, Suyu found a huge rock and used it to block the entrance. Although it wasn't very effective, if any demonic beasts tried to enter, it would definitely make a loud noise. That was good enough for now. Yi-qing took out 2 cups of instant noodles, prepared them, and then poured a cup of peach blossom brew into 2 glasses. After the two of them happily ate and drank their fill, Yi-qing suddenly brought out a bed from the system space with a loud boom. Suyu's eyes widened instantly. "Holy crap, old Yi, this is seriously impressive." Yi-qing smiled and said, "You can't treat yourself poorly out here. By the way, next time you can bring a bed in too." Suyu said with a wry smile, "I can't carry it. My spatial ring only has 4 cubic meters of space. Even a small bed would take up half of it." "That's small? You're the eldest young master of the Su family, and the old man only gave you such a tiny spatial ring?" Yi-qing asked, in surprise. "You should know, Yi-qing's system space is boundless," so he looked down on the 4 cubic meters of the spatial ring. Suyu rolled his eyes. "You probably don't know how hard it is to make a spatial ring, do you? To create one, you must possess both spatial abilities and artifact forging abilities, and both must reach the 5th tier. Currently, in the entire Dragon Nation, there are fewer than 10 people who have both 5th tier spatial abilities and 5th tier artifact forging abilities. Moreover, crafting a spatial ring is extremely difficult. The fact that I even have a 4 cubic meter spatial ring is already pretty good." Yi-qing clicked his tongue in amazement. "I didn't expect this thing to be such a rare commodity. Anyway, enough talk, it's been a long day, time to sleep." "Don't you dare tell me you're tired." Suyu exploded the moment he heard Yi-qing claim he had a long day. Yi-qing chuckled, closed his eyes carelessly, and prepared to sleep. Suyu rolled his eyes at Yi-qing, climbed over to lie down beside him, and yanked the entire blanket over to himself. Yi-qing didn't mind at all and continued sleeping, soon falling into a deep slumber. However, Suyu tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, occasionally glancing toward the cave entrance. Understandably so, given their current location, it would be hard for anyone to sleep soundly. Not that Yi-qing was abnormal, but he simply had no worries. While he slept, Li Bai within him remained vigilant, constantly monitoring their surroundings. If any demon beast approached, Li Bai would undoubtedly strike it down with a single blow. Although Suyu was a bit scared, after lying there for a while, he eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the two got up, tidied themselves, and prepared to leave. Exiting the cave, they headed toward the outskirts. This time, Suyu swore he wouldn't ride Yi-qing's motorcycle again and instead chose to fly on his sword. As the two were about to leave the inner area, Suyu suddenly spotted someone lying on the ground from above. "Old Yi, it looks like someone has fainted over there." Su, you called out to Yi-qing below. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then responded, "Lead the way, let's go take a look." Suyu nodded and led Yi-qing toward the clearing. When they approached the person, they found that his clothes were no different from a beggar's, his beard was scruffy, and he appeared to be around 60 years old. How did this old man end up in the Origin Secret realm? Suyu curiously looked at the old man on the ground. Yi-qing glanced around and observed, there are no signs of a fight here, nor any traces of demonic beasts. It seems this old man wasn't attacked. The two squatted down beside the old man in confusion. Just then, the old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, startling Yi-qing and Suyu, who jumped up in fright. "Good grief, old man, are you trying to scare us to death?" Suyu said irritably, and the two immediately stood up. The old man also got up, circled around them, and even leaned in to sniff. "What a fragrant smell of wine," he said, and then began patting them down. Hey, old man, what are you doing?" Suyu was startled and shouted in alarm. "Give me some wine, and I'll tell your fortune. How about it?" The old man, looking every bit the drunkard, said to the two. "Are you out of your mind?" Suyu said helplessly, staring at the old man. The old man brushed aside his messy long hair by his ear and said to them, "Young fellows, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wang Jue, known in the martial world as Wang Banxian. Don't underestimate me. I, Wang Banxian, never tell fortunes lightly. Now, you have a golden opportunity before you. Just give me a sip of wine, and I'll tell each of you your fortune." Suyu chuckled. "I can also call myself Su Banxian. Old Yi, let's go." With that, Yi-qing and Suyu prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the old man suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Yi-qing's leg. "Just one bite, okay? I'll tell your fortunes for free every day from now on." The two exchanged helpless glances, completely unable to understand how such an eccentric old man could appear in the secret realm. Yi-qing used the eye of investigation to check the old man's status. Name, Wang Jue. Ability, none. Cultivation method, none. Identity, patient number 9527 of the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital. Seeing this information, Yi-qing was speechless. With his experience of reading thousands of novels, he almost mistook this old man for a peerless expert, only to find out that he was actually a lunatic. I'll give it to you, but you have to come with me." Yi-qing helplessly looked at the old man on the ground. Since they were both humans, Yi-qing decided to take the old man out of the secret realm first and then find someone from the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital to pick him up. All right, as long as you give me wine, I'll agree to anything." The old man immediately nodded in agreement. Yi-qing took out a cup and poured a glass of peach blossom brew. The old man hurriedly got up, took the cup, and sipped it slowly. "Ah, this wine is excellent, excellent indeed." Suyu rolled his eyes at the old man's behavior and thought to himself, "Your kidneys are fine, so why isn't your liver?" "Uncle Yuan, get on." Yi-qing got on the motorcycle and looked at Wang Jue as he spoke. The old man was indeed true to his word and immediately sat behind Yi-qing. The three of them continued heading toward the outskirts. Since they were escorting the old man out, they naturally had to head toward the exit. "You two young friends, since I drank your wine, I must read your fortune for you," the old man said, looking at the two of them. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head. "No need for me, uncle. Why don't you read my brother's fortune instead?" "All right." The old man nodded with a smile, then closed his eyes in an exaggerated manner and began making mysterious gestures with his right hand. To be honest, it really looked like he knew what he was doing. After a moment, the old man opened his eyes and shouted toward Suyu in the air, "Young friend, my divination shows that your luck will be exceptionally good today." Suyu rolled his eyes. "Seriously, old man, you spent all that time making those gestures, and all you can tell me is that your divination says so? If you're not crazy, then I might as well fall flat on my face today." Before he could finish speaking, out of nowhere, a strange bird much larger than an ordinary one suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a second-tier demonic beast. The bird charged directly at Suyu. He had no time to react and was hit so hard that he wobbled unsteadily before falling off his flying sword and crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Sure enough, he landed face first, eating a mouthful of dirt. Yi-qing stopped in his tracks, staring at Suyu in utter confusion, and asked, "Old Su, is your mouth blessed or something?" Suyu quickly got up, spitting out the dirt in his mouth in anger. Then, he looked up at the bird still lingering in the sky and roared furiously, "You damn bird, if you have the guts, come down here and fight me for 300 rounds. However, the bird completely ignored Suyu's shouting, circled twice above his head, and finally dropped a lump of white, unidentified substance. "Damn it, if I don't take you down today, I won't be called Su." Suyu, enraged, immediately summoned his flying sword, preparing to leap up and catch the bird. Unfortunately, in his haste, he slipped and fell again, landing in the exact same spot. Bang! Yi-qing watched in stunned silence as Suyu got up once more, only for another lump of unidentified substance to fall shortly after. Instantly, a look of despair appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "This must be cursed." "Old Su, your luck is so bad you could choke on water," Yi-qing teased. Suyu replied gloomily, "I'm going to find a stream to wash up." With that, he headed in a certain direction, having noticed a small stream not far away earlier. Yi-qing watched Suyu walk off slowly and finally couldn't hold back his laughter. "This kind of luck, it's truly one of a kind." At this moment, old man Wang glanced at Yi-qing and said, "Young man, could you pour me another cup?" Yi-qing turned to see that old man Wang's wine cup was already empty. Upon closer inspection, not even a drop of wine remained, and an image of the old man licking the cup flashed through his mind. With no other choice, Yi-qing took out his wine gourd and poured old man Wang another cup. The old man immediately lit up with joy and began savoring the drink. Not long after, a loud scream suddenly came from Suyu's direction. "Ah!" Startled, Yi-qing quickly jumped on his motorcycle and sped toward the stream. When he arrived at the stream, he saw Suyu with his head tightly wrapped in his old scarf, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. "Wait, old Su, what happened to you?" Yi-qing asked curiously. Nothing, it's just too cold, so I brought brought a scarf, Suyu quickly said. Too cold, so he brought a scarf? What a lame excuse. Yi-qing rolled his eyes and reached out to grab the scarf. Startled, Suyu took a step back, and his foot slipped again. Splash! A wave of water splattered as Suyu fell straight into the creek. The scarf loosened, and when Yi-qing saw Suyu's face, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old Su, what's up with your face? Watching Yi-qing laugh uncontrollably, Suyu was so angry he felt like exploding inside. Stop laughing. I was just washing my hair and face here when a snake suddenly appeared and bit me. The snake wasn't venomous, but the bite makes the area turn bright red and it lasts for 7 days. Yi-qing couldn't help but exclaim, hiss. Old Su, your luck is seriously unmatched. Suyu sighed helplessly. This is like seeing a ghost. How has my luck gotten this bad? Suyu got up, but his foot slipped again, and he landed hard on a slightly sharp rock. Ouch. His face instantly turned pale, and Yi-qing quickly ran over to help him up. Although the rock didn't cut his skin, the pain was very real. Old Yi, let's just go back to the base. Right now, I just want to stay in the training room and survive. Suyu looked at Yi-qing with tears streaming down his face. Yi-qing gave a wry smile and said, that's not possible. We've already handed in the token, so we can't enter the base. Suyu was instantly on the verge of tears. No, I feel like if I stay in this secret realm any longer, I'll really die. Old Yi, I'm heading out to lay low for a while. Alright, let's go. Can you still ride your sword? No problem. To get out of here, I could ride a sword even with broken legs. As he spoke, Suyu took 2 steps forward and controlled the longsword to land on the ground. Suyu cautiously stood on the longsword, glancing around. Only after confirming there were no birds nearby did he dare to slowly maneuver the flying sword into the air. Just as he took off, the sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and a bolt of lightning struck straight down. Bang! Ah! Suyu let out a cry of pain as his body plummeted to the ground, faint wisps of black smoke rising from him. Yi-qing was completely dumbfounded. Could someone really be this unlucky? He immediately ran to Suyu's side and asked anxiously, Old Su, are you alright? I'm fine. Suyu responded weakly, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. Yi-qing wanted to laugh but felt it was inappropriate, so he held back his laughter and helped Suyu up. With tears in his eyes, Suyu said, I just can't figure it out. Which deity did I offend to deserve such suffering? But Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suyu's already dark face grew even gloomier. Old Yi, you're so heartless. I'm like this now, and you still laugh. I wasn't laughing. Did your brain get fried by lightning, causing you to hallucinate? Yi-qing stared at Suyu with a serious expression. Suyu felt doubtful. Could he really have been hallucinating? This young friend, it seems your luck isn't great today. How about I help you figure out a way to dispel your bad luck? Old Wang suddenly squatted beside Suyu and said, Get lost. Didn't you say my luck was supposed to be excellent today? Oh right, it was right after you said my luck was great that my misfortune started. I really want to strangle you. Suyu suddenly remembered that his streak of bad luck began after this old man read his fortune. Furious, he reached out toward Old Wang. Startled, Old Wang quickly stepped back 2 paces, and as Suyu fell flat, his head bumped into Old Wang's leg. The air instantly fell silent. Young friend, there's no need for such a grand gesture. Get lost, damn it! Suyu shouted angrily. Although he couldn't understand why he was so unlucky, he felt it had something to do with Old Wang. Enough of this, let's keep moving. Old Su, you can ride the motorcycle too. I'll drive slower, Yi-qing said, looking at Suyu. Suyu asked doubtfully, your motorcycle can only seat 2 people, right? No problem, I'll take off the box at the back. It should fit 3 people. Alright then, but you must go slow, Suyu urged. Yi-qing nodded with a smile and went to pack the luggage. During this time, Suyu repeatedly reminded him over a dozen times to drive slowly. He was truly scared now. This streak of bad luck was simply unparalleled. The 3 of them got on the motorcycle and continued on their way. Suyu sat sandwiched between Yi-qing and Old Wang, feeling slightly more at ease. He refused to believe his bad luck could continue, and even if it did, at least there would be 2 others to share the misfortune. The motorcycle moved slowly along the road. Suddenly, the tires slipped. Yi-qing quickly jumped off, landing steadily to the side. Old Wang also jumped off, rolling on the ground but unharmed. Only Suyu, as he was about to jump, had his pants caught by the tire, preventing him from escaping. Instead, he ended up pinned under the motorcycle. As a second-tier ability user, his body wasn't particularly strong, and coupled with the special materials of Yi-qing's motorcycle, he was nearly crushed to the point of being unable to breathe. Yi-qing and Old Wang immediately rushed over to help Suyu up. Unexpectedly, Old Wang suddenly slipped, and his foot kicked Suyu square in the face. Startled, Old Wang quickly scrambled to his feet, just about to explain, when he slipped again. The same foot struck Suyu's face once more. Don't move, Suyu shouted with all his might. Young friend, sorry, I really didn't mean it, Old Wang said awkwardly. Yi-qing slowly walked over to the motorcycle and directly stored it in his spatial ring. Just as he was about to help Suyu up, Suyu said helplessly, Don't help me, just let me lie here. I'm tired. Pfft. What's with that look of seeing through the world? It's just a bit of bad luck, no big deal. Who knows, maybe your bad luck is already over, Yi-qing consoled. I've already accepted reality. I've decided to just lie here and not move today, Suyu said calmly. Yi-qing said helplessly, then just lie there. I'll send old Wang off first and then come back to get you. Wait, old Ji, are you just leaving me like this? Suyu exclaimed. Yi-qing waved his hand. What else can I do? You don't want to leave. Why don't you come with us instead? I'm not leaving, absolutely not. I feel like staying here is the safest option right now. If you're not leaving, then we'll be on our way. Go. If you leave, don't come back, Suyu said angrily. Realm, none. Old Wan, let's go. Yi-qing called out to old Wang, and the two of them rode off on a motorcycle. Suyu's eyes widened, and he immediately shouted, Old Yi, you heartless man, you're really leaving? Watching Yi-qing and old Wang's figures gradually fade into the distance, Suyu was momentarily stunned. Of course, Yi-qing wouldn't leave without concern, so he had Li Bai hide in the shadows to monitor Suyu. Li Bai was currently Yi-qing's most powerful ally, and leaving him here showed how important Suyu was to Yi-qing. Skills, none. Without Suyu's company, Yi-qing and old Wang found the road to the exit much smoother, and they soon arrived at the exit. There were still many people coming and going at the exit, and when they saw Yi-qing riding the motorcycle, everyone was stunned. Isn't it impossible to use modern products in the secret realm? Yeah, my phone is useless here. I can't even turn it on. Then what was up with that person just now? How could he still ride a motorcycle? Who knows? If I could ride a motorcycle too, I wouldn't be afraid of any danger. How could low-level beasts catch up with a motorcycle? The crowd gathered around Yi-qing's motorcycle, engaging in a lively discussion, but Yi-qing paid no attention to it. He had never intended to hide the matter of the motorcycle, nor could he even if he wanted to. After all, he still needed to use it. If anyone asked about it, he would simply say it was a product of the Research Institute. Since Su Qiu happened to be from the Research Institute, he could just shift the responsibility onto her. After leaving the secret realm with old Wang, Yi-qing had Xiaoing contact the people from the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital, urging them to come quickly and take old Wang away. The Imperial Capital wasn't far from Mount Tai, and upon receiving the news, the psychiatric hospital immediately sent someone over. After all, patient 9527 had been missing for several months, and now that there was finally some news, they had to bring him back. At this moment, Yi-qing and old Wang were sitting outside the secret realm. Old Wang looked at Yi-qing and asked, Young friend, what are we waiting for here? Nothing much, just a few friends. Oh, alright. After sitting near the entrance of the secret realm for over an hour, a few people in white lab coats appeared in the distance. When old Wang saw the group, he was so frightened that his eyes widened, and he turned to run. The group seemed to have anticipated that old Wang would be difficult to catch and had already started surrounding him. Just as old Wang was about to escape, 8 strong men pinned him directly to the ground. Old Wang immediately shouted, in broad daylight, under the clear skies, how dare you scoundrels arrest someone at the foot of the emperor? Help! Young friend, save me! As he shouted, old Wang's gaze turned to Yi-qing. Yi-qing awkwardly turned away, feeling ashamed to face old Wang. Old Wang trusted him so much, yet he had betrayed old Wang. Old Wang's cries quickly attracted the attention of some onlookers, and the doctors from the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital hurriedly gave old Wang a sedative injection. After rolling his eyes, old Wang fainted, and only then did the hospital staff feel relieved. The leader among the group walked up to Yi-qing and thanked him, saying, Thank you so much. We've been searching for this patient for several months, and today we finally found him. Yi-qing smiled. It's nothing, this is what I should do. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please go ahead, the doctor quickly replied. Yi-qing nodded slightly and re-entered the secret realm, heading in Suyu's direction. According to Li Bai's report, during the short time he was away, Suyu had already been hit by bird droppings 7 times. A dozen or so beasts charged at Suyu, but Li Bai blocked them all, except for that bird droppings. Li Bai didn't bother with it. When Yi-qing returned and saw Suyu covered in filth, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Old Su, aren't you planning to wash up? The way you look right now, you're more like a beggar than old Wang. Humph. Suyu snorted coldly without saying a word, clearly still upset about what had just happened. Really angry, huh? But I'm back now, aren't I? Yi-qing squatted in front of Suyu with a smile and said. Suyu said resentfully, between me and that old guy, you didn't hesitate to choose him. Old Yi, you've changed. You heartless, ungrateful man. Yi-qing was startled. Why does this sound so creepy? He shivered and immediately stood up. Then, Yi-qing kicked Suyu, who was lying on the ground, and said, How much longer are you going to lie here? None of your business. Alright, you're a grown man, why are you so petty? Fine, you lie here, and I'll cultivate nearby. With that, Yi-qing found a spot a few meters away from Suyu, sat, cross-legged, and began cultivating. Metaphysics is indeed something intangible and unpredictable, so Yi-qing chose to sit a few meters away rather than staying right next to Suyu. After sitting down, Yi-qing began cultivating. With Li Bai around, he didn't have to worry about safety. Time passed little by little, and Suyu ended up covered in a pile of bird droppings, while their there wasn't a single drop around him, only on him. Suyu was utterly puzzled. Could it be that he was really being targeted by the heavens? Moreover, around the two of them, a considerable number of beast corpses had already piled up, all killed by Li Bai. From time to time, beasts would charge at them. Even though Li Bai released a powerful aura, there were still beasts heading towards Suyu. Li Bai secretly admired Suyu's luck. Even the aura of a 12th tier ability user couldn't stop those beasts from targeting him. Not long after, night fell. Yi-qing took out the motorcycle and turned on the headlights for illumination. After quickly finishing a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of cola, he continued his cultivation. Around midnight, Suyu suddenly noticed that it had been a long time since any bird droppings had fallen. After some hesitation, he stood up and started walking around. He walked for half an hour without anything happening, and Suyu immediately burst into laughter. In the dead of night, standing in front of the motorcycle's headlights, laughing like a madman, he almost scared Yi-qing into a heart attack. "Old Su, what the hell are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." Suyu excitedly walked up to Yi-qing and said, "Old Ji, I'm not unlucky anymore." A foul smell hit him in the face, and Yi-qing quickly covered his nose. "What the hell, Old Su, stay away from me. You stink like hell." Suyu was stunned for a moment. "Stink?" He then sniffed himself. Oh my god, the smell was so bad it almost made Suyu want to throw up. Without further hesitation, Suyu immediately flew on his sword toward the nearest water source. This time, Suyu encountered no mishaps, found the water source, took a bath, and changed into clean clothes. The previous set of clothes was directly discarded, they were beyond saving. Returning to Yi-qing's side, Suyu urged, "Old Yi, hurry up, take out your bed. Damn, I'm exhausted today. I need a good sleep." Yi-qing chuckled, then took out the bed. One of them started sleeping, while the other continued cultivating. Yi-qing rarely slept these days, making the most of his time to grow stronger was the real priority. The next day, Suyu woke up, stretched lazily, and said, "I feel like this was the most restful sleep I've had in my 18 years. Of course. After an entire day of bad luck, it finally turned around," Yi-qing said with a laugh. Suyu said to Yi-qing, "Old Ji, I can't shake the feeling that something was off about yesterday. How did I suddenly start having bad luck, and not just ordinary bad luck, but something really unusual?" Then by midnight, it stopped. "Last night, I took a moment to check my communicator, and after midnight, the bad luck was completely gone. How could it be such a coincidence? So, I suspect that old man was behind it." Yi-qing waved his hand and said, "Who knows? I don't think so, but when it comes to metaphysics, I can't say for sure." Yi-qing's doubts about old Wang began to waver, as the eye of investigation showed that old Yuan was just a mentally ill person. However, Suyu's situation was indeed a bit strange, so he couldn't completely make a conclusion. "By the way, where is that old man now? He should be reminiscing about freedom in the mental hospital in the imperial capital by now." Good, as long as he's locked up." Suyu's face immediately showed a relaxed smile upon hearing that old Wang had been caught. He had already made up his mind, believing that old Wang might be the mastermind behind his streak of bad luck. After all, old Wang had just read his fortune yesterday, and right after that he encountered a series of misfortunes. Shouldn't he be suspicious? Alright, hurry up and finish washing up, then go practice your swordsmanship." "Practice swordsmanship? My ability is sword control, so there's no need to practice further. How about practicing archery? The power of a spiritual energy bow is incredibly strong and must not be wasted. We're not aiming to hit a bullseye from 100 paces, but at least we should be able to hit the target, right?" In the following days, Yi-qing and Suyu found a mountain peak with only one path leading to it. The surroundings were open, making it easy to spot any approaching beasts, and they could also easily observe the activity below. Once they secured the location, the two began practicing archery. If any beasts charged at them, that would naturally be the best scenario. If not, they would go out and hunt for beasts themselves, treating the creatures in the secret realm as moving targets. At first, their archery skills were so poor it was hard to watch. Even with stationary beasts, they sometimes missed their shots. After all, they had just started learning archery. However, Yi-qing performed slightly better than Suyu. Thanks to his exceptionally sharp eyesight, his accuracy was noticeably higher. Over time, their archery skills gradually improved. In the secret realm, there was no shortage of targets, and they practiced until their spiritual energy was completely depleted each day. Once they recovered, they resumed training. With such rigorous practice, their archery naturally became quite proficient. They practiced for over 20 days, and by August 29th, the two packed up their belongings and prepared to leave. The freshman registration was scheduled for September 1st, and they planned to head directly to the capital. After all, Suyu's parents had already returned, and Yi-qing's parents and younger sister were also in the capital. After exiting the Origin secret realm, they boarded a high-speed train bound for the capital. From Mount Tai to the capital, the slowest high-speed train took only an hour. On the train, Suyu tilted his head to look at Yi-qing and asked curiously, "Old Ji, I'm really curious. You clearly haven't showered for a month, so why don't you have any odor on you?" "I ate a spiritual fruit, which now makes me impervious to dust and dew." What kind of treasure is that spiritual fruit. Do you have another one? Give me one. There's none left. If I had any, would I not give it to you? Alright, sigh, I really want one. Stop nagging. We'll talk about it when we have it in the future. Remember what you said. An hour later, the two got off the high-speed train and took a taxi away from the station. Old Yi, why don't you come and sit at my place for a while? No, I want to go see my parents first. Yi-qing responded with a smile and a shake of his head. Before he could finish speaking, Yi-qing's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly took it out and saw the word mom displayed on the screen, immediately answering the call. Hey, son, why is it so hard to reach you on the phone? Mom, didn't I tell you I went to the secret realm? I just got out. By the way, Mom, I still don't know where you guys live. I'll come find you now. We're at your Uncle Chio's house right now. Just come straight here. Uncle Chio's house? Yes, Uncle Chio bought the villa next door and told us it was purchased with your money. He insisted we move in. What's going on here? Oh, it was bought with my money. Mom, don't worry, the source of this money is completely legitimate. Alright, I won't say more. We'll talk in detail when you come back. I'll hang up now. After the call ended, the Su family and a couple were sitting in the living room. Su Chio looked at a slightly burly man and asked, Old Yi, are you still planning to keep this from Xiaoyi? Before we reach the 12th tier, we cannot reveal that Xiaoqing is my son. Once Xiaoqing arrives, we may need to adjust our identities again, the man said calmly. I don't think there's any need to keep hiding it. After all, that old guy won't be able to rush over here anytime soon, Su Chio said, shaking his head. Su Zhan nodded in agreement. That's right, Yilin, you and your wife are being overly cautious. Yilin replied helplessly, Zhang Jiu's methods force me to stay on guard. His talent is puppet control. Although he can't come here himself, he's been using puppets to investigate my situation all these years. If he really discovers that Xiaoqing is still alive and that his talent has awakened, he will definitely do everything he can to kill Xiaoqing. Since Xiaoya's talent has already awakened, do you think Zhang Jiu won't know about Xiaoya's abilities when he comes to kill him? Instead of hiding, we should find a way to help Xiaoyi gain the ability to protect himself in a short time, Su Zhan said, somewhat exasperated. He felt that Yilin was being overly cautious, but he couldn't entirely blame him, as Zhang Jiu was a 12th tier ability user. Yilin sighed, 5 years. How could Xiaoqing possibly gain the power to protect himself in that time? Everyone fell silent. Yilin's wife, Zhao Junyi, looked at him and said gently, Husband, why don't we stop thinking about staying away from our son? In these remaining 5 years, let's stay by his side. If we can break through, that would naturally be the best outcome. If we can't, then even if we die, we won't have any regrets. But, Yilin still wanted to say something, but Su Qiu immediately interrupted, Old Yi, you used to be fearless, so why are you hesitating now? Don't wait until 5 years later to regret it and make Xiaoyi regret it even more. All these years, Xiaoyi and you two have only been able to meet through a phone screen. Don't you really want to be with Xiaoyi? Alright, I'll go along with what you all say. There's still 5 years left, and I will definitely step into the realm of the 12th tier, Yilin said with a determined look in his eyes. Not long after, the taxi brought the two to a villa district. This was the most luxurious villa area in the imperial capital, named Splendid Rivers and Mountains. Within Splendid Rivers and Mountains, there were a total of 38 villas, and every owner was extraordinary. The weakest among them was at least of the 7th tier. The price of each villa was astronomical, as the security personnel of Splendid Rivers and Mountains were all high-tier ability users. To hire high-tier ability users as security, one could only imagine how expensive the villas and property fees must be. Suyu and Yi-qing arrived outside Villa Number 1. Naturally, the Su family had purchased Villa Number 1 as a family of 4 with one member at the 9th tier, one at the 8th tier, and one at the 7th tier was the only configuration worthy of Villa Number 1. Meanwhile, Villa Number 2 was purchased by the Su family for Yi-qing's family. Entering the villa, Yi-qing quickly saw Yilin and Zhao Junyi in the hall. He immediately walked up to them and hugged them tightly. No words were needed. The feelings of longing were fully expressed in the embrace. Over the years, although they could video call, how could a video compare to meeting face to face? Alright, your family has finally reunited. Go back to your own home quickly, Su Qiu said with a smile to the three of them. Yilin, his wife, and Yi-qing didn't linger with Su Qiu and the others any longer and left directly. After leaving, they headed toward Villa Number 2. Mom, where's Yao Yao? Yi-qing asked. Oh, that girl is playing outside. Where is she playing? Yi-qing asked again. Right in the garden within the community. You'll see her once you get there. Alright, I'll go find Yao Yao. With that, Yi-qing left the villa and headed toward the garden of Jin Xiushanhe. The garden of Jin Xiushanhe covered the largest area, with 38 villas built in a circular arrangement around it. After entering the garden, Yi-qing began searching for Yi Yao Yao's figure. Before long, he spotted a little girl. The little girl was squatting by the water, and Yi-qing walked over with a smile. Since there was only this one figure in the garden, it had to be Yi Yao Yao. What are you looking at? Yi-qing asked as he approached Yi Yao Yao. Watching turtles, Yi Yao Yao replied indifferently. suddenly feeling that the voice was very familiar. She immediately looked up. "Brother!" Yi Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise, immediately standing up and hugging Yi-qing's waist. "My little Yaoyao has grown so tall," Yi-qing said with a smile, ruffling Yi Yaoyao's little head. Yi Yaoyao looked up at Yi-qing and asked, "Brother, does this mean we can live together from now on?" Yi-qing nodded, then picked up Yi Yaoyao in his arms. From now on, we'll always live together. Let's go, let's head back. What's so interesting about turtles anyway?" Yi-qing carried Yi Yaoyao and walked toward Villa number 2. On the way, Yi Yaoyao whispered in Yi-qing's ear, "Brother, I awakened a very powerful ability." "Ha, Yaoyao, isn't awakening an ability something that happens after turning 12? How could you possibly awaken an ability now?" Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then smiled. As he spoke, Yi Yaoyao pouted unhappily and retorted, "Brother, I really did awaken an ability, but Mom and Dad told me not to tell anyone else." "It's fine to tell you, though. You really awakened one?" Yi-qing asked, somewhat incredulously. Awakening an ability was something he'd only ever heard of happening after the age of 12. He'd never heard of it occurring before then. Yi Yaoyao nodded earnestly, then giggled softly and said, "Brother, the ability I awakened is immortality." "Yi-qing? Really? Is it that powerful?" Yi-qing was stunned. "An immortal ability? This is 1,000 times stronger than any ice or sword abilities." Out of curiosity, Yi-qing used the Eye of Inquiry to examine Yi Yaoyao, mainly wanting to understand this immortal ability. Name, Yi Yaoyao. Realm, 0 stage 7 stars. Ability, none. Talent, rebirth from a drop of blood. As long as there is a drop of blood or a strand of hair in the world, resurrection is possible. Cultivation method, Heavenly Martial Scripture. Identity, eldest daughter of the Yi family in the Heavenly Martial State of the Divine Dynasty. Yi-qing? What is this? Divine Dynasty? Tianwu State? At this moment, Yi-qing's mind was buzzing, and he thought to himself, isn't this supposed to be the setting of urban spiritual energy revival? Why are these things popping up? Dazed, he carried Yi Yaoyao back to Villa number 2. "You're back, lunch has already been reheated. Go wash your hands and eat." Zhao Junyi looked at the two with a gentle smile and said, "Yi." Yaoyao responded happily, "Okay," while Yi-qing remained silent. Then, he used the Eye of Investigation to check his parents as well. Name, Yi Lin. Realm, 11th tier 9 stars. Ability, none. Talent, ice control. Cultivation method, Cambrian technique. Skills, not applicable. Identity, current head of the Yi family in the Tianwu state of the Divine Dynasty. Name, Zhao Junyi. Realm, 11th tier, 9 stars. Ability, none. Talent, spirit gathering. Cultivation method, spirit gathering technique. Skill, not applicable. Identity, current mistress of the Yi family in the Tianwu state of the Divine Dynasty. Yi-qing looked at the two pieces of information and fell into deep thought. My goodness, it turns out his parents are big shots. He was instantly puzzled. Since his parents were so powerful, why did they lie to him, claiming to be ordinary people and saying they were working odd jobs? Clearly, Yi Lin and his wife wanted to keep their distance from Yi-qing. He wanted to know the reason but didn't dare to ask directly, feeling conflicted in his heart. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yi Yaoyao asked curiously when she saw Yi-qing in a daze. Yi-qing smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Let's go wash our hands." Okay. Yi Yaoyao nodded, grabbing Yi-qing's hand and cheerfully running toward the restroom. Upon arriving, Yi-qing became even more puzzled. It was evident that Yi Yaoyao didn't seem like it was her first time at this villa. "Yaoyao, be honest with your brother. Did you and Mom and Dad used to live here?" Yi-qing asked. Upon hearing the question, Yi Yaoyao's face immediately showed a panicked expression. Yi-qing noticed something was off right away, squatted down, and looked at Yi Yaoyao seriously. "Yaoyao, am I still your brother? Don't lie to your brother, okay?" Yi Yaoyao looked conflicted, remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head and said softly, "Brother, Mom and Dad told me not to tell you." At this moment, Yi-qing's emotions were extremely complicated, but he didn't think it was because his parents didn't want him. If they truly wanted to abandon him, they could have done so when he was a child. Why maintain this lingering connection now? "Alright, go eat." He gently rubbed Yi Yaoyao's head. After Yi Yaoyao washed her hands and left, Yi-qing took out his Tianzi communicator. "Xiaoing, help me look up information about the Yi family in Shin Dynasty's Tianwu Prefecture, as well as my parents' records. Oh, and you definitely won't find it online. Check the internal files of various academies and the classified documents of Long Nation." "Okay, Master," Xiaoing replied, and after a moment, spoke again, "Master, I found it. In the Dragon Nation's confidential files, there is an SSS-level classified document that mentions the Divine Dynasty, as well as 4 other files, each pertaining to your family members. Each of your identities is classified as SSS level." Yi-qing's expression turned serious. He put on his headphones and said, "Read it to me." After speaking, Yi-qing washed his hands and walked toward the dining room. "Come, sit down. We haven't gathered together much in recent years. Now it's better, we can spend more time together in the future," Zhao Junyi said with a smile to Yi-qing. The warmth in her eyes gradually calmed Yi-qing's previously complicated complicated emotions. In his ears, Xiaoxing's voice gradually came through, and he gained a general understanding of the matter. After sitting down, Zhao Junyi chatted about family matters while serving food to Yi-qing. Yi-qing remained silent, focusing on listening to the information Xiaoxing was reading. Son, why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Junyi asked nervously when she noticed his prolonged silence. She was worried that neglecting Yi-qing too much might lead to a rift in their relationship. At that moment, Yi-qing had just finished listening to the classified files. Hearing Zhao Junyi's words, he smiled and said, Mom, it's nothing. I just got distracted. Oh, eat quickly, or the food will get cold, Zhao Junyi said as she continued to serve food to Yi-qing. Yi-qing took a few bites, pondered for a moment, and then looked at Yilin and Zhao Junyi, saying, Mom, Dad, is there nothing you want to tell me? Tell you. What? Oh, right, son, I heard you developed a communicator that can be used in secret realms and a powerful weapon? Yilin was momentarily stunned but then spoke with genuine surprise. This surprise was not feigned but heartfelt. They never expected their son to be so outstanding, capable of creating such things, especially the spiritual energy Bao, which even the strongest artifact forging sect in the Divine Dynasty couldn't craft a weapon so convenient and powerful. Mom, Dad, aren't you curious about how I managed to create these things? Yi-qing asked, looking at the two of them. The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Yilin said, what's there to be curious about? Just like in novels, everyone has their own opportunities. As parents, we only need to feel proud of our son's achievements. Yi-qing looked at the two of them, remained silent for a moment, and then said, actually, I also have an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence? The two were taken aback. They had some understanding of this concept. Having it was akin to becoming a god in the network. Not just the network, possessing artificial intelligence could even pose a threat to all of humanity on Blue Star. For a moment, Yilin and Zhao Junyi exchanged glances, a trace of nervousness flashing in their eyes. This nervousness did not escape Yi-qing's notice. Then, Yi-qing said, just now, I was bored and took a spin through the Dragon Nation's classified files. I found 4 files titled with our names, as well as one called Otherworld. Yilin and Zhao Junyi were stunned upon hearing this, putting down their bowls and chopsticks. You know everything? Yilin looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing nodded. Yilin and Zhao Junyi wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. Son, we're sorry, the two said in a low voice, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing smiled and said, you don't need to apologize for this. I know you did it for my sake. I don't blame you. Yilin slammed his fist heavily on the table. I just hate that I can't cross this final threshold and step into the 12th tier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to flee from the origin realm to Blue Star. Dad, tell me more about our family, Yi-qing said, looking at Yilin. The classified documents only recorded the general situation, and he was unclear about many details. Yilin nodded and began to speak. Let me first tell you why we were able to come to Blue Star from another world. The other world you know of is called the Origin Realm, as you should have learned from the documents. The Origin Realm is located on the other side of the Origin Secret Realm. Hundreds of years ago, the entrance to the Origin Secret Realm appeared simultaneously in the Origin Realm and on Blue Star. Since the entrance on the Origin Realm side was within our Yi family, your mother and I were the first to come to Blue Star. Later, more and more secret realms began to appear between the two worlds, but I discovered that none of them connected the two worlds like the Origin Secret Realm did. As a result, only our Yi family initially knew about the existence of Blue Star and had been to Blue Star before. As for why we fled to Blue Star now, that traces back to events thousands of years ago. To put it simply, our Yi family and another family have been mortal enemies, like water and fire, completely irreconcilable. This family is the Zhang family. You should have seen the name Zhang Jiu in the documents. He is the current head of the Zhang family and the main culprit behind the pursuit of our entire family. Originally, our Yi family also had a 12th level powerhouse, your grandfather. Therefore, although our Yi family and the Zhang family were not on good terms, there had never been any large-scale conflicts. However, there was an incident where your grandfather was severely injured, causing his level to drop. The Zhang family seized the opportunity to attack us. Zhang Jiu's strength was overwhelming, and your grandfather, your mother, and I had no choice but to flee the Origin Realm and hide in the Origin Secret Realm. Zhang Jiu discovered our movements and pursued us relentlessly. In the end, your grandfather used a secret technique to transform himself into a seal, blocking the only connection between the two realms, allowing us to escape to Blue Star and barely survive. Afterward, Zhang Jiu was unwilling to give up and tried to break your grandfather's seal. After years of effort, he finally found a way to send his puppet through. Thus, Zhang Jiu became the second person from the Origin Realm to discover Blue Star. At that time, you had just turned 12. When the puppet found us and saw your talent, it attempted to kill you. Fortunately, you were lucky and survived, but your talent was sealed, and you forgot many things. We had no choice but to take the opportunity to declare your death publicly. To prevent Zhang Jiu's puppet from finding you again, we dared not meet freely frequently after returning to Blue Star. After listening, Yi-qing couldn't help but curiously ask, is my talent really that incredible? Zhang Jiao wants to kill me as soon as he sees me? Yilin and Zhao Junyi nodded seriously. Son, your talent is undoubtedly the most powerful in the origin realm. Your talent does not belong to any of the 3 types of talents, and it doesn't even have its own name, but the world calls it the Divine Emperor talent. This name is really so cringy. Yi-qing couldn't help but complain. Don't change the subject. The Divine Emperor talent is extremely powerful. Since the origin realm came into existence, only 5 people have ever possessed such a talent. The first person has already broken through the 12th tier, becoming an existence beyond the 12th tier. He is the Divine Emperor, which is why your talent is called the Divine Emperor talent. Yi-qing asked curiously, is there a realm beyond the 12th tier? Yilin nodded. Above the 12th rank is godhood. Although the lifespan of the 12th rank can reach up to 5,000 years, the lifespan of a god is said to be infinite. Are there any gods in the origin realm now? Yilin shook his head. No, in the history of the origin realm, only the Divine Emperor ascended to godhood, and after becoming a god, he disappeared. Alright, being able to ascend to godhood is indeed an extraordinary talent. What about the remaining ones? Did they not ascend? Yi-qing looked at Yilin inquiringly. Yilin continued, among the remaining 4, the last one is human, while the other 3 have all passed away. From the moment they began cultivating, each of them was invincible at the same level, easily capable of fighting across levels, and their cultivation speed was astonishing. However, unfortunately, they were all killed by enemies or the Divine Dynasty before they could fully grow. The Divine Dynasty was established by the Divine Emperor, and after the Divine Emperor disappeared, the rulers of the Divine Dynasty would never allow a second Divine Emperor to emerge. Yi-qing smiled bitterly. So, does that mean I'm now an enemy of the world? Not to that extent. For now, only Zhang Jiao has set his sights on us, and the Divine Dynasty is completely unaware of your talent. Yilin said with a smile, son, don't worry. Once your mom and I reach the 12th tier, our family will have the ability to protect itself. Yilin patted Yi-qing on the shoulder, his expression particularly serious. Yi-qing could feel his pressure because he had also learned from classified documents that Zhang Jiao had once said he would be able to break the seal in a few years. In other words, in 5 years, Zhang Jiao would be able to break the seal. Li Bai, what star level are you at in the 12th tier? Yi-qing suddenly asked himself a question. 9 stars, but if a god descends, I would still dare to fight with the 3-foot-long sword in my hand. Stop saying such flashy things all the time. Oh, anyway, below the gods, I, Li Bai, am invincible. After hearing this, Yi-qing was completely relieved. Whether it was Zhang Jiao or Li Jiao, he would let Li Bai handle it. Yi-qing looked at Yilin and said, Dad, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Even if Zhang Jiao comes, we have no reason to fear him. Yilin shook his head with a bitter smile and said, son, you don't understand. Zhang Jiao is a 12th tier existence, incredibly powerful. Although he's only a 12th tier 1 star, killing your mother and me, both 11th tier 9 stars, would be as easy as turning his hand. Seeing the heavy expressions on Yilin and Zhao Junyi's faces, Yi-qing sighed inwardly, thinking that today it seemed time to reveal one of his 2 trump cards. His 2 trump cards were undoubtedly Li Bai and the 10 billion resurrection coins. Yi-qing hadn't wanted to expose the existence of Li Bai and the resurrection coins so easily, but now that the name Zhang Jiao was weighing so heavily on Yilin and Zhao Junyi, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, he looked at Yilin and Zhao Junyi and said, Dad, Mom, at this point, I have no choice but to lay my cards on the table. Yilin rolled his eyes and slapped the back of Yi-qing's head. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop reading so many novels, kid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement, willingly getting hit. Reward, Divine Artifact Ruler. Divine Artifact Ruler. Although it doesn't have any divine effects, its only feature is that it can't be broken. Yi-qing, why does this achievement sound so annoying? He looked at Yilin and said seriously, Dad, I'm not joking. Seeing you both so worried, I can only reveal my trump card. As he spoke, Yi-qing shouted, Li Bai, come out and take a lap. Li Bai. Li Bai seemed very unwilling when he heard this, but helplessly, he appeared behind Yi-qing with a sullen expression. Yilin and Zhao Junyi were startled by Li Bai's sudden appearance and quickly pulled Yi-qing back a few steps. Hey, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? This isn't an enemy, this is my guardian spirit, Li Bai. Li Bai then looked at Yilin and Zhao Junyi and said, there's no need to panic, as the master said, I am the master's guardian spirit. Guardian spirit? What is that? Yilin asked with a frown. Li Bai thought for a moment and replied, you can think of it as a servant. Yilin said incredulously, are you kidding? The aura you emit is more terrifying than any 12th tier expert I've ever seen. How could you possibly become my son's guardian spirit? Dad, relax. Li Bai really is my guardian spirit, a 12th tier powerhouse. There's no need for him to team up with me to trick you, right? Yi-qing explained helplessly. Hearing this, Yilin also nodded helplessly, but it was really hard for him to accept. His own son was actually this impressive? A 12th tier servant, this was just ridiculously amazing. After Yilin and Zhao Junyi Junyi calmed down, everyone sat down, and the atmosphere became momentarily silent. Yi-qing coughed lightly and said, Dad, Mom, I had Li Bai come out to tell you that you don't need to feel any pressure anymore. That Zhang Jiao or whatever, we don't need to care about him at all. Yilin let out a bitter laugh and said, the existence that has been weighing on me for over 10 years is just gone like that. It's really a bit hard to get used to. Are you feeling unaccustomed to it? Now you don't have to push yourself to train so hard every day, Zhao Junyi said with a smile, her face full of ease. Yilin shook his head and said, we still can't let our guard down. Once Zhang Jiao no longer poses a threat to us, he might reveal the existence of Blue Star and his son's talent to the divine dynasty. At that point, the pressure we face will be several times greater than it is now. Hearing this, Zhao Junyi's previously relaxed expression turned tense again. Yi-qing glanced at Li Bai and gave him a look. Li Bai nodded slightly, then said to Yilin and Zhao Junyi, you two need not worry. While I dare not claim to be invincible, no one below the gods can take a strike from my sword unscathed. Li Bai's words were actually quite modest, considering he was already at the peak of the 12th tier, and even among the peaks of the 12th tier, there were varying levels of strength. Li Bai was confident that with the sword in his hand, he could slay anyone of the same tier. If his realm were to be classified, Li Bai should actually be called a demigod, as his sword could contend with an ordinary god in battle. Of course, this would only be for one encounter. Killing a god would certainly be impossible. Yilin and Zhao Junyi were momentarily stunned. Yilin curiously asked, Sir, may I ask about your cultivation level? 12th tier, 9 stars. Upon hearing Li Bai's precise reply, both of them gasped in shock. 12th tier, 9 stars, this level of existence was so rare that even in the origin realm, there were only 3 such individuals, and each of them was nearing the end of their lifespan, their strength far from what it had been at their peak. Therefore, Li Bai's claim of being invincible below the level of gods was entirely justified. Yilin looked at Li Bai, then turned to Yi-qing. I still can't figure it out. Why would someone like you be willing to become my son's guardian? Spirit, you are a 12-star, 9th tier existence. Judging by your age, it's not impossible for you to ascend to godhood in the future. A mortal at the peak of existence with the potential to become a god had actually become his son's guardian spirit. This left Yilin utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. Could it really be because Yi-qing had some sort of charm? That was simply absurd. Yi-qing helplessly waved his hand and said, Dad, you just need to know that Li Bai willingly became my guardian spirit. There's no need to dig deeper into it. After pondering for a moment, Yilin smiled in relief and said, alright, since we have Li Bai protecting the path, our Yi family no longer needs to worry about the threats from the origin realm. From now on, we can live peacefully on Blue Star. That's for the best. All these years, you've only focused on cultivation, neglecting your son, and you haven't spent much time with Yao Yao. From now on, don't just think about cultivation every day, Zhao Junyi said with a cheerful smile. At this moment, Yi Yao Yao, who was sitting nearby and eating heartily, had already finished a bowl of rice cleanly. Burpy Yao Yao let out a satisfied burp, then looked at Yi-qing and the others and asked, Dad, Mom, brother, why aren't you eating? The three of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw Yi Yao Yao's completely oblivious expression. Zhao Junyi chuckled and said, alright, let's eat. Yao Yao has already finished her meal, and you haven't even started. After 2 days of rest, Yi-qing and Suyu welcomed September 1st. This day was not only the start of the school year for Yi-qing and Suyu, but also for Yi Yao Yao. Yilin and Zhao Junyi accompanied Yao Yao to register, while Yi-qing and Suyu headed together to Shinwu Academy. Shinwu Academy is located in the Academy District of the Imperial Capital, which houses only Shinwu Academy and Imperial Academy, with their gates directly facing each other. At this moment, the entrances of the two academies were crowded with people. Students were in the minority, while most were parents accompanying them, eager to catch a glimpse of the grandeur of one of Longwa's top 10 academies. However, the parents' wishes were ultimately destined to be unfulfilled, as this was an academy, not a park. Non-students and teachers were not allowed to enter unless under special circumstances. Therefore, the parents were all stopped outside the gate, only able to watch their children enter the academy with longing eyes. In fact, this rule had been clearly communicated earlier. Even the parents of students could not enter the academy without an invitation. Yet, there were still many who refused to give up and wanted to try their luck. Every year, quite a few people would attempt to see if they could gain access to the academy and take a closer look. Yi-qing and Suyu squeezed into the crowd, submitted their admission letters, and smoothly entered the school gates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of entering the academy. Reward, Grade 10 Spiritual Fruit, Transformation Fruit. Transformation Fruit grants beast-like creatures the ability to transform into human form and revert back to beast form at any time and place. After entering the academy, groups of students were led away from the school gate one after another. Yi-qing had not yet had time to check the system's rewards before he and Suyu followed the crowd to a building outside. This is the Academic Affairs Office. Later, you will line up to pay tuition fees, then receive your school badge, uniform, dormitory key, and a map of the academy. After that, you can return to your dormitory, but remember, at 1 p.m., everyone must gather at Shinny Martial Arts Arena," the senior leading the group said earnestly to everyone. Before leaving, the senior reminded them, "Remember, it's Shinny Martial Arts Arena. You must arrive before 1 p.m., and if you're late, you will definitely regret it." After saying this, he left, and the group began lining up to pay tuition fees and collect their items. Soon it was Yi-qing and Suyu's turn. After paying their tuition fees and receiving their items, they left. The dormitory keys they received each had a tag attached, with Shinsan and Shinsi written on them respectively. Following the crowd, they found the student dormitory area, which consisted of 5 tall buildings. The 5 buildings were labeled with the characters Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, while the luxurious building in the middle bore a golden character for God. Apart from Yi-qing and Suyu, everyone else was heading toward the building marked with the God character, carrying their belongings. Yi-qing smiled wryly and said to Suyu, "The dormitory division here is definitely not simple. We're going to be targeted by a large group of people as soon as school starts. Let them target us if they want. With our strength, as long as it's not the top students from the 3rd year or the 4th year students, who do we have to fear?" Suyu said nonchalantly. Suyu's cultivation had already reached the 2nd stage, 2 stars. Coupled with his SSS level ability and 9th grade technique, Suyu was brimming with confidence. Whether it was 1st year or 2nd year students, he didn't care about them. Of course, Yi-qing, the freak, was an exception. As for 3rd year students, Suyu was also willing to fight them. After all, he possessed a top-tier spiritual energy bao, making it incredibly easy for him to fight across levels. Yi-qing smiled faintly, shook his head, and then walked with Suyu toward the Shensi dormitory. Sure enough, many people began to notice them. These people weren't foolish. From the dormitory assignments alone, it was clear that those who could live in the Shensi dormitory were no ordinary individuals. Some of them, understanding the situation, immediately said sourly, "I'm so jealous. I wish I could live in the Shensi dormitory too." "What's so special about the Shensi dormitory? You guys don't know? Everyone who lives in the Shensi dormitory is a prodigy." "So, you're saying those two are both geniuses?" "Yes. TCH, even I, a proud S-level ability holder, can't move into the divine dormitory. What makes them qualified?" Inside the yellow dormitory, heated discussions were ongoing, with some expressing envy and others jealousy. However, most people were filled with admiration. After all, being able to live in the divine dormitory undoubtedly meant exceptional strength. Yi-qing and Suyu arrived at the 3rd and 4th rooms on the 1st floor of the divine dormitory, opened the doors, and walked straight in. They certainly didn't want to be stared at like monkeys any longer. Seeing Yi-qing and Suyu enter their dorms, the crowd in the yellow dormitory gradually returned to their respective rooms. After entering the dorm, Yi-qing looked around and couldn't help but admit that the environment was truly satisfying. His dorm had a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Such conditions were already quite luxurious. After all, the other dormitories, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, didn't have living rooms or kitchens and were double occupancy, making them incomparable. The dorm was fully equipped with furniture, appliances, and bedding, so Yi-qing didn't need to add anything. He quickly changed into the school uniform he had received. The school had issued 3 sets of uniforms, but he only needed one. The other 2 were directly stored in his system space. Unless this set got damaged, he wouldn't need to change clothes at all. Thanks to the dustless fruit he had consumed earlier, its effects extended to his clothing as well. In other words, Yi-qing could go hundreds of years without changing clothes and still remain odor-free. Speaking of spiritual fruits, Yi-qing recalled the black moon fruits he had listed online a couple of days ago and wondered if anyone had bought them. He took out his phone and opened a trading website commonly used by Blue Star residents, only to find that all the black moon fruits he had listed were sold out, and within 10 seconds of being posted. Since he had asked Xiaoing to handle the listing, he hadn't been paying attention, but seeing this now left him astonished. TSK, there sure are plenty of wealthy people in Dragon Country. Yi-qing couldn't help but marvel. Among high-grade spiritual fruits, even the lowest 5th grade ones cost at least 100,000, 6th grade ones $1 million, 7th grade ones $10 million, and 8th grade ones $1 billion. Yi-qing had a large quantity of black moon fruits, and although most were only 5th and 6th grade, selling them all this time had earned him over $1 billion. The sales platform was already urging him to ship the goods quickly. Since he had already packed the black moon fruits, Yi-qing decided to take advantage of his free time and left the dorm, heading toward the academy's exit. After leaving Shinwu Academy, Yi-qing arrived at a nearby branch of a courier company. Xiaoing Express was the top-ranked courier company in Manhwa, and its behind-the-scenes owner was an 8th-tier ability user, so no one ever dared to covet the items delivered by Xiaoing Express. Yi-qing handed over the items and the buyer's information to the staff of Xiaoing Express and left his basic information. All the information he provided was Suyu's. At this moment, the staff of Xiaoing Express saw the package and, although a bit surprised, didn't say much. They had handled tasks involving 8th-tier spiritual fruits before, but such matters were not something something their branch could handle. The staff of Xiaoing Express looked at Yi-qing and said, "Sir, the level of the package you want to deliver has reached S level, which requires high-tier ability users to be dispatched from headquarters. Therefore, the shipping cost might be a bit expensive." "No problem, just tell me how much it is, and I'll pay." "Alright, sir. You have a total of 3 S-level packages, over a dozen A-level packages, and several B-level and C-level packages. Altogether, let's round it to 70 million for you." Yi-qing transferred 70 million to Swift God Express without hesitation. The price was extremely high, but Yi-qing understood why. After all, he was sending an 8th-grade spiritual fruit, and Swift God Express would need to dispatch 6th-tier or even 7th-tier ability users to deliver it. The 70 million fee was already considered a bargain. After making the payment, Yi-qing left directly. It was getting late, and he couldn't afford to be late. That senior had once said that being late would lead to regret, and it was definitely not an empty warning. Back at the dormitory, Yi-qing found that it was only a little past 11, so he went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. He had been eating instant noodles for 2 whole months, and if he continued, he would surely go crazy. Just as he started cooking, Suyu's keen nose immediately picked up the scent, and he eagerly ran to the door of Yi-qing's dormitory. "Old Yi, open the door." Yi-qing was busy cooking and couldn't free up his hands, so he said, "Li Bai, go help me open the door." Li Bai immediately appeared at the door, opened it, and then disappeared in an instant. Suyu stared at the door that had opened automatically, paused for a moment, and then walked in. "Old Yi, how does your door open automatically? Mine doesn't seem to work like that." Suyu asked Yi-qing in the kitchen, puzzled. Yi-qing rolled his eyes helplessly and replied, "How would I know? Go help me wash the vegetables." "Oh." Suyu looked confused, scratched his head, and then went to the kitchen to help Yi-qing wash the vegetables. After finishing, Suyu ran to the door of Yi-qing's dormitory, inspecting the lock on the door and muttering "Open Sesame" from time to time. Could it not be voice-activated? Is there a remote control? Suyu continued to curiously examine the lock on the door. Yi-qing finished cooking and, looking at Suyu's confused expression, couldn't help but say, "Old Su, what are you doing? I didn't close the door properly just now. Where did the automatic door come from?" "Impossible, I just pushed it earlier. It was definitely closed." "If you keep babbling, do you still want to eat?" "Eat, eat, eat." Suyu quickly smiled and walked into the living room. With just the two of them, Yi-qing didn't prepare much, only stir-fried some meat and a vegetable dish. The two of them scooped a bowl of rice and began to enjoy their meal. TSK, white rice is so delicious. "I've been in the secret realm for 2 months recently, and I'm really sick of instant noodles," Suyu said with emotion. Yi-qing smiled and retorted, "Some people can't even afford instant noodles, and you're being so picky?" Suyu chuckled and suddenly looked at Yi-qing mysteriously, saying, "Old Yi, I know your spatial ring is really big. Could you bring cooking supplies next time we enter a secret realm? If that's too much, at least bring a pot that can be used to make a fire, along with a couple of bottles of lao gan ma and some pickled vegetables." Yi-qing smiled and asked, "Do you really think this is a vacation? Just tell me if you can bring them or not," Suyu said excitedly. Yi-qing nodded with a smile, "Of course I can. Actually, I have a complete set of kitchen utensils in my space ring, just like my motorcycle, powered by solar energy." Suyu was stunned, then exclaimed excitedly, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? Aren't you tired of eating instant noodles every day?" "Indeed, but there was no choice. Previously, my cultivation level lagged behind my peers, so I couldn't afford to waste time cooking," Yi-qing explained while eating. Suyu helplessly covered his face and continued, "Then you can use it from now on, right? You're already at 2-star 5 tier. Which of your peers can beat you?" Yi-qing responded with a smile, "Alright, I don't want to keep eating instant noodles either, but you'll have to prepare the ingredients next time." No problem, Suyu agreed without hesitation. Although his spatial ring wasn't very large, bringing some ingredients wouldn't be an issue. After finishing their meal and tidying up the dishes, the two followed the academy map and headed toward the Shinwu Academy's Shini Martial Arena. Shinwu Academy had a total of 7 martial arenas, named Shini through Shinshi, with Shini being the largest. Shini's size was roughly equal to the combined area of the other 6 arenas, and even with the entire Shinwu Academy gathered inside, it wouldn't feel crowded. When Yi-qing and Suyu arrived at the martial arena, some people had already arrived early. As soon as the two stepped into the arena, they immediately drew numerous gazes, as many had seen them walking out of the Shen dormitory building earlier. Just as they reached the arena, someone started walking toward them. Yi-qing whispered to Suyu, "Looks like someone is unconvinced. I'll give you a chance to show off in a bit." Suyu shrugged and said indifferently, "I really don't want to bully these kids." Suyu calling these people kids was actually quite appropriate. Most of these freshmen from Shinwu were only at the first tier 5 or 6 stars level. In front of Suyu, who was at second tier 3 stars, they were hardly worth mentioning, although it's normal for those of the same tier to engage in cross-star battles using abilities and powerful techniques. These people's abilities and techniques were inferior to Suyu's, and their level was a whole tier lower. They simply couldn't defeat Suyu. As he spoke, a few of them walked up up to Yi-qing and Suyu. The leader, with his flamboyant yellow hair, looked rather ostentatious. He glanced at the two and then said, "I heard you live in the Shin dormitory building?" Suyu dug his ear casually and asked, "What's wrong? Not convinced? That's right, call me Brother Huang. You too, dare to fight me? If you lose, hand over the dormitory of the Shin character dorm to me. I've already looked into it. The academy allows. It's within the same grade. As long as someone defeats you, the dormitory will no longer belong to you," Brother Huang said, flipping his yellow hair and striking a pose he thought was cool. Yi-qing and Suyu's expressions instantly turned peculiar. Yi-qing said helplessly, "Are people nowadays also shameless? Meeting someone and immediately asking them to call you brother?" Suyu nodded in agreement. Brother Huang seemed a bit angry and retorted, "You're the shameless one. My name is actually Brother Huang. Your dad really gave you a great name. Whether you can win or not, at least you've already taken advantage." Yi-qing complained helplessly, "Don't change the subject. Are we fighting or not?" Brother Huang raised his head, directly aiming his nostrils at the two of them. Yi-qing and Suyu's faces both turned grim. Yi-qing patted Suyu and said, "Go, go, go. Alright, leave it to me. I'm going to beat him so badly he won't be able to take care of himself." Suyu smiled and clenched his fist. Seeing the two about to start, the group following Brother Huang immediately dispersed the surrounding crowd, clearing out a space. Brother Huang looked at Suyu and said, "This match can't be forced on you. Don't go back on your word if you lose later." Suyu responded with a smile, "Don't worry, if I lose, I'll definitely keep my word. But there's one thing we need to agree on first. If I lose, the dorm is yours. But if I win?" Brother Huang touched his chin, thought seriously, and said, "How about this? If you win, I'll give you my dormitory." Suyu, "What the heck would I want your dormitory for? Isn't mine enough? Do you think I have nothing better to do than take yours?" Suyu was speechless, thinking to himself that this guy's shamelessness was truly outrageous. Brother Huang coughed awkwardly, "Ahem, that seems to make sense too. Then you tell me, what should we do?" Suyu thought for a moment and suggested, "How about this? If you lose, you have to run laps for me while doing a handstand until a teacher comes." "No problem, let's not waste time. I'm going in." Brother Huang agreed without hesitation, then charged directly at Suyu, throwing a punch. Suyu immediately pulled out a wooden sword to block. He couldn't foolishly use his body to take the hit, especially since he wasn't sure about Brother Huang's abilities. If Brother Huang had superhuman powers, things could go south quickly. The wooden sword swiftly met Brother Huang's punch, successfully blocking it. From the force transmitted through the wooden sword, Suyu could clearly feel that Brother Huang's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary first-tier ability user. "Swordsmanship, huh? As long as I'm fast enough, your sword will be useless against me," Brother Huang said slowly, crossing his hands to shield his face. Suyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Buddy, what are you trying to do? Transform into Ultraman?" Brother Huang ignored Suyu and shouted loudly. Suyu immediately took out several more wooden swords. He wasn't really inexperienced. He could tell at a glance what Brother Huang was about to do from his earlier movements. This was the action that low-level ability users with beast transformation powers always performed before. Transforming. Although it looked a bit juvenile, anyone who underestimated it would definitely suffer. Beast transformation abilities varied in strength, but generally speaking, every low-level ability user with beast transformation powers had the capability to fight beyond their level. As Brother Huang's shout ended, yellow fur began to sprout from his body, and his frame gradually expanded, slowly transforming into a weasel about 2 meters tall. A weasel? Suyu didn't dare to be careless. He immediately controlled 4 wooden swords to spin rapidly around him, forming a protective shield to defend himself. He knew that weasels were incredibly fast, so this precaution was absolutely necessary. Not wanting to delay any further, Suyu decisively sent one of the wooden swords hurtling straight toward Brother Huang. Brother Huang's speed was indeed impressive, effortlessly dodging the wooden sword's attack, while Suyu controlled the other 2 wooden swords to follow closely behind. If you're going to fight, you have to go all out. Attacking one by one would be like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, sending them off one by one. With 3 wooden swords attacking simultaneously, although Brother Huang's speed was extremely fast, he still couldn't break through the wooden sword's blockade in a short time. Skills, none. After transforming, Brother Huang's speed skyrocketed, and his defense also improved, rendering Suyu's wooden swords incapable of causing him any harm. Continuing like this was clearly disadvantageous for Suyu. He could have taken the opportunity while Brother Huang was trapped by the wooden swords to shoot an arrow. However, he still couldn't fully control the arrows of the spiritual energy bow with precision, so he couldn't use it recklessly. But dragging this out was not an option. Suyu decisively summoned the accompanying long sword. "Hey, you rat over there, you'd better be careful. My sword is above S rank." Suyu kindly reminded him, and then the 3-foot golden longsword in front of him shot straight toward Brother Huang. A wave of oppressive energy instantly emanated from the longsword, striking Brother Huang. His expression changed as he tried to break free from the 3 wooden swords' restraints to escape. After enduring a few strikes, strikes, Brother Huang began running rapidly around the dueling arena. In fact, if Suyu hadn't been using wooden swords, Brother Huang would have already been injured when he forcibly broke through the blockade of the three swords earlier. Watching Brother Huang swiftly circling around him, Suyu didn't dare to be careless, guarding his four wooden swords while increasing their spinning speed. Then, the golden long sword and the three wooden swords attacked Brother Huang from two different directions. Facing the incoming swords from both sides, Brother Huang quickly made a decision and launched an attack on Suyu instead. Continuing to run was useless, so he might as well counterattack. Suyu grabbed a wooden sword with his right hand, casually twirled it into a sword flower, and then shouted loudly, 10,000 swords return to the sect. 10,000 swords return to the sect was one of the three major sword techniques in the sword control art and the only basic sword technique Suyu had currently mastered. Although it was a group attack move, its effectiveness was still outstanding even against a single opponent. Before he finished speaking, dozens of longsword phantoms appeared above his head and then dove down in the direction he pointed, aiming directly at the charging Brother Huang. Seeing dozens of swords flying toward him, Brother Huang froze for a moment, failing to escape quickly and instead crossing his arms over his head in fear. Although Suyu's 10,000 swords returned to the sect could currently only summon the phantoms of dozens of long swords, its power was not to be underestimated. Coupled with his cultivation advantage, Brother Huang's defense was far from top tier. It wasn't long before the arena echoed with painful cries. Ah! A miserable scream accompanied the dissipation of the golden sword's shadow, and Brother Huang collapsed to the ground, motionless. Suyu withdrew his wooden sword and the golden long sword, shouting at Brother Huang, "Hey, Blondie, stop pretending to be dead. My sword's shadow can't kill you." Brother Huang remained silent, prompting Suyu to walk toward him in confusion. Just as Suyu was about to reach him, Brother Huang suddenly opened, his eyes wide. Suyu, always wary of Brother Huang, immediately gripped his long sword tightly to defend himself upon seeing the sudden movement. However, Brother Huang did not launch an attack. Instead, he abruptly turned his backside toward Suyu. Suyu froze, completely baffled by Brother Huang's actions. Then, a loud noise erupted in front of him. Put. It wasn't an explosion, it was Brother Huang letting out a fart. A yellow mist surged from behind Brother Huang, spreading toward Suyu. The moment Suyu caught a whiff of the mist, he began vomiting uncontrollably, his face turning pale as he quickly flew into the air on his sword, gasping for fresh air. "You bastard! You actually unleashed a biochemical weapon!" Before Suyu could say anything further, the other people in the martial arts arena immediately erupted into chaos. Biochemical weapons don't discriminate between friend and foe. In an instant, Brother Huang became the public enemy of all the freshmen in the school. Many were so overwhelmed by the stench of Brother Huang's fart that they vomited up their lunch, plunging the scene into utter disorder. Yi-qing, upon witnessing Brother Huang's fart, immediately encased himself tightly in ice, preferring to suffocate rather than be poisoned by the smell. Meanwhile, some freshmen with wind-based abilities quickly began using their powers to disperse the foul odor. Once the stench dissipated, nearly everyone glared at Brother Huang with predatory eyes. By this time, Brother Huang had reverted to his human form. Seeing the hostile gazes of the crowd, he quickly forced a smile and said, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Finish off this bastard." With an angry roar, the crowd charged forward in unison, each person landing a kick. Brother Huang's screams instantly echoed throughout the martial arts arena. After everyone took turns beating Brother Huang for about 10 minutes, their anger finally subsided. Although Brother Huang's injuries were not severe, his face was bruised and swollen, his hair was a mess, like a bird's nest, and he looked so pitiful it was almost heartbreaking. Suyu returned to the ground and said to Brother Huang, "Blondie, you've lost. It's time to start running laps on your hands." "That's right. Hurry up and start running laps on your hands." The onlookers, who had initially just been there for the spectacle, now chimed in unanimously. Could Brother Huang dare to refuse? He immediately obediently went into a handstand and began running laps around the martial arts field. There was no need for Suyu to supervise, everyone else's eyes were fixed on him. Helplessly doing a handstand, Brother Huang sighed inwardly, "How reckless. How could I release gas in front of such a crowd?" And now, because of one fart, he had become the public enemy of the freshmen. Not long after, the crowd saw more than 20 people in black robes enter the martial arts field. Among them were men and women, young and old, but the youngest appeared to be in their late 20s or early 30s, clearly the academy's instructors. The black robe of the middle-aged man leading the group was different from the others. Upon closer inspection, it had golden thread patterns. From a distance, apart from Yi-qing, no one else noticed. When the instructors arrived at the martial arts field, they saw Brother Huang walking on his hands with a bruised and swollen face. The middle-aged man in the lead asked, "What's going on here?" Some people immediately began explaining. Moments later, the instructors understood the situation. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Interesting, becoming a public enemy on the first day of school?" Brother Huang immediately felt wronged and said in a low voice, "I didn't mean to." "Ha, whether you meant to or not, you'd better be careful careful when you sleep tonight after today is over, the middle-aged man said. Something cryptic, then walked toward the host platform of the martial arts arena. Brother Yuan looked puzzled and scratched his head. All the new students in the martial arts arena immediately quieted down and automatically formed several lines. After the instructors walked onto the host platform, the middle-aged man took out a microphone and began to speak. For high-level ability users, a microphone was actually unnecessary, but the leaders of Shinwu Academy were still accustomed to using one because they unanimously believed that there was no need to waste spiritual energy on speaking. Even though it was just a tiny bit, if intense combat broke out in the next second, that tiny bit of spiritual energy could mean the difference between life and death. This was something the Academy's founder had said during its early days, and it had become the Academy's motto. The motto was straightforward: at Shinwu, when giving speeches, you must use a microphone. Don't be idle and show off unnecessarily. Wasting spiritual energy is no trivial matter. Good afternoon, students. Let me first introduce myself. I am the vice principal of Shinwu Academy, and my name is Zhang Ziheng. This year, our academy has enrolled a total of 700 new students. It seems there are only a little over 600 here now, so let's wait for the others to arrive, Zhang Ziheng said with a gentle smile on his face, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial arts arena fell into complete silence. It wasn't long before a few people appeared at the entrance of the martial arts training ground, grinning. Seeing how quiet it was, the instructors also fell silent. Zhang Ziheng smiled and said, "It's fine, stand in line one by one." Those few people, trembling slightly, walked to the podium, lowered their heads, and lined up. Over the next period, more latecomers arrived at the training ground and all stood on the podium. Most of them lowered their heads, looking somewhat fearful, but a few had a disdainful expression, standing lazily on the podium, swaying left and right. Zhang Ziheng glanced around, nodded slightly, and said, "All right, everyone's here. Today is the first day of school. The 20 instructors beside me are the ones from our Divine Martial Academy who are willing to take in students this year. However, each instructor will only accept a few students, so in a moment, you will undergo an assessment to rank the new students' abilities. This ranking will help the instructors choose their preferred students, so do your best to perform well." Hearing Zhang Ziheng's words, some people immediately became restless. Dean Zhang, what if we aren't chosen by an instructor? This question struck a chord with most of the crowd. Zhang Ziheng smiled slightly and said, "Worried about not being taught? Don't worry about that. Besides instructors, our academy also has teachers. The difference between teachers and instructors lies in the fact that instructors personally take in students to impart knowledge, while teachers, like regular educators, have fixed course schedules. However, from this distinction, you should be able to see that instructors have much more freedom, and as a result, their abilities are generally stronger than those of teachers. Indeed, the minimum level for our academy's instructors is a 7th tier ability user, while teachers are usually only 6th tier, and some are even 5th tier." Hearing these words, everyone was eager to give it a try. Who wouldn't want to become a mentor's student? A difference of one rank was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just look at the treatment, it was completely different. Mentors only needed to take on a few students each year and would teach them individually. The schedule for classes and breaks was entirely up to the mentor. Teachers, on the other hand, had a much lower status. All their class times and locations were arranged by the academy, and they had to teach dozens of students at once. Compared to mentors, it was truly exhausting and far less free. Dean Zhang, what is the content of our assessment? Someone couldn't wait to ask, and everyone was eager to start immediately. Zhang Ziheng adjusted his gold-framed glasses and said with a smile, "The assessment is very simple. I don't want to make it complicated, just run laps. Rankings will be based on how long you can persist. Of course, don't think you can just jog slowly to extend your time. I'll have a demonic beast chasing you from behind. If it catches you, you're out." What? Everyone was stunned. Running laps? This assessment seemed way too casual. The next second, those who had just vomited suddenly realized something and angrily glared at Brother Huang. Being stared at by so many people, Brother Huang trembled in fear and immediately understood the meaning behind Dean Zhang's earlier words. So many people had just thrown up, and when it came time to run laps, they definitely wouldn't be able to perform at their best. At that point, they would surely redirect all their anger toward Brother Huang. "It's over. It's really over. Will I even make it out of Shinwu alive? No way, no way. We must lock the doors and windows tonight." Brother Huang was panicking, as if he could already see himself being ambushed and beaten up every night while sleeping. Zhang Ziheng suddenly turned his gaze to Yi-qing and Suyu. "You two must be the top scorers in this year's college entrance exam. As students of the Divine Building, you can choose not to participate in the assessment and directly tie for first place. Of course, I imagine you'd still want to prove your strength." Suyu replied, "Prove what? Not running." Yi-qing echoed, "Is there really such a benefit? Whoever wants to run can go ahead." Zhang Ziheng's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, "Shut up, I was just being polite." Suyu looked disgusted disgusted. You really don't keep your word. Yi-qing cooperated by looking at Suyu. Old Su, how could your dad become the honorary dean of this kind of academy? The helpless Suyu waved his hand. Maybe he was blind. Forget it, I'll go home during the holidays and sever ties with my dad. It's too embarrassing. Zhang Zihang watched the two of them put on an act in public, his face turning grim. If you say one more word, you'll be banned from using spiritual power while running laps later. Yi-qing and Suyu immediately shut their mouths. A true man knows when to yield. If they had to shut up, so be it. Zhang Zihang snorted a few times, thinking to himself that if it weren't for your fathers, I wouldn't be able to beat you too. Otherwise, I'd definitely teach you a lesson today. Alright, everyone gather in front of me. You need to run laps around the training field clockwise, Zhang Zihang said to the group. Everyone immediately lined up under the podium, making the scene appear exceptionally crowded, as there were over 600 people present. Zhang Zihang glanced at an elder beside him. The elder gave a slight nod, his cane appearing in his hand as he walked to the back of the group. The next moment, the elder stomped his cane forcefully, and a blue pattern emerged on the ground, centered around the cane. Following that, a purple wolf slowly rose from the ground. The elder jumped off the massive purple wolf, gently stroking its head, and a hoarse voice sounded, I'll have to trouble you again this year. The purple wolf let out a soft cry, sounding extremely gentle. Wow, is that a summoned beast? Hiss, this seems to be the purple wolf. I saw it online before. It's extremely fast and possesses the power of lightning. Then if it catches up to us later, will we get electrocuted? Hearing everyone's discussion, the old man just smiled and said, no need to worry. Little purple only releases a weak current that will sting a bit, nothing serious. Easy for you to say. Why don't you go and get shocked? A bunch of people cursed inwardly but didn't dare to say it out loud. The old man slowly walked to the podium and returned to Zhang Zihang's side. Zhang Zihang smiled faintly and said, if you don't want to get zapped by the purple wolf, then run as fast as you can and don't stop. Oh, by the way, you can use spiritual power, abilities, and any means, whether it's sword control or summoning, all of it is allowed. I don't care about the process, only the result. So, in 10 seconds, the assessment officially begins. Zhang Zihang said with a smile, then started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. At this moment, Yi-qing said excitedly, we can use any means? After speaking, he quickly took out his little motorcycle, sat on it, and patted the back seat towards Suyu. Old Su, hop on. Zhang Zihang, who was counting down, almost choked, and the other freshmen and mentors were all stunned. The freshmen present all wanted to report Yi-qing for cheating. Zhang Zihang had just said that any means could be used, so he had no grounds to refute and could only continue the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start running. As Zhang Zihang finished the countdown, Yi-qing twisted the throttle, jumped on the motorcycle, and instantly pulled ahead of the group by several meters. Behind him, the purple wolf howled excitedly, its body crackling with purple electricity as it chased after the group. However, its speed wasn't too fast. After all, this assessment wasn't about feeding the purple wolf. Yi-qing and Suyu shouted excitedly, woohoo, and then started humming a tune. The mentors beside Zhang Zihang were all exasperated. One of them spoke up, Dean Zhang, are we really going to let those two mess around like this? I feel like the other students are going to have a mental breakdown because of them. Zhang Zihang sighed helplessly. What else can we do? I just said they could use any means. So careless of me. Who would have thought this guy would bring a motorcycle? Why not just bring a sports car? At this moment, the long-lost system voice echoed in Yi-qing's mind as he rode his motorcycle. Over time, achievements had become increasingly difficult to accomplish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of becoming a public enemy. Reward, System Brand Sports Car. System Brand Sports Car, powered by solar energy and spiritual energy. Hearing this voice, Yi-qing felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A sports car. He had never driven one before. Yi-qing was a man with god-level driving skills. Although he had never driven a sports car, he had no doubt he could handle it with ease. Without wasting any time, Yi-qing sped up and came to a stop. Old Yi, what's up? Are you planning to taunt them for a bit? Suyu asked curiously. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head. Can you stop stirring things up and mocking them? Aren't you afraid of getting ganged up on? Well, if I don't mock them, why did you stop? Keep running. No, I need to switch cars. With that, Yi-qing put away the motorcycle and brought out a sports car. It was a silver-white two-seater convertible with an incredibly sleek appearance. Exclamation point. Suyu stared at the sports car in shock, his mind momentarily filled with just two words. Yi-qing patted Suyu on the shoulder. Get in the car. Suyu excitedly got into the sports car with Yi-qing, and then they started racing amidst the roaring engine sounds. The freshmen behind them were all stunned, and Zhang Zihang was completely baffled. I just mentioned a sports car, and you actually brought one out? If I said an airplane, would you be able to get one of those too? The instructors present were speechless as they watched the sports car speeding through the martial arts field. This assessment was getting more and more out of hand. At this moment, Yi-qing and Suyu had smiles on their faces. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The speed of the purple wolf gradually increased, and soon someone was was caught up by the purple wolf, electrocuted to the point of disorientation, and successfully eliminated. Seeing those people with smoke rising from their bodies after being shocked, everyone immediately scrambled to run away. However, when they saw that sports car ahead again, MMP, they all lost their motivation. Without comparison, there is no harm. Just as Yi-qing, who was driving, was lost in thought, the system's voice sounded a series of prompts in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sea-level achievement of driving, rewarding the system brand armed helicopter. System brand armed helicopter, powered by solar energy, can completely use spiritual energy as ammunition, with astonishing power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 20 sea-level achievements. Reward, 10 grade Holy Spirit Fruit. The 10 grade Holy Spirit Fruit has the effect of a 100% increase in abilities by 2 levels. When Yi-qing heard 10 grade Holy Spirit Fruit, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself that this was practically a treasure tailor-made for him. However, now was not the time to enjoy it. He would savor it later in the evening. For now, he needed to focus on completing the assessment. He glanced back and noticed that the distance between the people and the wolf behind him was growing wider. They couldn't catch up at all. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated, and Yi-qing and Suyu were already closely following behind the purple wolf. The purple wolf, hearing the roar of a car engine, turned its head to look and was startled. What was going on? If the purple wolf could speak, it would have probably cried out in surprise. It looked around, completely unable to comprehend the current situation. The elder on the host platform saw the bewildered expression on the purple wolf's face and said with a wry smile, "Xiaozi, don't worry about what's behind you, just keep chasing forward." Hearing the elder's words, the purple wolf stopped looking back and continued chasing the freshman ahead. Meanwhile, Yi-qing and Suyu closely followed behind the purple wolf. In the martial arts arena, the number of runners dwindled until only one person remained. Zhang Zihang picked up the microphone and announced, "Alright, the assessment is over. Purple wolf, come back." Then, he looked at Yi-qing and Suyu. "You two, put the cars away as well." Yi-qing and Suyu exchanged a smile, then parked the car and got out. As soon as they stepped out, Yi-qing stored the car back into the system space. Zhang Zihang looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. "The rankings are out. You two are tied for first place." Immediately after, Zhang Zihang turned to the mentors beside him and said, "Mentors, you may now begin selecting the students you favor." The mentors all nodded, having already decided on their targets. Although the earlier activity was just running laps, everyone had used their abilities, so the rankings naturally reflected the strength of their spiritual power. This running test was far from a casual jog. It was designed to help the mentors quickly identify their ideal students. If they had to conduct one-on-one trials, it would take at least a day or two for over 700 participants. This method of running laps was far more efficient. Zhang Zihang then addressed the freshmen. "In a moment, the mentors will select a small number of you as their students. You have the option to decline, but if no other mentor chooses you, there will be no turning back. From then on, you can only attend general classes." Everyone nodded in agreement. Who would be foolish enough to refuse? They all eagerly hoped to be chosen by a mentor. At this moment, Zhang Zihang turned his gaze to the dozen or so latecomers among the freshmen. "Since you were late on the very first day, no mentor will select you as their student. Furthermore, your assessment will be turned into a punishment. Each of you will have to run 20 laps, and you are not allowed to use spiritual power." Zhang Zihang spoke slowly. 20 laps, no spiritual power. The Shinny martial arts field has a single lap of nearly 10,000 meters, so 20 laps would be 200,000 meters. Without spiritual power, they might run themselves to death and still not finish. "Why? I refuse. My ability is S-level, and I'm a first-tier 9-star ability user." Among the late-arriving freshmen, one of them erupted, shouting angrily. Zhang Zihang's face darkened slightly. He adjusted his glasses and said coldly, "Refuse? Then you are more than welcome to leave Shinwu. I don't want to stay here anyway. What a lousy academy, ranked 4th in the nation. I'll drop out right now. I don't believe that none of the top 10 academies in Longwo would take me." That person turned around furiously, walking away with an air of defiance. In truth, what he relied on was merely his exceptional talent, but the choice he just made was destined to bring him lifelong regret. Although Shinwu Academy is ranked 4th among the top 10 academies in Longwa, this ranking does not reflect the academy's overall strength but rather the overall strength of its students. While Shinwu's students rank 4th in overall strength, its faculty ranks firmly in first place, and the academy maintains close ties with the military. If he truly wanted to study at Shinwu, withdrawing through the proper channels might have been fine, but his arrogance made it unnecessary for Shinwu to act. Once word spread, no other academy would choose him. Moreover, his chances of joining the military would be completely gone. This is the reality. No academy or military organization would offend Shinwu over a first-tier ability user. It's worth noting that Shinwu openly has 4 8th-tier ability users, 27th-tier ability users, and hundreds of 5th and and 6th tier ability users. And these are just the high-level warriors on the surface. Behind the scenes, there is Old Master Su Zhan. Although he does not hold any official position at Shenwu Academy, it is evident to everyone that Old Master Su Zhan has an extraordinary relationship with Shenwu. After the man left, Zhang Ziheng turned around and said to the others, "If any of you want to drop out, you can bring it up at any time. Our Shenwu Academy will never stop you." No one present made a sound. Clearly, they weren't foolish. They understood that dropping out wouldn't necessarily lead to other academies scrambling to recruit them. Even if there were offers, they would likely come from lesser-known academies. Staying at Shenwu was the wise choice. After all, Shenwu Academy ranked 4th in the nation, and no one was willing to give up such an opportunity lightly. Following that, everyone consciously headed to the training field to start running laps. Zhang Ziheng smiled as he adjusted his glasses and said, "Make sure not to use spiritual power. While I may not be particularly strong, I am still an 8th tier ability user. If I catch any of you using spiritual power, all the laps you've run so far will be invalidated." Hearing this, some people immediately dismissed their earlier thoughts of cutting corners. Cheating under the supervision of an 8th tier ability user? They neither had the courage nor the capability. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 20 instructors simultaneously focused their attention on Yi-qing and Suyu. Although the two hadn't displayed their abilities or strength during the assessment, as geniuses who had scored 50 points above the full mark in the college entrance exam, their talent and potential were undoubtedly extraordinary. At first, all 20 instructors gathered around Yi-qing and Suyu, eagerly introducing themselves and showcasing their strengths. Each one seemed desperate to boast about their ability to dominate everything. After all, Yi-qing and Suyu's achievements were unprecedented, and their abilities were both above S-level. For these two genius students, pride was a small price to pay. The surrounding freshmen looked on with envy, jealousy, and frustration, their emotions nearly breaking. While Yi-qing and Suyu effortlessly attracted the attention of all the instructors, the others were left running laps in vain, their efforts seemingly futile. Suyu looked at Yi-qing and said, "Old Ji, you decide. Whichever mentor you choose, I'll follow you." Yi-qing glanced around at the mentors, thought for a moment, and then said, "Apologies, mentors, I've decided not to take any of you as my teacher." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an A-level achievement, refusing the invitations of 20 mentors to become their disciple. Reward, 12th grade shattered fruit. Hearing Yi-qing's words, the 20 mentors all sighed. "Ah, well, if you're unwilling, we won't force you." At this moment, Yi-qing's eyes lit up. Refusing the invitations of 20 mentors turned out to be an A-level achievement. Then, what if he accepted? "Wait a moment, teachers, how about we do it again? Could you repeat the part about wanting to take me as your disciple?" A glimmer of anticipation shone in Yi-qing's eyes. An A-level achievement was an opportunity not to be missed. Everyone was momentarily stunned, completely unable to understand Yi-qing's actions. A trace of anger appeared on the mentors' faces. "If you look down on us, there's no need to humiliate us like this, is there?" Humph. With that, one mentor flicked their sleeve and left, followed by the others, who snorted coldly and departed one after another. "Yi-qing, who humiliated you? Don't wrong me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a B-level achievement. Humiliate 20 mentors. Reward, 9th grade spirit nurturing fruit. Yi-qing was dumbfounded. Did I really humiliate those mentors? Oh well, as long as I get the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 B-level achievements. Reward, 12th grade sword Dao inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a reward critical hit. The 12th grade sword Dao inheritance has been upgraded to the sword Dao True God Divinity. Sword Dao True God Divinity. After refining, a practitioner of the sword Dao can achieve the level of a true god. Note, once the divinity is refined, further advancement will no longer be possible. Yi-qing was stunned. Rewards can have critical hits? Sword Dao True God Divinity. Even though he wasn't entirely clear about the specific level of a true god, he knew it was definitely a formidable existence. "System, stop being so aloof and quickly explain to me what level a true god is," Yi-qing asked anxiously. This time, the system finally began to answer him. "There are 4 realms above the 12th level. Demigod, Void God, True God, and God King. Demigods and Void Gods are not true gods. They belong to the same realm, though there are some slight differences between them. A demigod is one whose path of cultivation can already be called divine, yet they lack divine power. Li Bai is an example of a demigod. Gods possess divine power but follow an unremarkable path of cultivation. Their strength is far inferior to that of demigods, yet their lifespan is several times longer. True gods are genuine deities, having reached the realm of divinity through their cultivation, with immense divine power contained within them. A god king is the ruler among gods, with only 12 existing in the entire world. From the system's explanation, Yi-qing understood that true gods are the pinnacle below the ultimate realm, and becoming a true god is no easy feat. Suyu patted Yi-qing on the shoulder and said, "Old Ji, since when did you become so arrogant? daring to insult the mentor. Yi-qing rolled her eyes at Suyu and replied, "What nonsense, don't talk rubbish. I didn't do anything." The mentor misunderstood. Alright, can we go back now? Let's go, let's ask Dean Zhang. Suyu walked in the direction of Zhang Ziheng. Uncle Zhang, if there's nothing else, can we go back to the dormitory? That's right, Suyu and Zhang Ziheng knew each other. After all, Zhang Ziheng was the vice dean of Shinwu, and Su Qiu was the honorary dean of Shinwu. Zhang Ziheng would visit the Su family several times a year. Zhang Ziheng said helplessly, "Don't call me Uncle Zhang in the academy, call me Dean Zhang." Uncle Zhang, is it really necessary? Just now, so many people heard that Su Qiu is my dad. Why keep it a secret? Alright, you can't leave yet. Wait until the mentors finish selecting their disciples. The students who aren't chosen by a mentor will be assigned to some of the teachers staying at the school. Those teachers will be your advisors in the future. Once the advisors are assigned, you can leave. Zhang Ziheng spoke slowly. Suyu nodded and replied, "Alright then, let's get it over with quickly. We don't have much to do while waiting here anyway." Zhang Ziheng rolled his eyes at Suyu and said nothing more, his gaze returning to the people running laps in the martial arts field. Suyu walked back to Yi-qing's side, and the two found a tree to sit under. After all, there was no need to stand under the blazing sun. Yi-qing took out two grandmaster chairs from the system space, and both of them lay down comfortably. "Old Yi, get me a bottle of cola and some instant noodles. That blonde guy earlier made me feel sick, and now I'm a bit hungry. Here you go." Yi-qing handed Suyu a bottle of cola and a cup of instant noodles. As for hot water, Suyu had already prepared 2 bottles himself. "I'll soak the noodles first, you help me chill the cola." While preparing the instant noodles, Suyu said this. Yi-qing reached out, opened the cola, and put a piece of ice in it. Then, Yi-qing also took out a bottle for himself. In this scorching sun, drinking a sip of iced cola was truly refreshing. At this moment, Zhang Ziheng had actually been watching the two of them the whole time. Seeing the items they took out, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. These two guys, what exactly do they have stored in their spatial rings? Cola, instant noodles, thermos bottles, fine, but they even had electric scooters, sports cars, and recliner chairs. Zhang Ziheng didn't question why Yi-qing's spatial ring was so vast, because he knew. Yi-qing was the son of Yilin and Zhao Junyi, so owning a ring with a massive space wasn't surprising. But Zhang Ziheng was completely mistaken. Yi-qing's system space was far larger than any spatial ring. It could be described as boundless and could even store living creatures. Yi-qing lay down and soon fell asleep, and after Suyu had eaten and drunk his fill, he also dozed off. When the instructors finally finished deliberating over student selections, everyone gathered back at the martial arts field. Zhang Ziheng glanced at the two under the tree and said helplessly, "Go wake those two up." The person closest immediately ran toward Yi-qing and Suyu to wake them up. Is the consort selection over?" Suyu asked groggily. The mentors' faces darkened. "If it weren't for your father and grandfather being so formidable, they'd really want to give you a beating." "Ahem, you two, hurry over here." Zhang Ziheng coughed helplessly. Yi-qing and Suyu quickly put away the grand teacher's chairs and returned to the group of new students. Only then did Zhang Ziheng look at the crowd and say, "Mentors, please take your disciples back." All the mentors looked at Zhang Ziheng with dark expressions. "Clearly, you're a spy from the enemy infiltrating our ranks." The students below were all holding back their laughter, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Zhang Ziheng coughed awkwardly, and the mentors stormed off angrily with their students in tow. After the mentors left, Zhang Ziheng finally let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of his right hand, a cardboard box appeared in front of everyone. Currently, there are still 200 senior students remaining in the academy. Each of them has written 4 slips of paper and placed them in this box. You can draw lots yourselves, and whatever you draw is what you get, Zhang Ziheng said calmly. Yi-qing was speechless at this, yet another hasty arrangement. The group didn't think much of it and began drawing lots one after another. After all, it was just a counselor, so it didn't really matter who they got. However, the differences among them were actually significant. The senior students who stayed at the academy did so because they were willing to contribute to the academy after graduation. However, since their cultivation levels hadn't yet reached the standard for becoming teachers, they could only temporarily serve as counselors or other staff members. Nonetheless, the strength gap among the senior students was quite evident. Those who stayed and became counselors generally had 4th-tier cultivation, and a few even reached the 5th tier but chose not to become teachers. Among the counselors at Shinwu, there was even one who had reached the 7th tier. A 7th-tier cultivation level should qualify one to become a mentor, but he chose to remain a counselor. The reason was simple. Being a counselor not only allowed him to contribute to Shinwu but also came with a salary, and the job was relatively relaxed. Counselors only needed to oversee 3 or 4 students at a time, with their main responsibilities being to distribute the academy's schedule to students daily and answer some questions about life or cultivation. Most of the time, they only dealt with life-related issues. As for cultivation-related doubts, students could directly consult their teachers. Therefore, the counselor's work in each college is quite relaxed. next. The drawing proceeded as usual, and it was soon Yi-qing's turn. Just as he reached into the box, a card unexpectedly flew into his hand on its own. Yi-qing looked puzzled and turned to glance at Zhang Ziheng on the host's platform. Zhang Ziheng's expression instantly became somewhat guilty, and he furtively looked away. What the heck, is the vice dean pulling strings? But it's just about choosing a counselor, there's no need for favoritism. Oh, right, maybe. The vice dean wants to help me and old Su get assigned to the same counselor. With this thought in mind, Yi-qing simply pulled out the card in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of engaging in a shady deal, rewarded with an SS-level superpower transformation. SS-level superpower transformation, a combination of special and superhuman abilities. Upon use, the body can grow up to 50 meters tall. The appearance can change to resemble any character the host imagines, and the host will gain the abilities of the imagined character. Yi-qing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Oh my goodness, are you asking me to be Ultraman? He took a moment to compose himself, patted Suyu on the shoulder, and whispered, in a moment, the card will automatically appear in your hand. Just hold on to it. Suyu was momentarily stunned but nodded slightly. When he reached his hand into the box, just like with Yi-qing, a card automatically flew into his hand. After gripping the card, Suyu immediately withdrew his hand and walked toward Yi-qing. The two of them compared the cards in their hands and, sure enough, they were identical. Each card had a name and a WeChat ID written on it. Suyu looked at Yi-qing helplessly and said, Old Ji, I already threw away my old smartphone. Can the Tianzi communicator download WeChat? Yi-qing waved his hand helplessly. It can't. The Tianzi communicator can't download those apps from old smartphones. They can only be imported into the Tianzi system after being redeveloped. Then it's over. I threw away my old smartphone a long time ago. Did you bring yours? Suyu sighed and asked Yi-qing. Yi-qing shook his head with a wry smile. He had conveniently left it at home and hadn't brought it along. Ever since he got the Tianzi communicator, he hadn't used a smartphone anymore because the Tianzi communicator had so many advantages over a smartphone. The only drawback was that it couldn't run the apps originally available on smartphones. Let's go find Director Zhang and ask where this counselor is, Yi-qing said, then walked with Suyu toward Zhang Ziheng. What are you two up to again? Zhang Ziheng asked as he looked at them. Uncle Zhang, we don't have smartphones and can't contact the counselor. Can you tell us where the counselor is? Suyu helplessly looked at Zhang Ziheng and said. Zhang Ziheng looked utterly confused and asked in disbelief, people still don't have smartphones these days? Is your family short of a few $1,000? He stared at Suyu and Yi-qing in astonishment, unable to believe that in this era there were still people without smartphones, especially considering the extraordinary status of these two. How could they possibly not afford a smartphone? We really don't have one, Uncle Zhang. You haven't been in touch with my dad for a while, have you? We've already switched to the Tianzi communicator. It's a device that can charge using solar energy and allows communication even in secret realms. Recently, my dad has been working on this and even started a company. He's the boss, and this communicator will soon be available for sale. We've been using it in advance, so we threw away our smartphones a long time ago, Yi-qing replied. Zhang Ziheng's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, there's such an amazing thing. Old Su is so unfair, not even giving me one in advance. Yi-qing thought for a moment and took out a Tianzi communicator and a matching headset from the system space. Dean Zhang, this is for you. She handed the communicator and headset to Zhang Ziheng, whose eyes lit up as he immediately accepted them. What Yi-qing gave Zhang Ziheng was not a single communicator provided by the system, but one of the mass-produced Tianzi communicators that Su Qiu had manufactured during the summer vacation. Su Qiu had given her a few 2-digit and 3-digit ones for emergencies. The one given to Dean Zhang was a 2-digit communicator. After all, Dean Zhang was the vice dean of Shenwu and had a good relationship with Su Qiu, and he was also an 8th level ability user, so a 2-digit communicator was just right for him. As for the single-digit communicators, Yi-qing wouldn't give those away easily, as she only had 3 left herself and couldn't casually pass them on to others. Zhang Ziheng fiddled with it for a moment and then asked Yi-qing, is this Tianzi Feishu the social software for this communicator? Yi-qing nodded in response. That's right. Each person's Feishu number on Tianzi Feishu is unique, just like a communication number. Dean Zhang, yours is number 11. Number 11 was also the first one in the mass production batch. Once the Tianzi communicator officially hits the market, this number will become extremely rare. What's old Su's communication number? I'd like to add him, Zhang Ziheng inquired. Uncle Qiu is using the 2-digit number 10, while Suyu and I are using 1 and 2, Yi-qing replied. Earlier, she had given the single-digit 9 and the 2-digit 10 to Su Qiu. Old Master Su Zhan then took the 9, leaving Su Qiu with the 10. As for the remaining single-digit numbers, Yi-qing used 1, Suyu used 2, Yi Yao Yao used 3, Yi Lin used 4, and Zhao Junyi used 5. She now had 3 single-digit communicators left in her possession, 6, 7, and 8. She planned to keep them for herself yourself and for people so you might like in the future, not intending to give them away lightly. Uncle Zhang, stop playing around. You still haven't told us where our counselor is, Suyu said helplessly, looking at Zhang Ziheng, who was fiddling with the communicator. Qinggo lives in dormitory area 1. She should be in her room playing games right now. You can go find her directly, Zhang Ziheng said casually, his eyes still fixed on the communicator. Yi-qing and Suyu left helplessly. Since they now knew where the counselor was, they decided to go find her directly. After leaving the Shin'i martial arts arena, the two took out a map to check. They were still unfamiliar with Shinwu, so they naturally needed the map to locate the dormitory area. Following the map, the two quickly found the dormitory area. Dormitory 1 was on the left side of the first floor. They arrived outside dormitory 1 and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A woman's voice came from the dormitory, tinged with a trace of impatience, as if she had been disturbed. Senior, we are this year's freshmen. Our assigned mentor is you, but we don't have smartphones, so we had to come here to find you, Suyu answered loudly. The dormitory suddenly fell silent, and then the door opened. A woman with a valiant and heroic demeanor appeared before the two of them. She was dressed in simple shorts and a t-shirt, but her appearance and aura were exceptionally striking. This woman, named Qinggo, was in her 20s and was the 7th tier ability user mentioned earlier. A 7th tier ability user in their 20s, such talent could only be described as a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Qing Ji's expression turned somewhat peculiar as she stared at the two and said, "You really don't have smartphones? That's impossible, right? Are you joking with me? We really don't." Immediately afterward, Suyu once again explained to the senior why they didn't have smartphones. After listening, Qing's eyes lit up, and she turned to the two of them and asked, "Do you still have Tianzi communicators? How about selling me one? As your advisor, it's hard for me to contact you otherwise." Yi-qing thought for a moment and was reluctant to take one out from the system space to sell to Qingga. After all, the communicators stored in his system space were either double-digit or triple-digit models, which were not suitable for external sale and were mainly used as gifts when interacting with 7th or 8th tier powerhouses. Yi-qing pondered for a moment and decided to use the Eye of Insight to examine Qingga's specific situation. Name, Qinggu. Realm, 7th tier, 4 stars. Ability, Elemental Affinity. Talent, Spiritual Energy Affinity. Cultivation method, Spirit Gathering Technique. Skill, Elemental Control. Identity, foster daughter of the Yi family, the head family of Tianwu Prefecture in the Divine Dynasty. Seeing this information, Yi-qing was stunned and thought to himself, my parents' foster daughter? How come I didn't know anything about this? Wait a moment, I have something to take care of. After speaking, Yi-qing stepped aside, took out the Tianzi communicator, and dialed Yi-lin's number. Soon, the communicator connected, and Yi-lin's voice came through. Son, what's the matter? Yi-lin asked. Dad, how come you and Mom have an adopted daughter? Yi-qing asked bluntly. How do you know about that? This matter isn't recorded in Longhua's archives, and not many people are aware of it. On the other end of the communicator, Yi-lin sounded a bit surprised. Yi-qing pondered and asked, Dad, why hide her identity? Yi-lin explained, actually, it's not about completely hiding Qingga's identity, but rather trying to ensure that not too many people know. Originally, Qingga was the key piece I left for the Yi family's rise. Our initial plan was that after Zhang Jiu arrived on Blue Star, your mother and I could sacrifice ourselves, but you, your sister, and Qingga could not. You have already faked your death, and your sister has the talent of rebirth through blood, so we don't need to worry about your safety. However, relying solely on you to elevate the Yi family would be too difficult, so we must depend on Qingga. Qingga's abilities and talents are the strongest I've ever seen. Elemental affinity and spiritual energy affinity. Do you know what that means? Spiritual energy affinity allows Qingga to cultivate at a speed countless times faster than ordinary people. Now, she's only in her early 20s and has already reached the 7th tier. Elemental affinity enables Qingga to attack without consuming spiritual energy, allowing her to mobilize the elemental forces of heaven and earth at any time. It's practically unlimited firepower. In at most 10 years, Qingga will reach the 12th tier and easily defeat Zhang Jiu. After hearing Yi-lin's words, Yi-qing was so shocked that his mouth hung open. He thought to himself, this Qingga is the true protagonist here. Spiritual energy affinity, elemental affinity, rapid cultivation speed, unlimited firepower, it's truly astonishing. By the way, son, you still haven't told me how you found out Qingga is your sister, Yi-lin asked. Yi-qing's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, it's nothing, Dad. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Oh, by the way, I'll stop by home later and bring you something nice. After saying that, without waiting for Yi-lin to say anything else, Yi-qing hung up the phone. He took out a 2-digit communicator from the system space and handed it to Qinggu, saying, here, this is for you. The number for this Tianzi communicator is 12. How much is it? Qinggu asked curiously. I don't want your money. Knock, knock, knock. Yi-qing said helplessly, knowing in his heart that Qinggu was already his sister, so how could he have the nerve to ask her for money? Qinggu looked Yi-qing up and down in confusion and asked, Junior, you don't have have any ulterior motives toward your senior, do you? Suyu patted Yi-qing on the shoulder from the side and teased, old Yi, are you just going to give away a double-digit communicator like that for free? Although the communicators sold externally were priced at 10,000, a double-digit communicator was definitely worth far more than that. Once the communicators truly spread, a communicator with the number 12 could easily sell for billions. Yi-qing's expression darkened slightly. He looked at Qinggu and said, Senior, my name is Yi-qing. Yi-qing? Sounds a bit familiar. Qinggu touched her chin, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly realized, Yi-qing, wait for me a moment. At this moment, Qinggu suddenly remembered that this was her younger brother's name. She hurriedly took out her phone, found a chat interface, and opened a photo to compare it with Yi-qing. In fact, the day before school started, Zhao Junyi had sent Yi-qing's photo to Qinggu, asking her to take good care of him. But this girl had only glanced at it and agreed, without actually remembering what Yi-qing looked like. Now, hearing Yi-qing mention his name, she even just recalled her younger brother's name. Honestly, it was unbelievable, her brain really wasn't the sharpest. Qinggu awkwardly put away her phone, smiled, and stepped aside, saying, well, come in and have a seat. So, Yi-qing and Suyu thought for a moment and decided to go in. The two looked around and found that the staff dormitory looked similar to the dormitory in the Shensi building, all consisting of one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. The three of them sat on the sofa in the living room, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Yi-qing and Qinggu sat opposite each other, both feeling a little awkward. After all, although they were siblings, they had no blood relation and had never met before. This first meeting naturally brought some unease. Suyu glanced at Yi-qing and Qinggu in confusion, patted Yi-qing on the shoulder, and said, old Yi, what's wrong with you? Why does the atmosphere feel a bit strange? Yi-qing leaned close to Suyu's ear and whispered, that's my sister. It's our first meeting, and I'm feeling super awkward right now. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, what? Was it uncle who cheated or aunt who cheated? Do uncle and aunt know about this? Yi-qing's face darkened, and he patted the back of Suyu's head. Don't panic, and stop talking nonsense. She was adopted by my parents. Is that so? You scared me for a moment. Suyu let out a sigh of relief and said, Then the scene fell into silence again. After a moment, Yi-qing took the initiative to speak, looking at Qinggu and said, well, Sister Qing, let me teach you how to use the communicator. Qinggu smiled faintly and replied, sure. Yi-qing had spent quite some time mustering up the courage to call her sister Qing. After all, it was absolutely impossible for him to affectionately call her sister upon their first meeting. Then, Yi-qing began explaining how to use the communicator to Qinggu, and unknowingly, the two started to grow closer. Suyu sat on the side watching, suddenly feeling a bit like an extra. After Yi-qing explained the usage of the communicator in detail, they added each other as friends. Then, Qinggu created a Feishu group and added Yi-qing and Suyu to it. Yi-qing glanced at it and suddenly noticed that Zhang Ziheng had also created a group named Shenwu Academy. He had added both himself and Suyu to the group. When Yi-qing looked, he saw that besides the three of them, the group also included Su Qiu, Su Zhan, and his parents. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, wondering why Zhang Ziheng had added his parents as well. Shortly after, Zhang Ziheng resolved Yi-qing's confusion in the group. He tagged Yilin at Yilin Dean. When are you coming back to Shenwu? You can't always be an absentee leader. Yilin replied, old Zhang, please understand, I'm busy trying to break through right now and really don't have time to go to Shenwu. Yi-qing, Dad, you're actually the dean of Shenwu. Yilin replied, son, you never asked. Yi-qing invited Qinggu to join the group chat. After pulling Qinggu into the group chat, Yi-qing turned to Qinggu and said, Sister Qing, if there's nothing else, we'll head off first. I still need to go back later. As soon as Yi-qing finished speaking, before Qinggu could react, a message from Zhao Junyi popped up in the Shenwu group chat. Qinggu smiled after seeing it and then handed the communicator to Yi-qing. After taking a closer look, Yi-qing smiled wryly and said, then let's go back together. The screen of Qing Ji's communicator was displaying the Shenwu group chat interface, which at that moment read, Zhao Junyi at Qinggu little gu, is a little Qing coming back today? You should come back too, so our family can have a proper gathering. Oh, and it's Suyu, little Su, you should also come to Auntie's house for dinner. After the three of them replied to Zhao Junyi in the group chat, they got ready to leave. The three arrived at the school gate and found a secluded corner. Yi-qing retrieved a sports car from the system space. Seeing this, Qing Ji's eyes widened, such a large space. Little Qing, did mom and dad give you their spatial rings? Yi-qing shook his head with a smile. No, this spatial ring is mine. Let's not talk about this anymore. Get in the car. As she spoke, Qinggu immediately sat in the front passenger seat without any hesitation. After all, it was her brother's car, so why would she feel embarrassed about sitting in it? Suyu reluctantly sat in the back seat, staring at Qinggu with a resentful look, as if something important to him had been taken away. After Yi-qing got into the driver's seat, he asked Xiaoing to plan a route without traffic police. Although Yi-qing's driving skills were unparalleled in the world, he currently didn't have a driver's license and had to drive cautiously. Thanks to Xiaoxing's planning, Yi-qing drove smoothly all the way back to Jinxiu Shanha. After storing the car back into the system space, the three of them headed toward Villa number 2. As soon as they entered the villa, a small figure darted toward Yi-qing like a little mouse. Brother! The little one leaped up, jumping a meter high, and Yi-qing quickly caught Yi Yaoyao with a smile. Don't jump at me like that in the future. If you get hurt, it wouldn't be good, he gently reminded her. It's fine, brother will definitely catch me, Yi Yaoyao said with a smile, then rubbed her little face affectionately against Yi-qing's. Suyu, standing to the side, said with a sour tone, why don't I have a little sister? No, when my parents come over later, I must urge them to give me one. Go ahead and act recklessly, but don't blame me if Uncle Chiu ends up stringing you up for a beating. Yi-qing chuckled, carrying Yi Yaoyao as he walked inside, with Suyu and Qinggu following closely behind. The four of them arrived in the living room, where Yilin invited everyone to take a seat, while Zhao Junyi went to prepare some fruit. After that, she headed into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Earlier, Yi-qing and Suyu had wasted a few hours in Shenwu, and now it was already 5 p.m. Old Su, go call Uncle Chiu and the others, Yi-qing said, looking at Suyu. Suyu nodded, alright, why go call them? Just make a phone call, Yilin said as he pulled out a communicator and dialed Su Chiu's number, inviting them over. At that moment, over at Villa number 1, Su Zhan, Su Chiu, and Zhang Hui had already left and were heading next door. Before long, Su Zhan and the others arrived at Villa number 2, and the living room instantly became lively. After entering, Zhang Hui went to the kitchen to help, while Su Zhan and Su Chiu stayed in the living room chatting with Yilin. Yi-qing entered the system space, and retrieved 2 spirit fruits that looked very similar to grapes. These were the 2 broken fruits in his system space, one of 8th grade and the other of 12th grade. The 8th grade broken fruit could allow someone below 9th grade to directly break through upon reaching 9 stars. The 12th grade broken fruit, on the other hand, could enable someone below the Void God level to directly break through upon reaching 9 stars. If a 12th tier, 9-star individual consumed the 12th grade broken fruit, they could step directly into the Void God realm. It was evident just how precious the 12th grade broken fruit was. Now, Yi-qing was taking it out merely to help Yilin overcome the barrier between the 11th and 12th tiers, which was practically overkill. Dad, Uncle Chiu, this is for you. As he spoke, Yi-qing handed the 2 broken fruits to Yilin and Su Chiu. The 2 immediately felt the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the fruits. This, son, what grade are these spiritual fruits? The intensity of this spiritual energy is simply unheard of. Yilin looked at the 12th grade broken fruit in his hand, his voice trembling slightly. This was not unheard of. While the origin realm might have 12th grade spiritual fruits, among those of the same grade, the broken fruit could be considered the emperor, while the others were mere commoners. After all, the broken fruit was a treasure capable of helping a 12th grade 9-star individual break through to the Void God realm. Yi-qing explained the functions and grade of the 2 broken fruits and mentioned the realm of gods. After listening, everyone fell silent. Yilin looked at the broken fruit in front of him and said, no, I can't eat this. Give it to Brother Li instead, so he can step into the Void God realm. The Brother Li Yilin referred to was naturally Li Bai. Yi-qing shook his head slightly. Dad, Li Bai doesn't need this. He has absorbed a true god's divine spark, and in a few days, he'll directly step into the true god realm. So you can eat this broken fruit without worry. Yilin looked troubled, and after a moment, he said, let's forget it. Eating it now would be a waste. Xiao Ji's cultivation speed is incredibly fast. Let's save it for her when she reaches 12th grade 9-star. Xinggu quickly said, Dad, just eat it. I don't need it. With my talent, I'm sure I can rely on my own strength to break through and reach the true god realm. Humph, a mere void god. Xinggu absolutely disdained it. Geniuses have their own pride. The void god realm, a state that possessed divine power but lacked practical means, was something she found unworthy of aspiring to. If she were to become a god, she would have to become a true god. She wasn't even willing to accept the title of a void god, let alone settle for the status of a demigod. Dad, just eat it. I might be able to get more of these in the future. Right now, it's most important for you and Uncle Chiu to enhance your strength. Yilin looked at Su Chiu, who gave a wry smile. He, too, was reluctant to eat it, not because he didn't want to, but because he felt unworthy. Such a precious item shouldn't be given to him. After all, he wasn't Yi-qing's father. Su Zhan turned to Su Chiu and Yilin and said, you two should just eat it. Don't let Xiao Ye's good intentions go to waste. After some internal struggle, Yilin and Su Chiu finally decided to eat the fruits together. Yilin smiled and said, alright, I'll eat it. After all, it's a gift from my son. Why should I be pretentious? With that, he swallowed the broken fruit. Su Chiu then looked at Yi-qing and said, Xiao Yi, your Uncle Chiu owes you a big favor. After speaking, he also consumed the broken fruit in his hand. After taking the broken fruit, terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations erupted simultaneously from Yilin and Su Chiu. Li Bai, come out quickly to stabilize the situation. Don't wait until my dad and Uncle Chiu break through and end up shaking the house down, Yi-qing hurriedly said. god. In the next moment, Li Bai appeared beside Yi-qing. Su Zhan was startled by Li Bai's sudden appearance, but quickly calmed down. This must be the Li Bai that Yilin just mentioned, Su Zhan deduced from the conversation between Yilin and Yi-qing, realizing that this man, who seemed like a celestial being descended to earth, possessed incredibly terrifying strength. Li Bai nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then released a trace of his aura, instantly suppressing the spiritual energy generated by Yilin and Su Qiu's breakthroughs. This prevented the energy from running rampant, damaging the villa, or even injuring Yi-qing and the others. Su Zhan clearly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Li Bai. As Li Bai's master, Yi-qing also keenly sensed the change in him and asked excitedly, Li Bai, have you completely refined the divine core? Li Bai smiled faintly and nodded slightly. I was already at the demigod level, so naturally, the refining process was very swift. Then how is your strength now? After refining the divine core, will you inherit the original owner's insights into the Tao, and could that cause a conflict? Yi-qing continued to ask. If a conflict did arise, it would be troublesome. For ordinary people refining a divine core, such a conflict would undoubtedly result in the loss of their original insights into the Tao. However, Li Bai was a demigod, and his understanding of his own Tao was almost on the same level as the insights within the divine core. Therefore, if a conflict occurred, neither side could eliminate the other, which might result in Li Bai's strength being lower than that of an ordinary true god. A faint smile appeared on Li Bai's face. Master, rest assured. The previous owner of this divine core had an extremely terrifying talent, reaching the true god level through insights into basic sword techniques. My pursuit of swordsmanship is ethereal and elusive, and my unstable foundation has always been my weakness. The insights into basic sword techniques within the divine core perfectly compensate for my shortcomings. Now, among true gods, I fear no one. Among true gods, there are strong and weak, and the key lies in the depth of one's understanding of the Tao. The fusion of two true god-level swordsmanship insights gave Li Bai full confidence in his invincibility among those of the same level. However, whether this invincibility was genuine or not could only be determined after Li Bai challenged all the true gods. Hearing Li Bai's response, a faint smile also appeared on Yi-qing's face. The stronger Li Bai became, the more secure Yi-qing's safety was. Although Yi-qing feared no one in Blue Star or the Origin Realm, he was completely ignorant of what lay beyond these two worlds. Therefore, he had to grow stronger. Although the system had previously informed him that above the 12th tier, there were only the realms of Void God, Demigod, True God, and God King, who could guarantee that there weren't even higher levels beyond that? After all, Yi-qing had read hundreds or even thousands of novels before his transmigration, and he couldn't rule out the possibility of being stronger than God Kings. With this thought, Li Bai's true God cultivation suddenly seemed too low. He needed to find a way to help Li Bai become a God King or quickly cultivate himself to the God King realm. About 10 minutes later, Su Qiu was the first to successfully break through, officially stepping into the 9th tier. Watching Su Qiu reach the 9th tier, Su Zhan's face revealed an uncontrollable smile. My Su family now has two 9th tier powerhouses. I have to go and brag to old Wang about this. Su Zhan cheerfully and quickly took out a smartphone, skillfully dialing a number. As soon as the call connected, before Su Zhan could say a word, an elderly voice came from the other end of the line. You old rascal, has Su Qiu broken through? Su Zhan was momentarily speechless. How did you know? You're getting old and muddle-headed, aren't you? A 9th tier breakthrough, celestial phenomena in the sky, and just now a golden spear shot into the heavens from the imperial capital. Even a fool could tell it was your son. Su Zhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old one, what do you think? My son's performance isn't any worse than your son's, is it? You old geezer, don't get cocky. The talent of my two granddaughters is nothing your grandson can compare to. Is that so? Then let's wait and see, Su Zhan said with a laugh as he hung up the phone. He already knew that Suyu's talent had reached SSS level, and from what he understood, the abilities of the Wang family's two little princesses were at most SS level. How could they compare to Suyu? Moreover, with the increasingly mysterious Yi-qing by Suyu's side, the Su family would undoubtedly surpass the Wang family. At this moment, outside the villa, the official authorities of Longhua briefly posted a piece of information and a short video online, congratulating Longhua's gun emperor on stepping into the 9th tier, adding another gun god to their ranks. The short video, captured from a satellite perspective, showed the golden phantom of a long spear shooting from the magnificent landscape into the heavens, illuminating the entire imperial capital before gradually fading after a few seconds. Nearly everyone in the imperial capital witnessed this phenomenon. The Dragon Kingdom could directly congratulate Su Qiu because 8th tier 9-star ability users are extremely rare, and among those who use a spear, Su Qiu is the only one. Moreover, he happens to live in Jinxiu Shanha. Could it possibly be anyone else? The Dragon Kingdom refers to Su Qiu as the Spear Emperor because ability users are titled king upon reaching the 7th tier, emperor at the 8th tier, and god at the 9th tier. Therefore, ordinary people usually bestow titles upon upon 7th, 8th, and 9th tier ability users. Suyu wields a spear with few equals at the same tier, and his title naturally followed. He was called the Spear King at the 7th tier, then the Spear Emperor, and now, the Spear God. At this moment, the internet was already in an uproar. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were copying and pasting the official congratulatory message, and the comment sections were filled with well wishes for Suyu's advancement to the 9th tier. Meanwhile, abroad, many people were quietly feeling envious. Some countries don't even have a single 9th tier ability user, yet the Dragon Kingdom has already welcomed its 3rd. How could they not be envious? Yi-qing, standing nearby, overheard Sujan making a phone call and was momentarily stunned. So, breakthroughs for high-tier ability users actually come with phenomena? He turned to Li Bai and asked, Li Bai, will there be phenomena if my dad breaks through? Yes, master. Then can you take action to block it? This time, Yilin broke through to the 12th tier. If there really were any phenomena, the commotion would be extraordinary. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, quietly making a fortune is the way to go. Over 10 minutes later, just as the news of Suyu's breakthrough began to spread, Yilin also opened his eyes, having successfully broken through. This shattered fruit is truly terrifying. It actually brought me directly to the 12th tier, 5-star level, Yilin said excitedly. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. After all, the broken fruit Yilin consumed was of the 12th grade. Upon breaking through to the 12th tier, it must have still contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, directly helping him advance several minor realms. Alright, dinner is ready. Let's eat first, Zhao Junyi said as she walked into the living room and looked at everyone. Yes, let's eat, Yilin said with a beaming smile. As the saying goes, a joyous event lifts the spirit. Now that he had officially stepped into the 12th tier, 5 stars, he was naturally overjoyed. Everyone immediately took their seats at the dining table. Yilin looked at Zhao Junyi and said, Wife, go get all the wine our son gave me. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Alright, it's been a long time since I had Xiaoya's bamboo leaf green and peach blossom wine. Later, don't use your spiritual power to evaporate the wine you drink. That would be a waste of good liquor, Su Zhan said with a smile. Men loving wine is only natural, especially for someone like Su Zhan, an elder who has absolutely no resistance to fine wine. Ever since he tasted bamboo leaf green and peach blossom drunk, he could no longer stomach any other wine. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back to frugality. Zhao Junyi smiled helplessly, then went to fetch the dozen or so bottles of wine that Yi-qing had left behind earlier. The bottles were no longer mineral water bottles but exquisite jade ones. Yilin, Suyu, Su Zhan, and Suyu immediately each grabbed a bottle. As for cups, what were those for? Isn't drinking wine supposed to be done straight from the bottle? Although Zhao Junyi and Zhang Hui also loved the taste of bamboo leaf green and peach blossom drunk, they didn't drink like Yilin and the others, who were gulping it down like starving wolves. Chinga, having never tasted it before, wasn't particularly interested. However, seeing how much everyone else enjoyed it, she picked up a cup and poured herself a glass. After drinking it, she was instantly hooked. When Yi Yaoyao saw everyone drinking, she immediately became envious and looked at Yi-qing beside her with a pitiful expression, saying, Brother, I want to drink too. Absolutely not, you're still too young to drink. Yi-qing refused without hesitation. After all, what kind of 6-year-old drinks alcohol? Yi Yaoyao immediately looked aggrieved, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Yi-qing, making him feel quite troubled. In the end, it was Zhao Junyi who spoke up. Xiaoing, let this girl have a little. After all, Yaoyao's constitution is quite unique. A little alcohol won't harm her, and your wine is beneficial, not harmful. Yi-qing pondered for a moment and then nodded. Yi Yaoyao's talent was rebirth through a drop of blood, so her constitution was different from ordinary people. She couldn't be treated like a regular child. Yi-qing picked up the wine glass and poured her a cup of peach blossom drunk. Compared to bamboo leaf green, peach blossom drunk was much milder. Yi Yaoyao's big eyes were fixed on the peach blossom drunk in front of her. She leaned forward, licked it with her tongue, and immediately pulled back. Seeing this, Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh. Then, Yi Yaoyao took a small sip. Her face instantly turned as red as an apple, and her head began to wobble, making her look a bit dazed. Yi-qing smiled helplessly. With this tolerance, it's better not to let this girl drink in the future. In front of everyone, Yi Yaoyao perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be knocked out after one drink. Suddenly, she slapped the table with her small hand and stammered, another one. Her head swayed unsteadily, and Yi-qing quickly held her. She nestled into Yi-qing's arms, clung tightly to his clothes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Yi-qing smiled wryly. He really shouldn't have let this little girl drink. You all go ahead and eat. I'll take Yaoyao back to her room, Yi-qing said, then picked her up and headed to the second floor. The villa of splendid rivers and mountains had 3 floors plus a basement. The basement housed some entertainment facilities, such as a KTV, a game room, and a billiard room. The first floor was the reception hall for guests, with the kitchen and 2 bedrooms also located there. The second floor was the living area for Yi-qing and his family, with 5 very spacious bedrooms. The third floor featured an open-air swimming pool. Yi-qing carried Yi Yaoyao into a room decorated entirely in pink tones, placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then went downstairs. After dinner, Yilin, Su Zhan, and Su Qiu surprisingly did not use their spiritual power to expel the alcohol from their bodies. After all, one of them was at the 12th tier, and the other 2 were at the 9th tier, having long entered the ranks of super-level ability users. Their physical constitutions had reached a terrifying level, and simply drinking all night didn't make them drunk. Around 8 o'clock, the 3 of them prepared to leave. Since the academy had officially started, it was better for them to return early. Before leaving, Yi-qing even asked Su Qiu to help him get a driver's license. Yes, asking a 9th tier ability user to help with a driver's license. After driving back to the academy, the 3 of them returned to their respective dormitories. When Yi-qing returned to his dormitory, he saw some messages in the small group chat with Qinggu and the others. Qinggu at Yi-qing at Suyu. Tomorrow the academy requires everyone to gather for the opening ceremony, followed by a 30-day military training. Remember to arrive at Shinny Martial Arts Field before 8 a.m. Yi-qing, Suyu, Yi-qing, why do we still need military training? Isn't that only for regular colleges? Suyu, yeah, do espers need military training? Qinggu, as ability users advance in their realms, their physical qualities will become increasingly stronger. However, at lower levels, there won't be much improvement in physical fitness. It's fine if you have a superhuman type ability, but if not, when you encounter a powerful beast in the future, you won't even be able to outrun it. Qinggu, therefore, starting 2 years ago, all academies have begun conducting military training. And let me tell you, the military training at the academies is nothing like that of ordinary colleges. When the time comes, you'll be thrown into a secret realm, and your instructors will be the beasts roaming within it. Yi-qing, Suyu, isn't the academy worried that something might happen? Qinggu, it's fine. There are death quotas for military training. Before starting, you'll be asked to sign an agreement. If you die after signing, you can't blame the academy. But don't worry, teachers will be secretly protecting you throughout the process. As long as you don't court trouble, the chances of death are very small. Qinggu, get some rest early. Tomorrow, you'll begin a month-long military training life. Light song, good night. The chat ended here. After reading the message, Yi-qing and Suyu put down their phones, one preparing to sleep, the other to cultivate. As for military training, neither of them felt any fear. It wasn't their first time staying in a secret realm. Danger was nothing to them, it was the same no matter where they were. Even if they encountered a demon beast, it was uncertain who would be in danger. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Yi-qing and Suyu headed toward the Shinny Martial Arts Arena. At the arena, people were arriving one after another. Yi-qing and Suyu quickly spotted a familiar figure. It was Brother Huang. At this moment, Brother Huang was already in a sorry state, his face bruised and battered. 2 words, pitiful. Inside the Shinny Martial Arts Arena, the number of people grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, all 700 freshmen had arrived. Shortly after, Zhang Ziheng stepped onto the host platform of the arena, accompanied by 4 former mentors. Once on the platform, Zhang Ziheng took out a microphone and began to speak. The opening ceremony was originally supposed to be held in the auditorium, but ever since Shenwu was founded, the thing I hate the most is being long-winded. So, the opening ceremony at Shenwu was very simple. Welcome, everyone, to Shenwu. After speaking, Zhang Ziheng said no more. Someone below, looking utterly confused, asked, "That's it? Just one sentence of welcome, and the freshman ceremony concluded perfectly like this? Alright, let's cut to the chase. Your counselors must have already told you about the military training. Here is a liability waiver. Once you sign it, you can enter the secret realm for a month-long military training. If you don't sign it, pack your things and leave." Zhang Ziheng said calmly. Someone timid in the audience mustered up the courage to ask, "Dean Zhang, we're only at the first rank. How can we possibly defeat the beasts in the secret realm?" Zhang Ziheng looked at the crowd and said slowly, "Did I ask you to go in and fight the beasts? I want you to go in and survive. As long as you can. Make it through the month alive. That's enough. I'm not asking you to go head-to-head with the beasts. The secret realm for military training is one of Shenwu's sea-level secret realms. While the strongest beast in the realm has reached the 4th rank, there is only one 4th rank beast, and it resides in the very core of the realm. You only need to operate in the outer areas, where the beasts you encounter are mostly 1st rank. So, what are you afraid of? Remember, the purpose of military training is to teach you how to escape when encountering a beast. So even if you come across a 1st-tier beast, you must immediately turn around and run. If you want to fight it, then no one can be blamed if you die." As he spoke, Zhang Ziheng looked at the accompanying counselors and instructed them to distribute the liability waivers to their students. Yi-qing and Suyu signed the waivers directly, while some talented and well-connected students also signed without hesitation. Talented students were not worried about the danger, and those with family backgrounds were already prepared for this. In the end, after some dawdling, all 7 700 students signed their names. After all, getting into Shinwu Academy was no easy feat, and leaving because of military training would be too much of a loss. Zhang Ziheng collected all the waivers, then looked at a mentor and said, "Activate the training secret realm." The mentor nodded, took out a metal controller, and pressed a button. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the center of the Shinny martial arts arena. Boom! Everyone turned to look and saw the ground at the very center of the arena retracting outward, revealing a massive circular pit. Shortly after, another rumble followed, and a staircase leading downward slowly formed beside the opening. This is the secret training realm of Shinwu. Although it's only sea level, its area is no smaller than that of a B-level realm. Your military training will take place here. Now, quickly go and pick up the supplies prepared by the academy, then head inside. After Zhang Ziheng finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to the 700 large backpacks that had been prepared nearby. They immediately went to pick one up. Yi-qing and Suyu had no idea what was inside, but Yi-qing grabbed two and tossed them into his system space, deciding to check them out after entering. After picking up their backpacks, Yi-qing and Suyu followed the crowd toward the entrance of the secret realm. "Old Su, what plans do you have for this month?" "Based on our experience of living in the wild for a month last time, I think we should build a wooden cabin first when we go in. It's too uncomfortable to always stay outdoors. I've already bought the tools and books." "Books? What books?" Yi-qing looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu gave a mysterious smile and then took out a few books from his spatial ring. Yi-qing glanced at the covers and was instantly speechless. Some of the people around also curiously looked over, and when they saw the titles of the books, they were stunned. The Complete Guide to Wooden Cabin Design, Building a Wooden Cabin from Scratch, Choosing Wood for Wooden Cabins, * Basic Mortise and Tenon Techniques * Intermediate Mortise and Tenon Techniques, Advanced Mortise and Tenon Techniques. Everyone was collectively at a loss for words. "Old Su, I have to say, you're amazing. Are you planning to read all these books?" Yi-qing asked with a wry smile. Suyu handed him 3 of the books. "I can't finish them all by myself. You should join in too. You study the mortise and tenon techniques, and I'll handle the materials and design for the cabin. Would it kill you to bring some nails? And now you want me to study mortise and tenon joints? This isn't something you can figure out in 3 days or half a month," Yi-qing complained helplessly. Suyu responded with a smile, "Old Ji, don't worry, I brought nails too. I just thought you might get bored in the secret realm, so I prepared a couple of books for you to study." Yi-qing took the books and smiled faintly. "Alright, I am indeed interested in mortise and tenon joints, but are you sure these 2 or 3 books will teach me the craft?" Suyu pondered for a moment. You'll only know if you try." While the two were chatting enthusiastically, the people around them were exasperated. They thought to themselves, how should we escape from the beasts? Meanwhile, these two were discussing how to build a house. Truly admirable, don't they have any sense of urgency? Before long, Yi-qing, Suyu, and the others entered the secret realm one after another. Once inside, everyone immediately began to disperse. Staying away from the secret realm's exit was the top priority. This was basic common sense. After all, they were all top talents admitted to Shinwu Academy and understood these principles. As the group gradually scattered, their respective instructors also entered the secret realm, heading in the directions their students had gone. The instructors were responsible for secretly protecting their students, but they could only intervene if the students encountered an overwhelming force. Among these counselors, even the weakest possesses 4th-tier cultivation, more than enough to protect the students. Logically, counselors should guard from the shadows, but Xingge was not accustomed to this. She decided to reveal herself. Xingge caught up with Yi-qing and Suyu, walking directly up to them without hesitation. At this moment, the two were riding a motorcycle, wandering around the secret realm in search of a suitable spot to build a wooden house. As Xingge suddenly appeared in front of them, they immediately stopped the motorcycle. "Sister Qing, what are you doing here?" Suyu asked curiously. Xingge waved her hand. "Didn't the academy say they would send people to protect the students during military training? The ones responsible for you are your respective counselors." Yi-qing's expression turned subtle. "Sister Qing, aren't the people protecting us supposed to stay in the shadows?" This was the conclusion he had drawn from reading hundreds, if not thousands, of online novels. "Cut it out, it's fine. As long as you don't say anything, who would know? Even if they find out, it doesn't matter," Xingge said nonchalantly. Yi-qing and Suyu were left speechless. "So, what are your plans now? Starting a life on the run?" Xingge asked curiously. Yi-qing smiled and said, "On the run? Not in this lifetime. Against 1st-tier, 2nd-tier, or 3rd-tier beasts, Old Su and I can handle them directly. If we encounter a 4th-tier beast, I'll just let Li buy out." "You're actually thinking of making a true god your fighter? You're absolutely insane," Xingge said with a bitter smile. Yi-qing waved his hand dismissively. "No choice. Since Li Bai is my guardian spirit, it would be a waste not to use him. By the way, take out your car." "I don't feel like walking anymore," Xingge said, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing nodded. "Alright." With that, so you got off the motorcycle, Yi-qing put it away, and took out a sports car. Xingge Xingge unceremoniously sat in the passenger seat, leaving Suyu no choice but to sit in the back. Yi-qing continued driving forward. Xinggu asked, "What are we going to do now?" Yi-qing explained, "Old Su and I want to find a good place to build a small wooden cabin. By the way, Sister Qing, do you know of such a place? Preferably on high ground, with only one road leading up and a water source nearby." Xinggu thought for a moment and then said, "I think I've seen a place like that in this secret realm. Wait, let me check the map." With that, she took a communicator out of her bag and opened a software, Tianzi map. This map not only allows precise positioning of any location on Blue Star but also supports the input of new maps. The input method is quite simple, just take a photo of the map. Clearly, Xinggu had already uploaded the training secret realms map into the communicator. Once the map is uploaded, the system can also locate her current position. I'll share the map with everyone so you can upload it to your communicators too. After the military training ends, you'll be entering the training secret realm again over the next 4 years, Xinggu said while operating the communicator. Suyu asked with a smile, "Does this count as cheating?" "It's just a map, nothing worth calling cheating. If Xiaoing really summoned Li Bai, that would be cheating. No, that would be outright hacking," Xinggu replied while checking the map. "Found it. This should be the place," she confirmed moments later. Yi-qing interjected, "Xiaoing, export the map from Qingjia's communicator, mark the places she mentioned, and then help me plan a route." "Okay, master." Xiaoing's voice sounded inside the car, and the screen next to the steering wheel lit up. The map and route appeared on the screen. "Whoa, old Ji, what is this?" Suyu looked at Yi-qing in shock. "Oh, my artificial intelligence assistant, Xiaoing." "Artificial intelligence? Isn't that something out of a sci-fi movie?" Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Xinggu said lightly, "What's there to make a fuss about? Xiaoing even has subordinates of true gods. What's so surprising about having an artificial intelligence?" Suyu was momentarily stunned and then smiled wryly. "Your words leave me with no way to refute. It does seem like there's nothing to be surprised about." After that, Suyu, feeling bored, started chatting with Xiaoing. After all, he had only seen artificial intelligence in sci-fi movies, and now that one had appeared before him, he naturally wanted to have a good conversation. Following Xiaoing's route planning, Yi-qing drove the sports car swiftly to the destination marked on the map. The terrain here was very similar to the place where Yi-qing and Suyu had stayed in the Origin secret realm before, except that this place had a dense forest and a river over 10 meters high below the cliff behind them. The open space at the edge of the cliff was perfectly flat, clearly suitable for building a wooden house. Yi-qing said to Suyu, "Old Su, start your operation." I haven't read the books yet, but chopping some trees first can't be wrong. I'll carefully study those 3 books tonight and start building the wooden house tomorrow," Suyu responded with a determined look. Yi-qing rolled his eyes. "Then go chop the trees. You said you'd handle the materials." After saying that, he took out 2 grand armchairs, and both he and Xinggu each sat on one, while Suyu gloomily grabbed his long sword and headed toward the forest. Xinggu and Yi-qing lay there feeling a bit bored. Xinggu took out a communicator and started playing games. The Tianzi communicator had quite a few games on it. Yi-qing had once asked Xiaoing to download some popular games onto the communicator to help them pass the time in the secret realm. Yi-qing, on the other hand, opened the first book Suyu had given him. As soon as he started reading, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of reading a book. Reward, Mahist Mechanisms." Mahist Mechanisms, containing all information about Mahist mechanism techniques, along with divine-level carpentry skills. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned as countless pieces of knowledge about mechanisms and carpentry flooded his mind. After a brief moment, Yi-qing had fully absorbed the information in his mind. Now, not to mention building a simple wooden cabin, he could even construct a luxurious wooden villa. And it could be equipped with countless ingenious mechanisms to fend off external enemies. Feeling a sudden itch to get started, Yi-qing found Suyu and asked him to bring out the tools he had brought along. Suyu's tools were quite comprehensive, and Yi-qing took the tools and left, picking up a few pieces of wood along the way. "Damn, I thought you were coming to help me chop down trees. I was moved for nothing," Suyu shouted angrily as he watched Yi-qing walk off with the tools. Yi-qing glanced at Suyu and said with a smile, "Chop trees? That's not the kind of work I want to do. I will never cut down a tree in this lifetime. Keep it up." After saying this, Yi-qing quickly left. He found a patch of grass, sat cross-legged, and began using tools to create a simple mechanism. Actually, this couldn't really be called a mechanism. More accurately, it was a type of weapon crafted using mechanical techniques. This weapon was a needle launcher, which, of course, was useless against demonic beasts unless special needles were used. However, Yi-qing couldn't find special needles for the time being, so the weapon he was making wasn't meant to deal with demonic beasts but rather humans. Since they planned to build a wooden house here, Yi-qing needed to prepare some mechanisms to prevent students from other grades from damaging their habitat when they entered the secret realm for training. When the time comes, he would set up a dozen or even dozens of mechanisms around the wooden house, throwing one out for every intruder. All Although this might seem a bit overbearing, what did it matter? The entire Shinwu belonged to their family, so what was wrong with claiming a piece of land in their own secret realm? Throughout the day, Suyu had been chopping trees, and soon a patch of forest was completely cleared by him. As the sky gradually darkened, Yi-qing stopped sitting idly. He walked over to the trees Suyu had cut down and called out, "Li Bai." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Bai's figure appeared behind Yi-qing. "Do me a favor and turn all the cut wood into planks." Li Bai nodded slightly, drew the Qinglian sword, and in an instant, several sword energies swept through. The tree trunks before them immediately turned into planks, with the excess parts of the trunks carried away by a gentle breeze. Suyu was dumbfounded. "I feel like I'd been a fool all day. If Brother Li had stepped in, he could have cleared an entire forest in a second." Yi-qing smiled and said, "It's fine, this was also to train your swordsmanship." "Alright, enough about that, let's start building the wooden house." Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to get to work. With his excellent physical condition, along with the help of Suyu and Li Bai, Yi-qing was confident they could complete an ordinary wooden house before bedtime. Then, he began directing Suyu and Li Bai, and the three of them worked together to start building the wooden house. Throughout the process, Suyu was a bit dazed. As time went on, the floor and walls of the wooden cabin were already completed, leaving only the roof. Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Old Ji, when did you learn how to build a wooden cabin?" "Oh, I watched it on TV, and naturally, I just picked it up." Yi-qing waved his hand dismissively. Suyu's face was full of disbelief. Although the wooden cabin currently only had walls and a floor, it already looked extremely beautiful, and not a single nail had been used throughout the process. How could this possibly be something learned from watching TV? "I've watched Journey to the West, but why can't I perform the 72 transformations?" Yi-qing didn't care about Suyu's doubts and began working on constructing the roof. Soon, the roof of the wooden cabin was also completed. Yi-qing looked at the leftover wood and started making some simple furniture, such as tables, chairs, and a bed. Although they had brought a bed with Qinggu around, it was impossible for the three of them to share one bed, so Yi-qing had to make another bed. As for bedding, Yi-qing hadn't brought any, so he could only use his own quilt as padding for the time being. After finishing the bed, Yi-qing walked into the wooden cabin. The cabin had 2 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. This setup was already quite decent. Of course, compared to others, it was like heaven and hell. At this moment, the other freshmen in the secret realm were all dirty and disheveled, nervously observing their surroundings, afraid that a monster might appear. Forget about wooden cabins, many of them hadn't even managed to start a fire. Yi-qing and the other 2 entered the wooden cabin. Yi-qing took out a motorcycle and turned on its light to use as a lamp. Then he brought out a complete set of kitchen tools, while Suyu took out a large bag of rice and some vegetables. Qinggu looked utterly confused. "Are you two really here for military training?" Suddenly, she thought of something, quickly took a few photos of the cabin, and posted them on her Tianzi Feishu moments. The photos were accompanied by a caption, "Life in the secret realm is just so simple and unpretentious." A moment later, the first comment appeared in the comment section. "Zhang Zihang." Suyu then said, "What a pity, there's no electric light. We can only use the motorcycle's light for illumination." Fortunately, the Tianzi communicator hasn't been widely adopted yet. Otherwise, if others saw Qing Ji's post, they'd probably be green with envy. In this era, unless you enter a secret realm with a base, isn't every other place just about roughing it in the wild? But you three, on the very first day in the secret realm, managed to set up a decent wooden cabin. What, are you here to develop real estate in the secret realm? Yi-qing quickly stir-fried 2 or 3 dishes, brought them to the living room, and served each person a bowl of rice, ready to eat. At this moment, Qinggu took a few more photos and quickly shared them on her moments. And Tianzi Headlines. Tianzi Headlines is a platform built into the Tianzi communicator. Once the communicator becomes widely used in the future, the students of Shinwu Academy who see Qing Ji's photos will probably be furious. In her moments, Qinggu captioned the photos with only 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and no soup. This is such an inhumane way to live. Zhang Zihang appeared again. "Zhang Zihang, you little brat, that's too much. I could understand posting it on your moments, but you even posted it on Tianzi Headlines. Aren't you afraid of becoming Shinwu's public enemy in the future?" Qinggu replied to Zhang Zihang, "Old Zhang, don't worry, I'll say you sponsored us when the time comes." Zhang Zihang at Yilin, "Dean, are you going to handle this or not?" Yilin replied to Zhang Zihang, "How can I handle this? If they can live in wooden houses and eat rice, it's all thanks to their own abilities." Zhang Zihang, forget it, I won't bother either. Do whatever you want, after all, the entire Shinwu belongs to your family. Qinggu cheerfully put down the communicator and began to enjoy her dinner. After finishing the meal, Yi-qing placed a bed from the system space into one of the rooms and then took away the bedding. "Sister Qing, you can stay in this room. Old Su and I will stay in the other one. I've taken the bedding from the bed since I only brought one set, and I'll use it to pad the bed for old Su and me, Yi-qing said to Qinggu in the living room. After speaking, the three of them went to their respective rooms. Back in the room, Suyu said to Yi-qing, "Old Ji, get a couple of ice blocks for the room. It's so hot." It was currently September, and the weather was unusually hot. Yi-qing, possessing SSS-level ice abilities, didn't feel the heat, but Suyu wasn't as fortunate. He had spent the entire day chopping trees and was now deeply missing the air conditioning at home. Yi-qing chuckled and condensed a large block of ice, placing it in the corner of the room. Once Yi-qing's ice was formed, it wouldn't melt unless he willed it to, making it perfect for cooling down in the summer. With such a large block of ice in the room, the temperature quickly began to drop. A look of comfort appeared on Suyu's face. "Ah, this is great, I'm going to sleep now," he said, lying down and closing his eyes to fall asleep immediately. Yi-qing thought for a moment and decided to sleep as well. Just as he lay down, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Another reward had arrived late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sea-level achievement of building a wooden house. Reward, a full set of portable furniture. The full set of portable furniture can be stored in the system space with one click and retrieved with one click. It will automatically arrange itself in the appropriate positions. The smaller the house, the fewer the furniture, the larger the house, the more the furniture. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of creating a mechanism. Reward, infinite energy. Infinite energy, capable of providing power to anything that requires energy, such as supplying endless electricity to mobile furniture sets. Yi-qing's eyes lit up as he stroked his chin and began to ponder. Since this infinite energy was a reward for a B-level achievement, it was surely more than just an infinite power bank. It must have other uses. Yi-qing's spirits lifted instantly as he retrieved the infinite energy from the system space. Soon, a cube-shaped crystal emitting a blue glow appeared in his hand. Once the infinite energy was in his hand, Yi-qing immediately understood how to use it. With a thought, the crystal in his hand began to transform. The blue crystal split apart and instantly turned into 9 small rectangular pieces. The usage method also surfaced in Yi-qing's mind. He first placed the mobile furniture inside the wooden cabin. In the next moment, the entire set of furniture appeared instantly in the 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Yi-qing smiled and used his mind to control one of the 9 rectangular pieces in front of him, directly embedding it into one of the furniture items. From then on, one piece of infinite energy fused with the furniture, ensuring it would never run out of power. The remaining 8 pieces of energy were stored in the system space. Just as he placed the items into the system space, a heart-wrenching howl suddenly echoed from within the space. "Let me out!" Yi-qing was startled and thought carefully. How could I forget about my divine beast? He quickly recalled the events. A month ago, he had placed the divine beast egg into the incubator. Initially, it showed that it would hatch in just a week, but he had completely forgotten about it. It had to be said, Yi-qing truly had a big heart. If not for the system space being able to store living creatures, this generation's divine beast might have suffocated to death. He hurriedly took the divine beast out of the system space. The next moment, a black and white divine beast appeared in front of Yi-qing. Yi-qing was stunned. That familiar appearance and sharp gaze. "Damn, isn't this just a husky? You lousy system, is this what you call a divine beast?" He couldn't help but complain. As soon as the husky appeared, it excitedly darted around the room, even shedding 2 lines of tears. "This divine beast is finally out." "Ahahaha," the husky laughed loudly. Yes, the husky, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, was born able to speak. Suyu, who had just fallen asleep, was immediately startled awake by the husky's roar. "What the? A dog can talk!" Suyu exclaimed in shock upon seeing the husky. The husky immediately stopped laughing and glared at Suyu. "This divine beast is a noble member of the wolf clan, not a dog." Suyu froze for a moment. Although he couldn't understand why the husky could talk, he instinctively retorted, "Stop deceiving yourself. Aren't you just a husky, just a dog? Old Ji, don't you agree?" "Shut up. This divine beast is not a dog. Master, this human dares to insult me. I want to eat him." Yi-qing covered his forehead and muttered, "Damn it, what kind of divine beast is this? Forget it, a husky is a husky." Luckily, it seems this guy only looks like a husky and isn't as dumb or reckless. "Alright, old Su, go back to sleep. This thing is a pet I just acquired. It ate some unknown spiritual fruit, so now it can talk." Su, you nodded. "Alright then, I'll go back to sleep." Without asking further, he turned over and went back to sleep. The husky jumped onto the bed, looking pitifully at Yi-qing. "Master, you actually left me in that dark place for so long." Yi-qing awkwardly chuckled. "It was an accident, an accident. By the way, let me see how strong you are." Saying this, he used the eye of investigation on the husky. Name, none. Rank, Tier 5, Juvenile Stage. Type, Divine Beast Husky. Characteristics, indifferent to life and death, ready to fight anyone who challenges it, loves to brawl, and dislikes everyone. Possesses a trace of Divine Emperor bloodline, with with extremely strong self-healing abilities. No matter how severe the injury, it usually recovers by the next day. Its speed, strength, and stamina are all top-notch. After reading this, Yi-qing couldn't help but feel envious. Being born at the 5th tier was truly something to be jealous of. Generally, divine beasts go through 3 stages: infancy, growth, and maturity. Yi-qing speculated that once Era reached the growth stage, it could directly ascend to the 9th tier, and upon reaching maturity, it should be able to enter the void god realm. As long as Era diligently followed its path, reaching the level of a deity, it would undoubtedly become a true god-level powerhouse. Era, let me give you a name. What do you think of Yaha? Yi-qing asked with a smile. Master, that name sounds so weird. Alright, since you didn't refuse, that means you agree. From now on, you'll be called Yaha. Oh, and eat this. As he spoke, Yi-qing took out the transformation fruit he had previously obtained from the system space. Without much thought, Era bit into the transformation fruit that Yi-qing handed over. Immediately after consuming the fruit, a faint glow emanated from Era's body, and it began to change. In just a moment, Era's appearance transformed from a dog into a child of about 3 years old, dressed in black and white husky pattern pajamas. The pajamas were a one-piece suit, but there was no fabric at the crotch. In other words, it was an open crotch outfit. After transforming into human form, Era suddenly felt a cool breeze. Looking down, it instantly became embarrassed. Why isn't this part covered? Era exclaimed, quickly reverting to its dog form. Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh. Why did you change back? You're so adorable in human form. I don't want to wear open crotch pants. You even know about open crotch pants? Humph, until I grow up, I won't transform into human form again, Era said angrily. By the way, Era, what do you need to do to grow from infancy to the growth stage, and eventually to maturity? Yi-qing curiously looked at Era. Era thought for a moment and replied, it seems like I need to fight with others. You're not lying to me, are you? Yi-qing stared at Era in confusion, thinking to himself that there couldn't be such a method to improve strength. The husky said seriously, the inherited memory in my mind says so. When you see a monster beast, when you see a human, hit them hard, and you'll become stronger. Yi-qing was speechless. Master, I want to fight you. I want to become stronger. I want to grow up. The husky looked at Yi-qing with a face full of determination. Absolutely not. Yi-qing refused without hesitation. The husky anxiously hopped around on the ground. Why not? Yi-qing rolled his eyes and said, I can't beat you. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm only at the 2nd tier, and you're at the 5th tier. What's the point of fighting? The husky thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, master, you're really useless. Can you hurry up and get stronger? Being despised by his own dog? He looked at the husky and sneered, instantly making the husky feel a chill down its spine. Li Bai, drag this guy out and give him a beating. Teach him how to be a proper dog. Make sure not to kill him. Leave him with a breath. As soon as Yi-qing finished speaking, Li Bai instantly appeared in the room, grabbed the husky by the neck, and disappeared outside the room. A moment later, painful howls of the husky echoed from the mountain forest not far from the cabin. What happened to the divine beast? You're so fierce even though you're still in your juvenile stage. As instructed by Yi-qing, Li Bai indeed beat the husky half to death before dragging it back. Looking at the husky lying on the ground, barely alive, Yi-qing muttered, the description from the Eye of Investigation shouldn't be wrong. By tomorrow morning, this husky should recover. After speaking, Yi-qing no longer paid attention to the husky and instead returned to the bed, sitting cross-legged. He took out the Holy Spirit fruit and the Spirit Nurturing fruit. What Erha said just now was indeed correct. He was indeed too weak at the moment. Although he was invincible among those of the same level and could easily fight across levels, staying at such a low realm and was definitely not an option. Yi-qing decided to first consume the Holy Spirit fruit and upgrade his swordsmanship to SSS level before anything else. As soon as he swallowed the Holy Spirit fruit, Yi-qing's swordsmanship ability underwent a tremendous transformation. A white long sword appeared before him, and upon closer inspection, mysterious patterns emerged on the blade, making the sword even more extraordinary. He glanced at the long sword, then retracted it into his body, turning his gaze toward the Spirit Nurturing fruit. With a forceful squeeze of his right hand, the Spirit Nurturing fruit was instantly crushed into countless tiny green particles floating around Yi-qing. Yi-qing immediately closed his eyes and began meditating, activating his cultivation technique. In the next moment, Yi-qing's body seemed to transform into a black hole, starting to absorb the green particles around him. These were condensed spiritual energy, and upon absorption, his cultivation level could rise by at least 2 or 3 tiers. Of course, Yi-qing would refine it carefully. Directly advancing 2 tiers was impossible, as such rapid progress would create a shaky foundation, detrimental to future cultivation. A 9th grade spiritual fruit, specifically designed to provide spiritual energy, could easily help low-tier ability users advance 2 or 3 tiers in one go. Overnight, the substantial spiritual energy particles in the air had been completely absorbed and refined by Yi-qing, now fully transformed into his own spiritual power. In the early morning, Yi-qing opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. His cultivation had risen from tier 2 2 5 stars to tier 3 5 stars, breaking through an entire major realm. Such a level of cultivation was rare even among the third-year students of the current Divine Martial Academy. After all, this year's third-year students had only recently advanced from their second year, and most had just barely broken through to tier 3. The effect of this spirit-nurturing fruit is truly remarkable. It would be great if I could get 2 more. Yi-qing muttered with a big smile on his face. Oh well, master, call out that ice face from yesterday. I want to fight him another 300 rounds. At this moment, the husky appeared lively and bouncing in Yi-qing's line of sight. Yi-qing rolled his eyes and said, "Is it you two fighting 300 rounds, or Li by beating you up 300 rounds? You silly thing, do you have a tendency for self-abuse?" "Master, I was just going easy on the ice face." The husky excitedly spun around in place twice. Yi-qing rolled his eyes. "Alright, Li Bai doesn't have time to play with you. Go play by yourself. Oh, and don't kill anyone if you run into humans." The husky nodded vigorously, then slipped out to begin his adventure. Yi-qing was not worried that the husky might get into trouble. After all, the husky's strength had now reached the 5th tier, making him practically invincible except for Qingga and Li Bai. Yi-qing got out of bed to wash up in the bathroom, and not long after, Suyu and Qingga also woke up one after another. When the two saw that the wooden house suddenly had so much furniture, they were somewhat stunned. The sofa was fine, but there were even appliances like air conditioners and televisions. After trying them out, they discovered that these things actually worked, especially the television, which could be watched normally when turned on, almost making them mistakenly believe they had already left the secret realm. "Old Yi, you're truly amazing. Did you bring all of this? But where does the electricity come from? The television can even work normally," Suyu said excitedly, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing smiled faintly and replied, "No need to get excited, these are just minor things. The furniture and appliances were always stored in my spatial ring. As for the source of electricity, it's because I have something here called endless energy, which can provide the necessary power for these devices." Qingga was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She didn't dwell on how Yi-qing had silently arranged the furniture but instead focused on the endless energy he mentioned. "Xiaoing, can you show me the endless energy you talked about?" Yi-qing nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he took out a piece of endless energy, which slowly floated into Qingga's hand. With a wave of her right hand, a handgun suddenly appeared in her grasp. This handgun looked entirely different from a regular one, slightly larger overall and entirely blue. Qingga looked at Yi-qing and asked, "How do I use this?" Yi-qing explained, "You just need to inject the endless energy into the item that requires power." After saying this, he used his mind to control the endless energy, letting it flow into the handgun in Qingga's hand. Qingga had taken out the handgun, intending to use the endless energy on this peculiar weapon. Sure enough, as the endless energy flowed in, Qingga checked the small LCD screen on the side of the handgun, which displayed the number 100%. She couldn't help but walk outside excitedly. Yi-qing patted Suyu's shoulder. "Come on, let's go see what that thing is." Yi-qing and Suyu followed Qingga to the outside of the wooden house. Qingga raised the handgun high and aimed it at the bottom of the cliff. She pulled the trigger, and a blue light sphere shot out from the handgun. With a loud boom, the blue light sphere struck a forest, instantly creating a mushroom cloud. Suyu's eyes widened. "What kind of weapon is this? It's unbelievably powerful." Qingga quickly looked at the LCD screen on the handgun, and it still displayed 100%. She turned to Yi-qing and asked, "Xiaoing, how much energy can this endless energy provide?" Yi-qing smiled and said, "Xingjia, didn't you pay attention to its name? Endless energy, naturally, it's endless." Xinggu asked in disbelief, "Is it really infinite?" Yi-qing nodded in confirmation. "Of course, it's a system product. Why would I deceive myself?" Xingji's face lit up with joy, and she patted Yi-qing's shoulder, saying, "Xiaoing, you're really doing a great service for Longwa. What's the matter? Does the country really need this endless energy so badly?" Yi-qing asked in confusion. Qingga nodded seriously. "It shouldn't be described as just needing it. It's extremely necessary. You've seen this handgun in my hand, right? This is a technological weapon developed by the Research Institute after expending countless manpower and resources, capable of being used in the secret realm. Besides this handgun, there are other types of weapons, which the Research Institute has named psionic weapons. Psionic weapons can not only be used in the secret realm but also unleash powerful attacks. However, they have a fatal flaw. The psionic energy required for a single psionic weapon is enormous. As a result, currently, only 7th tier and above ability users in Longwei can use them. Other ability users at lower levels simply cannot provide enough psionic energy to support psionic weapons. Now, with endless energy, the Research Institute's future psionic weapons will no longer lack psionic energy. Yi-qing fully understood. Although psionic weapons couldn't compare to the system-rewarded spirit bow, they had an extremely outstanding advantage. As long as there was enough psionic energy, ordinary people could also explore the secret realm. Sister Qing, in that case, you can submit this endless energy to the country on my behalf, Yi-qing said without a trace of reluctance. After all, he still had 8 endless energy sources in his hands. hands. Keeping them just to use as generators was truly a bit wasteful. Since he could contribute to the country, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Qingge looked at Yi-qing seriously and asked, Xiaoing, you really need to think this through carefully. Endless energy is extremely precious right now. I've thought it through. Let's hand it over to the country. By the way, after handing it over, will the Research Institute study devices that can store spiritual energy? Qingge nodded slightly and said, that should be correct. After all, there's only this one endless energy source. If we want the entire Legion to use spiritual energy weapons, we'll definitely need to develop devices that can store spiritual energy. Yi-qing nodded and continued, alright then, Sister Qing, when you help me hand it over, please mention one thing. I'm willing to hand over this endless energy to the country unconditionally, but I hope they can agree to one request. After developing devices that can store spiritual energy, I want one, and I also want Shenwu to have the authority to purchase spiritual energy weapons. Qingge smiled and replied, don't worry, if such a device is really developed, the country will definitely sell some psionic weapons, appropriately to reduce the mortality rate in the secret realms. But, Xiaoqing, do you have other sources of infinite energy? Yi-qing nodded with a smile, thinking that there was no need to hide this from Qingge, as she was his sister. Yes, once this device arrives, I can set one up at our Shenwu Academy. This way, our Shenwu will become the first academy in Longwei to use psionic weapons. By then, other academies will have to purchase psionics from the state, but we at Shenwu won't need to. Yi-qing explained. Ever since he learned that Shenwu was founded by his father, Yi-qing had started considering various matters for Shenwu. After all, it was their family's legacy. If he didn't think about his own family, who would? In Yi-qing's mind, he had already envisioned the scene where everyone at Shenwu Academy was equipped with psionic weapons and spirit bows, becoming the top academy in Longwo was just around the corner. Enough about that. We can't really stay in this wooden cabin for a whole month, can we? How about going out to practice archery? Speaking, Yi-qing looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded and said, alright, my archery skills still need improvement. Yi-qing and Suyu discussed briefly and decided to go out to practice archery, while Qingge planned to head to the secret realm to deliver the infinite energy to the Research Institute. The reason Qingge was so assured in handing over the infinite energy to the Research Institute was, first, because Shenwu had close ties with the military, and second, because the director of the Research Institute was one of Shenwu's deputy directors. Shenwu had a total of 3 deputy directors, Zhang Zihang, who was stationed at Shenwu, another at the Research Institute, and the last one stationed at a base in an S-class secret realm. The S-class secret realm is the only one discovered in the entire Dragon Nation to date, and since its discovery, it has never been fully explored due to the abundance of 9th-tier beasts within its inner perimeter. Moreover, the S-class secret realm is different from other secret realms. Research from various nations has revealed that the beasts in the S-class secret realm can actually leave the realm. As a result, at least 50% of the ability users in the Dragon Nation are stationed at the base of the S-class secret realm. Fortunately, the creatures within the inner perimeter of the S-class secret realm do not attempt to leave. Otherwise, when the first S-class secret realm appeared on Blue Star, it might have already spelled the end. Yi-qing and Suyu rode their motorcycles away from the cabin. They didn't go far but instead found a spot with a wide view and took out their spiritual power bows to observe the surroundings. As long as any demonic beasts appeared within their line of sight, they would definitely take them down. While practicing their archery, the group of demonic beasts gradually began to target them. Although the beasts weren't very intelligent, they knew that Yi-qing and Suyu were not to be trifled with. As more and more demonic beasts gathered around, Yi-qing remained completely calm. His cultivation had now reached the 3rd stage, 5 stars, so there was no need for fear. Even if a dozen 3rd stage demonic beasts charged at him, he wouldn't be afraid, he'd just fight them head-on. With the increasing number of demonic beasts, the two of them could no longer draw their bows fast enough to keep up with the beasts' charging speed. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said, Old Su, with so many demonic beasts charging at once, your cultivation level is still too low. In a moment, fly into the air with your sword. Alright, but don't try to act tough. If you can't handle it, just call Brotherly to take care of them. Suyu nodded, then flew into the air on his sword. The flying beasts immediately charged at Suyu. However, Suyu was not one to be trifled with. He struck down each one that came his way. After all, most of them were 1st or 2nd tier beasts, completely unable to withstand a single strike from Suyu's sword. At this moment, Yi-qing had already put away his spiritual power bow. Surrounding him was a gathering of ice, forming sharp cones. With a wave of his hand, these ice cones shot out like raindrops, instantly smashing a large group of beasts into a bloody mess. Without pause, Yi-qing continued to condense ice cones, firing them madly in all directions. He killed dozens, even hundreds of beasts, scaring the remaining ones into retreat, no longer daring to attack him. Regarding the matter of giving the infinite energy to the Research Institute, some people feel that directly handing over the infinite energy is somewhat reckless. But I do hold this view, and I wonder what you all think. In Yi-qing's hands, the infinite energy is merely a generator. If it were developed to its full potential, it could save Shenwu a considerable amount on electricity costs. Shenwu was indeed in need of such savings. However, once handed over to the research institute, the situation changes entirely. When the institute uses the infinite energy to develop equipment capable of storing spiritual energy, Shenwu would need to be provided with such a set. This could be considered a form of equivalent exchange, especially since the head of the research institute is someone from Shenwu. If Shenwu acquires such equipment, with the widespread use of spiritual energy weapons, Shenwu could become self-sufficient and no longer need to purchase spiritual energy from the research institute periodically. Moreover, in the future, if Shenwu conducts another round of admissions, it will undoubtedly attract a large number of students to apply, thanks to the power of spiritual energy weapons and the low cost of spiritual energy in Shenwu. Carrying a spiritual energy weapon might even save one's life in a secret realm, which is sure to draw the attention of countless students. At that time, Shenwu will gradually claim the title of the strongest academy in Longwa. Therefore, handing over the infinite energy is a choice with countless benefits and no drawbacks. Moreover, the true owner of the infinite energy is still Yi-qing. With just a single thought, the infinite energy can automatically return to him from thousands of miles away. There's absolutely no need to worry about it being stolen or the research institute turning against him after obtaining the infinite energy. The two sides were at a stalemate for a while, and then those beasts scattered and fled. Suyu smiled as he returned to the ground. Ah, boring. These beasts are just too weak. Yi-qing rolled his eyes and responded, don't get complacent. Keep working hard on your cultivation. I'm already at tier 3, 5 stars. If you don't step up, you won't be able to catch up to me. Hey, it's just a 2-star difference. Wait, old G, what did you just say your tier was? Suyu said, suddenly stunned. Yi-qing replied with a light laugh, 3rd rank. What? Are you cheating? Weren't you still at 2nd rank, 5 stars just 2 days ago? Suyu widened his eyes, staring intently at Yi-qing. Yi-qing waved his hand and said casually, I ate a 9th grade spirit nourishing fruit last night, which directly boosted me by 1 rank. Suyu immediately showed a look of envy, his gaze fixed on Yi-qing. Yi-qing smiled and patted his shoulder. I only had 1. If I had more, I'd definitely give you 1. Let's see if we can find some more in the future. If I do, I won't forget you. Suyu sighed. Ah, fine. I really wish I could directly advance by 1 rank. Honestly, Suyu was more than a little envious. After all, this was an entire rank of cultivation, 10 stars. Old G, you're now at 3-star 5 rank. Isn't it time to start preparing to look for the awakening fruit? Suyu asked. Yi-qing shook his head and responded calmly, no rush, that thing will only be useful when I reach 4-star 9 rank. I'm still far from that. Preparing early won't hurt. By the way, you can just tell Uncle Yi directly, Shenwu definitely has awakening fruits. Suyu suddenly remembered Yi-qing's background and decided not to say more. Awakening fruit, this is a type of spiritual fruit that is not exactly rare but still considered rare. It is not considered rare because it can be found in many secret realms, however, it is rare because a 4th tier 9-star ability user must rely on the awakening fruit to reach the 5th tier. The classification of ability users is as follows. Tiers 1 to 4 are considered low tier, and one can advance by diligently cultivating and breaking the genetic lock. Tiers 5 to 8 are high tier, requiring not only the breaking of the genetic lock but also the awakening of abilities to condense the genetic lock. In other words, breaking through from the 4th tier to the 5th requires first consuming the awakening fruit to awaken a 2nd ability, which then allows the 5th genetic lock to appear. Similarly, the transitions from the 5th to the 6th tier, the 6th to the 7th tier, and the 7th to the 8th tier follow the same principle. However, the awakening fruit does not guarantee the awakening of abilities, which is why it is an absolute hot commodity no matter where it is. This is the reason why the awakening fruit is both not rare and rare at the same time. Nevertheless, Yi-qing is not worried about this at all, as his abilities do not rely on the awakening fruit. He can completely depend on the rewards from the system to obtain them. At this point, Yi-qing had already mastered 3 abilities, which were sufficient to support him in cultivating to the 6th tier 9-star level. Before reaching the 6th tier 9-star level, Yi-qing was confident that he could obtain 2 more abilities from the system. If he still had not acquired new abilities by then, it would not be too late to search for the awakening fruit. Although the awakening fruit is highly sought after, it is not impossible to find. After wandering around for a while, the two returned to the wooden cabin, and Yi-qing dragged back several corpses of demonic beasts. Back at the wooden cabin, Yi-qing cut off a piece of demonic beast meat and walked into the kitchen. Old G, you're not planning to eat demonic beast meat, are you? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Suyu asked in surprise. Since the appearance of demonic beasts, no one has dared to easily try their meat, as there were already cases of people being completely poisoned after eating it. This has led to no one daring to touch it nowadays. Yi-qing processed the beast meat while saying, don't worry, this type of beast is called the moonchi beast. It's edible, with tender and delicious meat, considered the best tasting among beasts. His knowledge of this came entirely from the eye of investigation. With just a scan, it could easily distinguish which beasts were edible and which were not. Earlier, Yi-qing carefully examined the beast's corpse and discovered this particular type, which was not only safe to eat but also exceptionally tasty. He speculated that edible beasts were rare, and people in the past likely ate inedible ones, leading to the current widespread avoidance. His hypothesis proved correct. Among the numerous beast species, only a few dozen were truly edible, and only about a dozen tasted good. Of those, only 2 were beneficial to humans, one of which was the moonchi beast. Not only was the moonchi beast delicious, but consuming it also nourished the meridians and enhanced spiritual power. The other beast beneficial to humans was closely related to the moonchi beast and was called the sun-chi beast. While the moonchi beast nourished the meridians and increased spiritual power, the sun-chi beast also nourished the meridians but did not enhance spiritual power. Instead, it strengthened the body, making it more robust and capable of bearing greater spiritual power. These 2 beasts complemented each other like yin and yang, and only when stewed together could they achieve the best effect. Unfortunately, Yi-qing did not find the sun-chi beast in the same area earlier. The moon-chi beast and sun-chi beast not only shared similar names and effects but also had very similar appearances. Both were tiger-shaped beasts, but unlike ordinary tigers, they had distinct patterns on their foreheads, a crescent moon for the moon-chi beast and a sun for the sun-chi beast. Additionally, the moon-chi beast's fur was black and white striped, while the sun-chi beast's was yellow and purple striped. Before long, Yi-qing finished stewing the moon-chi beast and the aroma of the meat filled the air, wafting to Suyu's nose. Smelling the fragrance, Suyu couldn't help but swallow hard. The moon-chi beast's tender and delicious meat was no exaggeration. The eye of investigation revealed that no meat on Blue Star could compare to its flavor. Among the entire beast population, only the sun-chi beast's taste could barely rival that of the moon-chi beast. Old Yi, are you really sure this is edible? Suyu couldn't help but ask again. Yi-qing nodded. Don't worry. People in the past were just unlucky and ate beasts that weren't edible. But the one I'm stewing now is not only edible but will also enhance your spiritual power. Come on, would I lie to you? Hearing that it could enhance spiritual power, Suyu immediately responded, well, if I die, so be it. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head, thinking to himself that once Suyu finished eating and experienced it personally, the effect would surely surpass any explanation he could give. Before long, the moon-chi beast meat was stewed to perfection. Yi-qing carried the pot to the living room, while Suyu busied himself bringing over the bowls and chopsticks. The 2 sat at the dining table, savoring the enticing aroma. Without hesitation, Yi-qing began to dig in. Seeing Yi-qing already eating, Suyu also picked up his chopsticks. After the first bite, he couldn't stop. The taste was simply extraordinary. In no time, the pot of stew was completely devoured by the 2 of them. Burp. Suyu let out a satisfied belch, still looking unsated. Why is there so little? I'm not even full yet. While clearing the table, Yi-qing said, the pot is only so big. This is the most it can hold. Suyu replied earnestly, that won't do. I need to contact Sister Chang and have her bring me a bigger pot. With that, he took out his communicator and sent a message to Qinggu. After tidying up the table and kitchen, Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said, Old Su, you just ate so much moonchi meat. The spiritual energy in your body should have increased. Try sensing it for yourself. Hearing Yi-qing's words, Suyu suddenly remembered that she had mentioned earlier that eating this kind of meat not only wouldn't cause any problems but could also enhance spiritual power. He immediately sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to sense the spiritual power within his body. Moments later, Suyu indeed felt a significant increase in his spiritual power, and the sensation of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians became exceptionally comfortable. Wow, old Ji, this moonchi meat is amazing. Can you cook me another pot? I think I can get stronger just by eating meat, Suyu said excitedly to Yi-qing. Yi-qing rolled her eyes helplessly. Stop dreaming. While moonchi meat can help enhance spiritual power, it's at most a supplementary tool for cultivation. The spiritual power it generates still needs to be refined by yourself. You're oversimplifying things. Relying solely on eating meat to accumulate spiritual power and grow stronger will definitely do more harm than good. Suyu shrugged. Alright, I'll just cultivate honestly. Enough talk, I'm going into seclusion to train. Perhaps Yi-qing's cultivation level had made Suyu feel pressured, so he was even more eager to improve his strength. He had already decided to go into seclusion for the next month, as the secret realm's cultivation environment was excellent and he didn't want to waste this time. By evening, Xinggu returned to the secret realm from Blue Star and skillfully made her way to the wooden cabin, just in time to catch the moonchi meat being served. What a delicious smell! Is this the meat of the moonchi beast you were talking about? As the meat was placed on the table, Xinggu pushed the door open and asked. The two nodded, and Suyu said excitedly, Sister Qing, this thing is unbelievably delicious. Did you bring the pot I asked for? Xinggu waved her right hand, and a large pot instantly appeared in the already small living room. The pot seemed to have a diameter of over a meter, nearly 2 meters. Ha, this is great. We can eat to our heart's content in one go. Suyu laughed happily. Yi-qing rolled her eyes at Suyu Suyu helplessly. If you want to eat, cook it yourself. With such a big pot, do you want to exhaust me? Suyu said nonchalantly, I'll cook. Alright, put the pot away for now and let's eat first. Yi-qing directly stored the pot into the system space. Xingda curiously took a bite of the yuechi meat, and her eyes immediately lit up. The beasts in the secret realm had been known to poison almost everyone who had eaten their meat since the realm's appearance. However, not only were Yi-qing and Suyu unharmed, but they also discovered that the meat was delicious and beneficial to the body. It could be said that their names would go down in history, as this discovery not only aided cultivation but also served as sustenance. From now on, there would be no need to worry about food shortages when entering the secret realm. After finishing her meal, Xingda asked Yi-qing about the specifics of the yuechi beast. Xiaoing, is the yuechi beast rare? Yi-qing smiled and shook her head. From what I know, yuechi beasts are not rare in the secret realm. You can find plenty in almost every secret realm. A faint smile appeared on Xingda's face. That's good. From now on, no one will starve to death in the secret realm due to running out of food. In the secret realm, it is not uncommon for people to starve to death. Since the appearance of the secret realm, ability users exploring it usually prepare some dry rations in advance and return to Blue Star when their food supply is nearly exhausted. However, many ability users may become trapped or lose their way, facing the risk of being eaten by beasts or starving to death. Although some, driven by hunger, choose to eat beast meat, their luck often runs out, and they fail to find edible beasts. After all, there are only a few dozen types of edible beasts, while the total number of beast species in the secret realm remains unknown. Yi-qing understood this, so he had no reason to selfishly conceal information about the Moonchi beast. On one hand, the Moonchi beast was not rare. On the other hand, Yi-qing had an idea that could boost the sales of the Tianzi communicator. He planned to develop software for the Tianzi communicator called the Beast Encyclopedia, which would collect and record information on various beasts. The first entries he intended to include were details about edible beasts. This was not a complicated task. He only needed to use the eye of detection to identify edible beasts, allowing him to quickly complete the entries. After dinner, the three of them returned to their respective rooms. Suyu did not go to sleep after returning to his room but continued his cultivation. Yi-qing sat at his desk, holding a round metallic object in his hand, which was the core of the eye of detection system. Both the Tianzi communicator and the eye of detection were given to me by you. Can you enable the Beast Encyclopedia on the Tianzi communicator to have the ability to detect beasts? Yi-qing silently asked in his mind, unsure if the system would respond, but it was always worth a try. Additional permissions have been granted to the host for the eye of detection. This operation can now be completed using artificial intelligence. After a brief silence, the system's voice finally sounded. Hearing this, Yi-qing couldn't help but smile slightly and quickly took out the communicator. Xiaoing, add a new feature to the Beast Encyclopedia, one-click detection. Integrate the beast detection function of the eye of detection into it. If the encyclopedia lacks information after detection, add it to the records. Oh, and set a fee for this feature, 10 yuan per detection. 10 yuan is not much, but once the Tianzi communicator becomes widely used, this income will definitely accumulate over time, bringing substantial profits. Yi-qing was not worried that no one would use this feature. After all, it was incredibly convenient, and 10 yuan was nothing to an ability user. Of course, the information in the illustrated guide was free, but even if the guide included all the data on the beasts, who would have the time to slowly flip through it when encountering one? The one-click detection feature would still be necessary. However, if someone really wanted to save money by memorizing all the information in the guide, Yi-qing had nothing to say, credit to their ability. Master, everything has been set up. Xiaoing's voice sounded in Yi-qing's ear. Yi-qing nodded slightly. First, include the data on the Moonchi beast. The beast illustrated guide will be divided into 4 sections: special, land, ocean, and sky. Wait, let's change food to special instead. Calling it food seems a bit disrespectful to them. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Yi-qing's face. After the beast illustrated guide was completed, those who owned the Tianzi communicator received a system update notification. Since the beast illustrated guide was built-in software, a system update was required for other communicators to have access to the guide and the one-click detection feature. Oh, and add a one-click detection feature to the Tianzi map as well. This will allow users to instantly obtain the map of a secret realm. For now, don't open the usage permissions. Charge for the maps that are included. If someone wants to download a map, charge 100 for a C-level secret realm, 1,000 for a B-level, 10,000 for an A-level, and 100,000 for an S-level. For Shinwu members, both one-click detection and map downloads will be free. The maps cannot be shared. If anyone shares them, delete their map and make them repurchase it. Yi-qing said with a faint smile. Xiaoing couldn't help but say, Master, you're becoming more and more like a profiteer. Yi-qing's expression changed, and he retorted, what do you mean by profiteer? This is called business acumen and a strategic strategic vision. From now on, all paid features in the Tianzi communicator will be free for Shenwu members. I want to make Shenwu the #1 sacred place on Blue Star. Yi-qing could foresee that once the series of conveniences he had granted to Shenwu were officially implemented in the coming years, all students taking the college entrance exam would undoubtedly gravitate toward Shenwu. After all, the benefits were simply too numerous. After organizing the functions of the Tianzi communicator, Yi-qing returned to his bed, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was so abundant that not cultivating would be a waste. In the days that followed, Yi-qing and Suyu were either cultivating or practicing archery. As for cataloging edible demonic beasts, Yi-qing asked Xingge for help. He sent Xingge the locations of all the edible demonic beasts in the secret realm, and Xingge could rely on the Tianzi map to find those beasts and record their information. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Dragon Kingdom had already begun collaborating with the Tianzi group to build momentum. A large batch of Tianzi communicators had been produced, the production lines were operating normally, and the next step was naturally to start selling the communicators. The Tianzi communicator was nothing but beneficial for the Dragon Kingdom, so the authorities also began promoting it. Within just a few days, the Tianzi communicator had become a household name in the Dragon Kingdom. Countless people started paying attention to the Tianzi group's official website, eagerly inquiring about the sale time and price of the Tianzi communicator. After all, its features were simply too powerful. It could be used in the secret realm, investigate demonic beast information, download secret realm maps, and didn't require recharging for calls or data. Not only did ability users want to buy it, but many ordinary people also longed to own one. This had become a trend, and countless mobile phone manufacturers began considering switching industries. Some companies had even started selling shares, preparing to sell off their businesses. The Dragon Kingdom's telecommunications companies were no exception, with the Tianzi communicator who would still use their SIM cards. Soon, the Tianzi group announced the price and release date of the Tianzi communicator. The price for a single unit was not high, set at 9,999 yuan. The numbers were randomly generated, though single-digit, double-digit, and triple-digit numbers were excluded from the random sequence. Countless people were ready to make a purchase. To be honest, 10,000 yuan wasn't considered expensive. After all, the Tianzi communicator was incredibly powerful, and the official statement assured that as long as the communicator wasn't subjected to severe damage, it could last at least 5 years under normal use. As soon as the official sales channels of Tianzi Group were opened, tens of millions of Tianzi communicators in stock were instantly sold out. The numbers of the first batch of communicators ranged from 4 to 8 digits, and many lucky users managed to grab 4-, 5-, 6-, or 7-digit numbers, becoming so excited they were almost uncontrollable. After all, compared to 8-, 9-, or even 10 and 11-digit numbers, 4-, 5-, 6-, and 7-digit numbers are indeed much more valuable. There are only 9,000 4-digit numbers, 90,000 5-digit numbers, 900,000 6-digit numbers, and 9 million 7-digit numbers. According to the last population census in Manhwa, the population reached 1.4 billion. This means that only 1 in 100 people owns a 7-digit Tianzi communicator number. 4-, 5-, and 6-digit numbers are even rarer. At present, numbers with 7 digits or fewer have already sold out, and even 8-digit numbers are 80 to 90% sold. As a result, Tianzi Group has already started producing 9-digit Tianzi communicators, as well as 10 and 11-digit communicators. The 9-digit ones will be sold normally within Manhwa, while the 10 and 11-digit communicators are being prepared by Tianzi Group for future international markets. The rapid spread of Tianzi communicators ensures that, in a short time, various countries will inevitably send representatives to Longwei to introduce Tianzi communicators into their own nations. After all, the allure of Tianzi communicators is simply too great. With Tianzi communicators, exploring secret realms will no longer involve the life-threatening risks of blindly probing bit by bit as before. Meanwhile, online prices for Tianzi communicators with short or rare numbers have already been inflated to astonishing levels. Popular communicator numbers are not limited to short digits. Some special combinations are also highly sought after. For instance, even a 9-digit number composed entirely of 9s would undoubtedly be priced higher than a 4-digit number. Of course, Yi-qing and the other two in the secret realm are completely unaware of this. Over the past month, Yi-qing and Suyu have been focused on cultivation, while Xingge has been busy collecting information on demonic beasts. They are entirely oblivious to the frenzy surrounding Tianzi communicators outside, or the fact that tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of users are now involved. On Tianzi headlines, Xingge's account has already attracted tens of millions of followers. Since they appeared on Tianzi headlines, Xingge has been the only one to post content, and judging by the content and timing of her posts, everyone believes she is either a senior executive of Tianzi Group or a high-level expert. Moreover, Tianzi communicator users can view other users' profiles, and Xing's communicator number 12 has left countless people in awe. The rarity of two-digit numbers speaks for itself. In the secret realm, a month passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Yi-qing and the other two prepared to leave. After retrieving all the mobile furniture into the system space, Yi-qing arranged all the mechanisms he had prepared during his spare time over the past month. Looking at the wooden cabin, Yi-qing pondered for a moment and then took out 4 flags from the system space. These 4 flags were the formation flags for the spirit sealing array, which Yi-qing placed at 4 positions around the wooden cabin. In the next moment, the 4 flags connected to form an enormous array, and the spiritual energy within the array instantly disappeared. Demonic beasts have extremely keen senses and would never venture into places devoid of spiritual energy. Now that the spiritual energy here was sealed, Yi-qing had no concerns about demonic beasts entering. Subsequently, Yi-qing erected a plaque outside the wooden cabin, warning against entry. If anyone dared to take the risk, they could try entering. Once inside the array, all spiritual energy would be lost, and if the mechanisms were triggered, the consequences would range from severe injury to certain death. After handling everything, Yi-qing instructed Li Bai to capture the mischievous husky that had been running wild in the secret realm for an entire month. Then, Yi-qing drove his sports car toward the exit of the secret realm. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the exit of the secret realm and successfully returned to the Shinny martial arena. In front of them, the numerous freshmen were all covered in dirt, looking very much like beggars. "Wow, what happened to you all?" Suyu couldn't help but ask upon seeing the situation. Everyone turned to look and saw that Suyu and Yi-qing were completely clean, without a trace of having just come out of the secret realm. Instantly, they all stared at the two with resentful eyes. Gradually, the freshmen from the secret realm had all returned to the Shinny martial arts arena. At this moment, Zhang Zihang also arrived at the podium. "All freshmen, come over and gather." Hearing Zhang Zihang's voice, everyone gradually moved closer to the podium. Once everyone was assembled, Zhang Zihang continued, "Congratulations on successfully completing the military training, and with no casualties. This is commendable." Zhang Zihang nodded slightly in approval, feeling relieved that no one had died. In previous years, Shinwu Academy would almost always lose 1 or 2 students annually due to recklessness, as they often brought disaster upon themselves. Now that military training is over, you will officially begin your studies at the academy. However, today is National Day, and you have a week-long holiday. You can choose to go home or stay at the academy. It's up to you. Alright, that's all I have to say. Dismissed. Advisors, please come to my office later. The academy has some benefits to distribute. After speaking, Zhang Zihang left. The benefits he mentioned were none other than Tianzi communicators. The chairman of Tianzi communicators was the Yi couple, and since the dean of Shinwu Academy was also Yilin, it was natural for a batch of Tianzi communicators to be distributed as benefits to the mentors, advisors, and staff. As for the students of Shinwu, they couldn't get them for free, but they were offered at a 50% discount. Additionally, Shinwu students had the privilege of choosing their own numbers, instead of purchasing them randomly. When this news spread, it immediately sparked envy across the internet, with everyone wishing they were students of Shinwu Academy. Later, it was revealed that the reason Shinwu enjoyed such privileges was that the mysterious dean was, in fact, the chairman of Tianzi communicators. Only then did people understand why Shinwu students could select their numbers and enjoy a 50% discount. Many high school seniors began setting their sights on Shinwu Academy. After all future features of the Tianzi communicator would be free for Shinwu students. Coupled with the fact that Shinwu was one of the top 10 academies in Longhua, backed by a 9th-tier ability user, and with the addition of another 9th-tier ability user this year, countless people were now aiming to join Shinwu. During the 7-day National Day holiday, Yi-qing and Suyu planned to relax after a grueling month in the secret realm. Yi-qing's cultivation had advanced by 2 stars, while Suyu had improved by 5 stars, reaching the 7th star of the 2nd tier. It was undeniable that Suyu had been particularly motivated this time, training diligently over the past month to achieve such rapid progress. After some discussion, Yi-qing and Suyu decided to go on a road trip during the holiday. They invited Qingdu, and the 3 of them set off for Jinqiu Shanha. Naturally, since they were going out to have fun, Yi-qing also decided to bring Yi Yaoyao along. The 3 returned to Jinqiu Shanha, greeted Yilin and the others, and then left with Yi Yaoyao, driving out of the capital. When picking up Yi Yaoyao, Yilin handed Yi-qing a driver's license, which Su Qiu had arranged for him through a contact. With the license in hand, Yi-qing no longer worried about being stopped by traffic police on the road. After leaving the capital, the 4 of them asked Xiaoing to plan a route that avoided famous tourist spots and instead marked places with beautiful scenery and fewer people. Using satellite data, Xiaoing quickly found a suitable location near the capital, a mountain called Tianyuan Mountain. It was like a hidden paradise. A route appeared on the car's screen, and Yi-qing followed the navigation toward Tianyuan Mountain. Since it wasn't far from the capital, capital, Yi-qing's sports car soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. The road up the mountain was no longer a cement path but a bumpy mountain trail, barely a meter wide in some places, making driving clearly impractical. After the four got out of the car, Yi-qing put the car away. Olji, take out your motorcycle and bring Sister Qing and Yao up. I'll just use my sword to fly. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head gently, saying softly, no need. With that, he waved his hand, and a green-armed helicopter appeared in front of the four of them. What the heck? Suyu was once again stunned. Olji, this is too much. Bringing a motorcycle is one thing, even a sports car is fine, but you actually brought an armed helicopter. Just how big is your space ring? It's not that big. Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and get in. No, I mean board the helicopter. Board the helicopter. Yi-qing laughed as he opened the door to the pilot's seat and sat down directly. Suyu looked at Yi-qing with some concern and asked, Olji, don't joke around. Do you even know how to fly this thing? Take out the word even. Something this small, of course I can fly it. Hurry up and get in. Yi-qing said confidently, thinking to himself that he possessed god-level piloting skills. This was no joke. Yi-Yao immediately jumped up excitedly, shouting, I want a ride, I want a ride. Qingde smiled helplessly, picked up Yi-Yao, and got into the helicopter. Seeing this, Suyu could only follow suit. After all, even if Yi-qing couldn't fly it, he could always escape using his sword. After the four boarded the helicopter, Yi-qing started it up, and it slowly took off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of piloting a helicopter. Reward, SSS-class small futuristic battleship Shenhuang ship. SSS-class small futuristic battleship Shenhuang ship, a top-tier battleship capable of wormhole traversal, equipped with powerful weapons capable of destroying planets. Yi-qing's eyes lit up. He had previously thought that piloting a helicopter might complete an achievement, but he hadn't expected it to be a B-level achievement. This indeed deserves to be a B-level achievement, as piloting an armed helicopter is not something one can easily learn or operate. As for the reward, Yi-qing couldn't be more satisfied. The weapons on board the battleship could reach the level of planetary destruction, equivalent to a strike from a true god, with terrifying power. Coupled with his possession of infinite energy, he had no concerns about energy issues and could use the battleship's weapons without limitation. When the time came, even if he encountered an enemy at the level of a god king, he could launch billions of attacks while catching them off guard. Let's see who could withstand that. Yi-qing didn't dwell on it further and piloted the helicopter toward the mountain. Before long, he spotted a narrow crevice in the mountain. Fortunately, Yi-qing's vision was extraordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. He immediately maneuvered the helicopter to descend slowly toward the crevice, but there was no suitable landing spot in the mountains, so they had no choice but to jump. Yi-qing brought the helicopter to a low altitude and looked at the three, saying, jump down. The helicopter can't go any further. Suyu and Qingde nodded. Suyu opened the door and jumped out directly. Immediately, a golden longsword flew over and landed beneath his feet. Suyu then gracefully flew to the ground, riding the sword. Qinggu, on the other hand, carried Yi-Yao and simply walked out of the helicopter. It was as if she were walking on solid ground in mid-air, effortlessly stepping toward the ground. Suyu couldn't help but say, if I become a high-level ability user, then my sword control will be useless. Upon reaching the high-level ability user stage, which is the 5th tier, ability users can completely rely on spiritual power to fly in the air. Yi-qing directly stored the helicopter into the system space, and then he began to descend toward the ground. With a thought, ice emerged from the ground, quickly forming a slide. Yi-qing landed on the ice and slowly slid to the ground. Let's go. According to what Xiaoing said, once we pass the small path ahead, we'll be there. Yi-qing spoke as he walked toward the narrow gap in the mountain. From the air, it looked like just a thin crack, but upon reaching the ground, it was about 2 meters wide, which wasn't too bad. Yi-qing took out a motorcycle and looked at Yi-Yao. Yao, come on, get on. Then, he turned to Suyu and Qinggu and said, Sister Qing, old Su, you both can fly, so just fly on your own. The two nodded, and after Yi-Yao climbed onto the motorcycle, she tightly hugged Yi-qing. The four of them began moving forward. The ground was relatively flat, so Yi-qing's speed wasn't slow. After about 10 minutes, they reached the end of the small path. Exiting the path, a gentle breeze greeted them, making all four feel comfortable. Xiaoing really found a great spot, Yi-qing said with a smile as he looked at the scenery ahead. Suyu and Qinggu also nodded in agreement. The four of them looked ahead, and not far away, a clear lake surface came into view. In the center of the lake was an island, neither too large nor too small. At the very center of the island stood a towering ancient tree. Yi-qing roughly estimated that the tree was at least 20 meters tall. At this moment, Yi-qing felt a wave of confusion. Earlier, while in the air above Yuan Mountain, he had clearly seen only a stretch of mountain mist, never expecting such a stunning scene to be hidden within the mountains. What puzzled him even more was that when he looked up, he could see the sky. If the sky was visible, why hadn't he noticed the scenery from above? And why had he completely overlooked the towering ancient tree? This series of questions made Yi-qing furrow his brows. He put on his headphones and asked, Xiaoing, how did you find this place? It seems impossible to locate it via satellite. Xiaoing replied, Master, I didn't discover this place through satellite imaging. Instead, I found it through footage captured by a camera that appeared to have been abandoned long ago, and then I informed you of its location. A camera? Where is it? Yi-qing asked curiously. Xiaoing responded, based on the judgment from the last segment of the camera footage, it should be on the island in the center of the lake. Yi-qing nodded slightly and turned to Suyu and the others, saying, I want to go check out the island in the center of the lake. What about you? Brother, I want to go there, Yi Yaoyao said excitedly, pointing to the dense peach forest on both sides of the lake and jumping with joy. Xingge then picked up Yi Yaoyao and said, you all go to the island in the center of the lake. Yaoyao and I will go check out the peach forest. Yi-qing nodded and then walked toward the direction of the island in the middle of the lake. Suyu drew his long sword, leaped lightly, and then looked at Yi-qing, saying, Old Yi, want to come up? I'll take you flying over. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head. No need, it's just a lake. Saying this, he quickly arrived at the lakeside and walked straight ahead. As soon as one of Yi-qing's feet stepped onto the lake's surface, the water immediately began to freeze beneath him, spreading outward. With each step he took, the ice layer grew thicker, eventually forming an ice path. Suyu, riding his sword, quickly reached the island in the middle of the lake, and Yi-qing followed closely behind, also arriving on the island. Yi-qing pondered for a moment and communicated with the eye of investigation in his mind. Activate the surveillance camera. Soon, a map of this secluded paradise appeared in Yi-qing's mind. Immediately afterward, he noticed a camera marked on the map, buried in the soil beneath that large tree. Yi-qing did not rush to dig out the camera but instead focused his gaze on the map, curious about the purple glowing dot at the location of the tree. Intrigued, Yi-qing mentally clicked on the purple dot. In the next moment, a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Plane rift. Due to certain reasons, the connection between the middle plane and the lower plane has been damaged, creating this rift. Passing through the rift won't result in death but will lead to the middle plane. However, the plane rift is extremely dangerous, with a success rate of only 1 in a billion. Yi-qing's eyes widened. A plane. Ever since learning that the God Emperor of Origin Star mysteriously disappeared after breaking through, Yi-qing had speculated that there might be a divine realm or higher-level planes in this world. Now it seemed his guess was not unfounded. The information about this plane rift indicated that it only led to the middle plane, suggesting that the upper plane was still above it. Based on the system's previous explanations about realms, Yi-qing deduced that the strongest beings in the middle plane were likely true gods, while entities like god kings should logically reside in the upper plane. Yi-qing's curiosity about the upper plane grew intensely, and he was eager to jump in and explore. Immediately, although he was aware of the dangers, Yi-qing was completely unafraid. After all, death only meant resurrection. Nevertheless, he decided not to act hastily and chose to first investigate the secrets of the camera. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said, Old Su, can I borrow your sword for a moment? Suyu handed the sword to Yi-qing without hesitation, and Yi-qing began using Suyu's treasured sword to dig into the soil. Hey, Old Yi, what are you doing? Suyu's eyes widened as he saw Yi-qing using his sword to dig, thinking to himself, this is my SSS-grade divine sword, and you're using it to dig soil? Yi-qing sped up and soon unearthed a metal box. When he returned the sword to Suyu, Suyu stared at him with a look of grievance. Then, holding his sword, he walked to the lakeside to wash it, muttering with heartache as he cleaned, if you'd told me earlier you needed to dig something, I could have just used my hands. Ignoring Suyu, Yi-qing retrieved the metal box buried in the soil. The box was small, and when Yi-qing opened the lid, he saw a palm-sized camera and a letter inside. Picking up the camera, Yi-qing said, Xiaoing, read all the videos in the camera and send them to my communicator. After speaking, Yi-qing took out the communicator. Xiaoing was incredibly fast, and the images from the camera were instantly transmitted to Yi-qing's communicator. Yi-qing opened the file and saw dozens of videos inside, then clicked on the first one to start watching. The video featured a man and a woman. The man looked about 30 years old, and both of them were exceptionally attractive. After watching for a while, Yi-qing quickly gathered a lot of information. The two people in the video were named Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming, a married couple who were also mentors of Xinwu and academicians of the Research Institute. Yi-qing was puzzled. These two were actually mentors of Xinwu. He continued watching the video. Soon, he learned the reason why the two had come here. According to their narration in the video, they had detected anomalies in Yuan Mountain 20 years ago, which led them to this place. 20 years ago, the Research Institute was short-staffed, so Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming were sent to investigate Yuan Mountain. Not only were they researchers, but they were also 7th-tier ability users, so they did not bring any accompanying personnel during the investigation. After watching the footage, Yi-qing understood everything he needed to know. 20 years ago, they came here to conduct research and discovered that the scenery was unusual and the spiritual energy was different from the outside world, so they decided to stay and continue their studies. However, not long after, they discovered traces of a cult. The cult leader at the time was an 8th-tier ability user. advisor. Faced with this situation, the couple realized they could not escape and were unable to contact the outside world. They wrote a letter and buried it along with the camera. In the end, they chose to jump into a dimensional rift. Clearly, they did not know the consequences of jumping, but being captured by the cult, they preferred to take a chance rather than face certain death, hoping for a slim chance of survival. After Yi-qing's investigation, his mood was somewhat heavy. He had already regarded Shenwu as the Yi family's asset, and seeing these two mentors choose to jump into the dimensional rift in a desperate situation undoubtedly made him feel even more downcast. The two individuals in the footage appeared to be around 30 years old, but they were already 7th-tier ability users, which spoke volumes about their talent. If no accidents had occurred, they would likely have reached the 8th tier by now. Yi-qing looked at the towering ancient tree and murmured to himself, this dimensional rift, I really need to visit it when I have the chance. Although the chances of successfully traversing the secret realm were minuscule, what if Xiaoing and Lu Ming happened to be that one in a billion? Since he now knew they were people of Shenwu, Yi-qing had to find a way to investigate. Even if it wasn't for them, understanding the situation in the midplane was absolutely essential. Yi-qing took a letter out of the box, opened it, and was immediately stunned. He couldn't recognize a single word. He was puzzled. Could this be some kind of ancient script from Blue Star? Eye of Investigation, help me analyze the characters on this. Before long, the Eye of Investigation provided an answer. It turned out to be the script of Origin Star. Lin Xiaoshang and Lu Ming had actually written this letter in Origin Star's script, clearly to prevent members of the cult from understanding its contents. Yi-qing took a photo and sent it to Yilin, along with the footage from the camera. Not long after, Yilin made a phone call. Yi-qing answered, and Yilin's heavy voice came through the communicator. Xiaoing, are you at Yuan Mountain right now? Yi-qing nodded and replied, yes, wait for me there, I'm coming over right away. After saying that, Yilin hung up the phone and quickly headed toward Yuan Mountain. After taking a shower, Suyu returned to Yi-qing's side. Seeing the camera and letter in front of Yi-qing, he asked, Old Yi, what is this? Yi-qing shook his head. It's hard to explain for now. You can ask Xiaoxing to explain it to you. Yi-qing didn't know how to explain for a moment, so he ultimately let Suyu go ask Xiaoxing. After putting away his belongings, Yi-qing walked toward the back of the towering ancient tree. He quickly climbed the tree, grabbed a branch growing upward, and gave it a sharp pull. The bark fell off with a sound, revealing a black vortex emerging within the trunk. This was the dimensional rift. Although its location was not hidden, it had remained undiscovered by the cult and the Shenwu people 20 years ago. Not long after, Yilin arrived at Yuan Mountain. The speed of a 12th-tier cultivator was indeed remarkable. Yilin easily reached the secluded paradise and then flew toward the island in the center of the lake. In the peach orchards on both sides, Yilin's figure was soon spotted by Yi Yao. Sister, it's Daddy. Xingge froze for a moment and looked in the direction Yi Yao was pointing, a hint of doubt arising in her heart. Yao, how about we go find your brother and dad? Xingge asked. Yi Yao immediately nodded, and Xingge carried her as they flew toward the island in the middle of the lake. Upon seeing Yilin, Yi-qing handed him the camera and the letter. Dad, are these two mentors really mentors of Shenwu? Yilin nodded in response, that's right, they are both mentors of Shenwu, and they are also my disciples, my only two disciples. This caught Yi-qing completely off guard. It turned out that Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming were actually Dad's disciples. Yilin quickly finished reading a letter and excitedly said, the letter says that the special circumstances here are all because of that black vortex. After your senior brother and senior sister discovered it, they thought it might be a secret realm we've never seen before. In other words, they might still be alive. Yi-qing hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Dad, this isn't the entrance to a secret realm, but a dimensional rift. It connects the middle plane to our lower plane. Entering it and passing through successfully has a probability of 1 in a billion. Yilin's face darkened, but soon a glimmer of hope reignited. 1 in a billion doesn't mean 0. They must still be alive. Xiaoqing, you go back first and tell your Uncle Chiu and the others about this. Yi-qing's expression changed as he stared directly at Yilin. Dad, you're not thinking of entering this dimensional rift, are you? I'm already at the 12th tier now. Entering it definitely won't cause any problems, Yilin said calmly. Since he knew that Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming might still be alive, he naturally had to go to the other side of the rift to search for them. Yi-qing's heart sank. The conclusion given by the Eye of Investigation was that regardless of cultivation level, even if a divine king entered the dimensional rift, the probability of survival was only 1 in a billion. After all, the most terrifying thing in this world was not the divine king, but the world itself. The power of the world is vast and mysterious, and even divine kings dare not easily venture into many places. Yi-qing pondered for a moment and then said, Dad, let me go. The dimensional rift is something that even ordinary void gods and demigods cannot safely pass through, but with Li Bai's protection, I can ensure safety. To put Yilin at ease, Yi-qing chose without hesitation to conceal the truth. After all, he was not afraid of death, but if he mentioned the matter of the resurrection coin, Yilin would definitely not believe him. him. Therefore, it was better to claim that a true god might ensure his safe passage through the dimensional rift. Absolutely not. Since the other side is a mid-tier plane, and you are still just a low-tier ability user, you absolutely cannot enter. Let's seniorly protect me and go with me. Yi-Lin immediately refused. Yi-qing gave a wry smile. Dad, Li Bai is my guardian spirit and can't be too far from me, so I have to go. Don't worry, with Li Bai protecting me, nothing will happen to me even if there are dangers in the mid-plane. Yi-Lin's face showed a conflicted expression. Although he believed what Yi-qing said, he still couldn't feel at ease letting Yi-qing venture alone into the unknown. Mid-plane. Yi-qing thought for a moment and continued. Dad, don't worry. Li Bai said that if we encounter danger, he will take me back to Blue Star immediately. After some hesitation, Yi-Lin looked at Yi-qing seriously. Alright, Xiaoing, I agree, but you must remember, if you can't find your senior brother and sister, come back immediately. If you encounter danger, return immediately as well. Yi-qing nodded with a smile. Dad, don't worry, I have no intention of dying young. Yi-Lin revealed a slight smile. You brat, go ahead. If your mom finds out I let you enter such a dangerous place, she'll probably make me sleep on the couch. Yi-qing smiled faintly, and Suyu hurriedly said to Yi-qing, Old Yi, wait a minute, if you're going to that mid-plane, take me with you. Yi-qing and Yi-Lin said in unison, no way. After all, the mid-plane is an unknown world, and Yi-qing couldn't take Suyu along on such a risky adventure. If Yi-qing truly encountered danger, even if his body disappeared, the revival coin would automatically resurrect him. But if Suyu followed, and his body was obliterated, the revival coin would be useless. Unwilling to delay any further, Yi-qing knew in his heart that if he hesitated any longer and his mother found out, she would definitely not be as easygoing as Yi-Lin and would surely stop him. Thus, Yi-qing walked to the edge of the dimensional rift and leapt in without hesitation. After jumping in, Yi-qing found himself in a chaotic void, his body slowly drifting toward a beam of white light. Just as he was about to pass through, several formless winds suddenly struck him. Yi-qing was swept into the white light, leaving the dimensional rift, but at the same time, the impact shattered his soul. In the courtyard of an old, long-abandoned Yuan, a flash of light appeared within a dried-up well. Shortly after, Yi-qing's figure gradually materialized within the glow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a semi-S-level accomplishment by passing through the dimensional rift. Reward, SSS grade customizable star armor *7. SSS grade customizable star armor. The host can design the appearance and characteristics of the star armor. Star armor is cultivated by the star armor people. Note, SSS grade represents the potential of the star armor, not its combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-grade achievement obliteration, rewarded with the super artifact obliteration sniper rifle. Obliteration sniper rifle. As long as energy is sufficient, its power can destroy a star with a single shot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the S-grade achievement rebirth, rewarded with the God King level weapon Godslayer Spear, the Law of Ice, and the Law of Fire. Divine King level weapon, as the name suggests, a weapon of the Divine King level. Laws, the power controlled by the Divine King, when fully comprehended, can lead one to step into the realm of a half-step Divine King. Yi-qing had just awakened when a system voice echoed in his mind, leaving him a bit dazed. Oh my goodness, this is incredible, I'm soaring straight to the top. But what exactly is this custom star armor? Filled with confusion, Yi-qing was immediately given an explanation by the system. Host, the world you are currently in is one of the weaker mid-level planes, where people live on a planet called Star Armor Planet. On this planet, when people turn 16, they awaken a star card. They use the star card to seal star beasts, transforming them into a set of star armor. By using the star card, they can transform, don the star armor, and engage in battle. This is the rule of this world. To become stronger, one must upgrade their star armor, and the only way to upgrade is through combat. By battling other humans, the victor can gain the world's star energy as a reward. By battling star beasts, hunting them down allows the star armor to absorb the star energy within the beasts, achieving an upgrade. Star armor is classified into 6 quality levels, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, representing the potential of the star armor. For example, C level star armor has a maximum level of 30, B level can reach 60, A level can reach 90, S level can reach 120, and SS level can reach the demigod realm. Since the birth of Star Armor Planet, the highest quality star armor has only been SS level, but yours, host, is SSS level, capable of being cultivated to the realm of a true god. Currently, the host possesses 7 custom star cards, allowing you to freely design the appearance and characteristics of your star armor. After listening to the system's explanation, Yi-qing smiled and sighed inwardly. So I've arrived in the world of armors. Customization. This is so interesting. He took out 7 star cards from the system space. The front of the cards was pure white, while the back was adorned with patterns of stars. Holding one of the star cards, some information surfaced in Yi-qing's mind, which he quickly infused into the card. Soon, the image of a suit of armor appeared on the first star card. Upon closer inspection, this suit of armor was entirely golden, accented with both white and red. Observing it as a whole, its horns resembled a deer's, its head a camel's, its eyes a rabbit's, its neck a snake's, its abdomen a clam's, its scales a fish's, its claws an eagle's, its palms a tiger's, and its ears a cow's. It was none other than the ultimate armor, Emperor armor, that Yi-qing had seen in a domestic tokusatsu series before his transmigration. Next, Yi-qing took out the other cards, and several armor designs surfaced in his mind once again. Soon, 6 of the star cards displayed the forms of star armors, including the Emperor armor, Shura armor, Yatali's armor, Hunter King armor, the ancestral modes of Decade, and the ancestral modes of Zo. These 6 sets of armor were the ultimate armors from Yi-qing's favorite tokusatsu series in his previous life. There were 6 in total, and Yi-qing had completed all of them. His gaze fell on the 7th card, and he felt a bit conflicted. He knew of many armors, but what kind of armor should he choose for this card? After some thought, Yi-qing finally decided to customize this last star card as the war god Xingtian. The customization of the 7 star cards was now complete. Yi-qing picked up the Emperor armor card and flicked it lightly. The star card immediately flew out, spinning rapidly before shooting toward his waist. Upon impact, the card quickly spread out from his waist, equipping him with a full set of armor. Yi-qing looked at himself with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with this star card. The transformation method for the star cards did not require a transformation device, simply possessing the card was enough to transform. Moreover, the star cards could not be stolen, which was why no star armor had ever been taken by force in the world of Armor Star. Wait, where am I now? This seems to be a well, Yi-qing muttered. Yi-qing looked around and then leaped into the air, flying straight up. Although the appearance of the star armor he created was identical to the armors from his previous life's tokusatsu series, their power and functionality far surpassed those. Every star armor, regardless of its level, had the ability to fly, though the duration of flight depended on the armor's level. In his previous life's tokusatsu series, almost none of the armors had the ability to fly. After flying out of the dried-up well, Yi-qing willed the Emperor armor to disappear, and it vanished instantly. He then began to survey his surroundings and took out the Tianzi communicator. Xiaoing, since there are star armors here, the technological level of this world should be higher than that of Blue Star. Can you check if this world has a network? If it does, help me gather some information about this world, Yi-qing said to the communicator. Understood, Master, Xiaoing responded, then immediately infiltrated the Kaixing network and transmitted some data to Yi-qing's communicator. Yi-qing examined the information carefully. As he had suspected, the technological level of this world was far more advanced than that of Blue Star, with even hover cars already in existence. However, despite the advanced civilian technology, the military technology here was inferior to that of Blue Star. Perhaps due to the existence of star armor, the military of this world had never developed weapons, relying entirely on star armor for combat. This seemed reasonable. Through Xiaoing's investigation, Yi-qing learned that Kaixing was a relatively peaceful world, with 7 major nations on the planet. The leaders of these nations maintained very harmonious relationships. Since the birth of Kaixing, there had never been a single war. However, this was only on the surface. Through Xiaoing's investigation, Yi-qing discovered that hundreds of years ago, someone had attempted to start a war. But before the war could even begin, the star armor of all participants was reduced to level 0. Since then, no one among the 7 nations dared to mention starting a war lightly. A lifetime of effort wiped out in an instant, such despair was unimaginable. Upon seeing this information, Yi-qing frowned, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. It seemed as though this world harbored some kind of consciousness. The emergence of a will within the world itself left Yi-qing uncertain whether it was good or bad. Shaking his head, he decided that these matters were beyond his ability to investigate for now. It was better to focus on finding any news about Lin Xiaoshang and the others. Xiaoing, help me search Kaixing to see if you can locate my senior brother and sister. As soon as Yi-qing finished speaking, Xiaoing's voice came through, Master, I found them. So fast? Yi-qing was a bit surprised that they were found so quickly. Yi-qing's gaze fell on the communicator, where some information about Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming was displayed. The communicator showed that Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming had emerged 20 years ago. At that time, their star armor levels were only a few grades, yet they managed to slay 8th grade star beasts multiple times. This was their first appearance in the Kaixing people's view. Subsequently, due to their immense strength, they successfully killed several 8th grade star beasts, and their star armor levels rose rapidly. In just 5 years, the two had become some of the rare 120 level powerhouses in Kaixing. Yi-qing was not surprised by this, as upgrading star armor was much easier compared to cultivation. However, compared to ability users, the Kaixing people had a fatal flaw. Although they could acquire star power relatively easily, even if they reached the semi-divine realm above level 120, their lifespan was almost the same as that of ordinary people. This was a critical point. Strength was easy to obtain, but without a corresponding lifespan to support it, it was ultimately futile. However, upgrading star armor levels was a blessing for high-level high-level ability users and even all ability users. Take Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming, for example. Their cultivation might have already reached the 8th tier. Even if it hadn't, their 7th tier lifespan would still be 400 years. Moreover, their combat power had terrifyingly approached that of 12th tier ability users, and due to their innate abilities, they were even stronger than ordinary 12th tier powerhouses. Therefore, this star armor can definitely be regarded as an excellent treasure for enhancing combat power, but one must not become overly obsessed with it, or it might lead to greater losses. As for Lin Xiaoshang and Lu Ming's cultivation levels, Yi-qing speculated that the two had most likely reached the 9th tier. After all, based on his understanding, since they were the only two disciples taken in by Yi Lin, their talents must naturally be exceptional. Xiaoxing, help me locate where my senior brother and senior sister are, Yi-qing said. Master, I have already located Lin Xiaoshang and Lu Ming. They are currently at Villa number 1 in the Beidou district of the Star Nation's capital. Lin Xiaoshang, Lu Ming, and their daughter are all at home. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned but quickly dismissed the thought. His senior brother and senior sister were a married couple, so having a child was naturally normal. He just wondered whether their child had any special abilities, given that this world was different. Now that he knew Lin Xiaoshang and Lu Ming's location, Yi-qing decided it was time to find them. He walked to the entrance of the courtyard, opened the main gate, and was met with a scene of chaos outside. Yi-qing hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he should step out. Before long, he made up his mind. After all, he had resurrection coins. If he died, he could just revive. With that thought, he resolutely stepped forward. In the next moment, the scene around Yi-qing changed instantly. He found himself on a bustling street filled with people wearing various types of star armor. Yi-qing froze for a moment and turned around, only to find that the courtyard had vanished. Damn, how do I get back? Li Bai, can you locate the dimensional rift? Yi-qing immediately asked in his mind. Sorry, master, I can't find it. However, you can use the divine emperorship to traverse dimensions and return to Blue Star. Li Bai, being a product of the same system, was well aware of the rewards Yi-qing had received. Hearing Li Bai's words, Yi-qing remembered that he indeed had some advanced technology, since he now knew the divine emperorship could perform dimensional travel to return to Blue Star. He had no further concerns. His first priority was to find Lin Xiaoshang and Lu Ming and then ask if they were willing to return. Yi-qing took out his earphones and asked, Xiaoxing, where am I now? By the way, help me locate my senior brother and senior sister. Master, you are currently in the capital of Qing country, not far from Beidou community. However, I must remind you that the defense forces of Beidou community are very strong. Apart from the residents, the procedures for others to enter are extremely complicated. If you say you're looking for Yi Xiaoshang, they definitely won't let you in. Moreover, since you don't have an ID card from Kaixing, you might even be arrested as an illegal immigrant. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, Yi-qing began to think. Indeed, he still didn't know Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming. How about this? Hack into my senior brother and senior sister's light brain for me, and let me talk to them. Yi-qing thought for a moment and decided to first communicate with Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming to clarify his identity. The light brain is a communication and entertainment tool for Kaixing people, equivalent to an upgraded version of a mobile phone. Yi-qing went to a park in the capital, found a place to sit down, and took out his communicator to contact Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming. At this moment, in Villa number 1 of Beidou community, Yi Xiaoshang and his family of 3 were watching TV when suddenly their optical brains simultaneously issued an alert. Alert! Alert! Optical brain under attack. The two were startled. With the technological level of Kai Star, the optical brain had never been hacked before. Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming quickly took out their optical brains, and a chat window appeared on the screen. Yi Xiaoxing's daughter, Yi Tianxian, looked nervously at the two and asked, Mom, Dad, what's going on? How could the optical brain be hacked? Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming both shook their heads, completely unable to understand why this was happening. As researchers, they were well aware of the strength of the optical brain. It shouldn't be so easily compromised. A message quickly appeared in the chat window on the optical brain screen. Yi-qing, senior brother, senior sister, you might not believe this, but it's the truth. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yi-qing, and my father is Yi Lin. Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming saw this sentence, and their expressions changed instantly. Lu Ming tightly grabbed Yi Xiaoxing's arm, looked at him excitedly, and asked, Honey, is this true? Am I not dreaming? Yi Xiaoshang was much calmer than Lu Ming. Although he was equally shocked inside, he tried hard to control his emotions. Honey, he should indeed be a Blue Star person, but we can't be sure if what he said is true. What if he's Master's enemy, Zhangjiu? So we need to confirm it. Yi Xiaoshang patted Lu Ming's hand to comfort her. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, yes, how should we confirm his identity? The two had been away from home for 20 years, their hearts filled with longing for it. Although they had no parents, they had always been concerned about Yi Lin and Zhao Junyi over these 2 decades. Yi Lin and Zhao Junyi had raised them, taken them as disciples, and in Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming's hearts, they were as important as parents. parents. Now, someone suddenly appeared claiming to be Yi Lin's son. How could they not be excited? If what the other party said was true, they might finally see Yi Lin and Zhao Junyi again. Yi Xiaosheng began typing on the screen. Yi Xiaosheng, how can you prove that you are the teacher's son? Yi-qing touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said helplessly, damn, why didn't I ask Dad for some kind of token earlier? Without any proof, he can only think of another way. After pondering for a moment, Yi-qing began typing. Yi-qing, I really don't have any kind of token. Are you worried that I'm from Origin Star? You don't need to worry about that at all. You can ask me anything about Longhua. Yi Xiaosheng responded bluntly, yes, I suspect you're one of Zhang Zhou's people. The Zhang family and my teacher's family are sworn enemies. How can I be sure you're not from the Zhang family? During the time Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming disappeared, although Zhang Zhou had not yet started hunting down Yi Lin and the Yi family, they all knew about the feud between the Yi family and the Zhang family. Yi-qing, how about this? I've already traveled from Blue Star to Armor Star. You come find me, and I'll demonstrate my ability to see if it's enough to prove that I'm not from Origin Star. In the villa at Beidou community, Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming widened their eyes in shock, not expecting that this person had already arrived at Armor Star. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiaosheng said, let's go meet him. If what he says is true, then that would naturally be the best outcome. If he's deceiving us, then we'll deal with him directly. Lu Ming immediately nodded. After all, their combat strength was at the 12th tier, and even if Zhang Zhou came in person, they would not be afraid. Mom, Dad, is this the person you mentioned, the one from our family who was from Blue Star? I want to go with you to meet him, Yi Tianxian said excitedly. Yi Xiaosheng immediately refused. No, Tianxian, we haven't confirmed this person's identity yet. You can't take the risk. If he really is Zhang Zhou, he might kill you right in front of us. Hearing Yi Xiaosheng's words, Yi Tianxian felt disappointed but didn't say much, as she was not someone who made unreasonable trouble. Alright, Mom and Dad, you must stay safe. Yi Xiaosheng smiled and said, don't worry, even if Zhang Zhou comes in person, he won't be able to harm me or you. While the three were chatting, Yi-qing had already sent his location to Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming. The two immediately left the villa and headed in Yi-qing's direction. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming had not yet arrived, Yi-qing curiously asked, Xiaoxing, can the communicator reach my dad? Xiaoxing quickly replied, Master, it can. Yi-qing's eyes widened. Whoa, really? Cross-dimensional chatting? Say no more, the system is truly amazing. If it weren't for being in the park, Yi-qing would have almost shouted, the system is amazing. He immediately excitedly started contacting Yi Lin. Since cross-dimensional chatting was possible, explaining things later would be much easier. Direct video chatting was far more effective than a bunch of explanations. Far away in the secluded paradise of Tianyuan Mountain on Blue Star, Yi Lin was also exceptionally excited upon receiving Yi-qing's message. At the same time, he marveled at the incredibly powerful functionality of the Tianzi communicator. This was communication across different dimensions. Thinking about seeing his beloved disciple soon, Yi Lin chuckled foolishly a few times in excitement. In the imperial capital park of the Kai-Star Nation, it didn't take long for Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming to arrive inside the park and quickly lock onto their target. Yi-qing's figure was simply too conspicuous. Dressed in the Xinwu school uniform, even after 20 years of change, he was still instantly recognizable, especially the Xinwu emblem and the word Xinwu on his left chest, which had remained unchanged for decades. When Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming appeared, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. Throughout the entire Star Nation, there were only a handful of individuals who had reached level 120, so Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming's reputation was widely known. Upon seeing them, Yi-qing warmly waved and called out, Senior brother, senior sister. Everyone turned their attention to Yi-qing, starting to speculate about his identity. Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming walked up to Yi-qing, and Yi Xiaosheng spoke, let's find a quiet place to talk. With that, Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming grabbed Yi-qing and left the park. Their identities were too conspicuous, and if they stayed in the park any longer, they would likely be surrounded by a crowd in no time. Eventually, they brought Yi-qing to a desolate area. Seeing the words Xinwu on Yi-qing's chest, a flood of memories surged in their hearts. Before Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming could say anything, Yi-qing directly said, Senior brother, senior sister, I know that no matter what I say, it won't help. Why don't I let my father talk to you instead? Speaking, Yi-qing initiated a video call. Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming both widened their eyes, secretly astonished in their hearts. Talking to Yi Lin, is it really possible? Soon, the video connected successfully, and Yi-qing turned the screen toward Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming. The two saw a familiar face, and their eyes instantly turned red. Yi Lin was equally emotional, feeling a surge of emotions upon seeing them. Xiaosheng, Xiaoming, how have you been these past 20 years? Yi Lin asked in a slightly trembling voice. Lu Ming was just about to speak when Yi Xiaosheng immediately grabbed his hand and then asked Yi Lin on the screen, how can you prove that you are our teacher? Yi Lin's face darkened instantly, cursing inwardly. Just a moment ago, it was so touching, and now he's being doubted. You brat, Yi Xiaosheng, who was it that, in first grade, curiously pulled down a female classmate's pants and asked me why the classmate was was disabled, and who, upon first awakening their powers, secretly refined a female classmate's skirt into a weapon, lifting her skirt? Yi Xiaoing hurriedly grabbed the phone and said, Teacher, I believe you. Please stop talking. Senior brother, so you have this kind of hobby, huh? Yi-qing couldn't help but tease. Yi Xiaoing's face flushed slightly. I was young and naive back then. Yi Lin's face showed a faint smile, then he asked, Son, can seniorly bring you all back? If possible, quickly bring these two brats back. Dad, rest assured, if senior brother and senior sister are willing, I can take them back right now, Yi-qing replied. Hearing this, Yi Lin's face finally showed a relieved expression. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming exchanged a glance, then seriously looked at Yi Lin and said, Teacher, we can't go back yet. When we first came to Kai-shing, the ruler of Ho-shing Kingdom showed us great kindness, and we promised to guard the kingdom for 20 years. Now there's still 1 year left. After that year, Xiaoming and I will return to seek your forgiveness. Yi Lin smiled faintly. Forgiveness, my foot. A person must keep their word. Since you made a promise, you must fulfill it. If you don't come back in a year, I'll have to jump into the dimensional rift to find you. Dad, can you help me arrange a leave of absence? I want to stay here for a year too, Yi-qing suddenly interjected. Yi Lin paused for a moment, then asked in confusion, What are you staying here for? Didn't I also make a few star armors? I want to upgrade them, Yi-qing explained. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming looked at Yi-qing in shock, dumbfounded. Then the two exchanged a glance, and Yi Xiaoing asked, Junior brother, you already have star armors? And several sets? Yi-qing nodded and said, Yeah, just 7 sets. Barely acceptable. Seeing the speechless expressions on their faces, Yi-qing paused for a moment and asked, What's wrong? Is it that a person can only own 1 set of star armor? Then, senior brother and senior sister, just pretend you didn't hear anything just now. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming exchanged dry smiles, then said, Actually, on Kai Star, there are indeed some geniuses who possess 2 sets of star armor, and a very few even have 3 sets. For you to have 7 sets at once is hard to believe, but not entirely impossible. The two of us remember that when we first arrived on Kai Star, because we were outsiders and hadn't undergone the traditional awakening ceremony, the ruler of the Star Nation didn't ask much and directly arranged the awakening ceremony for us, which is how we got our first set of star armor. But we're really curious, Junior brother, how did you obtain your star armor? Did someone help you with the awakening? Yi-qing waved his hand and replied, No, I just passed through the dimensional rift, and then automatically awakened 7 sets of star armor. You directly obtained star armor, without even needing to use a star card to seal a star beast? This situation is just like Tianquan's. The two of them sighed as they looked at Yi-qing. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, so there are actually others who can directly awaken star armor, and not just blank star armor. Well, Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, Yi-qing said to Yi Lin through the Tianzi communicator. Yi Lin nodded and said, Xiaoshang, Lu Ming, I'll leave Yi-qing in your care. Teacher, rest assured. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming immediately responded. Shortly after, Yi-qing hung up the communicator and took out 2 communicators, handing them to Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister, these are devices similar to mobile phones that are commonly used on Blue Star now. With these, you can chat with my parents. As he spoke, Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming took the communicators. Yi-qing briefly taught them some basic operations, and they quickly understood. Then Yi-qing added them to the large Xinwu group. Senior brother, senior sister, who is this Tianxian you just mentioned? Yi-qing asked curiously. Directly awakening the star armor and skipping the process of sealing the star beast was truly impressive. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming exchanged a smile. Yi Xiaoing said, Tianxian is the daughter of your senior sister and me. You'll get to meet her soon. By the way, Xiaoqing, how old are you this year? Me, I turned 18 this June. I'm a freshman at Xinwu this year. Is that so? Perfect. Tianxian is 3 months younger than you, Yi Xiaoing said with a smile. Yi-qing immediately felt that there seemed to be another meaning behind Yi Xiaoing's words. Do you have a girlfriend? Sure enough, Yi Xiaoing's next words left Yi-qing speechless. Senior brother, what are you trying to do? You're not planning to play matchmaker, are you? Yi Xiaoing said nothing, merely looking at Yi-qing with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. As expected, Yi-qing's guess was correct. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming sized up Yi-qing, clearly very satisfied with him. They could sense Yi-qing's cultivation level at a glance. 3rd tier, 5 stars. At the age of 18, he had already reached 3rd tier, 5 stars. Such talent spoke for itself. Moreover, after arriving at Kai-shing, he had immediately and automatically awakened 7 sets of star armor. This level of talent left them speechless. Of course, talent was one thing, but Yi-qing's identity made them even more inclined to see him with their daughter. As a father, Yi Xiaoing naturally didn't want his daughter to casually find a boyfriend, let alone consider marriage. However, he also understood that such matters couldn't be stopped, and now that his daughter was of age, finding a boyfriend and starting a family were pressing matters. Since it was inevitable, Yi Xiaoing naturally hoped to choose the most trustworthy boy for Yi Tianxian. Coincidentally, Yi-qing had appeared right in front of him. him, handsome, with unparalleled talent, and on top of that, Yi-qing's parents were his own teachers. They felt completely at ease about their daughter being with Yi-qing. The more they looked at Yi-qing, the more satisfied they became. Yi-qing, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine under their intense gazes. Ahem, well, let's head back quickly so you can meet Tianxian, Yi Xiaoing said slowly, as the three of them walked toward Beidou community. Yi-qing said with a bitter smile, senior brother, senior sister, don't mess with me. This will really mess up the hierarchy. Lu Ming said with a laugh, it's fine, both the teacher and the teacher's wife approve. As she spoke, Lu Ming handed her communicator to Yi-qing for a look. After seeing it, Yi-qing was completely speechless. On the screen was the recent chat record between Lu Ming and Zhao Junyi. Lu Ming, teacher's wife, Xiaoshang, and I have a daughter who is about the same age as Xiaoqing. I want to introduce them to each other. This kid has been inseparable from Su Qiu's son, Suyu, for over a decade, and I've never seen a girl around him. I secretly wondered if there might be an issue with his sexual orientation. Hurry up and introduce him to a girlfriend. After reading this, Yi-qing felt truly helpless. Have I really never had girls around me? Thinking carefully, it seems that's true. Of course, Yao Yao and Chinga don't count. Reflecting on this, Yi-qing realized that from childhood to now, he really hadn't had much interaction with girls. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming, on their way back to Beidou community with Yi-qing, had already fully informed him about Yi Tianxuan's situation, almost as professionally as a matchmaking agency. However, Yi-qing didn't think too much about it and was instead amazed at how Yi Tianxian seemed like a protagonist straight out of a story. After Yi Tianxian was born, not only did she awaken her abilities despite the differences in this world, but she also awakened them at birth, and astonishingly, she awakened 3 abilities at once. All 3 abilities were of the superhuman type: solar body, lunar body, and stellar body. With such a constitution, Yi Tianxian could harness the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Just one of these extraordinary abilities would already be incredible, but Yi Tianxian had all 3 at the same time. Moreover, when Yi Tianxian awakened her star armor at the age of 16, she astonishingly awakened 3 sets of star armor at once, which automatically materialized. These 3 sets of star armor corresponded to her sun, moon, and star abilities. What was even more surprising was that, due to Yi Tianxuan's abilities, she could harness the power of the stars to upgrade her star armor without needing to hunt star beasts or fight others. Listening to this, Yi-qing felt like he was hearing the plot of a novel. Wow, she truly was the perfect protagonist template. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of Tianbei community. According to standard procedures, the community security personnel needed to question and check Yi-qing's identity. However, with Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming, 2 level 120 armor gods, vouching for him, the security personnel didn't ask too many questions. Armor god was the honorary title given by the Kaixing people to those who reached level 120. Star armor masters who achieved this level could be called armor gods. As the 3 walked toward Villa number 1, Yi-qing suddenly asked, since I'm technically Tianxuan's elder, should I prepare a gift for her? Yi Xiaosheng smiled and said, if you'd like to prepare a gift, of course, you can. Yi-qing's intention to give a gift to Yi Tianxian was naturally fine. While he thought of it as an elder giving a gift to a younger generation, Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming believed that such exchanges between peers would better help foster their relationship. As he walked, Yi-qing pondered over what he could offer as a gift. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything suitable. After all, Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming were both 9th tier powerhouses, with combat strength at the 12th tier, and Lu Ming was even one of the armor gods of Armor Star. Yi-qing felt that he had very few things worthy of giving, and he was reluctant to part with the items he had, as they were all necessary. After some thought, Yi-qing finally came up with an appropriate gift. He took out a golden coin from his system space. This item was both valuable and something he could give away without feeling distressed. Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming led Yi-qing to open the villa door and walked inside. Mom, Dad, you're back. Yi Tianxian quickly ran to the door. Yi-qing's gaze swept over to Yi Tianxian, sizing her up. She was wearing a white long dress, her long hair cascading down her back. Her face bore no trace of makeup, yet she looked extremely beautiful. Moreover, Yi-qing's eyesight was far better than the average person's. When he saw Yi Tianxuan's skin, he couldn't help but be amazed. It was flawless and delicate, as if it could break at a touch, almost comparable to his own. This wasn't Yi-qing being narcissistic, it was because he had eaten the dustless fruit, which had also made his skin exceptionally good. While Yi-qing was sizing up Yi Tianxian was also sizing up Yi-qing. Yi Xiaosheng spoke up. Tianxian, let me introduce you. This is Yi-qing, the child of your mom's and my teacher. Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and smiled as he greeted. Hello, niece. It's our first meeting, and I don't have much to offer. If you don't mind, please accept this. As he spoke, Yi-qing handed over the resurrection coin. When Yi Tianxian heard Yi-qing call her niece, she immediately puffed up her cheeks in slight annoyance. Yi Xiaosheng glanced at Yi-qing helplessly, his tone tone filled with resignation. Xiaoing, let's stick to our own terms. From now on, just call her Tianxian, not niece. Yi-qing smiled faintly. Alright, niece, do you want this? He shook the resurrection coin in his hand. When an elder gives a gift, Tianxian naturally has to accept it. Yi Tianxian glared at Yi-qing, then unceremoniously took the resurrection coin. Alright, honey, I'll join you in making dinner. Tianxian, Xiaoqing will be staying at home for a while, so why don't you show her around the house and the neighborhood? After saying that, Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming headed to the kitchen. Yi-qing, not standing on ceremony, went straight to the living room and sat down. Yi Tianxian was actually very curious about Yi-qing, especially about the place called Blue Star. After all, she had heard quite a bit about Blue Star from Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming, and she also knew that her family were Blue Star people, not Kai Star people. Yi Tianxian also came to the living room, sat down, and looked at Yi-qing. Yi-qing, can you tell me what Blue Star is like now? Yi Tianxian blinked expectantly as she asked. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned and asked in return, are you very interested in Blue Star? Yi Tianxian immediately nodded. She indeed wanted to know the current state of her hometown. Yi-qing took out a communicator, handed it to her, and said, this is a Blue Star communicator. It can connect to the Blue Star network. It's a gift for you. If you want to know something, look it up yourself. At this moment, Yi Xiaoshang, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Could it be that this guy really has issues with his sexual orientation? Yi Tianxian was stunned. Look it up herself. She glanced helplessly at Yi-qing, then began fiddling with the communicator. Before long, she figured out the basic functions of the device. After all, the optical brain of Kai-shing seemed more advanced, so learning to use the communicator was just a matter of simple exploration. Soon, Yi Tianxian used the Tianzi communicator to find out the information she wanted, set it up, and created a Tianzi Feishu account. Yi-qing, what's your communicator number? 1. Yi Tianxian nodded slightly and sent a friend request. Yi-qing's communicator vibrated, and he took it out to accept Yi Tianxuan's friend request. However, Yi-qing suddenly froze, then widened his eyes, staring at the communicator in Yi Tianxuan's hand. His expression gradually turned strange, and then he slapped his forehead. You darn era. Yi-qing helplessly muttered a curse under his breath. Yi Tianxian saw him like this and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Nothing, I just suddenly feel like eating dog meat. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing in confusion, completely unable to follow his train of thought. Yi-qing, is this communicator something you developed? Thank you, I really like this number. Yi Tianxian expressed her gratitude to Yi-qing. Yi-qing said with a forced smile, it's nothing, as long as you like it. Consider it a gift from an elder. That's right, the communicator in Yi Tianxuan's hand was indeed a single-digit number 9 communicator. Of course, Yi-qing wouldn't make such a low-level mistake as taking the wrong communicator. He had originally separated the 7, 8, and 9 numbered communicators from the other 2-digit and 3-digit ones. However, that pesky dog in the system space had idly moved the number 9 communicator into the 2-digit and 3-digit communicators. When Yi-qing took it out, he didn't look carefully and directly gave it to Yi Tianxian. Since it was already given, Yi-qing felt it would be awkward to ask for it back. So now, Yi-qing just wanted to kill the dog. Yi Tianxian rolled her eyes helplessly and said, Yi-qing, I'm sure you'll never find a girlfriend. Yi-qing responded nonchalantly, then so be it. A girlfriend? That kind of thing would only slow down my sword drawing speed. As he spoke, Yi-qing asked in his heart, oldly, you don't have a wife, do you? Looks like I was right. Li Bai, a swordsmanship genius who stepped into the demigod realm with mortal strength, doesn't even have a girlfriend. This completely proves that Yi-qing was right. Girlfriends will only slow down Yi-qing's sword drawing speed. In the kitchen, Yi Xiaoshang sighed, this son of the teacher is really hopeless, even more clueless than I was back in the day. Lu Ming said with a wry smile, let everything take its course. Let's not interfere too much. Yi Xiaoshang nodded slightly. Alright, but I really have high hopes for Yi-qing. This kid's talent is extraordinary, and his status is a perfect match for our family's Tianxian. Yi Xiaoshang couldn't help but speak. Yi Tianxian stopped talking to Yi-qing and continued playing with the communicator. This little gadget that could connect to the Blue Star network kept Yi Tianxian thoroughly entertained. Before long, Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming had prepared dinner and brought out the dishes. Yi Tianxian put down the communicator and immediately ran to the kitchen to grab bowls and chopsticks. Then, she served a bowl of rice for everyone. Yi-qing nodded slightly and said gratefully, thank you. Yi Xiaoshang looked at Yi-qing and asked, Xiaoqing, can you drink alcohol? This is Kai Star's wine. Want to give it a try? As he spoke, Yi Xiaoshang shook the bottle in his hand. Lu Ming glanced at him and said, what are you doing? Xiaoqing is still a child. Yi-qing smiled and replied, senior sister, it's fine. I'm already an adult. Senior brother, pour me a glass. I'd like to try it. Although Yi-qing wasn't particularly fond of alcohol, she was somewhat curious about the wines from other planets. Yi Xiaoshang smiled and took out a wine glass, pouring Yi-qing a drink. Yi-qing picked up the glass and drank it without hesitation. After savoring it carefully, she found that the wine was was indeed much better than blue stars, but compared to bamboo leaf green and peach blossom drunk, it wasn't particularly remarkable. How is it? Yi Xiaoshang looked at Yi-qing, secretly hoping to see a surprised expression on her face. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Yi-qing set down her wineglass and said calmly, "The taste is alright, much better than the wine on Blue Star." Yi Xiaoshang raised an eyebrow. "Much better? Your expression doesn't quite match that." Yi-qing smiled and took out a bottle of Yi-qing from her pocket. "Senior brother, hand me your wineglass for a moment." Yi Xiaoshang, puzzled, handed it over. Yi-qing opened the bottle of Yi-qing, and a rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air. She poured a glass and handed it to Yi Xiaoshang. Smelling the fragrance, Yi Xiaoshang couldn't help but swallow hard. After taking the first sip, he immediately understood why Yi-qing had seemed so indifferent earlier. That wine simply couldn't compare to Yi-qing. Excellent wine. Is this wine from Origin Star? Yi Xiaoshang asked curiously. Yi-qing shook her head and replied, "Senior brother, just enjoy the drink. Don't worry about where it comes from, there's plenty for you to savor." As the two chatted, they gradually became immersed in the wine, completely ignoring Lu Ming and Yi Tianxian. Lu Ming and Yi Tianxian exchanged a helpless glance. After dinner, Yi Xiaoshang turned to Yi Tianxian and said, "Tianxian, Xiaoqing just arrived here. Take her around for a bit." Yi-qing quickly declined. "No need, senior brother. There's nothing much to see. If I want to know something, I can just look it up online." Too lazy to argue further, Yi Xiaoshang directly pushed the two of them out the door, then slammed it shut with a loud bang. Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian stood outside the door, the breeze brushing past them, leaving both a little disheveled. Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and asked, "Did you bring the key?" Yi Tianxian shook her head. "We might as well go for a walk. My dad probably won't open the door for us right now." Yi-qing smiled wryly and nodded, and the two walked side by side out of the neighborhood. On the way, Yi-qing asked curiously, "I'm really curious, why is my senior brother so eager to marry you off?" Yi Tianxian rolled her eyes and replied, "Do you think I don't know what my dad is planning? He's definitely trying to find me an outstanding guy." Speaking of which, Yi-qing, can you really be considered outstanding? Yi-qing laughed and scratched his head. "Not at all, nothing special. I've lived for over 10 years, only reached 3rd tier 5-star, have just 7 sets of star armor, and only one subordinate under me." Yi Tianxian looked slightly surprised. Yi-qing continued, "I really don't think that's bragging. I'm only 5th tier, and you're already boasting at 3rd tier. Yi-qing also looked puzzled. Who's showing off now? Yi Tianxian couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yi-qing's peculiar expression. It's nothing. Don't you have more star armor than I do? The reason I cultivate so quickly is that I can convert the star power of the star armor into my spiritual power." Yi-qing's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "How do you do that? Can you teach me?" Yi Tianxian waved her hand. "This can't be taught. It's because my special ability is the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Forget it. No matter how amazing you are, you can't compare to me, the one with cheats." Yi-qing muttered under his breath, full of envy and jealousy. Yi Tianxian turned to look at Yi-qing. "What are you mumbling about? Are you bad-mouthing me behind my back?" No, as an elder, how could I possibly badmouth a junior?" Yi Tianxian glanced at Yi-qing. "Can you stop bringing up this elder-junior relationship? We're clearly about the same age. Seniority cannot be messed up. Your parents are my senior brother and sister, so aren't you my big niece?" Yi Tianxian stared at Yi-qing, her gaze making Yi-qing a little uneasy. "What? Why are you looking at me? Have you ever had a girlfriend?" Yi-qing shook his head. "No, I haven't." "Do you have a girl you like then?" "No, I don't. My dad said you just entered the academy, so you probably haven't met many girls yet." "What about your high school classmates? Were they all pretty?" Yi Tianxian asked curiously. Yi-qing thought for a moment. After a while, Yi Tianxian asked in confusion, "Does it take that long to think about whether they're pretty?" "Not really, I just suddenly can't seem to remember what my high school female classmates looked like." "Didn't you just graduate from high school?" Yi-qing said with a serious expression. "I really seem to have forgotten what they look like." "One last question for you, how many names of your high school female classmates can you still remember?" Yi-qing pondered for a while longer and exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck, I feel like I might have been sabotaged by some god king. I can't remember a single thing." Yi Tianxuan's mouth twitched as she looked at Yi-qing and gave him a thumbs up. "Yi-qing, can you tell me, do you like boys?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "How is that possible?" "I swear to the heavens right here, my sexual orientation is absolutely normal." "Then was your deskmate in high school a boy or a girl?" "Female." "What's her name?" Forgot." "Then is the person behind you male or female?" "Male." "What's the name?" "Mo Long," Yi-qing answered without hesitation. Yi Tianxuan's gaze at Yi-qing gradually became peculiar. "Why are you looking at me like that? My sexual orientation is really normal. I just happen to not remember the names of the girls in our class. Not just the girls, there are some boys I can't remember either." Yi Tianxian smiled and said, "It's okay, you don't need to explain, I understand, Yi-qing. Don't worry, I won't look down on you. Go to hell." Yi Tianxian laughed at Yi-qing. The two of them joked around as they left Beidou
community. Dear niece, are you currently attending university here at Kaixing? Yi-qing asked Yi Tianxian as they walked. Yi Tianxian nodded and said, I'm currently studying at Imperial Star University. Imperial Star University is the top-ranked university in Star Nation. By the way, aren't you staying on Armor Star for a year? Let me ask my dad to pull some strings so you can come and be my classmate. Yi-qing shook his head without hesitation. I'm not going to any university. I only have 1 year, and I have 7 sets of star armor. I need to make the most of my time to hunt star beasts and level up my star armor as much as possible. By the way, there's something you might not know yet. Your 7 sets of star armor can level up simultaneously. Star armor masters who own more than 1 set of star armor can operate them without wearing them, allowing the star armor to function autonomously. This way, you can send all 7 of your star armors out to continuously hunt star beasts. Yi-qing's eyes widened. Isn't this just power leveling? In that case, wouldn't people with multiple sets of star armor level up incredibly fast? Yi Tianxian shook her head and said, unmanned star armors generally can't defeat star beasts of the same level, so they can only hunt star beasts of lower levels than the star armor. This slows down the rate of improvement. In other words, star armor masters with multiple sets of star armor won't be unable to upgrade them together because they have too many, but neither will their upgrade speed far exceed that of ordinary people just because they can operate them unmanned. Yi-qing nodded in understanding. Although his expression remained calm, his heart was already filled with excitement. His 7 sets of star armor were far from ordinary. Yi-qing was very confident that even without operators, they had the strength to slay opponents of the same level, and it would be remarkable if they didn't even engage in cross-level battles. Dear niece, where in the imperial capital are the most star beasts? Yi-qing asked Yi Tianxian with a smile. Yi Tianxian thought for a moment and then said, it should be the trial grounds of Imperial Star University. Ordinary people can't enter to hunt star beasts, only students of Imperial Star University are allowed in. Damn, after all this, I still have to go to Imperial Star? Besides the trial grounds you mentioned, are there any other places with a lot of star beasts? Yi-qing asked helplessly. Yi Tianxian smiled and waved her hand. Don't think you can gain benefits for free. All places with star beasts are controlled by various factions. If you want to hunt star beasts, you must first join a faction. Alternatively, you can go to the border, where there are countless star beasts. But to go to the border, you must first join certain official factions. The fastest way is to enlist in the military. Work hard for 3 months, perform outstandingly, and you'll be able to head to the border. Alright, I understand. I'll have to trouble senior brother then. Yi-qing felt helpless. If it weren't for Li Bai being unable to stay far from his wife, he would have already asked Li Bai to take the star armor and sneak into the border. After wandering around outside for a while, the two returned. Upon returning, Yi-qing mentioned the matter of going to Imperial Star to Yi Xiaoshang. Yi Xiaoshang agreed without hesitation. As the armor god, sending someone to Imperial Star was a favor Imperial Star would undoubtedly grant him. The next day, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian arrived at Imperial Star University together. Yi Xiaoshang had already arranged everything for them, and Yi-qing could start his studies immediately upon arrival. As soon as Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian appeared at Imperial Star University, all eyes instantly focused on them. Many people looked at Yi-qing with intense hostility. Although Yi Tianxian had only recently enrolled, she had quickly become the campus belle of Imperial Star. With her talent, strength, and family background, she was secretly referred to as a goddess by everyone. As the beloved daughter of 2 armor gods, possessing 3 sets of star armor and a cultivation level far surpassing her peers, Yi Tianxuan's status had skyrocketed to an extraordinary level. Now, seeing a boy conversing closely with Yi Tianxian, many couldn't help but feel envy, jealousy, and resentment. A lot of people immediately began inquiring about Yi-qing's identity. On the way to the principal's office, Yi-qing smiled and said to Yi Tianxian, "Oh, I didn't expect you to have the title of goddess Tianxian." The murmurs of the people around were crystal clear to Yi-qing. With the cultivation of the Divine Emperor Sutra, his eyesight and hearing had become extremely sharp, so he could hear everyone's discussions very clearly. Yi Tianxian said helplessly, "They just made that up randomly. I'm no goddess." Not bad, not bad. Having such self-awareness is a good thing. Yi Tianxian, talking to a straight man like you, I'm bound to be infuriated sooner or later, Yi Tianxian said helplessly. Yi-qing chuckled. I didn't say anything wrong. I'm doing this for your own good, so you don't get carried away. If you're not even a demigod and dare to call yourself a god, society will eventually teach you a harsh lesson. I'm not claiming anything, but Yi-qing, do gods really exist in this world? Of course they do. Anyone above the 12th rank is considered a god. You'll get a chance to witness it someday, Yi-qing said without hesitation. The two chatted as they slowly arrived at the principal's office. The principal of Emperor Star Academy was an elderly man who appeared to be over 70, with a kind smile on his face, looking amiable and approachable. Yi Tianxian whispered in Yi-qing's ear, "Don't be fooled by the principal's appearance, he's a tough character." The The old man smiled as he looked at Yi Tianxian. Tianxian, you little rascal, are you bad-mouthing me again? Yi Tianxian smiled and replied slowly, Grandpa Xiao, how would I dare badmouth you? You're the armor god. I wouldn't dare. Hee hee, you little rascal, I've watched you grow up. How could I believe you? The old man chuckled, then turned to Yi-qing. Young one, are you the little junior disciple of Xiaoing and his wife? Yi-qing felt a pang in his heart and thought, you're the little kid. Your whole family are little kids. He nodded slightly. If there are no accidents, it should be. The elder smiled faintly and looked at Yi-qing, saying, you have quite a personality. Xiaoing has already mentioned you to me. This is the token for the Academy's trial grounds. From now on, you can freely enter and exit with it. Xiaoing told me that your purpose in joining Emperor Star is solely for the trial grounds, but I don't mind. The trial grounds are meant to help people improve their realms. Additionally, the school's teachers have already chosen their students. I inquired this morning, and none of them were willing to take you. In the end, it was teacher Tianxian who accepted you on her account, but I suppose you don't care much about that either. Yi-qing shrugged. He truly didn't care. His main purpose in coming to Emperor Star was the trial grounds, not to find a teacher. Those teachers looked down on him primarily because his star armor was level 0. Who would be interested in such a star armor? He took the token handed over by the elder and said earnestly, Principal, thank you. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, just let me know. The old principal responded with a smile, alright, go to class. Though I'm old, I'm not so decrepit that I need help from a little kid like you. Yi-qing smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this was her own decision, so she shouldn't regret it later. Then, he left the principal's office with Yi Tianxian. After leaving the office, Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and asked, Dear niece, can you take me to the trial grounds? I want to send the star armor in to level up first. Yi Tianxian glanced at the time, nodded, and said, alright, since the teacher's class doesn't start for another half an hour, let's go to the trial grounds. With that, Yi Tianxian led the way, accompanying Yi-qing toward the trial grounds. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a gate, located at the back mountain of Imperial Star University. On both sides of the gate, there were about a dozen people patrolling. The two stepped forward, but the gatekeeper stopped them. Students, please show your token. Yi-qing took out the token and handed it to the man, who carefully inspected it before returning it to him. Then, he signaled for the gate to be opened. The two immediately entered, and shortly after, the gate slowly closed. Yi-qing, you can release your star armor now, but don't let it go too far. It's best if we act together, especially since all your star armors are level 0, Yi Tianxian said seriously, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing nodded slightly, and 7 star cards appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingers, the 7 star cards flew out and transformed into 7 sets of star armor. Seeing these 7 sets of star armor, Yi Tianxuan's eyes widened. Wow, Yi-qing, your star armor is so cool. Of course, not only handsome but also very impressive. Yi-qing looked at the 7 sets of star armor in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He believed that leveling up would be quick, especially since the Emperor Rider and Time King among these 7 sets of star armor could summon minions. Leveling up was no simple task. Alright, let's head back. Don't be late on your first day of class, Yi Tianxian said, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing said reluctantly, do I really have to go to class? Shouldn't I be exempt from attending? What are you thinking? No matter what, you're already a student of Emperor Star now. How can you skip class? Come on, let's go. As she spoke, Yi Tianxian grabbed Yi-qing's hand and started walking out. After the two left, Yi-qing's 7 sets of star armor officially began leveling up. After leaving the trial grounds, Yi Tianxian brought Yi-qing to a classroom. At this moment, several students were already present in the classroom. These students were all disciples of teacher Yi Tianxian. The enrollment methods of Emperor Star and Shenwu were somewhat different. At Shenwu, only mentors could accept disciples for instruction, while those not accepted as disciples could only attend various teachers' lectures. At Emperor Star, every teacher could recruit students, and they were required to complete their recruitment entirely. From then on, these students would only have this one teacher. As a result, each teacher typically had anywhere from a few to 20 or 30 students. Yi Tianxuan's teacher was one of the top figures at Emperor Star, so her students were very few, only a handful. Including Yi-qing, there were only 9. These 9 students were essentially the most outstanding students of the year. Of course, in the eyes of others, Yi-qing's attitude was evidently different. Yi-qing's identity had already been thoroughly investigated and spread among the student circles of the Imperial Star. Everyone believed he had entered through the back door. Very few people had a favorable impression of Yi-qing, as backdoor dealings were universally despised, no matter the time or place. Despite their annoyance, Yi-qing had the support of 2 armor gods behind him, so no one dared to say anything. In the classroom, it wasn't long before a tall young woman in a short skirt walked in. As she slowly entered the room, several male students immediately fixed their gazes on her. Yi-qing also began to observe the woman, inwardly marveling at her stunning figure. Yi Tianxian noticed Yi-qing staring at the teacher as well, feeling a bit displeased. She promptly pinched the soft flesh at
at Yi-qing's waist and gave it a full 360-degree twist! Exclamation point. Yi-qing's face instantly turned pale, and he almost cried out in pain. He glared at Yi Tianxian with a pained expression. What are you doing, pervert? Yi Tianxian retorted mercilessly. Who did I offend? If it weren't for the fact that you're my niece, I would have frozen you into a popsicle by now. Yi-qing muttered gloomily under his breath. Just as he was muttering, the teacher had already walked up to him. Are you Yi-qing? She asked. Yi-qing immediately looked up and nodded at the female teacher. She looked at him calmly and said, I don't care if you got in here through connections. Since you're my student, I, Luan Yu, will take responsibility for you. I've already reviewed the situation of the other students. Now summon your star armor and let me take a look. Teacher, sorry, my star armor is currently in the trial grounds leveling up, Yi-qing explained. Luan Yu nodded slightly. No wonder Lord Lin managed to get you in here. I didn't expect you to be a star armor master with multiple sets of star armor. But why is your star armor only at level 0? Never mind, that's not important. What matters most now is for you to use your other star armors to assist one set in upgrading. That way, you can quickly catch up with your peers. By the way, do you have 2 sets of star armor, or the rare 3 sets? Yi-qing hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. After all, he wasn't afraid of any threats. Teacher, I have 7 sets. Yi Tianxian interjected. What he said is true. Luan Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. After regaining her composure, she pretended to be calm and said, Alright then, remember to bring your star armors tomorrow. After speaking, Luan Yu walked to the podium, looked at the students in the classroom, and said, We'll proceed as usual, starting with each of you having a match. As soon as she finished speaking, Luan Yu took out a lottery draw bucket, and the students in the classroom stepped forward one by one to draw lots. Yi Tianxian was no exception and soon got a lot. Yi-qing curiously asked, Niece, what are you all doing? Nothing much, it's just that teacher Luan Yu requires us to have a match as the first thing in class every day. So we were drawing lots just now. I got number 1. Anyway, I have to go now, it's my turn. With that, Yi Tianxian got up and walked to the open space behind the classroom desks. Another male student walked up to Yi Tianxian with a bitter expression. Why am I so unlucky to face Tianxian in the first match? He said, almost in tears. Other students laughed gleefully, taking pleasure in his misfortune. In the daily competitions, the last person they wanted to face was Yi Tianxian. There was no way to beat her. The boy looked at Luan Yu and pleaded, Teacher, let me forfeit. Luan Yu shook her head without hesitation. This competition is meant to make your abilities stronger. If you forfeit, what's the point? Alright, sign the battle agreement, with a 1% stake. Hearing this, the boy had no choice but to comply. He took out his star card and summoned a set of star armor to wear. In the next moment, a black set of star armor appeared on him. Upon closer inspection, the armor seemed to be sealed with a wolf-type star beast. However, Yi-qing looked at it and revealed a peculiar smile. He understood now Yi Tianxian had called his star armor cool because everyone else's star armor was just too ugly. What could he say? As Yi-qing looked at the boy's star armor, he couldn't help but think of the odd knights from tokusatsu shows in his previous life. While it wasn't exactly ugly, it was far from being attractive. Yi-qing's gaze shifted to Yi Tianxian, curious about whether her star armor would be the same. In the classroom, Yi Tianxian took out her star card, flicked her finger, and a set of star armor slowly materialized on her body. Yi-qing observed carefully and noticed that Yi Tianxian's star armor was golden, with a ribbon floating behind her and a circular ornament on her head. Although it was somewhat inferior to the armor in those tokusatsu shows from his previous life, it looked far better compared to the thing on the other side. Old Lu is done for. I didn't expect Goddess Tianxian to use the star armor of sun power. This is the most powerful of her 3 sets of star armor in terms of attack, right? That's right. Old Lu will probably be defeated in just one move. At this moment, the person opposite Yi Tianxian was staring at her with a face full of frustration. Although his face couldn't be seen, everyone could guess that his mood must be terrible right now. However, this duel was unavoidable, and he could only initiate the battle contract. The battle contract is a basic function of every set of star armor. When battling other star armor users, only by signing this contract can the winner claim a portion of the loser's star power after the duel. As for how much can be obtained specifically, that depends on the amount written in the contract. However, in any case, the agreed amount cannot exceed 10%. Usually, people don't sign for high amounts, typically just a few percent, because Luan Yu's class has a duel every day, so most people sign for just 1%. After initiating the battle contract, a faintly visible piece of paper appeared in front of the two. Both parties pressed their hands on it, and the paper disappeared without a trace. The man smiled bitterly and said, Goddess Tianxian, go ahead. I'm already prepared to lose. Yi Tianxian smiled faintly, not holding back, and directly clenched her fist to strike at the man. The man tried to block with his hand, but Yi Tianxian's fist landed heavily on his arm. The two were at a stalemate for a moment, then Yi Tianxian increased her strength, and the man was instantly sent flying. His star star armor automatically retracted and a surge of star power flew out from his body, heading toward Yi Tianxian. No one present was surprised by this outcome. After all, Yi Tianxuan's star armor level was in the 50s, while the man and the other students were mostly just over level 30, with a gap of over 20 levels, and the man's star armor potential far inferior to Yi Tianxuan's. Being defeated in one punch was entirely expected. After the first match ended, the second, third, and fourth matches followed one after another. Unlike the first match, the next three were fiercely contested, with no clear winner for a long time. Such situations were truly beneficial for improving the students' abilities. After the first round concluded, the second round began. The four winners drew lots again, and the other three muttered quietly, hoping not to draw Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing, sitting beside Yi Tianxian, smiled and said, "Dear niece, it seems they're all afraid of you." Yi Tianxian smiled and waved her hand, saying, "There's nothing I can do about it. I don't want to bully them either." Indeed, in Yi Tianxuan's view, battling against them felt like outright bullying. If it weren't for Luan Yu insisting that she must participate, she really wouldn't want to step onto the field. It wasn't because she was arrogant or looked down on her classmates, but because Yi Tianxian didn't want to take away the star power they had worked so hard to cultivate. Using a 50-something level star armor to fight against a 30-level star armor was honestly something shameful to even mention. Soon, the drawing of lots ended, and the person who drew number 2 to face Yi Tianxian was a girl who instantly looked like she was about to cry. Yi Tianxian smiled at Yi-qing and said, "Why don't you fight in my place? Battling them really feels like bullying." "Me fighting them would also be bullying," Yi-qing said helplessly, curling his lips. Yi-qing wasn't exaggerating. His cultivation was at the third stage, 5 stars. Converted to star armor levels, it was definitely several levels higher than theirs. Moreover, with his dual ice and fire laws, sword controlling ability, and transformation ability, not to mention them, even Yi Tianxian might not be able to defeat him. Yi-qing had previously tested the power of the ice and fire laws and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of such God King level power. Although he could currently only control about 1% of it, its power far exceeded his previous SSS level ice and fire abilities. In the classroom, Yi-qing's voice was soft, but it was just loud enough for Luan Yu and the others to hear. Immediately, everyone turned their displeased gazes toward Yi-qing. "Even though you have 7 sets of star armor, you're not wearing them now, and the one you're wearing is 0 level. How dare you say something so arrogant?" Luan Yu looked at Yi-qing, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She smiled and said, "In that case, Yi-qing, you can replace Tianxian and battle Xiaoyun." The girl referred to as Xiaoyun by Luan Yu frowned slightly and said, "Teacher, he didn't even bring his star armor. What if I accidentally hurt him?" Yi-qing touched his nose and responded with a wry smile, "Yeah, I really didn't bring my star armor." Luan Yu smiled at Yi-qing and said slowly, "You just said it would be too much of a bully to fight them, so why are you backing down now?" "Oh, I did say that, but that's because I had my star armor with me. Now I don't," Yi-qing explained calmly. Hearing this, the girl named Xiaoyun seemed displeased. "Then summon your star armor back, and let's have a match." Yi-qing shrugged and said, "It's too much trouble. I don't feel like going back to the trial grounds." Yi Tianxian poked Yi-qing's arm. "Your own star armor, even if it's thousands of miles away, the owner can summon it back with just a single thought." Yi-qing was startled. "What the? Whose side are you on?" "Fine, it seems I can't avoid this duel. If we have to fight, then let's fight." He tried communicating with his 7 sets of star armor, and, sure enough, it worked. "In that case, I'll have a match with you." Yi-qing stood up and walked to the girl. He had never fought using star armor before, so there was no harm in giving it a try. Luan Yu looked at the two and said, "Alright, let's begin." "Yi-qing, your star armor is only at level 0, so there's no need to sign a battle contract for this match." Both nodded in agreement. Zhang Yun looked at Yi-qing and said, "Summon your star armor." Yi-qing waved his hand casually, and a star card appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the Shura armor. With a flick of his finger, the star card flew out, spun around once, and returned to his side. Immediately after, a set of armor gradually appeared on Yi-qing's body. When the crowd saw Yi-qing's star armor, they all showed envious expressions. They didn't know how powerful Yi-qing's star armor was, but it was definitely much cooler than theirs. The reason Yi-qing chose to summon the Shura armor was that, among the 7 sets of armor, he believed this one had the highest aesthetic appeal, especially the cape at the back, which was both stylish and imposing. Zhang Yun looked at Yi-qing and said, "You go first. I'll let you have a few moves." Facing a level 0 star armor, Zhang Yun showed no trace of caution, committing a major taboo in combat early on. Yi-qing chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Are you sure you want me to go first?" Zhang Yun nodded. Although her expression was hidden, everyone could imagine her indifferent attitude. "Underestimating your opponent is never a good thing," Yi-qing said with a slight smile, deciding to teach Zhang Yun a lesson. He then waved his hand and softly commanded, "Ice Chain Lockdown." The Ice Chain Lock is the third skill of the 9 absolute freezes, and its function matches its name, aiming to control the enemy. As soon as Yi-qing finished speaking, the temperature in the classroom plummeted instantly, as if they were in the Arctic. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen ice chains forged from frost appeared on the ground, instantly binding Zhang Yun's star armor tightly, rendering her completely immobile. How is this possible? Is this the power of a level 0 star armor? At this moment, not only was Zhang Yun shocked, but everyone else in the classroom was also dumbfounded. Yi Tianxian was even more astonished, never expecting Yi-qing's ability to be so powerful. Despite only being at the 3rd tier, the ice felt as if it carried the might of a high-level ability user. Yi-qing walked up to Zhang Yun and said calmly, "If I were the enemy, you'd already be dead. Do you admit defeat?" At this moment, Zhang Yun's cheeks were as red as flames. Just moments ago, she had looked down on a level 0 star armor, only to be bound the next second. "I admit defeat." The temperature kept dropping. Even with her star armor on, Zhang Yun felt increasingly uncomfortable and had to admit defeat in a low voice. Yi-qing smiled faintly, unconcerned about the volume of her voice. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the ice chains instantly retracted. Moments later, the classroom's temperature returned to normal, and the ice chains vanished without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but a dream. The match concluded, and the crowd's gazes toward Yi-qing were filled with apprehension. They had, of course, heard of situations where a level 0 could instantly defeat a level 30. Recalling that Yi-qing had been introduced by Yi Xiaosheng, the crowd immediately understood why Yi Xiaosheng had helped Yi-qing gain entry through the back door. Luan Yu's suspicions were confirmed. Yi-qing was indeed Yi Xiaosheng's junior disciple. Since the two had trained under the same master, Luan Yu speculated that Yi-qing also possessed the same extraordinary ability to fight across levels as Yi Xiaosheng. To Luan Yu, this kind of cross-level combat was simply inconceivable. For a level 0 star armor to emit the aura of a level 50 or 60, this was beyond the realm of genius. It was outright cheating. The subsequent matches continued, but Yi-qing chose not to fight on Yi Tianxuan's behalf anymore, as it seemed utterly pointless. About an hour later, the daily battles finally came to an end, with Yi Tianxian emerging victorious once again. Luan Yu looked at Yi Tianxian and Yi-qing and couldn't help but smile as she suggested, "Tianxian, why don't you have a match with Yi-qing?" "I won't fight. How can a senior attack a junior?" Yi-qing refused without hesitation. He found this teacher to be perpetually idle and felt that these daily battles were utterly meaningless. If the goal was truly to improve the students' combat abilities, it would be better to throw them into a trial ground, which would be far more intense than playing around here. Hearing Yi-qing take advantage of her in front of everyone, Yi Tianxian was immediately displeased. She genuinely wanted to see Yi-qing's strength, so she walked up to him and said, "Yi-qing, I beg you, have a match with me. I won't fight. If I hit too hard, how would I explain it to the senior brothers and sisters?" Yi-qing still refused decisively. Yi Tianxian, furious, pinched the soft flesh at Yi-qing's waist again. Yi-qing spun around, breaking free from her grasp, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "How could I fall for the same trick twice? You're underestimating me too much." Yi Tianxian was speechless. "I really want to beat you to death. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll tell my parents you took liberties with me, and let them come after you. How can you be so shameless?" Yi-qing panicked. If Yi Tianxian really complained like that, his reputation would be completely ruined. Would his parents be so angry they'd want to kill him? "Fine, I'll fight you, but not here. We'll fight tonight when we get back, and the senior brothers have to watch to make sure you don't get hurt." After thinking for a moment, Yi-qing relented. "Don't. Fighting here is perfect. With me watching, nothing will go wrong." Luan Yu interjected excitedly. Yi-qing shot her a glare, puzzled. How could this teacher ignore the rules and act like she was watching a show? Yi-qing refused again, leaving Luan Yu somewhat disappointed. "Alright then, take a half-hour break, and then we'll start the theory class." Yi-qing was stunned. There was actually a theory class. He had always regarded the star armor as a weapon and had no intention of attending any theory classes. Besides, he would be leaving in a year, so what was the point of attending a theory class? As soon as the break started, everyone rushed to the restroom, and Luan Yu also left the classroom. Yi-qing lightly tapped Yi Tianxuan's arm and whispered, "Little niece, I'm sneaking out. I'm not interested in theory knowledge." After saying that, Yi-qing got up and left without hesitation. Yi Tianxian hurriedly followed him. "Yi-qing, theory knowledge is very important." "Important? We're going back to Blue Star in a year. What's the use of learning this stuff?" "Little niece, remember this, cultivating spiritual power is the most critical thing. Star armor is merely a tool to enhance combat strength," Yi-qing reminded her as he continued walking out. It wasn't that Yi-qing looked down on the path of star armor. Rather, he understood that without a lifespan matching one's strength, the path of star armor was ultimately a minor one. Even the highest quality SSS-grade star armor could only lead to becoming a true god, not a god king, and this true god was even inferior to a void god. Even if star armor reached the true god realm, it would be powerless against a real void god or demigod. After all, while proper demigods don't have endless lifespans, they still live for tens of thousands of years. Meanwhile, a star armor master, even with combat strength at the true god level, would only have a lifespan of 100 years. How could they compete?
right? Others could easily outlive you. Yi-qing left the teaching area and headed straight for the trial grounds. He had already planned his schedule for the next year. He would spend his mornings in the trial grounds and return to the Beta district in the evenings, a lifestyle he found quite satisfactory. Not long after, Yuan returned to the classroom and learned that Yi-qing had left directly. She couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, wishing she could drag him back immediately. However, she had no idea where Yi-qing had gone, and there were other students in the classroom waiting for her to start the lesson. She could only suppress her fury, vowing to give Yi-qing a proper scolding tomorrow. In the trial grounds, Yi-qing recalled all the star armors and decided to use all 7 sets together, although he didn't particularly like Yuan. There was truth in her words. Concentrating the star power from slaying star beasts into one set of star armor was the fastest way to enhance strength. Therefore, Yi-qing planned to cultivate each set of star armor one by one. He and the other 6 sets of star armors split up to capture star beasts, then handed all the spoils to one set of star armor for the kill. Yi-qing believed that if he operated this way, he might be able to cultivate a true god-level star armor within a year. Thinking of this, he excitedly commanded the star armors to act separately, prioritizing the cultivation of the Azura armor. At this moment, the 7 sets of star armors and Yi-qing began searching for star beasts throughout the trial grounds. The Azura armor directly killed any star beasts it found, while the other star armors knocked them unconscious and brought them back. With his formidable strength, Yi-qing directly sought out 4th and 5th tier star beasts to challenge. Before long, many star beasts had gathered before the Azura armor. After the Azura armor slew these star beasts, its level rapidly increased. Yi-qing was particularly delighted by this, but suddenly, a thought struck him. Why didn't Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming help Yi Tianxian capture 2 12th tier star beasts? Wouldn't Yi Tianxian ascend immediately if they did? At this realization, Yi-qing had a flash of inspiration and remembered to have Li Bai capture 2 12th tier star beasts. He immediately summoned Li Bai and ordered him to accompany him deeper into the trial grounds to search for higher tier star beasts. Not long after, Li Bai led Yi-qing to the core area of the trial grounds, where a massive star beast over 10 meters tall appeared before them. Using the eye of detection, Yi-qing discovered that this was a 9th tier star beast. Li Bai, go knock that guy out for me, Yi-qing instructed. Li Bai nodded in agreement, waved his right hand, and the long sword behind him unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight toward the giant beast. Boom! The long sword swiftly struck the star beast, producing a deafening roar. The star beast collapsed with a painful howl, its cries shaking the surrounding vegetation into the air. Li Bai remained by Yi-qing's side, ensuring that Yi-qing was completely unharmed. However, others within the trial grounds also heard the beast's roar and grew curious about what had happened. Seeing the star beast had fallen, Yi-qing quickly donned the Shura armor and flew over. Immediately, he took out a black spear and directly thrust it into the star beast's massive head. For such a colossal creature, attacking the head was undoubtedly the most effective way to kill it. As the god-slaying spear pierced the star beast's head, its vitality was instantly devoured, and its corpse began to decay outward from the head. Eventually, the star beast's body dissolved into a pool of blood, with all its energy absorbed by the god-slaying spear. Once the absorption was complete, the spear emitted a faint red glow, seemingly expressing its delight. Immediately afterward, at the spot where the star beast had died, a massive blue light orb surged into the Shura armor. Yi-qing quickly opened the Shura's attribute panel and saw its level rapidly rising. In just moments, Shura's level had reached 50. Awesome! Yi-qing exclaimed excitedly. At this rate of development, as long as there were enough star beasts, not only could he cultivate one set within a year, but he could even upgrade all 7 sets to level 120. However, Yi-qing secretly doubted whether the armor star could truly support his 7 sets of star armor to reach the true god level with so many star beasts. No matter, let's focus on upgrading first. Oldly, keep searching for high-grade star beasts, Yi-qing said with a smile, then instructed Li Bai to continue the hunt for star beasts. The trial grounds of Emperor Star were indeed vast. Within a day, Yi-qing had found over a dozen star beasts of the 9th rank and above, slaying them all and raising Shura's level to 120. If this achievement were made public, no one would believe it. All of this was thanks to Li Bai's outstanding performance, as he felled star beasts of any rank with a single sword strike. As the sky gradually darkened and Shura's level reached 120, Yi-qing decided to leave. After exiting the trial grounds, his communicator rang. Upon opening it, he saw it was a call from Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing answered, and Yi Tianxuan's voice immediately came through. Yi-qing, where are you now? Yi Tianxian asked. I just came out of the trial grounds and am about to head back, Yi-qing replied. Wait for me at the entrance of the trial grounds, I'll be there right away. After saying this, Yi Tianxian hung up the phone. Yi-qing rolled his eyes helplessly, then had Xiaoing lock onto Yi Tianxuan's location and started walking in that direction. Shortly after, the two met halfway and then left the Imperial Star together to head home. On the road, Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian with some confusion in his heart and asked, Dear niece, why don't
don't your senior brothers and sisters capture a few 11th or 12th level star beasts for you to kill and level up?
Yi Tianxian smiled and shook her head. Such behavior is not allowed.
In the process of hunting star beasts to gain star power, no one else is allowed to help. If someone else stuns the star beast or kills it, you still can't obtain the star power. Hearing her explanation, Yi-qing became even more convinced that there must be a conscious entity managing the entire world of the star armor. Thinking carefully, the reason he could let Li Bai help might be because the system gave him a special star armor, or perhaps Li Bai was originally Yi-qing's guardian spirit, which wouldn't count as external assistance. Whatever the case, Yi-qing didn't bother to think too much about it, as long as it didn't affect his leveling up.
However, Yi Tianxuan's level did seem a bit low.
After all, when they returned to Blue Star a year later, she would definitely have to go back as well. The star armors of himself and Yi Xiaoshang, his wife, had long reached level 120 or even higher, while Yi Tianxian was only at level 50, which was indeed somewhat behind. Even though Yi Tianxuan's talent was nearly monstrous, and she might reach 70 or 80 levels within a year, such strength would still seem insufficient. After leaving Kaixing, they might not return, so Yi-qing secretly planned in his heart to find a way to raise Yi Tianxuan's star armor level.
As the two
walked along, Yi-qing was deep in thought.
Seeing his absent-mindedness, Yi Tianxian poked his hand and asked, Yi-qing, what are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about how to help you raise your star armor level to 120 before we leave this year, Yi-qing said earnestly.
However, Yi Tianxian chuckled and said, you're helping me?
You should think about how to raise your own star armor level instead. Yi-qing smiled faintly and softly told her, my first set of star armor has already reached level 120.
Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing in confusion. Yi-qing, did you get injured in the trial grounds?
Yi-qing rolled his eyes, took out the Shura star card, and handed it to her.
Yi Tianxian examined it closely and saw a number written prominently in the upper right corner of the Shura star card, 120. You must be cheating.
Yi Tianxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi-qing.
She was absolutely certain that Yi Cheng's star armor was still at level 0 yesterday, so how could it suddenly be level 120 today? This was practically cheating.
Yi-qing smiled and waved his hand. So, now the one who should be worried is you. Don't let it happen that by the time we leave, your star armor is still at level 60 or 70 or 80, that would be way too embarrassing.
Yi Tianxian pouted, looking a bit displeased. It's fine.
I can directly draw star power from the sun, moon, and stars. Even if I leave Kaixing, I believe I can still level up my star armor. Yi-qing smiled helplessly, and you say I'm cheating.
Your cheat isn't small either. Can't compare to you, you freak. Reaching level 120 in just one day, how did you even do it? Yi Tianxian asked curiously. Take a guess. Then don't say it, I'm not interested at all.
The two of them playfully bickered as they returned to Beidou Community. Early the next morning, after Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian arrived at Emperor Star, Yi-qing headed straight for the trial grounds.
Yi Tianxian was stunned for a moment, grabbed Yi-qing, and asked, you're skipping class again? I'm not going. I don't have time to play house with you all.
Oh, and if the teacher asks where I went, just say you don't know or that I didn't come to school.
Don't sell me out.
After saying this, Yi-qing left.
Class? What kind of nonsense class? Can class be more fun than fighting monsters? Can class be more satisfying than leveling up?
After arriving at the trial grounds, Yi-qing donned the emperor armor this time.
Although he had considered upgrading Shura to the true god level, yesterday his Shura could no
longer advance by slaying star beasts after reaching level 120. Yi-qing understood that the method to ascend to the demigod in true god levels was either not through hunting star
beasts or required hunting higher level star beasts.
However, the trial grounds only had star beasts up to level 11, so he dared not speculate further.
Anyway, when he had the
chance to encounter a level 12 star beast in the future, he would slay one to uncover the truth. Wearing the emperor armor and summoning Li Bai, Yi-qing began his slaughter. At this moment, in a classroom of the Imperial Star Academy building, Yuan walked into the room, scanned around, and found that Yi-qing was not present.
Tianxian, where is Yi-qing? Yi Tianxian shook her head. I don't know.
Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately fixed her gaze on Yi Tianxian, remaining silent, simply staring quietly.
Yi Tianxuan's expression remained unchanged, as if she truly didn't know Yi-qing's whereabouts.
After a moment, Yuan sighed helplessly and said, Tianxian, you've picked up bad habits from that kid.
You're his elder niece, how could you possibly not know where he's gone? Yi Tianxian still waved her hand without any guilt. I really don't know.
Yuan glanced at Yi Tianxian with a puzzled look, then softly said after a moment, forget it, let's not worry about him.
Let's continue with the class. 1 week later, in the principal's office at Emperor Star University, Principal Xiao Lao summoned Yi-qing over.
Upon learning this, Yi Tianxian also came along.
Principal, did you need something from me?
Yi-qing looked at Xiao Lao with a puzzled expression. Elder Xiao gave a wry smile, reached out to pick up a piece of paper from the table, and handed it to Yi-qing. Yi-qing, please stop causing trouble for our Emperor Star. This old man shamelessly got you a spot to head to the border.
Take it. Yi Tianxian looked at Elder Xiao in confusion. Grandpa Xiao, what do you mean by that? How is Yi-qing causing trouble for Emperor Star?
Yi-qing clearly understood what Elder Xiao meant, gave an awkward laugh, and quickly took the piece of paper.
Elder Xiao glanced at Yi-qing and sighed. Ah, girl, you haven't been to the trial grounds recently, have you? Yi Tianxian nodded.
The trial grounds now only have star beasts below the 5th rank left. I'm afraid if this guy stays there for 2 more days, there really won't be a single star beast left in Emperor Star's trial grounds.
Yi-qing chuckled helplessly. What could he do?
After all, he had 7 sets of star armor. Once he finished off the high-level ones, he could only go after the low-level ones.
Yi Tianxian widened her eyes, staring at Yi-qing.
Big brother, there are so many star beasts in the Imperial Star Trial Grounds.
And you managed to kill them all in just 1 week?
Yi-qing waved his hand helplessly.
Can you blame me? It's not my fault I have too many star armors.
Elder Xiao continued. I won't even ask how you managed to kill those high-level star beasts.
Just hand over the trial ground token.
For some reason, Yi-qing detected a hint of grievance in Elder Xiao's tone.
He coughed awkwardly and reluctantly took out the token.
Elder Xiao snatched it away without hesitation, stuffing it into his pocket as if afraid
Yi-qing might suddenly take it back. Alright, you can leave now.
Oh, by the way, Yi-qing, you can head to the border anytime.
With that appointment, you can come and go as you please. Return whenever you feel like it. No.
As Elder Xiao spoke, he began urging them to leave.
He truly didn't want to see Yi-qing anymore. If he weren't an elder and the principal, he would have cursed Yi-qing out.
Clearing out nearly all the star beasts in the largest trial ground of the imperial capital in just 1 week, this kid was truly ruthless.
After leaving the principal's office, Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing. Yi-qing, what exactly did you do? Did you wipe out all the star beasts in the trial grounds? Sigh, what can I say? I have too many star armors. There are still 2 sets that haven't reached level 120 yet. Looks like I need to make a trip to the border. As he spoke,
Yi-qing glanced at the paper Elder Xiao handed him.
It was a letter of appointment.
With this letter, Yi-qing would head to the border and be appointed as a
powerless major general. Only officers of general rank could freely enter and exit the critical areas of the border. This appointment as a major general was something
Elder Xiao shamelessly begged for. If he hadn't pleaded, the star beasts in the trial grounds of the Imperial Star would truly have been slaughtered to extinction. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing speechlessly and rolled her eyes. In just 1 week, you managed to get 5 sets of star armor to level 120.
You're such a freak.
Yi-qing smiled and waved his hand, then turned to Yi Tianxian and said, since I can't go to the trial grounds anymore, I'll take my leave.
I won't be coming back to the Imperial Star in the future. I advise you not to come back anymore. Staying in the Imperial Star has no meaning. You are destined to walk the path of supernatural abilities, so there's no
need to waste time on the knowledge of star armor.
Yi Tianxian thought for a moment, shook her head, and responded with a smile.
It's okay, I still want to
stay in the Imperial Star.
For me, the most important thing isn't that knowledge, but experience in college life.
Spending all day thinking about cultivation and getting stronger isn't the life I want.
As for cultivation, 1 or 2 hours a day is enough. As long as my strength is sufficient, that's all that matters. Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxuan's carefree demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile.
You really live so easily, but I can't afford to relax. I have to head back.
Although Yi-qing also longed for a life like Yi Tianxuan's, as a transmigrator, he always had a sense of unease in his heart. Li Bai was indeed powerful, but above the Divine King, there were even stronger beings.
If one day he provoked a Divine King, what would he do?
The resurrection coins could keep him from dying, but they would eventually run out. Therefore, Yi-qing never dared to completely relax, and cultivation was something he could never stop. Only by standing at the pinnacle of this world and
mastering everything could he truly feel at ease.
And precisely because of this difference in mindset, even when Yi-qing reached the realm of the Divine King, he still wouldn't dare to relax. He understood that while people in this world might think reaching the Divine King meant invincibility, he couldn't think
that way. Who knew if there was a higher realm beyond the Divine King? And who could guarantee that there weren't higher-level existences in the upper planes? Not long after, Yi-qing left the Imperial Star and returned straight to the Beidou community. After returning, Yi-qing mentioned to Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming that he was planning to head to the border. Lu Ming, a bit worried, said, Xiaocheng, how about letting your senior brother accompany you?
The border is nothing like the trial grounds. Danger is everywhere there. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head. Senior sister, there's no need.
I won't get into trouble. Even senior brother might not be able to beat me now.
Joking aside, Yi-qing's 5 sets of star armor had already reached level 120,
easily overpowering Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming without any pressure.
Yi Xiaosheng smiled bitterly and said, alright then, but you must be careful out there. If something happens, I won't be able to explain it to the teacher. Yi-qing made an okay gesture. Senior brother, don't worry. I value my life too much to be careless. Soon, Yi-qing bid farewell to Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming, left the Beidou district, and headed toward the border. The border was quite a distance from the Imperial Star, so driving was out of the question. Thus, Yi-qing donned the Azura armor and flew toward the border. A streak of light flew westward, and countless people below witnessed it. They merely watched curiously as it disappeared, without causing any commotion. The speed of the star armor was so fast that they could only see a fleeting streak of light. Everyone understood that the person flying in the sky was a star armor deity. The border of the Star Nation was not the boundary with the other 6 nations but the edge of the wasteland. On the planet of star armor, there was a clear polarization. The central region was divided into 7 major nations for human habitation, while the surrounding areas were the wasteland. The wasteland was not entirely barren. In fact, its environment was far superior to that of the 7 nations. It was called the wasteland because there were no humans living there, only star beasts. Moreover, the expanse of the desolate land is vast beyond measure. Since the establishment of the 7 great nations, 3,000 years have passed. During these 3 millennia, countless star armor masters of the divine armor and demigod levels have emerged from the 7 nations, yet no one has ever been able to estimate the area of the desolate land. In other words, even demigod-level star armor masters lack the strength to venture into the depths of the desolate land. Yi-qing couldn't help but sigh, realizing how unfathomable the waters of the armor star are, far more complex than those of blue star. This is understandable. After all, the world where armor star resides is in the midplane. Even if its strength doesn't rank highly among midplanes, it is still a world of the midplane. At the borders of the Star Nation, defensive structures akin to the Great Wall stretch across the boundaries of each nation. The border of the Star Nation is no exception. When Yi-qing arrived at the border, he saw a city wall towering dozens of meters high in the distance. That wall seemed to completely isolate the Star Nation from the desolate land, creating 2 entirely different worlds. As Yi-qing gazed at the wall, he felt a tinge of melancholy in his heart. Suddenly, a thought struck him, sending a chill down his spine. The borders of all nations are marked by such towering walls. From a god's eye view, the 7 great nations resemble a group of birds imprisoned in a cage. Coupled with some of the things Yi-qing had learned earlier, such as the fact that the level of star armor resets to 0 during wartime, he increasingly felt that the people of Armor Star seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. These waters run too deep. No matter, I don't believe there could be a god king behind a midplane. As long as it's not a god king, I have nothing to fear. Yi-qing shook his head and then flew toward the border. Beyond the border wall lies an ancient city. This ancient city appears incredibly old, exuding a strong aura of antiquity. To see such a city on the technologically advanced armor star surprised Yi-qing. The army responsible for guarding the border is stationed in this ancient city. There are no ordinary residents within the city. All its inhabitants are military personnel or star armor masters who have voluntarily chosen to guard the border. Yi-qing descended from the sky, landing directly outside the eastern gate of the ancient city. The city has 2 main gates, the eastern gate and the western gate. The eastern gate leads to the Star Nation, while the western gate, when opened, leads to the desolate land. At the city gate, Yi-qing put away the star armor and handed over the paper given to him by Elder Xiao. The soldier of the Star Nation took the paper, examined it, and found it to be an appointment letter. He immediately saluted and said, "Sir, please wait a moment while I report to General Li." Yi-qing nodded, and the soldier quickly took the appointment letter and headed into the city. After waiting at the gate for a while, Yi-qing saw a man in a blue military uniform approaching. The military uniforms of the Star Nation were all uniformly blue. The man walked up to Yi-qing, exuding an oppressive aura, and after staring at him for a moment, said, "Since Elder Xiao personally requested this appointment letter for you, I hope you can live up to his trust." As he spoke, the man handed 2 sets of military uniforms to Yi-qing. Yi-qing felt a bit helpless in his heart, thinking, "Trust my foot. The old man is just afraid I'll cause trouble in the trial grounds." The man handed the uniforms to Yi-qing and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Li Si, the commander-in-chief of the Star Nation's border." Yi-qing was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "See as in 1, 2, 3, 4? The corner of Li Si's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, "See as in arrogance. Take Major General Yi to his quarters." With that, Li Si turned and left directly. Yi-qing muttered under his breath, "This name is even worse than 1, 2, 3, 4. After Li Si left, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s approached Yi-qing and said, "Major General Yi, let's go." Yi-qing then followed the young man into the ancient city. Once inside, the young man led Yi-qing to an old residence located beside West City Avenue. West City Avenue was a road built along a city wall that stood dozens of meters high, running north to south. "Major General Yi, this will be your residence," the young man said. Yi-qing curiously looked around and noticed that the eastern side of West City Avenue was lined with similar old residences, while opposite them stood the towering city wall. Beyond the wall lay a desolate expanse. "Who lives in the houses on this street?" Yi-qing asked the young man. Hearing Yi-qing's question, the young man immediately became somewhat excited. "Major General Yi, the old residences on West City Avenue are all occupied by General generals and commanders within the ancient city, as well as individuals ranked above level 99. All of this was arranged by Commander Li. After listening, Yi-qing smiled and thought to himself that Li Si truly lived up to the uniform he wore. Concentrating the city's strongest individuals to guard the front lines not only reassured those with weaker abilities but also ensured that the generals and unofficial personnel above level 99 remained vigilant at all times, never letting their guard down. After all, they were the main force defending the border, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to disastrous consequences. After sending the young man away, Yi-qing entered the ancient residence. Although this was an ancient city, the ancient residence where Yi-qing lived was not lacking in technological products. He wandered around the residence, changed into his military uniform, and then left, heading toward the West City Gate. The West City Gate was tightly shut, and Yi-qing climbed the stairs to the top of the city wall. Standing on the wall, Yi-qing curiously cast his gaze toward the desolate land outside the city. Beyond the city, the Seven Nations had not only built city walls dozens of meters high but also dug a moat that spanned across the territories of the Seven Nations. No, this should be called a National Defense River. The river served a significant purpose, capable of blocking many star beasts that lacked the ability to fly, dive, or were not large in size. On the city wall, soldiers were currently standing guard. Yi-qing approached and asked, "Excuse me, what procedures do I need to follow if I want to go outside?" The soldier glanced at Yi-qing's military rank, immediately saluted, and replied, "Reporting to the commander, level officers, and non-military personnel above level 99 are free to leave the city." Yi-qing nodded slightly, then donned the Azura armor and flew directly toward the desolate land. Just as he crossed the National Defense River, he suddenly sensed a vast spiritual energy permeating the air. Yi-qing stopped mid-air and carefully felt it. What is going on with this armor star? Within the territory of the Seven Nations, the spiritual energy can't compare to Blue Star, but as soon as I leave the Seven Nations, the density of spiritual energy rivals that of a Class C secret realm. Yi-qing pondered for a while but still couldn't understand. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it and continued flying forward. Along the way, he felt that the deeper he ventured into the desolate area, the denser the spiritual energy in the surrounding air became. Shortly after, Yi-qing encountered many star beasts, but the ones he initially saw were all low-level, which did not interest him at all. About an hour later, the density of spiritual energy around him had reached the level of an A-grade secret realm. At this point, he could already see some 9th and 10th level star beasts. However, Yi-qing did not stop. As his goal was ambitious, he wouldn't even consider anything below a 12th level star beast. After all, Yi-qing still wanted to test how the star armor could be upgraded to the demigod level. As he continued flying, Yi-qing encountered quite a few flying star beasts. He avoided those he could, and for those he couldn't evade, he dealt with them with a single shot. Ever since obtaining the god-slaying gun, Yi-qing had grown increasingly fond of it, not just because of its high quality, but also because the weapon gave him a sense of wanting to challenge everything. Ahem, back to the point. Shortly after, the density of spiritual energy in the air reached a level that made it difficult for Yi-qing to determine whether it was an S-grade secret realm. At this moment, he finally saw a 12th level star beast. In the distance, a black bull, several dozen meters tall, was slowly walking through the desolate area. Yi-qing immediately used the eye of investigation on it. Name, Black Flame Bull Demon. Rank, 12th tier. Characteristics, covered in black flames, capable of using them to attack enemies. The black flames are a peculiar type of fire, whose rank barely compares to the essence of flame mastery. Yi-qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Mastery? Ever since he obtained the laws, he had asked the system and Li Bai about it. Mastery is the power of gods. Li Bai was called a demigod due to his comprehension of sword mastery, and only after refining a divine core could one become a true god. In other words, the strength of this black flame bull demon was already infinitely close to that of a demigod. Yi-qing couldn't help but feel a little excited. So what if it's close to a demigod? Even a demigod would be pinned to the ground and crushed by Li Bai. When Yi-qing saw the black flame bull demon, the black flame bull demon also noticed him. Upon seeing the star armor on Yi-qing, it snorted angrily, releasing a puff of white mist from its nostrils. Immediately after, the black flame bull demon showed no mercy, and the black flames on its body turned into waves, surging toward Yi-qing. Facing the oncoming black flames, Yi-qing remained completely unfazed, not to mention the black flames approaching the level of profound meaning. Even if they were profound meaning itself, he wouldn't be the least bit worried. The power of the laws is a higher level existence. Although he couldn't yet fully wield the power of the laws, the law of fire allowed him to fear no flame in the world. A wisp of flame emerged from Yi-qing's right fingertip, which seemed utterly insignificant compared to the massive wave before him. With a light flick, the flame at his fingertip flew straight out, heading toward the black flames. The two collided instantly. In the next moment, starting from Yi-qing's flame, the black flames trembled violently and were immediately assimilated by the flame, transforming into a towering red blaze. Sensing the scorching heat, the black flame bull demon roared furiously.
furiously. Moo! The black flames were a type of Yin fire, and after being assimilated by Yi-qing's flames, the black flame bull demon found itself in a dire situation, facing its own unleashed fire. Not only had its black flames disappeared, but it was also engulfed by Yi-qing's young fire, a classic case of losing both the battle and the war. Yi-qing pressed down with his right hand, and the overwhelming flames immediately changed direction, heading straight for the black flame bull demon. The black flame bull demon dared not be careless and quickly retreated. Yi-qing, holding the god-slaying spear, followed closely behind, launching a pursuit. Although the black flame bull demon was massive in size and appeared quite cumbersome, its speed was astonishing. Even at full speed, Yi-qing could barely keep up. Truly worthy of being a 12th tier star beast. After chasing the black flame bull demon for over 10 minutes, Yi-qing's brows furrowed slightly as he thought to himself that if it came down to a test of endurance, the black flame bull demon might escape. Glancing at the god-slaying spear in his hand, Yi-qing decided not to hesitate any longer. He rotated the spear 180 degrees, gripping the handle with the spearhead aimed at the black flame bull demon ahead. Boom! Yi-qing suddenly hurled the god-slaying spear with his right hand. The spear instantly tore through the sky, transforming into a streak of black light. As it shot toward the black flame bull demon, the fleeing black flame bull demon felt an intense sense of oppression, as if being warned that its life was in imminent danger. Gritting its teeth, the black flame bull demon hastily mobilized its inner essence, desperately accelerating. Bang! It suddenly surged forward, successfully dodging the god-slaying spear. The spearhead struck the ground, instantly devastating all life within a 100-mile radius. Yi-qing frowned slightly and swiftly flew toward the god-slaying spear, retrieving it. "You think you can escape from me?" he shouted, standing atop a mountain peak and pulling out the Oblivion sniper rifle. Subsequently, he infused a source of endless energy into the sniper rifle, lay down, and aligned his eye with the scope. The moment he opened the scope, the perspective of the Oblivion sniper rifle locked onto the black flame bull demon. Yi-qing carefully adjusted his aim and then pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a black bullet shot out from the Oblivion sniper rifle at an incredible speed. Almost the instant the gunshot faded, the bullet pierced through the black flame bull demon's head and its body fell backward. Through the scope, Yi-qing clearly saw the black flame bull demon's corpse disintegrate into dust as it fell, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this scene, Yi-qing retracted the Oblivion sniper rifle and stood up. Immediately afterward, a ball of light emerged from the spot where the black flame bull demon had died and flew straight toward him. The ball of light surged into the Azura's body, and Yi-qing noticed a blank circle on the Azura's data panel. Then, 1/5 of the blank circle turned blue. Seeing this, Yi-qing's heart stirred as he speculated whether killing 5 12th tier star beasts would allow him to level up. Without hesitation, Yi-qing began using the Eye of Investigation to search for star beasts. If he could slay 5 12th tier star beasts, he would know if leveling up was possible. Using the Eye of Investigation, he quickly located several 12th tier star beasts nearby. Upon arriving in the area, he discovered that 12th tier star beasts seemed to be relatively common. The Eye of Investigation revealed that there were several within a 100-kilometer radius. Yi-qing no longer foolishly chased after the star beast like before, but instead had Li Bai take action directly, pinning the star beast to the ground. Afterward, Yi-qing quickly delivered the finishing blow. Before long, all the circles on Azura's data panel turned blue. The moment the circles turned blue, Yi-qing felt Azura begin to change. While there was no significant change in appearance, the subtle differences made Azura seem even more enigmatic. Checking Azura's data panel, Yi-qing discovered that Azura's level had reached the demigod tier. At the same time, using the Eye of Investigation to examine Azura, he found that it possessed the Battle Will Arcana. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned. What was this arcana? Battle Will? The arcana of combat? He instinctively felt that this was inferior to his own elemental arcana and Li Bai's sword arcana. Out of curiosity, Yi-qing decided to test it on a 12th tier star beast next. Now that Azura's stats had all reached the demigod tier, it could easily crush a 12th tier star beast even without using its arcana. Yi-qing continued searching and soon found another 12th tier star beast. In a canyon, he stood atop the cliffs and spotted a massive purple star beast circling in the air. Yi-qing used the Eye of Investigation to examine its information. Name: Purple Winged Thunderhawk. Rank: 12th rank. Characteristics: the strongest in combat among 12th rank star beasts, ranked first in speed among 12th rank star beasts, and the purple lightning on its body is nearly equivalent to the essence of lightning. Yi-qing took out the god-slaying spear but did not rush down immediately. Instead, he stood in place, sensing the battle essence within the Shura armor. After all, the essence within the star armor was not his own, and he needed to carefully perceive it during the first use to better control this power. Moments later, Yi-qing suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with boundless fighting spirit. He himself didn't know why he suddenly let out a mad roar, startling the purple-winged thunder eagle below into a shiver. Immediately, Yi-qing bent down, gripped the god-slaying spear, and shot it toward the purple-winged thunderhawk. The god-slaying spear muttered to itself, I at #Yuan%, have I already become a javelin?
The god-slaying spear tore through space, emitting a series of roaring sounds, scaring the purple-winged thunderhawk into flapping its wings and effortlessly dodging the attack as a streak of purple light.
Li Bai reminded, Master, haven't you already acknowledged that the purple-winged thunderhawk is the strongest of its rank?
Yi-qing said impatiently, stop talking.
This battle combat essence is really something else. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. I don't want to think too much, I just want to rush up and take it down.
The purple-winged thunder eagle glared angrily at Yi-qing, letting out a furious roar as lightning crackled across its body.
Immediately
after, it dove toward Yi-qing. Yi-qing quickly retrieved the god-slaying spear to fend off the purple-winged thunder eagle's
attack.
Although he could have taken the hit head-on, Yi-qing really didn't like fighting with his fists.
If he had a weapon in hand, shouldn't he make good use of it?
With a swing of the spear, he firmly blocked the purple-winged thunder eagle's claws.
Shriek! The purple-winged thunder eagle spread its wings and let out a long cry.
Then, a streak of purple lightning shot out from its talons, surging along the god-slaying spear straight toward Yi-qing.
Yi-qing's eyes widened instantly, and he thought to himself, what, it can even do that? Yi-qing!
Startled into letting go instinctively, a ball of flame quickly condensed in his hand and was thrown toward the purple-winged thunder eagle. The aura of laws emanating from the flame forced the purple-winged thunder eagle to retreat repeatedly. Yi-qing hurriedly grabbed the god-slaying spear again and charged toward the purple-winged thunder eagle. With both hands tightly gripping the bottom of the spear, he flew above the purple-winged thunder eagle's head and shouted angrily, ah! Immediately, he exerted force with both hands and swung the god-slaying spear toward the purple-winged thunder eagle.
Boom! The purple-winged thunder eagle froze for a moment, then was fiercely struck by the god-slaying spear. Bang!
The purple-winged thunder eagle fell like a comet, crashing heavily into the canyon and creating a large crater.
Strike while the iron is hot.
Yi-qing unceremoniously used the godslayer spear as a javelin once again, hurling it toward the purple-winged thunder eagle. Whoosh! The godslayer spear flew out, and if it could speak, it would surely curse Yi-qing to no end. In the canyon, the purple-winged thunder eagle truly lived up to its reputation as the fastest among 12th-tier star beasts. Just as the godslayer spear was about to hit it, it effortlessly dodged once again.
Dodged again?
Yi-qing burned with rage, recalled the godslayer spear, and charged straight at the purple-winged thunderhawk.
The two immediately began circling in the
air, with the purple-winged thunderhawk fending off Yi-qing's attacks while releasing lightning through the godslayer spear to electrocute Yi-qing. At this moment, Yi-qing seemed to be completely consumed by the essence of battle, caring about nothing else.
No matter the odds, he was determined to fight. If you want to electrocute me, go ahead. If I don't die from the electricity today, then I'll stab you to death. Yi-qing's fearless fighting style quickly overwhelmed the purple-winged thunderhawk. Once the godslayer spear struck the purple-winged thunderhawk, it began to corrode.
After a fierce battle, both sustained some injuries. However, with the protection of the Azura, Yi-qing was largely unharmed, only feeling a bit numb in his body.
But the purple-winged thunder eagle was in a miserable state.
The injuries caused by the god-slaying spear couldn't be healed, not even by a true god. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse the purple-winged thunder eagle's condition became.
Yi-qing noticed that the purple-winged thunder eagle was already panting heavily, its gaze full of wariness.
Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. At this moment, the purple-winged thunder eagle was surely thinking, MMP, this human is too fierce. I don't want to clash head-on with him. Li Bai, don't let this thing escape. Yi-qing immediately began summoning, as he knew that with his speed, he couldn't possibly stop the purple-winged thunder eagle. A flash of white light appeared, accompanied by the humming sound of a long sword. A long sword flew out, transforming into a streak of light that severed the wings of the purple-winged thunder eagle. Shriek! The purple-winged thunder eagle was stunned by the attack, letting out a pained cry as its body, along with its wings, plummeted straight to the ground. Seeing the purple-winged thunder eagle's wings severed, Yi-qing immediately switched to another set of star armor to deliver the finishing blow. Over the next few days, he went on a frenzied hunt of 12th tier
star beasts in this territory he called the Wasteland. As a result, all 7 sets of his star armor were upgraded to demigod level, each showcasing unique profound powers.
The battle will profound power of Shura, the 5 elements profound power of the Emperor, the battle will profound power of Xingtian, the thunder profound power of Yutalis, the fire profound power of the Hunter King, the space profound power of the Emperor Knight, and the time profound power of the Time King. Among these 7 profound powers, only Shura and Xingtian's overlapped, while the fire profound power of the Hunter King seemed entirely useless. After all, Yi-qing himself already possessed the law of fire and had no need for the profound meaning of fire, so the King of Capture was instantly cast to the back of his mind. Therefore, the only thing truly useful to him was those 5 sets of star armor.
Should I return or continue exploring?
Yi-qing stood atop a mountain peak, his gaze directed toward the core region of the desolate land and the direction of
the ancient city.
Forget it, fortune favors the bold. I refuse to believe my luck is so ridiculously bad that I'd encounter a god king
in the countless worlds of the midplane. Gritting his teeth, he decided to continue exploring. After all, the upper limit of his 7 sets of star armor could reach the true god level, and if he didn't upgrade them all to that level, Yi-qing would feel he had suffered a great loss. Having made his decision, Yi-qing flew deeper into the desolate land. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly realized that there were no longer any traces of star beasts below him. Yi-qing immediately stopped mid-air and carefully observed his surroundings. At this moment, the eerie silence around him was unsettling. There wasn't even the faintest sound, which made him feel a twinge of unease. Even an ordinary forest would have birds chirping, but now, in this lush land filled with thriving vegetation and blooming flowers, Yi-qing couldn't sense a single trace of life. What the hell is going on? This is creepy. Panic rose in his heart, and he immediately summoned Li Bai. Li Bai, what's going on here? I don't know when it started, but there haven't been any star beasts in this desolate land, Yi-qing asked. Urgently. Li Bai frowned, his expression tinged with confusion, and then said, Master, let me take a look at the depths of this desolate land. As he spoke, Li Bai's gaze shifted into the distance, a flash of white light passing by, and then a series of images appeared in his mind. Just now, Li Bai had released his divine sense to probe the depths of the desolate land, and divine sense is something only true gods possess. Suddenly, Li Bai's expression stiffened, and he turned to Yi-qing, saying, Master, things don't look good. As he spoke, he lightly tapped Yi-qing's forehead with his finger, instantly transmitting the images he had just seen. After viewing them, Yi-qing's expression also turned grave, followed by a bitter smile. I knew this star armor business was far from simple. In the images seen by Li Bai and Yi-qing, the depths of the desolate land contained no star beasts but instead revealed a towering bronze gate, 100 meters high. Beyond the gate lay an entirely new world. The divine sense of a true god is immensely powerful, so Li Bai was able to clearly perceive this new realm. The area of this new world was at least hundreds of times larger than the 7 great nations, which now seemed like caged birds, confined for thousands of years without ever realizing it. And the rulers of that world were precisely 7 true god-level powerhouses, and beneath them, there were actually dozens of pseudo-god powerhouses. Yes, pseudo-gods, not demigods. This was something Li Bai sensed very clearly. Although Yi-qing did not understand why the 7 true gods would keep the 7 nations confined, he could definitely sense the conspiracy within. He looked at Li Bai and asked, Old Li, what do we do? 7 true gods, can you handle them? Li Bai swung his long sword and confidently said, just 7 true gods, and all of them are second-tier true gods. To slay these 7, I alone am enough. Second-tier true gods? Are there different levels within the true god realm? Yi-qing asked. Li Bai nodded. That's right. The strength of true gods varies and can be divided into 3 tiers. First tier being the strongest, third tier the weakest, and I am now a first-tier true god. Hearing this, Yi-qing breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. As long as you can take them down. Li Bai smiled faintly and continued, those 7 have already sensed my presence. Master, hide yourself well later. Oh, by the way, may I borrow some of your fine wine? Seeing Li Bai so at ease, Yi-qing felt completely reassured and immediately tossed the bamboo leaf green wine gourd to Li Bai. Old Li, if these 7 harbor ill intentions toward us, then take them out. If you win, this wine gourd will be yours to keep. Li Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, understanding that keeping it essentially meant drinking as he pleased. Alright, master, wait here for a while. Let me go meet those 7. With that, Li Bai gripped his longsword in one hand and the fine wine in the other, heading toward the horizon. Yi-qing, with his limited field of vision, could only find a high vantage point and take out the Oblivion sniper rifle to observe. The scope of the Oblivion sniper rifle was incredibly effective, making scenes thousands of miles away appear as if they were right in front of him. Not long after Li Bai flew out, 7 towering men descended from the sky. They were all clad in star armor, though their heads were bare. Who are you, and why have you come to our world? A man wearing blue star armor, leading the group of 7, asked. Li Bai slightly cupped his fists and responded, I am Li Bai, merely wandering around and happened to arrive here. The man dressed in red star armor snorted coldly and said harshly, we do not welcome outsiders here. Please leave immediately. Li Bai chuckled lightly and said, if my perception is correct, the 7 of you are not true gods of this world, are you? If that's the case, why drive me away? Could it be that the 7 of you have some unspeakable secret? Upon hearing this, the 7's expressions instantly turned hostile. In the next moment, the oppressive aura of true gods emanating from the 7 surged toward Li Bai. Li Bai remained calm, his face showing a serene expression as he quietly observed them. The man in blue star armor spoke again, Sir, do not bring misfortune upon yourself. If you leave now, we will not pursue the matter. Li Bai chuckled softly, opened the wine jug, and drank with his head tilted back. The 7 couldn't help but feel bewildered, thinking, could you show some respect? We are 7 true gods surrounding you, and yet, you're drinking. After gulping down the strong liquor, Li Bai looked at the 7 again and said with a smile, I'm a curious person. The more you hide, the more I want to know the truth. If that's the case, then today you'll immediately leave your life behind. The man clad in red star armor, with a
a fiery temper, erupted with flames from his body and immediately threw a punch at Li Bai's face. Li Bai chuckled softly and swung his sword toward the man's fist. The man showed no fear, and the collision between fist and sword produced a golden sound.
Don't be so temperamental. As a true god, can't you even control your own emotions?
Li Bai's tone carried a hint of mockery. Humph. The man let out a cold snort, and the flames on his body burned fiercely before surging toward Li Bai. Li Bai swung his long sword, and a powerful aura emanated from him, as if an invisible force instantly blocked the man's flames.
This aura, the faces of the 7 gods instantly turned grim. The man clad in red star armor said in a deep voice, "Why aren't you all attacking together?" The other 6 immediately unleashed their respective ultimate techniques. When Li Bai released his swordsmanship ultimate technique and aura, they sensed that Li Bai was at the level of a first-class true god. At this moment, the 7 no longer dared to be careless. After all, it was not impossible for a first-class true god to slay 7 second-class true gods. If they did not want to die here today, they had to give it their all and join forces to kill Li Bai. The profound truths of fire, ice, water, earth, wind, thunder, and wood as 7 forces of profound truths were unleashed from the 7 gods, all surging toward Li Bai. Li Bai's sword Dao profound truth might seem somewhat solitary in the face of these 7 elemental profound truths, but in terms of momentum and strength, it was in no way inferior. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. At this moment, Li Bai's voice suddenly rang out, vast and boundless, exuding an awe-inspiring dominance. Even star beasts thousands of miles away could hear it clearly. As Li Bai's voice fell, a massive white sword silently descended above the heads of the 7 gods. Seeing the sword in the sky, the 7 couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this still the power of the ultimate skill? The 7 could not believe that the sword suspended above their heads was actually the power of the ultimate swordsmanship. Even if they were told now that it was the power of the laws of swordsmanship, they would believe it. All 7 of you, be very careful with this strike. Li Bai looked at the 7, teasing them, and then waved his hand grandly. The giant sword in the sky seemed to receive his command and swiftly moved toward the direction of the 7 gods. The 7 wanted to flee, but it was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed their feet, rendering them completely immobile. One of them shouted, "Spare us, Senior." The first voice begging for mercy was followed by others, with several people shouting for their lives. Compared to life, dignity seemed insignificant. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. What harm is there in begging for mercy? Surviving is what truly matters. Every deity cherished their life greatly, as they had already done everything possible to escape the erosion of time. Li Bai's gaze turned toward Yi-qing, and Yi-qing understood that Li Bai was seeking her opinion. She quickly conveyed her thoughts in her heart. Don't kill them, leave them with a breath of life. Li Bai nodded slightly, subtly adjusting the control of the giant sword. Boom! The giant sword suddenly fell, but it did not land on the 7 people's heads. Instead, it struck the ground in front of them. However, the immense shockwave from the sword's profound power directly sent the 7 flying, leaving them all severely injured. Puff! The 7 spat out blood simultaneously before being flung backward. Despite their serious injuries, at that moment, all 7 felt fortunate to be alive, without a single thought of seeking revenge. The 7 gods quickly climbed up from the ground. Due to their severe injuries, they each found a stone block to sit on. Meanwhile, Yi-qing also approached. With the 7 true gods gravely injured, he no longer worried about safety. Yi-qing and Li Bai walked toward the 7 gods. Among them, the man clad in blue star armor gave a bitter smile and said, "We've lost. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We only beg you to spare the lives of my 6 brothers and me." Yi-qing curiously asked, "First question, why did you surround the 7 nations, turning them into birds in a cage?" The 7 gods did not answer immediately but looked at Yi-qing in confusion, then turned to Li Bai. The 7 gods were puzzled in their hearts. Who exactly was this demigod before them, daring to act so presumptuously in their presence? Li Bai said calmly, "This is my master. Whatever questions my master has, you only need to answer them." The 7 gods were instantly astonished, their eyes widening and their mouths agape. At the same time, a guess emerged in their minds. Could this person, also clad in star armor, be the offspring of some god king? After all, for someone as powerful as Li Bai, a first-class true god, to serve as a servant, they could think of no other explanation besides Yi-qing being the descendant of a god king. As for doubting whether Yi-qing was truly related to a god king, they dared not entertain such thoughts. Moreover, if Yi-qing were truly a god king, he wouldn't be wearing star armor. To a god king, star armor was clearly beneath their notice. Yi-qing? The man leading the 7 gods immediately answered, "Because the 7 of us need to rely on the people of the 7 nations to enhance the level of the star armor." Yi-qing asked in confusion, "Rely on the people of the 7 nations to enhance the star armor's level? What kind of enhancement method is this? Your star armor has not yet reached the true god level, so it is natural that you are unaware. Once a star armor reaches the true god level, there are no longer any true god level star beasts to slay for further advancement. Therefore, to increase our level, there is only one method left, absorbing the star power of other star armors, and it must be the
star power of star armors of the same origin. Thus, the 7 of us discovered this world, drew boundaries, and established 7 nations. Each of us took charge of one nation. Whenever a newborn is born in our respective nations, we grant them a star card. Star cards are something we can create without limit after our star armors reached the true god level. Once granted, we let them cultivate on their own. Afterward, we wait for them to grow old and die. Their star armors will then be reclaimed by us, and we will absorb the star power within them. After hearing the explanation from the 7, Yi-qing immediately gave a bitter smile.
Now I understand. No wonder wars are not allowed
between the 7 nations. It turns out you 7 need to develop and cannot let the balance of the 7 nations be disrupted. The 7 gods did not refute this, as it was indeed the reason. Although wars could cause many deaths, allowing them to gain a significant amount of star power in a short time, the star power obtained this way was far less than what could be gained from someone who had cultivated to perfection. Moreover, they feared the balance of the 7 nations being disrupted. Each of the 7 gods controlled one nation, and if the balance between the 7 nations were broken, the 7 gods might turn against each other. This directly affected their individual strength. Yi-qing couldn't help but feel sorrow for the people of the 7 nations. Without the suppression of the 7 gods, they might have been able to embark on a true path of cultivation. Unfortunately, their previous efforts had all been for the benefit of others, making their cultivation nothing more than a wedding dress for someone else.
I have one more question. Where do your star armors come from?
Yi-qing looked at the 7 gods and asked his final question. The 7 gods were momentarily stunned, not expecting Yi-qing to ask this question. They thought to themselves that with the other party's strength he must already know such things, especially since Yi-qing was also wearing a star armor. It made no sense for him not to know. I'm asking you. Yi-qing looked at the 7 of them, frowning. The 7 gods, unwilling to think further, simply answered, our star armors come from the armor domain.
Armor domain? What kind of place is that? The 7 gods pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, this, you don't know?
Yi-qing looked at the 7 of them, waved his hand, and said, stop guessing this and that.
There are many things in this world that I don't know. Please explain it to me properly. What is the Kai domain? Is it a world of the upper plane?
The 7 gods exchanged glances and then began to explain. The world we are in is divided into 3 planes, the upper plane, the middle plane, and the lower plane. Beyond these 3 major planes, there are various other worlds. These worlds, as they do not depend on the planes, are called domains. The Kai domain is one of the relatively advanced domains among them. There are no native creatures in the Kai domain, only sets of star armors. By chance, the 7 of us entered the Kai domain and thus obtained these 7 sets of star armors. After the detailed explanation from the 7 gods, Yi-qing finally understood. Unexpectedly, beyond the 3 major planes, there were other worlds. This world was far more vast than Yi-qing had imagined.
We have already answered your questions. Could you spare our lives?
The 7 gods cautiously looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing's gaze swept over the star armor on the 7 gods, pondering for a moment.
According to what the 7
gods had said, his star armor, after reaching the 3rd level true god rank, could only advance further by devouring star power of the same origin. However, the star armor on him was produced by the system. Perhaps it might be different? Seeing Yi-qing remain silent, the 7 gods couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing that Yi-qing might suddenly kill them one by one.
System, after my star armor reaches the 3rd level true god rank, can it upgrade by devouring star power of a different origin? Of course it can. Anything produced by this system is guaranteed to be top-notch.
Hearing the system's response, Yi-qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to the 7 gods and said, leave your star armors and the location of the entrance to the armor domain, and I will let you go. Upon hearing this, the 7 gods hesitated, their faces showing reluctance. However, in the end, they said nothing, removed their star armors, and left directly. Originally, their strength was only at the level of 3rd-class true gods, and it was only after thousands of years of planning in the world of Armor Star that they reached the level of 2nd-class true gods. Now, it could be said that they had returned to square one, but in order to save their lives, giving up a set of star armors was a sacrifice they could weigh properly. Moreover, since they knew the location of the entrance to the armor domain, they could always obtain another set of star armors and start over.
Although the process would be somewhat troublesome, they were willing to accept it.
After all, their talent was not particularly strong, and if they were to cultivate step by step, it might take tens of thousands of years to progress from 3rd-class true gods to 2nd-class true gods. However, obtaining a set of star armors would only take a few thousand years. Why not choose the easier path? Watching the 7 gods leave, Li Bai asked Yi-qing, Master, are you really letting them go like this? They will definitely start over again. Yi-qing chuckled lightly, it's none of my business, so why should I meddle?
Li Bai remained silent for a while and did not continue the conversation.
Yi-qing's reasoning made sense. Their restart had nothing to do with him. After all, they were fundamentally incapable of heading to the lower plane and posed no threat to Blue Star.
If Blue Star were in the middle plane, Yi-qing would have dealt with them long ago, who knows if they might just happen to target Blue Star. Thus, if there was a potential threat, Yi-qing would eliminate it, if not, he wouldn't waste his time playing the role of a righteous hero. Let's go. I need to upgrade these 7 sets of star armor to true god level first. With that, Yi-qing and Li Bai left their spot and headed toward the desolate land. There were no star beasts of the demigod realm in the desolate land itself, but there were some outside of it. Upon reaching the outskirts, Yi-qing and Li Bai quickly spotted a demigod level star beast. Yi-qing sighed regretfully. I completely forgot to ask them where these star beasts actually come from. Could it be that they captured them from the armor domain? Li Bai shook his head slightly. This possibility is unlikely. I speculate that besides the star armor, there are other things within the armor star. When integrated into a world, they give birth to star beasts. Yi-qing frowned, feeling that Li Bai's speculation made a lot of sense. As Li Bai had guessed, besides the star armor, there was a peculiar type of stone within the armor domain, known as starstone. When starstone is integrated into a world, it transforms the original animals of that world into star beasts. Next, Yi-qing had Li Bai capture numerous star beasts at the demigod level. After a round of hunting, all 7 sets of Yi-qing's star armor reached the true god level. Although they were only the lowest third-class true god level, they still possessed true god level combat power. Yi-qing looked at the 7 star cards in his hand and fell into deep thought. The star power of the 7 god star armor had not yet been absorbed, and the star power of the 7 second-class true god level star armors was only enough to elevate one set of star armor to first-class true god level. Therefore, Yi-qing had to choose one set from the 7 star armors. Clearly, among the 7 star armors, the profound meanings controlled by Emperor Rider and Time King were the most powerful. Thus, Yi-qing chose Shura. Strength and weakness are only temporary, but being cool is a lifelong pursuit. The ancestor modes of Decade and Zio truly can't compare to the charisma of Shura. Moreover, with the system's support, Yi-qing felt that in the future, he might even directly master the laws of time and space. Even if he couldn't achieve that, he could find a way to upgrade Decade and Zio. After donning Shura, Yi-qing began absorbing the star power from the 7 divine star armors. Since he was directly absorbing the star power within the armors, the energy was immense, instantly raising Shura's level to second-class true god. Once all the star power within the 7 sets of star armor was fully absorbed, Shura's level finally reached first-class true god. Alright, the task is done. Li Bai, go capture more star beasts at the demigod realm. I need to bring them back to help my senior brothers upgrade, Yi-qing said, looking at Li Bai. Since his star armor had already reached true god level, it was time to help his close companions upgrade their star armor levels. The stronger Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming became, the stronger their divine weapons would naturally be, which was undoubtedly something Yi-qing was most pleased to see. Although the star armors of Yi Xiaoing, Lu Ming, and Yi Tianxian were replicas and could only reach the demigod level, that was sufficient. With this, Blue Star's combat power would be top tier even in the mid-plane. Coupled with the star armors, Blue Star effectively possessed 2 first-class true gods, 6 third-class true gods, and 4 demigods. After Yi-qing and Li Bai captured some demigod-level star beasts, they left the outer region and entered the desolate land. Crossing the desolate land, they made their way back to the ancient city. The soldiers on the city walls widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing Yi-qing return. He had been missing for several days, and they had assumed he was dead. After all, everyone who had ventured into the desolate land and failed to return the same day had perished. Standing on the city wall and noticing the astonished looks from the crowd, Yi-qing couldn't help but say, "What's wrong? Did you all think I was dead?" The crowd instinctively nodded. Yi-qing, forget it. I'm leaving now. Make sure to inform Commander Li about my departure. With that, Yi-qing left the city wall and headed toward the 7 nations territory. Since his star armor had already reached the true god level, Yi-qing had no intention of staying in the ancient city any longer. With his first-class true god level star armor, his speed was extraordinary, and it took him less than 3 minutes to travel from the desolate land back to the Beidou district in the imperial capital. Upon returning to the district, Yi-qing found Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming and informed them about the 7 gods and the star armor. Then, looking at the two, he asked, "Senior brother, senior sister, my star armor has reached the true god level, so I plan to return." Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming exchanged glances. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiaoing said, "We made a promise to someone, so naturally, we can't go back on our word. How about this? You take Tianxian back to Blue Star, and a year later, we'll trouble you to come and fetch us again." Yi-qing thought for a moment and nodded. A person should keep their word, and he certainly wouldn't force his senior brother and sister to break their promises. "Senior brother, let's find an open area. I'll help upgrade your star armor to the demigod level first." Alright, knowing that Yi-qing had a large number of demigod level star beasts, the two didn't hesitate. After all, Yi-qing no longer needed these star beasts. The three chatted casually as they left the Beidou district and arrived at a forest outside the imperial capital. Yi-qing released 4 demigod level star beasts, all of which were on unconscious. Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming only needed to deliver the final blow. A few days ago, when Yi-qing upgraded to the demigod level, he had slain 12th tier star beasts, requiring 5 such beasts to upgrade a set of star armor. However, for demigod level star beasts, only 2 were needed. Normally, according to the star armor's requirements, star beasts killed with assistance wouldn't provide star power. But Yi-qing had learned from the system that, due to the strength of his star armor, this restriction didn't apply when he helped. Thus, Yi-qing captured star beasts to help his senior brother and sister level up. As expected, the system didn't deceive Yi-qing. After Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming killed the 4 unconscious demigod level star beasts, their star armor levels both broke through to the demigod level. With their strength enhanced once again, Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming were overjoyed. Over the years, their progress and strength had stagnated. This applied to both their star armor and their personal cultivation levels. After reaching the 9th tier, their cultivation speed had slowed down drastically. This wasn't due to environmental factors, as the cultivation environment in the mid-plane world was far superior to that of Blue Star. The issue lay in their cultivation techniques. Before they disappeared from Blue Star, Yilin hadn't passed on more advanced cultivation techniques to them. As a result, once they reached the 9th tier, their cultivation speed significantly declined. However, this issue had been resolved in the past few days. Upon learning through the communicator that both had reached the 9th tier, Yilin transmitted the subsequent cultivation techniques to them. During the process, Yilin couldn't help but lament that if he had passed on all the techniques to them from the beginning, with their talent, they might have already broken through to the 10th tier by now. This thought filled Yilin with regret, as he felt he had delayed Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming's cultivation progress. After patiently waiting for Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming's star armor to reach the demigod level, Yi-qing returned with them. Upon their return, Yi Xiaoshang looked at Yi-qing and said with a smile, "Junior brother, once you take Tianxian back to Blue Star, we'll leave Tianxian in your care." Yi-qing nodded and smiled, "Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of our niece." Yi Xiaoshang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Are you really clueless or just pretending? Can't you see my painstaking efforts to match you with Tianxian?" Yi-qing's smile instantly froze, then he replied with a bitter smile, "Senior brother, to be honest, I've never considered such things. I'll just let fate decide." "What? Isn't my Tianxian beautiful? Don't you want a beautiful wife? Or are you planning to stay single for the rest of your life?" Yi Xiaoshang, seeing Yi-qing's aggrieved expression, said angrily, No rush, when the time comes, it will naturally happen." Yi-qing reluctantly defended. Yi Xiao was so angry that he wanted to hit Yi-qing. At that moment, Yi Xiao's optical brain suddenly rang. His gaze shifted to the optical brain, and he answered a call. On the optical brain screen, Elder Zhao's figure instantly appeared. Elder Xiao looked extremely disheveled and his expression was solemn. Seeing Elder Xiao in such a state, Yi Xiao's brows immediately furrowed tightly. "Elder Xiao, what happened?" he asked with concern. Elder Xiao said in a deep voice, "Xiaoshang, something has happened. Just now, Emperor Star University was attacked by unidentified enemies. A group of students was taken, and I couldn't stop them." A bad thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xiaoshang's mind, and his expression instantly turned grave. "Tianxian." Elder Xiao nodded slightly without saying more. Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming immediately stood up, their breathing becoming unsteady. Yi-qing also furrowed his brows. Elder Xiao was a 12th tier star armor master, yet even he couldn't fend off the enemy's attack. This could only mean that those who attacked Emperor Star University were definitely not from the world of Kaixing. He knew Kaixing well. Apart from the 7 gods, there were no humans at the demigod or pseudogod level there. If a demigod level human appeared in the 7 nations, they would surely be taken by the 7 gods, so it was impossible for people from other countries to attack Emperor Star. Yi-qing looked at Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, don't worry, I'll ask Li Bai to help find Tianxian." After speaking, Li Bai appeared beside Yi-qing. "Li Bai, quickly use your divine sense to check if Tianxian is still in this world. I suspect it was done by people from another world," Yi-qing said urgently. Li Bai immediately nodded, releasing his divine sense to cover the entire world. Moments later, Li Bai looked at Yi-qing and replied, "Master, your suspicion is correct. There is no trace of Yi Tianxuan's presence in this world anymore. I found a weak point in the space. By leaving this world through that point, I can track the traces left by those who departed. There's no time to lose. Let's go after them quickly," Yi-qing said calmly. Then, the 3 of them followed Li Bai, leaving Beidou community and heading toward Emperor Star University. Above the Imperial Star University, the 4 of them arrived to find that half of the university's buildings had already turned into ruins. Li Bai scanned the area and pointed to the center of the ruins. "That is the weak point in the space. Let's go." With that, the 4 of them flew toward the ruins. Outside the ruins, Elder Xiao saw Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming arriving and immediately flew into the ruins as well. The 4 landed in the center of the ruins, and Elder Xiao arrived shortly after. "Xiaoshang, I have failed you." Yi Xiaoshang shook his head. "Elder Xiao, this is not your fault.
fault. Yi Xiaoxing's rationality remained intact. Although Tianxian had been captured at Imperial Star University, he would not lose control and blame Elder Xiao for it. Yi Xiaoxing turned to Li Bai, cupped his hands, and said, "Sir, I must trouble you." Li Bai nodded slightly, drew a 3-foot-long sword from his back, and his eyes narrowed slightly, instantly releasing a terrifying aura. Elder Xiao immediately felt a suffocating pressure. As Li Bai moved his sword, a flash of sword light appeared, and a black vortex emerged in front of the group. "Master, while their aura hasn't completely dissipated, let's leave here quickly and catch up with them," Li Bai said to Yi-qing. Yi-qing nodded, and Elder Xiao hurriedly said, "May I go along to help?" Li Bai glanced at Elder Xiao and shook his head, saying, "The endless void is not a place just anyone can enter. Only gods may step into it. Elder Xiao, with Emperor Star University under attack, you have plenty of matters to handle. Stop following us around," Yi-qing said as the Azura armor slowly manifested on his body. Yi-qing's cultivation was still at the 3rd tier, and to enter the endless void, he had to don the Azura armor. Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming also summoned their star armors, as their realms had not yet reached the divine level, and they could only rely on the star armor to traverse the rift and enter the endless void. "Let's go," Yi-qing said, stepping into the rift first, with Li Bai and the other two following closely behind. Yi Tianxian had already been abducted, and none of them were in the mood for further conversation. The four crossed the rift, and the fissure in the ruins disappeared immediately after. At this moment, on the other side, the four had just stepped over the crack and found themselves in a dark environment. They looked around, as if they had arrived in outer space. Beneath their feet was an endless expanse, and the surroundings were the same. The light was dim, but faintly visible were some extremely dazzling starlights, making them feel as if they were amidst countless stars. "Master, that direction." Li Bai pointed to a spot, and the four immediately moved in that direction. Li Bai led the way, with the other three following closely behind. It wasn't long, just a few minutes, before Li Bai stopped. "Master, the traces have disappeared. It seems this is an independent world, which may have set its sights on the Kai Star world long ago. Due to the presence of the 7 gods before, this world dared not act recklessly. After the 7 gods left, they might have thought the Kai Star world was now godless, so they began their invasion." Li Bai looked at Yi-qing and shared his speculations in one breath. Yi-qing nodded slightly, as he also thought this was very likely. After all, Yi Tianxian being captured was indirectly caused by his actions, wasn't it? "Li Bai, how do we enter this world?" Yi-qing asked Li Bai, as he was indeed at a loss about such matters. "Please wait a moment, master," Li Bai said, lightly tracing his index and middle fingers through the air. Instantly, a rift appeared before him. It was as if Li Bai had torn through the void with his fingers, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. In reality, whether within or beyond a plane, though they all exist within the endless void, they are untouchable and invisible. Therefore, without divine sense, it is impossible to know if a world exists before you. Only those who have reached the realm of true God can directly tear through the void and enter a world. Neither void gods nor demigods can achieve this. While void gods possess divine sense and can discern whether a world lies ahead, they lack the corresponding power to tear through the endless void. "The rift is open, master. We can enter now," Li Bai said, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing nodded and stepped into the pitch-black rift first, followed closely by Li Bai, Yi Xiaosheng, and Lu Ming. Crossing through the rift, the four arrived in a new world. The atmosphere here was filled with an eerie aura. Looking up, they saw a full moon hanging high in the sky. The surroundings were deathly silent, with only the occasional cawing of crows breaking the stillness, making the scene all the more sinister. The four scanned their surroundings and found the environment unusually strange. The area was densely packed with trees, yet all of them were bare, as if they had already withered and died. "This place looks so desolate," Yi-qing said with a frown. Li Bai nodded slightly. "That's right. I just scanned the area with my divine sense. This world is entirely like this, shrouded in a heavy aura of death, with hardly a trace of vitality to be found. After all, this is a mid-level world. How could it be so desolate?" Yi-qing looked at Li Bai with doubt, his heart filled with questions. A mid-level world, with even divine realm experts, yet appearing so lifeless, this was truly unusual. "The reason this world has become like this, I think, might be related to the gods here. During my divine sense probe earlier, I detected a palace. That palace extends 3,000 zhang deep, and all I could see were white bones. Yi Tianxian and the others are currently inside that palace," Li Bai said gravely. Yi-qing nodded slightly. "Then let's go take a look and find out what's going on." With that, the four of them followed Li Bai in one direction. Before long, they saw a palace towering several hundred meters high, predominantly black with red accents. Ghostly blue flames burned around the palace, illuminating the surrounding scene. The four of them arrived outside the palace, where a row of men in black robes with expressionless faces stood before the main gate, as if they had long known Yi-qing and his group would come, quietly waiting. "They're all void gods," Yi-qing murmured to himself as he looked at the 12 figures on the city wall. "Li Bai, how many divine realms are there in this palace?" Yi-qing asked curiously. "1 second-class true god, 12 false gods." Yi-qing curled his lips. "I thought it would be impressive impressive, but it turns out to be so weak. Listen up, hand over those students from the Armor Star world, or I'll flatten your world. Yi-qing shouted loudly at the 12 false gods. 12 people remained silent, seemingly completely ignoring Yi-qing's threat. An awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Yi-qing rolled up his sleeves, and the essence of battle erupted instantly. My fiery temper. A few void gods dare to show off in front of me. Boom! As he spoke, Yi-qing shot forward like an arrow, his spear thrusting straight ahead. The faces of the 12 void gods changed drastically, thinking, how did it escalate to a fight so quickly? Form the array, one of the void gods shouted. Everyone immediately drew out red longswords and stabbed them into the ground. In an instant, a blood-red barrier appeared in front of them. Yi-qing's spear struck the barrier fiercely. Bang! The barrier momentarily withstood Yi-qing's attack, but the next second, a cracking sound echoed. Crack! What a joke! Yi-qing, in his Azura state, possessed the combat power of a first-class true god. How could a protective shield formed by a few void gods possibly withstand his attack? The sound of cracking echoed continuously, the light screen instantly turned into a bubble, and Yi-qing's long spear struck the city wall fiercely. Boom! The spot where the spear landed began to collapse, and the 12 void gods were directly sent flying by Yi-qing's attack, their internal organs all damaged. They then perished like kites with broken strings. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, puzzled in his heart. Are void gods really this weak? Void gods are merely beings with divine power but completely ignorant of the power of profound truths. Plus, you're at the first-class true god realm, so directly shaking them to death is not surprising at all, Li Bai said as he walked slowly to Yi-qing's side. Previously, Li Bai had also been like Yi-qing, his attacks hitting empty space, yet he had severely injured the 7 gods. Now, Yi-qing directly killed the void gods, which seemed unremarkable and entirely normal. Let's go inside. These 12 void gods were clearly stalling for time, Yi-qing said as he flew toward the palace interior. Li Bai and the other 2 immediately followed, while Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming were anxious and restless at this moment. Moments later, the 4 entered a palace, and upon seeing the situation inside, a trace of coldness appeared on all their faces. At this moment, inside the palace, more than a dozen students had already died. Their faces were pale, and all traces of vitality had been completely drained. Above the center of the palace, a man in a red robe was gripping a student's head, and in an instant, the student's life force was entirely absorbed by him. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming immediately spotted Yi Tianxian, who was still alive, and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Bai, capture this guy for me. I want him alive, Yi-qing said, looking at Li Bai. Since Yi-qing's rebirth, this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Although he had often read about similar scenarios in novels, seeing it with his own eyes was far more intense than he had imagined. Yi-qing was not someone who cared deeply about the fate of others, but watching a life vanish in an instant before his eyes, if he claimed to feel nothing, it would undoubtedly be self-deception. Upon hearing Yi-qing's words, Li Bai immediately drew his longsword and charged at the man. He had long wanted to confront someone like this. The act of absorbing others' life force to enhance one's cultivation was utterly despicable. Li Bai's sword carried a righteous aura, and witnessing such a scene ignited a burning rage within him. The overwhelming sword intent surged forward, but the man merely sneered coldly. With a casual wave of his hand, he used his divine power to pull several students in front of him, intending to use them as human shields. Meeting for the first time, there's no need for violence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Quebec. The man stood calmly behind a few students as he spoke. Li Bai's pause made Lin K realize their origins, and at this moment, he appeared particularly brazen. If Li Bai had charged forward without a moment's hesitation earlier, Lin K would have fled without a trace, let alone dared to put on airs here. Let them go, and I'll let you leave, Yi-qing said to Lin Quebec. Among the hostages Lin K was holding, Yi Tianxian was one of them, leaving Yi-qing unable to act rashly. If Yi Tianxian weren't among them, he wouldn't have hesitated to rush forward and deal with this guy. As for the hostages' lives, he wouldn't have cared after all. As long as he wanted, revival coins could bring them back. However, with Yi Tianxian among them, the situation was different. After all, she had already died once, and the taste of death was undoubtedly unpleasant. Naturally, he didn't want her to endure such pain again. After all, Yi Tianxian was also his niece. Lin K grinned. Why should I believe you? Stop wasting time here. If you don't release them and keep stalling, I won't care whether you live or die, Yi-qing said, feigning anger. Lin K's gaze shifted as he carefully observed Yi-qing and the others, noticing that Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming's attention was almost entirely focused on the only girl with cultivation among them. He let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on Yi Tianxuan's shoulder. Even a true god has shown up, clearly not for these useless ones without cultivation. So, you're here for her, aren't you? Looks like I've caught someone with quite the identity. As Lin K spoke, his fingertips lightly brushed across Yi Tianxuan's face, looking mockingly at Yi-qing. Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming's faces instantly turned pale. Yi-qing stared at Lin K and said calmly, you don't cherish the chance to live, and instead you're putting on an act here? Little niece, it might hurt a bit in a moment, but don't worry, just grit your teeth and it'll be over. With that, he lifted the Godslayer spear and charged straight at Lin Ke. Lin Ke was stunned. What? Why aren't you following the script? I was just bluffing a little. Aren't you going to try and save them? Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming also looked at Yi-qing in bewilderment. Lin Ke's face turned ashen as he shouted angrily, if you come any closer, I'll kill this girl. Yi-qing released the aura of a grade 1 true god, instantly making it impossible for Lin Ke to keep up his act. He knew all too well that he didn't have the guts to try escaping under the eyes of 2 grade 1 true gods. Boom! Yi-qing hurled the Godslayer spear directly at Lin Ke. What the he's actually doing it? Can't gods be a little less impulsive? Lin Ke's expression changed dramatically. Seeing the spear coming straight at him, he quickly dodged to the side. But just as the spear was about to hit Yi Tianxian, it suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn mid-air, heading straight for Lin Ke instead. Not only did it turn, but the entire spear seemed to bend as if it was made of something soft. The Godslayer spear was a reward from the system, and Yi-qing had complete control over it. Making it change direction was a piece of cake for him. In the instant Lin Ke was stunned, the Godslayer spear pierced straight through him, pinning him to the palace wall. Damn it! Lin Ke muttered helplessly before taking his final breath. After Lin Ke's death, Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming were still in a state of shock. Was it resolved just like that? At this moment, Yi-qing walked up to Yi Tianxian, patted her on the shoulder with a smile, and said, my dear niece, are you okay? Wasn't that shot of mine super cool? Looking at Yi-qing's smile, Yi Tianxuan's eyes welled up with tears. Damn you, Yi-qing. You scared me to death just now. Earlier, when the Godslayer spear charged toward her, she truly felt a moment of near-death terror. Seeing Yi Tianxian on the verge of tears, Yi-qing awkwardly coughed and said, ahem, if I hadn't acted like that, how could I have taken that guy down? Don't cry now, your parents are watching. Humph. Yi Tianxian immediately wiped her eyes and tried her best to hold back her grievance when she heard Yi-qing mention her parents. At this moment, Yi Xiaoshang and Lu Ming also came over to Yi Tianxian and hugged her tightly. The earlier situation had indeed almost scared them out of their wits. Yi-qing did not disturb the three of them but instead walked over to the bodies of the deceased and murmured softly, I've wiped out Elder Zhao's trial grounds completely clean, and I haven't even compensated him yet. Let me save your lives as a form of repayment. As he spoke, he took out some resurrection coins and threw them all into the corpses. In the next moment, a faint golden light shimmered on the bodies of the deceased, and the vitality within them slowly revived. By the way, Oldly, how did those 12 void gods bring them here earlier? Isn't it impossible for non-gods to enter the endless void? Yi-qing asked Li Bai curiously. This had to be clarified, as they still needed to bring these people back later. Li Bai thought for a moment and replied, they probably possess a king-grade artifact of the defensive or spatial type, which allowed them to traverse the endless void. Yi-qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Oldly, go search the bodies quickly. A king-grade artifact can't be wasted. Li Bai nodded and then left the palace. Inside the palace, the people Yi-qing had revived stood up, causing the others who were still alive to scream in terror. Ah, zombies. Yi-qing glanced at them helplessly and said, what are you screaming about? They're not dead, they still had a breath of life left. I just revived them. He naturally wouldn't reveal the truth about the resurrection coins, so he made up an excuse. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and no one doubted that Yi-qing was lying. After all, they weren't sure whether those people had truly died. Earlier, not long after, Li Bai returned to the palace, holding a sphere in his hand, which he handed to Yi-qing. Master, I was right. They did have a king-grade artifact on them. Judging by its appearance, it seems to be a defensive king-grade artifact. Yi-qing carefully examined the king-grade artifact and nodded slightly. He really needed this artifact, as it was his first king-grade artifact if the star armor wasn't counted. Although it was far inferior to the god-slaying spear, it was still quite impressive. Yi-qing handed the artifact to Li Bai. Oldly, refine this, and then take them back to the star armor world. Li Bai did not refuse and took it directly, as he was the only one present capable of refining it. Yi-qing couldn't refine it himself due to his insufficient strength. The reason he could use the god-slaying spear was because the system had gifted it to him, and its automatic refining function was truly admirable. After Li Bai finished refining the royal artifact, everyone prepared to leave this desolate place. Oldly, you protect those ordinary people, and will return to the armor star world, Yi-qing said to Li Bai. Li Bai nodded, then released the royal artifact, transforming it into a white transparent light sphere that enveloped Yi Tianxian and the others. Immediately afterward, Li Bai broke through the world's barrier and let everyone out of this barren world. Before long, the group returned to the armor star world. In the ruins of Imperial Star University, they stepped out of the vortex and returned to Armor Star. Elder Xiao, who had been monitoring the situation at the ruins, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi-qing and the others return safely. The students who had narrowly escaped death were so overwhelmed with emotion that they were almost in tears. Being suddenly abducted by a god during class, having their vitality drained, these successive events had thoroughly terrified them. At this moment, moment, the students were crying as they reunited with their friends and families, while Li Bai approached Yi-qing.
Master, these people have been rescued. It's time for us to handle the real business, return to that world and retrieve the Tianshu, Li Bai said, looking at Yi-qing.
Yi-qing paused for a moment and asked, Tianshu? Is this something important? Li Bai, having anticipated Yi-qing's lack of knowledge about Tianshu, immediately began to explain, Master, every world within a plane is divided into 3 levels, low-level worlds, mid-level worlds, and high-level worlds. These 3 levels of worlds exist within 3 separate planes. Low-level worlds are countless, mid-level worlds number around 10,000, and high-level worlds are only 3. The classification of a world's level depends on its core. Low-level worlds lack a core, which is why there are countless low-level worlds. The core of mid-level worlds is the Tianshu. If the host can seize the Tianshu of that world, it will enable the world where Blue Star resides to evolve into a mid-level world. After listening to Li Bai's introduction, Yi-qing nodded slightly, gaining a bit more understanding of the various aspects of this world. Oldly, what's the core of the higher world called? He asked. Central Axis, Li Bai replied. I think this name doesn't sound as good as the core of the middle world, Heavenly Axis. Yi-qing muttered. Master, that's not the point. We should hurry and retrieve the Heavenly Axis, Li Bai reminded. Yi-qing nodded slightly. Alright then. After speaking, he turned to Yi Xiaoing. Senior brother, Lao Li, and I still have some matters to attend to. You all head back first. Once Lao Li and I are done, I'll return to Beidou community to pick up Tianxian and head back to Blue Star. Oh, and make sure Tianxian packs her luggage. As soon as Yi-qing finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yi Xiaoxing's response and, together with Li Bai, disappeared into the rift. Again, Yi Tianxian stood in place, dazed for a moment, then turned to Yi Xiaoxing and asked, Dad, are we going back to Blue Star? It's not we going back, it's you two going back. Your mom and I can't return just yet. You and that rascal Yi-qing will go back first. Your mom and I must fulfill our promise and will return in a year, Yi Xiaoxing explained to Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright then. She had no objections to returning to Blue Star. After all, Yi Xiaoxing and Lu Ming had told her since she was little that Blue Star was her true home. Although she would be separated from her parents, she wasn't sad enough to cry about it. After all, she could call them anytime, and Yi Xiaoxing and Lu Ming would return to Blue Star in a year. On the other side, Li Bai and Yi-qing quickly returned to that extremely desolate world. Yi-qing looked at Li Bai and asked, Oldly, if we take the Tianshu of this world, what will happen to it? If this world still had gods, perhaps it would just become a medium domain. But this world has no trace of vitality left, let alone gods. The final outcome would likely be its decline into a low-level domain. Just like the worlds within planes, the worlds outside planes, the domains, also have 3 levels, low-level domains, medium-level domains, and high-level domains. The formation of those domains is largely due to the absence of a core or the core being taken. How many high-level domains are there? Yi-qing was no longer very interested in the low-level and mid-level ones, only in the high-level ones. Li Bai replied, According to the records in my memory, there are 2 high-level domains. We must visit those high-level worlds and high-level domains in the future. Yi-qing said with some interest, Master, should I start using my divine sense to search for the location of Tianshu? No need, I'll do it myself. Yi-qing said lightly. Of course, Yi-qing didn't have divine sense. Yi-qing planned to use the Eye of Investigation. To be honest, the Eye of Investigation is much more convenient than divine sense when it comes to finding things. However, for peeking at things, it definitely can't compare to the external release of divine sense. Eye of Investigation, locate the position of Tianshu. Yi-qing silently chanted in his heart, and a map appeared in his mind. From the map, Yi-qing also learned the location of Tianshu. The map shows that the Tianshu is located inside the palace where Lin Ke resides. Yi-qing thought so too. Such an important item, Lin Ke would definitely keep it in his own palace. After learning the location, Yi-qing and Li Bai headed toward the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, Yi-qing followed the display on the Eye of Investigation and walked inside, stopping in front of the chair where Lin Ke had once sat. At this moment, the Eye of Investigation also revealed that this chair was the celestial pivot. Yi-qing looked at Li Bai with a bewildered expression and asked, Oldly, the celestial pivot looks like a chair? Are you kidding me? No matter how much Yi-qing had imagined various images of the celestial pivot earlier, he never expected that the celestial pivot would actually be a chair. Li Bai shook his head with a smile and said, Master, of course not. The shape of the celestial pivot can change infinitely. Once you reach the true God realm, you can refine the celestial pivot and alter its form. The level of Tianshu is a royal weapon, but it is much more powerful than a royal weapon because it can transform endlessly, equivalent to possessing countless royal weapons, and it can also control a world. However, since it cannot compare to an imperial weapon, it still only belongs to the category of royal weapons. Nevertheless, almost everyone considers a Tianshu to be a semi-imperial weapon. The semi-imperial weapon level does not actually exist, it is a fabricated concept created by everyone specifically for Tianshu. Shu. Yi-qing, after hearing Li Bai's words, threw the Tian Shu into the system space. This semi-imperial artifact, capable of infinite transformations and controlling the world, was something Yi-qing naturally wouldn't just hand over to Li Bai. The main reason was that he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. However, if Yi-qing were to obtain another Tian Shu in the future, he would naturally give it to Li Bai then, allowing Li Bai's strength to reach new heights. The sword in Li Bai's hand, gifted by the system, was merely a super divine weapon. But now that Li Bai was a first-class true god, wielding a super divine weapon as his weapon was indeed somewhat beneath his status. The pivot has been found. Just as the two were preparing to leave this world, the system, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly spoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the S-rank achievement Godslayer. Rewards: Imperial Artifact Long Yuan Sword, Imperial Artifact Xian Yuan Sword, Sword Dao Law. Note: Godslayer was originally an A-rank achievement. However, as the host accomplished the feat of slaying a god with a mortal body, the achievement has been upgraded to S-rank. The system's announcement left Yi-qing momentarily stunned. Goodness, you lousy system, are you lagging again? Lin Kei's body has already gone cold before you showed up. Yi-qing joked with a smile. Yi-qing didn't care whether it came early or late, as long as it came. 2 Imperial artifacts, this is great. Li Bai's weapon is now settled. Yi-qing took out the Long Yuan sword from the 2 swords and then handed it to Li Bai. Old Li, take it. This is the Long Yuan sword. With this sword, you might be able to exchange a couple of moves with a God King in the future. Li Bai took the Long Yuan sword and instantly fell in love with it. As a sword cultivator, with an Imperial grade sword placed before him, he naturally couldn't put it down. Imperial artifacts are extremely rare, and in the system-generated memories of Li Bai, only Divine Kings possess Imperial artifacts. Moreover, they usually only own one, and the total number of known Imperial artifacts definitely does not exceed 20. After Li Bai put away the sword, the two left this world and returned to the Armor Star world. On the way to the Beidou district, Yi-qing looked at Li Bai and asked, Old Li, when do you think you'll break through to become a Divine King? Li Bai's mouth twitched slightly as he said, Master, breaking through to the Divine King level is not that simple. To further advance one's own profound meaning and transform it into a law is an extremely difficult task. Moreover, as far as I know, there is a saying circulating in this world, 12 Divine Kings in the heavens, and over 100 main gods below them. This means that even if I comprehend the Sword Dao Law, I still wouldn't be a Divine King, just a main god. Yi-qing looked completely baffled and asked in confusion, where did this main god come from? Yi-qing was genuinely puzzled. He felt that when he previously asked the system about the levels of gods, the system had told him they were virtual god, demigod, true god, and divine king. As a result, Yi-qing recently learned that true gods are divided into first, second, and third levels. Yi-qing could understand this, as it is quite normal for a major realm to be divided into 3 or 4 minor realms. Yi-qing even suspected that the God King might also be divided into 3 or 4 minor realms, which was entirely within Yi-qing's expectations. But what on earth is this suddenly emerging Lord God realm? Li Bai saw Yi-qing's puzzled expression and immediately explained, Master, this Lord God realm is like the half-emperor artifact. Both are fabricated by the people. Because, between first-level true gods and God Kings, there is a half-God King. Therefore, people have defined this half-God King as a new realm, which is the Lord God realm. What is the situation with this demigod king? Yi-qing asked in confusion. Master, you might not know this, but the reason why a God King is a God King is because they have mastered the power of 2 laws. However, there are very few who can cultivate both paths simultaneously and fully master them. As a result, some who only master one law are called demigod kings. Yi-qing nodded in partial understanding. So, God Kings all master 2 laws, while this main god only masters the power of 1 law. Old Li, then you should cultivate another path. If we're going to be something, let's be a God King, not just some main god. Yi-qing looked at Li Bai and said. Li Bai gave a wry smile and said, Master, that's easy for you to say. Cultivating another path is unimaginably difficult. No worries, don't panic. If we get any treasures in the future, I'll definitely let you use them. Yi-qing smiled and looked at Li Bai as he spoke. Yi-qing was someone with a system, so he naturally wouldn't be satisfied with only himself becoming a God King. How could he not also elevate his parents, his sister, Suyu, and Li Bai to God Kings as well? If the system knew what Yi-qing was thinking, it would probably be speechless and mock him. Do you think God Kings are as common as cabbages? You think you can just have as many as you want? Beidou community. After returning to the community, Yi-qing saw that Yi Tianxian in the living room had already packed her luggage and said her goodbyes to their parents. She was just waiting for Yi-qing to come and pick her up. This also made things easier. Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian didn't stay here for long before leaving together. The two left the Beidou community and headed out of the imperial capital. Dear niece, although you're going home, this is your first time traveling far, isn't it? Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and asked. Yi Tianxian nodded somewhat wistfully. It was indeed her first time leaving her parents. From the time she was born until now, she had always been by her parents' side. Now, leaving them meant heading out into the world. For others, going to college and leaving their parents might mean going to another province or even abroad, but for her, it was completely different. Yi-qing quickly brought Yi Tianxian to the outskirts of the imperial capital, then took out his divine emperorship. Yi Tianxian stared at the suddenly appearing divine emperorship, her mouth wide open in astonishment. This kind of thing didn't even exist in Kaixing, a world known for its advanced technology. Yi-qing looked at the surprised Yi Tianxian, smiled, and led her into the divine emperorship. Although the divine emperorship was a small battleship, it was by no means small. It had 12 rooms equipped inside, plus the control rooms and other facilities, making it clear that the ship was quite spacious. Walking into the divine emperorship, Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and said, "Choose a room for yourself." With that, Yi-qing headed straight to the control room. Yi Tianxian, on the other hand, went to pick a room. Arriving at the control room, Yi-qing took out the communicator. "Xiaoing, take over the divine emperorship, then you pilot it. We're heading back to Blue Star." "Alright, master, the divine emperorship has been successfully taken over." As Xiaoxing's voice fell, all the screens in the control room instantly lit up, and Xiaoxing appeared on the central screen. Yi-qing sat directly in the captain's seat, then looked around and said, "This divine emperorship is really impressive. By the way, Xiaoxing, how long will it take us to return to Blue Star?" "According to the navigation system of the divine emperorship, it will take about a month," Xiaoxing replied. Yi-qing's eyes widened directly. "What, that long? It only took me a few minutes to get here." Xiaoxing said helplessly, "But master, according to the navigation system of the divine emperorship, it really does take a month. After all, this is interdimensional travel. If it weren't for the powerful performance of the divine emperorship and its ability to perform wormhole jumps, it would be absolutely impossible to travel from the Armor Star world to Blue Star in just 1 month." Yi-qing rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, Alright, let's set off then." Yi-qing was truly at a loss for words. After all, he had only spent half a month in the Armor Star world, and now the return journey would take a whole month. This is just ridiculous. Fortunately, the divine emperorship was equipped with every kind of entertainment facility, had ample space, and provided an excellent living environment. Otherwise, staying on it for a month would have been truly unbearable. Not long after, Yi Tianxian, who had chosen her room, also came to the control room. Seeing Yi-qing's speechless expression, she asked in confusion, "Yi-qing, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, it's just that I just found out it actually takes a month to go back." "Sigh, it's so hard to endure." Yi-qing sighed and said, "Is being alone with me really that hard for you to endure?" Yi Tianxian said aggrievedly, and after speaking, she left the control room without another word. Yi-qing muttered with a confused expression, "Is that what I meant?" As Yi-qing spoke, he immediately got up and headed in the direction Yi Tianxian had left, shouting as he walked, "Dear niece, that's not what I meant." Not listening, turtle chanting scriptures. In the time that followed, Yi-qing did not waste any time and began secluded cultivation. In a situation where he was alone with a beautiful and adorable girl, he chose without hesitation to go into seclusion. Watching Yi-qing start his seclusion, Yi Tianxian was a bit dumbfounded. In Yi-qing's room, after taking out the spirit gathering array, Yi-qing began cultivating. During the half-month journey to Armor Star, he had been focusing on leveling up the star armor, which caused his own cultivation realm to stagnate. After half a month, he was still at tier 3, 5 stars. This couldn't go on, so Yi-qing decided to go into seclusion. He absolutely couldn't waste this 1 month of time. As for Yi Tianxian, Yi-qing stated, "Women will only slow down my cultivation progress." To prevent Yi Tianxian from getting bored and disturbing his cultivation, Yi-qing simply let Era out to do something, keeping Yi Tianxian occupied. In the blink of an eye, a month quietly passed. During this month, Yi-qing truly did not step out of his room even once. The richness of spiritual energy in the midplane far surpasses that of Blue Star. Coupled with the spirit gathering array, after a month of arduous cultivation, Yi-qing's cultivation level had reached the 4th tier, 1 star. Advancing 5 stars in a month, this speed was already astonishing. On this day, Yi-qing finally ended his seclusion and stepped out of his room. Control room. As soon as Yi-qing arrived at the control room, he saw Yi Tianxian sitting in the captain's seat, while Era was tied up and thrown in front of Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "Hey, my Yiha is a 6th tier demon beast. How did you manage to tie it up?" Yi Tianxian glared at Yi-qing fiercely, then gritted her teeth and said, "Don't ask me how I did it. What do you mean by this? It's bad enough that you go into seclusion, but you also let this dumb dog out to cause me trouble. All it does is pick fights with me every day." Yi-qing gave an awkward laugh and said, "I was just worried my dear niece might get bored, so I specifically let Yiha keep you company." "Master, help me. This woman couldn't beat me, so she put on armor." Despicable and shameless. Yiha immediately looked at Yi-qing and started shouting loudly. Yi Tianxian frowned slightly and grabbed Erha by the neck with one hand, lifting him up. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, so Erha immediately shut his mouth obediently. "Yiha, aren't you already at the 6th tier? How could you lose to my niece? I remember my niece is only at the 5th tier. Even if she's wearing star armor, she shouldn't be able to defeat you, a divine beast who's a whole tier above her, right?" Yi-qing Yi-qing looked at Yiha with extreme confusion, then shifted his gaze to Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian smiled smugly and said, although I'm only at the 5th tier, my 3 sets of star armor can combine, and after combining, the star armor becomes 6th tier. Yi-qing was slightly surprised for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, that shouldn't be possible. Your star armor is just a replica version, it shouldn't be this overpowered. Erha is a divine beast, and within the same tier, shouldn't he be invincible? Yi-qing had just voiced his doubts when Era started to look aggrieved. Master, this woman has endless strength, it's too much bullying for a dog. Hearing this, Yi-qing immediately understood the reason. At this moment, the divine emperorship was in the endless void, which was the closest place to the stars in the sky. As a result, Yi Tianxian wouldn't experience any depletion of star power during a fight. Yi Tianxian glared at Era with her delicate eyebrows raised, looking fierce as she said, calling me this woman over and over. Do you not know how to spell the word death? The husky shivered in fear. He had been beaten up quite a bit this past month. After Yi Tianxian found out that Yiha could recover from injuries the very next day, she became even less inclined to let him off the hook. But then again, this was all Yiha's own doing, who told him to provoke Yi Tianxian. Master, save me. The husky immediately started jumping frantically on 2 legs while shouting loudly. Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian with a wry smile and said, Dear niece, let the husky go. Hearing Yi-qing's words, Yi Tianxian finally released the husky. As soon as the husky landed on the ground, it scrambled and crawled to hide behind Yi-qing. Master, quickly take me into your space. This woman is too dangerous. The husky hurriedly shouted. Fighting, the husky expressed no fear at all. Getting hurt, the husky showed complete disdain. But damn it, I'm the only one getting hurt here, and you're not even tired. This is just bullying the dog a bit too much. Yi-qing glanced at the husky behind him, ignored it, and instead looked at the uncontrollable main screen and asked, Xiaoing, how much longer until we reach Blue Star? Master, we are about to cross the barrier between dimensions. Once we cross it, we'll be back to Blue Star very soon. It should take about 3 more hours to reach Blue Star. Xiaoxing's figure immediately appeared on the main screen and provided the answer. Yi-qing nodded slightly, finally getting what he wanted. Life inside the divine emperorship wasn't bad, but being confined there for a month truly made Yi-qing feel uncomfortable. Yi-qing decided that when it was time to pick up Yi Xiaoshang and looming a year later, he would let Xiaoxing pilot the divine emperorship on its own. After all, it made no difference whether he was there or not. The divine emperorship could operate on autopilot, so it didn't matter if he didn't go. Yi Tianxian was somewhat pleased to hear Xiaoxing's words. Are we finally arriving at Blue Star? Yi Tianxian had been truly bored during this month on the divine emperorship. There was no one to chat with, and even a dog was causing trouble. Not long after, a system notification suddenly sounded in Yi-qing's ear as he sat on the divine emperorship's main website. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Grade A achievement of crossing the dimensional barrier. Reward, SSS level spatial ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit. The SSS level spatial ability has been upgraded to the laws of space and time. Upon hearing this voice, Yi-qing immediately stood up in surprise and delight. Among the countless laws of the universe, time and space undoubtedly rank at the top. Yi-qing's original laws of fire, ice, and sword were far inferior compared to the laws of space and time. Now, Yi-qing already possesses as many as 5 laws. When Yi-qing's cultivation reaches the level of a god king in the future, he will undoubtedly become invincible in the world the moment he steps into that realm. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiaoxing's voice sounded in the control room. Master, the divine emperorship has arrived at Tianyuan Mountain outside the imperial capital. Yi-qing nodded slightly. Stopped at Tianyuan Mountain? That's fine too. Niece, let's go, we're here. Yi-qing called out and then walked toward the exit of the divine emperorship. Yi Tianxian immediately followed Yi-qing. After the two exited the divine emperorship, Yi-qing stored the ship and Era back into the system space. After storing the divine emperorship, Yi-qing took out a helicopter. The two got on the helicopter and prepared to head to Xinwu. Yi Tianxian sat in the helicopter and looked at Yi-qing, asking worriedly, Yi-qing, do you know how to fly this thing? Don't worry, your uncle here can do anything, whether it's soaring in the sky or diving underground. Yi-qing chuckled, then started the helicopter and flew into the air. Before long, Yi-qing piloted the helicopter to hover above Xinwu. Yi-qing found the right place and headed toward the Shin'i martial arts arena. At this moment, inside the Shin'i martial arts arena, Suyu, Yi-qingge, Yilin, and Zhao Junyi were all waiting. This was because Yi-qing had already informed them when he would return to Blue Star. The helicopter slowly descended, and Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian stepped out of it. Yilin and Zhao Junyi quickly walked forward. Yi-qing smiled and opened his arms, but Yilin and Zhao Junyi bypassed him directly and went to Yi Tianxuan's side. The two elders each grabbed one of Yi Tianxuan's hands and immediately started chatting warmly. Yi-qing stood in place, bewildered and awkward. At this moment, Yi-qing was extremely puzzled in his mind. No, what's going on? I'm your son. Suyu and Yi-qingge both smiled at the scene, then Suyu went up and hugged Yi-qing. Old Yi, your status at home is going to drop. Suyu joked as he spoke. Yi-qing also
also let out a bitter laugh, then looked in the direction of Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi and said, Dad, Mom, I'm your biological son. She's just the daughter of your disciple, not your real daughter. Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi rolled their eyes, and in their gaze, Yi-qing seemed to see a look of disappointment. Then Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi left with Yi Tianxian, chatting and laughing. Yi-qing muttered with a puzzled expression, why do I feel like I saw a look of disappointment in my parents' eyes when they looked at me? Suyu smiled and patted Yi-qing on the shoulder, saying, Old Ji, are you really clueless or just pretending? It's obvious your parents are trying to make that girl their daughter-in-law. Stop talking nonsense. These things happen naturally. Let's not talk about it anymore. Come on, let's grab a bite. I've been eating instant noodles for a whole month. Yi-qing hooked his arm around Suyu's shoulder, complaining as they walked. In the evening at Yi-qing's house, Yi Tianxian had already moved in, turning Yi-qing's household from 5 members to 6. Yi Tianxian arrived, and Yi Yaoyao immediately clung to her. Yi-lin and Zhao Junyue, the couple, were chatting and laughing with Yi Tianxian, while Yi-qingga was off to the side playing games and watching dramas. This instantly made Yi-qing feel a sense of being out of favor. At night, when it was time to sleep, the little girl Yi Yaoyao sneaked into Yi-qing's room. Lying on the bed, Yi-qing looked toward the doorway at the little girl in confusion. Yaoyao, why are you coming to my room so late instead of sleeping? Yi Yaoyao took off her shoes and climbed onto Yi-qing's bed, then hugged Yi-qing. Brother, don't worry, I'll help you win over sister Tianxian. You little rascal, who said I want to pursue your sister Tianxian? Mom and Dad said so. Mom and Dad said sister Tianxian is brother's future girlfriend and told Yaoyao to help brother pursue sister Tianxian. Yi-qing said with a face full of despair, are Mom and Dad that eager for me to get married and have kids? Actually, you couldn't blame Yi-lin and Zhao Junyue for being anxious. After all, when they met Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming, Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming were just a few years old. But now, Yi Xiaosheng and Lu Ming's children are already as old as Yi-qing, and this kid Yi-qing still never interacts with girls. How could they not be worried? Not long after, Yi Yaoyao, who had sneaked into Yi-qing's room, fell asleep. After helping her tuck in the blanket, Yi-qing also went to sleep. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast, Yi-lin looked at Yi-qing and said, Son, Tianxuan's enrollment procedures have been completed. She has been directly assigned under your sister Qingga. Later, take Tianxian to the Shenxi dormitory building to find an empty room. Yi-qing nodded nonchalantly and said, alright. Seeing Yi-qing agree so readily, Yi-lin smiled, thinking that Yi-qing had finally come around. In reality, Yi-lin was overthinking it. What Yi-qing was actually thinking was that helping his niece find a dorm room was just a normal thing to do, wasn't it? After breakfast, Yi-qing and the other two planned to return to the academy. Yi-qing took out his sports car, and after he and Yi Tianxian got in, he noticed that Qingga hadn't gotten in. Sister Qingga, aren't you going to the academy? Yi-qing looked at Yi-qingga in confusion and asked. Qingga smiled and shook her head, saying, why are you worrying about me? Just take Tianxian to the academy first. I'm a high-level ability user. I can fly back to the academy. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, alright, we'll leave first then. Yi-qing wasn't truly naive. It was obvious that Qingga was also trying to match him with Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing just couldn't figure it out. He was a whole generation older than Yi Tianxian. Did they really look so well matched together? Driving the sports car on the road, Yi-qing, pondering this question, turned his head slightly to glance at Yi Tianxian. At that moment, Yi Tianxian also happened to be looking at Yi-qing. The two exchanged a glance, and Yi-qing suddenly felt a trace of panic. Yi Tianxian also immediately turned her head to look straight ahead. Yi-qing was a bit puzzled. Why was he panicking? Could it be that he really liked Yi Tianxian? Yi-qing truly thought this was impossible. When it came to feelings, Yi-qing was like a blank sheet of paper. It is also for this reason that he believes he and Yi Tianxian have only known each other for just over a month. So how could he possibly have fallen for her like this? However, what Yi-qing doesn't know is that when it comes to feelings, once they come, there's no stopping them. These miscellaneous thoughts were quickly thrown to the back of Yi-qing's mind. As for finding a girlfriend, he really hadn't considered it at the moment. Not long after, Yi-qing drove Yi Tianxian to Shenwu Academy, and then Yi-qing led Yi Tianxian toward the Shenyi dormitory building of Shenwu Academy. Shenyi dormitory, Yi-qing checked it once, and room 5 on the first floor was still vacant, so Yi Tianxian moved in directly, and Yi-qing lived right next door in room 4. Dear niece, if you need anything, just come next door to find me. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Our Blue Star Academy is different from your university. We basically don't have fixed classes, and we mostly arrange our own schedules. Yi-qing said, looking at Yi Tianxian. The mentor's disciples are notified by the mentor about when to attend classes, while the counselor's disciples can attend the scheduled classes. Of course, they can also choose not to go. Therefore, Yi-qing, Suyu, and Yi Tianxian can all be said to have no need to attend classes, and Yi-qing didn't plan to go either, as it was of no use. Yi-qing doesn't lack guidance, he just follows his own steady pace of cultivation. As for Suyu, it's the same for him. His father and grandfather are both 9th tier, so he naturally doesn't need the academy's teachers to instruct him. Yi Tianxian didn't need it even more. Yi Tianxian only needed to cultivate step by step
step, and during the mortal realm, the speed of advancement might even surpass Yi-qing's.
There's an event from today until the end of the month.
Not sure if you've seen it, but it's a reward event. Basically, the top 100 novels with the highest reward amounts will get recommendations. So, I don't need to spell it out, right? Once my military training is over next month, I promise to update properly. I'm putting it out here, after the training, for updates a day.
If it's less, well, then it's less. I shouldn't make such absolute statements.
The next day, early in the morning, while Yi-qing was cultivating in his room, he suddenly heard a knock on the door in Suyu's shouting voice. "Old Yi, open the door, old Yi." Yi-qing opened his eyes, got out of bed, and then walked to the door to open it.
"What are you doing so early in the morning?"
Yi-qing looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression and asked.
"I was looking for you about something. Didn't you see the messages in the group?
The Xinwu freshman superpower competition is about to start."
Yi-qing was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, "Do we really need to participate in this thing?"
Although Yi-qing still didn't understand what this freshman superpower competition was about, just hearing the name made it clear that only freshmen could participate. However, among all the freshmen in Xinwu, Yi-qing considered himself to be the strongest, and Yi Tianxian was no exception. Although Yi Tianxuan's star armor had recently been upgraded to demigod level with Yi-qing's help, it was still far inferior to Yi-qing's.
Yi-qing?
In terms of cultivation, Yi-qing indeed had not yet surpassed Yi Tianxian, but when it came to strength, Yi Tianxian could not compare to Yi-qing. Suyu smiled upon hearing Yi-qing's words.
Well, he actually thought the same.
"I'm not interested in the freshman competition itself. What interests me is the reward for the champion."
"What reward? Is it something important?"
"Important? Of course, it's important. The freshman superpower competition is divided into individual and duo groups, and the champions of both groups will receive a token for an S-class secret realm base." As Suyu spoke, his tone gradually became more excited.
It was evident how great the allure of the S-class secret realm was to Suyu.
Yi-qing looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Old Su, why are you so excited?"
"Ordinary people might really need a token for an S-level secret realm base, but wouldn't it be very easy for you to get one if you wanted?"
Indeed, Su Zhan and Su Qiu are both 9th level ability users, so obtaining a token for an S-level secret realm base would be a piece of cake for them. However, Su Zhan and Su Qiu both outwardly refused to actively request a token, leaving Suyu to fend for himself. Upon hearing this response, Suyu's face was filled with utter disdain. Others might not know, but he certainly does. Su Zhan and Su Qiu simply refused to plead with the person in charge of the S-level secret realm base. According to Suyu's knowledge, there are not many S-level secret realms in the Dragon Country, only 2, and they are all overseen by military personnel. Because S-level secret realms are extremely dangerous, only a 9th level ability user can be stationed there, and previously, the military had the most 9th level ability users, with 3 in total. Therefore, 2 of them are stationed in the secret realm all year round, while the other guards the military. The 2 9th level ability users stationed in the secret realm are a father and son duo, just like Su Zhan and Su Qiu. Su Zhan has always been at odds with the father among those 2 and the 9th level ability user surnamed Wang in the imperial capital, so Su Qiu is also at odds with the son among that father and son duo. As a result, Su Zhan and Su Qiu would rather die than ask those 2 for help. Moreover, Xinwu itself possesses the token for the S-level secret realm base, so the 2 are even less likely to seek assistance. They believe that Suyu can still get a token. Suyu explained the reason to Yi-qing, who also gave a wry smile.
"Why do I feel like old Master Su is making enemies everywhere?"
Suyu nodded in agreement with a look of approval, then added, "And my dad too.
An S-class secret realm. I'm quite curious about it too.
Let's participate in this new talent competition, but only in the duo category.
Let's leave the solo category to give others a bit of hope,"
Yi-qing said with a smile.
"All right, I'll go sign us up right now." With that, Suyu cheerfully left.
Meanwhile, in the neighboring dormitory, Yi Tianxian received a message from Zhao Junyi, informing her about the freshman ability competition and suggesting that Yi Tianxian find a partner to participate in the doubles group.
Yi Tianxian did not refuse and directly agreed to Zhao Junyi.
After agreeing, Yi Tianxian left her room and came to Yi-qing's door. She knocked on Yi-qing's door. At that moment, Yi-qing had just reached her room's doorway.
Hearing the knock, she had to turn back to the door. "Dear niece, do you need something from me?"
"Yi-qing, Auntie said she wants me to team up with you for the freshman supernatural abilities competition's duo group."
Yi Tianxian directly stated her purpose.
Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then immediately waved his hand and said, "You're too late.
So you just came over and talked to me about teaming up.
I've already teamed up with Suyu." A hint of disappointment was revealed in Yi Tianxuan's tone, and then she turned and headed back to her dormitory. Yi-qing stood at the doorway in a daze for a moment, then turned around and went back to the dormitory.
After returning to the dormitory, Yi Tianxian told Zhao Junyi about Yi-qing already teaming up with Suyu. Zhao Junyi only replied with one sentence. "Zhao Junyi, Tianxian, you go sign up for the solo competition, leave the rest to Auntie."
Seeing Zhao Junyi's message, Yi Tianxian thought for a moment and agreed, then went went to register for the solo competition. On the other side, Zhao Junyi immediately had someone start modifying the information, slightly changing Suyu and Yi Tianquan's names. At this moment, Yi-qing and the other two were completely unaware of all this. The registration deadline for the new talent ability competition was today, and the official competition would begin tomorrow. By evening, the arrangements for the first round of matches had already been released. Suyu curiously checked the Shenwu official website. After entering his own name, he was instantly dumbfounded. How did I become a solo participant in the competition? Suyu stared at his communicator with wide eyes. Then he quickly exited his event schedule and started searching for Yi-qing. Soon, Suyu's communicator screen displayed Yi-qing's competition schedule. Yi-qing was still a participant in the duo group. Suyu looked at Yi-qing's teammate in confusion, and it was written there, Yi Tianxian. This is outrageous. You can't rig things like this. Suyu immediately shouted out loud. A moment later, Suyu joined a chat group. This chat group didn't have many members. It included Yi-qing's family, Suyu's family, and Yi Tianquan's family. Suyu at Yilin at Zhao Junyi, see, uncle, auntie, that's not fair of you. Suyu's words were perfectly clear to Yilin and Zhao Junyi. Yilin, Xiaoyu, I know you're definitely willing to switch. Anyway, with your abilities, playing solo isn't a problem. Suyu, want to cry but have no tears, alright? Suyu also knew that he couldn't change this back, so he could only prepare for a fight. He originally planned to follow Yi-qing and win effortlessly all the way, but now it seems impossible. Although Suyu's strength among the freshmen was indeed the strongest apart from Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian, fighting a group alone was still a bit challenging. That's right, fighting a group alone. The number of participants in both the solo and duo groups was extremely high, so the first round of the competition was a complete free-for-all, eliminating a large portion of the contestants. Suyu was very likely to be targeted by most people at that time. After all, the scene of Yi-qing and Suyu racing sports cars in front of them over a month ago was something they remembered vividly. Early the next morning, Yi-qing stepped out and saw Suyu with a face full of sorrow. He immediately asked in confusion, "Old Su, what's wrong with you? Don't even ask. Just take a look at the messages in the group yourself," Suyu said gloomily. Yi-qing curiously took out the communicator, opened the unread messages, and after reading for a while, let out a wry smile and said, "My parents are determined to match me with my niece. This is really tough for me. I originally planned to win effortlessly, sigh." Suyu sighed and said. Yi-qing smiled and patted Suyu on the shoulder, saying, "It's okay, old Su, you can handle it on your own." Handle it, my foot. Back when school started, the two of us were so arrogant. They must have remembered exactly what I look like. I'm afraid I'll get ganged up on the moment I step in. Suyu immediately started complaining bitterly. Yi-qing thought for a moment, then said, "That is a problem. How about I help you out? I'll give you something that can dominate the whole scene." Suyu, upon hearing Yi-qing's words, did not ask for the treasure Yi-qing mentioned. Instead, he chuckled awkwardly and said, "No need, I was just complaining. I want to handle it myself. My sword hasn't seen a battle in a long time." Yi-qing smiled and patted Suyu on the shoulder. As the two chatted, the door to Yi Tianquan's room next door also opened. Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and called out, "Dear niece, let's go. It's already 8:30, and the first chaotic battle of the freshman ability tournament starts at 9. Yi-qing called out to Yi Tianxian, and the three of them set off together toward the Shinny Martial Arena. Over 600 freshmen at Shenwu University, and the participation rate in the freshman superpower competition is 100%. After all, the rewards are too generous. The tokens for the two champion teams grant access to an S-level secret realm base, which is truly irresistible. Everyone is participating with the mindset of giving it a try, and besides the champions, the rewards for the top 10 teams in both groups are also impressive, consisting of tokens for an A-level secret realm base. This year's freshman superpower competition at Shenwu University has truly gone all out. In previous years, the tokens for the two champion teams were only for A-level secret realm bases. Shinny Martial Arts Arena. The figures of Yi-qing and the other two quickly appeared inside the Shinny Martial Arts Arena. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said, "Old Su, the first round is a free-for-all in the solo category. My niece and I will head to the audience seats first." Suyu nodded, then smiled at Yi-qing and said, "Old Ji, I haven't been idle this past month. I'll show you my sword techniques in a bit." "Old Su, judging by your demeanor, have you already mastered the unity of man and sword?" Suyu nodded without hiding anything, his smile completely unconcealed. The unity of man and sword is the second sword technique in the sword control art. Alright then. This move is not merely a sword technique but also a state, a miraculous state. Only sword cultivators who achieve the unity of man and sword can go further. On the contrary, if a sword practitioner cannot achieve unity between man and sword, then the path forward for this person and their sword is already severed. It can be said that the unity of man and sword is the first threshold for sword cultivation. Only by achieving this unity can one unleash more powerful forces such as sword energy and sword intent. Not long after, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian left the Shinny Martial Arena and arrived at the audience stands. At this moment, there were over 300 people standing inside the Shinny Martial Arena. arena, while the audience stands were already a sea of people. Zhang Ziheng quickly appeared on the podium, then picked up the microphone, looked at the crowd in the Shinny Martial Arena, and said, "The competition is about to begin. Remember this, no one is allowed to intentionally harm another's life. If anyone does, I will show no mercy." Mutual slaughter is a major taboo in Shinwu. Over 300 people stood in the Shinny Martial Arena, yet the arena did not feel crowded at all. After Zhang Ziheng announced the start, none of them made the first move but instead observed the people around them. For a moment, the Shinny Martial Arena was eerily quiet, and the audience in the stands refrained from making any noise. They understood that such a chaotic battle would not erupt into fighting right from the start. Because their goal is to stay within the top 64, no one would foolishly exhaust their energy from the very beginning. However, it didn't take long for this calm to be instantly shattered. "It's you jerk. The one driving the sports car." This loud shout immediately broke the tranquility within the martial arts arena. Almost instantly, everyone who heard the word sports car turned to look in the direction of the voice. Then they discovered Suyu standing right in the middle of the crowd. This face and Yi-qing's face, they would never forget them even if they were beaten to death. He, brothers, get him. Someone chuckled and shouted loudly. At this moment, they no longer had any plans or strategies in mind, they just wanted to take down Suyu. If possible, they wanted to take down Yi-qing along with him. "Brothers, charge!" In an instant, everyone in the martial arts arena began surging towards Suyu. In the audience, the senior students of Shinwu Academy all looked puzzled. No idea. Which fellow cultivator is so formidable that he managed to provoke 300 people to gang up on him? TSK, even over 100 junior sisters have joined in. This guy is impressive. No matter the reason, from today onward, he's bound to make a name for himself in Shinwu. In the audience stands, the chatter rose and broke the previous calm. At this moment in the martial arts arena, Suyu had already prepared himself to face hundreds alone. With 300 people charging at him simultaneously, he could no longer afford to hold back. As soon as Zhang Ziheng announced the start of the chaotic battle, Suyu entered a state of unity between man and sword, waiting for his opponent to strike. Sword control, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Suyu's voice rang out, loud and carrying a penetrating quality that seemed to reach into people's hearts. On sight, whether it was the 300 or so people in the martial arena or the numerous spectators in the audience, everyone felt the same sensation. The murmuring voices in the audience suddenly ceased. In the martial arts arena, the crowd rushing towards Suyu also suddenly faltered. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately after, the sound of countless swords resonating filled the air, as countless long swords behind Suyu flew outward in all directions. After circling around, it immediately flew back behind Suyu. For the first time, Suyu's expression appeared extremely serious. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, he calmly said. In the audience, Su Qiu and Su Zhan had actually arrived as well. Seeing Suyu's performance, the expressions on their faces were extremely gentle. Yi-qing possessed the laws of swordsmanship. Although he had not comprehended even 1/10,000th of it, he was still the most qualified person on site to evaluate Suyu's move. Then let Yi-qing evaluate Suyu's move. 10,000 swords returned to the sect today. Yi-qing is willing to call it. When there is an invincible momentum, one sword can bring peace to a chaotic world. Of course, the true power of Suyu's move is naturally not so exaggerated, but if Suyu's strength reaches the level of a first-class true god, he will definitely possess the ability to use the essence of swordsmanship to surpass levels and slay a lord god who wields the laws of swordsmanship. Suyu's sword is hard to explain. It is not the kind of unparalleled elegance and grace of Li Bai, nor is it the ordinary foundational swordsmanship found in the divine comprehension of Li Bai. It simply gives people a feeling of being both magnificent and simple, yet incomparably powerful. Anyway, I have to see how things develop later. After making Yi Tianxuan's character even better, I might really take in Yi Tianxian. Countless long swords, before the crowd could react, all charged toward the surroundings like thunder and lightning. Currently, Suyu was tightly surrounded, so there was no need for Suyu to exert fine control over the long swords. Just shooting them in all directions would suffice. The clashing sounds of long swords echoed, and the people around immediately unleashed their respective abilities. In an instant, the martial arts arena was filled with blooming talents, as various abilities appeared among these freshmen, all seemingly quite powerful. After all, this is Shinwu, one of the top 10 academies in Longhua, and the students here are naturally the best among the younger generation. Perhaps they cannot compare to Suyu, but that does not mean they are not outstanding. Countless long swords clashed with the crowd, and in an instant, everyone around retreated simultaneously. Most of them were injured by the long sword and were directly repelled. Of course, there were also a few who retreated on their own after witnessing the power of 10,000 swords return to one. Although each of them wanted to take on Suyu, some still retained their rationality. Their goal was to improve their ranking as much as possible, not to come here for a fight. Therefore, the 300 people who had just been united in their attack on Suyu immediately began eliminating those around them who were already injured. If one does not think for themselves, they will face divine punishment. To win the chaotic battle, they naturally have to eliminate
eliminate those around them. At this moment, those who were injured and then eliminated all looked utterly dumbfounded. Aren't we all on the same side? Weren't we supposed to take down that bastard Suyu together? On the podium, Zhang Ziheng and the other mentors looked at the still-dazed students and shook their heads. There are too many students this year whose minds are too simple, one mentor said speechlessly. The other mentors all nodded in agreement. This is a free-for-all battle, and the reward is the entry token for the secret base. Yet you don't guard against the people around you and even treat them as teammates? And after being eliminated by your own teammates, each of you is still dumbfounded. Zhang Ziheng and the others were all somewhat exasperated at their failure to meet expectations. If it weren't during the competition, Zhang Ziheng and his group would have wanted to smack each of them on the head, then shout out loud, "Confused? You're still confused? Do you even know what you're doing right now? This is a competition, a free-for-all battle. You've been eliminated and still look confused. How can you even have the nerve to be confused?" Inside the martial arts arena, the crowd delivered a series of finishing blows, directly eliminating about 300 people in this round, finalizing the top 64. Zhang Ziheng entered the arena and said calmly, "The solo free-for-all battle has ended and the top 64 have been decided. Please check the official website tomorrow for the match arrangements. Now, students participating in the duo group, please enter the arena promptly." After Zhang Ziheng finished speaking, he put down the microphone. Suyu walked over to Yi-qing with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Old Ji, how was it? Was I cool just now? Although I didn't take them all out in one move, I think I still ended the chaos in one go, right? Not bad, not bad. Watch me in action later." Yi-qing said with a smile, "What happened here? A duo team and a solo player are not the same. Eliminate one person, and the whole team is out. Old Ji, you'd better protect Yi Tianxian when the time comes." Suyu reminded, not because he was worried about Yi Tianxuan's safety, but because he was concerned that Yi-qing might be eliminated due to Yi Tianxuan's involvement. Yi-qing chuckled and then said, "I forgot you still don't know my niece's strength. Never mind, it's time to go on stage. You'll soon realize how silly your words were." After speaking, Yi-qing called Yi Tianxian and headed towards the martial arts arena. The number of participants in the duo group was almost the same as in the solo group, with over 300 people, forming a total of more than 180 teams, and the goal of the chaotic battle is the same as that of the single groups, to determine 64 groups. Yi-qing's appearance, just like Suyu's earlier, instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the arena. However, this time, they had learned their lesson. They hadn't forgotten the scene from earlier where those who foolishly rushed forward were injured by Suyu and then immediately eliminated by their teammates. Therefore, the possibility of jointly besieging Yi-qing was almost non-existent. If it happens again, then they are truly idiots. Even if it does happen, everyone would definitely be on high alert against those around them. Who would recklessly think of attacking Yi-qing? Zhang Ziheng picked up the microphone. The duo battle begins. As Zhang Ziheng announced the start, everyone in the martial arts arena immediately began to retreat, keeping a certain distance from others. Come on. For a moment, the situation in the martial arts arena became tense. 10 minutes later, among the more than 300 people present, not a single one had moved. Zhang Ziheng and the others frowned. This won't do. Just dragging it out like this, are they competing to see who has more patience? Zhang Ziheng thought for a moment and could only turn his gaze to the somewhat lazy Yi-qing in the martial arts arena. Yi-qing felt someone looking at him and instinctively glanced over. Zhang Ziheng gave him a look. Yi-qing completely didn't understand and immediately showed a puzzled expression. Zhang Ziheng wordlessly covered his face with his hand, then continued winking. Yi-qing still couldn't figure out what Zhang Ziheng was trying to do. Was his eye cramping? Seeing Zhang Ziheng desperately winking, Yi-qing speechlessly took out his communicator and dialed Zhang Ziheng's number. Yi-qing's action of taking out the communicator to make a call immediately attracted the attention of many people. In this quiet scene, they all curiously looked at Yi-qing, wondering what he was up to. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Zhang Ziheng's communicator rang, directly breaking the silence. For a moment, everyone's puzzled gazes turned toward Zhang Ziheng. Startled, Zhang Ziheng immediately took out the communicator and, in a moment of panic, pressed the answer button. Vice Dean, what do you mean by that look? I don't understand it. Boom, boom, boom. Yi-qing opened his mouth and asked. Although Yi-qing did not shout at the top of his lungs, the scene was very quiet at the moment, and the 5 senses of the ability users were excellent, so most people clearly heard what Yi-qing said. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhang Ziheng in confusion. During the competition, as a Vice Dean, you gave the contestant a signal. Are you trying to give this little brother some special treatment? Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Zhang Ziheng directly, without any subtle hints, looked at Yi-qing and shouted, "You fool, I told you to go up. How long are we going to keep this standoff going? Yi-qing, if they don't dare to make a move, then you make a move for me." Zhang Ziheng couldn't let this standoff turn into a contest of patience, and Yi-qing was the best person to break the silence because Zhang Ziheng knew that Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian had the strength to do so. What's going on? The other students in the martial arts arena were completely dumbfounded. Wait, Vice Dean, is this really okay? Encouraging others to eliminate us, are you sure this is the right thing to do? If Zhang Ziheng knew what they were thinking, he would definitely shout, of course it's fine. It's a free-for-all, how can we not fight? Yi-qing gave Zhang Ziheng a wry smile and said, alright, Vice Dean, I understand. I'll go up now. After speaking, Yi-qing clenched his fists, and the people near him immediately stared at him warily. Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and asked, dear niece, don't use the star armor. It wouldn't be good if they got hurt. After all, they were students of Xinwu, and since Xinwu belonged to the Yi family, Yi-qing naturally wouldn't want them to get hurt. Yi Tianxian nodded in understanding. Yi-qing clenched his fists and said, classmates, get ready, here I come. There was a hint of excitement in Yi-qing's tone. It had been a long time since he had crushed weaker opponents, and he missed it dearly. Ice and snow domain. As Yi-qing uttered these 4 words, everyone around, including Yi Tianxian, felt a chill sweep over them. Dear niece, this move of mine currently doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, so go hide in the air for a bit. After speaking, Yi-qing's eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura erupted instantly. Centered around Yi-qing, a visible blue wave surged outward. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena turned into a world of ice and snow. Countless icicles emerged from the ground, and snow began to fall heavily from the sky. Inside the martial arts arena, the students shivered one after another and started sneezing uncontrollably. Yi Tianxian also trembled for a moment, then immediately wrapped herself in spiritual energy, flew into the air, and escaped the ice and snow domain. The range of Yi-qing's ice and snow domain was quite large, and some of the front row spectators felt an extremely terrifying chill. Where did these monstrous junior students come from? I can't even discern the cultivation levels of either of them. I can tell, though you might not believe it if I say it. That junior is already a 4th tier ability user. And that junior girl, she's 5th tier. In the audience, the expressions of everyone who heard about Yi-qing and Yi Tianxuan's cultivation levels became exactly like the one described above. They must have grown up in an S-class secret realm since childhood. Everyone burst into envious exclamations. In the martial arts arena, the students hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to envelop themselves, and those with fire-related abilities quickly released fire to keep warm. But all of this was in vain. Although the ice and snow domain was merely a skill within a 9th tier technique, Yi-qing's ice was at the level of laws. Moreover, Yi-qing far surpassed them. Their strongest was barely at the early 2nd tier, while Yi-qing was already at the 4th tier. Therefore, they simply couldn't resist the cold of the ice and snow domain. If they stubbornly refused to admit defeat despite the freezing, there would only be one outcome in the end, freezing to death. Classmates, stop wasting your efforts. If you need to admit defeat, just admit it. There's no shame in that. Yi-qing looked at the crowd with a faint smile and said. The crowd shivered from the cold, but no one spoke up to admit defeat. They already knew they couldn't withstand the cold, so at this moment, they all had one thought, stall. Drag until others start to admit defeat, and when only 64 groups are left, they win. Yi-qing saw that each of them was stubbornly refusing to speak, shook his head with a wry smile. Did he have to be the bad guy? Come and help them admit defeat? In an instant, the scene became awkward again. As time passed, some people were already on the verge of fainting from the cold. Yi-qing frowned at the sight, thought for a moment, and directly withdrew the ice and snow domain. If he kept freezing them, someone might actually get frostbite or freeze to death, and it seemed like he would be the one at a loss since these were students from his academy. Sigh, I'm still too soft-hearted. Stop stalling and fight. If you don't start, I'll really get serious. Yi-qing waved his hand at the crowd as he spoke. From beginning to end, Yi-qing never took it seriously, and they didn't have the ability to make Yi-qing take it seriously. When everyone heard Yi-qing's words, they immediately began adjusting their state, preparing to fight. They didn't want to be eliminated by Yi-qing in the next moment. Taking the initiative now was their only chance to enter the top 64. Before long, the martial arena erupted into a true free-for-all, with the sounds of fighting echoing continuously in everyone's ears. Give everyone the feeling that they all want to end the chaos immediately. In fact, that's exactly the case. They just couldn't wait to finish quickly. Standing together with Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian, the pressure on them suddenly became extraordinarily intense. The chaotic battle in the martial arts arena was ongoing, while at this moment, across various parts of Blue Star, streams of purple whirlpools appeared all over the globe. All the heads of state immediately received the news. In a spacious office in the Dragon Kingdom, 7 elders of the Dragon Kingdom were seated. The elder at the head of the table looked at the middle-aged man on his left and asked, Xiaoing, have you figured out the situation with the purple vortex? The middle-aged man shook his head gravely and then said, there is still no news. I have already dispatched an advance team to enter and have completely isolated the area within a 100-mile radius around the vortex. The elder nodded slightly and said, that's indeed the right approach. This purple vortex looks exactly like the entrance to a secret realm, but this is the first time on Blue Star that so many of these things have appeared simultaneously. We must proceed with caution. At that moment, the communicator of the man named Situ Chongming suddenly vibrated. Although they were in a meeting, few people
people would contact him, so it was very likely the advance team. Situ Chongming immediately took out the communicator. Flipping through the communicator, Situ Zhongming's expression turned extremely grim. He then looked at the elder and said, "Great elder, call Chen Yan and Chen Yan back. This matter is troublesome." As he spoke, Situ Zhongming projected the content from his communicator onto the office's large screen, allowing the elders to read it. On the screen, a passage of text appeared. "Marshal, we have investigated the situation within the Purple Vortex. It is a passage connecting the Origin Realm to Blue Star. Together, we captured one person who did not conceal anything and directly informed us that the Vanguard team from the Origin Realm will begin invading Blue Star through the passage in one day. According to this person, each passage's Vanguard team will be led by a 9th-tier powerhouse. We cannot confirm the accuracy of this intelligence. Report complete." After reading the report from Situ Chongming's subordinates, the faces of the 7 elders all changed drastically. The Origin Realm invasion. How could it happen so quickly? They were naturally aware of what the Origin Realm was, and they also knew that Zhang Zhou from the Origin Realm might come to Blue Star in 5 years. However, they never expected that this timeline would be moved up by 5 years. And if the information is accurate, judging by this formation, with a 9th-tier powerhouse leading the Vanguard, it is absolutely not just the Zhang family from the Origin Realm invading Blue Star. It is very likely the entire Origin Realm is planning to invade Blue Star. The great elder said in a deep voice, "Inform all nations of the intelligence, then immediately summon old Su and his son, as well as old Wang and old Chen and his son. Oh, and remember to notify Yilin and his wife too." Situ Zhongming nodded, and then the meeting ended, leaving everyone with a look of worry on their faces. They had previously learned from Yilin about the strength of the Origin Realm. 9th-level ability users were not everywhere, but there were definitely over 1,000 of them. And as for Blue Star, even counting every single one globally, there were only a little over 10. The disparity in strength between Blue Star and the Origin Realm was simply too vast, so vast that it left them with little confidence in their ability to resist the invasion of the Origin Realm. Blue Star needs to progress, and the people of Blue Star need to face the kind of pressure that comes with confronting death. If Yi-qing were to directly take action and crush the Origin Realm, then I might find it a bit boring. So my plan is that in the upcoming war, Yi-qing won't directly crush everything but will play a supporting role. For example, making the star armor a barrier so that the people of the Origin Realm can't step out of the Purple Vortex, thereby protecting the lives of ordinary people on Blue Star. As for Yi-qing himself, he will move across various battlefields without using the star armor, honing his own strength and saving people. What do you think? If you think that doesn't work, then I'll just push through the Origin Realm in one chapter. But this really makes me feel bored. It's completely Yi-qing carrying an entire Blue Star alone. After the meeting ended, several people from Shinwu Academy and Imperial Capital Academy, as well as the heads of various nations, all received news from the Dragon Nation military. After the news spread, everyone felt an immense heaviness in their hearts. According to statistics from the Dragon Nation military, within the Dragon Nation, 9 purple vortices have appeared, while across the entire Blue Star, a total of 18 purple vortices have emerged. Currently, the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom has named the world within the Purple Vortex as the Purple Domain, and the environment within each Purple Domain is singular. For example, among the Purple Domains of the Dragon Kingdom, there are 9 Purple Domains. One Purple Domain consists entirely of jungle. One Purple Domain consists entirely of grassland. An entire Purple Domain is composed of oceans. An entire Purple Domain is composed of snowfields. Then there are deserts, peaks, volcanoes, valleys, and cliffs. Moreover, according to the exploration by the Dragon Kingdom, the density of spiritual energy within the Purple Domains is comparable to that of S-level secret realms. The spiritual energy is so dense, yet they cannot feel happy about it. The Vanguard team from the Origin Realm already has 18 9th-tier powerhouses, and they might not even be low-star 9th tier. How can Blue Star possibly resist such formidable enemies? At this moment, Yilin and the others within Shinwu all received the news from the military. Among them, the most shocked were Yilin and Zhao Junyi. The appearance of the Purple Domain made both of them feel a sense of unease. They could confirm that this Purple Domain could absolutely not have been created by people from the Origin Realm. The people of the Origin Realm simply do not possess such power. Yilin's cultivation has also reached the 12th level, but there is absolutely no way to create a passage that spans 2 worlds. The competition will be paused. A great calamity is approaching. Gather all the teachers and students of Shinwu, and inform the military that Shinwu is willing to guard the 4 corners of the Purple Domain alone. Yilin looked at Su Zhan and Su Qiu with a heavy tone and said. Old Master Su Zhan smiled and said, alright, it's just 4 places after all. Yilin and Old Master Su Zhan both decided to rely on Shinwu to defend against the enemies from the 4 surrounding Purple Domains. This was not because they believed Shinwu could easily guard the 4 domains. Rather, it was because the Dragon Nation's military only had 3 9th-tier experts, and even with Old Master Wang, there were only 4. If Shinwu did not take sole responsibility for the 4 domains, the the war would be impossible to fight. Even so, among the 9 domains, there was still one domain without a 9th-tier expert available for support.
The Dragon Nation could only choose to dispatch numerous 8th-tier experts instead.
Of course, all of this merely managed to barely resist the vanguard of the Origin Realm. In the Divine Martial Arena, Zhang Ziheng picked up the microphone and interrupted the chaotic battle in the arena.
Everyone, stop for a moment.
Just now, the military of the Dragon Nation informed us of something regarding Xinwu. Next, Zhang Ziheng briefly explained the invasion of Blue Star by the Origin Realm and then informed everyone, asking if they were willing to go to the Purple Domain to resist the foreign invaders.
Of course, this is entirely voluntary. Xinwu is just an academy, and Zhang Ziheng and the others would never force students to resist foreign invaders.
In the martial arts arena, upon hearing about the Origin Realm invading Blue Star, Yi-qing's expression also grew somewhat grave. Building 18 passages spanning 2 worlds, he knew that even a true god probably wouldn't have such power. Yi-qing asked about it, and sure enough, Li Bai couldn't do it either. Li Bai himself could cross into other worlds, or possibly use a royal artifact to bring others across, but constructing such passages was absolutely beyond his capability. It could even be said that this might be the means of the Lord God, or even the God King. Yi-qing was instantly bewildered. Descending across dimensions to the lower subplane of the lowest plane, he knew that even the God King could not easily achieve such a feat. For the God King to descend to the lower plane, it would require a tremendous cost. The God King would not pay such a price to come to the lower plane, and generally, the God King would disdain descending to the lower plane.
So what exactly is going on with this Purple Domain?
So I came up with a darn idea to introduce the second God King among the 12 God Kings in this book right here. Now Yi-qing could no longer achieve a sweeping victory, at most he could protect the people of Dragon Nation.
After Zhang Ziheng informed the Xinwu students about the Origin Realm's invasion of Blue Star, 90% of the Xinwu members decisively chose to go to the Purple Domain to resist foreign enemies.
Yi Lin and the others, upon seeing that 90% of Xinwu members decisively chose to resist foreign enemies, each revealed a slight smile. They had established an academy dedicated to teaching and nurturing. Now, with Blue Star in trouble, 90% of Xinwu students are willing to go to the battlefield, which reflects the success of Xinwu in education and nurturing. The newborn superpower competition ended just like that, and all the teachers and students of Xinwu were now preparing to head to the Purple Domain.
Zhang Ziheng had clearly told them that the external enemies were very strong.
This journey to the Purple Domain might be a life or death situation, urging them to think it over carefully. In the end, those who still chose to go had to leave behind a letter. As for what kind of letter it was, Zhang Ziheng didn't say, but everyone understood. If it's a life or death situation, how could one not leave a farewell letter? In an office of Xinwu, Yi-qing and the other 2 arrived at the office door. After knocking, Zhang Ziheng's response came from inside. Yi-qing pushed the door open and directly got to the point, looking at Yi Lin inside the office and asking, "Dad, where are the 9 Purple Domains currently located? I want to take a look." "Yes." Yi Lin nodded slightly, picked up a piece of paper from the office desk, and handed it to Yi-qing.
"These are the locations of the 18 Purple Domains on Blue Star.
The 9 Purple Domains in the Dragon Nation have been temporarily named Purple Domain 1 to Purple Domain 9 for distinction.
Our Xinwu is responsible for overseeing Purple Domain 1 to Purple Domain 4.
Yi Lin briefly explained the current situation of the Purple Domain to Yi-qing.
After listening, Yi-qing did not linger much in Xinwu.
He directly donned the star armor and headed alone toward the nearest Purple 4 domain. To truly understand the situation in the Purple Domain, Yi-qing could only go and see it for himself, then use the eye of investigation to examine it thoroughly. A few seconds after Yi-qing left Xinwu, he arrived outside a mountain forest. This mountain forest had already been completely sealed off by the military. Yi-qing did not force his way in but landed outside the military's blockade. The soldiers guarding the forest, upon seeing the unidentified mech descending from the sky, all raised their guns cautiously, aiming at Yi-qing. Yi-qing controlled the star armor, making the helmet disappear, and then said, "I am a student of Xinwu, Yi-qing.
You can verify this. I need to go check on the situation in the Purple Domain now."
Everyone looked at each other, and then an officer immediately took out a communicator to contact his superior. Since the widespread adoption of the Tianzi communicator, the military's communication equipment had all been replaced with Tianzi communicators due to their powerful functionality.
A few minutes later, the officer in the blockade circle had verified Yi-qing's identity with his superiors and then let him in.
Yi-qing made his way to the entrance of the Purple 4th Domain. The entrance to the Purple Domain was a purple vortex, looking very similar to the entrance of a secret realm.
However, its area was smaller than that of a secret realm, and the environment was simpler.
Nevertheless, the concentration of spiritual energy was high, and it seems that the Purple Domain has 2 entrances and exits. Looking at it this way, the Purple Domain seems like a special kind of battlefield. Yi-qing looked at the entrance to the Purple Domain and silently recited in his heart.
Name, Purple Sky Chain. Grade, Royal Artifact. Characteristics, this item was forged approached by the god of time and space using his own imperial artifact, the chains of time and space.
It has no offensive power, but it can connect two worlds. Moreover, within the purple chains, anyone below the level of a main god but above a demigod will have their cultivation suppressed to the level of a demigod.
Royal artifact? Damn, 18 royal artifacts appearing all at once in the lower realm? Is this thing that common now?
Yi-qing widened his eyes and complained. This invasion of Blue Star by the Origin Realm is the best opportunity to draw out the space-time god king.
The setting of the purple void chain might be a
bit powerful, but since it is a king artifact evolved from an imperial artifact, it's normal for it to be slightly stronger than ordinary king artifacts. Moreover, the purple void chain does not have any offensive capabilities, which can be considered a slight weakening. Also, this thing isn't exactly common like cabbages. There are only 18 purple void chains in total, so why are they appearing simultaneously? Yi-qing looked at the purple vortex in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, 18 royal artifacts appeared simultaneously in the lower plane, and one of them was even a royal artifact of a god king. This immediately gave Yi-qing a bad feeling. Although Yi-qing knew that it was almost impossible for a god king to descend to the lower plane, who could say for sure? Yi-qing stood in place, lost in thought about something. After a moment, he looked at the purple vortex and murmured, "To find out what's really going on, it seems I have to go in and investigate."
At this moment, Yi-qing had only one crucial question in his mind. In the matter of the Origin Realm invading Blue Star, was the god king of time and space standing behind the Origin Realm?
This possibility is extremely small, but suddenly, 18 purple void chains appeared here, which really makes Yi-qing suspicious. Moreover, being able to use the purple void chains at least indicates that there is a god in the Origin Realm.
Where did this god come from? Why do they possess the purple void chains?
All these signs suggest that the temporal god king might be standing behind the Origin Realm.
Of course, this is just speculation, a seemingly impossible yet very plausible speculation.
Without thinking further, Yi-qing stepped into the purple vortex. In the next moment, the world spun around, and Yi-qing suddenly appeared in midair. At a glance, Yi-qing saw nothing but snowfields, with a light snowfall drifting continuously from the sky. A cold wind swept by, but Yi-qing felt no discomfort. Yi-qing carefully felt it, and the temperature within this purple 4 region had actually reached over -100 degrees. At such a temperature, even low-level ability users might suffer frostbite or even freeze to death here.
Of course, these low-level ability users did not include Yi-qing.
Yi-qing had the star armor for protection and possessed the ice rule, making him completely unafraid of the cold. The surroundings were utterly silent, so Yi-qing had no choice but to proceed deeper inside. The deeper Yi-qing went, the colder the temperature became, and the initial drifting light snow turned into a sky full of heavy snow. Yi-qing used the eye of investigation to record the map of the purple 4 regions. At a glance, he realized he had already reached the central area of the purple 4 regions. The world of the purple 4 regions is neither square nor circular but rather a rectangular world, with its length being more than 10 times its width. Yi-qing had anticipated this long ago. After all, just hearing the name Purple Sky Chain could give a rough idea of its outline. Yi-qing traveled all the way from the tail end of the Purple Sky Chain to its center, but he didn't see a single person, so he had no choice but to keep moving forward. If he reached the head end of the Purple Sky Chain and still didn't see anyone from the Origin Realm, Yi-qing would have to leave the Purple Sky Chain and make a trip to the Origin Realm. As he continued forward, Yi-qing finally saw a few tents near the exit at the head end of the Purple Sky Chain. Outside the tents, people from the Origin Realm had lit a bonfire that even falling snow couldn't extinguish. A dozen or so people sat around it, warming themselves and chatting. Yi-qing stood in the distance and glanced at the group of people, feeling a bit puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the 9th-tier powerhouses of the Vanguard team from the Origin Realm would wait a day before entering the Purple Void Chain, then invade Blue Star, and even seemingly deliberately let Blue Star receive this information.
If the Origin Realm truly wanted to invade Blue Star, wouldn't the most efficient method be to send the Vanguard team to invade Blue Star the moment the Purple Void Chain connected the 2 realms?
Why give Blue Star time to prepare and intercept them within the Purple Void Chain?
Isn't this a mysterious operation?
Thinking about these things, Yi-qing felt more and more of a headache.
What on earth was all this?
His mind was now full of questions. He couldn't figure out why the Purple Sky Chain ended up in the Origin Realm, couldn't understand whether the Origin Realm was truly backed by the god of time and space, and was even more puzzled as to why the Origin Realm didn't seem to be invading Blue Star, but rather appeared to be preparing for an open and fair fight with Blue Star. Yi-qing stood at a distance observing those people for a while, hoping to overhear something useful. However, all they were doing was warming themselves and not engaging in any casual conversation, which completely thwarted Yi-qing's plan. The people from the Origin Realm remained silent for a long time, and Yi-qing couldn't wait any longer. He directly appeared and charged toward their base. As Yi-qing flew toward the crowd, he waved his hand, and a longsword shot out straight toward the bonfire in the midst of the group. The longsword struck the bonfire, instantly scattering it and giving everyone a huge fright. The group immediately drew their weapons weapons and looked in Yi-qing's direction, as if facing a formidable enemy. Yi-qing withdrew his right hand, and the long sword that had been at the fire pit immediately flew up, swiftly knocking the weapons out of those people's hands. Among these people, the strongest was only at the 6th tier, and moments later, they were captured alive by Yi-qing. After capturing them, Yi-qing used ice to freeze their hands and feet together. These people, the strongest was at the 6th tier, and the weakest was at the 5th tier. Yi-qing dared not use ropes to bind them. Thinking it over, the best thing to restrain them is the ice that contains the law of ice itself. They cannot break free. After freezing the group of people, Yi-qing had them all sit by the side of a tent. Yi-qing squatted down in front of the 6th tier individual.
I have a few questions. I wonder if you could answer them.
Yi-qing looked at the person and asked directly, getting straight to the point.
That person sneered coldly and said, "If I don't answer, what can you do to me? Investigate. Stop acting tough even when you're about to die. If you don't answer, I'll kill you and then ask someone else."
Yi-qing slapped the 6th tier person's head and said irritably, "You ask first." This resolute 6th tier expert immediately made a strategic decision to follow his heart.
First question, where did you get the purple sky chain? The man asked with a bewildered expression. What is the purple sky chain?
Yi-qing glanced at him, thinking that the purple sky chain is a royal artifact, so it's normal for a mere 6th tier individual not to know about it.
Let me rephrase, how did you create these 18 worlds to connect to Blue Star? A trace of hesitation appeared on the 6th rank's face.
Yi-qing silently placed the longsword on his shoulder. They are 18 passages descended remotely by the Divine Emperor, connecting the origin realm and Blue Star.
The 6th tier immediately responded to Yi-qing in one swift breath.
Yi-qing smiled with satisfaction, then began to ponder. The God Emperor of the origin realm was the one Yi Lin had mentioned before, the only person in the origin realm who had become a god.
These 18 purple sky chains were actually descended by the God Emperor of the origin realm. In that case, the God Emperor should at least be a Lord God by now.
Born in a lower plane and rising all the way to Lord God or even God King, this guy is definitely a classic protagonist template.
Yi-qing pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, second question, did the Divine Emperor of your origin realm issue the order to invade Blue Star?
The 6th tier cultivator hesitated once again, and Yi-qing directly raised his sword a bit higher. I'll talk. The Divine Emperor issued a decree, intending for the 18 9th tier cultivators of the origin realm to engage in a fair battle with Blue
Star in this realm. If the origin realm wins more than 9 battlefields, it can directly invade Blue Star. Conversely, the origin realm must submit to Blue Star.
Upon hearing this answer, Yi-qing's expression turned somewhat peculiar.
Was this Divine Emperor out of his mind?
Clearly, they could invade directly, yet he insisted on arranging some so-called fair battle.
Doesn't he realize that losing means losing the entire origin realm?
And within the origin realm, there is no shortage of experts above the 9th rank.
Since the Divine Emperor cannot descend to the lower realm, why would these people be willing to engage in some so-called fair battle? The third question, is the Divine Emperor of your origin realm mentally ill? Yi-qing looked at this 6th rank individual and asked bluntly without any hesitation. The man's mouth twitched slightly, then he smiled bitterly and said, how could we possibly know what the Divine Emperor is thinking? But since the Divine Emperor has already issued a decree, we just need to follow it. Do those at the 9th rank and above in the origin realm willingly obey the orders of the God Emperor far above in the heavens?
The people of the origin realm might not yet understand what lower planes, middle planes, and upper planes are, so Yi-qing directly referred to it as the heavens. Naturally, there are those who are unwilling, but they dare not defy the decrees of the God Emperor.
This person replied.
Yi-qing smiled and shook his head, not daring to resist. If the people of the origin realm knew that the Divine Emperor was basically impossible to descend to the lower realm, perhaps they wouldn't have obediently engaged in a fair battle with Blue Star. Speaking of this so-called fair battle, it actually isn't fair. The Divine Emperor required the origin realm to send only 18 9th tier individuals, but all the 9th tier individuals on Blue Star combined don't even add up to 18. Moreover, the Divine Emperor never specified the number of 8th, 7th, or 6th tier individuals.
Yi-qing figured that when the
time came, the origin realm would definitely send out many 6th, 7th, and 8th tier individuals to engage in a war of attrition.
If Yi-qing's guess were correct, then out of the 18 battlefields, Blue Star might only be able to secure victory in 3 of them.
Thinking of this, Yi-qing began to ponder, contemplating how Blue Star could achieve victory in this so-called fair duel. Yi-qing glanced at the group from the origin realm who had been directly tied up and said, "Gentlemen, until the war is over, I must trouble you to endure this for a while." As he spoke, Yi-qing knocked everyone out and threw them all into the system space. He then gave the husky a command.
"Yeehaw, keep an eye on these people. If anyone starts to wake up, slap them out cold again. Remember, if even one of them wakes up halfway, you're finished."
Hearing the hint of menace in Yi-qing's final words, Yeehaw immediately shuddered in fear and nodded quickly. Then Yeehaw stared intently at those people. As soon as they made the slightest move, Yeehaw unhesitatingly swiped a paw at them. At this moment, in the snowy field, Yi-qing pondered for a moment and then came up with a relatively good idea. "Old
Lovely, come out for a moment and see if you can make it out.
As soon as Yi-qing finished speaking, Li Bai's figure appeared in front of Yi-qing.
How are you now? Has your cultivation been suppressed? Boom. Li Bai frowned and nodded. My cultivation has indeed been suppressed, and the laws of swordsmanship have also been suppressed.
I am now at the 12th tier, 9 stars. Hearing Li Bai's words, Yi-qing nodded slightly, and then 6 cards appeared in his right hand. With a flick of Yi-qing's finger, the 6 cards transformed into 6 sets of star armor. Yi-qing looked at the data of the star armor, and sure enough, its level had dropped to 120. 7 sets of star armor, plus Old Li and my parents, 18 purple domains. Blue star can defeat 10 domains. Just perfect. Yi-qing looked at the star armor in Li Bai, smiling as he spoke. Although Yi-qing didn't know what exactly the Divine Emperor was thinking, since he wanted to play, Yi-qing had no other choice but to play along with him. When the Great War ends, if the Origin Realm reneges and refuses to submit to Blue Star, Yi-qing will personally head to the Origin Realm and seize it.
Since you came to provoke me, how could I possibly not retaliate?
Yi-qing is completely unconcerned about the retaliation of the Divine Emperor. Yi-qing knows very well that the Divine Emperor cannot descend to the lower realm easily, as the cost of doing so is immense.
The Divine Emperor would not descend lightly.
At this moment, Yi-qing thought to himself, if the Divine Emperor in the heavens knew how powerful Blue Star truly was, would he regret restricting the Origin
Realm? But even if he did regret it, it wouldn't matter.
Even without restrictions on the Origin Realm, Blue Star's chances of victory would still be very high. Although the Origin Realm also has 12 tiers, it does not have 18 individuals. According to Yi-qing's understanding, the 12 tiers of the Origin Realm, including Zhangjiu, amount to only 12 individuals. As long as Blue Star operates well, it can still triumph over the 10 domains.
With the matter here resolved, Yi-qing left the purple 4th domain not long after.
Upon leaving, Yi-qing shared the information he had learned with Yilin and the others, then instructed them to inform the military. After receiving the information, the military immediately held an online meeting.
The participants were few, consisting of several elders from the Dragon Nation, Yilin, and Yi-qing.
At the start of the meeting, Yi-qing had already returned to Shinwu and directly joined Yilin and the others for the meeting.
In a conference room in Shinwu, 2 virtual screens appeared.
One screen displayed 9 elders from the military, while the other showed a small, thin old man. This person was none other than the other 9th rank expert, Wang Ba, Old Master Wang.
Old Master Wang's name is indeed extraordinarily imposing.
The meeting began, and the Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation looked at Yi-qing with a gentle smile and said, "You must be Yi-qing. We already know the details of the situation. Feel free to share your thoughts." Yi-qing nodded and then began to speak slowly.
"In this battle, we will surely win. Let us assume that all the intelligence I have gathered is accurate.
In that case, we only need to win 10 battles, and the Origin Realm will surrender on its own. I have something called Star Armor, which is invincible within the 12th tier. I have 7 sets of Star Armor in total, and with the addition of my parents, we can definitely secure 9 victories. In the next domain, let all the 9th tier individuals of Blue Star gather in one domain.
In this battle, Blue Star will definitely win. Of course, this is based on the premise that the intelligence is accurate. If the intelligence is false, it doesn't matter.
If pushed to the limit, I'll directly send my 7 sets of Star Armor into the Origin Realm and ensure that before the Origin Realm invades Blue Star, I will sever the head of the Emperor of the Origin Realm." Yi-qing looked at the screen and said indifferently. Yi-qing did not reveal that he and Li Bai could completely win against 10 domains on their own. However, since Yi-qing had already exposed the Star Armor, it was better to keep Li Bai as a hidden card for now. Well, although Blue Star's strength is not impressive, it still has more than a dozen 9th tier individuals.
If they join forces, they should be able to take down one domain.
After listening to Yi-qing's words, the Great Elder showed a trace of contemplation on his face and then asked, "Yi-qing, how powerful is the Star Armor you mentioned?"
Yi-qing shrugged and said, "It can destroy Blue Star with a single move.
The Shura's level is that of a first-class true god. With one move, Blue Star would be utterly obliterated without a trace left.
As for the
other 6 sets of Star Armor, they can also destroy Blue Star with a single move, as Blue Star is merely a planet in a lower dimensional world." Several elders were all stunned, their mouths agape, and then they all agreed to Yi-qing's proposal, arranging things as Yi-qing suggested.
However, this still required negotiations with other countries.
Naturally, these matters were entirely handed over to the Grand Elder and the others, so Yi-qing and his group didn't need to worry about them.
The efficiency of the Dragon Nation was extremely high, and they quickly took over a purple domain abroad.
Accomplishing this was incredibly simple. After all, no country at the moment wanted to face the purple domain, and as soon as the Dragon Nation stepped forward to take responsibility for one, everyone hurriedly offered it up. The speed of the Dragon Nation was extremely fast, quickly taking over a purple domain in a foreign country closest to the Dragon Nation. After the takeover, Yi-qing's Azura set out to go. After all, it was a purple domain in a foreign country, and the Dragon Nation would avoid sending people there as much as possible, mainly to guard against other countries causing trouble behind the scenes. Therefore, the best choice for going abroad was to send Yi-qing's star armor. The 9 domains within the country were also quickly divided, with the purple 9 domain assigned to the Dragon Nation's 9th rank. The rest was divided among Yi-qing's family. This time, the Dragon Kingdom did not inform foreign countries about the intelligence of the Origin Realm, fearing they might cause trouble and refuse to cooperate. After the arrangements for the leaders of each domain were made, Yi-lin and his wife, along with those at the 9th tier and several other sets of star armor belonging to Yi-qing, all set out for the purple domain. Moreover, the military did not send a single soldier inside. Everyone understood that if a fight broke out, sending Blue Star's army in would only result in their deaths, so they simply decided not to dispatch any troops. The fight has truly begun, and the outcome depends entirely on the 9th tier. Therefore, whether the military is dispatched or not, the result of the war will not change. Time passed second by second. From the moment the news of the Origin Realm's invasion of Blue Star was received, more than 11 hours had passed, and Yi-qing's figure had disappeared within Shenwu. Perhaps others didn't notice, but Suyu and Yi Tianxian both did. Without even thinking, they guessed that Yi-qing must have gone to the purple domain, though they were unsure which purple domain he had gone to. Their guess was not wrong. Yi-qing had indeed gone to the purple domain because he was concerned about the situation in the purple 9 domains. Although 6 people went to the purple 9 domain, these 6 were not particularly strong among the 9th rank. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a 9th rank 9 star, it would be a big problem. So, to ensure absolute success and that Blue Star could achieve 10 victories, Yi-qing sneaked into the purple 9 domain. The terrain of the purple 9 domain is not very complicated. There are only 2 entrances, leading to a mountain road. If you keep walking, eventually, in the center of the purple 9 domain, you will come across a gorge hundreds of meters wide. At this moment, Su Zhan and the other 5 were already sitting by the edge of a cliff on one side. This chasm is bottomless, and even with the 9th tier strength of Su Zhan and the others, they couldn't see anything below the chasm. The group stared at the chasm, a trace of fear rising in their hearts. Although 9th tier ability users had long since mastered flight, they still felt a sense of dread when faced with this bottomless chasm. Before long, a full day had officially passed. The purple sky chain consisted of 18 domains, and at the entrances, each was led by a 9th tier expert accompanied by countless high-tier powerhouses stepping into the purple domain. However, the entrance to the purple 9th domain was somewhat different. In other domains, the Origin Realm sends a team consisting of 1 9th tier, 108th tier, 1007th tier, and 10,006th tier members. However, in the purple 9 domain, the team sent consists of 1 9th tier and 1008th tier members. 1008th tier members can completely crush a team of 108th tier, 1007th tier, and 10,006th tier members. There are a total of 18 regions in the purple domain, but only the team dispatched to the purple 9 domain is different. Something must have happened behind the scenes. Before long, the people of the Origin Realm began to meet with the people of Blue Star one after another. On the other side of the chasm in the purple 9 domain, Yi-qing looked at the 1,000 people on the ground and immediately frowned. Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi had been in constant contact with Yi-qing, and Yi-qing was also aware of the situation with the star armor. Therefore, Yi-qing knew that. In other places, the Origin Realm had dispatched teams of over 10,000 people. Why then, was it only a 1,000-person team in the purple 9 domain? After using the eye of investigation to probe the cultivation levels of the 1,000 people opposite him, Yi-qing became even more puzzled. His brows furrowed tightly, completely unable to figure out what was going on. Why is the strength of the teams dispatched by the Origin Realm to the purple 9 region stronger than those from other regions? This is definitely something worth questioning. No matter how hard Yi-qing racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what was going on, but Yi-qing knew this was definitely not a coincidence. Just now, Yi-qing asked the Great Elder for a favor to investigate the number and strength of the teams dispatched by the Origin Realm to several foreign purple regions. The results were all uniformly 1 9th tier, 108th tier, 1007th tier, and 10,006th tier. And why did it change upon reaching the purple 9 domain? Yi-qing observed the other side while pondering this question. On the opposite side of the Origin Realm, as Yi-qing had previously speculated in the worst-case scenario, there was indeed a 9th tier, 9-star powerhouse. With Su Zhan and the other 5's strength, they might really be no match. Moreover, behind that person were 1,000 8th tier powerhouses. The pressure on Su Zhan and the others increased significantly. Facing a few or even a dozen 8th tier opponents might not be a big deal, but 1,000 of them, especially 1,000 8th tier, 9-star powerhouses, was overwhelming. Even as 9th tier cultivators, their spiritual energy would struggle to keep up. The 9th tier individual from the Origin Realm looked at Su Zhan and the others opposite him, smiled, and said, "The God Emperor mentioned that there are only a little over 10 9th tier individuals on Blue Star, yet you sent 6 people here. It seems Blue Star is also aware of the treasure bestowed by the God Emperor." Su Zhan and the others were utterly baffled in their hearts, but their expressions remained unchanged. Old Master Su Zhan smiled and said, "Naturally." Although Su Zhan and his group had no idea what treasure the guy on the other side was talking about, it was definitely the right move to claim they knew. Who knows, they might even get more information out of him. At this moment, Yi-qing, hiding in the distance, also clearly heard the words spoken by the 9th tier expert. Although Yi-qing was about 1,000 meters away from Sujan and the others, having cultivated the Divine Emperor Sutra, Yi-qing's 5 senses had become extraordinarily sharp since reaching the 4th tier. For instance, in the earlier situation where Yi-qing's eyes emitted a purple glow, his ears, nose, tongue, and sense of touch had all undergone miraculous changes. Take his ears, for example. Even though Yi-qing was 1,000 meters away from Sujan and the others, he could still hear their conversation with perfect clarity. After hearing these words, Yi-qing also understood in his heart why the team dispatched by the Purple 9 domain was stronger. It turned out to be for the treasure bestowed by the Divine Emperor. Yi-qing immediately became interested in this so-called treasure. The Eye of Exploration, exploring the most detailed map of the Purple 9 regions. The next moment, a map of the Purple 9 regions appeared in Yi-qing's mind, and many light spots also appeared on the map. Yi-qing wanted a detailed map for exploration, so even a single blade of grass would be marked. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned as he looked at the cluster of light points, then silently thought to himself to remove trees, rocks, and such. In the end, only 3 types of light points remained on the map in Yi-qing's mind. A green light point representing Yi-qing, 6 blue light points representing Sujan and his 6 companions, and 1,001 red light points representing the people of the Origin Realm. Finally, between the blue and red light points, there was a golden light point shining brightly. The brightness of this golden light point was so intense that it completely overshadowed. Yi-qing's eyes sparkled as he looked at the golden light spot, then clicked to view the detailed information. Name, Golden Time Chain. Grade, Royal Artifact. Characteristics, this item was forged by the God King of Time and Space using his own imperial artifact, the Time-Space Chain. It has no offensive power, but the time flow rate of the world within it can be determined by its owner. The stronger the owner's power, the slower the time they can control within the world. After reading the information, to be honest, Yi-qing was tempted. From the words of the 9th tier being from the Origin Realm on the opposite side, it could be inferred that this golden time chain was deliberately sent down by the Divine Emperor, so Yi-qing taking it shouldn't cause any issues. Previously, Yi-qing had the idea of seizing these 18 purple void chains, but he was still somewhat hesitant and unable to take them. The purple void chains might still belong to someone else, and provoking the Spacetime God King for the sake of the purple void chains seemed a bit foolish. Yi-qing investigated the main location of the golden time chain, which was beneath the chasm. Without hesitation, Yi-qing dispatched Li Bai to retrieve it. Li Bai moved extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beneath the hongo. Beneath the hongo was not solid ground, but a void. That void made Li Bai feel a bit uneasy as he looked at it, because he was currently only at the 12th tier. Li Bai could sense that without divine power, entering this void might lead to a fate where not even a burial place would remain. He hadn't expected that within this royal artifact, there would be such a dangerous place. As expected, it truly lived up to being a royal artifact evolved from the imperial artifact of the god of time and space. Above the void, a rectangular ancient brown wooden box floated. Other than that, there was nothing else nearby. Li Bai grabbed the wooden box and left the chasm, returning to Yi-qing's side. Master, this is the only thing under the chasm. Li Bai handed the wooden box to Yi-qing. Yi-qing opened it and saw a golden chain inside. He immediately became excited. This was the golden time chain. It's just a pity that Yi-qing is currently only at the 4th stage, far from being able to refine the golden time chain. Yi-qing suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Bai, asking, boldly, if I let you refine the golden time chain, when I reach the demigod stage, can you make the golden time chain return to being an ownerless item? Li Bai nodded without hesitation and said, that's possible. All weapons and treasures in the world, except for imperial artifacts and the core of the celestial pivot, can be turned back into ownerless items by their owners. Hearing this, Yi-qing felt reassured and handed the golden time chain to Li Bai. Boldly, then you should refine this first. Since we've already got the golden time chain, we can't just let it gather dust in the system space. Besides, I also need to use the golden time chain for cultivation. Without hesitation, Yi-qing handed the golden time chain to Li Bai. This was because Li Bai was Yi-qing's guardian spirit and would never betray him. Moreover, Yi-qing truly wanted to quickly utilize the golden time chain's ability to control the flow of time. This thing is practically a cultivation artifact, with Li Bai's strength making the time flow inside the golden time chain 100 times faster than the outside world shouldn't be a problem. This way, Yi-qing could cultivate inside for 100 years while only a year passes in the outside world. Yi-qing could completely use the golden time chain to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Nowadays, Yi-qing is engaging with increasingly higher levels, and he is also clearly aware that his cultivation is too weak. Although his combat power, relying on the star armor, has already reached the level of a first-class true god, cultivation ultimately belongs to oneself. Improving cultivation is the most important matter in Yi-qing's heart. Moreover, because of the several major laws he possesses, as long as Yi-qing improves his cultivation, he will surely be able to quickly reach the level of
of a God King. By then, why worry about being targeted by the spacetime God King? He could directly pack up and take away his purple sky chain. Thinking of this, Yi-qing suddenly chuckled a few times, as if he could already see himself becoming a God King. Li Bai took the golden time chain without refusing Yi-qing, as he was indeed the only one who could refine it and then use it to assist Yi-qing in his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement, Muddying the Waters, and receiving the SSS-level superpower Invisibility as a reward. At this moment, the long-lost voice of the system echoed in Yi-qing's mind. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment, then retorted, "Screw you and you're taking advantage of the chaos. I got this golden time chain with my own strength, okay? But considering the fact that you're invisible, I'll let it slide." As he spoke, Yi-qing's smile completely broke through and was impossible to hide. It had to be said, the usefulness of this invisibility ability was immense, practically essential for sneaky activities. No, for assassinations and stealth missions. Having gained another ability, Yi-qing now possessed 7 abilities, including laws, but he still only had 2 cultivation techniques. It is also for this reason that Yi-qing's transformation ability has not been used even once up to now. It's not that Yi-qing doesn't want to use it, but without any techniques, Yi-qing can't transform into anything. This left Yi-qing a bit troubled. Relying on the system to reward techniques, who knows how long that would take? Yi-qing decided that once the matters in the Origin Realm and Blue Star were resolved, he would go and gather some techniques. Gathering techniques wasn't because Yi-qing wanted to learn a couple of them, but because he wanted to expand his knowledge and then create his own techniques. Creating techniques might be as difficult as climbing to the heavens for others, but for Yi-qing, it was the simplest thing. As long as Yi-qing could study more techniques, he could easily create his own. After all, when Yi-qing obtained the system's first S-level achievement, he was also rewarded with a trillionfold comprehension ability, which Yi-qing had rarely used until now. While Yi-qing was pondering over the matter of cultivation techniques, the battle had already begun on both sides of the chasm. Su Zhan and the other 5, along with the 9th-tier expert from the Origin Realm, had taken to the skies and started fighting. In aerial combat, the strongest among them was Su Zhan, but he was only at 9th-tier 4-star. As a result, even with the 6 of them joining forces, they were instantly at a disadvantage against the opposing 9th-tier 9-star expert. Yi-qing immediately took out the Oblivion sniper rifle. Although the Origin Realm was meant to have a fair battle with Blue Star, in a confrontation between 2 armies, it was either you die or I survive. Yi-qing naturally didn't want Su Zhan and the others to get into trouble, so the only option was to take care of the opponent. Yi-qing knew he was from the Origin Realm, but he didn't feel any sense of belonging to it. As a transmigrator, his true sense of belonging was to Blue Star, so he would never cause any trouble during the battle. He wouldn't feel that, as someone from the Origin Realm, he shouldn't kill people from the Origin Realm. This idea is absolutely impossible. In the air, Su Zhan and his 5 companions, along with their opponent, moved faster and faster. Their attacks became increasingly fierce, as if they bore deep-seated hatred for each other. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The 9th-tier expert from the Origin Realm instantly felt his hair stand on end and tried to flee, but Su Zhan and his group completely blocked his escape route. He immediately grew anxious and desperately launched attacks at Su Zhan, trying to carve out a path to escape. However, in the end, he was still a step too slow. Before the attack could land on Su Zhan, Yi-qing's bullet had already arrived. It must be said, the speed of the Oblivion sniper rifle's bullet is truly extraordinary, so fast that even a 9th-tier expert couldn't react in time. As the gunshot echoed, the 9th-tier expert's head was directly blown apart by a single shot, then slowly dissolved into nothingness, disappearing into the air. Cheat players, terrifying indeed. Su Zhan and the 6 others, along with those 8th-tier individuals from the Origin Realm, were all dumbfounded. What just happened? After Yi-qing shot the target in the head, he immediately holstered his gun, stood up, turned around, and left, completing the entire sequence in one smooth motion. As for the remaining 8th-tier individuals on the opposite side of the Origin Realm, Yi-qing believed that Su Zhan and the others could still handle them. Although it might be a bit challenging, it didn't mean they couldn't resolve it. Not long after Yi-qing left, he released the people he had previously tied up in the system space into a patch of grass. After all those people were released, Yi-qing was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, all of their heads had swollen up by a whole circle, and as for their faces, they were completely unrecognizable. Yi-qing pulled Yiha out, pointed at the group of people on the ground, and asked, "No, Yiha, what did you do? How did you turn them into this?" Yiha replied indignantly, "Turn them into what? Didn't you say they couldn't wake up? So I had to slap them once every hour. I didn't even get a good night's sleep last night because of it." Yi-qing rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and said, forget it, let's leave it at that. Let's go." As he spoke, Yi-qing threw Yiha back into the system space and headed toward the exit of the purple void chain. At the same time, the battles in the 9 purple domains that Yi-qing's family was responsible for had all gradually come to an end. After all, a 12th tier fighting a 9th tier is just a matter of one move. At the rift of the purple 9 domain, Su Zhan and his group of 6 also pressed their advantage, charging toward the 8th tier opponents on the other side. Having
Having left the Purple 9 domain, Yi-qing headed directly toward Shenwu, while his star armor gradually returned to his body.
Yilin and his wife also made their way back to Shenwu.
In this battle between Blue Star and the Origin Realm, Blue Star has already secured 9 victories. Except for the Purple 9 domain, the other domains have been defeated one after another. Thus, the current score between Blue Star and the Origin Realm stands at 9-8. Before long, Su Zhan and his group of 6 had slain hundreds of 8th-tier opponents, while the remaining 8th-tier enemies fled the Purple 9 domain entirely. From then on, in this dramatic battle between the two realms, Blue Star achieved the final victory with 10 wins. Shenwu, Yi-qing, and others gathered in the conference room, where a video meeting was taking place. On the screen were several elders. The Grand Elder was the first to speak. The battles in the 18 purple domains have ended, but we cannot be certain whether the Origin Realm will truly submit. Even if they comply under the orders of that Divine Emperor, we cannot be sure they won't secretly cause trouble. So, Yi-qing, I know this is asking a lot, but I must, on behalf of the Dragon Nation, request that you make a trip to the Origin Realm. On the other side of the screen, the elders all clasped their fists and bowed in Yi-qing's direction. Yi-qing naturally understood the meaning behind the Great Elder's words. Without even needing to think, he knew the purpose of sending him to the Origin Realm was to demonstrate power, to let the Origin Realm witness Blue Star's strength and make them abandon their schemes. However, there was also danger involved, as no one could be certain whether the Divine Emperor would take action. Yilin said in a deep voice, "Why trouble a child with such matters? I will make a trip to the Origin Realm." Several elders felt somewhat ashamed upon hearing Yilin's words, but for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star, only Yi-qing stepping forward could instill fear in the Origin Realm. Yi-qing smiled and looked at Yilin, saying, "Dad, you better not get involved. It's not that I'm underestimating you, but with your strength you can't establish authority." As he spoke, Yi-qing turned to the elders on the screen and said, "I agree to this matter. It indeed needs to be resolved. That Divine Emperor probably won't come down." Yilin and Zhao Junyi looked at Yi-qing, hesitating to speak. Both wanted to persuade Yi-qing not to wade into these troubled waters, as they were unsure of the Divine Emperor's strength. However, the words to persuade Yi-qing ultimately remained unsaid. After a moment of silence, Yilin said, "Be careful in everything." Yi-qing smiled and nodded. After the meeting ended, Yi-qing wasted no time leaving Shenwu and headed toward the nearest ZC region. At the entrance of the Purple 4th domain, Yi-qing donned the star armor, released the other sets of star armor, and then stepped into the Purple 4th domain. Snow was falling heavily. Yi-qing entered the Purple 4th domain once again, and it was still as cold as ever. After entering the Purple 4th domain, Yi-qing was just about to move forward when he suddenly felt a familiar sensation as the Purple 4th domain began to tremble. Yi-qing's expression changed. He looked toward the direction of the exit, ready to leap out, but in the next moment, the exit suddenly vanished without a trace. A sudden sound of bombing echoed in the air, and the entire Purple 4th domain began to shake more and more violently. Immediately after, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew toward Yi-qing. The wind swept up snowflakes, forcing Yi-qing to raise his hand to shield his eyes. When he lowered his hand after a moment, he unexpectedly found himself in the endless void. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat fortunate that he was wearing the star armor. Otherwise, appearing directly in the endless void would have surely cost him his life, wasting another revival coin. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Yi-qing heard the sound of chains. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the sound, he saw 18 purple chains slowly drifting toward him. Yi-qing stared at the chains, stunned. 18, purple. This immediately brought 3 words to Yi-qing's mind: purple void chains. Yi-qing hurriedly used the eye of investigation, and it turned out to really be the purple sky chain. Is this a blessing from the heavens? Yi-qing excitedly reached out to grab the purple sky chain, and at the same time, a faint purple glow emerged from the 18 purple sky chains, which then coalesced into a human figure. This person was dressed in a long robe of purple and gold, one side gold and the other purple, with long black hair, exuding an extremely noble aura. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi-qing. Bang! Yi-qing immediately used the eye of investigation. Name, Shuri. Realm, God King. Identity, Origin Realm Divine Emperor, one of the 12 divine kings in the world, time and space divine king. Note, this is merely a divine consciousness that has descended to the lower plane. Bang! Yi-qing immediately swallowed hard. Damn, the Origin Realm's Divine Emperor really is the time and space divine king. What should I do now? This guy isn't here to settle scores because he can't take a loss, is he? Shuri looked at Yi-qing, a faint smile appearing on his face. Tianji said that the future depends on you. I was somewhat doubtful and intended to test you. Now it seems I was overthinking. I can't see through you, but in the end, Tianji's judgment is the best. Upon our first meeting, I'll give you this purple sky chain and golden time chain. Consider it my wager. As he spoke, Shuri gently waved his right hand, and another 17 golden time chains appeared in front of Yi-qing. Before Yi-qing could speak, Shuri Shuri raised his right hand and pointed at Yi-qing's forehead. "We are waiting for you." After speaking, Shuri's consciousness slowly dissipated into points of light and disappeared. Just now, Shuri wasn't idly poking Yi-qing's forehead for no reason. At this moment, Yi-qing suddenly felt a wealth of understanding about the laws of time and space emerge in his mind. It was this simple gesture that once again elevated Yi-qing's combat power by several levels. By the time Yi-qing had absorbed the new knowledge in his mind, Shuri had already disappeared for quite some time. In this endless void, only Yi-qing, the star armor, and those 30-some chains remained. At this moment, Yi-qing recalled Shuri's earlier words. Although he couldn't fully understand them, it seemed as though he had heard a name, Tianji. Yi-qing speculated that the Tianji mentioned by Shuri must also be a god king. Moreover, to be called the Tianji god king, the laws he governed must undoubtedly be related to this domain. This made Yi-qing a little worried. Could it be that the heavenly mystery divine king also knows about his system? From Shuri's attitude toward him, Yi-qing could sense that Shuri bore no malice toward him. On the contrary, there was goodwill, and it seemed Shuri was eagerly anticipating his rapid growth and strength. Yi-qing shook his head and muttered, "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. As long as I know that the space-time divine king has no ill intentions toward me." As he spoke, Yi-qing reached out and grabbed those chains. "Oldly, don't waste it. You refine it first." Yi-qing immediately started calling for someone. Li Bai appeared beside Yi-qing and said somewhat helplessly, "Master, I haven't even refined the first golden time chain yet." Yi-qing gave a wry smile and said, "Then how long will it take you to refine one?" "This doesn't take long. It should take about 3 months to refine one." 3 months? Does that mean we can't go to the origin realm now? "We can go." Did Master forget about the origin secret realm? That's true. Then let's return to Blue Star first. Make sure to refine the first golden time chain as soon as possible. The two conversed in the endless void as they left their original spot, heading in the direction of Blue Star. Li Bai had already memorized the location of Blue Star, so he could find it directly without needing the divine emperorship. Shenwu. When Yi-qing returned to Shenwu, Yilin and the others were momentarily stunned. "Was it over so quickly? Son, what's going on? Didn't you go to the origin realm? Why are you back so soon?" Zhao Junyi looked at Yi-qing in confusion and asked. Yi-qing explained, "I really didn't go. As soon as I entered the purple domain, I was taken to the endless void by the god emperor of the origin realm. No, I should call him the god king. Fortunately, he bore me no ill will and even gifted me the purple sky chain, which forms the purple domain, as well as another chain of the same level, the golden time chain. With the purple sky chain taken away, the purple domain disappeared, and I can no longer go to the origin realm. So, I came back first." Yilin and the others opened their mouths wide. "What the heck? What's going on here? Went out and encountered the divine king, not only unharmed but also gifted with a treasure? Is this divine king out of his mind?" Yilin and the others all had this question in their minds. After all, Yi-qing had gone to cause trouble for the origin realm. While they were in a daze, Yilin received news from the great elder that all 18 entrances to the purple domain on Blue Star had disappeared. There was a cheer abroad, but the elders of the Dragon Kingdom were extremely confused and also worried about Yi-qing's situation. With the disappearance of the purple domain, would Yi-qing be unable to return? Boom! Yilin could only relay the news Yi-qing had shared to the elders. The elders were even more bewildered. For a moment, they didn't know what to do next. Could it be that this would just end as a farce? Yilin looked at Yi-qing and said, "Son, the elders are a bit confused right now and don't know what to do next. What are your thoughts?" "We must still make the origin realm submit to the Dragon Kingdom," Yi-qing said without hesitation. "Now that the purple sky chain is in my hands, I will have boldly seal the passage from the origin realm to Blue Star within the origin secret realm in the future. Then, I'll open a purple sky chain to fully control the passage between the two realms. This way, we won't have to worry about people from the origin realm causing trouble," Yi-qing said slowly. Once everything is arranged according to Yi-qing's plan, he will be able to clearly know who from the origin realm comes to Blue Star, their identities, and their strength. This way, there will be no concern about any unexpected incidents after the origin realm surrenders. Yi-qing had just arrived at Shenwu and hadn't even had a chance to sit down before leaving again, heading toward the origin secret realm. These past 2 days, Yi-qing truly hadn't had a moment's rest, constantly running around. This made Yi-qing harbor a bit of resentment toward the origin realm in his heart, thinking it was really causing trouble, making him run here and there. Not long after, Yi-qing's figure appeared at the entrance of the origin secret realm. The military had already notified the troops stationed at the entrance in advance, so Yi-qing entered directly upon arrival. Entering the origin secret realm, Yi-qing first had the Eye of Exploration record the map of the origin secret realm. Looking at the map in his mind, the entrances and exits between the origin realm and Blue Star were located on opposite sides of the map. Yi-qing stared at the map, and a trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. How does this origin secret realm connect Blue Star and the origin realm together? Blue Star and the origin realm are two different worlds, yet this origin secret realm can actually connect the two worlds together, achieving the same effect as the purple sky chain. This is simply beyond beyond strange. Yi-qing suddenly closed his eyes and began to sense this origin's secret realm. After Shi lightly tapped his forehead, Yi-qing's comprehension of the laws of time and space had reached about 10%.
Don't underestimate this 10%. Currently, Yi-qing's comprehension of the laws of ice is less than 1%, and it's already quite impressive.
So, it's imaginable how extraordinary this 10% comprehension already is. Yi-qing carefully used the laws of space to sense the origin's secret realm and then discovered that the origin's secret realm was indeed somewhat different from other secret realms. First of all, the entrance to the origin's secret realm has one more entry point compared to other secret realms. Additionally, the spatial fluctuations at the entrance are vastly different from those of other secret realms. The entrances and exits of the origin's secret realm can transport people to much farther places. To put it simply, secret realms are all near Blue Star, within the world where Blue Star is located. However, the origin's secret realm is not like this. The location of the origin's secret realm does not belong to any world but exists within the endless void. As for how this origin's secret realm was formed, Yi-qing did not know.
Although 10% of the law comprehension is powerful, it is still not enough. Old Li, can you break the seal on the origin realm over there? Yi-qing asked.
Li Bai's voice sounded in Yi-qing's ear. No problem. Although Li Bai didn't understand things like seals, that thing was just a 12th level seal, and Li Bai could directly rely on brute force to break it open.
That's fine, let's go over there.
Yi-qing nodded slightly and was about to leave when someone suddenly called out to him.
Hey, young friend, we meet again.
A slightly aged voice sounded, and Yi-qing immediately felt it was somewhat familiar. He turned around to look. The person who called out to Yi-qing from behind was none other than the lunatic Yi-qing and Suyu had encountered in the origin's secret realm, Grandpa Wang. Yi-qing's mouth twitched slightly, muttering to himself, why is this mental hospital so unreliable, letting patients escape again?
Uncle Yuan, why are you here? Yi-qing looked at Uncle Yuan with some helplessness and curiosity and asked.
When the old man Wang heard Yi-qing ask why he was here, he immediately sighed.
Ever since we parted last time, I was imprisoned by villains until now.
Fortunately, heaven showed mercy, and just yesterday, I managed to escape from that prison. Yi-qing speechlessly took out the communicator, preparing to contact the mental hospital.
How could the mental hospital be so careless? How could they let old Master Wang escape again? Yi-qing found the number for the Imperial Capital Mental Hospital online and dialed it. Hello, is this the Imperial Capital Mental Hospital? Old Master Wang stood to the side, stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, young friend, who are you talking to?
Oh, no one, just a friend, old Wang.
Hold on a moment, let me finish this call.
Saying this, Yi-qing continued explaining the situation to the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital on the communicator, urging them to quickly send someone to take old Wang away. After a brief conversation, Yi-qing hung up the communicator and found a place to sit down. Old Wang immediately came over and sat down beside Yi-qing. Young friend, it's been a long time since we last met.
I really miss your wine. Could you? Don't worry, this old man is not one to take advantage. I can offer to read 3 fortunes for you for free.
Old Master Wang looked at Yi-qing, sometimes grinning, sometimes speaking with a serious expression. When Yi-qing heard that old Master Wang wanted to read fortunes, he immediately recalled Suyu's miserable state from before and quickly shook his head, saying, no, I can't handle that.
I'll just pour you a glass of wine. You're getting on in years and shouldn't drink too much.
As he spoke, Yi-qing took out a cup, poured it full of peach blossom wine, and handed it to old Master Wang. Old Master Wang carefully took the cup, then brought it close to his nose, closed his eyes, and took a deep sniff.
This is the kind of wine an old man like me should drink.
Old Master Wang sipped the peach blossom wine in small gulps, his face full of intoxicated delight as he spoke.
Yi-qing smiled and shook his head. As long as you're happy, old man, it's fine. Anyway, we'll have to leave soon.
When old Master Wang had licked the cup clean, he finally looked at Yi-qing and asked, by the way, young friend, why have you been sitting here all this time?
Oh, waiting for my friend. Yi-qing explained.
He had to stay here now to prevent old Master Wang from slipping away again. Old Master Wang nodded slightly and said, all right then, this old man will wait with you. Speaking of which, the two of them stopped talking altogether, and the scene instantly became silent. Yi-qing broke the silence and asked, by the way, old Wang, why did you come here again? Old Wang chuckled and said, after I escaped from that prison yesterday, I craved some wine. So, I performed a divination and figured out that you, young friend, were here.
I rushed over overnight.
Yi-qing looked at old Wang with some disbelief.
Really? Is it accurate?
Yi-qing, puzzled, used the eye of investigation to examine old man Wang again.
Name, Wang Zhui. Realm, unknown. Cultivation method, unknown. Skill, unknown.
Identity, patient number 9527 of the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital.
Unknown. System, are you messing with me? I clearly remember it wasn't like this last time.
What the heck is this unknown? Yi-qing was instantly dumbfounded. Previously, he had used the eye of investigation to gather information about the timespace god king, but when it came to investigating old Master Wang, all he got was unknown.
System, what kind of trick are you pulling? Why wasn't it like this when when I investigated old Manhwa before. What is this unknown supposed to mean? Yi-qing asked somewhat speechlessly. The system's explanatory voice followed. The information about this person is blocked. The last time the eye of investigation was used, it was also deceived. This time, the eye of investigation sensed something was off but still couldn't see through this person's information. Yi-qing immediately frowned and glanced at the somewhat frail old Master Wang beside him. He couldn't help but start speculating in his heart, could this old Master Wang be some kind of extraordinary big shot? System, can you figure out old Master Wang's identity? Yi-qing asked in his heart. Can't see through, but I can tell that this person must have completely mastered the law of fate, otherwise, the situation where even the eye of inquiry cannot see through wouldn't occur. Yi-qing's mind stirred. The law of fate. Yi-qing recalled the heavenly fate God King mentioned by Shi earlier. A bold guess emerged in Yi-qing's mind. Could old Wang be the heavenly fate God King? However, after carefully observing old Master Wang, Yi-qing felt that it didn't seem like it. A God King? Can he be taken to a mental hospital? By the way, doesn't a God King pay a huge price to descend to a lower plane? Could it be that the price the celestial God King paid to come to the lower plane was losing his memory and becoming mentally ill? Speculating to this point, Yi-qing increasingly felt that this guess was becoming reasonable, then immediately made a call to the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital. Hello, sorry, I accidentally lost track of that old man just now. Yes, I really apologize, but I saw him leave the Origin secret realm and head south. South happens to be in the opposite direction of the Imperial Capital. Since Yi-qing already knew that old Master Wang's identity was not simple, how could he let him be taken back to the psychiatric hospital again? Yi-qing finished the call and looked at old Master Wang with a cheerful smile. Uncle Yuan, look at us, meeting twice in just a few short months. This must be fate. Old Master Wang was taken aback for a moment and then said, this time, I came looking for you. That's not important. What's important is that it's fate. Uncle Yuan, you don't have anywhere to go right now, do you? How about I take you to a place where you won't have to do anything all day, just eat well and drink well? Yi-qing said with a big smile. Since it was already known that old Master Wang might be a fallen God King, Yi-qing definitely had to persuade him to go to Shenwu. Building a good relationship now would mean that once old Master Wang recovered, Yi-qing would have made a connection with a God King. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. After hearing Yi-qing's words, old Master Wang's eyes lit up, but he pretended to be calm and said, ahem, since you, young friend, are so graciously inviting me, how could this old man refuse? Old Master Wang said that he didn't care about food or drink, he just liked following Yi-qing. Yi-qing immediately smiled happily, then quickly arranged for one of his star armors to take old Master Wang back to Shenwu first, while he himself needed to make a trip to the Origin realm. As for old Master Wang's situation, Yi-qing also informed Jilin, telling him to take good care of old Master Wang. If old Master Wang really turned out to be a God King, then Shenwu would hit the jackpot, a God King for free. At the center of the Origin secret realm, a faintly glowing light screen blocked the path forward. By the way, let me try punching it myself. Yi-qing suddenly remembered that he was wearing the star armor, and his combat power was also at the level of a first-class true god. In that case, he should be able to break this seal too, right? Thinking of this, Yi-qing became a bit eager to give it a try. Clenching his fist, just as he was about to punch the light screen, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the S-level achievement, Deceiving the God King. Rewards, Imperial Artifact Heavenly Order, Imperial Artifact Earth Seal, and Guardian Spirit Sun Wukong. Yi-qing was truly stunned by the rewards of this achievement, 2 Imperial Artifacts and a God King Guardian Spirit. Oh my goodness, Yi-qing suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. At this moment, with Li Bai's long Yuan sword added, Yi-qing now possessed 5 Imperial Artifacts. Those God Kings typically only had 1 each. What Yi-qing cared about now wasn't the Imperial Artifacts, but the great sage equal to heaven, who once caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace with just a staff. At this moment, within Yi-qing's gene-lock space, on the boundless sea, a golden light suddenly appeared, and Li Bai's gaze immediately turned toward the direction of the light. The golden light dissipated, revealing the figure of a monkey. This monkey was dressed in a golden chainmail armor, wore a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown on its head, had lotus silk cloud walking shoes on its feet, and held a ruby jingu bang in its hand. A defiant smile appeared on its face. Yi-qing immediately couldn't wait to summon Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Yi-qing. Fully equipped and holding the golden cudgel, Yi-qing couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion upon seeing Sun Wukong. In his previous life, when Yi-qing was a child, he had also swung a stick around wildly and fantasized about being the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Until later, when I accidentally broke my own home's glass with a stick and got a mixed beating from my parents, I obediently stopped playing with sticks. So you're my master? Your level is way too low. Sun Wukong looked at Yi-qing and immediately said with disdain. Yi-qing was speechless. Shouldn't you be kneeling on one knee and saying, Master, your humble servant Sun Wukong is willing to go through fire and water for the Yi family? Why not just let it go? But instead you despise me for having a low level of understanding. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Great sage, since you are the God King, which two laws do you control? Yi-qing looked at Sun Wukong and asked. Sun Wukong hoisted the golden cudgel and replied, the law of battle, the law of transformation, and the law of speed. Yi-qing's eyes lit up. The Sun Wukong given by this system was quite powerful. A God King who mastered 3 laws should rank among the top in terms of strength among the God Kings of this world, right? After a while, Yi-qing sent Sun Wukong back. For now, Sun Wukong was his biggest trump card aside from the revival coins, and also his strongest means, so it was better not to expose him if possible. Yi-qing's gaze turned back to the light screen. It was time to get down to business. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch directly. Yi-qing's fist struck the light screen, and the screen instantly shattered without any suspense. Yi-qing also walked forward. Before long, Yi-qing arrived at another entrance to the Origin Secret Realm. Yi-qing took out a star card, released a set of star armor to guard the entrance, and then entered the Origin Realm. He didn't want anyone to take advantage of the situation and cause trouble on Blue Star while he was reclaiming the Origin Realm. Origin Realm. After Yi-qing came out of the Origin Secret Realm, he ran into people from the Origin world. Across the entrance, more than a dozen men dressed in ancient attire stared at Yi-qing in a daze. They were members of the Zhang family. Long ago, Zhang Jiu had sent them here to guard this glowing object, and they had always considered it an easy job. Although Zhang Jiu had told them that someone might emerge from this cave and that they must immediately inform him when it happened, they had guarded it for years, even over a decade, without seeing a single person. Therefore, they had already followed Zhang Jiu's instructions, but now suddenly seeing a person covered in steel walking out caused them to be completely dumbfounded. If it had been a normal person, they wouldn't have been so shocked. However, at this moment, Yi-qing was wearing a star armor, and the societal background of the Origin realm was ancient, so they had never seen anything like this before. Quick, send the signal. After being stunned for a moment, someone immediately reacted and shouted loudly. Yi-qing did not stop them and just waited for them to send the signal. As soon as this person finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, a sound was heard and a firework shot into the sky. Is this what you call sending a signal? Can Zhang Jiu even see it? According to Yi-qing's knowledge, the entrance to the Origin Secret Realm from the Origin world is near the Yi family, which is hundreds of kilometers away from the Zhang family. Zhang Jiu, even if he is at the 12th level, shouldn't be able to see this thing, right? May I ask, can Zhang Jiu receive your signal? Yi-qing looked at those people speechlessly and asked. Among those people, the leader stepped forward, looked at Yi-qing, and sneered. Don't think you can threaten us with your sarcastic tone. We won't be afraid. I'm sarcastic to your grandpa. Yi-qing waved his hand, and the Yuan sword turned into a beam of golden light, directly blasting that person's head. Threaten your grandpa? Did I threaten you? Tell me, what's the name of the current divine emperor in your Origin realm? As Yi-qing spoke, he controlled the Yuan sword to circle around those people. These people were so scared that their legs started trembling. Each of them thought to themselves, isn't this just a threat to us? Sir, the divine emperor's name is Xiaoing. The ing is in Lud? The win in victory. Yi-qing slightly nodded and said, alright, I got it. Get lost. As he spoke, Yi-qing withdrew the Yuan sword. He had no time to waste playing with these minor characters here. He had to wait for Zhang Jiu. The grudge of his ancestors was his to avenge, and Zhang Jiu was destined to die by his hand. Even if the Origin realm becomes a subsidiary world of Blue Star in the future, even if Zhang Jiu is a top-tier 12th level powerhouse, Yi-qing would still kill without hesitation. Yi-qing found a rock, sat down directly, and waited. Even if Zhang Jiu didn't receive the signal just now that he has released those people from the Zhang family, Zhang Jiu should soon get the news and rush over. However, Yi-qing did not plan to spare the other members of the Zhang family. To eliminate the problem at its root, Yi-qing released a set of star armor and followed those from the Zhang family, directly tracking them to the Zhang household and wiping them out. Not long after, Yi-qing saw a figure appear in the distance in the sky. Yi-qing muttered to himself somewhat speechlessly, this is just ridiculous, it really can pick up a signal. In just a moment, that person descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi-qing. Zhang Jiu looked at Yi-qing, who was clad in star armor, and asked in a deep voice, a person from Blue Star? Have you come for the matter of the Divine Emperor's decree? Yi-qing looked at Zhang Jiu, nodded slightly, and said, you could say that, but before that, I have one more thing to do. Zhang Jiu asked curiously, destroy your Zhang family. Yi-qing said indifferently. Zhang Jiu's face darkened, and he quickly thought of many things. You are the child of Yi Lin and his wife. You didn't die. Haha, so what if you're alive? You're only 18 this year, right? Who gave you the courage to come to the Origin realm alone? As Zhang Jiu spoke, the killing intent on him was already uncontrollably released. Immediately, several wooden puppets appeared beside Zhang Jiu. With a slight wave of his hand, the puppets charged at Yi-qing with knives. Flames rose in Yi-qing's hand, and he directly hurled them at Zhang Jiu's puppets. The puppets caught fire as soon as they were touched by Yi-qing's flames and started burning. Yi-qing. Zhang Jiu looked in disbelief at his puppets engulfed in flames. How is that possible? All my puppets are uniformly made from Tianhui wood. How could they be set on fire. Yi-qing glanced at Zhang Jiao and said speechlessly, truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you think my fire is ordinary? And you actually judge my strength based on age? A 12th tier expert being this childish? As he spoke, Yi-qing waved his right hand, and the Xianyuan sword flew out, transforming into hundreds of long swords aimed at Zhang Jiao. Try the power of the Xianyuan sword. Yi-qing spoke while waving his right hand, and hundreds of long swords swiftly shot toward Zhang Jiao. The 10,000 swords returned to the sect technique combined with the sword Dao principles and the Xianyuan sword, made Zhang Jiao feel a trace of fear in his heart as he faced these hundreds of long swords. Boom! Zhang Jiao unhesitatingly chose to dodge the attack. Zhang Jiao's talent lies in puppet control, so his physical body is not very strong. If he were really hit by this move 10,000 swords returned to the sect, he would definitely suffer greatly. Yi-qing directly controlled the Xianyuan sword to chase after Zhang Jiao. Wherever Zhang Jiao dodged, the Xianyuan sword would strike. As Zhang Jiao kept dodging, it instantly felt as if Yi-qing was toying with him. Zhang Jiao's expression gradually became increasingly grim. Not playing anymore, not playing anymore. Your Zhang family has already been completely wiped out, and it's time for you to join the hundreds of people from your Zhang family. Yi-qing looked at Zhang Jiao and said slowly. When Zhang Jiao heard Yi-qing's words, his body trembled instantly. He glared at Yi-qing and roared, "You brat, what do you mean by that?" Yi-qing innocently waved his hand and said, "What else could I mean? Since I'm here for revenge, how could I possibly spare the rest of your Zhang family? While I was toying with you just now, my star armor." Speaking of star armor, you might not know what it means, so let's just say subordinates. My subordinates followed those Zhang family members and found the location of your Zhang family. Now, your entire Zhang family has been wiped out. As he spoke, Yi-qing stared straight at Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao, enraged by Yi-qing's words, ignored the Xianyuan sword and charged directly at Yi-qing. Over 100 Xianyuan swords merged together and faced Zhang Jiao. The Xianyuan sword pierced straight through Zhang Jiao's heart without a drop of blood staining it. Zhang Jiao widened his eyes, then slowly fell to the ground. Yi-qing said nothing, withdrew the Xianyuan sword, and left. The Zhang family had indeed been wiped out by Yi-qing, but in the end, Yi-qing couldn't harden his heart and spared the elderly, women, and children of the Zhang family. Perhaps the Zhang family would seek revenge on Yi-qing in the future, but Yi-qing was not afraid at all. Since he had shown mercy, Yi-qing was prepared for this. Moreover, Yi-qing did not believe that the Zhang family had the ability to seek revenge against him. Yi-qing was also not worried about them targeting his family, as his family members were all formidable individuals. Furthermore, Yi-qing had resurrection coins, so there was no need to worry about any tragedies occurring. After leaving the entrance to the Origin secret realm, Yi-qing summoned Li Bai. "Old Li, help me locate the current God Emperor in the Origin realm." Li Bai nodded slightly and released his divine sense, scanning the Origin realm. Yi-qing, Master, 1,300 kilometers to the south, that divine emperor is at the 11th tier, and there are 11 12th tier beings nearby. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned. 11 12th tier beings? Have they gathered all the 12th tier beings to invade Blue Star, or are they preparing to surrender to Blue Star? Let's go take a look. I hope this divine emperor knows what's good for him, otherwise, I'll test the power of the heavenly order. Yi-qing said this and then flew southward. Origin realm, capital city. Yi-qing did not appear directly in the capital city. After all, even without his star armor, his clothes would still look out of place here, drawing too much attention. Yi-qing did not want to be so ostentatious. Therefore, Yi-qing descended directly from the sky, landing on the highest divine emperor hall within the imperial palace of the capital city. Whether it was showing off or not didn't matter. Yi-qing mainly liked standing at a higher vantage point. Yi-qing descended directly like this, quickly attracting the attention of some people in the capital. Then, word spread from one to another, and in no time, 90% of the people in the capital were all looking toward the divine emperor hall in the imperial palace. Inside the imperial palace, the 11 12th tier powerhouses in Xiaoing all arrived outside the divine emperor hall. Looking at Yi-qing on the hall's roof, their expressions were not very pleasant. You show up and immediately stand on someone else's roof. How could they be happy about that? Are you from Blue Star? Is this your way of trying to intimidate us in the Origin realm? Below, an old man snorted coldly and said. Xiaoing also looked at Yi-qing and said, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will naturally abide by the orders of the divine emperor." In the battle between Origin realm and Blue Star has won. From today onwards, Origin realm will be a subordinate world of Blue Star. Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing, smiled, and said, "It seems this generation's divine emperor knows how to act wisely. However, before that, I have a small request. These senior elders by my side are all feeling unsettled. Could I ask the strong ones from Blue Star to spar with the senior elders by my side?" Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing and said with a faint smile, "Want to see the strength of our Blue Star? Sure, the strongest person from Blue Star is here with me. If those by your side can withstand one strike from him, then your Origin realm won't need to submit to Blue Star. Rest assured, I can make that decision." Yi-qing smiled cheerfully as he looked at Xiaoing and the others. Xiaoing
Yi-qing's expression remained unchanged, but the faces of the old folks beside him turned grim one by one. Yi-qing's words seemed to look down on them.
"You insolent brat, how dare you be so arrogant? Are you serious about what you said, that as long as a few of the elders by my side can withstand one sword, the origin realm will not surrender? What is it?"
Xiaoing did not argue with Yi-qing but wanted to confirm what Yi-qing had said. Yi-qing smiled and nodded, saying, "As long as you can withstand one strike, you don't have to surrender."
"Good.
I will agree on behalf of the senior masters." Xiaoing spoke, then turned to the elderly men beside him and said, "Seniors, the fate of the origin realm is entrusted to you." All these elders suppressed their anger and solemnly nodded at Xiaoing. Yi-qing stood on the Divine Emperor's hall, watching the scene, touched his nose, and said somewhat speechlessly, "Why do I feel like a rebel? But still, the important tasks must be done. Oldly, time to get to work." Hearing Yi-qing's words, Li Bai slowly appeared beside him. Below, Xiaoing and the others all turned their gaze toward Li Bai, wanting to take a closer look at this strongest figure from Blue Star.
"Boom, let me know when you're ready." Li Bai looked at the crowd and said calmly.
Xiaoing glanced at the nearby elders of the 12th rank and nodded slightly. Then, Xiaoing stepped aside, as a battle of the 12th rank left no room for an 11th rank like him to intervene. Li Bai casually beckoned, and a slender little stick flew into his hand. Below, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and their expressions once again turned grim.
Xiaoing was also slightly angry. Facing the 11th-12th tier powerhouses from their origin realm, you actually wield a wooden stick against them? Humph.
The people of Blue Star are all such arrogant and conceited individuals. I really don't understand how Blue Star won the war against the origin realm. Below, someone immediately let out a dissatisfied cold snort.
Dodge.
The tone was full of sarcasm.
At this moment, those 12th order beings in the origin realm were undoubtedly very angry, but what Li Bai said next directly ignited their fury.
Li Bai calmly looked at those people and said, "Using a wooden stick is only because I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back with a sword and end up killing you.
There's no other meaning."
These old men were almost angered to the point of having a heart attack.
"There is no other meaning. No other meaning, my ass." They may be angry, but what Li Bai said was absolutely correct.
A sword strike from a first-class true god who has comprehended the laws of swordsmanship, even if Li Bai holds back, is not something a 12th-tier mortal can easily withstand. Therefore, Li Bai used a wooden stick just in case. If he accidentally killed all these 12th-tier individuals, it wouldn't be good, as they are, after all, the future enforcers of Blue Star.
"Stop stuttering. Are you ready?" Yi-qing looked at those 12th-tier individuals and said, "Humph, come on, I want to see how you accidentally kill us." An elder snorted coldly and said, "Whoosh, boom." Speaking of which, although those people were angry, they immediately prepared for defense. Anger was one thing, but this now concerned the future of the origin realm, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Yi-qing glanced at Li Bai and nodded slightly. A trace of aura immediately emanated from Li Bai, and below, the expressions of those elders all changed drastically. Li Bai had only revealed a trace of his aura, and they already felt a sense of unease, making them even more cautious. However, regardless of their caution, the outcome was already determined. Immediately after, the wooden stick in Li Bai's hand suddenly left his grip and began to float slowly. The wooden stick floated in front of Li Bai, and he looked down and said, "It's here." Speaking, the wooden stick in front of Li Bai directly went downward. A powerful pressure directly weighed down on the 11 people. The faces of these elderly individuals all showed unpleasant expressions, with sweat from their foreheads already dripping onto the ground. In such a situation, the 11 people joined forces to release spiritual power to block the wooden stick, trying to stop it from advancing further. However, despite their combined efforts to stop it, the wooden stick continued to slowly move toward them. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the two figures on the Divine Emperor's hall had never shown the slightest arrogance or conceit from beginning to end. It was merely they themselves who had become frogs at the bottom of a well. Watching the wooden stick getting closer and closer, Xiaoing had already become visibly tense. As for the elderly figures, their expressions grew increasingly grim, and many of them had already begun to tremble. The wooden stick was already about to reach those elders. All those elders felt a sense of powerlessness. It was no longer a matter of winning or losing. They even felt that if the stick fell, they might die. Xiaoing clearly noticed the situation. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed to Li Bai and Yi-qing, saying, "Seniors, please withdraw your move. On behalf of the seniors around me, I admit defeat." Li Bai looked at Yi-qing.
Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing, then smiled and nodded. As for Xiaoing, judging from the current situation, Yi-qing felt that Xiaoing could be considered a good emperor. Seeing Yi-qing nod, the wooden sticks in front of the elders below suddenly made a cracking sound and shattered into pieces. At the moment they split, the overwhelming sword intent also disappeared. The wooden sticks broke into several segments, fell to the ground, and then all turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. The moment the sword intent disappeared, those elderly individuals all collapsed to the ground.
"Since you've already admitted defeat, is there any issue with submitting to Blue Star?"
Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing and asked. Xiaoing let out a deep sigh, clasped his hands, and said, "No, from today onward, the origin realm will be a vassal vassal world of Blue Star. At the beginning of each year, I will personally visit Blue Star to pay respects to its emperor. We on Blue Star don't have emperors. Here, take this, and I'll teach you how to use it. As he spoke, Yi-qing took out a communicator, then came down from the Divine Emperor's hall with Li Bai and handed the communicator to Xiaoing.
Xiaoing took the communicator and asked in confusion, "What is this little metal block?" "This thing is called a communicator."
Yi-qing explained to Xiaoing what the communicator was and its functions. However, Xiaoing still didn't quite understand, as it was entirely from another era, and Yi-qing couldn't explain it clearly in just a few words. Yi-qing didn't bother to explain further and directly taught Xiaoing the basic usage of the communicator to contact others. Then, he contacted a few elders from Longwa and arranged for someone to be on standby 24/7 to answer Xiaoying's questions and provide some modern knowledge education. After all, from now on, the Origin Realm would be a subsidiary world of Blue Star, and as the Emperor of the Origin Realm, Xiaoing needed to have some understanding of modern things.
After arranging everything, Yi-qing planned to leave.
Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing and said, "Xiaoing, I've already taught you how to use the communicator, so I'll head back to Blue Star first. Oh, by the way, the purple sky chain can't be set up yet. If you want to go to Blue Star, you can only do so through the Origin Secret Realm, which is 1,300 kilometers to the north. Also, anyone from the Origin Realm going to Blue Star needs to have their identity recorded." Xiaoing listened to Yi-qing's words and nodded repeatedly. When Yi-qing finished speaking, Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing and asked, "Sir, may I ask a few questions?"
"Go ahead. What is your status on Blue Star?"
"Status? I am just a student at Blue Star Academy, which is equivalent to a disciple in your sect here."
"Sir, are you joking? If you are a student, why would that senior be following you?" "Oh, you mean Old Li? Old Li is my subordinate."
Xiaoing, status does not equate to strength. Some people have immense power but no cultivation, and the opposite is also true. Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing and said with a smile. Yi-qing had a good impression of Xiaoing, and since Xiaoing was a descendant of Xiaoing, not a direct descendant, but still related by blood, Yi-qing maintained a friendly attitude toward Xiaoing. That's why I'm saying so much to Xiaoing here. In the Origin Realms dynasty, the strong have always held higher status. As a result, Xiaoying's thinking has fallen into a fixed mindset. Seemingly by following Yi-qing, he naturally assumed that Yi-qing was a significant figure on Blue Star, akin to the existence of a crown prince. After hearing Yi-qing's words, Xiaoing cupped his fists and slightly bowed, saying, "I have learned much."
"May I know your name? What is the name of the academy you attend? If I have the chance to visit Blue Star, I must go and see it."
"My name is Yi-qing, and I study at an academy called Shenwu, located in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital on Blue Star. When you visit the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital, Emperor Shi, you can come and take a look at our academy." At this moment, Yi-qing's way of addressing Xiaoing had already changed. Earlier, they were in an adversarial relationship, and Yi-qing would never have called an enemy an emperor. But now it was different, so Yi-qing addressed him as Emperor Shi. "You." Xiaoing nodded seriously, as he genuinely intended to go and take a look. Although Xiaoing was deeply impressed by Li Bai's strength, it was the master of this Li Bai in front of him that truly piqued his interest. He wanted to know what was so special about Yi-qing that he could command such a powerful subordinate. More curiously, with such a powerful person under Yi-qing's command, why is he not the Emperor of Blue Star but just an ordinary student?
"Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
If His Majesty Shi has any further questions, feel free to ask via communicator. Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing and said. Xiaoing tried to persuade him to stay. "Brother Yi, since you've come to the Origin Realm, why not stay for a couple of days? Maybe in the future, I'll bring my parents back with me."
"By the way, Emperor Shi, you might know my parents. Their names are Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi."
Yi-qing finished speaking with a smile, then turned and walked toward the exit of the palace. Xiaoing was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Yi-qing's departing figure.
The elders beside Xiaoing all looked at each other in astonishment.
Yi-lin, such a familiar name.
"Indeed, it feels like I've heard it somewhere before."
Xiaoing was silent for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. Yi-lin, Zhao Junyi, the most outstanding geniuses in nearly a century.
Hearing Xiaoying's words, those elderly individuals immediately remembered.
This child is actually a member of the Yi family."
"That's right, Zhang Jiao,"
Xiaoing said with a bitter smile. "Zhang Jiao didn't come today. I initially thought he was delayed by some matters, but now it seems he simply couldn't make it. Back then, regarding the matters between the Yi family and the Zhang family, I chose to stand by and watch, letting them fight it out on their own."
"Now it seems I was wrong."
An elder beside Xiaoing said helplessly. "You can't say it like that.
Who could have expected the Yi family to produce such a hidden dragon? However, this child is ultimately one of us from the Origin Realm.
Presumably, after our Origin Realm submits to Blue Star won't be too harsh on the Origin Realm."
"Hope so," someone sighed. At this moment, Xiaoing wasn't too worried about Blue Star's attitude toward the Origin Realm.
He didn't know why. Perhaps it was because Yi-qing gave him a very good impression. After leaving the palace, Yi-qing took a look around the capital of the Origin Realm before leaving the city.
And just as Yi-qing left the capital, the systems Wang's voice sounded. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the Grade A achievement of reclaiming a lower world.
Reward, Ice Element Cultivation Technique Inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit. The 12th level Ice Element Inheritance has been upgraded to a first-class True God Ice Element Divinity. Yi-qing was instantly overjoyed. He had triggered a critical hit again, and it was something he really needed. The last one was just a third-class True God Divinity, but this time it's a first-class True God Divinity. This is awesome.
Just as Yi-qing was feeling delighted, the system spoke again, almost making Yi-qing burst out laughing.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 10 A-level achievements.
Reward, Imperial Weapon, Sky Staff. Goodness, another Imperial Weapon. That's 6 Imperial Weapons now.
Yi-qing said with a smile on his face. God-slaying spear, Xian Yuan sword, Long Yuan sword, Heavenly Order, Earth Seal, and Sky Staff. If other God Kings found out that Yi-qing, a mere 4th-tier ability user, actually possessed 6 Imperial artifacts, their eyes would definitely turn bloodshot with envy. Yi-qing immediately took out the Sky Staff. The Celestial Staff is entirely purple, with a pattern of mountains and rivers engraved on its body, making it look extremely beautiful. Great Sage, how about letting you use this Celestial Staff? Yi-qing silently recited in his heart. Sun Wukong's voice followed. No need, my golden cudgel is already an Imperial weapon.
The staff in your hand, you should use it yourself. That Rui Jingu Bang is actually an Imperial artifact.
Yi-qing had always thought that the stick in Sun Wukong's hand was just a slightly better stick produced in the shape of the system-installed Rui Jingu Bang.
He never expected it to actually be an Imperial artifact. TCH, making a fuss over nothing. My golden chainmail armor, phoenix-feathered purple gold crown, and cloud-walking lotus silk shoes, aren't they all Imperial artifacts?
They just don't have any offensive power, but they're all genuine Imperial artifacts.
Sun Wukong's disdainful voice echoed in Yi-qing's mind. Yi-qing.
Yi-qing truly felt more and more like he had hit the jackpot. Not only did he gain Sun Wukong as his guardian spirit, but Sun Wukong also mastered 3 laws and possessed 4 Imperial artifacts as a God King.
Honestly, Yi-qing really wanted to shout out loud, this is awesome.
Since Sun Wukong no longer needed the Sky Staff, Yi-qing naturally decided to keep it for himself. Yi-qing had always liked spears and staffs since childhood. He already had a spear, and now he had a staff, making his collection complete. Not long after, Yi-qing left the Origin Realm and returned to Blue Star.
After returning to Blue Star, he headed toward Shinwu.
Yi-qing first inquired about Old Master Wang's situation and learned that Yilin and Old Master Wang had discussed and arranged a leisurely position for him as a dormitory supervisor. Yes, since the establishment of Shinwu Academy, this was the first time there was a dormitory supervisor, and he was in charge of the 5 dormitory buildings named Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, and God.
Shinwu even specially built a small house for Old Master Wang in the middle of the 5 dormitory buildings.
Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh and cry upon learning that Old Master Wang had become the dormitory manager. Yi-qing handed the divine persona of a first-class true god to Yilin, instructing him to refine it, and then left the office, heading toward the student dormitory area. Sure enough, when Yi-qing arrived at the dormitory area, he saw a small house that had sprung up in the middle of the 5 dormitory buildings. Yi-qing walked toward the small house. At the entrance, Old Master Yuan was lying on a deck chair, basking in the sun with his eyes closed.
Fortune telling costs 100. If you don't want it, move along. If fate wills it, it can be free.
Old Master Wang heard footsteps approaching him and muttered to himself without even opening his eyes. The corner of Yi-qing's mouth twitched.
Wasn't Old Master Wang different before I left? Uncle Wang, I was gone for less than a day, and you've already started a small business?
Uncle Wang heard Yi-qing's voice, immediately opened his eyes, and happily stood up at once.
Young friend, you're back. I really must thank you for finding this job for me. Your great kindness is hard to repay, so let me give you a free fortune-telling. Yi-qing's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly said, let's skip the fortune-telling. But Uncle Wang, why are you doing fortune-telling business here? Yi-qing looked at Old Master Wang with extreme curiosity and asked. Old Master Wang sighed and said, it's all because life leaves me no choice. I usually enjoy a little drink, but where can I get wine without money? So I can only tell fortunes here to earn some money to buy wine.
Yi-qing rolled his eyes speechlessly. Your attitude just now didn't seem like someone trying to make money at all. It was completely like you didn't care whether the customer wanted their fortune told or not.
And as for fate being free, you didn't even open your eyes. Where exactly is the fate in that? Grandpa Wang, stop doing fortune-telling. I'll ask my dad to give you this month's salary in advance, so you'll have money to drink. Really? Young friend, you are such a good person.
Old Master Wang immediately grabbed Yi-qing's hand excitedly and started shaking it. Looking at Old Master Wang's reaction, Yi-qing suddenly felt a bit speechless and puzzled.
Grandpa Wang, I'm really curious, how did you end up being taken to the mental hospital? You seem a bit unusual, but not to the extent of being considered mentally ill, right? Grandpa Wang asked in confusion, what are a mental hospital and mental illness?
Yi-qing rephrased, I mean, Grandpa Wang, why were you previously taken to prison by those people in white clothes?
Grandpa Wang understood understood this time, and immediately said indignantly, "Talking about this matter makes me angry. These people are simply outrageous. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, they grabbed me without any explanation." "Grandpa Wang, was it something you did? Think carefully about what you did before you were arrested." "I didn't do anything. I just asked some passers-by where the imperial palace was because I wanted to meet the human emperor. Not long after, I was arrested. These people are simply outrageous. By the way, young friend, do you know where the human emperor has gone? Also, why has the capital changed so much? These buildings have become so tall. I often see some magical tools that seal people inside them. What on earth has happened to this world?" As he spoke, Grandpa Wang let out a deep, melancholy sigh. Yi-qing shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Now I really understand why you were arrested, Uncle Wang." Uncle Wang's simple why left Yi-qing momentarily speechless. After organizing his thoughts, Yi-qing said, "That's because, Uncle Wang, you are no longer in the world you came from. This is another world. So the human emperor you mentioned sounds like nonsense to others, and that's why you were taken as a madman and arrested." Old Master Wang widened his eyes in anger upon hearing Yi-qing's words. "I can't believe I'd been mistaken for a lunatic. No wonder those cellmates earlier were either claiming to be animals or plants. This is infuriating." After hearing Yi-qing's explanation, the first thing Old Master Wang noticed wasn't that he had arrived in another world, but that he had actually been mistaken for a lunatic. "Old Wang, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? You've already arrived in another world." Yi-qing looked at Old Master Wang helplessly and said. The old man Wang's expression returned to calm, and he waved his hand, saying, "I actually figured this out a long time ago. How could I not know this is another world?" "No, my foot. If you knew, how did you end up being caught and treated as a lunatic?" Yi-qing complained in his heart. "Uncle Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Oh, and when you get your salary, stop doing fortune-telling for others, alright?" Before Yi-qing left, he gave a word of advice. Yi-qing was now somewhat certain that Old Master Wang's fortune-telling was absolutely cursed. Anyone who had their fortune told by him was bound to have bad luck. The matters of the Origin Realm and Blue Star had now come to a temporary conclusion, and Shenwu Academy resumed its normal classes. A few days later, Xiaoing visited Blue Star for the first time, and several elders of the Dragon Nation went to greet him. Although the Origin Realm is now merely a subsidiary world of Blue Star, the elders of Dragon Country are not irrational. They understand that the Origin Realm becoming a subsidiary world of Blue Star is not due to their actions. Moreover, the strength of the Origin Realm, excluding Yi-qing's family, surpasses that of Dragon Country by a significant margin. Naturally, they should treat Xiaoing with respect. The elders first took Xiaoing on a thorough tour of Dragon Country, and afterward, they even planned to take Xiaoing abroad for a visit. Initially, Xiaoing had some interest in other countries on Blue Star, but upon seeing the appearance of foreigners, he immediately lost interest, because the white and black skin of foreigners made Xiaoing feel a trace of displeasure in his heart. Xiaoing's displeasure also stemmed from the fact that the people of the Origin Realm all had yellow skin. Thus, upon seeing such anomalies for the first time, Xiaoing naturally felt displeased. There was no helping it. After all, Xiaoing's mindset was still that of an ancient person. Finally, Xiaoing's last stop on his visit to Blue Star was naturally set in Shenwu. This time, Xiaoing did not bring along the elders of the Dragon Kingdom but explained that he wanted to go alone, not even taking the guards from the Origin Realm. The elders did not hesitate much and agreed directly. Since the Origin Realm had already surrendered to Blue Star, they had the magnanimity to not worry that Xiaoing would cause trouble once out of their sight. Of course, they were also not concerned that Xiaoing could stir up any trouble. While others might not know, they were well aware that the most dangerous place on Blue Star was no longer any S-class secret realm but rather Shenwu. Several elders agreed to Xiaoing's request, and Xiaoing then contacted Yi-qing, as he didn't know the way. Yi-qing, who was in Shenwu, received Xiaoing's call and complained speechlessly, "You don't even know the way and still went solo." Xiaoing gave a helpless bitter smile. The only one who dared to talk to him like this was Yi-qing. "Wait where you are, I'll come find you." Yi-qing finished speaking, and Xiaoing nodded and said, "Alright." As soon as Xiaoing finished speaking, a black vortex appeared in front of him, and Yi-qing directly walked out from within the black vortex. Xiaoing, well, damn, that was instant. Let's go, once we enter, we'll reach Shenwu. Yi-qing pointed to the black vortex behind him and said. Ever since Yi-qing's forehead was tapped by Shuri Dian, his mastery of spatial laws had reached a point where, as long as he was on Blue Star, he could instantly travel to any location. The laws of time were similar. Yi-qing could already influence the time of the entire Blue Star, though he could only pause it for 1 second. If the scope of the time law's application were reduced, the pause duration could naturally be extended. Xiaoing looked at the black vortex, suppressed the shock in his heart, and followed Yi-qing into the black vortex. The next moment, Xiaoing followed Yi-qing to Yi-qing's dormitory. Over the past few days, Yi-qing had been in seclusion in his dormitory and had hardly gone out. Now that Xiaoing had arrived, he couldn't continue his seclusion. He had to take Xiaoing around Shenwu for a proper tour. After arriving at Yi-qing's dormitory, Xiaoing glanced around and then said, "It's a bit small here." "It's certainly
not comparable to your imperial palace, Emperor Shi, but in terms of comfort, it's not something your palace can match. Yi-qing smiled and looked at Xiaoing as he spoke. Xiaoing did not object but nodded and said, "Indeed, the first thing I will do upon returning this time is to fully develop industry. I hope to see the people of the Origin Realm using these magical household appliances from Blue Star as soon as possible." "Let's not talk about this. Emperor Shi, would you like to take a look at the teaching model of my Shenwu?" Yi-qing looked at Xiaoing and asked. Xiaoing smiled faintly and said, "Since I'm here, I naturally have to go and take a look." As the two spoke, Yi-qing took Xiaoing and left the dormitory. They hadn't gone far when Yi-qing ran into Suyu. When Suyu saw Xiaoing, dressed in a dragon robe and with long hair, standing beside Yi-qing, he immediately looked at Yi-qing in confusion and asked, "Old Yi, who is this?" "This is the Divine Emperor of the Origin Realm, Emperor Shi. Your Majesty, this is my good brother, Suyu." When Suyu heard Yi-qing's words, his legs immediately went a little weak from fright. He had thought Xiaoing was just a student who liked role-playing, but it turned out he was actually the Emperor of all things, the Emperor of the Origin Realm. He did have some understanding of His Majesty. That was an 11th tier powerhouse, with 11 12th tier top tier powerhouses under his command. Xiaoing cupped his hand slightly toward Suyu and called out, "Greetings, Brother Su." Since Yi-qing had already mentioned that Suyu was his good brother, Shi Huang naturally dared not show any disrespect, so he cupped his hands and addressed him as Brother Su. "No, I can't possibly accept that." Suyu was startled and quickly responded. An 11th level cultivator stood in front of him and called him Brother Su, which really scared him. Yi-qing smiled and patted Suyu on the shoulder, saying, "Old Su, don't be so nervous. The Time Emperor is very easygoing." Suyu forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Easygoing, my foot. Since we've met, let's go together." Yi-qing hooked Suyu's shoulder and said, "Why?" Suyu looked at Yi-qing with a face full of reluctance. "Can I refuse?" Yi-qing shook his head with a smile, and then he and Suyu took Xiaoing to stroll around Shenwu. The first place the three of them went to was the teaching area of Shenwu. To understand Shenwu's teaching model, the first step is to visit the teaching area, which is perfectly normal. Yi-qing and Suyu took Xiaoing on a tour of the entire teaching area. As they walked, Yi-qing explained Shenwu's teaching model to Xiaoing. Xiaoing observed everything carefully and listened attentively throughout. Perhaps the overall strength of Blue Star is far inferior to the Origin Realm, but he was becoming increasingly interested in Blue Star's teaching model. In the Origin Realm, cultivation practitioners have always been under the control of sex or royalty, but things are different on Blue Star. After hearing about Blue Star's teaching model, Xiaoing couldn't help but feel a slight urge to establish an academy. If the sects in the Origin Realm are allowed to develop unchecked, they will undoubtedly become a disaster in the end. Xiaoing had long wanted to find a way to restrict those sects, and now this academy-based education model seems quite promising. Xiaoing had already begun planning the academy in his mind. He intended to follow the example of Long Nation and establish an educational system in the Origin Realm. Of course, it's not about copying exactly. Xiaoing doesn't plan to establish elementary, middle, and high schools but intends to directly set up an academy. However, Xiaoing will divide the academy into 3 levels. The first level academy will admit a large number of students with the lowest requirements, and those students can then take exams to enter higher level academies once they meet certain criteria. The higher the academy's level, the stronger the teachers will be. Xiaoing plans to invite a few 12th tier seniors to oversee the 3rd level academy. Xiaoing refuses to believe that the academy won't be able to surpass sects in the future. After visiting the teaching area, Yi-qing and Suyu took Xiaoing to see other parts of Shenwu. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, and Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing and Suyu, clasping his hands together as he said, "Today, I have gained much from witnessing Shenwu's teaching methods. Many thanks to Brother Yi and Brother Su." "Don't thank me, I was just tagging along the whole time," Suyu said with a wry smile. Yi-qing, on the other hand, waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need to thank us. Is His Majesty heading back now?" "Brother Yi, I must trouble you to escort me once more," Xiaoing replied. Yi-qing nodded slightly, then snapped his fingers, and a black vortex appeared beside Xiaoing. Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing, cupped his hands again, and said, "Brother Yi, see you again if fate allows." After speaking, Xiaoing entered the black vortex and immediately returned to the place he had left earlier. Watching Xiaoing leave, Suyu finally let out a sigh of relief. "My goodness, finally gone. Scared me to death," Suyu said, patting his chest. Yi-qing smiled and looked at Suyu, saying, "Old Su, this won't do. It's just an 11th tier mortal. If you see a god in the future, won't you faint on the spot?" Suyu rolled his eyes at Yi-qing. "Easy for you to say. An 11th tier mortal. That's someone even stronger than my grandpa and my dad. How could a 2nd tier like me not be scared? Now that I think about it, you're only 2nd tier. That's a bit low." Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said with a serious expression. Suyu immediately looked at Yi-qing with a resentful gaze, thinking to himself, "Back then, I was a genius too, wasn't I? Well, I still am to others. How did I end up only at the 2nd tier
now. It's a bit low. Oldly, how's the refinement of the golden time chain coming along? Yi-qing asked in his mind. Li Bai, master, it will take another 20 days. Yi-qing was silent for a moment, then said again, great sage, how long would it take you to refine a golden time chain? Sun Wukong, it's just a royal artifact, it won't even take a day. Yi-qing was overjoyed at once, but Sun Wukong's next words left him speechless. Sun Wukong, don't even think about making me, old son, refine some golden time chain. With all the imperial artifacts I have, I wouldn't even look at this trashy king artifact. Since Sun Wukong was unwilling, Yi-qing could only wait for Li Bai to refine it. There were only 20 days left, and he could afford to wait for 20 days. Old Ji, what are you daydreaming about? Suyu patted Yi-qing's shoulder as he spoke. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head, saying, it's nothing. Your strength is indeed a bit low. In 20 days, I'll take you to a great place that can help you become strong quickly. Really? How quickly? How would I know? You'll find out when the time comes. Let's go. Time to head back for dinner. The two of them chatted as they walked toward the dormitory. In the next 20 days, Shenwu decided to hold the newcomer ability competition again. However, this time, Yi-qing, Suyu, and Yi Tianxian did not participate. Yi-qing wasn't interested in the S-level secret realm anymore. He was just waiting for the golden time chain. Isn't the golden time chain more appealing? Because Yi-qing chose not to participate, Suyu and Yi Tianxian also decided not to join. The three of them stayed in their dormitories, focusing on closed-door cultivation. 20 days passed quickly. On this day, Li Bai finally completed refining the first golden time chain. Upon hearing the news, Yi-qing immediately asked excitedly, oldly, what's the maximum time flow rate you can adjust to? The flow of time can be adjusted to a maximum of 10,000 to 1, but to ensure a constant speed, it can only reach 1,000 to 1. Hearing this, Yi-qing was instantly overjoyed. 1,000 to 1 was more than enough. Simply following the step-by-step cultivation process, Yi-qing believed he wouldn't even need 10 years to reach the divine level. Entering the golden time chain with a time flow rate of 1,000 to 1 meant that Yi-qing would only need 2 or 3 days to become divine. This is freaking awesome. Thinking of this, Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh happily. The space-time divine king, the heavenly secret divine king, Yi-qing has now consecutively encountered 2 of the 12 divine kings of this world. One divine king after another is appearing. Although neither of these 2 divine kings has shown any malice towards Yi-qing so far, who can guarantee that there won't be a divine king harboring malice towards Yi-qing in the future? This is why Yi-qing has become so eager to improve his cultivation and strength. Although the star armor currently grants Yi-qing the combat power of a first-class true god, the upper limit of the star armor is fixed. If Yi-qing wants to become even stronger, cultivation is the only proper path. Of course, while the golden time chain is a divine artifact for cultivation, after Yi-qing reaches the divine level, only 2 or 3 days will pass in the outside world. However, within the golden time chain, Yi-qing will have to spend several years or even over a decade in reality. Therefore, Yi-qing did not plan to go in alone. Retreating for 10 years by himself was something Yi-qing could not bring himself to do, so it was best to bring some people along. Soon, Yi-qing told Yi-lin about the matter of the golden time chain and asked Yi-lin to inquire with the military and the Divine Martial Academy to see if anyone was willing to retreat in the golden time chain for 10 years. Yi-lin acted quickly, and the matter of the golden time chain was immediately communicated to everyone in the military and every teacher and student in the Divine Martial Academy. Almost everyone in the military wanted to go, but the Divine Martial Academy was not the same. Some people are unwilling to go because they all know that although they are only leaving for 2 or 3 days, they will have to stay in the golden time chain for 10 years. Many people simply cannot endure it. Secluding oneself for 10 years is not as simple as it seems. Although 10 years will make them much stronger, they will also lose a lot in the process. They are just students, merely 18 or 19-year-old kids, without much ambition, so there are definitely quite a few who are unwilling to enter the golden time chain. As for those who wanted to go, Yi-qing did not directly agree but instead asked them to first go home and discuss it with their parents. This was not a trivial matter. Being away from home for 10 years, they all had to be prepared to face loneliness. 7 days later, at the Shenwu Academy Shini Martial Arena, countless people gathered at Shenwu, most of whom were military personnel dressed in uniforms. Having learned about the power of the Origin Realm, the Dragon Nation had always sought to enhance its overall strength. Now, the opportunity had arrived, and countless soldiers were willing to venture into the golden time chain. It was only a decade, yet those most admirable individuals chose without hesitation to enter. Loneliness was something they did not fear. On the platform of the martial arts arena, the Grand Elder and several other elders approached Yi-qing. The Grand Elder looked at Yi-qing seriously and said, Yi-qing, these 100,000 soldiers of the Dragon Nation are entrusted to you. This time, the military selected a full 100,000 soldiers to head to the golden time chain. 100,000 is already quite a number, considering that all of them are ability users. These 100,000 ability users account for 1/10 of the Dragon Nation's military ability users. It's truly ironic to think about it. The Dragon Nation has a population of over 1 billion, with
with nearly 1 billion being ability users, yet the military only has 1 million ability users.
No one can really be blamed for this. After all, on Blue Star, regardless of the profession, ability users are always more sought after than ordinary people. Moreover, when ability users join the military, most are assigned to guard secret realms and explore them, which is extremely dangerous. Therefore, fewer and fewer espers are choosing to join the military. Yi-qing looked at the Great Elder, smiled, and said, "Great Elder, rest assured, in 2 or 3 days, I will return to you an army entirely composed of high-level elites." Yi-qing had already explored the world within the Golden Time Chain, and it was more or less as he had speculated. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the Golden Time Chain far exceeded that of Blue Star, comparable to an S-level secret realm. In such an environment, after 10 years of seclusion, when these 100,000 soldiers emerge, even the weakest among them will surely be at the 5th tier. However, there is a very important matter now, which is that every breakthrough after the 4th tier requires an additional ability, and this is a bit troublesome. In response to this situation, Yi-qing did not choose to search for awakening fruits, as this is merely a temporary solution. Yi-qing wanted to address the problem at its root, so he could only start with cultivation techniques. At this moment, Yi-qing's system space already contained almost all the cultivation techniques from Blue Star and the Origin Realm. Upon entering the Golden Time Chain, the first thing Yi-qing planned to do was to have Li Bai adjust the time speed on his end to 10,000, and then create a few new cultivation techniques. Yi-qing didn't continue speaking with the Great Elder. Instead, he immediately instructed Li Bai to open the entrance to the Golden Time Chain. A golden vortex slowly appeared on the platform. The Golden Time Chain is different from the Purple Sky Chain. Its entrance and exit cannot remain open indefinitely. Therefore, once you enter the Golden Time Chain, you basically have to stay for 10 years before coming out. Of course, Yi-qing can come and go as he pleases, but since he has already decided to enter for seclusion, he won't be going in and out repeatedly. Here, accompanying Yi-qing into the Golden Time Chain are Suyu, Yi Tianxian, Qinggu, Yilin, Jia Junyi, Suzhan, Suqiu, Situ Zhongming, Chen Yan, and Old Master Wang. These 9th-tier individuals from Blue Star have all chosen to enter the Golden Time Chain for seclusion. After the Golden Vortex appeared, people began entering the vortex one after another, starting with the teachers and students of Shenwu. Ultimately, over 1,000 people from Shenwu chose to enter, though compared to the military, it was a mere drop in the ocean. After all 100,000 soldiers from the military had entered, Yi-qing was the last to step into the Golden Time Chain. The world inside the Golden Time Chain was similar to the world within the Purple Sky Chain, both featuring a single type of terrain. The space within the Golden Time Chain refined by Li Bai was an endless plain, which could be considered both advantageous and disadvantageous. The advantage is that the terrain is quite suitable for cultivation, while the disadvantage is that there isn't a single tree, making it difficult to build houses. Therefore, when everyone came in, they each brought a tent, as they might have to live in the tents for the next 10 years. As for water and food, Yi-qing had also stored everything in the system space and brought it in. All of it was sponsored by the military, enough to feed and hydrate 100,000 people for 10 years. Upon entering the first Golden Domain, the 3 9th-tier military officers, led by Situ Chongming, began organizing the soldiers to set up camp. The name First Golden Domain was chosen by Yi-qing, modeled after the naming style of the First Purple Domain and similar regions. Within a single day, 100,000 soldiers had all set up their respective tents. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would undoubtedly be amazed by the sight of the 100,000 neatly arranged and orderly tents. While the 100,000 soldiers were busy setting up their tents, Yi-qing began constructing a wooden house on the side. Yi-qing was not particularly fond of living in tents, so he had brought a large amount of wood with him, specifically for building a wooden house to live in. Of course, Yi-qing wouldn't live in a wooden house while watching others stay in tents, so he had brought an exceptionally large amount of wood. He planned to spend some time each day building wooden houses, starting with his own, and then helping the soldiers build theirs. After all, 10 years of sleepless cultivation was truly unbearable, so spending 2 or 3 hours on some handiwork was a good idea. After Yi-qing finished building his wooden house, he asked Li Bai to accelerate the time flow inside the house and began the work of reading techniques and creating new ones. Currently, Yi-qing intended to create 3 techniques, one related to transformation abilities, one related to invisibility abilities, and one that could break the limitations between the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th tiers without requiring additional abilities. After a period of research, Yi-qing did not end up creating 3 techniques but instead created one, a technique that directly led to the divine level. This technique was not created for a specific superpower but for all superpowers, meaning that all superpower users can practice it. Yi-qing named this technique Basic Technique. Yes, that's right, Basic Technique. Mainly because Yi-qing really couldn't think of a better name, so he simply went with the name Basic Technique. Simple and easy to remember. Although it's called Basic Technique, this technique is absolutely powerful. As long as one practices it to the divine level, they can naturally transform their superpower into a profound skill. However, once reaching the divine
divine level, progressing further will depend entirely on oneself. Yi-qing still isn't that formidable to create a cultivation technique for the profound truths and laws of cultivation.
Upon reaching the divine level, one begins to cultivate profound truths and laws, and by then, there are no cultivation techniques anymore. It entirely depends on one's own comprehension of the profound truths and laws.
Some remain stagnant their entire lives, stuck as third-class true gods, while others achieve sudden enlightenment, ascend to the heavens. In one step, transforming profound truths into laws, and directly advance from a third-class true god to the realm of a Lord God. When Yi-qing reaches the divine level, it will also be a one-step ascension directly into the realm of a Lord God.
However, perhaps he will be among
the weakest of the Lord gods in terms of rank, but this does not reflect his strength, only that his realm is among the lowest tier of Lord gods. The realm of the Lord God actually varies in levels, depending on how much of the laws one has comprehended. Currently, the laws Yi-qing has comprehended the fastest are time and space, but each is only at 10%. Inside the wooden house, after completing the cultivation technique, Yi-qing had Li Bai restore the time flow rate of the wooden house to match that of the outside world. Yi-qing looked at the basic cultivation technique in his hand and smiled with satisfaction.
This is the first cultivation technique he created, so naturally, he couldn't help but feel happy.
At this moment, the system's voice also rang out, which Yi-qing had already anticipated.
How could an achievement not appear in this situation? Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing an A-level achievement by creating a cultivation technique. Reward: perfect comprehension of the law of ice. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment and almost shouted out in excitement.
This was exactly what he needed.
What had been troubling Yi-qing recently was the level of comprehension of the laws, and now the system had instantly maxed it out in the next second. Although it's just one law that has reached perfection in the domain, it's already enough. In this case, after Yi-qing reaches the divine level, he will directly skip over the demigod and true god stages to become a main god.
One word: awesome. Yi-qing immediately used the perfected ice law.
In an instant, starting from beneath his feet, Yi-qing's wooden house was swiftly transformed into an ice house, and the coldness far surpassed the previous ice. It could be said that Yi-qing's current ice compared to his previous ice is like heaven and earth. It's just a pity that Yi-qing's strength is too low right now to fully unleash the power of the ice law. Otherwise, Yi-qing feels he could turn Jinyu's plains into glaciers with a single thought. The wooden house suddenly turned into an ice house, giving everyone outside a big scare.
In the blink of an eye, the wooden house changed its appearance. How could they not be startled?
Yilin, standing outside the wooden house, immediately shouted inside, "Son, what happened?
Are you okay?"
Yi-qing heard Yilin's voice outside and immediately replied, "Dad, it's nothing, I was just testing the power of my ice." As he spoke, Yi-qing restored the wooden house to its previous state and then came out from inside. Yilin looked at Yi-qing and said with a wry smile, "Son, your ice isn't simple, is it?" Yilin had already absorbed the power of the divine spark and was now a first-class true god who had comprehended the perfect essence of ice. So, he could immediately tell the uniqueness of the ice outside the wooden house earlier. Yi-qing smiled and nodded. That is the power of the laws above the profound meaning, specifically the law of ice.
Dad, when the time comes, I can guide you a bit.
Maybe you won't even need 10 years to step into the realm of the Lord God.
Really? Yilin asked excitedly.
Really? Yi-qing smiled and nodded. Yilin immediately burst into a joyful laugh. By the way, Dad, this is a cultivation technique I created. Please help me pass it down. Of course, only to the military and Shenwu. This technique can be cultivated by any ability user and can be practiced all the way to godhood. Yi-qing said this while taking out the handwritten basic cultivation method and handed it to Yilin. Yilin looked at Yi-qing and the cultivation method in Yi-qing's hand in shock, so stunned that he couldn't speak. Yi-qing did not ask Yilin to pass it on to everyone but specifically mentioned sharing it only with the people of Shenwu and the military. This was because Yi-qing wanted to attract more talents to Shenwu and the military. Soon, Yilin passed the basic cultivation method to the 100,000 soldiers within the Golden Domain, and then the system sounded once again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing an A-level achievement in preaching, rewarded with the rule of the staff. Yi-qing wasn't particularly excited upon seeing the rule of the staff. Instead, he felt a bit disappointed.
Why not grant a complete comprehension of the rule?
With another complete comprehension of a rule, Yi-qing could directly become a god king by then. However, having something is better than nothing, right? There was one thing that puzzled Yi-qing a bit. He had merely passed on a cultivation technique to someone, and it unexpectedly counted as preaching. Next, Yi-qing also began to focus on cultivation. Every day, Yi-qing would get up at 7 in the morning, have breakfast, spend 2.5 hours building a wooden house, then continue cultivating, have lunch, cultivate, have dinner, cultivate, and then sleep. The military personnel followed a similar routine. They would get up at 6 in the morning, do half an hour of morning exercises, have breakfast, train for an hour, cultivate, have lunch, train, cultivate, have dinner, train, cultivate, and then sleep.
Training and cultivation are not the same.
Although they are ability users, they are also soldiers, so training cannot be neglected no matter where they are. 10 years is a long long time, but after it passes, one can only sigh at the impermanence of time. In the Golden Domain, 10 whole years have passed here. Over these 10 years, Yi-qing and the others, who were once teenagers, are now young adults around 28 or 29 years old. Yi-qing's cultivation has reached a point where he is only one step away from the divine realm. As long as Yi-qing desires, he can immediately enter the divine realm and become a main god under the God King. Over these 10 years, many students of Shenwu have formed couples within the Golden Domain. If there were a civil affairs bureau and hospitals here, it's feared that there would already be children running around everywhere. The fact that no one has gotten pregnant in 10 years is naturally thanks to Yi-qing. Early on, the system rewarded Yi-qing with an infinite supply of small umbrellas, and their effectiveness is absolutely top-notch, so durable that even a needle couldn't pierce them. Not only have those people all found their significant others, but even Suyu has found a girlfriend, and Suyu's girlfriend is Qinggu. The two ended up together entirely thanks to the matchmaking efforts of Suzhan, Suqiu, and the Yilin couple. Over time, their feelings grew, and within 2 years, they were together. The two of them developed feelings over time and got together, which made Yilin and the others very happy. However, the situation with Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian left the Yilin couple quite worried. They were just one step away from knocking Yi Tianxian out and throwing her onto Yi-qing's bed, yet there was still no progress between the two. The two had already been living together for a long time, not just in the same room, but in the same wooden house. They did everything together every day, and their lives had already become accustomed to each other's presence, but they still hadn't become a couple. This made Jilin and his wife constantly suspect whether their son might actually like men. Back to the main topic, on this day, Yi-qing planned to officially leave seclusion. Everyone within the Golden Domain had already packed their belongings, and then Li Bai opened the exit. At this moment, in the Divine Martial Arena, only about 4 days had passed on Blue Star. During these 4 days, the Grand Elder and the others had been waiting in the Divine Martial Arena for Yi-qing and his group to emerge from seclusion. Boom! With a loud bang, the exit of the Golden Domain slowly appeared on the podium of the Divine Martial Arena. Immediately after, one person after another stepped out of the Golden Vortex. After everyone came out, they looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, and one by one, their eyes grew a little moist with excitement. 10 years away from home, only they themselves knew how many times they had longed for home during that period. 3 days ago, the weakest among them was only at the first tier in Genie Domain, but 3 days later, at a glance, even the weakest had already reached the 7th tier. Such significant progress in 10 years was due to the dense spiritual energy in Genie Domain, comparable to an S-class secret realm, and the fact that they had all switched to cultivating the divine grade techniques created by Yi-qing. Divine grade, this was a grade determined by Yi Lin and the others. Previously, the highest cultivation technique on Blue Star was only 9th grade, and in the Origin realm, the highest was merely 12th grade. But this divine grade surpassed even the 12th grade. If ordinary people had made such significant progress, there was no need to mention Suyu and the others. Figures like Suzhan, who were at the 9th tier, had now all reached the peak of the 12th tier. The fact that they were able to cultivate to the 9th tier in the harsh cultivation environment of Blue Star was enough to prove that their talents were exceptional. Now, after obtaining the divine grade cultivation technique and undergoing 10 years of arduous training, they did not disappoint. As for Suyu and the others, Yi Tianxian and Xingde, like Yi-qing, had long since reached the peak of the 12th tier. They could ascend to godhood anytime they wished. The same was true for Suzhan and the others. However, several of them had yet to become gods, as they were waiting for Suyu. Suyu's cultivation speed was much slower compared to Yi-qing and the other two. It was only after Suyu reached the peak of the 12th tier that Yi-qing officially announced they could leave seclusion. As for why they were waiting for Suyu, it was because when Yi-qing reached the peak of his cultivation and was preparing to directly break through, Li Bai and Sun Wukong informed Yi-qing that becoming a god would result in ascending to the midplane. After learning this news, Yi-qing thought it over and decided not to break through just yet. Instead, he chose to wait for Suyu so they could ascend to the midplane together. By breaking through together, they would be able to ascend to the same world. If they didn't do it together, Yi-qing could ascend and return at any time, but the others wouldn't be able to. After all, the middle plane is too vast. Once everyone ascends separately, it would be almost impossible for Yi-qing to find them, relying entirely on luck. Ascending together would save a lot of trouble. After Suyu and the others broke through, they were only ordinary third-class true gods. How could Yi-qing possibly feel at ease letting them venture alone into an unfamiliar world? Some worlds in the middle plane have beings at the Lord God level. If the group were unlucky, wouldn't that spell disaster? In fact, upon learning that becoming a divine realm would lead to ascension, Yi-qing immediately had a question. Why hadn't Li Bai and Yi Lin ascended? However, Li Bai and Sun Wukong immediately provided an explanation. Neither Li Bai nor Sun Wukong reached the divine realm through cultivation. They became divine by absorbing divine essence. This kind of divinity does not qualify for ascension. Not qualifying is actually good. Suzhan and the others truly do not want to ascend. After all, they are older now and no longer have the drive they had in their youth. They simply want to protect Blue Star and have no desire desire to go to some higher plane. It is precisely because they all share this mindset that they must ascend together with Yi-qing. This way, upon reaching the new world, Yi-qing can immediately use the divine emperorship to send them back to Blue Star. Blue Star indeed needs a few divine beings to protect it. After leaving Jinyu, all the students of Shinwu returned home, as did the 100,000 soldiers of the military. Situ Chongming and the other two followed a few elders back to the military as well, and everyone went their separate ways. Yi-qing set a date. 7 days later, everyone would gather again at Shinwu and ascend together. Everyone returned to their respective homes, and Yi-qing's group was no exception. Yi-qing's family and Suyu's family also returned to their homes. At home, Yi Yaoyao was completely baffled when she saw Yi-qing, Suyu, and Yi Tianxian return. Over the past 10 years, although the changes weren't significant, their appearances had still altered, and their demeanor had become more mature, which left Yi Yaoyao bewildered. Looking at the dazed Yi Yaoyao, Yi-qing immediately chuckled and then picked her up. "Little girl, brother missed you so much." Yi Yaoyao snapped out of it, her small face serious as she said, "Brother, we've only been apart for a few days and you already miss Yaoyao. How will that work in the future? Brother, you need to learn to be independent." Yi-qing chuckled softly, pressing his forehead against Yi Yaoyao's, and said with a smile, "Who was it that cried under the cover saying they missed their brother when I went to Kaixing?" Yi Yaoyao immediately retorted anxiously, "It wasn't me. I didn't." "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Yi-qing asked with a smile. Yi Yaoyao was suddenly at a loss for words. It's brother Suyu." "Goodness, I won't take the blame for this," Suyu said with a wry smile. All right, stop teasing Yaoyao. Come over and let's talk about your plans for the future." Yi-lin shot Yi-qing a glance, then invited everyone to sit down in the living room. After Yi-qing sat down, he smiled and said, "Plans? What plans could I have? Blue Star doesn't need me anymore. I want to explore other worlds. Once I ascend, I'll make the world I ascend to my first stop. Of course, I have to join in. Traveling through different worlds sounds amazing," Suyu immediately said with a smile. Yi-lin looked at Qinggo and Yi Tianxian. "What about you two? What are your thoughts?" The two of them glanced at Yi-qing and Suyu respectively, then nodded. Since their loved ones had already made their decisions, what else could they do? They just followed along. Su Zhan interjected, "If you want to go sightseeing, then go ahead. But when you're out, listen to Xiao Yi and don't act recklessly. The middle plane is not like Blue Star. While divine realm experts aren't very common, they do exist." Su Zhan's words were naturally directed at Suyu. They had already learned about the situations of the middle plane, lower plane, and upper plane from Yi-qing, so Su Zhan was worried that Suyu might act recklessly while traveling. Suyu looked at Su Zhan and said with a laugh, "Old man, I'm not a child anymore. What kind of reckless behavior could I possibly do? If that's the case, that would be perfect." Su Zhan looked at Suyu and said, "By the way, you better hurry up. The old man and your father are quite bored on Blue Star. I wouldn't mind taking care of a great-grandchild." Suyu. Chinga's face turned red upon hearing this. Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi immediately looked at Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian. Then Yi-lin turned to Yi-qing and asked, "Let's make things clear today. What exactly are you thinking?" A trace of helplessness appeared on Yi-qing's face. To be honest, he didn't know. He didn't know whether he actually liked Yi Tianxian or not. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing. She also wanted to hear what Yi-qing was thinking. I haven't thought much about it. Let's not talk about this. Time will give us the answer." Yi-lin wordlessly slapped Yi-qing on the head. "Your damn time will give the answer. It's been 10 years already. Where's the answer?" Yi-qing coughed awkwardly and said, "Ahem, maybe the time hasn't come yet." Hearing this, Yi-lin immediately reached to take off his shoe, and Yi-qing bolted without a moment's hesitation. Seeing Yi-qing run away, Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi both sighed. Then, Yi-lin looked at Yi Tianxian and said, "Tianxian, this brat is my son, but you, by seniority, are also our granddaughter. You've accompanied this brat for 10 years, don't keep waiting. We can't let you delay your life just because we're thinking about our son." Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi didn't know whether Yi-qing liked Yi Tianxian or not, but they knew that Yi Tianxian liked Yi-qing. Otherwise, Yi Tianxian wouldn't have accompanied Yi-qing day in and day out for 10 years. Upon hearing Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi's words, Yi Tianxian smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I can afford to wait. I know he's just a bit lost right now. I can wait until he's no longer lost. I'll wait for him to give me an answer, whether that answer is good or bad." Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi were both at a loss for words, and Su Zhan and the others, as outsiders, also remained silent. Suddenly, "I feel like this brat isn't good enough for you, girl." Zhao Junyi reached out and gently patted Yi Tianxuan's head, speaking softly. The conversation in the living room naturally reached Yi-qing's ears. His hearing was far from ordinary. When Yi-qing heard Yi Tianxuan's words, a trace of guilt rose in his heart. Indeed, he was very confused. When it came to relationships between men and women, he was practically dull to an extreme. In 10 years, he neither said he liked Yi Tianxian nor said he didn't like her. It felt as if he had been stringing Yi Tianxian along the whole time. Even Yi-qing felt that he was being downright scummy. Well, guilt is guilt, but Yi-qing still truly didn't understand what exactly his feelings for Yi Tianxian were. At this moment, Yi-qing was was already contemplating some things in his heart. Perhaps it was time to have a talk with Yi Tianxian. She really didn't need to waste her time because of his confusion. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Yi-qing went to see Yi Tianxian once and shared his thoughts, but Yi Tianxian still said the same thing: she could wait. No matter what Yi-qing said, Yi Tianxuan's response to him was always this one sentence: Xinwu. After 7 days, everyone returned to Xinwu, to the Xinyi martial arena within Xinwu. At this moment, the Xinyi martial arena had already been sealed off. Yi-qing and the others were about to ascend, so a quieter environment was naturally better. In the martial arts arena, Yi-qing, Yi Tianxian, Suyu, Qinggu, Zhao Junyi, Su Zhan, Su Qiu, Zheng Hui, Wang Zhonghua, Sidu Chongming, Chen Yan, and Chen Yan sat cross-legged together in a circle. Among the 12, the least familiar to others might be Zheng Hui. Zheng Hui is Suyu's mother and Su Qiu's wife. As Su Qiu's wife, her talent is naturally equally outstanding. During the 10 years of seclusion in Jinyu, as a member of the Su family, she naturally participated as well. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, she also reached the peak of the 12th stage. Everyone, let's begin. Inside the martial arts arena, apart from Yi-qing and the other 11 people, Yi-lin was also present. At this moment, Yi-lin looked at the crowd and spoke. Everyone slightly nodded and then closed their eyes to begin their breakthrough. The basic cultivation method is extremely powerful. Between the 12th tier and the 3rd level true god, this threshold is almost as if it doesn't exist. In fact, the previous breakthrough thresholds were even harder to overcome than the one between the 12th tier and the true god. Therefore, the 12 people quickly broke through one after another, and vast auras erupted from their bodies. Boom! At this moment, the 12 people simultaneously became gods, and at the same time, a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the 12 of them. All over Blue Star, people were startled by this heavenly golden light. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the direction of Xinwu. The golden light quickly dissipated, and Yi-qing and the others disappeared from the divine martial arena along with the golden light. Yi-qing and the others, except for Yi-qing, all felt a wave of dizziness in their heads and then fainted. Mid-plane, martial soul realm. In a forest, the figures of Yi-qing and the others all appeared within the forest. Everyone else had fainted on the ground, except for Yi-qing, who stood there without the slightest reaction. Yi-qing glanced around and then proceeded to wake up Suyu and the others first. After everyone woke up, Suyu also looked around and said excitedly, "Have we arrived in the new world? I wonder what kind of world this is." Apart from that, this new world has absolutely nothing to do with Dolua continent. This is not fan fiction. Yi-qing looked at Zhao Junyi and the others and asked, "Mom, do you want to explore this new world a bit before going back?" "Forget it, you young people go ahead and have your fun." Su Zhan and the others immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Xiaoing, take us back. We're used to living on Blue Star, and now coming to this new world, even the air feels unfamiliar to this old man." Yi-qing shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Alright then." As he spoke, Yi-qing waved his right hand, and the Divine Emperor ship appeared on an open space in front of everyone. "Mom, once you board the Divine Emperor ship, it will activate autopilot. As for how long it will take to get to Blue Star, you'll have to ask Xiaoing after you get on the ship." Yi-qing looked at Zhao Junyi and the others and spoke. Next, Yi-qing led the group onto the Divine Emperor ship. Yi-qing also learned from Xiaoing about the time required to return to Blue Star, which was shorter than the previous journey from Armor Star to Blue Star, only half a month. Soon, the Divine Emperor ship set off, taking Zhao Junyi and the others away from the martial soul realm. Just after Zhao Junyi and the others had left, several streaks of light shot over. The fleeting light dissipated, and several figures emerged from within. There were 5 people in total, 3 men and 2 women. The aura emanating from each of them was incredibly powerful, and their demeanor was far from ordinary. Yi-qing focused his gaze. With his cultivation as a supreme god, he naturally discerned the cultivation levels of the 5 individuals. All were supreme gods. Moreover, they were certainly not ordinary supreme gods, as the faintly emitted aura of laws suggested. Yi-qing deduced that the laws they had comprehended were at least 70 to 80% complete. 5 supreme gods? It seems the overall strength of this new world is undoubtedly among the top and the mid-tier planes. Are the 4 of you newly ascended gods from the lower planes? Among the 5, the leader, dressed in white with white hair but striking red eyes, asked with a somewhat indifferent demeanor. The 4, led by Yi-qing, nodded slightly. On the other side, a man in a black robe, who appeared somewhat gloomy, then said calmly, "It's the first time I've seen a scene where 4 new gods ascend at the same time." Among the 5, the woman in the green dress looked at Yi-qing and the other 3, then spoke in shock. "Among the 4 of you, 3 are actually only 28 years old, and the other girl is just in her 30s. Hearing this, the other 4 among the 5 all looked at Yi-qing and the others in astonishment. Interesting, so many monsters were born in the lower plane at the same time. The man in the black robe suddenly smiled and said, alright, why are you two chattering so much? Greetings to the 4 of you. Let me introduce myself first. I am the evil god, one of the 5 main gods of the martial soul realm Divine Star." At this moment, the last man among the 5 looked at Yi-qing and the others, grinning as he spoke. The white-haired man and the others also spoke up up one after another. Martial Soul Realm Main God, Asura God. Martial Soul Realms Main God, God of Destruction. Martial Soul Realms Main God, God of Life. Martial Soul Realms Main God, God of Kindness. The four of them, Yi-qing and the others, also immediately reported their names. That somewhat lively and mischievous main god immediately went up, hooked Yi-qing's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, since you've ascended to our martial soul realm, how about joining us here?" Forget it, we have our own world, so we won't join the martial soul realm." Yi-qing rejected without hesitation. "Then what are your plans next? Are you leaving our martial soul realm?" The evil Lord God looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing shook his head and then replied, "Since we've come to the martial soul realm, we should naturally take a good look around first." The evil Lord God nodded slightly. "That works too, but there's one thing I must tell Brother Yi. If you plan to stay in this martial soul realm, could you refrain from using divine power on this martial soul star and the other two martial soul stars? This is a rule set by the five of us. Originally, gods were not allowed to easily enter the martial soul stars and could only remain on the divine star. However, since you and your companions are not from our martial soul realm, we naturally won't impose this requirement on you. But," Yi-qing smiled and nodded, saying, "Evil Lord God, rest assured, we will not use divine power." The evil Lord God immediately smiled upon hearing this, then clasped his fists and said, "Thank you. By the way, evil Lord God, I just heard you say that there are 3 martial soul stars in the martial soul realm?" Yi-qing looked at the evil Lord God with some confusion and asked. The evil Lord God nodded and said, "Brother Yi, it's normal that you don't know. In many powerful worlds of the mid-plane, there are often more than one planet inhabited by living beings. In our martial soul realm, there are 3 or 4 such planets. Among these 4 planets, one is the divine star where we gods reside. The other 3 planets share the same cultivation system, so they are all simply called martial soul stars. However, the development of these 3 martial soul stars differs somewhat. The planet we are currently on has remained in an ancient era. As for the other 2 martial soul stars, one has remained in an era where common electrical appliances exist, while the last planet has stayed in a technological era." As Yi-qing listened to the evil Lord God's explanation, the expression on his face grew increasingly peculiar. "Isn't this exactly the world of Doluwa Continent 1, 2, and 3? The cultivation systems of these 3 planets are the same. Could it be that this place is for cultivating martial souls? This place is even called the martial soul realm and martial soul star." Yi-qing felt that it really might be a place for cultivating martial souls. "Evil Lord God, may I ask, is the cultivation system of martial soul star based on martial souls? Are there also soul beasts, soul rings, soul tools, battle armor, and mechas here?" The evil Lord God was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi-qing, and asked in disbelief, "Brother Yi, you actually know so much about our martial soul realm?" At this moment, as the two were engaged in an endless conversation, the 4 supreme gods of Asura looked at the evil supreme god with some confusion, not understanding if the evil supreme god had lost his mind. Although they knew that the evil supreme god had always treated subordinate true gods well, they had never seen him act like a brother to a third-class true god. After chatting with Yi-qing for a while longer, the evil supreme god bid farewell to Yi-qing. Once the 5 gods had left, the destruction supreme god looked at the evil supreme god and asked, "Evil, have you lost your mind? Why are you acting like a brother to a third-class true god?" Evil cast a disdainful glance at destruction and the others. "Look at you all, taking things for granted. Just because he says he's ascended, you believe him?" I carefully observed them right away. The other 3 are indeed newly advanced to the 3rd level true god, but that Yi-qing is different. Although he hides it well, I sense the aura of the laws, and he's definitely not weaker than me, if not stronger. The 4 Asuras were all taken aback. Destruction frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "A powerhouse at the level of a lord god, and we're just going to let him stay on Wuhuan Star? It's okay. I can see a person's character better than you can." Evil looked at Destruction, grinned, and said, "Well, evil is indeed reliable in judging people. Let's leave it at that. If that person is really here to cause trouble, the 5 of us can't possibly fail to kill him." The Asura Lord God said calmly. Destruction heard the words of the Asura God and immediately nodded. Then the 5 of them disappeared from the martial soul star and returned to the divine star. In that unknown forest, Suyu watched as Asura and the others left, then turned to Yi-qing and asked, "Old Yi, were all 5 of them main gods?" Yi-qing nodded. "Damn, this mid-plane is way too dangerous. We just got here and already ran into 5 main gods," Suyu said with a look of shock. Yi-qing also said somewhat helplessly, "This can only mean that our luck isn't very good. We just happened to encounter a world with relatively strong power in the mid-plane. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a good look and learn about this world. By the way, do you still remember what that evil Lord God said earlier? Don't use divine power while on martial soul star. You can use profound arts, but don't overdo it." Got it. I'm not someone who stirs up trouble." Suyu immediately nodded and said, "Under the world controlled by the 5 main gods, so you didn't have the courage to stir up trouble." The 4 chatted, then Yi-qing extended his divine sense and found a nearby town, heading in that direction.
Before long, the four arrived at a city.
Yi-qing looked up at the name of the city and fell silent.
The name of the city is actually called Nodding City.
Yi-qing, who was an avid bookworm in his previous life, now has an incredibly sharp memory after
becoming a god.
He immediately remembered that Nodding City is the second map in Doluwa continent and also the place where Tang San and Xiao Wu met. I suddenly feel like finding out if Tang San and Xiao Wu exist in this world.
Yi-qing muttered speechlessly. Old Ji, what are you talking about? Nothing much, let's go in. First, let's gather some information about this world and then consider the next step.
Yi-qing shook his head, then strode into Nodding City. After entering Nodding City, Yi-qing and the other three found a tea house. Since ancient times, tea houses have been the easiest places to gather information, as most of the people who come to drink tea are idlers, and many of them are chatterboxes.
You can usually hear a lot of news without even trying to inquire. Sure enough, it did not disappoint Yi-qing.
The four of them had only been sitting in the tea house for a short while before they gained a general understanding of this world. The cultivation system, just as Yi-qing had guessed, was the same as that of Doluwa continent, cultivating martial souls. However, there was one difference. In this world, there are some people who fail to awaken their martial souls at the age of 6. If their martial soul
awakening fails, they can attempt to awaken again each year.
If they fail again, they can keep trying until they successfully awaken a martial soul. In other words, if Yi-qing and the others were curious, they could also try to obtain a martial soul for fun.
Moreover, the annual awakening day happens to be tomorrow.
Having discussed the cultivation system, let's talk about the various forces on the martial soul star.
There are countless sects on the martial soul star, emerging one after another.
Many of these sects are widely known, and those widely known sects are referred to as the 36 heavenly sects and the 72 earthly sects. The terms heavenly sects and earthly sects do not refer to the names of the sects themselves but are rather a ranking system created by the people for these sections. Apart from these 108 sects, all other sects are not qualified to receive any ranking. Due to the strength of the sects, the martial soul empire on this martial soul star is not particularly powerful. The strength of an empire is at most comparable to that of an earthly sect. Furthermore, on the martial soul star, there is only one empire. If it weren't for the need to maintain order on the Wuhuan star, the various sects would have already destroyed the empire long ago. After all, no one likes the idea of having an empire above their heads. As a result, many disciples of the Heaven sect and Earth sect look down on the empire and are not at all intimidated by its authority. It is also because of the extraordinary status of the sects on the Wuhuan star that there are no institutions like academies here. If a soul master wants to become stronger, they must join a sect to progress further. After gathering this information, Yi-qing and the other three left the tea house, as what they had learned was already sufficient.
After leaving the tea house, the four walked down the street. Yi-qing looked at the three and asked, "What should we do next? Do you have any ideas?"
Suyu said with a cheerful smile, "Actually, I'm very curious about the cultivation system of this world. I want to awaken a martial soul and see what kind of martial soul I can awaken."
Yi-qing smiled, "Me too. Alright, tomorrow we'll go awaken a martial soul for fun.
Let's go. First we need to get some money and find a place to stay." Saying this, Yi-qing led the three to a place resembling a pawn shop, then took out some gold bars to pawn them.
This item was something Yi-qing bought on Blue Star and brought along.
Yi-qing knew that no matter which world he went to, gold bars should always be exchangeable for money. After exchanging some money, Yi-qing went to find an inn to stay in. The four of them were just waiting for tomorrow's awakening day, after which they would go to the awakening hall to undergo awakening. In this world of martial soul star, every city has an awakening hall. The awakening hall only receives people on awakening day, remaining empty at other times. On this day, all the staff at the awakening hall come from nearby sects. No matter which city's awakening hall it is, they are all like this, except for the imperial capital of the empire. It is also because of this that whenever a genius appears, they are basically absorbed by sects at the first opportunity, which has led to the empire's strength becoming increasingly weaker. In the past, the martial soul star was dominated solely by the empire, with the entire martial soul star under the rule of the martial soul empire. Then, many years later, sects gradually rose to power. Gradually, the sects were able to stand on equal footing with the empire, and as time went on, the empire's strength eventually became inferior to that of the sects. Until now, the empire's strength is only comparable to the level of a single earth sect, and from ancient times to the present, the empire has been on a downward slope. If this development continues, it won't take long before the empire might completely disappear from this martial soul star. As for the other two martial soul stars, they have also had only one empire from ancient times to the present. However, the martial soul empires on the other two stars have completely controlled their respective stars throughout history, with no other forces capable of competing with the empire. When comparing the three martial soul stars, this one, which has remained in an ancient era, is indeed far inferior. In the evening, at the inn, Yi-qing was about to go to sleep when the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement, becoming a god. Reward Reward: full comprehension of the sword's law.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement Ascension. Reward: Deluxe Pet Upgrade Experience Pack. Deluxe Pet Upgrade Experience Pack can directly upgrade a pet to the Lord God realm. Yi-qing heard the system's voice and paid no attention to the fact that the reward was late once again. Instead, he was completely stunned by the generous reward. He was especially shocked by the complete comprehension of the sword law. Without a trace of hesitation, he immediately accepted the sword law. In the room, Yi-qing sat cross-legged on the bed, with faint traces of sword energy emanating from his body. Ordinary people wouldn't sense it, but if someone got close, they might be sliced in half by a random strand of sword energy. After a moment, Yi-qing opened his eyes and frowned in confusion, saying, "That's not right. I still seem to be at the Lord God realm." To ensure whether he had become a god king, Yi-qing specifically used the Eye of Investigation to check himself. As expected, the realm column still showed main god.
What's going on?
Yi-qing was instantly a bit confused.
Wasn't it said that mastering 2 laws to perfection would make one a god king?
At this moment, Sun Wukong's voice reached Yi-qing's ears.
Kid, becoming a god king isn't that easy.
The reason god kings are god kings is not just because they've mastered 2 or more laws to perfection, but because they've fused the laws they've comprehended together, thus achieving the position of god king. Otherwise, why do you think that for so many years, apart from me, old son, there have only been 12 god kings in the entire world? That's because understanding the laws might be achieved through endless time, but merging the laws is something only a very few can accomplish.
Damn, I got excited for nothing. How do you even merge this, sword and ice? I soared.
Yi-qing's mouth twitched slightly. Yi-qing suddenly remembered the 2 god kings he knew about, one of time and space, and the other of destiny.
What is comprehended are time and space, heavenly secrets, and destiny. It seems like they're all connected.
By the way, great sage, how did you fuse your laws?
Yi-qing asked curiously. My old son's rule?
I don't know, it seems to have fused inexplicably.
Yi-qing, I suspect you're showing off, and I even have evidence to prove it.
Soon, Yi-qing stopped dwelling on the matter of the rule and instead took out another reward from the system, the Deluxe Pet Upgrade Experience Pack. Directly leveling up to the Lord God, it truly lives up to the word deluxe.
Immediately after, Yi-qing brought Era out from the system space again.
The flow of time in the system space was normal, so Era did not spend 10 years there. As a result, when Era came out, it stared at Yi-qing with wide eyes. A hint of doubt appeared in its gaze, as if questioning whether this was really its master.
Yi-qing rolled his eyes at Era. What are you looking at? I'm your master. Here, eat this.
As he spoke, Yi-qing handed a yellow, ice cream-shaped, unidentified object to Era. The husky jumped back and shouted, "I may be a dog, but there's no way I'm eating that thing." Yi-qing smiled and said, "Yeehaw, be good. Come on, eat it.
Once you eat it, you'll become stronger."
The husky shook its head desperately, then turned to run.
Running away in front of a supreme god? That was nothing short of daydreaming. With a single thought from Yi-qing, 4 blocks of ice froze the husky's feet, rendering it completely immobile. Ah, they're killing the dog.
The husky shouted anxiously. Yi-qing walked over to the husky with a smile.
Don't waste your energy, no one can hear you. Come on, be good, eat it.
Speaking, Yi-qing directly pried open the husky's mouth and stuffed that yellow unidentified object into it. The husky wanted to spit it out, but Yi-qing gave it no chance, using spiritual power to wrap the experience packet and guide it straight down the husky's throat into its stomach. After finishing all this, Yi-qing finally let go of the husky.
Ah, I'm unclean now. The husky immediately burst into tears with a loud wah. Yi-qing disdainfully kicked the husky. Why are you crying? That's not poop. You lied to me. It smells exactly like poop.
The husky cried loudly while shouting at Yi-qing.
Yi-qing? Wait a minute, that's a lot to process. So you've eaten poop before? No, the husky immediately retorted.
Yi-qing looked at the husky with a face full of disgust. The husky suddenly felt itself starting to change. Once it clearly sensed the changes happening to its body, its eyes immediately lit up, and it wagged its tongue as it came to Yi-qing's feet.
Master, is there any more poop? Please pour it into my mouth as much as you want. Yi-qing, no more, and let me say it again, that's not poop. It's just one lump, so stop thinking about it.
The husky immediately looked dejected, feeling extremely frustrated, and muttered, "Why is there only one lump?" Yi-qing looked at the husky with disdain, then directly grabbed him and threw him into the system space. After finishing all this, Yi-qing finally went to bed. Early the next morning, after the 4 of them got up and had a simple breakfast, they left the inn. Although the 4 had become gods and no longer needed to eat, the habit formed over more than 20 years still made them want to eat something at mealtime. The 4 of them had no intention of changing this habit. Becoming gods, to them, simply meant greater strength and longer lifespans.
Whatever they used to do, they naturally continued to do now. Nodding Awakening Hall.
When the 4 of them arrived outside the Awakening Hall, the square in front of it was already crowded with people, clearly there to awaken their martial souls. Most of them were 6-year-old children, but there were also teenagers, young adults, and middle-aged individuals. The 4 of them even saw 2 or 3 elderly people with white hair, leaning on canes, who had also come to the Awakening Hall. All Already in their twilight years and still without awakened martial souls, the four of them truly felt sorrow for these elderly individuals. The four stood among the crowd, and Suyu suddenly smiled and looked at Yi-qing and the other two, saying, "Do you think it would be really embarrassing if we failed to awaken our martial souls? Abilities and martial souls are quite similar in nature. Since the abilities we awakened are pretty good, our martial souls shouldn't be bad either, so failure shouldn't happen." Yi-qing pondered for a moment and said, "Let's hope so. If we fail, it would indeed be embarrassing." Suyu gave a wry smile and said. As the two were talking, the doors of the awakening hall finally opened, and several men dressed in uniform robes walked out. A total of 5 men. The one in the middle spoke. "The martial soul awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please line up properly and enter the hall in groups of 5. As the 5 men finished speaking, the crowd in the square immediately lined up in an orderly manner. Since Yi-qing and his group had not arrived early, the 4 of them were already queued up on the street outside the square. Watching as everyone had already lined up in an orderly manner, the 5 individuals turned and entered the awakening hall. Starting from the first row, they began the martial soul awakening ceremony in groups of 5. These 5 individuals were disciples from 5 sects near Nodding City, selected this year to perform the martial soul awakening for the commoners. All 5 were inner disciples of ordinary sections. Generally, the weakest inner disciples of ordinary sects are at the soul ancestor level, which shows how much importance the sects place on martial soul awakening. After all, this is the best way for them to recruit talented individuals. Not only ordinary sects, but even the heavenly sects and earthly sects place great importance on the martial soul awakening day. Every year on this day, they send inner disciples to the awakening hall, and if they encounter a genius, they recruit them directly. Only in this way can a sect remain prosperous for a long time. If a sect thinks it is so powerful that it can just wait for geniuses to come knocking, that sect is basically doomed. This is because once a genius appears, other sects will recruit them in advance, unless they encounter a player with a cheat-like mindset who refuses to join any other sect and insists on joining that particular sect no matter what. Otherwise, in this vast world of countless sects, such an approach is absolutely doomed to fail. Back to the main topic, the awakening ceremony proceeded as usual. Groups of 5 entered, and after coming out, some were joyful while others were disappointed, displaying a wide array of emotions and expressions. Watching as time grew later and later, by the time Yi-qing and the other 3 finally reached the entrance of the awakening hall, the sun was almost setting. After waiting for the 5 people in front to come out, Yi-qing and the other 3, along with a 70-year-old elder, entered the awakening hall. Once the 5 entered the awakening hall, they saw 5 formations-like structures. On the ground, white lines outlined overlapping pentagram patterns. At each corner of the pentagrams was a blue stone, and in the center of the pattern stood a high platform with a crystal ball placed on top. The 5 of them were all sitting next to this thing that resembled a formation. "All of you, step into the awakening formation. I assume I don't need to explain the awakening process again, right?" The leader of the 5 spoke. Yi-qing and the others all shook their heads, indicating there was no need to explain further. They had already figured out the awakening process, otherwise, it would be hard to justify if they claimed ignorance. The 5 people separated and stepped into 5 different formations. Immediately afterward, all 5 of them released their martial souls and soul rings, 1 soul king and 4 soul elders. The 5 of them simultaneously unleashed their soul power, channeling it into the awakening formation beneath Yi-qing and the others. The awakening formation, charged with soul power, caused the surrounding blue stones to emit a glow, which then shot toward Yi-qing and the others in the center. The light shot into Yi-qing and the others' bodies. Yi-qing and the other 3 immediately felt something new appear in their palms, while the 70-year-old man's luck was clearly at its worst as he once again failed to awaken his martial soul. Yi-qing and the other 3 extended their right hands, and a faint light appeared, revealing their martial souls. In Suyu's palm, a miniature golden longsword appeared. Although the sword was small in size, the aura emanating from it was extremely terrifying. In Qing Ji's palm were several halos of different colors, each radiating a distinct elemental aura. It was evident that Qing Ji's martial soul was likely something akin to elemental control. In Yi Tianxuan's palm, there was a faint starlight, seemingly related to her special ability, a martial soul connected to the stars. Finally, in Yi-qing's palm, a weed sprouted. "What the heck? Tang San's grass was at least blue-silver grass, but mine is just a weed." The 5 sect disciples nearby felt a slight sense of unease when they saw the martial souls of Suyu and the others, but were somewhat dumbfounded when they saw Yi-qing's. "Hiss, I've never seen such a trashy martial soul." One of the 5 couldn't help but speak up. Someone next to him immediately chimed in. Yeah, I always thought the most useless among plant-type martial souls was blue-silver grass, but I didn't expect there to be something even worse than blue-silver grass." Yi-qing was instantly speechless. "Can you guys not be so blatant? I'm still right here, you know. Ahem, sorry, it's just that this is the first time we've seen a martial soul like weeds." The 2 who were speaking held back their laughter and looked at Yi-qing as they spoke. Among the 5, the Soul King walked toward Suyu and the other 2, then said, "Would the 3 of you be willing to join our Crimson Moon sect?" The other 4 people saw this and immediately reacted, rushing toward Suyu and the other two, desperately trying to explain how outstanding their sects were. Although Suyu and the other two looked over 20 years old, the martial spirits of the three gave the five an extraordinary impression, which is why they were so eager to recruit Suyu and the other two. Suyu said calmly, "Why rush, everyone? We haven't even tested our innate soul power yet." Yes, hurry up and test your innate soul power. Suyu and the other three immediately placed their hands on the crystal ball, and after some thought, Yi-qing also placed his hand on it. Although his martial soul is so useless, his innate soul power must be at full level, otherwise, Yi-qing would really feel embarrassed to go out and call himself a main god. The four placed their hands on the crystal ball, and immediately, the crystal ball's light directly illuminated the awakening hall, which had already dimmed. All four of them had full innate soul power. However, since all five people were focused on Suyu and the other two, they completely missed that Yi-qing also had innate full soul power. Yi-qing didn't care, after all, he awakened his martial soul just for fun. Whether the awakened martial soul was strong or weak made little difference to him. As a man possessing several imperial artifacts, Yi-qing naturally didn't care about the strength of a martial soul. That said, awakening a weed did leave Yi-qing feeling a bit awkward. Although, with Yi-qing's strength, even a weed in his hands could unleash tremendous power, a weed was still just a weed. After the soul power test was completed, the five people became even more enthusiastic. Suyu and the others turned their gaze to Yi-qing. Yi-qing shrugged and said via voice transmission, "You decide for yourselves. You can go and take a look, there's no need to always follow me. You should have your own experiences." Suyu smiled and replied via voice transmission, "Alright then, my wife and I will go have some fun at the sect. You can enjoy your time alone with Tianxian." With that, Suyu and Qingge looked at the Soul King and agreed to join the Crimson Moon sect. The other four immediately turned their attention to Yi Tianxian. Suyu and Qingge had already joined the Crimson Moon sect, so they had to secure this last one. Yi Tianxian looked at the four people and said calmly, "Sorry, I have no intention of joining a sect." After speaking, Yi Tianxian walked over to Yi-qing's side, looking like a little wife. The disciples from those sects immediately realized that if they wanted to recruit Yi Tianxian, it seemed they would have to recruit Yi-qing first. The five of them immediately started scheming. Yi-qing didn't even give them a chance, turned around with his hands behind his back, and walked away. Let's go. As he spoke, Yi-qing left directly, and Yi Tianxian immediately followed. However, Suyu and Qingge did not follow, as they had already agreed to join the Qiyue sect. The five people wanted to chase after them, but seeing Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian walking quickly, clearly showing no intention of staying, they stopped, and did not pursue. Since Yi Tianxian had already expressed her unwillingness, there was no need for them to go up and humiliate themselves. Yi Tianxian followed Yi-qing out of the awakening hall and then looked at Yi-qing and asked, "Where are we going now?" Let me think. Yi-qing touched his chin and began to ponder. Before Yi-qing could think of anything, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an A-level achievement by awakening the most useless martial soul in the world. Reward, Divine Ability Awakening. Awakening, a divine ability that can awaken a person's martial soul or enable a second or even third awakening of the martial soul, with a 100% success rate. Yi-qing was momentarily speechless upon hearing the system's words. Awakening a martial soul is just awakening a martial soul, what's with calling it the most useless martial soul in the world? Ha, spit. However, the system's reward did surprise Yi-qing a bit. This thing, he could give himself 2 shots first. Yi-qing, without a trace of hesitation, immediately used awakening on himself twice. Not to mention the success rate of awakening divine abilities being 100%, even if it were only 1%, Yi-qing would still use it. He simply didn't believe that failure could make the weeds even more worthless. After using awakening twice in a row, Yi-qing extended his right hand. In his palm, the weeds first transformed into a blade-like piece of swordgrass. Soon, 8 more pieces of swordgrass appeared around that blade-like swordgrass, forming 9 pieces in total. They slowly rotated, emanating an extraordinary aura. Yi-qing immediately laughed. The weed awakened a second time to become swordgrass, and then through a third awakening, it became 9-leaf swordgrass. Yi-qing infused a trace of divine power and a strand of swordsmanship laws into the 9-leaf swordgrass for nurturing. It must be said, martial spirits are truly extraordinary. They grow stronger along with their master's strength, gradually becoming more powerful themselves. Now, Yi-qing is nurturing the 9-leaf swordgrass with his own divine power. Yi-qing believes it won't take long before the 9-leaf swordgrass could even become a top-tier royal weapon comparable to an imperial artifact. If Yi-qing's cultivation reaches the level of a divine king, then the transformation of the 9-leaf swordgrass into an imperial artifact would not be impossible. Yi Tianxian looked at the weed in Yi-qing's hand, which had changed its appearance, and asked in surprise, "Can weeds change their appearance?" Yi-qing immediately looked at Yi Tianxian in frustration. "Seriously, can't we move past this weed already?" Yi Tianxian quickly realized she had misspoken, coughed lightly, and said nothing more. "Since we're planning to travel abroad, let's not think about where to go next or make any plans. We'll leave everything to fate. Wherever the stick points, that's the direction we'll go, until we reach the next town or something. Speaking, Yi-qing picked up a small stick, bent one end of it, and then threw it into the sky, letting it spin in the air. Moments later, the stick spun as it fell back down. The stick landed, with the broken end pointing directly at a wall. Yi Tianxian chuckled, looking at Yi-qing, curious to see what he would say. Yi-qing helplessly looked at the wall, braced himself, and said, "Let's go, climb the wall. It's just a wall. Even if it were a mountain, it wouldn't make me change my path." Yi-qing, without a moment's hesitation, directly jumped over the wall. Just as Yi Tianxian was about to jump, a woman's scream immediately came from the other side of the wall. "Ah, catch the thief!" It turned out that behind the wall was the backyard of a household. The young lady of the house was watering flowers in the backyard when she saw Yi-qing descending from the sky and shouted without hesitation. Yi-qing was also startled by the shout and quickly turned to run. Yi Tianxian followed behind, laughing as she went, and the two of them began leaping across the rooftops of someone's house. The people inside the house all shouted angrily one after another. "Are you two out of your minds? There's a perfectly good road, but you're jumping around on our roof." They wouldn't suspect Yi-qing and his companion of being thieves. After all, Yi-qing and his companion walked on the roof as if it were flat ground, clearly soul masters. How could soul masters possibly come to steal from a family that wasn't particularly wealthy in broad daylight? Yi-qing and his companion quickly left Nodding City, only to find themselves facing a towering mountain that appeared to be over 1,000 meters high. Yi Tianxian was somewhat speechless and looked at Yi-qing, asking, "Why don't we just take the official road?" "No, we'll keep heading in this direction." Yi-qing was determined to challenge himself. "It's just a mountain, I'll climb it." In fact, Yi-qing could have directly used the spatial laws to instantly reach another city, but that would be boring. Yi-qing didn't want to do it that way. Yi-qing didn't come here just to travel from one city to another, because if he used the spatial laws, his visit here would lose its purpose. If it were just about reaching a destination, he could easily visit every corner of the Martial Soul Star within a day. But what's the point? That would just be a waste of time. It's not like he awakened some sort of check-in system. Afterward, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian went up the mountain, heading south all the way without taking any detours. Along the way, the two encountered either mountains or rivers, and even cliffs, but they saw no sign of a city. Not to mention a city, they didn't even see a single village. This made Yi-qing seriously doubt where on earth they were heading. After about 2 days, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian finally saw smoke rising from a mountain ahead while passing through a forest. The two immediately headed in that direction. On the road, Yi-qing smiled helplessly and said, "After walking for days, we finally see signs of human habitation. If we hadn't, I would have felt like I was here on Wuhuan Star playing wilderness survival. But smoke rising from deep in the mountains, there should be a sect up there, right?" Yi Tianxian interjected. Yi-qing waved his hand and said, "Whether it's a sect or a village, let's go up and take a look first. This time, I'll stay a couple more days, and stop wandering aimlessly. Once we get there, let's ask around to see if there's any famous place worth visiting, and then go check it out." "Didn't you say you wouldn't make plans and would leave everything to fate? This damn fate isn't cooperating. So you're going back on your word? Shut up, is that how you talk to your elders?" "Sorry, uncle, I shouldn't have blurted out the truth." The two of them talked as they headed up the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the place where the smoke was rising. From the outside, it seemed to be a small mountain town, not a sect. At the entrance of the town, Yi Tianxian asked in confusion, "Why is there a small town at the top of the mountain?" Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian had just made their way up, and the mountain path was not easy to traverse. At first, there was at least a gentle trail, but as they reached the mountainside, the path became increasingly steep. The higher they went, the harder the road became. For soul masters, this might not be an issue at all, but for ordinary people, going up and down would be extremely exhausting, so it would be impossible for a town to be established in such a place. Places like this usually only have sects or villages. Yi-qing shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know, maybe sects are just like this. It's just that we take it for granted and imagine sects to be like those in novels or anime." "Really? Then why is there not even a single person at the sect's gate?" "I don't know, let's go in and take a look." With that, Yi-qing immediately headed into the town. Yi Tianxian followed with a smile. After the two entered the small town, they saw a few scattered vendors on the street, not many, but not none either. This made Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian even more puzzled, as they both speculated that this was not an ordinary small town. In a small town like this, if it were ordinary people, doing something like being a vendor would be nearly impossible. Just going up and down the mountain is difficult, let alone restocking goods. Even if they managed to get supplies, without a certain level of strength they wouldn't be able to make it up here at all. Moreover, there is one crucial point, and this is the reason why Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian were puzzled about why a small town exists in this location. That is, along the way, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian encountered many soul beasts, and they even saw 10,000-year soul beasts. In a dense forest inhabited by 10,000-year soul beasts, a small town stands in the midst of it. To say this is just an ordinary small town, no one would believe it, not even if their life depended on it. Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian
Tianxian took a quick look around the small town. It had everything one might need: inns, restaurants, shops, and even brothels. Though the town was small, it was fully equipped with all essentials. Generally, small towns or even some remote cities wouldn't have brothels, yet this small town nestled deep in the mountains did. This undoubtedly hinted at something unusual. Following their initial plan, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian entered the only tea house in the town. As soon as Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian sat down and ordered a pot of hot tea, the previously noisy and bustling tea house instantly fell silent. Yi-qing frowned. There was no way he would believe that this small town had no problems. Seeing outsiders, everyone unanimously fell silent. For everyone to act in such unison clearly indicated that this place was far from ordinary. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and muttered, "Could it be that the sects on Wuhuan Star are really like this? I don't know, but these people are definitely not disciples of any sect or anything. After all, they range from old to young, and none of them have any soul power." Yi-qing slightly shook his head and said, "Do you want to scan it with your divine sense?" Yi-qing immediately shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't you think puzzle games are fun? Don't cheat as soon as you encounter something. After all, we're here to have fun, not to investigate anything." Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and rolled her eyes. He was almost 30, yet still acted like a little kid. Yi-qing stood up and directly sat down at an empty seat at the neighboring table, without the slightest bit of politeness. "Brothers, may I ask, why is it that as soon as my niece and I sat down in this tea house, you all stopped talking?" Yi-qing directly looked at the people beside him and asked, "Yi Tianxian, is this how you solve a mystery game? Just directly ask the NPC?" The few people around Yi-qing immediately got up and fled. Yi-qing touched his nose speechlessly. What's going on? Why are they running? Helpless, Yi-qing stood up, and everyone else in the tea house immediately ran outside. Yi Tianxian came to Yi-qing's side and said, "How strange, why are these people running? Who knows, let's go find the tea house owner." "I don't believe the owner can run away too." Yi-qing? Yi-qing said this, then walked toward the tea house entrance, and saw the tea house owner. When the owner saw Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian walking toward him, he immediately wanted to turn and run. This time, Yi-qing directly stopped him. Well, it's one thing for them to run, but you two? Are you giving up on this tea house? Owner, I just have one question for you. Why do you all run when you see me? The boss's face immediately showed a conflicted expression upon hearing Yi-qing's question. Yi-qing directly drew the Yuan sword and placed it on the boss's shoulder. The tea house owner was so frightened that he shuddered, tightly closed his eyes, and stammered, "Lord Yuan said we must not have any contact with outsiders." Yi-qing asked in confusion, Why, your lordship? Didn't you say you'd only ask one question?" Yi Tianxian immediately burst into laughter on the side. "Cut the nonsense, speak, what's going on?" Yi-qing asked irritably. The tea house owner was so anxious he was almost in tears, trembling as he said, "Lord Yuan said that outsiders coming to our remote little town must be up to no good. You actually know this is a godforsaken place, so why would I have any ulterior motives towards you, huh?" Yi-qing was directly amused by the tea house owner. The tea house owner was stunned for a moment, thought carefully, and it seemed there was nothing wrong with that logic. "Can you tell me about this Lord Yuan you mentioned?" Yi-qing asked again. The tea house owner remained silent, gritting his teeth, clearly unwilling to speak. Yi-qing pretended to glare fiercely at the tea house owner and said in a deep voice, "Boss, are you sure you won't talk? Don't sacrifice your life for an outsider." The tea house owner closed his eyes, as if ready to face death. Yi-qing rolled his eyes speechlessly. This was just so frustrating. When asked about other things earlier, you answered right away, but when it comes to this Yuan, you refuse to say a word? However, Yi-qing also indirectly learned that this Yuan was clearly very important in the eyes of the tea house owner. "Forget it, let me ask another question. I have some business with your Lord Yuan. Can you tell me where he is?" The tea house owner still kept his eyes closed and remained silent. Yi-qing shrugged helplessly. "If you won't tell me, I'll find out myself. This small town is so tiny, how could I not find this Yuan?" Yi-qing glanced at Yi Tianxian, then left the tea house with her. The tea house owner, meanwhile, was still standing foolishly at the door with his eyes closed, wearing an expression of heroic sacrifice on his face, completely unaware that they had already left. After leaving the tea house, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian began searching for Yuan, going from one place to another. Although Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian didn't know what Yuan looked like, Yi-qing speculated that, based on the current information, Yuan was likely a soul master with an extraordinary status. Such a person in an ordinary small town like this should be quite easy to recognize. Searching from house to house, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian quickly scoured the entire small town, but they couldn't find anyone special, not even a single soul master. Standing on the street, Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing in confusion and asked, "Could it be that Yuan isn't in the town?" Yi-qing pondered for a moment and said, "There shouldn't be no trace at all. Even if Yuan isn't here, he must have left some subordinates in the town. But we haven't seen any either. But we've searched the entire town. No, I haven't been to the brothel yet." "Brothel? What kind of place is that?" "Ahem, it's an old term from ancient times, meaning a place like a brothel." Yi Tianxian said nothing, staring
staring intently at Yi-qing. Yi-qing coughed and said, "Why are you looking at me? It's true that I haven't been there, and the fact that such a small town has a brothel is indeed quite strange. Let's go take a look."
Yi Tianxian, have you been wanting to go there since we entered the town? Yi-qing, no, don't talk nonsense.
At most, I'm just a little curious about what ancient brothels are like.
Yi Tianxian, ha, pervert. Yi-qing retorted, what do you know? This is just a man's nature, alright?
Go to the Dragon Kingdom and randomly pick a man, see which one isn't interested in brothels.
If he's not interested, he's definitely gay. By the way, you better not come along. Women entering brothels will definitely be stopped. No, I'm going. Yi Tianxian narrowed her eyes directly, her tone becoming somewhat angry. Yi-qing shrugged indifferently and said, fine, let's go.
Just don't blame me if you get stopped. After speaking, Yi-qing headed toward the brothel, and Yi Tianxian immediately followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the brothel. After all, it was a small-town establishment, not comparable to those in big cities. At the entrance and upstairs windows of this brothel, there were no courtesans calling out to attract customers. This brothel has quite a fitting name, taking the last two characters from Flowers Before the Moon and calling it Moonlit Pavilion.
The doors of the Moonlit Pavilion were wide open. Yi-qing looked inside from the entrance but didn't see many guests. It made sense, how many people in this remote little town could afford to spend money in a brothel?
To actually call it a pavilion, the owner of this brothel is either shameless or extremely confident.
Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing in confusion and asked, what do you mean? Yi-qing began explaining to Yi Tianxian.
Yi-qing said with a smile.
Yi Tianxian stared at Yi-qing with a hint of resentment and said lightly, you seem to know a lot about these things? Have you looked into it carefully?
Ahem, just hearsay, just hearsay. Yi Tianxian snorted and said, I used to think you were just a boring straight guy, but now I realize you're just a reserved flirt. Yi-qing rolled his eyes at Yi Tianxian, then directly knocked on Yi Tianxuan's head.
Is that how you talk to your elders?
It's really just hearsay. There was a time when Suyu kept nagging in my ear, and after hearing it so much, I remembered it. Far away in the Qiyue sect, Suyu suddenly sneezed.
Alright, let's go in and take a look.
Speaking, Yi-qing walked into the Moonlit Pavilion, and as soon as he entered, the madam of the Moonlit Pavilion immediately came forward to greet him. The madam of the Moonlit Pavilion was not the kind of ugly old woman often depicted in TV dramas, but rather a woman in her 30s with a tall and voluptuous figure. She approached Yi-qing with a somewhat languid demeanor.
Sir, are you here to listen to music or to stay the night?
The madam said with a smile, her gaze fixed on Yi-qing.
Though she mentioned staying the night, the underlying meaning was naturally understood, not staying overnight.
Before Yi-qing could say anything, Yi Tianxian, who was behind him, coldly spoke. The madam had already noticed Yi Tianxian but had deliberately ignored her at first. Now that Yi Tianxian spoke, she glanced at her with a smile, then turned to Yi-qing with a grin and said, it's the first time I've seen someone bring a woman to visit a brothel. Sir, your tastes are truly unique. As she spoke, the madam threw a flirtatious glance at Yi-qing and even touched his chest. This instantly ignited Yi Tianxian, and in a flash, the madam felt as if an invisible force was gripping her neck.
Try touching me again, and see if I won't kill you.
Yi Tianxuan's slightly icy voice sounded in the madam's ear, and she was immediately so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her back. The next moment, the madam felt the hand gripping her neck disappear, and she began to breathe lightly, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Yi Tianxian behind Yi-qing. Yi-qing didn't mind the small lesson Yi Tianxian gave the other party but bypassed the madam and walked forward, finding a place to sit down directly. Yi Tianxian immediately followed, and the madam, hesitating, also went after them.
Is no one singing?
Yi-qing turned his head to look at the madam. The madam immediately responded, please wait a moment, sir, I will arrange it right away. After speaking, the madam promptly withdrew to gather the women of Moonlight Pavilion for a song and dance performance. Soon, on the high platform in the main hall, women began performing songs and dances. Some were dancing, some were singing, and some were playing musical instruments. Yi-qing watched intently and listened carefully, completely oblivious to Yi Tianxuan's murderous gaze beside him. As another song ended, Yi-qing clapped and smiled, shouting, good. Yi Tianxian, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer and directly said coldly, Uncle,
you're enjoying this quite a lot, aren't you?
Yi-qing was startled by Yi Tianxuan's icy tone, then immediately coughed and said, ahem, I wasn't watching the performance, I was observing them.
Really? And what exactly have you observed? Yi Tianxian clearly did not believe Yi-qing's nonsense.
Yi-qing was indeed observing and immediately pointed out what he had noticed. They are not ordinary women of the dust but courtesans from the Jiaofang. Their singing, dancing, and
appearances are exceptionally outstanding.
If it were just one, it might be normal, but for a whole group to be like this, it can only mean they are courtesans from the Jiaofang.
What are courtesans from the Jiaofang? Courtesans from the Jiaofang are women from the Jiaofang department, which is the empire's official brothel.
The wives and concubines of officials whose families have been confiscated are sent to the Jiaofang department to become courtesans. As a result, courtesans from the Jiaofang are far superior in appearance and talent compared to ordinary women
gentleman of the dust. Heh, uncle, you really know quite a lot. Yi Tianxian completely missed the meaning behind Yi-qing's words. She only knew that Yi-qing was very familiar with brothels, just a lecherous scoundrel. As the two chatted, the performance on stage had already ended, and the still charming madam approached Yi-qing. Sir, how do you find the girls of our moonlight pavilion? Yi-qing looked at the madam and smiled, saying, Madam, could you introduce me to this Lord Song Yuan that the townsfolk speak of? The madam gave a bitter smile and said, Sir, you must be joking. I'm just the madam of a mere brothel. How would I know where Lord Song Yuan is? If I'm not mistaken, the girls in your moonlight pavilion are all courtesans, aren't they? Also, I recall that the imperial family of the empire bears the surname Song. Yi-qing smiled as he looked at the madam. The madam's expression changed, then she slightly bowed and said, You truly are extraordinary, my lord. I didn't expect you to see through our identity at a glance. Alright, I just want to meet this Song Yuan. Yi-qing cast a sidelong glance at the madam and said, may I ask which celestial sect this young master hails from? At this moment, the laughter of a man echoed, and a man dressed in a purple robe stepped out from behind a curtain in the moon pavilion. Yi-qing's gaze fell on the man, knowing that this must be the so-called Song Yuan. At this moment, a glimmer flashed in Yi-qing's eyes. In his vision, a purple python dragon appeared, coiled above the man's head. This was a special ability granted to Yi-qing by his divine emperor talent Aura Vision. Purple energy condenses, transforming into a python dragon. This proves that this person is a prince of the martial Soul Star Empire. I am not a member of the sect. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Are you Song Yuan? Yes, I am Song Yuan. What business do you have with me, sir? Song Yuan came over to Yi-qing's side with a smile and found a chair to sit down. I can't understand why you've built a fully functional little town in this remote mountain forest. Yi-qing directly voiced the question in his heart. Song Yuan replied with an unabashed smile, because I wanted to live a life far from the mundane world, but I wasn't willing to completely retreat into the wilderness, so I built this town. A prince like you actually has such thoughts? Song Yuan smiled and said, Why ask when you already know the answer? Everyone knows that I, Song Yuan, have never liked court affairs or sect disputes since childhood. I only wish to live freely like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Yi-qing rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that I've read so many novels, I might have actually believed him. Everyone knows? Is it really that everyone knows, or is it that you want everyone to know? Yi-qing continued to ask, Then why do you want the people in the town not to talk to outsiders? Well, that's a long story. Many people in this town are family members of various generals in the empire. I don't let them interact with outsiders because I'm worried that there might be ill-intentioned people among the outsiders. Through conversations, they might find out that these people are the family members of those generals and harm them. That's why I told them not to interact with outsiders. Song Yuan spoke with a sense of righteousness. Yi-qing was speechless. Who the hell are you trying to fool? If you're really worried about others knowing they're the family of generals, then why are you rambling on here? On one hand, you say you're worried about them, but on the other, you're stabbing them with a knife? Your Highness, let's stop fooling around. You haven't said a single truthful word from start to finish. Talking with you here is truly a waste of time. Yi-qing glanced at Song Yuan and said speechlessly. Song Yuan immediately fell silent, his expression becoming somewhat unpredictable. Neither the heavenly sect, the earthly sect, nor any unranked sects have any records of you or the young lady by your side. So, who exactly are you? As Song Yuan spoke, several light rings beneath his feet slowly rose. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 soul rings. This Song Yuan is indeed a titled Doluo. It should be noted that, according to rumors in the outside world, the emperor's younger brother, Song Yuan, was merely an ordinary person pursuing a carefree and unrestrained life. Yi-qing discerned some other implications from Song Yuan's words. Does the empire possess information on everyone within Tianzong, D-zone, and even those sects without rankings? That is to say, there are people from the empire in every sect. Yi-qing suddenly smiled. It seemed he had come at just the right time. The martial Soul Empire was clearly planning something big, and he might just get to witness a good show. Song Yuan frowned as he saw Yi-qing suddenly smile. Your Highness, you've been hiding for so long, and now you're exposing yourself so straightforwardly? Yi-qing looked at Song Yuan's 9 soul rings without a trace of panic and instead smiled as he spoke. Song Yuan calmly said, This king trusts the empire's intelligence agency. You are definitely not people from the sect. As long as you're not from the sect, what does it matter if this king reveals himself in front of you? Yi-qing did not believe Song Yuan's words. Yi-qing speculated that the Wuhuan Empire's plan must have already been completed, and Song Yuan no longer needed to hide his cultivation level. Both of you just asked this king so many questions. Now this king has one question for you. Who are you? Song Yuan looked at the two and asked, We're just ordinary people. Your Highness doesn't know? Whether we have cultivation or not, Your Highness should be able to tell at a glance. Song Yuan didn't say a single truthful word, so Yi-qing started making things up directly. Song Yuan smiled and said, Ordinary people can scare my subordinates into a cold sweat with just
just one look, if word of this got out, no one would believe it.
Alright, actually, we are gods. Since the two of you don't want to talk, I won't ask further.
However, there is one thing I might need your cooperation on.
Could you stay in the town for a month? Song Yuan looked at Yi-qing and said.
Yi-qing speculated and asked, it seems the Empire is going to take action within this month, huh?
Then I can't stay here the whole time.
I still need to watch the show.
How about this, call me when you take action, and I'll just watch. I won't do anything.
Song Yuan looked at Yi-qing and remained silent for a moment.
No one knew what he was thinking.
Then he nodded and said, alright, it's quite the spectacle to stumble upon such a big show right after arriving.
It would be a real pity to miss it.
Your Highness, if there's nothing else, we'll go find a place to settle down first. Yi-qing said with a faint smile.
Why not just stay with me? Live in a brothel? Forget it.
Yi-qing was somewhat tempted but still refused. Seeing Yi-qing refuse, Yi Tianxian behind Yi-qing finally calmed her divine power. If Yi-qing had dared to agree just now, Yi-qing felt that Yi Tianxian could have directly flattened the moonlit pavilion with divine power. Song Yuan glanced at Yi Tianxian, then at Yi-qing, and revealed a meaningful smile as he said, in that case, this king won't keep you any longer, young master.
Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian quickly left the moonlit pavilion.
On the way, Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and asked, why do I feel like not a single word from that prince's mouth is true?
Be more confident.
Remove the why do I feel like not a single word from that prince is true. He didn't set up this small town because he likes this kind of life, but to secretly protect some people.
Yi Tianxian asked, did you use your divine sense?
Yi-qing replied without hesitation, no.
Yi Tianxian asked again, if you didn't use it, how did you know someone was hiding under the moon pavilion?
Yi-qing instinctively countered, you knew?
Did you use it too?
Yi Tianxian said disdainfully, and who was it earlier that said no cheating, no using divine sense?
Ahem, in any case, this prince appears to be in seclusion on the surface, but secretly he's protecting some people. I guess they must be members of the royal family. The Wuhuan Empire probably doesn't have complete confidence in their plans, so they're leaving themselves a way out.
Yi-qing coughed lightly and spoke slowly.
Yi Tianxian nodded slightly in understanding. So, the ones hiding under the moon pavilion are a few royal children of the Wuhuan Empire?
Yi-qing nodded, then smiled, and said, who cares who's below? What does it have to do with us? We just need to enjoy the show.
The two chatted as their figures slowly disappeared down the street. Inside the moon pavilion, the madam looked at Song Yuan and asked, Your Highness, are you sure it's fine not to restrain those two? Song Yuan picked up a cup of tea, took a slow sip, and said, restrain them? I don't have that kind of confidence. The madam's face showed an expression of shock. How is that possible?
Your Highness, you are a level 97 titled Doluo.
Do you know that I couldn't discern the cultivation of those two?
I couldn't even sense a trace of soul power from them.
There are only two possible reasons
for this. 1, they are ordinary people who haven't even awakened their martial souls. 2, their cultivation surpasses mine.
Which do you think it is? Song Yuan said calmly. The madam was momentarily stunned.
Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian looked to be only in their early 20s. She truly couldn't believe that there could be such young titled Duluos, and ones above level 97 at that. However, that deadly aura Yi Tianxian gave off was something she had experienced firsthand.
Besides, there were countless 10,000-year soul beasts along
the road from the foot of the mountain to this small town. If the two of them were just ordinary people, they wouldn't have even made it up the mountain. So, despite all her doubts, the madam could only settle on the second explanation. We still don't know what those two are really up to, but they're definitely not from any of the sections.
As long as they're not sect members, just let them be for now. Make sure someone keeps an eye on where they're staying.
No need to be sneaky about it, just openly assign someone to work as an in-servant, serving and watching them at the same time. If they leave, let me know immediately.
Song Yuan ordered. The brothel keeper bowed and replied, I understand, my lord.
More than 20 days passed, and Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian stayed in the small town without leaving even once, which finally allowed the prince to breathe a sigh of relief. On this day, the Wuhuan Empire's century-long plan for destruction officially commenced. On December 15, 2799 of the Martial Sol calendar, the weather in November on Martial Sol Star had already entered winter, and on this day, 70% of Martial Sol Star was covered in snow. This day marked the grand competition for disciples of the sects on Martial Sol Star, as determined by the 36 heavenly sects and 72 earthly sects. Every year on December 15, a place similar to a secret realm controlled by the sects is opened, allowing disciples under the age of 25 from each sect to enter and participate in a trial involving the hunting of martial souls. Hunting a 10-year soul beast earns 10 points, a 100-year soul beast earns 100 points, and a 1,000-year soul beast earns 1,000 points, and so on. The 3-day trial would last for 3 days, and the higher one ranked at the end, the greater the rewards. This event had been established by the various sects long ago, and many soul masters had been eagerly awaiting this day. The prizes for placing in the rankings were simply too tempting, and the first step of the Martial Soul Empire's plan began precisely with this day, to massacre the younger generation of all the sects within the secret realm.
It was indeed indeed a vicious move. After all, on this day, the young disciples from every sect would enter the secret realm. If they were all slaughtered, even though the sect's top-level fighting strength wouldn't be weakened, losing all their young disciples would still be a devastating blow to their vitality. In the small town inn, the previous madam arrived at the inn and found Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian, informing them that Lord Sun Yuan had already left. After delivering this news to Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian, the madam left directly. Yi-qing looked at Yi-tianxian and said, "The show is about to begin. Let's go and take a look. I'm really curious to see if the Martial Soul Empire can wipe out those sections." After saying this, Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian disappeared from the inn. On the plaza of the Royal Authority sect, one of the 36 heavenly sects, elders or disciples from various sects arrived at the Royal Authority sect. The Royal Authority sect is the leader of the 36 heavenly sects, boasting as many as 12 titled Doluo-level powerhouses within its ranks, making it the undisputed #1 sect in the world. At the same time, one of the entrances to the secret realm is also controlled by the Royal Authority sect. On this day each year, various sects send their young disciples to the Royal Authority sect to enter the secret realm from the plaza. Once everyone from the various sects had gathered, a series of procedures began. After the procedures concluded, the sect master of the Royal Authority sect opened the gate to the secret realm, and a vortex appeared on the plaza. The young disciples from the various sects excitedly stepped into the secret realm one after another. On another site, also a sect square, tens of thousands of soldiers dressed in bronze armor stood neatly in formation on the square. Over there, it was bustling with activity, while here it was silent and still. At this moment, Song Yuan's figure stood before the tens of thousands of soldiers. He had already changed out of his robe and donned a set of purple armor. Song Yuan looked at the soldiers and said, "Everyone, you are the Qingwu army of the empire, the most elite force of the empire. In this battle, you will face only some young people under the age of 25. I do not want to see anyone perish in the secret realm. Do you all understand? Reporting to your highness, this battle will surely be a great victory." Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison. The vastness of the sound caused the entire sect to tremble slightly. Song Yuan looked at an elder, who immediately nodded slightly and opened another entrance to the secret realm. The trial grounds for the younger generation of the various sects have a total of 2 entrances, one of which is controlled by the Wangquan sect, the leader of the 36 heavenly sects. The other entrance is controlled by the second sect of the 36 heavenly sects. Apart from the empire's high-ranking officials, no one knew before this that the second sect of the world, from the sect master to the lowest servant disciples, were all people of the Martial Soul Empire. It is imaginable that the Martial Soul Empire's planning is truly extraordinary, which also indicates that this time, the Martial Soul Empire is coming with overwhelming force. At this moment, on the Wangquan sect square, the sect leaders and elders of various sects were chatting and laughing about which sect's prodigy would take the top spots in the trial, completely unaware that those prodigies were currently being targeted by the sharpest blade of the empire. Hidden in the shadows, Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian were somewhat surprised to discover that the entire second sect of the world was composed of people from the Martial Soul Empire. Although it's unclear how long the Martial Soul Empire has been planning this, one thing is certain: the emperors of the Martial Soul Empire in recent generations are by no means ordinary. They've turned the entire second sect of the world into their own people, and among the other heavenly sects and earthly sects, there must be sects they've already taken control of as well. Yi-qing speculated with a smile. Indeed, Yi-qing made a very valid point. If they could control the second strongest sect in the world, then controlling other sects would be even easier. At this moment, within the trial grounds, the young disciples participating in the trial were all excitedly searching for soul beasts, completely unaware that on the other side of the trial grounds, tens of thousands of troops were also searching for them. Song Yuan personally led the team, which consisted of the most elite forces of the Martial Soul Empire. Both Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian could already envision the scene of the young disciples' blood staining the earth red. Within the trial grounds, it didn't take long before the Qingwu army encountered the first young disciple from one of the sects. The trial does not require fighting alone, so every year during the trial, disciples from various sects form their own small groups and then explore the trial grounds. More people are always better than fewer, or so most people think. When the two sides met, the disciples from the opposing sects were completely stunned, each wondering why there were imperial troops here. Among those disciples, the leader looked at Song Yuan, frowned, and asked, "Why is your empire's army appearing in the trial grounds of our sect?" Song Yuan did not answer this person's question but instead uttered a single word with a blank expression: "Kill." At Song Yuan's command, the Qingwu army immediately responded with a loud shout, then all raised their long spears and charged toward the sect disciples. The ensuing situation was completely one-sided. The Qingwu army truly lived up to its reputation as the most elite force of the Martial Soul Empire. Even the weakest soldier was at the Soul Sect level, a combat strength that was already formidable. A one-sided massacre ensued, and the young disciples of the sect were completely wiped out. After the Qingwu army finished the slaughter, they directly continued their advance. 3 days
days is not a long time and passed very quickly, but for the young disciples of the sects within the trial grounds, these 3 days undoubtedly felt like years. The relentless slaughter by the Qingwu army had already dyed the entire trial grounds blood red. Kill. After all the young disciples of the sects were completely massacred, Song Yuan immediately led the Qingwu army to swiftly withdraw from the trial grounds. After leaving the trial grounds, Song Yuan and the Qingwu army of the empire did not leave the Longyun sect of the world's second sect but instead began setting up crossbows and other items at the entrance of the sect. The Longyun sect is located atop an extremely towering peak where the mountain gate seems to almost touch the clouds, and there is always a cloud at the sect's location that resembles a true dragon. Thus, this mountain is called Longyun Mountain, and the sect is named the Longyun sect. Due to the extremely high altitude, the path up the mountain becomes very difficult to traverse, making the location of the Longyun sect an exceptionally easy to defend and hard to attack stronghold. Soon after the crossbows were set up, the Qingwu army began laying a series of traps along the mountain path. Meanwhile, within the capital of the Wuhuan Empire, the Imperial Palace, Ziyu Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s was seated on the dragon throne within the hall. The woman was dressed in a dragon robe, her face expressionless, exuding an aura of majesty. Inside the hall, apart from this empress, there were more than 40 others standing. These people were both men and women, tall and thin, some with hair as white as snow, while others appeared to be in their prime. This day, I have waited 30 years, the empire has waited 100 years. This world will ultimately belong to the empire. If we win this battle, I shall execute all members of the sects. The empress spoke angrily without needing to raise her voice, and the 40 or so people in the grand hall instantly felt a surge of killing intent, an undeniable killing intent. 10,000 years ago, the empire was the ruler of the world. Later, it was precisely due to the benevolence of several emperors during a certain period that the sects were able to continue and develop. Eventually, the sects trampled the empire underfoot. From the moment the empress took power, she resolved that if the century-long plan succeeded, she would ensure that every member of the sects would lose their heads. Even if she would later be called a tyrant, she would have no regrets. She did not want the sects to rise from the ashes and retaliate against the empire. She was determined to eradicate them completely within her lifetime, leaving no trace of the sects behind. This is the lifelong wish of the empress of the Wuhuan Empire, and at this moment, her wish is about to come true. Pass on my decree. The city armies in various regions are to begin operations, sealing off the cities, while the Imperial City Army remains stationed in the capital. The Xiang army will be divided into 20 units, each led by 2 consecrated ones, to eliminate the remaining 20 heavenly sects. The Imperial Guard and the remaining consecrated ones will follow me to Longyun Mountain. The Empress's voice echoed in the Grand Hall, and after a series of commands were issued, all 40 or so attendants in the hall became somewhat excited. Your subject obeys the decree. Soon, the martial Seoul Empire began to take action. The city troops, stationed soldiers in various cities, were usually responsible for city security and patrols within the city. At this moment, the city troops of each city stopped their patrol tasks and began to seal off the city gates, patrolling the city walls 24 hours a day. The purpose of sealing the city gates was simple. It was the Empress's preparation for the post-war period. Across the land, there were a total of 378 sects of various sizes, and inevitably, some would slip through the net and escape. At this time, the city troops would come into play. The imperial worshippers were the empire's top combat force, with each one being a titled Doluo. At this moment, 40 of them were leading the Xiang army, the empire's main military force. The individual strength of the Xiang army members could not match that of the Qingwu army, but the Xiang army had the advantage of numbers. The Qingwu army has only tens of thousands of soldiers, while the Xiang army has 200,000. As for the Imperial Guard, it ranks behind the Qingwu and Xiang armies. Its numbers are not as large as the Xiang army, and its individual strength is not as strong as the Qingwu army, which is somewhat awkward. The empire's large armies marched out of the city, divided into 21 groups, all heading toward their targets with great momentum. At this moment, in the Wanquan sect square, the sect master of Wanquan sect opened the entrance to the trial grounds at the designated time, and everyone's eyes turned toward the entrance of the trial grounds. At the entrance, the person responsible for tallying points was already in position. In previous years, disciples who killed soul beasts had to leave behind some part of the soul beast as proof. This is why there are people responsible for tallying points. These individuals may not be very powerful, but they possess exceptional discernment, fully capable of determining the age of a soul beast based on a small part of its body. A few minutes passed, and everyone in the square frowned, suddenly feeling a slight sense of unease. Another few minutes went by, and still, no one came out. The leader of a small sect couldn't hold back anymore, as among the young disciples who entered this year was his son. The sect leader directly rushed into the trial grounds, and the sect leaders and elders of various heavenly and earthly sects said nothing. Even if this person hadn't rushed in, they would have sent someone to check the situation. After the sect leader rushed into the trial grounds, he looked at the blood-red scene scene before him, his hands trembling from the shock.
"Son, Xiaoing," the sect leader shouted anxiously and somewhat dazedly.
Seeing this scene, he had already guessed in his heart that his son might also be dead.
However, he was unwilling to believe it.
Before finding the body, he refused to believe that his son was suddenly gone just like that. Outside the trial grounds, the sect master of the Wanquan sect grew fatally uneasy after seeing that the other sect master had entered for quite some time without coming out, and no other disciples had emerged either.
"Go in and see what's going on." The sect master of the Wanquan sect looked at an elder beside him and said.
The elder nodded, then stood up and stepped into the trial ground. Just like the sect leader earlier, the elder of the Wanquan sect was also startled by the situation inside the trial ground. However, he did not wander around the trial ground like a walking corpse, as the sect leader had. After all, his status was extraordinary, his state of mind was stronger, and most importantly, although there were disciples of the Wanquan sect here, his son was not among them.
Why would he lose his composure?
The elder immediately exited the trial grounds, and all the sect leaders and elders instantly turned their attention to him. The elder showed a hesitant expression before slowly saying, "The trial grounds are filled with the corpses of sect disciples. There might not be a single survivor." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was utterly stunned. Some sect leaders and elders, who were in the same situation as the previous sect leader, immediately rushed into the trial grounds. The other sect leaders and elders also felt deeply distressed. The fact that all their sect's young disciples had perished in the trial grounds was practically severing the inheritance of their sects. In an instant, everyone headed to the trial grounds. After spending several hours there, the sect leaders and elders all returned with dark expressions, carrying the corpses of their disciples. Looking at the corpses scattered across the Wanquan sect's square, the leaders and elders of the various sects all turned their gaze toward the Wanquan sect's leader. After all, the entrance to the trial grounds had always been under the control of the Wanquan sect's leader. Now that all their disciples had been killed, the Wanquan sect was the most likely suspect. The leaders and elders of smaller sects dared not say anything, but those of the heavenly sect had no such reservations.
"Wang Li, you must give us an explanation. What on earth is going on here?" The sect leader of Tianzong stared grimly at Wang Li, the sect leader of Wanquanzone.
Wang Li snorted coldly without showing any weakness and said, "I know what all of you are thinking. Don't forget, all the young disciples of my Wanquanzone have also died. Moreover, while others may not know, the people of your Tianzong certainly do.
There are two entrances to the trial grounds.
I was wondering why that Long Hua guy gave up participating in this year's trial.
Wang Li, don't let us find out that the mastermind behind this has anything to do with you. Let's go to Longyun sect."
The sect master of one of the heavenly sects snorted coldly.
The first part of his statement was merely an excuse to save face.
The fact that Longyun sect controls an entrance to a trial ground had completely slipped his mind in his earlier haste.
Now, upon
hearing Wang Li's words, he immediately realized that the ones harming the young disciples of various sects must be Longyun sect. Wait, since Longyun sect dares to act this way, they must have prepared thoroughly.
"We cannot act so recklessly." A sect master of Tianzong frowned and spoke. Wang Li looked into the distance and said indifferently, "This plan is a conspiracy.
If we don't go, Longyun sect will naturally be pleased. If we go, we will fall right into Longyun sect's trap. I refuse to believe that a single Longyun sect can stand against hundreds of sects in the world. Disciples of Wanquan sect, hear my command, leave the 10th and 11th elders behind, and the rest will follow me to Longyun sect. I want to personally ask Long Hua why he is intent on harming the young disciples of our sects."
An elder beside Wang Li frowned and said, "There might be imperial involvement behind this. Head, the empire? Their strength isn't even greater than our sects. Even if they join forces with Longyun sect, so what?"
A sect master of Tianzong said disdainfully. The other sect masters and elders of Tianzong said nothing, but they were thinking the same in their hearts. Wang Li said indifferently, "No matter what, the fact that all the young disciples of our Wanquan sect are dead is undeniable. I must make Long Hua pay the price. Gather the disciples. Set off." Soon, the Wanquan sect began assembling its disciples, and other sects also immediately dispatched an elder back to their sects to gather disciples. Each of them had already made up their minds. They were determined to turn the 36 heavenly sects into 35 heavenly sects. At this moment, on Longyun sect's grounds, the Qinggu army had already set up all the traps and crossbows, just waiting for the sects to arrive. After the disciples of each sect gathered, they set off and left their respective sects, heading toward the Longyun sect. At this time, the Imperial Enshrined, along with the Xiang army, also headed toward 20 of the heavenly sects, while all the elders and disciples of the other 14 heavenly sects went to join the Xiang army. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard led by the Empress was also heading toward Longyun Mountain, but at a much slower pace than the other sects, clearly intentional. The Empress's intention was likely to wait for the people of the various sects to ascend the mountain, with the Qinggu army and Longyun sect at the front, all the people from the 20 heavenly sects and some smaller earthly sect clans in the middle, and she along with several enshrined at the rear. Thus, Wang Chuanzong and his group are truly caught between a tiger in front and wolves behind. No, it's even worse than that, they also have teammates by their their side who might stab them in the back at any moment. The current situation is already very clear. On the surface, the Empire's century-long plan is about to succeed. However, it is indeed too early to declare success. The Empire has deep foundations, and the various sects that have endured to this day might still have trump cards capable of turning the tide. Therefore, to prevent the sects from completely reversing the situation, the Empress has mobilized the Imperial Guard and 40 titled Duluos to raid their headquarters. Even if the tables are turned, the final result will still be mutual destruction. Even in death, I will take a bite out of the sect. Long Yun Mountain. Above the Long Yun sect, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian watched everything unfold from the sky. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and said, "This Empress is truly ruthless, actually planning to annihilate everyone in the sect." Yi-qing smiled and said, "Yes, she's pretty ruthless, but you can't really say she was wrong. As the Emperor of the Martial Soul Empire, she was always suppressed by the sects, no wonder she ended up annihilating them all." Yi Tianxian didn't say anything more, she just watched quietly. Before long, all 20 great sects had fallen into ruin, corpses strewn everywhere, and raging fires engulfed the entire sect grounds. At this moment, Wang Xuanzong and the others had already arrived at the foot of Long Yun Mountain, preparing to go up. Wang Li looked at the summit of Long Yun Mountain and said in a deep voice, "Climb the mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, the Wang Quan sect took the lead and headed toward the summit, with members of other sects following closely behind. Before long, the group reached the mountainside, where several massive round boulders quickly appeared before them. Everyone looked up, only to see one massive round boulder after another rolling down toward them. A group of people was startled and became somewhat chaotic. Wang Li snorted coldly and said, "What's the panic? It's just a few rocks." Wang Li was truly speechless. The current sect disciples were living far too comfortably. Each of them, even the weakest, was a soul master of level 40 or 50, yet they could still be frightened by rolling stones. As Wang Li finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his right hand. He then slashed forward, sending out a burst of sword energy. The sword energy struck the rolling stone, producing a loud noise. The next moment, Wang Li's eyes widened. Although it was a casual strike, its power was still incredibly terrifying. However, at this moment, the sword energy actually failed to shatter the rolling stone. Not only was Wang Li somewhat incredulous, but the sect leaders and elders of other sects also couldn't believe it. They were most familiar with Wang Li's strength, level 99 titled Duluo, already standing at the pinnacle of this world. His sword strike couldn't even shatter a piece of stone? Wang Li's expression turned somewhat grim as he seriously looked at the approaching rolling stone and directly activated his first soul skill. Bang! The power unleashed by the first soul skill was extremely terrifying, but even this move failed to damage the rolling stone. Song Yuan, standing at the top of Long Yun Mountain in front of the Long Yun sect's gate, looked down the mountain and smiled, saying, "This is the first gift His Majesty specially prepared for you all." That rolling stone is not an ordinary rock, but a meteorite that fell from the sky 10,000 years ago. How is this possible? At that time, the Empire brought the meteorite back to the palace and studied it for a long time. However, apart from discovering that it was incredibly hard and unusually heavy, they found no other use for it. Countless generations of emperors thought about forging it into a batch of peerless weapons, but even a titled Doluo with a fire-related martial soul could not melt it. Since then, these meteorites were left in a corner of the royal treasury. It was not until today that these meteorites reappeared in the world, arranged by the Empress on the mountainside of Long Yun Mountain. I have to say, if this thing rolls down, unless you use brute force to stop it, the only option is to run. But stopping a meteor is incredibly difficult. 10,000 years ago, the Empire deployed 100 titled Duluos above level 95 to slowly transport 5 meteors back, which shows just how heavy these things are. Now, on the mountainside, apart from Wang Li being able to single-handedly stop one meteor, the others might not be able to stop it even if they joined forces. After all, the rolling meteors carry immense inertia. On the mountainside, Wang Li rushed toward a meteor and then forcefully reached out to catch it. The moment Wang Li touched the meteorite, he was shaken so hard that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Logically, it shouldn't have been that serious, but Wang Li had underestimated it. He'd never taken the stone seriously from the very beginning. His face flushed bright red from the impact, and he shouted loudly. Now he understood. He could block one of these things by himself, but as for the others, there was no way he could stop them all. When everyone saw that Wang Li had actually been injured by a mere stone, and then heard his shout, they immediately panicked and scrambled to escape. Even the sect leaders and elders who could fly took to the skies, and those who could run fled. Wang Li was injured, and they didn't think they could withstand that thing. Wang Li blocked the stone for a moment, then immediately retreated, flying into the air to dodge the stone, allowing it to roll down. The 5 meteors rolled rapidly, and countless disciples couldn't escape, either being crushed to pieces or flattened directly. The mountainside was filled with the screams of sect disciples. Wang Li and the other sect leaders and elders all looked extremely grim. Their mission had started poorly before even reaching the enemy sect's gates. They had already lost a group of disciples. At this moment, their expressions were as if they had eaten something foul. In the sky, Yi-qing's gaze fell on the 5 meteorites. Empress. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction below, he waved his right hand and directly drew the 5 meteorites to his side.
What are you doing with these 5 stones?
Yi Tianxian curiously looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing smiled and said, curious, these 5 stones seem a bit unusual. It's a pity I don't know how to forge artifacts, otherwise, I'd make a magical treasure to play with.
Ah, isn't this from the Martial Soul Empire?
Who said that?
I picked it up, so it's mine now. If they have the guts, let them come and ask me for it.
Yi-qing spoke righteously, then continued to examine the meteorite.
Moments later, he used the eye of investigation to take a closer look. Name, Celestial Meteoric Iron.
Grade, King grade. Characteristics, incredibly hard, can serve as the base material for crafting a King tier weapon. By adding some other materials, grade not limited, during refinement, a King tier weapon can be forged.
Yi-qing's eyes lit up. Good stuff, 5 pieces of meteoric iron. Isn't this 5 royal artifacts? I wonder if the system can reward me with a refining rule. If not, I'll just learn it myself.
Yi-qing muttered to himself. If Yi-qing wanted to learn artifact refining, it wouldn't take much time at all, given his innate comprehension. However, Yi-qing still wanted the system to directly reward him with the forging laws. If that wasn't possible, the forging essence would do.
After all, cheating is always the most satisfying.
The next moment, Yi-qing stored all the meteorite iron into the system space, planning to take it out later when he learned forging. At this moment, the people of the sect halfway up Longyun Mountain had already reorganized and were preparing to continue ascending the mountain.
The grievances between them and the Longyun sect seemed irreconcilable.
At this moment, each of them wished they could eat the flesh of the Longyun sect members and drink the blood of the Longyun sect disciples. They continued climbing the mountain, while the Empress and her group arrived at the foot of Longyun Mountain. After the Empress and her group ascended the mountain and saw the corpses of the sect disciples, the Empress couldn't help but laugh a few times. At this moment, she seemed to already see the success of her century-long plan. Wang Li and his group encountered a series of traps next, but this time they were prepared in advance, so no one died. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Longyun sect.
Looking at Song Yuan and the Qingwu army ahead, Wang Li said in a deep voice, Longhua, you actually colluded with the Empire.
A middle-aged man beside Song Yuan said expressionlessly, I serve the Empire and remain loyal to it.
I have always been part of the Empire, so how is this collusion? Well,
the leader of the world's second sect, the Longyun sect, turns out to be part of the Empire.
I underestimated the Empire. Today, all of you will die here.
Wang Li glared angrily at Song Yuan and Longhua, shouting furiously, today, I shall see who lives and who dies. At this moment, the Empress had arrived, blocking the retreat of the sect members.
Wang Li looked at the Empress with a grim expression.
So it seems all of this was orchestrated by you.
Has the Empire forgotten the strength of our world's sects?
The Empress did not get angry but instead smiled faintly and said, Wang Li, you must have forgotten the strength of the Martial Soul Empire from 10,000 years ago.
You think your empire combined with the Longyun sect can deal with all the sects in the world?
If that's truly the case, Song Qiang, you are far too naive.
Wang Li stared at the Empress and said in a deep voice.
The Empress waved her sleeves, then clasped her hands together in front of her, smiling as she looked at Wang Li and said, Wang Li, I know you are a smart man.
If I can make the entire Longyun
sect, from the servant disciples to the sect master, become mine, then you should know that among the people around you, someone might pull out a knife in the next second and take your life. Wang Li naturally had already guessed his situation, otherwise, his expression wouldn't look so grim. What a Martial Soul Empire! What an Azure Empress! Wang Li suddenly shouted, his voice carrying a hint of desolation. He had about 100 titled Duluwa by his side, and he was well aware that if even a third of them joined forces to ambush him, he would either die or be severely injured. This game has already been decided. The Azure Empress looked at Wang Li, shook her head with a smile, and said, I am merely the one to make the final move in this grand scheme.
The truly remarkable one is my imperial grandfather.
In just a century of planning, he restored the Empire's strength to annihilate all the sects under heaven. But unfortunately, both my imperial grandfather and father passed away in their prime for the sake of this grand plan, unable to witness the Empire's glorious unification of the world. Hearing the Azure Empress's words, Wang Li suddenly thought of something and said with a bitter smile, I've long heard that the yin-yang mirror, the martial soul, of the royal bloodline, not only has the ability to devour soul power but also to bestow soul power upon others. However, the price for this is one's lifespan. It now seems that this is not just a rumor. A peak Duluwa can live for 200 years, yet both San Lan and San Yen died at the mere age of 80.
This is something we should have been vigilant about long ago.
As Wang Li spoke, there was already a tone of regret in his voice. Such an important matter, he had merely laughed it off back then, without conducting further investigation, simply thinking that the death of one peak Duluwa after another in the Empire was nothing but an incredibly good thing.
Wang Li, surrender yourself, the Empress spoke.
In Wang Li's right hand, a long sword appeared. Wang Li answered the Empress with his actions. Surrendering without a fight was impossible. The Empress let out a low shout, and the attendants and Song Yuan beside her led the Qingwu army and the Imperial Guards swords to charge directly at the members of those sects. The members of the sect immediately faced the enemy, but among them, about half suddenly launched attacks on those beside them. More than 10 titled Doluo simultaneously attacked Wang Li, including Long Hua, a level 99 titled Doluo. Very quickly, Wang Li fell into a disadvantage. If Wang Li and Long Hua were to fight one-on-one, Wang Li might have the upper hand over Long Hua. However, with the assistance of more than 10 titled Doluo, he fell into a disadvantage. The battle did not last long. The entire situation was completely one-sided, and the sect members were utterly unable to withstand the Empire's onslaught.
Soon, bloodstains dyed the entrance of the Longyun sect red, and the sect leaders and elders, their eyes reddened, roared from time to time. Kill! Wang Li's situation was not good at this moment either. He appeared somewhat disheveled, and his clothes had become tattered and ragged. Victory or defeat, I, Wang Li, accept it. Empress, I, Wang Li, only beg you to spare the other members of the Wangquan sect. Wang Li, with his hair disheveled, looked at the Azure Empress and shouted. The Empress looked at Wang Li and said calmly, the moment after you set out for this place, my Xiang army had already crushed your sections. At this moment, there should be nothing left of your sections. All the sect leaders and elders were stunned upon hearing this, and Wang Li was also stunned. His right hand trembled, and he deeply regretted his actions. Song Chang, you have such a cruel heart. Wang Li's eyes turned red as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots allows them to grow again with the spring breeze. The mistake the Empire made once, I cannot allow it to happen a second time. 10,000 years ago, the Empire should have eradicated your royal authority sect first. Unfortunately, the Emperor at that time was too merciful and spared you, allowing you to grow into the #1 sect in the world today. On a continent entirely ruled by the Empire back then, you dared to name yourselves royal authority. What did you mean by that? I do not know, but in my view, it was a blatant display of ambition, intending to replace the Empire. Such a grave threat. While the Empire of the past could let you remain, I will not. Not only your royal authority sect, but all other heavenly sects, earthly sects, and unranked sects, anyone not of my empire shall be executed without mercy. The Empress spoke, and a powerful aura emanated from her entire being. Wang Li and the other titled Doluos carefully sensed it and discovered that this was the aura of a rank 99 titled Doluo. The martial soul yin-yang mirror of Songqing's father and grandfather could bestow soul power upon others. Naturally, they had also bestowed soul power upon Songqing, which allowed him to reach rank 99 titled Doluo in his 20s. Ha 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 ha. Wang Li suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. The royal sect's legacy of 10,000 years, with tens of thousands of disciples within the sect, was completely destroyed by Wang Li today. It's no wonder he's gone mad. Today, even if I die, I will take a piece of your flesh with me. Wang Li shouted with a ferocious expression, and the soul power within his body became extremely violent. Ninth soul skill, sword chill across the 9 provinces. Wang Li shouted loudly, directly channeling all his soul power to activate his 9th soul skill. The next moment, above Wang Li's head, a massive sword materialized, appearing both illusory and real. As the long sword appeared, 99% of the people present felt an overwhelming sense of facing death. Are you going to make a desperate struggle? The Empress looked at the giant sword in the sky and said calmly, not very concerned. Currently present on their empire's side, there were 3 level 99 titled Doluo, so she was not worried about Wang Li's final strike. She was confident that the 3 level 99 titled Doluo could withstand this blow. However, the Empress misjudged. Wang Li was well aware that attacking the Empress with this sword would be futile, so he never intended to target her. With a loud rumble, the giant sword in the sky suddenly flew in a specific direction. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The Empress's expression suddenly changed, and Song Yuan also shouted, not good. That's the direction of the imperial capital. The Empress stared at Wang Li with an unpleasant expression. Long Hua also frowned and said, Wang Li's sword is extremely fast. The 3 of us can't catch up. Wang Li. Song Yuan roared furiously and charged directly at Wang Li. Boom! Wang Li burst into laughter and didn't even defend himself. After all, he had exhausted all his soul power with that last move and was already prepared to die. At this moment, the 2 people watching from the sky, Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and asked, Yi-qing, there are millions of ordinary citizens in the imperial capital. Should we intervene to stop that sword? Damned! Stop it for what? No, we won't. They're not citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on our blue star. Yi-qing stretched lazily and said, you just took 5 stones from the empire. Yi Tianxian said with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Wait, why is old Su in the imperial capital? When did he go there? Alright, that sword won't fall on the heads of the citizens of the imperial capital. With old Su and sister Qing in the capital, if a sword suddenly appeared above their heads, it would probably be wiped away by them with a casual move. Just consider it as repayment for the 5 pieces of extraterrestrial meteorite iron I owe the empire. Yi-qing shook his head with a smile and said. Yi Tianxian gave Yi-qing a disdainful look and said, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. How is it considered repayment for those stones? My brother and my sister saved those people, so that means I saved them too. It's all the same, all
all the same. I have never seen someone so shameless. Hee, let's go, let's go. There's nothing interesting to see here. I thought the sects of this world, with their legacies spanning tens of thousands of years, would have some trump cards, but there's nothing at all. What's the point of looking? Let's go find old Su and the others, then head to another martial soul star to take a look. Yi-qing said this while stretching lazily, then headed in the direction of the imperial capital with Yi Tianxian. At this moment in the imperial capital, Suyu and Shenggu, curious about the ancient capital's appearance, decided to visit the imperial capital of the martial soul empire. As soon as they arrived, they saw a giant sword shooting straight down from the sky. The two couldn't be bothered to figure out what it was and casually wiped out the massive sword that blurred the line between reality and illusion. If Wang Li, who had already been slain by Song Yuan, knew that his strongest sword strike was so easily nullified, he might just revive on the spot out of sheer anger, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then die again. Yi-qing, what was that thing just now? Suyu shook his head. I don't know, just a shadow of sword intent, a bit weak. Who knows which bored person conjured it for fun? Having comprehended the essence of the sword, Suyu's only thought after seeing that sword in the sky just now was two words: so weak. The two casually chatted for a bit and then went off to stroll around. Meanwhile, the people in the imperial capital were all a bit dumbfounded. They had all seen that massive sword in the sky just now. They thought it was the end for them, but who would have thought the sword would disappear in the next second? Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, and everyone in the imperial capital resumed their busy routines. Not long after, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian arrived in the imperial capital and found Suyu and Yi-qing, who were shopping. Old Su, my niece, and I are planning to visit the other two martial soul stars. Want to join us? Yi-qing looked at Suyu and asked. Suyu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it, Qingga and I haven't had a proper chance to explore here yet. Yi-qing nodded slightly, then took out a star card and handed it to Suyu, saying, alright then, take this. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, just throw this out. It can summon a set of high-grade True God star armor. If the star armor can't resolve it, I'll receive the message transmitted by the armor and come over immediately. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony with Yi-qing, took the star card, and thanked him with a smile. Thanks, Olji. Yi-qing smiled and lightly punched Suyu's shoulder. Between brothers, no need to say thanks. Suyu, do you have anything else to do? If not, just leave quickly. Yi-qing, huh, so heartless? Suyu, you two are interrupting me and my wife enjoying our time together. Alright, we're leaving now. Yi-qing chuckled and said, then left with Yi Tianxian. As for this place, neither he nor Yi Tianxian had much attachment to it. It was only because they ascended here that they stayed for a while. Compared to ancient society, Yi-qing still preferred modern society. The main reason was that he was accustomed to modern life, and the entertainment facilities and other aspects of modern life were indeed far superior. Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian flew straight up into the sky, and before long, the two of them had directly flown out of the martial soul star. Standing amidst a vast expanse of starry space, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian quickly got a clear view of the full appearance of the martial soul star they had just been on. It looked somewhat similar to Blue Star, with oceans covering the majority and land accounting for only about 30 to 40%. Yi-qing extended his divine sense, and in an instant, he had essentially taken in the entire world. As the evil Lord God mentioned earlier, this world has a total of 4 planets, 3 martial soul stars and 1 divine star. The divine star is located above them, while the other 2 martial soul stars are in 2 other directions. Yi-qing took a look and identified which one was similar to the Era and Blue Star, then said, let's go, we've found the second martial soul star. Are we still going to the martial soul star? It's so boring. Yi-qing thought for a moment and said, go ahead, find something to do if you're bored, like starting an academy or something? Yi Tianxian immediately became interested upon hearing this. Shenwu's current status on Blue Star could be described as being at its peak. If they were to establish an incredibly powerful sect in this martial soul world, it would indeed be an entertaining endeavor. Yi-qing's sudden idea to start an academy was also driven by the thought of earning some achievements. Establishing an academy would definitely unlock an achievement, and taking on a disciple would surely unlock another. The main reason Yi-qing suddenly wanted to earn achievements was that he felt he was too weak. I've only comprehended 6 rules, and only 2 of them have reached perfection. I'm really too weak. Soon, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian headed toward the other martial soul star. The two moved at an extremely fast speed and soon arrived at that martial soul star. From the outside, this martial soul star looked very similar to the previous one. Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian didn't pay much attention to these details and directly entered the planet. After the two entered the planet, they saw a modernized city and directly headed to the nearest one. Upon arriving in the city, the two looked around. The buildings were almost identical to those on Blue Star, but there were still significant differences compared to Blue Star. The biggest difference was that Blue Star no longer had empires or emperors, but here, there was still the Wuhuan Empire, which ruled the entire Wuhuan Star. However, under the Wuhuan Empire, there were still 4 small kingdoms, which had been gradually established over countless years. The 4 kingdoms were in no way comparable to the Wuhuan Empire. Because the territory territories of the Four Kingdoms are the worst environments in the Wuhuan Empire. They are sparsely populated, and powerful soul masters are pitifully few. Therefore, while the Four Kingdoms are called kingdoms, to put it less politely, they are just four unimportant departments of the empire. However, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak the Four Kingdoms are, each still possesses several or even a dozen titled Doluo-level powerhouses, which is already quite impressive. The city where Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian resided was currently experiencing heavy snowfall, with temperatures around -10 degrees Celsius. This weather could already be considered very cold. However, the two of them glanced at the people on the street, and most of them were wearing thin clothes. Being able to wear such light clothing in temperatures below -10 degrees clearly indicated that they were all soul masters. Yi-qing curiously said, "There are quite a few soul masters here. Let me take a good look at what's going on." Yi-qing's eyes narrowed, and he directly released his divine sense. In an instant, the entire city was imprinted in Yi-qing's mind. Every movement within the city was also clearly understood by Yi-qing. This city is actually so large and has a population of over 1 million. Except for children under 6 years old, everyone is a soul master. Yi-qing looked at the situation in the city and immediately felt a surge of curiosity. Suddenly, Yi-qing remembered that this martial soul star had a network, so he took out the Tianzi communicator. "Xiaoing, hack into this world's network and help me find some important information about this planet and this city." "Yes, master." Xiaoing was very efficient and found the information Yi-qing wanted to know within seconds. "Master, the ruler of this planet is the Wuhuan Empire. There is one thing that might interest you. According to the historical records of the Wuhuan Empire, 10,000 years ago, the Wuhuan Empire was still being suppressed by sections. At this moment, the 3 generations of emperors of the former martial soul empire, Emperor Kanglin, Emperor Xanyan, and Empress Xiangqing, executed a century-long plan to annihilate all sects in the world. According to unofficial records, at that time, the leader of the world's #1 sect, Wangli, released his final sword toward the imperial capital before his death, but it was erased by an unknown powerful figure. It is speculated that this figure might be a god. Yi-qing and Yi-tianxian were both stunned and opened their mouths in surprise after hearing Xiaoxing's words. "Whoa, isn't this about the events on the first martial soul star? This world is truly fascinating. This is not about having 3 martial soul stars, but about having 3 time period entrances to the martial soul star," Yi-qing said in astonishment. Yi-tianxian also sighed. "It truly is amazing. Time really deserves to be one of the top-ranked laws. By the way, tell me, what's going on with this city?" Little Star immediately continued, "Master, after 10,000 years of development, the sects have not reappeared, but instead, 4 great kingdoms have emerged. However, in order to limit the 4 great kingdoms, the empire allocated them territories in places with extremely harsh environments. The territories of the 4 great kingdoms are located in the extreme northern snowfields of the martial soul star, the northwestern desert, the overseas barren islands, and the perilous southern regions. Let's start with the Snow Moon Kingdom in the extreme northern snowfields. Covered in snow all year round, the Snow Moon Kingdom could only establish one city, meaning the Snow Moon Kingdom has only this one Snow Moon city. People born in the Snow Moon Kingdom can live in the core zone from birth. The core zone has a massive heating supply system, which provides free access to all children under the age of 6 in the Snow Moon Kingdom. When those children turn 6 and awaken their martial souls, those who fail the awakening or have innate soul power below level 3 are all sent out of the Snow Moon Kingdom. Of course, this is not abandoning them, but for their own good. If they cannot become soul masters, they simply cannot survive in the Snow Moon Kingdom. In the future, those who initially fail to awaken their martial souls but succeed later can still return to Snow Moon City. This is the basic situation of the Snow Moon Kingdom. Master, do you need me to explain the situation of the other 3 kingdoms as well? Yi-qing slightly shook his head and said, "No need, tell me what I want to know. Since we've ended up in this Snow Moon Kingdom, let's establish an academy here. By the way, does the Snow Moon Kingdom have any academies?" Yi-qing said with a smile, "Master, the Snow Moon Kingdom, being one of the 4 great cities in the world, has 3 academies. However, because academies require a large area, all 3 are built outside Snow Moon City. If Master wishes to establish an academy, it would also have to be built outside Snow Moon City," Xiaoxing said slowly. Yi-qing extended his divine sense slightly outside Snow Moon City and, sure enough, discovered that not far from the city, 3 academies had already been established. The academy is established outside, and it is very dangerous for the academy to lack strong individuals within. The reason the 4 great kingdoms are considered to have extremely poor environments is not just because of the surroundings, but also because the soul beasts in these areas are generally quite strong. Therefore, for those 3 academies in the wild, being attacked by soul beasts has become a daily occurrence. Well, there are 3 academies, right? They're all the same, aren't they? Help me check the procedures for establishing an academy. The process of establishing an academy is very simple. Go to the Ministry of Education in the Snow Moon Kingdom to file a report, then select a location to build the academy, and after that, you can start enrolling students. Yi-qing nodded slightly, then put away the communicator looked at Yi Tianxian and said, let's go, time to set up the academy. The two walked toward the Snow Moon Kingdom city while chatting.
Yi-qing, what about the construction of the academy after filing the report? Should we hire a construction company in Snow Moon City to handle it? Yi-qing shook his head and said, why make it so complicated? I'll just create an academy entirely made of ice. Yi Tianxian asked with some doubt, an ice house? Can people live in it? Why not? Do you think my perfected level ice law is a joke?
The ice bed I create won't feel cold when you sleep on it, and it won't melt either, Yi-qing said confidently. Alright, the house is settled, but we still haven't sorted out the appliances or the academy's teachers. Yi-qing thought for a moment and said, that's easy.
Didn't we bring gold earlier?
We'll sell it for money and then buy furniture and such.
As for the teachers, the academy doesn't have much reputation at the beginning, so there's no need to hire too many.
Just the two of us, and Oldly, that makes 3.
Alright,
when the academy develops well in the future, we'll bring Old Sue and the others over to work for us. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the inner city gate from the outer city of Snow Moon City. The guards at the inner city gate immediately stopped them.
Stop, you two look unfamiliar. Are you not from our Snow Moon Kingdom?
The guard looked at the two and spoke. The citizens of Snow Moon City number in the millions.
Naturally, the guards wouldn't remember everyone's appearance. However, after guarding the city gates for
over a decade, he could sense that this was likely the first time he had seen Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian. Therefore, it was definitely right to stop and question them.
Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, aren't people who aren't from the Snow Moon Kingdom prohibited from entering the inner city? Hearing Yi-qing's question, the guard was also momentarily stunned, and his tone weakened slightly. They can. If they can, why are you stopping us?
Yi-qing chuckled, then walked directly into the inner city with Yi Tianxian. Snow Moon City can generally be divided into 3 areas, the outer city, the inner city, and the core zone. Both the outer city and inner city are freely open to the public, allowing visiting soul masters to enter and exit at will. However, without the permission of the Snow Moon Kingdom, entry into the core zone is prohibited. Not only outsiders, but even the native residents of the Snow Moon Kingdom find it no easy task to enter the core zone. The citizens of the Snow Moon Kingdom are all equal, with no distinction between noble and common. Apart from the royal family, only 4 types of people are allowed to reside in the core area. The first type, children under the age of 6 in the Snow Moon Kingdom. The second type, those who have made outstanding contributions to the Snow Moon Kingdom. The third type, soul masters of the Snow Moon Kingdom who have reached the level of soul saint or above. The fourth type, direct relatives of the above 3 types. Cough, cough. The core area of Snow Moon City occupies less than 1/10 of the entire city, which is why the Snow Moon Kingdom has set such stringent requirements. Although the requirements are very strict, the citizens of Snow Moon City have no complaints. On the contrary, many people are grateful to the royal family. After all, the kingdom could have reserved the core area exclusively for the royal family, but they chose not to and instead opened part of the core area to others. Even though many of them may never have the chance to enter the core area in their lifetime, they are still content because, after all, they had the opportunity to live in the core area before the age of 6. That alone is enough to satisfy them. The environment in the core area is better than that of the inner and outer cities. This is because the core area has a large device that envelopes the entire area, providing heating 24 hours a day. As a result, the temperature in the core area remains around 10 degrees year-round, completely unaffected by cold winds and snowstorms. However, the cost of such a device is extremely high, and the funds required to keep it running are excessively large. Therefore, the Snow Moon Kingdom can only install such a device in the core area. If it weren't for insufficient funds, the Snow Moon Kingdom would certainly equip the entire Snow Moon City with this device, sparing its citizens from the ravages of snowstorms. The core area and the inner and outer cities are like 2 different worlds, while the difference between the inner and outer cities is not significant. Only those with Snow Moon Nation citizenship can buy houses in the inner city, while those without citizenship can only stay in hotels in the inner city or buy houses in the outer city. Of course, Snow Moon Nation's commoners can also buy houses in the outer city, and they are extremely cheap. However, most people work hard to earn money, preferring to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in the inner city rather than spend the same amount on a 2-story villa in the outer city. The reason is simply that the inner city is much safer than the outer city. Attacks on the 3 academies outside Snow Moon City by soul beasts are commonplace, not to mention Snow Moon City itself. Snow Moon City is also basically attacked by soul beasts every day, although 99% of them are intercepted and slain by the Snow Moon Kingdom's army, the Snow Moon Army. However, there are inevitably some that slip through the net. Any soul beast capable of becoming one of these exceptions in front of the Snow Moon Army must undoubtedly be very powerful, and when such situations occur, the casualties are always among the residents of the outer city. The Snow Moon Kingdom has been established for 3,000 years, and Snow Moon City has endured countless soul beast sieges, even experiencing small-scale beast tides. Yet, not once has a soul beast managed to invade the inner city. Therefore, in the heart hearts of the residents of the Snow Moon Kingdom, there is a firm belief that living in the inner city is the most correct choice. At this moment, within the inner city of Snow Moon City, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian were walking down the street.
Why are there so many gold shops here?
Yi-qing said somewhat helplessly.
Yi Tianxian thought for a moment and said, it's probably because the environment here is so harsh that no one really cares about gold jewelry.
Yi-qing nodded in agreement upon hearing Yi Tianxuan's words.
That makes sense.
It seems I need to make a trip to Suyu City and visit some cities within the territory of the Wuhuan Empire.
Let me take a look.
As Yi-qing spoke, his spiritual sense rapidly spread out in all directions.
Moments later, Yi-qing smiled and said, not bad luck.
There's a city about several dozen kilometers south of the city outskirts.
After taking a closer
look, I noticed there's a gold shop there.
Let's go. We should visit the gold shop first. We might need money to handle the academy's procedures.
Yi Tianxian nodded, and the two of them instantly vanished from the street with a swoosh. No one on the street had paid attention to the two, but the sudden disappearance of two living people still startled some of the nearby passers-by. Although they hadn't deliberately looked at Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian, out of the corner of their eyes, they felt as if they had seen two living people vanish.
Extreme North City.
This is a city located at the northernmost edge of the territory of the Spirit Empire. About 10 kilometers north of the city lies the Extreme North. Due to its proximity to the Extreme North, the weather in Extreme North City is perpetually very cold throughout the year. However, because the Empire provides resources to this area every year, the residents of Extreme North City generally live much better lives than those in Snow Moon City. At the very least, the kind of heating equipment found only in the core area of Snow Moon City is something every household in Extreme North City possesses. However, it cannot compare to the large-scale equipment in Snow Moon City.
The residents of Extreme North City use small-scale equipment at home, which can operate as long as there is electricity.
Unlike the large-scale equipment in Snow Moon City, which also requires a type of resource enhancement, the Snow Moon Kingdom had also considered purchasing a batch of small-scale equipment from the Empire or inviting the Star Alliance, which controls such equipment, to establish a branch in Snow Moon City to sell these small-scale devices.
However, for some reason, the Star Alliance only agreed to sell large-scale equipment to the Snow Moon Kingdom. As for the small-scale equipment, they refused to sell it no matter what. The underlying reasons are clear to anyone with insight. The forces behind the Star Alliance are likely either one of the three major kingdoms or the Martial Soul Empire.
Basically, everyone, including the Snow Moon Kingdom, believes it was one of the other three major kingdoms.
After all, the Wuhuan Empire wouldn't do such a thing, nor would it need to.
With 10,000 years of development, the Wuhuan Empire has already become an unshakable force on the Wuhuan star. Therefore, if the Wuhuan Empire truly disliked the Snow Moon Kingdom, there would be no need to resort to underhanded tactics. Assigning the territories of the four major kingdoms to areas with extremely poor environments is already a method the Wuhuan Empire uses to suppress their development. There's no need to play any other petty tricks. Back to the main topic. At this moment, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian directly appeared outside the largest gold shop in Extreme North City. The two walked to the counter and said, "Please find your boss or manager. I want to sell gold bars." A service staff member inside the counter immediately came up to Yi-qing and said, "Sir, if it's not a large amount, you can just deal with me."
"Well, it's not much, just about 200 pounds.
Please help me exchange it."
"Sir, please wait a moment, I'll call the boss right away."
The staff member immediately picked up the desk phone at the counter and started dialing.
Soon, the owner of the gold shop arrived at the counter, looked at Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian, pointed towards the interior of the shop and respectfully said, "Dear guests, please come inside."
200 pounds of gold is no small amount, so it's naturally impossible to conduct the transaction at the counter.
The gold shop owner directly invited the two into his office, as transactions exceeding 1,000,000 soul coins were usually discussed there.
After inviting Yi-qing and the other person to sit down, the owner immediately poured them a cup of tea.
"Boss, we're in a hurry. Take a look and see how much these can sell for."
As Yi-qing spoke, he took out 10 gold bars, each weighing 10 kilograms, from his spatial ring. 10 bars of 10 kilograms each make 100 kilograms, 200 jin. The boss was immediately startled. 100 kilograms of gold bars was already quite a lot, and he quickly said, "I'll have to trouble you two to wait a moment. I need to find someone to check the purity of the gold bars." Yi-qing nodded slightly, and the boss immediately sent someone to check the purity. The gold shop was quite efficient. In less than 10 minutes, the staff brought over the gold bars along with a sheet of paper. There was a trace of Yi-qing's spiritual sense on the gold bar, so Yi-qing was not at all worried about the gold shop swapping out his gold bar. However, it was clear that Yi-qing was overthinking it. The owner of this gold shop had no such intentions. Yi-qing could casually take out 100 kilograms of gold bars and even had a storage soul guide device on him. His identity was undoubtedly extraordinary, and as a gold shop owner, he wouldn't dare offend him lightly. The owner handed the paper to Yi-qing with a smile and said, "This is the verification conducted by our gold shop professionals. Sir, the purity of your gold bar is 24K. According to our shop's pricing, we can exchange it for for 49,780,000 soul coins. To round it up, 50 million soul coins, how does that sound to you? Yi-qing nodded in agreement. This price seemed to be even higher than that on Blue Star. 50 million, that was more than enough for Yi-qing. After all, the academy currently only needed to purchase some furniture and such. At most, maybe hire a chef, since Yi-qing was too lazy to cook meals for the students. After all, he was going to be the dean in the future. What kind of dean cooks in the kitchen? What is your soul card account number? Can I pay in cash? Yi-qing let out a somewhat helpless bitter laugh. Where would he get a soul card? He didn't even have an ID card for this world. The jewelry store owner immediately realized that Yi-qing didn't have a soul card. Although he didn't know what was going on, he understood that he shouldn't ask questions he wasn't supposed to. Sir, this is an anonymous soul card. How about I transfer the money into this card? The gold shop owner took a card the size of a bank card out of his drawer and handed it to Yi-qing. Yi-qing nodded and took the card. Since he didn't have a card at the moment, he naturally could only use this anonymous card. The gold shop owner operated on the computer for a while, then looked at Yi-qing and said, "Sir, the money has been transferred. You can log into online banking to check." Yi-qing put on the Bluetooth headset, and without needing to ask, Xiaoing's voice sounded in the headset. "Master, the owner of this gold shop has indeed transferred 50 million soul coins into an anonymous card. The card number is 115-806-1601. Yi-qing glanced at the anonymous card in his hand, and the card number matched what Xiaoing had said. Yi-qing immediately smiled and looked at the owner, saying, "No need, boss. The transaction is complete, so we'll be leaving now. Take care." Yi-qing nodded slightly, then left the jewelry store with Yi Tianxian. "Where are we going now? Should we buy furniture in the extreme north city or wait until we return to Snow Moon City?" Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing thought for a moment and said, "Let's buy it when we get back to Snow Moon City. Let's confirm the academy first. Come on, back to Snow Moon City." With that, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian disappeared from the street once again and reappeared on the main street of Snow Moon City's inner city. "Big brother, where did you come from?" This time, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian didn't time it well and appeared directly in front of someone. Yi-qing gave an awkward, bitter smile, and Yi Tianxian also rolled her eyes at Yi-qing in exasperation. With Yi-qing's divine sense as an aid, although his understanding of the laws of space was not profound, it was still a supreme law, making such a low-level mistake virtually impossible. He blinked and bumped right into someone else's face. "Young man, would you believe me if I said you were drunk?" Yi-qing looked at the startled young man in front of him and said. The young man looked completely confused. "Big brother, are you messing with me? Do you think I'm a fool? I've never been drunk from drinking, okay? I get it. Do you look down on me? If you don't believe me, let's compete. White liquor or beer, whatever." The young man glared at Yi-qing with extreme anger and said. Yi-qing's mouth twitched slightly. Where did this genius pop out from? I haven't even changed the subject yet, and here you are, changing the subject. Well, little brother, we still have things to do. Let's drink another day. We'll be leaving now. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head as he spoke. After saying that, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian immediately prepared to leave. The young boy immediately chased after him. "Wait a minute, big brother, what's your name?" "I'm Xiaoyu, 15 years old this year. My name is Yi-qing, and her name is Yi Tianxian." Yi-qing answered as he walked. "Then when shall we go drinking?" "Big brother, you decide. I'm free anytime." Yi-qing looked speechlessly at Xiaoyu. "Didn't you realize I was being polite? Seriously, shouldn't a little kid like you be in school right now?" Yi-qing looked at Xiaoyu and said. The academies on Martial Soul Star are divided into elementary academies and advanced academies. Children aged 6 to 12 can study in elementary academies, while those aged 12 to 18 can attend advanced academies. According to Xiaoyu's age, she should currently be in her 3rd or 4th year of advanced college. When Xiaoyu heard Yi-qing's words, she immediately showed an angry expression. "Don't say anything. I was expelled from the academy. Those 3 idiot deans. All I did was start a club, and they accused me of forming factions." Yi-qing's interest was piqued. "What kind of club did you start? Doesn't the academy allow clubs?" "Of course not. I first heard about clubs like this in the Spirit Empire. I heard that the academies in the Spirit Empire have many clubs, so I wanted to create one too. But these 3 foolish deans had no idea what a club was and weren't willing to learn about it. They just expelled me again and again. I've already been expelled 3 times. I've made up my mind. In a couple of days, I'll leave Snow Moon City and head to Extreme North City." Xiaoyu's tone was filled with resentment. He felt that the deans of the 3 academies in the Snow Moon Kingdom were truly stubborn and unwilling to accept new things. When it came to new things, whether good or bad, they simply judged everything as bad. Yi-qing's eyes lit up, and he hooked his arm around Xiaoyu's shoulder, saying, "Little brother, why go to the far north city? I'm about to start an academy. Want to join us? Then you can create whatever club you want." Yi-qing didn't want to give up on this ready-made student in front of him. After all, when the academy is established, recruiting students would definitely mean competing with the 3 existing academies or finding young people who haven't continued
continued their studies in an academy. Anyway, it would be very troublesome. But now, there was a student right in front of him who wasn't from the 3 academies, and his age was just right, so he definitely had to pull him in first. Xiaoyu looked at Yi-qing with a strange expression. Brother Yi, what were you thinking, actually opening an academy in the Snow Moon Kingdom? Not to mention how hard it is to recruit students, just the safety of the academy itself is a problem. The reason the 3 academies in the Snow Moon Kingdom have stood strong for so long is that each of them has at least 2 title dueluos stationed there. Yi-qing shrugged and said, just 2 title dueluos, little brother? Don't worry. Once my academy is established, I guarantee absolute safety. So, what do you think? Want to consider joining our academy? Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously without hesitation. He definitely didn't want to die. Establishing an academy outside Snow Moon City without absolute strength? That's just asking for death. Don't be like that. Think about it. Just join first and see. If it's not safe, you can leave, can't you? Yi-qing said earnestly. Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. No. I know that when it's not safe, it'll already be the time I die. You silly child, why don't you believe me? I'm very capable. How about this? I'll take you out for a spin later and show you my skills. Yi-qing patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said. In order to recruit students, Yi-qing had really gone to great lengths. Alright, fine. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and agreed, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to see Yi-qing's abilities. The 3 quickly arrived outside the Ministry of Culture building in the inner city. The Snow Moon Kingdom has 2 departments, the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Each department is divided into Division 1 and Division 2, with Division 1 holding far greater power and influence than Division 2. At this moment, Yi-qing and the other 2 arrived at the Ministry of Culture building, which was actually Division 2 of the Ministry of Culture, while Division 1 was located in the core area. The Ministry of Military Affairs is the same, with 1 division in the inner city and another in the core area. The inner city houses Division 2, while the core area houses Division 1. The 3 entered the 2nd division of the Ministry of Education and arrived at the front desk. I want to establish an academy and came here to file a report. Yi-qing got straight to the point and said. The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then reacted after a brief pause, looking at Yi-qing with a peculiar expression. Establishing an academy in the Snow Moon Kingdom is simply a thankless and life-threatening task. Sir, are you sure you want to establish an academy? The receptionist looked at Yi-qing and asked. Yi-qing nodded. The receptionist didn't say anything more. He just needed to do his job and didn't concern himself with anything else. Sir, the college department office is on the 4th floor, room 401. If you want to establish a college, you need to go there. Yi-qing nodded slightly and said, alright, thank you. After speaking, Yi-qing took the 2 of them to the 4th floor. College department. Yi-qing knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. Yi-qing pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, a middle-aged man was sitting behind the desk watching a TV series. He then looked at Yi-qing and the others and asked, what can I do for you? Section Chief Wang, I want to establish an academy, so I came to report it. Yi-qing said. Don't ask how Yi-qing knew that this section chief's surname was Wang, because there was a large nameplate on his desk that read Section Chief Wang. Section Chief Wang looked at Yi-qing with a bewildered expression. Young man, are you joking? Starting an academy? Yi-qing nodded slightly. Section Chief Wang shook his head and muttered softly, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian heard it clearly but did not get angry. Come in. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were courting death. Section Chief Wang rummaged through his desk for a while, then took out a form and a map. Here, fill out the information, then choose a piece of land to establish the academy. The Snow Moon Kingdom is different from the Martial Soul Empire. To establish a higher academy in the Martial Soul Empire, the dean must at least be a Soul Dulua level Soul Master and also spend money to buy land before they can set up the academy. However, the Snow Moon Kingdom has no strict requirements for the dean's cultivation level, as they believe no fool would attempt to establish an academy without sufficient strength. As for the land, there's no need to purchase it. After all, academies can only be established outside Snow Moon City. As long as you have the strength, even if you create another city outside Snow Moon City, the Snow Moon Kingdom wouldn't object. In fact, they'd be eager for such a good thing to happen. Yi-qing took the form and looked at it. It only required filling in some basic information. The first item to fill in was the name of the academy. After thinking for a moment, Yi-qing directly wrote Shinwu Academy. He couldn't come up with a name right away, so he simply called it Shinwu. Yi-qing quickly finished filling out the form, then turned his attention to the map that Section Chief Wang had taken out. Just by looking at the map, it was impossible to determine the exact situation. Therefore, Yi-qing's divine sense was also released at this moment. After observing for a while, Yi-qing directly drew a circle with a pen not far outside the north gate of Shueiyue City. Xiaoyu, who was beside Yi-qing, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth upon seeing this. The academy is built in the north? What were you thinking? In that case, if soul beasts attack the city in the future, wouldn't they have to flatten your academy first? Section Chief Wang looked at the forms and the map and was completely
completely speechless. It wasn't just because of the location Yi-qing chose, but also because of the information Yi-qing filled out. Including him as the dean, the academy actually only has 3 teachers. Section Chief Wang didn't care anymore. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Section Chief Wang directly took out his own seal, stamped Yi-qing's filing documents, and then put them away.
It's already filed. You can now find someone to help you establish the academy. Alright, goodbye, Section Chief Wang.
Yi-qing smiled and said something, then the 3 of them left the second department of the Ministry of Culture.
After leaving the Ministry of Culture building, Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak up. Big brother, you're not joking, right? The academy's location is actually chosen in the northern part of Snow Moon City.
If you do this, surely no one will be willing to go out and help you build the academy, let alone enroll students.
No problem, I'll build it myself.
Little brother, come on, let me show you my strength. Yi-qing smiled as he hooked his arm around Xiaoyu's shoulder and said.
Xiaoyu forced a bitter smile and said, Big brother, can I not go? I'm afraid if I go, I won't be able to come back. No, we're leaving right now.
With that, Yi-qing gave Xiaoyu no chance to refuse, taking him and directly disappearing from Snow Moon City. By the time Xiaoyu realized what was happening, Yi-qing had already brought him to a snow-covered mountain peak. Brother, big brother, let's go. As a member of the Snow Moon Kingdom, Xiaoyu immediately recognized where this place was after seeing the scene below the mountain. The place Yi-qing brought Xiaoyu to was the territory of a 100,000-year soul beast in the core area of the extreme north, White Bear Snowfield. This is the name of this area because it is home to a 100,000-year-old extreme cold white bear, along with a large number of 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year extreme cold white bears. Therefore, this place was named the White Bear Snowfield. The extreme northern land is vast, but there are very few places with names.
Having a name only signifies one thing, that place is extremely dangerous.
Yi-qing smiled, patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, and said, don't get excited. Watch closely. If I don't show you my strength, you really won't know how amazing I am. As he spoke, Yi-qing suddenly waved his right hand toward the snowfield below the mountain peak. The next moment, the vast white snow on the ground beneath Yi-qing's feet suddenly began to freeze, and at an extremely rapid speed, it spread toward the White Bear Snowfield. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly at the sight and said, Big brother, even if your martial soul is of the ice attribute, how could you
possibly freeze the extreme cold white bears? The extreme cold white bears are a terrifying race that all possess the ultimate ice.
As Xiaoyu's words fell, Yi-qing's ice had already covered the entire White Bear Snowfield. All the extreme cold white bears within the White Bear Snowfield, including the 100,000-year-old extreme cold white bear, were all turned into ice sculptures without exception.
Yi-qing smiled and said, What did you say? I didn't catch that.
Xiaoyu stared at the unbelievable scene before her, too shocked to speak.
Xiaoyu truly couldn't believe this was something achievable by human effort. After a long while, Xiaoyu cautiously looked at Yi-qing and asked, Big brother, your martial soul isn't some kind of illusion-type soul, is it? Am I under your soul skill right now and dreaming? Yi-qing's mouth twitched, and he directly slapped Xiaoyu on the head. I'm dreaming of your nonsense. Can you think of something more reliable?
I'd rather believe I'm dreaming than believe you wiped out the extreme cold white bear clan in one go.
Xiaoyu muttered softly while holding his head.
Yi-qing rolled his eyes at Xiaoyu, then said, Believe it or not, just one question. Do you want to join my Shinwu Academy or not?
Xiaoyu said hesitantly, I'll give it a try. Obviously, Xiaoyu no longer felt like he was dreaming. After witnessing Yi-qing's strength, not joining Yi-qing's academy would truly feel like a huge loss.
Yi-qing smiled as soon as he heard Xiaoyu's response.
Alright, from now on, you will be the first student of my Shinwu Academy. Let's go, time to build the academy.
After saying this, Yi-qing left the White Bear Snowfield with Xiaoyu and Yi Tianxian. The moment the 3 left, the ice in the White Bear Snowfield began to slowly melt, and all the extremely cold white bears started trembling from the chill. Even the 100,000-year-old extremely cold white bear looked utterly confused, inexplicably frozen and then inexplicably thawed. The melting of the ice on the polar bear snowfield was naturally caused by Yi-qing. Although Yi-qing was not a particularly kind-hearted person, he was not an absolute villain either.
To demonstrate his strength, he would not go as far as to wipe out an entire tribe.
Under a snowy mountain north of Snow Moon City, the figures of Yi-qing and his 2 companions arrived at the foot of the mountain. This snowy mountain had no official name, but the people of Snow Moon City were generally familiar with it. Thus, it was given a folk name, Snow Moon Mountain. The reason for using the words snow and moon for this snow mountain is that the other side of the snow mountain is the gathering place for soul beasts in the extreme north, and 99% of the soul beasts in the extreme north are on the other side of Snow Moon Mountain. When soul beasts attack the city, most of them come from Snow Moon Mountain. If Yi-qing's academy is established here, soul beasts from the extreme north will have only 2 paths to attack the city in the future. Either flatten Shinwu or bypass Snow Moon Mountain, crossing the sides of the mountain, and then attack Snow Moon City. If we go around the mountain, it will take an extremely long time, so those soul beasts will undoubtedly choose to destroy Shinwu first. But whether they can destroy it, the answer is already clear. Xiaoyu looked looked at Yi-qing beside her and said, "Big brother, no one will come to help establish the academy. Why rely on others for help? I'll do it myself." Speaking, Yi-qing slowly walked forward, with Yi Tianxian closely following behind. Boom boom. A series of rumbling sounds arose, and wherever Yi-qing passed, ice structures sprang up from the ground one after another. Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide in astonishment, then immediately caught up with Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing walked all the way from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, then to the summit before finally stopping. Looking back, the three saw that the entire southern side of Snow Moon Mountain had been transformed into rows of ice houses crafted from cold ice, appearing extremely magnificent. These ice blocks had been specially treated by Yi-qing, so they wouldn't make people feel cold. Moreover, most of the ice was opaque, which made the ice houses suitable for living once they were built. If the ice were transparent, who could live inside? Changing clothes and such would all be seen by others. However, this ice wall is opaque to others, but for Yi-qing, it can be transparent or opaque as he wishes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of establishing an academy, rewarded with 9 demigod teachers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of recruiting students, rewarded with a full set of academy facilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level achievement of recruiting teachers, rewarded with a forging room. Ding! Detected that the host is finally ready to work hard on achieving accomplishments. The system will undergo an upgrade. Ding! System upgrade complete. Achievement manual unlocked. Achievement manual. Once the host triggers an achievement, it will appear in the achievement manual. The manual will then propose related achievements for the host to complete. Upon completing all of them, the host will receive a chance to choose any reward freely. Ding! Achievement manual. Academy chapter unlocked. Achievement manual. Academy edition. Achievement 1. Establish the academy. Completed. Achievement 2. Recruit students. Completed. Achievement 3. Recruit teachers. Completed. Achievement 4. Students in the academy reach level 70 and enter the inner courtyard. Incomplete. Achievement 5. Students in the academy win a championship in a competition. Incomplete. Achievement 6. Students in the academy graduate after reaching level 90. Incomplete. Achievement 7. Establish a branch academy. Incomplete. The continuous sound echoed in Yi-qing's ears, completely leaving him dumbfounded. This trashy system sure knows how to make a shocking entrance when it finally speaks. I'm rich, I'm rich. Yi-qing's mood at this moment couldn't be better. The greatest gain was the achievement manual. After completing a series of achievements, he could choose his own reward. By then, Yi-qing would directly select a perfect level law related to ice or swords, allowing him to quickly reach the God King realm. The integration of related laws is still much simpler. Yi-qing's divine sense glanced at the system space and saw 9 people and a 3-story building. There was no need to think about it. That building should be the forging room. But how could this be called a forging room? It was clearly a forging house. Let's go, let's go. Let's take a look inside the academy. Yi-qing looked at Xiaoyu and said. Xiaoyu immediately nodded and then ran toward the academy. When he came over earlier, he hadn't taken a good look at the academy at all. Watching Xiaoyu leave, Yi-qing waved his hand, and a building flew out, landing next to an igloo on the mountaintop. The mountaintop was the place Yi-qing had decided to use for constructing buildings for himself and Yi Tianxian. Originally, there was nothing there except for an igloo. Now, a forging room had been added. At the same time, the 9 demigod teachers rewarded by the system also appeared. There were 9 people, both men and women, both old and young. As the 9 people stepped out, they all cupped their hands in salute toward Yi-qing and called out, "Greetings, Master. Since you will be the teachers of Shenwu from now on, don't call me Master. Call me Dean instead," Yi-qing said calmly. 9 people quickly nodded in agreement. Yi Tianxian watched the scene without saying or asking anything. She had long known that Yi-qing was full of secrets, but she had never asked. Suyu and the others were the same. They could all see that Yi-qing had many secrets, but none of them had ever asked. "By the way, tell me your names and the profound truths you've comprehended." Yi-qing looked at the 9 people and said. The first person on the right among the 9 was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s. He had a buzz cut, wasn't very handsome, but exuded a strong masculine aura. "Dean, my name is Qianyi, and the profound truth I've comprehended is the profound truth of the flesh." Yi-qing smiled and said, "The profound meaning of the flesh? The world's laws and profound meanings are truly numerous. There's even such a profound meaning. Alright, from now on, Qianyi, you will be the academy's physical education teacher." Yi-qing looked at the second person, who was a young man. "Dean, my name is Kanair, and the profound meaning I have comprehended is the profound meaning of the spear." Yi-qing was stunned for a moment. "Qianyi, Kanair?" Yi-qing looked at the others with a somewhat strange expression and asked, "You wouldn't be called Gen 3, Gen 4, Zhong 5, Sun 6, Li 7, Koan 8, and Dui 9, would you?" The fifth person, a little girl, looked at Yi-qing and said, "Dean, my name is Zhong Gong, not Zhong 5. So, apart from you being different, I guessed all the others correctly?" The 9 people were stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yi-qing shook his head with a wry smile and then said, alright, your names are really both simple and not simple. Those who don't understand won't remember them. How about this? From now on I'll just call you Old 1 and Old 2, and the students can simply call you Teacher 1 and Teacher 2. Since Yi-qing had spoken, although this sounded even worse than their previous names, they could only agree. The 9 continued with their self-introductions, and it was Old 3's turn. Old 3 was an elderly man with snow-white hair. Dean, the profound meaning I have comprehended is the 5 elements profound meaning. The 4th elder is also an old woman. Dean, the profound meaning I have comprehended is the yin-yang profound meaning. The 5th elder is the little girl from earlier. Dean, the profound meaning I have comprehended is the profound meaning of the sword. Old 6 is a little Shota. Dean, the profound meaning I have comprehended is the profound meaning of the blade. Old 7, Old 8, and Old 9 are all vibrant women in their 30s, each with an incredibly alluring figure, possessing a lethal charm to young boys. And the profound meanings they comprehended are respectively the profound meaning of artifacts, the profound meaning of elixirs, and the profound meaning of runes. Among these 3 profound meanings, aside from the profound meaning of runes, the other 2 are primarily used for support. The profound meaning of runes is considered the best among the 3, as it can be used for attack, defense, and support. Yi-qing looked at the 9 people, thought for a moment, and said, the profound meanings you 9 have mastered are quite comprehensive. It seems the academy shouldn't continue with the original Shenwu teaching mechanism, it needs to be changed. Yi-qing fell silent for a moment, pondering the future operation of Shenwu. The 9 people in Yi Tianxian stood nearby, waiting for Yi-qing. After a while, Yi-qing finally stopped thinking. In the future, Shenwu will be divided into inner and outer academies. Outer academy disciples can take an assessment after reaching level 70. If they pass, they enter the inner academy. If they fail, they graduate from the outer academy. After joining the inner academy, they must reach level 90 to participate in the graduation assessment. Passing it means officially graduating from the academy. The graduation requirements are really extraordinarily strict. Even the top academies in the Wuhuan Empire only require level 40 to graduate, but Shenwu requires level 70 just to graduate from the outer courtyard. But there's no other way. Since the system set up this kind of achievement, Yi-qing could only establish such rules, otherwise, how could the achievement be completed? Moreover, Yi-qing felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Although soul master cultivation cannot be done in isolation and experience is very important, by joining Shenwu, he would naturally arrange training sessions for the students at regular intervals. The 9 people in Yi Tianxian were all very surprised when they heard Yi-qing's words, thinking about how few people would actually manage to graduate. Then, the academy's teaching model cannot follow the standard teaching model of ordinary academies. Starting today, the Divine Martial Inner Academy will establish the Martial Hall, Magic Hall, Spear Hall, Blade Hall, Sword Hall, Alchemy Gate, Artifact Gate, Talisman Gate, and the Green Vein. The Outer Academy will establish the Martial Division, Magic Division, Spear Division, Blade Division, Sword Division, Alchemy Division, Artifact Division, Talisman Division, and the Green Division. I will be responsible for the Green Vein and Green Division. The eldest will serve as the Hall Master of the Martial Hall and the head of the Martial Division, while the 3rd and 4th will serve as the Hall Masters of the Magic Hall and the heads of the Magic Division. The rest should be clear to you all. Currently, Divine Martial is in its early stages of development, so you are to teach and guide the students in the various divisions of the Outer Academy as department heads. The 1 Vein, 2 Halls, 3 Divisions, and 3 Gates of the Inner Academy will not be activated for now. When the Academy has developed for a period of time and there are inner court disciples, you can then step down from your positions as department heads and hand over these roles to the inner court disciples. In this way, the outer court can be entirely managed by the inner court disciples in the future, and you will only need to be responsible for the inner court students. This will be the system of the academy going forward. Do you have any differing opinions? All 9 of them shook their heads. Opinions? Even if they had any, they wouldn't dare to voice them. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and said, what about me? What am I supposed to do? And Oldly, I accidentally overlooked you all. Well, there happens to be a vacant management position. If you're willing, you can become the dean of the outer courtyard of Shenwu, and Oldly can be the deputy dean of the inner courtyard. I want to be the deputy dean. Let Oldly be the dean of the outer courtyard. No, Oldly can't be too far from me. Yi-qing refused without hesitation. Yi Tianxian gave Yi-qing a resentful glare, thinking to herself, go spend your life with Oldly. Yi-qing's gaze turned to the Shenwu Academy below. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand, and the buildings within Shenwu Academy began to move. The Shenwu Academy that had been created earlier was entirely modeled by Yi-qing after the Shenwu 1 Blue Star. But now, Shenwu here has decided to establish the inner and outer academies, as well as form 1 lineage, 2 halls, 3 divisions, 3 gates, and 9 departments, so the layout of the academy needs to be adjusted. First came large-scale changes, with the entire Shenwu being divided into 2 regions starting from the mountainside. From then on, below the mountainside was designated as the outer academy, above the mountainside as the the inner academy, and the mountaintop as the core area of the academy. Then, within each academy, the outer academy was divided into 10 sections, while the inner academy was divided into 9 sections.
The extra area in the outer courtyard was created by Yi-qing as a plaza within the Shinwu Academy.
This area has no buildings, only a massive plaza. Yi-qing looked at the 9 elders and said, "You should also go take a look at Shinwu Academy."
The 9 elders nodded and then left the mountaintop.
Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and said, "Alright, from today onwards, you will be the dean of the outer courtyard of Shinwu Academy.
The matter of student recruitment will be entirely entrusted to you.
By the way, our academy recruits students not based on talent, but on character." Yi-qing doesn't care about talent because of his divine ability awakening. Even if it's a trash martial soul, with 2 awakenings, it can turn into a peerless genius.
Yi Tianxian was almost furious.
Not letting her be the deputy dean of the inner courtyard was one thing, but now they were even handing over the admissions work to her. However, despite saying get lost, Yi Tianxian was still thinking about helping Yi-qing.
How strong is Yi-ha now? Does he have demigod-level strength? If so, lend him to me for a bit, Yi Tianxian said indifferently. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What do you want Yi-ha for? He's useful. During fights, I can't be the one to step in as the dean, right? Doesn't Yi-ha like fighting? If there's any fighting to be done, let him handle it."
Yi-qing pondered for a moment, considering whether to agree with Yi Tianxian.
"What's wrong? You wouldn't be unwilling to lend Yi-ha to me, would you?" Yi Tianxian widened her eyes and stared at Yi-qing.
If Yi-qing nodded or even just said Yi Tianxian would really struggle to hold back from hitting him.
"No, how could I be unwilling?
The main issue is that Yi-ha is now at the Lord God level. I'm afraid if that guy goes crazy, you won't be able to stop him." Yi Tianxian was instantly shocked and opened her mouth wide upon hearing Yi-qing's words. Yi Tianxian was thinking at this moment, clearly Yi-ha couldn't beat me before, but now he's actually a Lord God.
Get lost.
Yi Tianxian had worked hard for 10 years of cultivation and was only a third-class true god. Reaching the divine realm before the age of 30 was already incredibly impressive, but now she's being told she's not even as good as a dog. This was a bit hard to take. Yi-qing looked at the dazed Yi Tianxian, smiled, patted Yi Tianxian on the shoulder, and said, "Don't lose heart. Yi-ha was promoted through external forces. It's definitely not because you're inferior to him."
Yi Tianxian said resentfully, "I also wish I had such external forces."
Yi-qing waved his hand helplessly and said, "Take your time to think about it."
Yi Tianxian.
After horsing around for a while, Yi-qing finally brought Yi-ha out of the system space. He then looked at Yi-ha and warned sternly, "Yi-ha, from today onward, you'll be following my niece. From now on, you're the guardian beast of Shinwu Academy. You'd better listen to her and behave yourself. If you dare act up, I'll turn you into stew." Yi-qing stared at Yi-ha, his tone making it clear he wasn't joking. Yi-ha shivered in fright and nodded desperately. Why Yi-qing knew Yi-ha too well. If he didn't scare him a little, Yi-ha would turn around and cause trouble. "Leave the enrollment to me." Yi Tianxian said one last thing, then took Yi-ha and left. Yi-qing smiled. He was just joking around, but he didn't expect Yi Tianxian to actually take on the enrollment task. This is fine too. He was happy to enjoy the leisure. Yi-qing stretched lazily and turned around to walk into the igloo behind him. Since there was nothing to do at the moment, Yi-qing decided to focus on cultivating. Although the law of ice and the law of swordsmanship are not closely related, it doesn't mean they can't be fused. If Sun Wukong's law of battle, law of transformation, and law of speed can be fused, why can't the law of ice and the law of swordsmanship be fused? Yi-qing cannot rely entirely on the system's rewards to reach the Divine King realm. He must also put in his own effort. Besides, he possesses a comprehension ability 100 billion times greater than others. While merging laws is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, such challenges are nothing extraordinary in front of Yi-qing. If Yi-qing focuses on his research, it won't take long for him to merge 2 laws and reach the Divine King realm. After Yi Tianxian took Yi-ha away from the mountaintop, she first went to find Xiaoyu.
"Xiaoyu, I'm planning to start recruiting students in Suyu City. You've had contact with all 3 academies. Do you know if there are any students like you who were expelled, or those who haven't joined any academy?
Tell me about them, even if their abilities are weak or their talent is poor."
Xiaoyu sighed lightly and said, "There are quite a few.
In Suyu City, soul masters are indeed common, but the weaker ones make up the majority. Many people don't have great talent, their innate soul power is only at level 3 or 4.
Such people aren't accepted by any academy.
They can only train at home until they reach adulthood, then go out to work. That's how their lives go."
"Good, as long as there are some. Here's the plan, Xiaoyu. I'm giving you a task. Go to Suyu City and spread the word that our Shinwu Academy is starting to recruit anyone under
the age of 18 can apply, but there's one condition: they must come to Shinwu Academy from Suyu City on their own.
Also, the registration deadline is 1 week from today."
Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly and said, "Sister Xian, you're overestimating me, aren't you?
How am I supposed to spread the word?"
Yi Tianxian looked at Xiaoyu and suddenly smiled without saying a word, which made Xiaoyu Xiaoyu feel a bit flustered. I heard that the king of the Snow Moon Kingdom took power at a young age, relying on several title Doluwa experts left by his father to secure the throne. This year, he is only 14 years old, but no one has ever seen this king.
Yi Tianxian inexplicably said a sentence. Shi Xiaoyu immediately understood what Yi Tianxian meant, and with a bitter smile, he asked, Sister Xian, how did you know? Then I won't tell you, so the task of promoting enrollment is up to you.
Shi Xiaoyu slightly shook her head and said, Sister Xian, if we promote like this, not many people will come. This is Snow Moon Mountain, and few people with weak abilities would come here alone. Yi-qing said that the divine martial enrollment only values character, but the ones we are dealing with are children without talent.
If they can even give up this last chance, without the determination to make one final effort, then I won't bother testing their character. Yi Tianxian said indifferently. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Shi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement.
He also wanted to see how many of his Snow Moon Kingdom citizens would come to seize this slim chance. Ever since Yi-qing displayed various extraordinary methods, Shi Xiaoyu had already realized in his heart that Yi-qing was definitely not simple.
At the very least, the methods he had witnessed were something even a level 99 titled Doluwa couldn't achieve.
Therefore, Shi Xiaoyu had a guess in his heart that even he himself could hardly believe Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian might be gods, and Shi Xiaoyu's guess turned out to be correct. Being able to take power at a young age was definitely not just because of the assistance of several titled Doluwa, but more importantly, because of his own extraordinary abilities. After Shi Xiaoyu left the palace in the core area of Snow Moon City, located within Snow Moon Mountain, he immediately ordered his subordinates to
investigate the information on Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian.
The investigation was not limited to the Snow Moon Kingdom but extended to the entire Wuhuan Star.
He then gave further instructions regarding the enrollment matters of the Shenwu Academy.
Soon, the institutions within the Snow Moon Kingdom began to operate, and before long, news of the Divine Martial Academy spread throughout
Snow Moon City. Advertisements for the Academy's enrollment appeared on public billboards and television commercials across the city.
A few individuals in Snow Moon City, whose talents were lacking but were still under the age of 18, lit up with excitement upon seeing the enrollment advertisements. However, most people simply gave a self-deprecating smile and ignored them. The main reason for their reaction was that they believed their talents were too poor, and their cultivation abilities would never allow them to become powerful soul masters.
Therefore, they didn't want to waste time and money attending the academy.
Within the Divine Martial Academy, Yi Tianxian gathered 9 teachers and then explained the enrollment matters to them. The enrollment matter has been settled.
If there are indeed those who wish to apply to Shenwu, Shenwu will naturally ensure their safety. There is quite a distance from Shueyue City to Shenwu, and the wilderness is filled with soul beasts. So, among the 9 teachers, is anyone available to oversee the route from Shueyue City to Shenwu? Yi Tianxian looked at the 9 people and asked. The second elder stepped forward and said, I'll go. After speaking, the second elder immediately turned around and flew away.
Yi Tianxian was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile and said, You really are in a hurry. After arranging the recruitment matters, Yi Tianxian only needed to wait. In a small 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house in the outer city of Shueyue City, a family of 3 sat in the living room.
Chen'er, go ahead. You must really want to seize this opportunity, right?
The man in his 30s or 40s among the 3 looked at a 12-year-old child and spoke. The man had a weathered face, as if he were someone with a story. The boy looked conflicted and said nothing. The boy's mother, understanding her son's concerns, patted the back of his head and said, Don't worry about the tuition fees. Your dad and I may not be able to give you the best life, but we can still afford your tuition. The boy's body trembled slightly, his eyes reddened, as if he was about to burst into tears. The man continued, To enroll in this academy, you have to go to Snow Moon Mountain alone. If you encounter danger on the way, don't fight back, just run if you can.
The boy nodded firmly.
The man patted the boy's shoulder. This young boy is named Gongsun Chen, and he is 12 years old this year, but his soul power is only at level 9. After 6 years of cultivation, he has only reached level 9. Judging by the level alone, his talent does seem extremely poor.
However, it's important to note that his innate soul power was only at level 3.
With an innate soul power of level 3, improving by 6 levels in 6 years shows just how hard Gongsun Chen has worked. Gongsun Chen has known since childhood that his talent is lacking, so he could only work harder. Since the age of 6, his life has consisted solely of cultivation, apart from mealtime. Young people always refuse to believe in fate, deluding themselves into reversing the heavens and earth on their own.
Gongsun Chen was no exception.
He wanted to show the world that even with low innate soul power, one could still become a powerful soul master. Therefore, he cherished this opportunity to enroll in the Shenwu Academy immensely.
After packing his luggage, Gongsun Chen left home and headed towards Shueyue Mountain. Gongsun Chen was also the first student to decide to go to Shenwu Academy.
After leaving Shueyue City, Gongsun Chen immediately became very cautious. Since childhood, he had heard countless times about the dangers of the wilderness, so he dared not be careless.
Go ahead.
From the moment Gongsun Chen left the city, city, Lauer had already been monitoring him with his divine sense, as Gongsun Shen was the first to leave the city for Xinwu. Because of the second brother's personality, he is very decisive and never dithers. This can be seen from the moment he agreed to come and oversee this matter. After agreeing, he came directly without saying a single unnecessary word. Therefore, the second brother now has some admiration for Gongsun Shen. The opportunity to change his fate is right in front of him, and naturally, he must act decisively. The soul beasts along the road from Snow Moon City to Snow Moon Mountain had already been completely blocked off by the second brother, so Gongsun Shen would not encounter any danger. All those who wish to join Xinwu, as long as they have the courage to go to Snow Moon Mountain, will not encounter any danger at all. Well, there is indeed no danger, but the second brother wouldn't let them pass peacefully either. Soon, Gongsun Shen heard the howls of soul beasts. Gongsun Shen was startled upon hearing the sound of the soul beasts, but he couldn't afford to think too much now. He gritted his teeth and started running. The second brother watched Gongsun Shen running with clenched teeth, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the kingdom of Shuiyu's city, in Qi Xiaoyu's study, an old man walked in. Qi Xiaoyu looked at the old man and asked, "Grandpa Yuan, did you find out anything?" The old man shook his head and said, "I mobilized everyone from the kingdom's Ministry of Culture on Wuhuan Star, but none of them found any information about the Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian you mentioned." A trace of excitement appeared in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes as he murmured to himself, "If that's the case, my guess might be true." The old man was slightly stunned, then said, "Your Majesty, what you're saying is still a bit hard for me to believe." "Grandpa Yuan, just wait and see. The Xinwu Academy is established on Shuiyue Mountain, and it won't be long before we witness the strength of Xinwu Academy," Qi Xiaoyu said confidently. That confident little expression made it seem as if he was already a full-fledged member of Xinwu Academy. "All right then. By the way, Your Majesty, is it true that Xinwu Academy's admissions don't consider talent?" The old man looked at Qi Xiaoyu and asked. Qi Xiaoyu looked at the old man, smiled, and said, "Grandpa Yuan, are you thinking of letting Xiaoing join Xinwu as well?" The old man gave a wry smile and nodded. "Yes, this girl Xiaoing dreams of joining an academy, and Xinwu Academy is the best choice. However, I must ask Your Majesty to agree to one thing. Before confirming Xinwu's strength, let Zhao Qi accompany her." All right, I agree. Grandpa Yuan, you'll soon see how impressive our Xinwu Academy is." The sun was setting in the west, and just as it was about to disappear behind the mountains, Gongsun Shen arrived at the gate of Xinwu Academy, drenched in sweat. Yi Tianxian had been waiting at the academy gate all along, and upon seeing Gongsun Shen, a faint smile appeared on her face. She had been keeping an eye on the situation in Snow Moon City and, like the second elder, she also had a certain admiration for Gongsun Shen. "Come over here and register your information," Yi Tianxian waved and said. Gongsun Shen revealed a happy smile, then nodded vigorously and walked up to Yi Tianxian. In front of Yi Tianxian was a table, and on the table was a tablet. Gongsun Shen stood nervously in front of Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian smiled and said, "Have a seat, then fill in your information." Gongsun Shen sat down, then looked at Yi Tianxian and asked, "Sister, can I ask how much the tuition fee is?" Yi Tianxian was momentarily stunned. Tuition fee? Yi-qing hadn't mentioned this. Yi Tianxian immediately used her spiritual sense to transmit the question to Yi-qing. Yi-qing received Yi Tianxuan's question, thought for a moment, and replied to her, "Since Xinwu was just starting, the first batch of students won't need to pay tuition fees. Anyway, if Yi-qing becomes the dean, Xinwu won't lack money or anything, so they simply decided not to charge tuition for the first batch of students. This way, those from less fortunate families can directly join the academy." After receiving Yi-qing's reply, Yi Tianxian responded to Gongsun Shen, "Our academy will not charge tuition for the first batch of students." Gongsun Shen was stunned upon hearing Yi Tianxuan's words, looking at her in disbelief. He truly couldn't believe that such a thing as a pie falling from the sky would happen to him. In a somewhat dazed state, Gongsun Shen finished filling out the form. After Gongsun Shen finished filling out the form, Yi-qing's voice reached Yi Tianxuan's ears. "Let him come to the square. After the new students report to you, I'll take care of the arrangements." Yi Tianxian nodded slightly, then looked at Gongsun Shen and said, "Gongsun Shen, right? Enter through the main gate and go straight ahead. The dean of our Xinwu Inner Academy is waiting for you." Gongsun Shen swallowed nervously, then nodded, carrying his bundle as he walked into Xinwu. After entering Xinwu, seeing the Xinwu Academy entirely made of ice, Gongsun Shen was truly stunned. Even the decorations inside Xinwu Academy, such as the flowers and plants, were all crafted from ice. Most importantly, as the cold wind blows, the ice flowers and ice trees sway along with it. Gongsun Shen soon arrived at the Xinwu Plaza. Yi-qing was already standing in the plaza waiting for Gongsun Shen. Gongsun Shen immediately approached Yi-qing and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Dean." Yi-qing nodded slightly with a smile, then said, "Gongsun Shen, you are the second student of my Xinwu Academy. The first one was forcibly brought here by me, so you are the first to come to Xinwu willingly. Tell me, why?" Gongsun Shen blurted out without hesitation, "I want to become stronger." "Why do you want to become stronger?" Gongsun Shen was suddenly at a loss for words.
Yi-qing suddenly quickened his pace of speech and asked, is it because you're unwilling to accept it? Unwilling to accept that the 3 major academies of Snow Moon City won't take you? Unwilling to accept that no matter how hard you try, others say you'll only end up as a soul master? Gongsun Shen seemed to have been struck to the core, lowering his head as his body began to tremble slightly. After a moment, Gongsun Shen said in a low, dejected voice, yes, I refuse to accept it. Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Shen and said calmly, you refuse to accept it, but there's nothing you can do. This world is just so unfair. Without talent, all efforts are ultimately in vain. Young people always refuse to believe in fate, deluding themselves into thinking they can defy the heavens and earth alone, not realizing that the heavens and earth have long been set, it's just that they refuse to believe it. Gongsun Shen, upon hearing Yi-qing's words, was truly both angry and distressed. Clenching his fists, he turned around and was about to leave. However, just as he took a step, he said in a deep voice, Dean, I don't believe in fate, I am overestimating myself and I am defiant. But what I defy is not others' denial, but the unfairness of this world. Yi-qing smiled and said, then I will give you fairness. Hearing Yi-qing's words, Gongsun Shen immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Yi-qing. Yi-qing said so much here because he actually wanted to take on a disciple. After all, he had never taken one before, and accepting a disciple would certainly be an achievement. However, Yi-qing wouldn't casually take on a disciple just to achieve something, as the master-disciple relationship could be comparable to that of a father and son. Without carefully observing Gongsun Shen, Yi-qing naturally wouldn't easily accept a disciple. As of now, Yi-qing is quite satisfied. Gongsun Shen's responses have all pleased him. Gongsun Shen, I want to take you as my disciple. Think about it. Whether you agree or not is up to you. However, if you agree, the fairness you lack, I will give it to you. Don't ask how I will give it to you, you just need to know that I can. Yi-qing crossed his arms, looking at Gongsun Shen with a faint smile as he spoke. Gongsun Shen looked at Yi-qing, not knowing what to do for a moment. The opportunity is right in front of you. You've come all this way, so why not seize it tightly? Yi-qing continued with another sentence. Upon hearing Yi-qing's words, Gongsun Shen hesitated no longer and directly knelt before Yi-qing. Greetings, master. As he spoke, Gongsun Shen kowtowed 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level achievement of recruiting a disciple. Reward, School Uniform Generator. School Uniform Generator instantly generates school uniforms for all branches, halls, gates, and departments of the inner and outer courtyards of Shinwu Academy, including uniforms for all teachers and the principal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Achievement Manual, Master Disciple Chapter. Achievement Manual, Master Disciple Chapter. Achievement 1, Accepting Disciples, completed. Achievement 2, Disciple Invincible at the same level, not completed. Note, the scope of Achievement 2 is Wuhuan Star, and this achievement can be completed 10 times. Achievement 3, Disciple Enters the Inner Court of Shinwu, not completed. Achievement 4, Disciple Graduates from the Divine Martial Inner Court, incomplete. Achievement 5, The Disciple's name is known throughout the world, incomplete. Achievement 6, Disciple Becomes a God, incomplete. Achievement 7, Disciple Slays a God, incomplete. The system's voice rang out once again, unlocking another manual. Yi-qing felt a surge of joy in his heart and lightly waved his right hand, causing Gongsun Shen to rise directly. Gongsun Shen was stunned upon witnessing Yi-qing's move, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. Could it be that this newly acknowledged master of his could truly help him? Yi-qing's divine sense entered the system space and examined the uniform generator. It was just a flat device with 2 options displayed on the screen, Inner Academy and Outer Academy. Yi-qing directly used his divine sense to control the uniform generator and selected Outer Academy. Then options appeared again, Teacher and Student. Yi-qing chose Student, and immediately another option appeared, 9 sects. Yi-qing chose the Qing sect. This time, no options appeared. Instead, there was a fill-in-the-blank question requiring 3 measurements. Yi-qing glanced at Gongsun Shen and then filled in 3 numbers. Immediately after, another fill-in-the-blank question appeared, with a blank space followed by a unit, sets. Yi-qing naturally understood what it meant and wrote 3. This time, there were finally no choices or blanks to fill. The rear camera of the tablet directly emitted a glow, and 3 sets of white clothing appeared in the system space. The clothing was predominantly white, adorned with golden embellishments. On the left chest and the right thigh of the clothing, a golden character, Qing, was written, and behind him were 2 golden characters, Shinwu. There were also 2 white flowing ribbons on the back of the clothes. Although the colors seemed a bit plain, Yi-qing particularly liked this kind of clothing. Yi-qing took out the clothes and handed them to Gongsun Shen. Take it. This is the Academy's uniform. Let me first tell you about our Academy. Our Academy is somewhat different from others. It is divided into an Inner Academy and an Outer Academy. Although you are my disciple, you can only join the Outer Academy for now. The Inner and Outer Courts are divided into, you can think of them as 9 departments. The 9 departments of the Outer Sect are Qing, Wu, Fa, Shang, Dao, Jian, Dan, Shi, and Fu. Each department is different, and currently
Currently, I am the person in charge of the Qing department. So from now on, you are a member of the Qing department in the Xinwu Outer Court. Once you reach level 70, you can advance to the Qing vein in the Inner Court. The Qing vein is one of the 9 departments in the Inner Court. You can think of it as an upgraded version of the Qing department. Gongsun Shen swallowed nervously after hearing Yi-qing's words and asked in disbelief, Master, you need to reach level 70 to enter the Inner Court? Yi-qing nodded slightly, then shook his head and said, to be precise, reaching level 70 only gives you the qualification to take the Inner Court exam. Master, with my talent, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to get into the Inner Academy. Gongsun Shen said dejectedly. Yi-qing smiled and said, where did that defiant spirit of yours go just now? I told you, the world is unfair, and I'll give you this fairness. As he spoke, Yi-qing raised his hand and tapped Gongsun Shen on the head. Directly activate the awakening of divine powers. Gongsun Shen's martial soul instantly emerged from his right hand. With innate soul power only at level 3, Gongsun Shen's martial soul was not strong, merely an ordinary wooden stick. Boom! The wooden stick emitted a faint blue light and then began to transform. The originally brown wooden stick turned into a blue metallic long rod, looking much more refined, and some patterns appeared on the rod's surface, making it seem extraordinarily remarkable. Gongsun Shen stared at the scene with his mouth wide open. Yi-qing smiled and tapped Gongsun Shen's forehead, saying, the fairness you deserve, I have already given you. However, you are now 6 years behind those geniuses in cultivation. Whether you can bridge this gap depends on you. Gongsun Shen's eyes reddened, and he was about to kneel before Yi-qing, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kneel down. Although I am your master, I don't really like people kneeling all the time. Just now, it was appropriate for you to kneel during the apprenticeship ceremony, but from now on, don't kneel so easily. Yi-qing said with a calm smile. Master, thank you. I will definitely not let you down. Gongsun Shen said while crying, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to the Qing division first, then help you get your first spirit ring. After Yi-qing finished speaking, he walked deeper into the academy. The Qing division was located closest to the inner courtyard, almost halfway up the mountain. After the two arrived at the Qing division, Yi-qing let Gongsun Shen choose a dormitory first and settle his luggage. Yi-qing's dormitory conditions were very good. All were double rooms with a kitchen and a bathroom. Coupled with the full set of home facilities previously rewarded by the system, the dormitory was fully equipped, except for the lack of food. Not to mention the dormitory, it was probably impossible to find food anywhere in the entire Xinwu Academy. After all, currently in Xinwu Academy, apart from Gongsun Shen, no one else could starve to death. After Gongsun Shen put away his luggage, Yi-qing looked at him and asked, Xiao Chun, tell me about your martial soul after the second awakening, mainly its characteristics, so I can help you find a soul beast based on its traits. Gongsun Shen nodded and then slowly said, Master, my new martial soul is called Thunderquake. When attacking a target, it carries lightning and causes a shock damage effect to the target. Yi-qing speechlessly complained, Thunderquake? Thunderquake stick? This name is really not great, but the effect of your martial soul is pretty good. Master, where are we going to get the spirit ring? Gongsun Shen didn't mind Yi-qing's complaint but instead asked excitedly. 6 years have passed, and he was finally about to obtain his first spirit ring. How could Gongsun Shen not be excited? Don't rush. Based on your martial spirit, it seems best to develop in 2 directions, one focusing on lightning, and the other on shockwaves. What do you think? Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Shen and asked. Gongsun Shen was silent for a moment, then asked in return, Master, can't I do both? Yi-qing smiled, then nodded, and said, sure, why not? But if you choose to develop both together, you might end up achieving neither. So, decide for yourself, there's no room for regret. Gongsun Shen frowned and thought for a moment before saying, Master, I still want to develop both together. Alright, then for your first soul skill, let's find a thunder attribute soul beast. Let's go. With that, Yi-qing lightly waved his right hand and disappeared from Xinwu Academy with Gongsun Shen. Black Cloud Thunder Prison. The Black Cloud Thunder Prison is a place on the Star of Martial Souls where soul beasts reside. It is somewhat similar to the Extreme North where Ice attribute soul beasts live, while the Black Cloud Thunder Prison is home to Thunder attribute soul beasts. Moreover, the danger level of the Black Cloud Thunder Prison even surpasses that of the Extreme North. This is primarily because lightning strikes from the sky every moment in the Black Cloud Thunder Prison, and each strike targets either a person or a soul beast. It is also for this reason that only Thunder attribute soul beasts reside here. When lightning strikes Thunder attribute soul beasts, it only brings benefits without any harm, but soul beasts of other attributes cannot withstand it. Yi-qing and Gongsun Shen had now arrived in the Black Cloud Thunder Prison. The Black Cloud Thunder Prison is covered by dark clouds all year round, making it seem like nighttime throughout all 4 seasons. Gongsun Shen was a bit confused at this moment. Weren't they just at the Xinwu Academy? Where did it run off to this time? In the air, a sudden roar of thunder and lightning erupted. Gongsun Shen immediately snapped back to his senses. Looking at the surroundings, a place came to his mind, Black Cloud Thunder Prison. The Black Cloud Thunder Prison is even more dangerous than the
extreme north. Gongsun Chen was naturally aware of this. Boom! Master, are we in the Black Cloud Thunder prison now? Gongsun Chen asked, trembling slightly. Yi-qing smiled and said, is this place called the Black Cloud Thunder prison? Quite a vivid and fitting name. There are many thunder attribute soul beasts here. Let's take our time and choose. Gongsun Chen was so anxious that he was almost in tears. Master, this place is too dangerous. Let's go back. Danger? Where's the danger? Oh, you mean the thunder in the sky? Don't worry, I'll make it stop right away. As he spoke, Yi-qing gently waved his hand, and Thunder Yutalis appeared beside him. The moment Thunder Yutalis appeared, the once thunderous sky instantly fell silent. Thunder Yutalis possessed the profound essence of thunder, making it incredibly easy to stop a mere Black Cloud Thunder prison from striking lightning. After completing all this, Thunder Yutalis was immediately retracted into Yi-qing's system space. Let's go, time to choose a soul beast. Gongsun Chen swallowed nervously, then nodded and immediately followed Yi-qing. The two hadn't walked far before encountering a soul beast. After all, this was a soul beast gathering area, so running into one was nothing unusual. Yi-qing took out the Godslayer spear, looked at Gongsun Chen, and said, watch carefully later, pay close attention. Yi-qing's voice fell, and then he directly charged toward a leopard-shaped soul beast ahead. This leopard-shaped soul beast was entirely purple. The soul beasts of the Black Cloud Thunder prison were basically either black or purple. This leopard was called the purple-patterned leopard, and its age was approximately 30,000 years. Only in the Black Cloud Thunder prison could such a thing happen, encountering a 30,000-year-old soul beast in the outer perimeter. In other soul beast gathering areas, the stronger the soul beast, the more likely it was to stay in the core area of the gathering place. However, the Black Cloud Thunder prison was different. The soul beasts here gathered in random locations. It can be said that you might encounter a 100,000-year soul beast on the outskirts, or a 10-year soul beast in the core area. It's just that unpredictable. This is also one of the reasons why humans dare not easily enter the Black Cloud Thunder prison. After all, if luck is bad, you might run into a 100,000-year soul beast just as you step into the Black Cloud Thunder prison. Who could you complain to then? In the blink of an eye, Yi-qing appeared in front of the purple-striped leopard. With a thrust of his spear, he directly aimed at the purple-striped leopard. The speed of the purple-striped leopard is renowned among soul beasts, but when faced with Yi-qing's spear coming straight at it, it seemed to freeze in place, as if paralyzed. Yi-qing's long spear directly sent the purple-striped leopard flying. Gongsun Chen watched this scene in disbelief. Although no academy had accepted him, he had always aspired to become a powerful soul master, so he had self-studied many things. Coincidentally, he recognized the purple-striped leopard. He clearly remembered that the purple-striped leopard was considered extremely fast among soul beasts, yet at this moment, it had become as motionless as a block of wood under Yi-qing's seemingly ordinary spear strike. Gongsun Chen certainly wouldn't naively think that the purple-striped leopard had simply lost focus. Since it wasn't the purple-striped leopard losing focus, there was only one reason left, and that was Yi-qing's shot just now. That seemingly ordinary move was definitely not simple. Gongsun Chen immediately focused his attention intensely on Yi-qing, trying to discern some clues. At this moment, the purple-striped leopard, which had been struck into the air by Yi-qing's spear, panicked and flailed desperately in midair. Yi-qing looked at the purple-striped leopard but did not kill it directly. Instead, he waited until the leopard was about to fall to the ground. Then threw his spear, grabbed the tail of the spear, performed an aerial flip, and struck the purple-striped leopard with a swing of the spear. The purple-striped leopard had no ability to resist and was directly sent flying by a single strike. The flying purple-striped leopard stirred up a cloud of sand. The Black Cloud Thunder prison already had an environment resembling nighttime, and with the stirred-up sand, the purple-striped leopard was completely obscured. Yi-qing stood in place, while Gongsun Chen stared silently, not daring to make a sound. Soon, the sand dissipated, and the purple-striped leopard emerged from the cloud of sand completely unscathed. The commotion caused by Yi-qing's strike just now was no small matter, yet the purple-striped leopard remained unharmed. Gongsun Chen was momentarily dumbfounded, but he didn't dare to lose focus and continued to watch intently. It wasn't just Gongsun Chen, even the purple-patterned leopard itself was a bit bewildered. That spear strike just now had hurt it terribly, but when it got back up, it realized it wasn't actually injured at all. Ignoring the confused look in the leopard's eyes, Yi-qing charged at it again. The pain just now had been very real, so as Yi-qing rushed over, the purple-patterned leopard instinctively wanted to run. But this time, it felt as if it were rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. This is the basic technique of marksmanship. The purple-striped leopard was like a punching bag, struck more than 10 times by
Yi-qing using these basic spear moves. Each time, the purple-striped leopard howled in pain, but each time it was not actually injured. At this moment, the purple-striped leopard felt like it wanted to die. The purple-striped leopard was soon knocked to the ground again, and Yi-qing slowly walked toward it. The purple-striped leopard looked at Yi-qing walking over, trembling with fear, its head shrinking back. Seeing this, Yi-qing gave a faint smile and said, "What are you afraid of? I won't hit you with the last move." Saying this, Yi-qing gripped the spear with both hands, and with a flick of the spear forward, a spear flower instantly bloomed. The sound of the spear echoed, lingering for a long time. As Yi-qing swung the spear, the purple-striped leopard on the ground was instantly blown away by an invisible force, and the dust and dead branches around Yi-qing were also completely scattered. At this moment, the purple-striped leopard shed tears of sorrow. "You promised not to hit me." Seeing a 30,000-year-old soul beast crying outright, Yi-qing coughed awkwardly, then withdrew the Godslayer spear and said, Alright, I'll let you go this time." The purple-striped leopard heard Yi-qing's words and didn't even have time to cry. It got up and ran off. Yi-qing chuckled softly, then turned to look in Gongsun Shen's direction. At this moment, Gongsun Shen was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, entering a very profound state. Yi-qing approached Gongsun Shen, smiled faintly, and murmured, "It seems my effort in using the principles of spear techniques to perform all the basic moves to guide you into the path wasn't in vain." During 10 years of arduous cultivation within the Golden Time Chain, Yi-qing not only reached the divine realm in his cultivation but also achieved a significant breakthrough. His mastery of spear techniques reached the level of laws, accomplishing this within just 10 years. Firstly, this was due to Yi-qing's extraordinary talent. Secondly, it was because Yi-qing possessed the god-slaying spear, an imperial weapon, that greatly accelerated his comprehension of the spear's profound mysteries, enabling him to reach the level of laws within a decade. Yi-qing's earlier series of maneuvers was not merely an idle attempt to tease the purple-patterned leopard but rather an effort to guide Gongsun Shen into the path of spear techniques. For a lord god who has mastered the laws of spear techniques to personally demonstrate the foundational moves of spear techniques to lead a 10th level soul master into the path, what an extraordinary honor this is for him. At this moment, Gongsun Shen's state could be described as enlightenment. Actually, it doesn't quite count as enlightenment, but it bears some resemblance to it, so let's temporarily call it enlightenment. Although in terms of cultivation, Gongsun Shen's talent wasn't particularly outstanding at first, since his martial soul is a wooden spear, it is evident that he has at least some talent in the way of the spear. Gongsun Shen did not disappoint Yi-qing and entered the state of enlightenment. Yi-qing sat down directly beside Gongsun Shen, waiting for him to emerge from the state of enlightenment. Yi-qing introduced Gongsun Shen to the Tao at this time primarily to achieve the first milestone of being invincible at the same level. If being invincible at the same level can be achieved 10 times, wouldn't that correspond to 10 realms? However, Gongsun Shen was already at level 10 at this moment but had not yet received the system's recognition for being invincible at the same level in the Soul Master realm. Thus, Yi-qing could only choose to either awaken Gongsun Shen's martial soul 3 times or let Gongsun Shen choose to enter the Tao. After weighing the options, Yi-qing chose the latter. Yi-qing sat cross-legged and waited for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, there were also soul beasts that charged over, but they were all driven away by Yi-qing. It wasn't that Yi-qing was always soft-hearted, but because if the soul beasts died here, the smell of blood would attract even more soul beasts, which would be too troublesome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement, Disciple Invincible at the same level, reward, Law of the Zither. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment. The Law of the Zither? What kind of strange thing is this? System, I suddenly realized that the rewards for the achievements completed now are quite generous. After the host became a god, the rewards for achievements at various levels have been greatly enhanced. Currently, completing a C-level achievement can reward something beneficial to demigods. B-level achievements reward items useful to true gods, A-level achievements reward items useful to main gods, and S-level achievements still offer the same incredibly extraordinary rewards as before. Yi-qing nodded in understanding, smiled, and said, "That's good too. If it were the previous rewards, they really wouldn't be of much use to me now." At this moment, as Yi-qing's words fell, Gongsun Shen also emerged from his state of enlightenment. It was obvious that Gongsun Shen had gained something, otherwise, the system wouldn't have indicated that he had achieved invincibility at the same level. Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Shen and asked, "How is it? Did you gain anything?" "Master, I feel like my spear is different now," Gongsun Shen said excitedly. "Oh, what's different?" I can't really say. Anyway, it's just, this feeling is very peculiar." Gongsun Shen was momentarily stunned, trying hard to describe it, but couldn't make it clear. Yi-qing smiled and said, "Alright, you've officially stepped into the path of the spear and entered the realm of momentum. All weapons under heaven, when cultivated in their path, can be divided into 6 realms. Unranked, as the name of this realm suggests, has not truly stepped into the path at all. Upon reaching this realm, one is considered to have formally entered the path they are cultivating, capable of emitting waves of energy to attack enemies, such as sword energy. Momentum, reaching the realm of momentum means one can wield their weapon as if it were an extension of their own body.
Holding the weapon exudes an unstoppable aura, signifying a minor achievement. Intent, this is the final realm below the divine realm. Anyone who can cultivate to this realm is undoubtedly a prodigy.
As long as they do not die prematurely, they can basically reach at least the demigod realm. It can be said that among the 6 realms, reaching from intent to profound intent is relatively achievable.
Finally, there are profound intent and laws.
These 2 realms are powers that only gods can control. Gongsun Shen ascended in one step, directly skipping qi and reaching momentum, which is already extremely impressive.
Of course, the main reason is still because of Yi-qing.
Alright, now that your spear technique has already set on the right path, you must reflect on it more in the future.
Don't neglect
the spear technique in your eagerness to quickly improve your cultivation, as that would be a case of losing more than you gain.
Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Shen and said. Gongsun Shen slowly nodded and replied, "Disciple understands."
Yi-qing stood up and patted the dust off his body.
"Let's go, it's time to choose a soul beast."
"I remember there's a type of soul beast called the thunderstorm dragon.
Let your first soul ring be obtained from it, shall we?"
Gongsun Shen recalled the introduction of the thunderstorm dragon, then nodded without hesitation. The reason Yi-qing knew about the thunderstorm dragon was that earlier, out of boredom, he had asked Xiaoing to look up soul beasts with lightning attributes on Wuhuan Star.
And that's when he took a liking to the thunderstorm dragon.
The thunderstorm dragon possesses the bloodline of the thunder dragon. It was originally a thunder dragon, but due to the mixing of other bloodlines in its descendants, the thunderstorm dragon as a soul beast was born. Since then, the thunderstorm dragon can be considered a species of its own. The thunderstorm dragon possesses a terrifying power of lightning, and its lightning power is even slightly stronger than that of the thunder dragon. However, the thunderstorm dragon also has a fatal flaw, which is its extreme tendency to anger.
Once enraged, the thunderstorm dragon instantly turns into a battle machine that knows only slaughter and destruction.
This is also the reason why it is called the thunderstorm dragon. When the thunderstorm dragon becomes angry, although its combat power increases significantly, it has both advantages and disadvantages. If it encounters an enemy of similar strength, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. At this moment, Yi-qing's spiritual sense had already locked onto a thunderstorm dragon, and he was heading there with Gongsun Shen.
On the way, Gongsun Shen grew a bit worried and looked at Yi-qing, asking, "Master, can I suppress the will of the thunderstorm dragon?"
The most important part of absorbing a soul ring is being able to suppress the will of the soul beast after its death. The will of the thunderstorm dragon is undoubtedly one of the most difficult to suppress among soul beasts.
In today's Soul Master world, there are very few people who dare to hunt thunderstorm dragons to obtain soul rings.
Yi-qing chuckled lightly and said,
"You don't need to worry so much. With me here as your teacher, nothing will happen to you." Gongsun Shen had nothing more to say and could only nod in agreement.
Before long, Yi-qing led Gongsun Shen to the thunderstorm dragon he had set his sights on.
Yes, a purple-black thunderstorm dragon stood not far away, while Yi-qing and Gongsun Shen stood there watching it.
Gongsun Shen looked at Yi-qing with a somewhat peculiar expression and said, "Master, this seems to be a 1,000-year thunderstorm dragon.
Let's go look for something else."
"Look for what?" "The first soul ring I chose for you is a 1,000-year soul ring."
Gongsun Shen? "Ah, Master, you're not joking with me, are you? How could I possibly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring?"
"Don't worry, it's just that I'm afraid your first soul ring being 100,000-year one would attract too many people, and that would be too troublesome. So I just directly gave you a 100,000-year soul ring."
Yi-qing said calmly. Gongsun Shen was a bit dumbfounded.
Was this something you could just decide the number of years for as you wished?
Yi-qing really did have this ability.
Let alone 1,000-year soul beasts. If the will of a 100,000-year soul beast tried to cause trouble after its death, Yi-qing could erase its will completely with just a single thought.
"Alright, let's go over there." With that, Yi-qing walked directly toward the thunderstorm dragon.
Upon seeing a human, the thunderstorm dragon immediately opened its mouth fiercely and lunged at Yi-qing to bite him. It happened to be mealtime, and the thunderstorm dragon was hungry, so it opened its mouth wide and bit down at Yi-qing. Yi-qing waved his right hand, instantly freezing the thunderstorm dragon's mouth. The thunderstorm dragon immediately let out an angry roar, and right after, Yi-qing saw its originally blue pupils instantly turn bright red.
"So it's already entered berserk mode, huh? I can't be bothered to play with you." "Roar!"
Yi-qing murmured softly, then waved his hand lightly again. In the next moment, the thunderstorm dragon was directly frozen, with only its head exposed. Yi-qing looked back at Gongsun Shen and beckoned, "Come over, kill this thunderstorm dragon, and absorb its spirit ring."
Gongsun Shen approached Yi-qing with some concern and asked, "Master, can I really absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring?"
"I told you to relax, so just relax.
Nothing will go wrong."
At this moment, Gongsun Shen's emotions were very complicated. To be honest, he wanted to refuse. After all, this was a 1,000-year spirit ring, and it was produced by hunting a thunderstorm dragon. From ancient times to the present, the best spirit ring configuration for Martial Soulstar has always been yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. No one has ever obtained a Millennium Spirit Ring as their first spirit ring, which is why Gongsun Shen felt the urge to refuse. He knew Yi-qing was very powerful, but no matter how powerful, he was still extremely nervous. Gongsun Shen hesitated for a while, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow Yi-qing's instructions. He understood that Yi-qing had no reason to harm him. Yi-qing had caused his martial soul to undergo a transformation and enhanced his talent. At this moment, he was also willing to go crazy with Yi-qing. Gongsun Shen's thunder spear appeared in his hand. He stared at the thunderstorm dragon and, without hesitation, thrust the spear toward the dragon's neck. The spear pierced through the thunderstorm dragon's neck, and blood immediately flowed down along Gongsun Shen's thunder spear. Gongsun Shen withdrew the spear, and with a thud, the thunderstorm dragon collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Blood quickly pooled on the ground. On the thunderstorm dragon's body, purple light spots emerged, slowly condensing into a ring engraved with some strange patterns. Gongsun Shen exhaled deeply and sat cross-legged directly in front of the thunderstorm dragon. Yi-qing walked to Gongsun Shen's side and said, "Let's begin. Once you draw the soul ring into your body, I will take action to erase the thunderstorm dragon's consciousness." Gongsun Shen nodded, closed his eyes, and began absorbing the soul ring. After Gongsun Shen closed his eyes for a moment, the soul ring on the thunderstorm dragon's corpse was slowly absorbed by him. After absorption, the consciousness of the thunderstorm dragon had just begun to resist but was completely wiped out by Yi-qing in an instant. The consciousness of the thunderstorm dragon had already disappeared, so Gongsun Shen had no issues absorbing the soul ring. Within an hour, he successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. After finishing the absorption of the soul ring, Gongsun Shen excitedly opened his eyes and stood up. I really absorbed a Millennium Soul Ring." Yi-qing smiled faintly and said, "I already told you it's fine. Look how scared you were before. Now that the spirit ring has been obtained, we should head back." "Master, why don't you ask about my spirit skill?" Gongsun Shen looked at Yi-qing with a puzzled expression and asked. Yi-qing shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. If your spear momentum can reach the level of spear intent, then the power of your spear intent will likely surpass any spirit skill. So, in the end, practice your marksmanship well. Soul skills are not as important as the realm of gun techniques. Right now, this is only your first soul skill. How powerful can it be? It definitely can't compare to the attack power of your full mastery of gun stances." In Yi-qing's heart, he truly believed that soul skills were not as important as gun techniques. Although soul skills, martial spirits, and soul power are miraculous, they are ultimately just minor paths. At most, one can only reach the threshold of the demigod realm in a lifetime. Gongsun Shen nodded thoughtfully, and Yi-qing said no more. It was naturally best if Gongsun Shen took it to heart. If he didn't, it didn't matter. He's just a child. When he hits a dead end, he'll naturally turn back. Gongsun Shen is still young, so even if he makes the wrong choice, there's still a chance to regret it. Afterward, Yi-qing took Gongsun Shen out of the Black Cloud Thunder prison and returned to Shinwu Academy. After Yi-qing left the Black Cloud Thunder prison, the lightning there soon returned to normal. In the Azure division of the Shinwu Academy, Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Shen and said, "For now, just stay in the academy on your own. When you have free time, you can cultivate or explore other parts of the academy. Once the admissions process is over, classes will begin. If you need anything and can't find me, go to the main gate and look for the outer academy dean, the sister you met at the gate earlier." Gongsun Shen nodded, and then Yi-qing left. He had gained a slight understanding of the fusion of laws and wanted to further comprehend it. After Yi-qing left, Gongsun Shen didn't waste any time. He returned to his dormitory, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began cultivating. Gongsun Shen was already an extremely disciplined and diligent person, so he didn't need others to supervise him to train hard. After meditating for a long time, Gongsun Shen stopped meditating. Instead, he went to an open space below the dormitory building to practice the basic moves that Yi-qing had used before. Judging by the situation, it was clear that Gongsun Shen had taken Yi-qing's words to heart. As long as Gongsun Shen values the way of the spear from now on, Yi-qing won't need to worry much about Gongsun Shen's future. In the evening, Gongsun Shen was wandering around the academy, his expression gradually showing signs of fatigue, as if he were searching for something, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find it. In the end, Gongsun Shen could only go to the school gate to look for Yi Tianxian. When Yi Tianxian saw Gongsun Shen, she asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "Dean, where is the cafeteria?" Gongsun Shen asked softly, looking a bit shy. He was really starving and had searched the entire academy but couldn't find the cafeteria. Yi Tianxian paused for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. The cafeteria? This was something Yi-qing had set up, with one in every department. Gongsun Shen must have come across it, but since there were no chefs, food, or rice, he might genuinely not have realized he had already been to the cafeteria. "Go find your master." With that, Yi Tianxian patted the husky sleeping at her feet. "Husky, carry him to find Yi-qing." The husky glanced at Gongsun Shen, then shook its body and said dismissively, "No way. This divine dog, divine wolf, how could I let a little brat ride me? He's Yi-qing's disciple." Yi Tianxian said indifferently. She knew the reason why Yi-qing accepted Gongsun Shen as a disciple because she had been keeping her divine sense extended to monitor Yi-qing. Yi-qing could naturally sense it, but he usually didn't block Yi Tianxuan's probing and always went along with her. A flash of afterimages swept by, and the lazy dog on the ground was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a 3-meter-long giant wolf appeared beside Gongsun Chen. "Little brother, hop on. I don't have many hobbies, but I do love carrying people while running," Yi-ha said with a serious expression. Gongsun Chen was directly stunned. "Oh, don't be shy." As Yi-ha spoke, he directly bit Gongsun Chen's clothes, lightly tossed him into the air, then caught him on his back. Following that, he stepped into the void and ran toward the mountaintop of Shinwu Academy. Gongsun Chen was stunned for a while, then swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Senior, are you a 100,000-year soul beast?" Yi-ha heard Gongsun Chen's words, sneered disdainfully, and said, "Soul beast? How could this divine dog be such a low-level creature? This divine dog is a divine beast of the Lord God realm. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained." "Lord God realm? What kind of realm is that?" Gongsun Chen asked curiously. Yi-ha did not respond to Gongsun Chen's words again and quickly brought Gongsun Chen to the mountaintop. "Master, your disciple is looking for you." Yi-ha came outside the house and shouted directly. Yi-qing, who was comprehending the laws, was almost startled into losing control by Yi-ha's loud voice. The next moment, Yi-qing appeared directly in front of Yi-ha. Before Yi-ha could react, he was kicked and sent flying. At this moment, in midair, "What's going on? Why am I flying?" Outside the mountaintop house, Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Chen and asked, "Xiao-chun, is there something you need from me?" "Master, I'm really at my wit's end. I just can't find the cafeteria, and I'm so hungry." Gongsun Chen looked at Yi-qing with embarrassment and said, feeling embarrassed that he had to bother his master over such a trivial matter as being hungry, Gongsun Chen truly felt awkward. He never expected that Yi-qing hadn't even arranged for anything in the cafeteria. Yi-qing looked at the embarrassed Gongsun Chen, coughed awkwardly, and said, "Ahem, well, the thing is, the academy has just started, and the cafeteria doesn't have any rice, vegetables, or even a chef yet. Wait here for a moment, and I'll go to Snow Moon City to get you some food." Speaking of which, before Gongsun Chen could say anything, Yi-qing disappeared directly from the mountaintop. After leaving the mountaintop, Yi-qing appeared outside a restaurant in Snow Moon City and immediately went in to order a few dishes. Once the food was ready, he packed it up and brought it back to Shinwu Academy. Outside the mountaintop house, Gongsun Chen waited for a short while before Yi-qing returned and handed the food to Gongsun Chen. "Here, eat quickly. From now on, when it's mealtime, let that dog from earlier bring you to the mountaintop." Gongsun Chen took the food and nodded. Conveniently, there were ice-crafted chairs outside the mountaintop house. Gongsun Chen sat down and took out the food. After taking it out, he didn't eat immediately but looked at Yi-qing and said, "Master, would you like to eat together?" Yi-qing shook his head slightly and said, "No need. Once you reach my level, you won't need to eat anymore. Eating will just be a hobby." Yi-qing's mind was entirely focused on the fusion of laws, with no appetite for eating at all. Gongsun Chen responded with an "oh," and then began eating in large mouthfuls. Without any concern for his image, he devoured the food ravenously, which clearly showed that Gongsun Chen was indeed starving. As he ate, Gongsun Chen's pace gradually slowed down, then he looked at Yi-qing and asked, "Master, I just heard that senior dog say he is at the Lord God realm. What kind of realm is the Lord God realm?" Yi-qing sat down beside Gongsun Chen and said slowly, "It's no harm telling you. You should be familiar with the cultivation levels of soul masters, right?" Gongsun Chen nodded. "The strongest level you know of is titled Doluwa. Beyond titled Doluwa, there are naturally higher levels, and above titled Doluwa is God. Soul masters are divided into 10 levels, and gods are naturally divided into levels as well. From weakest to strongest, the levels of gods are void god, demigod, third-class true god, second-class true god, first-class true god, main god, and god king. The god king is the highest realm I know of. As for whether there is a realm beyond the god king, I dare not definitively say there is or isn't. Although based on the information Yi-qing currently knows, the god king is the highest realm. However, the path of cultivation is endless. Who knows if there is a realm beyond the god king?" When Gongsun Chen heard that there were so many realms beyond the title Doluwa, his eyes momentarily became dazed. Yi-qing knocked on Gongsun Chen's head. "Stop fantasizing about things that are out of reach. Focus on cultivating diligently. These things are still far away for you." Gongsun Chen nodded vigorously. Originally, Gongsun Chen's goal was to become a soul sect. After Yi-qing helped him awaken his martial soul for the second time, his goal shifted to becoming a titled Doluwa. Now, his goal is to become a god. He currently doesn't understand what the concept of a god entails. He simply wants to follow in Yi-qing's footsteps. When Gongsun Chen finished eating, Yi-qing reached out and grabbed in the air, then caught Yi-ha, who was far away at the academy gate at the foot of the mountain. "Yi-ha, oh my goodness." As soon as Yi-ha finished speaking, he was directly brought by Yi-qing from the academy gate to the wooden house at the mountaintop. "Yi-ha, take Xiao-chen down the mountain." Yi-ha looked at Yi-qing gloomily and muttered in a low voice, "Master, I'm not a means of transportation." Yi-qing looked at Yi-ha, smiled, and then said, "Now you are." From From now on, you will be the guardian beast of Shinwu Academy and also a means of transportation. Yi-ha. Yi-ha looked extremely unwilling until a ball of flame appeared in Yi-qing's hand. Alright, Yi-ha chose to yield without hesitation, enduring for a moment to achieve peace and taking a step back for broader horizons. Immediately after, Yi-ha grew slightly larger and took Gongsun Chen down the mountain. After Yi-ha and Gongsun Chen left, Yi-qing returned to his seclusion. Yi-qing felt that he was extremely close to becoming a divine king, and the laws of ice and swordsmanship seemed on the verge of successfully merging. One day passed, and 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. In the end, Shinwu Academy only admitted 12 students in total, including Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, the granddaughter of the elder surnamed Yuan from the royal palace. These 12 individuals were observed by Yi-qing and the others for a few days. They all seemed to have good character, and their ages were generally 12 or below. Yi-qing and the others did not feel that any of them were pretending to have good character. Therefore, after their enrollment, Yi-qing helped them undergo a second awakening, evolving all their martial spirits into extremely powerful ones. During this time, Yi-qing also took on another disciple, Yuan Xiaoing. Initially, Yi-qing had no intention of accepting more disciples and planned to only take Gongsun Chen to complete the task. The result of Yuan Xiaoing's second awakening of her martial soul truly surprised Yi-qing, so he decided to take her in. After all, taking in one or two made no difference. Yuan Xiaoing's martial soul after her second awakening was called the Flowing Ice Sword. This doesn't mean Yuan Xiaoing's martial soul was a sword, but rather that the sword was called Flowing Ice. To be precise, Yuan Xiaoing's martial soul was ice, but the ice Yuan Xiaoing created only took one shape, and that was a sword. This actually had some connection to what Yi-qing was currently comprehending. When Yuan Xiaoing released her martial soul, it indeed gave Yi-qing some insights. It was precisely because of these insights that Yi-qing decisively decided to take Yuan Xiaoing in. Moreover, Yuan Xiaoing is indeed suitable to be Yi-qing's disciple. Yi-qing can completely teach Yuan Xiaoing the laws of ice and swordsmanship. Yuan Xiaoing's martial soul is originally a fusion of ice and sword, and perhaps one day in the future, Yuan Xiaoing might achieve the rank of God King through these two laws. If it weren't for Yi-qing's extraordinary talent, allowing him to fuse the laws of ice and swordsmanship in a short time, it might have been Yuan Xiaoing who first achieved the rank of God King through these laws. This is not mere speculation, as Yi-qing has already taken Yuan Xiaoing as his disciple, and will naturally do his utmost to help her. At the Divine Martial Plaza, Yi-qing and the teachers of the Divine Martial Academy gathered together for the first time and appeared before Gongsun Chen and his group. On Shinwu Square, Yi-qing and 12 others, along with a dog, were standing in front of Gongsun Chen and the others. Purely in terms of numbers, there was one more teacher than students at Shinwu at the moment. Of course, that's counting Li Bai and Yi-ha. Yi-qing looked at the 12 children in front of him and said, "From today on, you are officially students of Shinwu. Although for now, you are the only students here, I believe that in the future, all of you will stand at the pinnacle of this world. No more unnecessary talk. You are already somewhat familiar with the situation of the academy. Since you have enrolled, you are now considered disciples of the Shinwu Outer Academy. What you need to do now is to choose a division. Among the 9 divisions of the Outer Academy, apart from the Qing division, you can choose to join 2 to 3 other divisions according to your preference." This was a decision made by Yi-qing, not to uniformly assign students to a specific division, but to let them choose for themselves. Moreover, they are not limited to selecting just one division, they can choose to join 2 to 3 divisions. However, this is the rule of the Outer Academy. When they reach level 70 and take the Inner Academy exam, they must choose only one division for the assessment. As newcomers to the Outer Academy, they are still quite confused and unclear about what they need most. Therefore, the time they spend training in the Outer Academy is also the time given to them to make their decision. When they all reach level 70, they will surely know what they need most and what they want most. Yuan Xiaoing immediately raised her hand and shouted, "Master, Master, I also want to join the Sword Division and the Talisman Division." Yi-qing smiled and said, "No need to raise your hand. If you want to join, just join." Gongsun Chen saw this scene and showed a hesitant expression. Yi-qing caught sight of Gongsun Chen's expression from the corner of his eye, looked at him, and said, "Speak your mind." "Teacher, I want to join the Spear Division and the Martial Division." Gongsun Chen had only one goal in mind, which was to become stronger, so he wanted to join the Martial Division and the Spear Division. Yi-qing nodded slightly and said, "Of course you can." Xiaoyu also glanced at Lao Yi and the others, then said, "I want to join the Magic Division, the Artifact Division, and the Alchemy Division." The other 9 people quickly chose the departments they wanted to join, as they had already learned about each department, so they didn't delay for long. Basically, everyone joined 3 departments, thinking that adding 2 more wouldn't hurt. Among the 9 departments, the one with the most members is the Magic Department, as 99% of the martial souls in the Snowmoon Kingdom possess ice attributes, so they all joined the Magic Department. Apart from Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, everyone else joined the Magic Department. You have already chosen the division you want to join, so from today onwards, train diligently. Your martial martial souls have undergone a second awakening, becoming incredibly powerful. Do not waste this hard-earned talent. When you successfully enter the inner court in the future, I will help you undergo a third awakening. By then, your martial souls will truly become unparalleled, heaven-defying entities. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing Yi-qing's words. They had deeply experienced the benefits of the second awakening, and they hadn't expected there to be a third awakening. However, it was a pity that they had to pass the inner court entrance exam first. But they were not discouraged. Previously, reaching level 70 had been an unattainable goal for them, but now, they all had the confidence to achieve it. It didn't take long before everyone dispersed, and the 9 divisions, except for the Qing division, had already started formal classes. It couldn't exactly be called classes, rather, the 9 individuals were stationed in their respective divisions, and if students had any questions, they could go to them for answers. Currently, there are few students in Xinwu, so this teaching model doesn't pose much of a problem. However, once the number of students increases, this model will definitely not work. After everyone dispersed, Yi-qing returned to the house at the mountaintop to continue his seclusion. Matters within the academy were completely handled by Li Bai and the others, so he could retreat for cultivation with peace of mind. The Xinwu Academy gradually got on the right track. The Snow Moon Kingdom, along with the other 3 academies and the royal family, all paid attention to this newly established academy, wanting to witness its strength. And the best way to observe the strength of Xinwu Academy was to wait for a beast tide. It didn't take long before the beast tide arrived. Beast tides were very common in the Snow Moon Kingdom, so it was perfectly normal for one to appear at this time. Beast tides often come from the north. In the past, they would directly climb over Snow Moon Mountain and charge toward Snow Moon City, but this time, they must first face Xinwu. On this day, more than a dozen titled Doluwa kept a close watch on the situation at Snow Moon Mountain. At the mountain peak, inside a bedroom, Yi-qing sat cross-legged on the bed. The entire bedroom had become somewhat peculiar, exuding an extremely cold aura and an unstoppable sword intent. The two intertwined, as if trying to merge into one. In front of Yi-qing, an ice lotus bloomed, and a long sword hummed. The ice lotus and the long sword soon began to revolve around Yi-qing, their speed increasing from slow to fast until they became indistinguishable, and then both shattered simultaneously. The shattering of the ice lotus and the long sword stirred up a wave of laws, directly shattering the ice house at the mountaintop. The wave of laws spread outward, startling Li Bai and the others. Yi-ha immediately unleashed the power of laws to protect the entire southern divine marshal. Bang! Fortunately, this was just the aftermath of the laws. Otherwise, with Yi-ha's strength alone, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand Yi-qing's mastery of the perfected laws of ice and sword. With Yi-ha guarding the south, there was naturally no cause for concern, but the north. At the same time, the large wave of soul beasts in this beast tide had already charged toward the north, and simultaneously, the wave of laws surged toward them. As the wave of laws swept through, all the soul beasts in the beast tide were first frozen into ice sculptures, then sliced into hundreds of pieces by invisible sword energy. The titled Duluos who were paying attention to Xinwu instantly fell silent. Oh my goodness, just the leaked aura killed tens of thousands of soul beasts? Among them were dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts. Yi-qing's wave of laws appeared to others as merely a leaked aura. This made everyone speculate in their hearts, could this Xinwu actually be a god? At the top of Shueyue Mountain, Yi-qing became a little excited. Finally fused. What are you getting excited about? You've only fused 1/10. Sun Wukong's voice echoed in Yi-qing's mind, calming him down. Yi-qing smiled upon hearing Sun Wukong's words and said, the beginning is always the hardest. I've already fused the ice law with the sword law, so the next steps will be much simpler. Based on my pace, it will take at most 10 years, or as little as 3 years to complete the fusion. Your talent is truly terrifying, Sun Wukong said sincerely. Ordinary peerless geniuses, such as the current 12 divine kings, took tens of thousands of years at the fastest to achieve initial fusion during the law fusion stage, and a complete fusion took millions of years. But Yi-qing, this guy, managed to achieve initial fusion in less than a year, and in at most 10 years, he could fully fuse. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. After the law waves generated by the initial fusion of Yi-qing's ice law and sword Dao law completely dissipated, Yi-ha, Li Bai, and Yi Tianxian immediately rushed toward the mountaintop. Master, have you become a god king? Li Bai looked at Yi-qing excitedly and asked. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head, saying, not yet, but soon. My ice law and sword Dao law have already begun to merge. At most, in 10 years, I will fully integrate them and step into the divine king realm. Congratulations, master, Li Bai said with a face full of joy, as if he himself were the one about to break through to the divine king realm. The realm of the divine king is something all divine realm experts have dreamed of, and countless individuals have strived for it. Thus, they all understand how difficult it is to enter the realm of the divine king. Throughout history, those who have entered the realm of the divine king are without exception the chosen ones, the protagonists of their era. They possess extraordinary talent, but most importantly, they have immense fortune. Every era is never short of chosen ones with extraordinary talent. The reason they cannot enter the realm of the divine Yi-qing is not due to anything else but simply because their fortune is insufficient. To put it plainly, it means that heaven does not favor them. And now it seems that Yi-qing is the one favored by the heavens in this era. No, how could Yi-qing nearly be favored? He's practically heaven's own son. With his master being so powerful and outstanding, Li Bai, the guardian spirit who had been following Yi-qing since earlier years, felt happier than anyone else at this moment. Let's not talk about that. How's the academy doing lately? It's already on track. Laoi and the others have taken those kids to obtain spirit rings, and now they've all reached level 12. By the way, we saw that you let Xiaoqin obtain a 1000-year spirit ring for his first spirit ring, so we helped them get 1000-year spirit rings too. That's okay, right? Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and asked. Yi-qing was a bit speechless. Having one such heaven-defying existence was already enough, but now 12 of them appeared at once. The Xinwu practitioners are destined to become widely known. This kind of trouble is bound to follow one after another. Yi-qing, forget it, 1000 years it is. From now on, their spirit rings will be configured like this: purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. However, when Xinwu recruits students in the future, their spirit ring configuration will be based on the maximum they can endure. You all don't need to help anymore. Yi-qing thought for a moment and said, since he wasn't in charge anyway, if trouble came, so be it. Let Yi Tianxian and the others handle these matters. Yi Tianxian gave a bitter smile and said, 3 red ones? That means 3600,000-year spirit beasts. Wuhuan Star does have that many, but they might not necessarily be suitable for them, right? Is it necessary to configure something unsuitable? That's fine too. We can solve the rejection issue, but who knows what kind of soul skill will come out of it. Yi-qing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, if there aren't enough soul beasts, can't we just create them ourselves? Later, we'll find 36 soul beasts suitable for them, then throw them into the golden time chain. With Yi-qing's current strength just relying on divine power, he can already adjust the time within the golden time chain to one day equaling 1000 years. In this way, throwing a 10-year soul beast inside would only take a little over 3 months to cultivate it into a 100,000-year soul beast. Thinking of this, Yi-qing felt that he could make Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing's spirit ring configuration even more terrifying. After all, they were his disciples. At that time, he could raise some soul beasts and directly create a purple purple black black red red gold 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 configuration for Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing. Yi-qing could also help the other members of Xinwu achieve this configuration, but it wasn't necessary. If such a configuration really appeared, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless people. Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing were Yi-qing's disciples, and they might not fear this, but the others were just ordinary students. Yi-qing couldn't always keep an eye on them and protect them. Moreover, even if Yi-qing could always protect them while on the martial soul star, once Yi-qing leaves, they would still be targeted. It's not for their spirit rings, but for their spirit bones. 100,000-year spirit beast almost always produces a spirit bone. If their spirit ring configuration is purple, purple, black, black, red, red, gold, 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 it's blatantly telling others that each of them possesses at least 5 spirit bones, with the weakest being 100,000-year one. After Yi-qing leaves, each of them might become an existence capable of slaying gods with a mortal body, but their weaknesses are 2 obvious blood relatives or loved ones. They cannot always guard against the covetousness of the entire spirit master world. To sum up, Yi-qing does not intend to let others obtain the purple purple black black red red gold 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 soul ring configuration. At most, they can only have the purple purple black 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 red 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 soul ring configuration. In this world, although 100,000-year soul bones are also very rare, with so many years of accumulation, the entire soul master community has at least dozens of them. It's not to the extent that the entire soul master community would keep fixating on them. Unlike million-year soul bones, there are currently no million-year soul bones on the entire Doluwa star. If dozens were to suddenly appear, then the entire soul master community would truly fixate on them relentlessly. After listening to Yi-qing's words, Yi Tianxian nodded. In a while, I'll have Laoi find 36 suitable soul beasts for them. By the way, how do you plan to handle the situation in the back mountain? The situation at the back mountain? What situation? Yi-qing asked in confusion, then directed his spiritual sense toward the northern side of Snowmoon Mountain. Immediately, he saw the tragic scene on the northern side of the mountain. Although there wasn't a single drop of blood and it was still a vast expanse of white, the ground was littered with corpses, and the entire mountain was covered with soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, and even a black ring tinged with red. What happened here? Yi-qing asked with a somewhat helpless smile. Yi Tianxian waved her hand and said, just as your laws were beginning to merge, a beast tide broke out. They had just charged up Snowmoon Mountain, only to be shattered into hundreds of pieces by the fluctuations of your laws. Yi-qing shook his head with a wry smile and said, this is fate. Well, an unintentional act has at least intimidated those titled Duluos in Snowmoon City and the 100,000-year soul beasts deep in the extreme north. That's true. I think if the extreme north launches another beast tide in the future, they'll probably go out of their way to avoid Snowmoon Mountain. Yi Tianxian smiled and said. Yi-qing shrugged, let them go wherever they want, as long as they don't come to Shinwu.
It saves us the trouble of taking action. That's all, go do whatever you need to do. I'm going into seclusion. You're going into seclusion again?
Of course.
With the Divine King realm so close at hand, do you think I have the luxury to procrastinate?
After the conversation, Yi Tianxian and the others went down the mountain, while Yi-qing, after finishing the igloo, returned to his room to continue his seclusion. With the Divine King realm approaching, Yi-qing truly only wanted to focus on cultivation. Only upon reaching the Divine King realm would he dare to roam freely.
Alright,
since Yi-qing's fusion of the laws, the soul beasts in the extreme north had been quiet for a while, but it wasn't long before they started making moves again. However, since then, every time there was a beast tide, the rod of the advancing beast tide would bypass Snowmoon City, which brought trouble to the two other academies established to the east and west of Snowmoon City. Every time, they are more or less affected. Although they were affected, they didn't dare to say much and could only endure silently. The reason is none other than being intimidated by Yi-qing, so much so that they completely lacked the courage to confront Yi-qing or demand an explanation. As for the Snowmoon Kingdom, firstly because of Xiaoyu, and secondly due to the power of Shinwu itself, they let things develop as they would. Time flies like an arrow, passing in the blink of an eye. 6 years have passed, and during this time, Yi-qing has been completely out of sight since the last time, fully retreating into seclusion, as if the system itself had shut down and did not disturb Yi-qing. The entire extreme northern land remains as peaceful as before, and the Divine Martial Academy is the same as 6 years ago, still with only 12 students. It's not that Yi Tianxian and the others are unwilling to recruit new students, but they have decided to first train Gongsun Chen and the others, the first batch of students, to the level of graduating from the inner academy before starting the recruitment of the second batch of students. At that time, all the affairs of the academy would be handed over to them to handle, and Yi Tianxian was happy to relax. Over the past 6 years, among Gongsun Chen and the other 11, the ones who progressed the fastest were Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, who had already reached over 70 levels. In 6 years, they were able to leap over 60 levels, not because of strong talent, but because of powerful spirit rings. With each breakthrough, after absorbing the spirit rings, they would gain spirit power feedback from the rings. A 10,000-year spirit ring with 3 or 4 spirit rings can grant them 3 or 4 levels of spirit power, while a 100,000-year spirit ring with 5 or 6 spirit rings can grant them 5 or 6 levels of spirit power. The reason they gain so much spirit power feedback is, first, because the consciousness of the spirit beasts within the spirit rings they absorb is completely erased. Second, because their levels were already very low when they absorbed 10,000-year or 100,000-year spirit rings, which is why their spirit power increased so significantly at once. Apart from Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, the others have also achieved considerable progress through 6 years of diligent cultivation. All of them reached level 60, and their spirit rings were also unconventional, so they received a considerable amount of spirit power feedback. Although it couldn't compare to Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, it was still extremely extraordinary. On this day, in Shinwu Academy, everyone was cultivating as usual. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot straight into the sky with a loud boom from the peak of Shueyue Mountain. A rumbling sound echoed, and all the eyes of the Shinwu crowd were drawn to it. This rumbling sound was hard to determine whether it was loud or soft. If you said it was loud, the students of Shinwu only heard it as a normal rumbling noise. Boom! Saying the sound was faint, even the Shinwu people in the Dragon Kingdom on the distant lower plane of Blue Star could hear a rumbling noise. From the highest heavens to the deepest underworld, across countless worlds and countless realms, every living being heard that rumbling sound in their ears. For reasons unknown, not a single person failed to look up at the sky. The sound's origin was unclear, but instinctively, they all raised their heads. Then they all saw a blue beam of light shooting into the clouds, disappearing from sight. The pillar of light quickly dissipated, transforming into a human figure. Those familiar with Yi-qing would notice that it was him. The figure gradually enlarged, eventually projecting Yi-qing's face upon it. At this moment, across countless worlds and countless realms, there was no one who did not recognize Yi-qing. The light and shadow lasted for a moment before shattering into countless specks of starlight, which scattered into various worlds. The blue specks of light entered people's bodies, instantly granting ordinary individuals the strength of an ox, while cultivators experienced a sudden surge of 1 or 2 realms, or even 5 or 6 realms.
Upper plane, time-space domain.
This domain was created by Shi himself.
As the God King of time and space, establishing a domain was something he could accomplish with ease. Within the time-space domain, Shi gazed at the endless blue starlight, a faint bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Miscalculated, huh?
I originally planned to help you conceal the celestial phenomenon in about 1,000,000 years, but who would have thought that you, little one, would reach the Divine King realm so quickly?
Heaven and earth celebrate, it can't be hidden anymore.
As Shi spoke, a trace of worry appeared on his face. For a generation's Divine King to show such an expression, it was clear that the celestial phenomenon
caused by Yi-qing's breakthrough was not something he wanted to see. To be precise, he didn't want certain people to see this celestial phenomenon. Xiaonan, Shenwu Academy. Yi Tianxian and the others were all sitting cross-legged on the ground. Blessed by heaven and earth, they also gained some rewards. The 10 elders directly leaped several realms, reaching the level of superior true gods. Yi Tianxian and Li Bai have even reached the level of the Lord God. This is also normal. These people are close to Yi-qing, and with heaven's blessings, they naturally benefit the most. On another martial soul star, Suyu has also fully reached the level of a superior true god, while those lower true gods on Blue Star have advanced to intermediate true gods. Yilin broke through the divine rank limitation and ascended to the Lord God, and Zhao Junyi also reached the realm of the Lord God. It can be said that the closer one's relationship with Yi-qing, the more gifts they received. The entire Blue Star was the same. A shower of starlight descended, and everyone in the Dragon Kingdom became ability users, with each person advancing at least 2 levels. As for Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, they too absorbed the starlight into their bodies, faintly showing signs of entering the divine realm. However, they were stopped in an instant by Yi-qing, who had just completed his breakthrough, directly sealing the starlight within their bodies. It wasn't that Yi-qing didn't want his disciples to become stronger, but Yi-qing didn't want to force growth prematurely. Yi-qing believed that the path of cultivation before becoming a god was the most crucial. Soul power being refined at levels 4 or 5 was harmless, as it could temper their soul power. Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing had to progress step by step. However, if the gift from heaven and earth caused them to become gods in one step, with their soul power directly transforming into divine power, without even the chance to refine it, and they ended up as false gods inferior to even demigods, it would be better not to become gods at all. Therefore, Yi-qing sealed the starlight within the two of them. When they became gods in the future, they could ascend to the heavens in one step, leveraging the power of that starlight to directly reach the level of superior true gods. As for the others apart from Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, due to the limitations of their soul rings, they were all at level 70 for now. However, once they absorbed their soul rings, they should all eventually reach the level of titled Doluo. This day was destined to be extraordinary. Just speaking of the 3 Doluo planets, at the same time, every titled Doluo on each Doluo planet broke through to become a god. Many soul masters who were limited by soul rings resolved the restrictions and also ascended to godhood. However, it was destined that 99% of them would only be pseudo-gods, as too few who cultivate martial souls can become true gods. For a time, due to this gift from heaven and earth, all the worlds became somewhat unsettled. Once a person gains greater power, their ambition will also grow. Although the gifts of heaven and earth are available to everyone, some people merely recover from a cold in an instant, while others reach a divine state they never dared to imagine in their lifetime. Therefore, chaos is inevitable. Martial soul realm, divine star. The 5 main gods looked at each other in disbelief. This one was already close to becoming a god king before. The evil god gasped and said. Immediately, the evil god let out a bitter laugh and said, "This lord has come to our martial soul realm just as he's about to break through. Could it be that he wants our martial soul realm to fend off the gods from other worlds for him?" Hearing the evil god's words, the other 4 were momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt it made a lot of sense. They didn't think that Yi-qing was afraid of those gods from other worlds. Instead, they all speculated that Yi-qing found it troublesome and wanted them to help him deal with those nuisances. Well, it must be said, they were really overthinking it. Yi-qing himself hadn't thought so much about it. It was just a natural progression, without any ulterior motives. What should we do now? Our martial soul realm is about to get lively. The evil god looked at the 4 of them and asked. Shura pondered for a moment, then spoke. Kindness, you should make a trip to the 3 martial soul stars. The birth of a god king is both a blessing and a curse. You must try your best to maintain the order of the 3 Wuhuan stars and properly arrange the newly ascended void gods, assigning them to the Sea of Laws, hoping they can comprehend the laws as soon as possible. Evil, you should also make a trip to Wuhuan star to find that lord and ask about their intentions. Destruction, life, and I will stay stationed outside the realm. Before long, waves of true gods and main gods will arrive here. Alright, we will go right away. Evil and Good nodded, then left the divine star and headed toward Wuhuan star. Soul Spirit Realm. Extreme Northern Land. Snow Moon Mountain Summit. Yi-qing stood in mid-air. Suddenly, a crystal-clear ice crystal flew out from his head and slowly merged with the blue electric light in the air, condensing into a chair. The chair was entirely blue, as if forged from ice. Behind the chair, 5 swords were inserted, their blades pointing outward. Standing behind and looking at the back of the chair, the 5 swords resembled a pentagram. This is the divine throne. If the symbol of a true god's identity is divinity, then the symbol of the god king's identity is this divine throne. Yi-qing walked to the ice sword divine throne, then turned around and slowly sat down. As Yi-qing sat down, the ice sword divine throne radiated brilliance, and for a moment, the entire summit of Snow Moon Mountain seemed to transform into a giant light bulb. The radiance quickly faded, and Yi-qing pondered for a moment before calmly saying, "This king, forget it. Calling myself this king feels a bit low, like a wave of adolescent cringe." Yi-qing thought about it and decided not to refer to himself as this king. Then, he spoke. "Today, I ascend to the God King realm, and from now on, I am titled the Ice Sword. System, Sun Wukong, What makes you think this king is a bit low and childish? I am neither low nor childish. Isn't it all about the same?
Yi-qing's voice fell, once again spreading across all realms and worlds. At this point, Yi-qing officially became a divine king. After announcing his title, Yi-qing became the 13th divine king in the world. Before this, there had been no new divine king born for billions of years, and various rumors gradually spread across the realms. All kinds of rumors carried only one meaning, that the 12 ordained divine kings were fixed, and it was impossible for another divine king to be born. Even if one were to appear, it would only happen after an old divine king had fallen.
Initially, all true gods and main gods dismissed such rumors with disdain.
However, as more and more main gods failed to fuse their laws, this rumor gradually gained more believers. However, just today, Yi-qing ascended to God King, celestial phenomena appeared, and his title spread across all realms, all signifying the birth of a newly ascended God King.
At this point, the rumor of the 12 predestined God Kings was completely debunked.
All those Lord gods who had been stuck at the threshold of law fusion became overwhelmingly excited. Receiving the gift of the heavens and earth, they also felt that they were gradually sensing the initial fusion of the laws.
In fact, the heavens and earth here did indeed have the 12 predestined God Kings before this.
Otherwise, it would have been impossible for no God King to be born for billions of years. Before that, a God King would emerge every billion years. However, the 12 supreme divine kings were a thing of the past. Since Yi-qing's breakthrough, the rules of heaven and earth have changed, and there are no longer any restrictions on the main gods.
But soon, those main gods will realize something is amiss. Gains always come with losses.
Although the path ahead has been opened, stepping onto this path and entering the divine king realm, which all beings dream of, is impossible without some dangers and difficulties. Countless main gods in the upper and middle planes who had comprehended the second law immediately felt a sense of foreboding, realizing the consequences of comprehending the second law and continuing their cultivation. That is, from now on, their lifespan will no longer be infinite but will be limited to 100 million years. If they fail to step into the divine king realm after 100 million years, they will face complete annihilation.
And after the complete fusion of the laws, they must undergo the 3 tribulations of the divine king: the heavenly tribulation, the human tribulation, and the heart tribulation.
The heavenly tribulation is the easiest to overcome. It is essentially a lightning tribulation. As for how many bolts of lightning or what kind of lightning, that depends on the person's talent and strength.
The human tribulation is also known as the reincarnation tribulation. To pass this reincarnation tribulation, one must transform the divine into human form, reincarnate, and experience 100 cycles of reincarnation.
Logically, this tribulation shouldn't be too difficult, but how could it be that simple? During the 100th cycle of reincarnation, the tribulation passer will gradually recall the memories of the previous 99 lives after being born. But for those undergoing tribulation to overcome it, they must recall their identity as a Lord God in this lifetime.
This can be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is no longer related to strength but entirely dependent on luck.
The order in which the tribulation of humanity and the tribulation of the heart arrive varies. However, if the tribulation of humanity comes first and is overcome, then the final tribulation of the heart will be as easy as turning one's hand. Those undergoing the tribulation of the heart will fall into the memories of their pre-deification life. Without the tempering of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, it is extremely easy to lose oneself. Once the 3 tribulations are overcome and the laws are fused, one can attain the realm of the God King. Yi-qing is someone who breaks the rules of heaven and earth. Soon, Yi-qing felt that he had been given a task set by the rules of heaven and earth, which could also be considered a power, the power of the God King. That task is to oversee tribulations. From now on, every person undergoing a tribulation will be arranged by Yi-qing, including the timing and the world in which it takes place. At the end of 100 lifetimes, for those undergoing tribulations, whether they pass or fail will be entirely decided by Yi-qing. To put it plainly, if Yi-qing doesn't like you, even if you remember your identity as the Lord God in your 100th lifetime, Yi-qing can, with a single thought, deem that you haven't remembered, resulting in your failure to pass the tribulation. Of course, in this case, the person wouldn't die, but he would have to beg Yi-qing for forgiveness, and after obtaining Yi-qing's pardon, he would have to undergo the human tribulation again. It can be said that from this moment on, Yi-qing has become someone that everyone aspiring to become a God King must curry favor with. After all, among the 3 tribulations, the human tribulation is the most difficult. Suddenly gaining such a privilege, Yi-qing was quite pleased. After all, in the future, when Yi Tianxian and the others face the human tribulation of the God King's 3 tribulations, he could manipulate things behind the scenes a bit. Of course, Yi-qing couldn't blatantly interfere, such as directly helping the tribulation taker recall their identity as a God King during their
100th lifetime using divine power.
If he did so, the heavens would not recognize the tribulation taker as having passed the human tribulation. At the summit of Snow Moon Mountain, Yi-qing quickly disappeared into midair along with the Ice Sword Throne. Yi-qing returned to the igloo, and soon, the system's long-absent voice rang out in quick
succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of making the disciple invincible among peers. Soul Master, reward, King Artifact, Azure Yuan Zither. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of making the disciple invincible among peers. Grand Soul Master, reward, perfect comprehension of the law of fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having a disciple invincible at the same rank. Soul Sovereign, reward, perfect comprehension of the law of the spear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having a disciple invincible at the same rank. Soul Sect, reward, perfect comprehension of the law of the staff. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having a disciple invincible at the same rank. Soul King, reward, perfect comprehension of the law of the zither. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having a disciple invincible at the same rank. Soul Emperor, reward, law of transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having a disciple invincible at the same rank. Soul Saint, reward, perfect comprehension of the law of transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 20 A-level achievements. Reward, Imperial Artifact 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Zither. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, I didn't expect these surprises to come one after another. After breaking through to the God King level, the system's series of rewards no longer stirred Yi-qing's emotions. He was merely a bit pleased. If it had been before, obtaining 1 law, perfecting 5 laws, a king artifact, and an imperial artifact would have made Yi-qing ecstatic. But now, Yi-qing was just a little happy. After breaking through to the God King realm, Yi-qing's state of mind had undergone a slight change. Yi-qing gently waved his right hand, and a blue long zither appeared in his hand. On the blue long zither, a phoenix pattern was carved. Yi-qing casually plucked the strings, and the sound suddenly rang out, crisp and bright. Truly worthy of being an imperial instrument, it is indeed a fine zither. Yi-qing gently stroked the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit with some fondness. After achieving perfection in the Tao of the zither, Yi-qing could naturally discern the quality of a zither. It was also because of the Tao of the zither that Yi-qing developed a slight fondness for the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit. However, it was just a slight fondness, not to the point of being unable to part with it. Soon, Yi-qing put away the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit zither. Clang! Outside the door, Yi Tianxian and the others had already arrived. Yi-qing also sensed it and walked toward the door. As the door opened, Li Bai was the first to smile and congratulate him. Master, congratulations on your breakthrough. Yi-qing smiled and nodded slightly. Then he chuckled and said, Old Li, little niece, these 6 years of Shenwu have really been thanks to you. I've truly been quite the hands-off boss. You do have some self-awareness. Yi Tianxian said somewhat resentfully. Yi-qing's figure flickered and appeared in front of Yi Tianxian, reaching out to knock directly on Yi Tianxuan's head. Daring to speak to the God King in such a sarcastic tone, I'm sure you're the first in history. Yi-qing said with a smile that he didn't dare to speak like this when he saw Shuri before. Well, Suyu had also been disrespectful to old Yuan, but ignorance is fearless, so the most formidable one is still Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian said indifferently, so what if you're the God King? Are you going to kill me? Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, who were on the side, both looked at Yi-qing and called out, Master. Yi-qing looked at the two of them and joked, Xiao Chen, Xiaoing, I sealed the starlight within you, causing your cultivation to stagnate. You don't blame me, do you? Gongsun Chen replied earnestly, Master, we know you must have done it for our own good. We won't blame you. Yi-qing patted Gongsun Chen on the shoulder and said, how come after 6 years apart, you've become so serious? Master, you're finally out of seclusion. My senior brother and I want to enter the inner courtyard, but Mistress said the inner courtyard assessment has to be decided by you. We've been waiting for months. Yi-qing. Yuan Xiaoing was not so serious, cheerfully grabbing Yi-qing's hand and shaking it. Yuan Xiaoing is only 15 years old this year, yet she has already reached the level of Soul Saint, which was an incredibly terrifying achievement in the past. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that both Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing were already at over level 70. How about this? There's no rush for the inner court assessment. Xiaoyu and the others have had a rapid increase in cultivation and are now in urgent need of soul rings. Oldly, take them to the Golden Time Chain to obtain their 7th soul ring. After they acquire the soul rings, the 12 of you can undergo the assessment together. Once you pass and enter the inner court, Oldly, you can then help them obtain the subsequent soul rings. Li Bai nodded and said, alright, I'll go bring them here now. Yi-qing nodded slightly, and then Li Bai left directly. You two just wait here for now, so I can plan your inner courtyard assessment. After Yi-qing finished speaking, he found a place to sit down directly and began pondering the matters of the inner courtyard assessment. He had only mentioned that joining the inner courtyard required an assessment, but he hadn't yet decided on the specifics of the assessment. Yi-qing looked at Li Bai and said, first of all, to join the divine martial inner courtyard, one must excel in all aspects. The first test could measure combat strength, and the candidates could choose an opponent from among the academy's teachers. The second test could evaluate
individual combat ability by placing them in the Soul Beast Forest to survive alone. The third test could assess teamwork ability. While personal strength is important, teamwork skills are also crucial. This test could also take place in the Soul Beast Forest, but it would require the candidates to form teams for the assessment. Yi-qing thought for a moment and temporarily decided on the tests. The first test was easy to handle, but the venues for the second and third tests were a bit troublesome. Yi-qing would have to arrange those himself. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi-ha, who was napping in the Shinwu Academy Square, was suddenly lifted into the air and flown toward the mountaintop.
What's going on? What's going on? Help! Help! Someone's catching a dog.
Yi-ha flailed his limbs in fear and started shouting loudly. While Yi-ha was screaming, he flew from the Divine Martial Academy to the mountaintop.
Yi-qing rolled his eyes at Yi-ha in exasperation. What are you screaming for? All you do is laze around and eat all day. A gift from heaven and earth was bestowed, yet you scoundrel, haven't made an inch of progress in your cultivation.
At this point, Yi-qing was also a bit angry.
Damn it, under the blessings of heaven and earth, even a pig could evolve into a spirit beast, yet you haven't made any progress in your cultivation? What's the matter? Did the starlight feed you and then you pooped it out? The starlight gifted by heaven and earth passed through your body and ran off again?
Yi-ha looked at Yi-qing with a bewildered expression.
Heaven's gift? What heaven's gift? Did poop fall from the sky?
Well, for Yi-ha, the gift Yi-qing gave him before, that pile of crap, was already the greatest reward. Yi-qing covered his face in exasperation, then kicked him without hesitation.
No matter how much my mindset has changed after breaking through to the God King realm, nothing is going to stop me from beating this bastard to death today.
Yi-qing went up and gave him a couple more kicks for good measure.
I let you sleep, and with such a commotion, you worthless thing didn't even notice. Falling poop from the sky?
If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll take your surname.
Ah, master, I was wrong. Don't hit my face, don't hit my face.
Yi-qing kicked more than a dozen times before calming down. Meanwhile, Yi-ha was still on the ground clutching his face and wailing.
Stop shouting, I have a task for you. If you don't do it well, I'll stew you.
Yi-qing grabbed Yi-ha and lifted him up.
Master, don't worry, I'll definitely do it perfectly.
Yi-ha quickly made a promise as he looked at Yi-qing. Go catch some soul beasts, they don't need to be too old, 10 or 100 years will do. Catch a few of each type. Yi-qing had already decided to create his own assessment site. He would capture the soul beasts and place them into a golden time chain, then accelerate the flow of time, turning the space within the golden time chain into a world for the soul beasts.
By then, the assessment site would be ready.
After this inner courtyard assessment is over, Yi-qing could move all the soul beasts out, establish a space in Shinwu, and transfer all these soul beasts there, making it a dedicated trial and assessment site for Shinwu in the future. Yi-qing, who possessed the laws of space, had only comprehended a trace of them, but with his cultivation level, achieving this was not very difficult. Soon, Yi-qing released Yi-ha and gave him a golden time chain, instructing him to go capture soul beasts. Yi-ha left the summit of Shinwu Mountain, his eyes glowing as he looked at the golden time chain. He immediately entered the chain, activated the time flow, and began to sleep.
With this thing, sleeping wouldn't delay anything for him.
What Yi-ha didn't know was that Yi-qing, who had reached the realm of the Divine King, could freely split his divine sense, and thus had left a trace of it on Yi-ha. Outside the mountaintop house, Yi-qing's face instantly darkened.
You scoundrel, did I give you the golden time chain so you could laze around and indulge yourself?
Yi-qing was so furious he wanted to beat Yi-ha to death. If it weren't for the fact that he had some affection for this thing, Yi-qing would have already stewed him by now.
Although he was angry, Yi-qing didn't bother to intervene.
After all, with the golden time chain, Yi-ha slacking off a little wouldn't cause any trouble.
Once Yi-ha finishes the task, Yi-qing will settle the score with him later.
Soon, Li Bai led Xiaoyu and the others to obtain their 7th spirit ring, allowing all of them to advance to Spirit Sage. After the advancement, their spirit power levels all surged to 80, only to be halted once again by the spirit ring limitation. Now, Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing, who originally had the highest levels, ended up with the lowest levels. However, if they were to fight, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing. After all, the difference in spirit ring configuration is evident, and moreover, Gongsun Chen's spear technique has reached the level of perfect spear intent, just one step away from the profound meaning of the spear. Yuan Xiaoying's path of the ice sword has also reached the stage of great mastery in ice sword intent. Yuan Xiaoying's rapid progress in cultivating the path of the ice sword is due to the fact that over the past 6 years, she has often sensed the faint trace of aura leaked when Yi-qing was integrating the laws outside the ice house. By relying on sensing that faint trace of aura, she gradually achieved great mastery in ice sword intent. After all, it is the aura produced during the birth of the ice sword principle.
It's not surprising that Yuan Xiaoing could achieve mastery of the ice sword intent through this aura.
Li Bai's side is already fine, now it's just a matter of waiting for Yi-ha. After waking up in the golden time chain, Yi-ha also went around capturing soul beasts. This time, he didn't slack off midway, and his speed
in capturing soul beasts was extremely fast.
However, this process is somewhat troublesome, so it's impossible to finish it all at once.
Gongsun Tianshan and the others could only wait.
Outside the boundary of the martial soul realm, countless divine realm experts are all heading toward the martial soul realm, among whom there are quite a few main god-level experts. Mid-plane worlds are fewer than lower-plane worlds, and their strongest are not as powerful as those in upper-plane worlds. However, the number of divine realm experts in mid-planes is absolutely greater than in the other two major planes. Speaking solely of main god-level experts, mid-planes have at least 10,000, while upper planes have at most a few hundred. This is not to say that upper planes are inferior to mid-planes, but rather that there are simply too many mid-plane worlds. Those main gods and true gods who went to the martial soul realm to visit Yi-qing had no more than two reasons. The first was to pledge allegiance to Yi-qing. After all, with a god king as their leader, they would be able to ascend to the higher plane. The second was to establish a good relationship with Yi-qing. The reasons for this were, first, Yi-qing's strength, and second, Yi-qing's authority. Being in charge of the god king's three tribulations, this alone destined countless people to not dare offend Yi-qing. Outside the boundary wall, Shura, destruction, and life had already arrived. Naturally, they would not stop the foreign gods, nor could they even, if they wanted to. They were merely here to make some arrangements to prevent the foreign gods from disrupting the order of the martial soul realm.
Shura and the others were not worried about anyone openly causing trouble.
After all, Yi-qing was still within the martial soul realm, and it would already be fortunate if others didn't tuck their tails between their legs. At the same time, evil and goodness also arrived at the second martial soul star, heading toward the summit of Snowmoon Mountain at the extreme northern peak. On the first martial soul star, Suyu and Chenggu also set off toward the second martial soul star. At the mountaintop, Yi-qing looked up at the sky, and soon, the figures of evil and good appeared in the air. The two approached Yi-qing, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, Divine King.
Since we are acquainted, there's no need to be so formal. Is there something you need from me?"
Seeing Yi-qing so approachable, Evil felt slightly more at ease.
"Sir, we have a question.
Why have you come to our martial soul realm to break through to the Divine King realm?" Yi-qing was momentarily stunned.
Wouldn't one just break through directly when reaching the required cultivation level?
Yi-qing looked at the slightly nervous expressions of evil and kindness and began to understand.
He extended his divine sense outward, rapidly scanning the surroundings.
Soon, he saw the three of Shura outside the boundary of the martial soul realm, as well as the various main gods and true gods rushing toward the martial soul realm. Yi-qing smiled helplessly and said, "This was an accident. I didn't come here specifically to cause trouble for your martial soul realm."
"How?"
"About this, you go and tell Shura to lead those gods to an uninhabited star within the martial soul realm first, and then I'll go meet them." He had caused such a big trouble for the martial soul realm, so Yi-qing couldn't just act as if nothing had happened.
Evil and kindness immediately showed joy on their faces.
Kindness quickly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Then we will first take the foreign god to the divine star.
At that time, we will trouble you to visit the divine star."
Yi-qing nodded slightly in agreement. Evil and goodness departed, and a mass of black mist appeared at the summit of Snowmoon Mountain. Yi-qing immediately looked at the black mist, his gaze sharpening. That black mist gave him an extremely ominous feeling.
"Newly ascended God King, he." From within the black mist, an extremely eerie voice sounded.
Yi-qing's expression was somewhat grave. No matter how you looked at this thing, it didn't seem like anything good.
"What the hell are you?" The black mist floated back and forth in the air as it said, "Hellish thing? You're not wrong.
My kind, without physical bodies, being called ghosts is indeed quite fitting." Yi-qing's divine power extended toward the black mist, but it passed right through it. The eerie voice of the black mist sounded again.
"Want to catch me? Don't waste your energy. I already told you, I have no physical body. How could you possibly catch me?"
Yi-qing remained silent for a moment and quietly activated the Eye of Investigation.
"Name, Soul 7. Yi-qing asked. "Rank, King Realm."
"Characteristics, no physical form, immune to physical attacks, capable of entering living human bodies, erasing their consciousness, and taking over their flesh." "Identity, a member of the Void Soul Clan, a foreign race, belonging to the Soul Surname lineage."
"Ranked 7th in strength within."
The Soul Surname lineage, thus referred to as Soul 7. Its King Realm strength is comparable to a divine king within the domain.
Yi-qing's expression turned somewhat grim.
The visitor clearly had ill intentions. These characteristics were practically announcing that this thing was here to seize his body. Beyond the realm, the path of cultivation is endless. The sudden mention of beyond the realm immediately made Yi-qing, who had thought his strength was sufficient, feel a renewed sense of crisis.
After so many years, this sovereign is finally about to reappear in the mortal world once again.
Han Shi chuckled with a hint of pride as he spoke. Yi-qing looked speechlessly at Han Shi.
"Are you getting a bit too happy too soon?
Both you and I are divine kings. What makes you think you can destroy my divine soul and take over my body?"
Once cultivation reaches the divine king realm, divine consciousness undergoes further transformation, evolving into a divine soul.
Han Shi said disdainfully, "You're merely a newcomer to the divine king realm. This lord has been a divine king for countless years."
"Enough talk, your body, this lord will take it."
Speaking, Han Shi immediately charged toward Yi-qing. Seeing the approaching black aura, Yi-qing quickly retreated a few steps, then took out the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Zither.
Physical immunity, huh? Then I'll attack your soul directly with music. Watching the black aura about to rush over, Yi-qing didn't have time to sit down.
He stood on his left foot, raised his right foot, and held the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Zither. Yi-qing had never studied the Guqin before and was completely unfamiliar with Guqin scores, but this did not hinder Yi-qing from
using the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Guqin.
It could be said that Yi-qing could now casually compose a piece of music on the spot.
Chang, chang, chang.
Yi-qing's hands plucked the Guqin strings, and a crisp, melodious sound immediately resonated. Within the music there was a hint of killing intent, directly aimed at Han Qi. Han Qi was completely stunned, then let out a miserable scream.
Ah, how is this possible? You even excel in the laws of the Zither and possess an ancient Zither imperial artifact.
The combination of these two directly suppressed Han Qi completely. Seeing its effectiveness, Yi-qing immediately increased his strength. The Zither's sound suddenly became a few degrees louder, and the rhythm also grew more urgent. If Han Qi had a face, it would surely be pale at this moment.
I will never let you go.
Your body, this master will take it for myself. With a furious roar, Han Qi suddenly exploded into a cloud of black mist, which then vanished completely without a trace. Yi-qing certainly didn't believe he'd killed Han Qi just by casually playing a tune. Obviously, Han Qi had escaped. Seeing this, Yi-qing could only put away the Jiufeng Xianling Zither.
Although Han Qi ran away, Yi-qing was not happy. Being targeted by such a thing was definitely not a good sign. Even if Yi-qing could resist Han Qi's covetousness every time, what if other members of the Void Soul clan targeted the people around him?
They didn't have the Qin Dao laws that could attack the soul, nor did they have the imperial artifact, the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Qin.
Bang!
No, if there's no better solution, I'll have to temporarily place Mom and Dad in the Golden Time Chain or the Purple Void Chain. Then I'll put the Golden Time Chain and Purple Void Chain into the system space. Only this way can I ensure absolute safety. Yi-qing pondered in his heart. For now, he really didn't have any better ideas, so he could only resort to this method. Suddenly, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Host, don't forget the rewards after completing the series in the achievement manual. Yi-qing's eyes lit up upon hearing the system's words. He really hadn't thought of this earlier, but the system's reminder brought it to his mind. After completing a series of achievements, you can specify the reward.
At that time, wouldn't it be fine to ask for something to deal with the Void Soul clan, like a tool or a spell? Looks like I need to hurry up and grind those achievements.
At this moment, Yi-qing felt slightly more at ease. Just as Yi-qing was about to check Yiha's progress, he sensed a change in the spatial fluctuations and immediately looked warily at a spot not far ahead. What the heck is this? After breaking through to the God King, it's just one wave after another. A spatial rift appeared, and a person stepped out from it. Upon seeing this person, Yi-qing immediately felt relieved.
It was none other than Shuri.
The aura of Han Qi has disappeared.
I really underestimated you. You were actually able to drive away Han Qi.
Shuri glanced at Yi-qing and said with a faint smile,
Brother Shuri, what's the situation with the Void Soul clan? Can foreign races freely enter this world, or is it just a portion of them that came in?
Brother Shuri.
Shuri's mouth twitched slightly. You're quite straightforward, but you do seem to know a lot.
Just as you guessed, only a portion came in, but no one knows exactly how many. I only know there are 7 at the King Realm. Currently, Soul 1 to Soul 6 have taken over the bodies of divine kings, while Soul 7 remains in a black mist state, which is why he's targeting you. Yi-qing was stunned for a moment.
Soul 1 to Soul 6 all occupied the body of a God King? In other words, among the 12 God Kings, 6 are now from the extraterritorial Void Soul clan? Sure nodded slightly, then sighed and said, this Void Soul clan is indeed terrifying.
They are immune to all physical attacks and have extremely strong escape methods. Since their appearance, they have been harassing us from time to time.
Each time, we are unable to kill them.
Over time, those 6 God Kings were eventually caught off guard and had their bodies seized.
Yi-qing frowned tightly.
This thing was indeed disgusting.
If there weren't only 7 in the Wang realm, the 12 divine kings might have been completely annihilated. Brother Shuri, do you think there might be another extraterrestrial race coming to our world?
Void Soul, Void Soul.
Since there are Soul 1 and Soul 2, it's conceivable that there must also be Void 1 and Void 2.
Shuri shook his head and replied, I don't know, but we must prepare for the worst. Yi-qing, the appearance of extraterrestrial races means that our world is destined to be anything but peaceful, and you are the hope of our world to resolve all these crises. Yi-qing chuckled and said, Brother Shuri, you're overestimating me. I've only just broken through to the God King realm. Shuri smiled and gently shook his head. Yi-qing, I don't know what secrets you hold, nor am I curious, but the fact that you've reached the God King realm at the age of 34 is proof enough of your uniqueness. Moreover, saying that you are the hope to resolve all these crises isn't my claim, but that of the old man Tianji. Over a decade ago, he suddenly went mad, declaring that hope had arrived. Then, at all costs, he sacrificed his cultivation and memories to seal them away and went to Blue Star. Letting a little kid like you think about dealing with such troublesome matters is not my intention, but Yi-qing, you cannot slack off now. You must work harder in your cultivation to reach higher realms. I don't expect you to save the world, nor will I place all hope and pressure on a little kid like you, but if you have the ability, in the future, please protect our ancestral planet, Blue Star, and the Origin Star. Don't let them suffer from external invasions. Compared to the ages of other god kings, isn't Yi-qing just a little kid? Although Yi is not the oldest god king, he is still an ancient being who has lived for tens of billions of years. After listening to Yi's words, Yi-qing nodded seriously with a determined expression, then asked another question. Brother Yi, I want to ask you, do you know what realm is above the god king? Yi sighed, shook his head, and said, I don't know. I'm not sure if there is a realm above the god king. I only know that for a god king to continue growing stronger, they need to keep comprehending laws and continue merging laws. However, over all these years, we 12 god kings have comprehended other laws and even reached perfection, but none of us have been able to merge 3 laws. Adding one more law to merge makes it exponentially more difficult. We 12 have spent 100 billion years without the slightest clue, unable to find a method of merging. We can only merge the laws we master 2 at a time, which is the only way we've been able to continue enhancing our strength. Yi-qing, your talent is very strong. You might try to fuse 3 laws. I have a feeling that once you can fuse the 3 laws, you might step into a new realm. Looking at the somewhat excited Yi-qing hesitated to speak. Yi-qing knew that fusing 3 laws still meant being a god king. Sun Wukong is a god king of 3 laws, but Yi-qing doesn't really understand the strength of Sun Wukong as a god king of 3 laws. Yi-qing had made up his mind at this moment. In the future, he would let Sun Wukong take action, so that he could experience the gap between a god king with 2 laws and a god king with 3 laws. I've already told you everything I should. Oh, there's one more thing. You don't need to worry about your parents' safety. Void souls cannot go to the lower planes. At least as far as I know, even Soul 1 cannot break through the planes to reach the lower planes. Yi-qing slightly nodded upon hearing Yi's words. Even so, to be on the safe side, he still had to proceed according to his previous plan. In Yi-qing's understanding, the safest place in the world was his system space, because only he knew about this place, and only he could come and go freely. Others couldn't take it away from him. The message has been delivered, and as for what Yi-qing will do next, Yi doesn't have the time to keep watching. Yi quickly left Wuhuan Star. After Yi left, Yi-qing didn't remain idle either. He immediately took out the Divine Emperor's ship and sent it back to Blue Star to bring Yilin and the others over. At the same time, Yiha's progress was already nearing completion. A few days later, Yiha returned to Shenwu with the Golden Time Chain, and Yi-qing immediately activated the chain to accelerate time within it. It wasn't until dozens of 100,000-year soul beasts were born that it finally stopped. The venue was ready, and the inner court assessment could officially begin. On this day, at Shenwu Square, all the teachers and students of Shenwu gathered in the square, with students standing in one row and teachers in another. Yi-qing looked at Gongsun Chan and the others and said, the inner court assessment officially begins. Starting with Gongsun Chan, choose your opponents in turn. As long as you can last 10 minutes under the teacher you select, you will pass the first part of the assessment. During the battle, all teachers are prohibited from using divine power and profound mysteries. Even so, you must not let your guard down. No matter how talented or extraordinary you are, to put it bluntly, you are still not as talented or extraordinary as your teachers. Anyone who can become a god is a peerless genius, a favored child of heaven. Gongsun Chan and the others have decent talent, but they are still far behind Yi Tianxian and the others for now. Perhaps only after their martial souls awaken once more will their talent be able to compare with Yi Tianxian and the others like Lao Yi. Gongsun Chan and the other 11 nodded seriously, as they were all well aware of Old One's strength. After 6 years of being together day and night, they had sparred countless times with Old One and his group, but every single time, they were utterly defeated. And each time, Old One and his group never used divine power or divine abilities, yet they easily crushed them. Therefore, they all took this first assessment very seriously. Gongsun Chen was the first to step forward, looking at Yi-qing. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that this kid wouldn't choose him, would he? Sure enough, just as Yi-qing had guessed, Gongsun Chen spoke up, Master, I want to choose you as my opponent for the first assessment. Yi-qing's mouth twitched instantly, secretly cursing how this kid had become so stubborn lately. Even if Yi-qing didn't use his ultimate skills or divine power, he could still defeat Gongsun Chen in an instant. Yi-qing didn't say anything, pondering whether to go easy on him, but going easy would definitely be noticed, and it seemed a bit inappropriate to make exceptions for the assessment he had set himself. If no leniency is given, this fool won't pass the inner courtyard assessment again. Should we let him continue staying in the outer courtyard alone? Clearly, that's not an option either. Yi-qing is still counting on Gongsun Chen to take over the position of the head of the Shenwu inner courtyard as soon as possible. While hesitating, Yi-qing noticed Yiha snoring away on one side of the square. His eyes lit up instantly as an idea came to him. Yi-qing coughed and said, Ahem, this won't do. I am your master, and to avoid
avoid suspicion, I can't be your assessment opponent. But to ensure you're not given special treatment, I will designate your opponent. It'll be him.
As he spoke, Yi-qing hooked his finger, and Yi-ha, looking utterly confused, floated up again. Everyone looked at Yi-ha with a confused expression. They only knew that Yi-ha was a pet of the Divine Martial Academy, but none of them were aware of Yi-ha's strength. Therefore, when they saw Yi-qing choose Yi-ha as Gongsun Shen's opponent, they were all equally baffled. Seeing the confused expressions of the others, Yi-qing explained, "Don't underestimate this silly dog. This creature used to be second only to me in the academy. But now, well, I'm not sure who's stronger between him and old Li Tianxian." As he spoke, Yi-qing's tone became somewhat off, as if there was a hint of mockery toward Yi-ha. Upon hearing this, Yi-ha, though unclear about the current situation, still retorted defiantly, "I'm definitely stronger. What's so great about you? Come on, go and fight Xiaochen." Yi-qing then told Yi-ha about the inner courtyard assessment and this silly guy. After listening, Yi-ha hesitated a bit, glancing at Yi-qing and Gongsun Shen. Gongsun Shen looked at Yi-ha seriously and said, "Senior Ha, please don't go easy on me." Yi-ha rolled his eyes, then still looked at Yi-qing. Yi-qing pretended not to understand what Yi-ha meant at all. "Why are you staring at me? Get started. Why make things so difficult for me, an innocent and harmless dog?" Yi-ha felt like dying. If he didn't take the fight seriously, Gongsun Shen, this stubborn kid, would definitely call him out on it. But if he fought seriously and injured this kid, wouldn't Yi-qing kill him? Alas, being a dog is too hard. Yi-ha's emotions were fluctuating at this moment, feeling that his life as a dog could be summed up in one word: difficult. "Senior Ha, really, please take this seriously." Gongsun Shen looked at Yi-ha and said once again. Yi-ha helplessly pursed his lips, then muttered, all right, I'll take it seriously." Yi-ha had already made up his mind to take it seriously later. If Gongsun Shen got hurt and Yi-qing ended up beating him, well, it wouldn't be the first time anyway. Such is the humble life of a dog. The crowd stepped back, leaving a large open space for Gongsun Shen and Yi-ha. Gongsun Shen took out the thunder spear, its spear intent awe-inspiring. Yi-ha sensed the spear intent emanating from Gongsun Shen, paused slightly, then grinned. Initially, he thought he would easily overpower Gongsun Shen, but now it seemed that Gongsun Shen might not be entirely incapable of resisting. Yi-ha let out a long howl toward the sky, and his figure immediately began to grow larger. In no time, he transformed into a 3-meter-long giant wolf. Gongsun Shen had seen Yi-ha in this form before, but for the other students of Shenwu, it was their first time witnessing it. They hadn't expected that the dog from Shenwu, who was either sleeping or on its way to sleep all the time, would turn out to be so extraordinary. It had been so long that Yi-ha hadn't expanded his body. Suddenly, Yi-ha shook his body, inadvertently leaking a trace of the aura of a divine beast at the Lord God level. In an instant, everyone present, except for Yi-qing, Yi Tianxian, and Li Bai, felt a sense of oppression. Gongsun Shen and the other students even felt a suffocating sensation. Yi-qing frowned, raised his right hand, and slapped the air. Immediately, an enormous invisible palm directly struck Yi-ha. Who dares to hit me, the great lord?" Yi-ha was directly slapped and sent flying several meters, then immediately got up and cautiously observed his surroundings. "Whoa, you bastard, you're really getting worse as you live longer. Can't even control your own aura anymore, huh? Do you want me to personally spar with you?" Yi-qing said irritably. Back in the day, Yi-ha couldn't have a moment of peace and was always picking fights everywhere. How to finish eating shit. Experience pack. After becoming the Lord God, turned into the lazy dog it is now. Yi-ha shuddered and immediately shut his mouth. After becoming the Lord God, Yi-ha's bloodline had become extremely pure, so he no longer engaged in those previous antics of wanting to conquer the heavens, the earth, and the air. However, because of this, he also became lazier. After all, from ancient times to the present, the highest realm for the beast race was merely the Lord God level. Therefore, Yi-ha felt that he was already the king among dogs and no longer needed to cultivate, which made him increasingly lazy. Cultivation won't lead to a higher realm anyway, so why not just sleep every day? If you can slack off, why not slack off? Continue. Gongsun Shen nodded slightly, then looked at Yi-ha and said, "Senior Ha, be careful." After speaking, Gongsun Shen directly raised his spear and charged at Yi-ha, leaping up and slashing with the spear. Yi-ha raised his hand and directly blocked Gongsun Shen's spear with his claw. Gongsun Shen's expression changed, and he activated his soul skill. The thunder shock spear suddenly let out a loud roar. Immediately after, a halo appeared at the tip of the spear, spreading outward in a circular shape. The halo quickly enveloped Yi-ha, and then, within the halo, the space began to tremble. Waves of invisible shock force struck Yi-ha's body. This is Gongsun Shen's 6th soul skill, a range-type soul skill similar to a domain skill. Within the halo's range, enemies will be subjected to endless vibration attacks from all directions. Yi-qing said lightly, "Unless the enemy's level far surpasses Gongsun Shen, they cannot escape. Moreover, the range is entirely controlled by Gongsun Shen. The smaller the range, the stronger the vibration attacks. How should I put it? It truly lives up to being a soul skill derived from a 100,000-year soul beast." Wave after wave of vibration struck Yi-ha's body, but Yi-ha felt nothing nothing at all. In fact, it even felt a bit pleasant, like a massage. Yi-ha grinned and said, "This thing of yours is quite peculiar, but it's useless against me." Boom! Although Yi-ha could only use power below the divine realm, his physical body was undeniably at the level of a main god. How could he possibly be injured by Gongsun Chen's vibration force? Yi-ha exerted force with his hand and directly sent Gongsun Chen flying. Gongsun Chen flipped backward in midair, then landed on the ground, with the halo dissipating along with it. Gongsun Chen naturally also realized that soul skills were ineffective against Yi-ha, so he simply cancelled the soul skill to save some soul power. Yi-ha looked at Gongsun Chen and said calmly, "Kid, use your strongest move. Don't think about holding back, or you really won't last 10 minutes. Gongsun Chen nodded seriously, then his soul rings rose, directly activating the 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. The 7th soul skill was activated, and Gongsun Chen's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Gongsun Chen's body reached a height of over 10 meters. Gongsun Chen transformed directly into a giant spear, surrounded by lightning, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The spear aimed at Yi-ha and then shot downward with explosive force. A loud roar erupted, the spear was launched, heading straight for Yi-ha. Yi-ha smiled, stomped his right foot fiercely, and a surge of demonic energy shot straight into the sky. Oh whoa! Yi-ha leaped directly, his body enveloped in a layer of demonic power, colliding head-on with the giant spear. The collision between the two immediately caused a stir, directly affecting Yi-qing and his group. However, Yi-qing and his group showed no change, but Xiaoyu and the others felt a sense of oppression. They all released their martial spirits, and their soul power entwined to dispel that feeling. After the clash, the giant spear was sent flying, and Yi-ha also descended toward the ground. Boom! From this collision, Yi-ha had the upper hand. After all, he was able to send Gongsun Chen flying while being below, clearly proving he was stronger than Gongsun Chen. Yi-ha landed and immediately flew towards Gongsun Chen. Yi-ha's speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the giant spear. Yi-ha raised his claw and directly struck the giant spear with a powerful swipe. The giant spear was slapped down from the sky by Yi-ha's paw, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a large pit in the Shenwu Plaza. Bang! The giant spear quickly transformed back into Gongsun Chen, who now appeared somewhat disheveled, with a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yi-ha's earlier palm strike was not light. Not to mention Gongsun Chen, who was only a soul saint. Even a titled Dolua would have a hard time enduring such a hit. Yi-ha landed and did not press the advantage to pursue Gongsun Chen but instead waited for Gongsun Chen to get up. Gongsun Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, planted his spear firmly in front of him, and stood straight without moving. Yi-ha looked at Gongsun Chen, somewhat baffled, unable to understand what Gongsun Chen was trying to do. Yi-qing immediately saw through Gongsun Chen's thoughts. Gongsun Chen planned not to take the initiative to attack. This was indeed clever of Gongsun Chen. Through the earlier exchange, Gongsun Chen had fully understood Yi-ha's strength, which was absolutely beyond what he could defeat. So rather than taking the initiative to attack, it was better to conserve his energy and think about how to withstand Yi-ha's attacks for 10 minutes. Well, Gongsun Chen had completely lost the thought of attacking Yi-ha and was now focused on holding out for 10 minutes. Yi-ha, however, couldn't figure out Gongsun Chen's intentions and immediately looked at Yi-qing. That puzzled little expression seemed to ask what to do next. Yi-qing shrugged and said, "Why are you looking at me? Don't hold back. If Xiaoqin passes the inner courtyard assessment, then you'll be Shenwu's mount from now on. Whoever goes out, you'll have to carry them unconditionally." Yi-ha immediately pulled a long face. What kind of joke is this? Everyone has to carry it when they go out. It wasn't that Yi-ha felt he had embarrassed his main god, but he just felt tired. It was delaying his sleep. At once, Yi-ha quickly looked at Gongsun Chen and said, "Little brother, don't blame me. I was forced into this." After speaking, Yi-ha's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. A shadow streaked past, and Yi-ha appeared in front of Gongsun Chen, raising his right claw and striking directly at him. Gongsun Chen hurriedly used soul power to protect his entire body. At this moment, lightning flickered around Gongsun Chen, making him appear extraordinary. But even so, in the face of Yi-ha's palm, these are all just flashy tricks. After Yi-ha's slap landed on Gongsun Chen was directly sent flying. Gongsun Chen's entire body shot backward like a cannonball. Yi-ha's figure flickered again and disappeared from the spot. The afterimage appeared, and Yi-ha was already tens of meters away. At this moment, Gongsun Chen was also flying in Yi-ha's direction. Yi-ha spun around and, with a sweeping tail from top to bottom, directly sent Gongsun Chen flying. Yi-ha repeated the same move, disappearing from the original spot and reappearing in midair, right in Gongsun Chen's path. This time, Yi-ha indeed seemed ruthless, rolling several times in the air, clearly using the momentum. Boom! When Gongsun Chen arrived in front, he was directly struck with a claw. Gongsun Chen spat out a large mouthful of blood, then fell like a comet, crashing onto the Shenwu Square and creating another large pit. This time, the pit was a full meter deep. Yi Tianxian frowned at the sight and looked at Yi-qing, saying, "Isn't Yi-ha being too ruthless?" Yi-qing slightly shook his head and said, "That's how it should be. After all, he is my disciple, so his assessment should convince everyone." on. Now, I just hope Xiao Chen can pass the assessment. It's not a big deal if he doesn't pass, he can try again next year. However, this time, Xiao Chen has an opportunity. Facing Yiha's strong offensive, I wonder if his spear technique realm can advance further. As he spoke, a hint of anticipation appeared in Yi-qing's eyes. If Gongsun Shen's spear technique realm advances further, it will reach the essence of the spear. That would be a leap to the heavens, stepping into the demigod realm. However, although it's called a demigod, it doesn't truly possess the power of a demigod. After all, Gongsun Shen's soul power is still insufficient, merely at the soul saint level. Yiha slowly descended from the sky, chuckled, and said, "Little brother, don't blame me." As he spoke, Yiha looked at Yi-qing and said, "Master, does this count as my victory?" "Ha! Senior Ha, you haven't won yet." Before Yi-qing could speak, Gongsun Shen's voice came from the pit. Immediately after, everyone saw a hand reaching out from the pit, grabbing the edge. Gongsun Shen climbed out of the pit with effort, his spear standing upright once again. Using the spear for support, he managed to stand up. Straighten your back and look Yiha in the eye. Even if your entire body is battered and bruised, even if your internal organs are displaced, as long as you're not dead, as long as you still have consciousness, we who wield guns must straighten our backs, our spirit must not falter. Others might not understand Gongsun Shen's demeanor, but the second eldest among the teachers looked at Gongsun Shen with great admiration. As a fellow gun repairman, he could most deeply understand Gongsun Shen's feelings. Even Yi-qing might not comprehend the pride of a gun repairman, as Yi-qing's gun techniques were rewards from the system, not something cultivated step by step through hard work. Yiha helplessly looked at Gongsun Shen and said, "Little brother, failing the inner courtyard assessment is no big deal. I just heard the master say that if you fail, you can try again next year. Don't risk your life over it." Gongsun Shen said weakly, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Ha, but I don't care about the future. I only focus on the present." Alright, Yiha was almost driven crazy. What to do now? If he accidentally hit Gongsun Shen a few more times and killed him, what then? He glanced at Yi-qing, then at Gongsun Shen, and Yiha gritted his teeth and charged toward Gongsun Shen. With a slap, Gongsun Shen couldn't dodge at all and was sent flying once again. This time, Yiha didn't go for a triple strike, he simply stood in place. He watched as Gongsun Shen, who had been knocked to the ground, struggled to get up again. From then on, every time Gongsun Shen managed to stand, Yiha would knock him down once more. After being knocked down again and again, Gongsun Shen was already covered in blood and wounds, his features barely recognizable. Yuan, Xiaoing and the others looked on with extreme distress. Over the past 6 years, the 12 of them had been together day and night, and there was no need to say much about the bond they shared. "Master, can you ask Senior Ha to stop?" Yuan Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing and said, "Yes, Dean, please don't let it continue. Xiao Chen can't hold on any longer." The others quickly looked at Yi-qing and spoke. Yi-qing slightly shook his head and said, "Do you see any sign of this kid planning to give up? Since he has chosen to continue, there's naturally nothing I can say." Yuan Xiaoing and the others looked conflicted, wanting to speak but holding back. They all knew Gongsun Shen's personality very well, but they couldn't bear to see him being tormented like this. That's right, in their eyes, Gongsun Shen was completely being abused. What realm was Yiha in? A lord god. They weren't very clear about the concept of a lord god, but over the past few years, they had gained some understanding. In their perception, it was an existence capable of crushing their former teacher with one hand. In the square, Gongsun Shen, who had climbed up once again, was trembling all over. "Little one, don't force yourself." Yiha looked at Gongsun Shen helplessly and said. Gongsun Shen did not answer but said with a trembling voice, 20 seconds left. "Damn it, you're still counting the time? Am I about to lose? Damn, I can't mess this up. Since you refuse to admit defeat, I might as well knock you out," Yiha said anxiously. The reason Yiha hadn't knocked Gongsun Shen out directly earlier was because he wanted to have some fun, and he hadn't expected Gongsun Shen to be so stubborn, refusing to admit defeat no matter what. But now he couldn't keep playing anymore. If he continued, he would lose. If he lost, he would have to become a mount and couldn't slack off. Yiha Lima exerted strength in all 4 legs and charged toward Gongsun Shen. As he approached Gongsun Shen, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Gongsun Shen was momentarily stunned. He had clearly heard Yiha's words just now, and his attention immediately became highly focused. Behind Gongsun Shen, Yiha's figure appeared. Yiha raised his hand and aimed for the back of Gongsun Shen's neck. Gongsun Shen, who had already been on guard, immediately noticed. However, given his current physical condition, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he weren't injured. So, for some reason, Gongsun Shen suddenly turned around. Yiha's eyes widened in shock. In their hearts, Yuan Xiaoing and a few other girls were so frightened that they instinctively closed their eyes. Based on the position of Yiha's palm strike, with Gongsun Shen turning like that, the palm would have landed directly on Gongsun Shen's neck. The neck, being one of the body's vulnerable areas, could have caused Gongsun Shen to collapse on the spot from that strike. Yiha immediately shifted his palm a few inches downward, ultimately striking Gongsun Shen's chest with a slap. This time, Gongsun Shen steadied himself with all his strength by leaning on his spear, managing not to fall. fall. After all, Yiha had only intended to knock Gongsun Chen out, so he hadn't used too much force.
Thanks to his desperate effort, Gongsun Chen really did manage to keep his footing.
He was gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Those 10 minutes had drained him more than ever before. Yiha looked at Gongsun Chen and immediately shouted angrily, "You little guy, such a fool.
Are you trying to win at the cost of your life? Using your neck to block? How could you even think of that?"
Gongsun Chen looked at Yiha, his gaze gradually becoming a bit dazed, but he still grinned and said, "Senior Ha, 10 minutes are up, I passed the test." After saying that, Gongsun Chen's body began to sway unsteadily, then he fell headfirst forward. Yiha immediately stepped forward to catch Gongsun Chen, letting him collapse onto his own body.
Yiha didn't know what he was feeling, smiled, and said, "You'd rather die than fall, huh? Then don't fall so easily in the future."
Yiha then released divine power to envelop Gongsun Chen and moved him onto his back. Then he looked at Yi-qing and said, "Master, I'll take him back to the dormitory first."
"Take him to the alchemy division. Xiao Chen's injuries are serious."
"Old 8, help me prepare a medicinal bath for him." Yi-qing looked at Yiha and Lao Ba and said.
Yiha and Lao Ba nodded, then left first.
After the two and the dog left, Xiaoyu muttered softly with some helplessness, "Senior Ha doesn't even know how to go easy, look how badly Xiao Chen got hurt."
Yiha was Yi-qing's pet, so Xiaoyu couldn't quite understand why Yiha wouldn't go easy.
Yi-qing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't say that.
With Xiao Chen's temperament, he'd get upset with anyone who goes easy on him."
Xiaoyu immediately shut her mouth upon hearing Yi-qing's words, knowing in her heart that Yi-qing was right. Yi-qing looked at the backs of the two people and one dog as they left, smiling and shaking his head.
Did Yiha go easy?
Of course, he did. Perhaps everyone present thought Yiha hadn't gone easy, but he, along with Li Bai and Sun Wukong, all knew that Yiha was holding back, and not just a little. Just now, Yiha used power below the divine realm, which is the power of a beast, and the power of a beast is directly proportional to its size. This might be something even Yi Tianxian doesn't know, but the three of Yi-qing certainly did, and Yi-qing had even studied it before. Yiha's body can reach a height of 1,000 meters without using divine power, but just now, Yiha was at most 2 or 3 meters tall, far from using his full strength. This point, Yi-qing naturally wouldn't mention in public, as there was still a slight inclination toward Gongsun Chen, but it can't really be called favoritism toward Gongsun Chen. After all, Yiha's strength already far surpasses that of Laoyi and the others. If Gongsun Chen had chosen Laoyi and the others, this assessment could also have been passed. Yi-qing looked at Yuan, Xiaoing and the others and said, "Let's continue the assessment. Who's next?"
Me. I want to challenge Shenyang." Yuan Xiaoing immediately shouted. Yi-qing looked at Yuan Xiaoing and asked, "Have you decided?" "Don't underestimate your master, Hatue. Don't underestimate Dingyi. Her strength below the divine realm is also extremely formidable."
"I've decided, I'll choose master's wife."
All right, let's begin."
As Yi-qing finished speaking, Yi Tianxian smiled and walked with Yuan Xiaoing toward the center of the square. "Master's wife, please go easy on me later."
Yuan Xiaoing shook Yi Tianxuan's arm as she spoke. Yi Tianxian smiled and said, "Are you sure you want me to go easy on you? How about I just admit defeat as soon as I step onto the stage?"
No, that would be too obvious. Forget it, master's wife, you'd better take it seriously." Yi Tianxian smiled and poked Yuan Xiaoying's forehead, saying, "Xiaoying, I know you want your master to see your ice sword. Do your best."
Yuan Xiaoying nodded earnestly and firmly.
The two of them arrived at the center of the square, facing each other in battle.
Immediately, the timer started.
No one was holding a stopwatch, instead, everyone was counting the time in their hearts.
"Madam, be careful."
Yuan Xiaoying crossed her hands, extending her index and middle fingers. As her words fell, 6 ice swords immediately appeared floating beside her. Right after, as Yuan Xiaoying waved her hands, the ice sword shot out explosively. 6 ice swords attacked Yi Tianxian from 6 directions, and golden light immediately radiated from Yi Tianxuan's body. The ice swords collided with Yi Tianxuan's body, producing crashing sounds before being repelled. Yi Tianxian directly mobilized the power of the sun to protect himself. The power of the sun has a restraining effect on ice, so Yuan Xiaoying's attack did not cause Yi Tianxian the slightest harm.
Moreover, after being deflected, Yuan Xiaoying's ice swords seemed as if they were about to melt.
Yuan Xiaoying could only increase her soul power output to prevent the ice sword from melting. Her martial soul is the ice sword. If the ice sword melts, how could she continue fighting? After Yuan Xiaoying's ice sword was deflected, she didn't rush to attack again. Instead, she looked at Yi Tianxian, smiled, and said, "Master's wife, you're amazing." Yi Tianxian gave a faint smile and said, "Even if you praise me to the skies today, it won't help. Show me the Tao you have comprehended." Yuan Xiaoying naturally understood what Yi Tianxian was talking about, then took a deep breath, and her expression became serious. The ice sword trembled. A surge of sword intent emanated from the ice sword, vast and boundless, with a bone-chilling cold wind.
7th soul skill, martial soul avatar.
Yuan Xiaoying knew in her heart that to showcase the intent of the ice sword she had comprehended, directly using the martial soul avatar was the best choice.
As Yuan Xiaoying's words fell,
she was immediately enveloped in a a faint blue light, and then her figure expanded, transforming directly into a gigantic ice sword. Just now, the sword intent released by Yuan Xiaoying's 6 ice swords might have only made Xiaoyu and the others feel a bone-chilling cold wind. But now, the sword intent of the ice swords emanating from Yuan Xiaoying's entire being made Xiaoyu and the others feel an unprecedented cold. It was as if ordinary people had arrived in the extreme northern lands. Xiaoyu and the others hurriedly infused their bodies with soul power once again to resist the cold brought by that sword intent. On the side, Yi-qing looked at the icy sword intent emanating from Yuan Xiaoying and smiled with some relief, saying, "I didn't expect my ice sword law to have a successor so soon. However, the ice sword law is a dual law. This girl's path will only get harder in the future. I hope she can persevere, for after the hardship comes the reward." A dual law refers to the name given to the fusion of two laws. For example, Yi-qing's ice sword and Yi's spacetime are both dual laws. Practitioners who start by directly cultivating dual laws are absolutely invincible at the same level. However, precisely because of the power of dual laws, the time and effort required in the later stages far exceed those of cultivating a single law. That being said, although cultivating dual laws from the beginning poses numerous challenges later on, it pays off in the final stages. Those who cultivate dual laws can directly undergo the 3 tribulations of the God King and achieve God King status, without the need to cultivate a second law and then painstakingly merge the laws. This also saves a considerable amount of trouble. Overall, both have their pros and cons, and require the fusion of laws as well as considerable talent. Therefore, cultivating dual laws is actually a somewhat easier path to achieving the rank of God King. In the air, the massive ice sword aimed at Yi Tianxian. Following a loud boom, the long sword unexpectedly made a sharp 180-degree turn and flew in the opposite direction. Yi Tianxian? Hee, master, you never mentioned the assessment boundaries. Running away isn't against the rules, right? When everyone was a bit confused, Yuan Xiaoying's voice came through. Yuan Xiaoying had no intention of copying Gongsun Chen's foolishness, standing there and getting beaten up by Yiha for 10 minutes. Damn it, I'll just use a sword escape technique. Xiaoyu and the others' eyes lit up, as if they had learned something. Running, they knew they definitely couldn't escape, but at least stalling for a few minutes would be good. Yi Tianxian was a bit dumbfounded by Yuan Xiaoying's maneuver. Yi-qing gave a wry smile and said, "Tianxian, what are you spacing out for? It's already been a minute. Hurry up and chase her." Yi Tianxian immediately snapped out of it and flew in the direction Yuan Xiaoying had left, pretending to be angry as she said, "Oh, you little Xiaoying, playing tricks on me like this." Yi Tianxuan's speed was extremely fast as she chased after Yuan Xiaoying, and the distance between them grew smaller and smaller. However, Yuan Xiaoying was currently in her martial soul true form, making her much faster than in her normal state. As a result, Yi Tianxian couldn't catch up to her immediately. The two headed towards the northernmost region, soon arriving above a gathering place for soul beasts. Yi-qing? This place is called the Snow Peak Plains, named so because it was originally a snowy plain. Crowd? However, later on, a type of soul beast settled here, bringing in thousands of snow peaks and piling them into a cluster, thus the area came to be known as the Snow Peak Plains. Yuan Xiaoying, seeing Yi Tianxian getting closer, immediately cancelled her martial soul true form and began weaving through the endless snow peaks in her human form. By coincidence, Yuan Xiaoying's Xinwu school uniform was white, making her look just like she was wearing snow camouflage. Then, as Yuan Xiaoying darted around chaotically, she actually managed to lose Yi Tianxian. If she could use the power of the divine realm, Yi Tianxian could easily locate Yuan Xiaoying by releasing her divine sense. Unfortunately, she was unable to use her divine sense at the moment. Yi Tianxian immediately flew into the air, her gaze scanning the snowy peaks in search of Yuan Xiaoying's figure. At this moment, Yi-qing brought Xiaoyu and the others into the air to watch the scene unfold. Xiaoyu and the others saw this scene and were all moved. This place is great. Later, they'll run this way. Time passed second by second, and Yi Tianxian had basically given up. Without using divine sense to search for people, it really wasn't something that could be done quickly. 10 minutes later, Yuan Xiaoying emerged from the snow-capped peaks. With a face full of smiles, she came to Yi Tianxuan's side and hugged Yi Tianxuan's arm. Hee, mistress, am I smart? Yi Tianxian smiled helplessly and said, smart, but it's just some petty cleverness. You should focus on improving your strength quickly and not fall too far behind your senior brother. Yi-qing said this, then glanced in the direction of the academy. At this moment, within the medicine cauldron of an alchemist in the pill hall, Gongsun Shen seemed to have entered a mysterious state. A sense of awe surged forth, and the eighth elder stood nearby, smiling faintly as he observed the changes in Gongsun Shen. This was a sign that Gongsun Shen's spear intent was advancing to a higher level of mastery, and it appeared it would take a few more days. Once these days passed, Gongsun Shen would successfully grasp the profound essence of the spear's path. Then, once the cultivation naturally reaches level 99, one can directly ascend to godhood and step into the realm of true gods. Immediately after, by harnessing the starlight within the body, one can leap 2 or 3 levels upon initially entering the true god realm, reaching the rank of a superior true god. Yi-qing looked looked at the crowd and said, "Alright, let's head back." The assessment continues. Everyone nodded slightly. Before leaving, the elder seemed to recall something, turned around to look at the snow-capped peaks, and struck out with his right hand in midair, throwing a punch directly. A loud bang echoed, and everyone saw the entire range of snowy peaks instantly shattered into snowflakes, scattering to the ground. The snowy peak plain, with this, once again turned into a plain. This move by the elder undoubtedly cut off Xiaoyu and the others' retreat. Such a good place is not easy to find. After everyone returned to the Shenwu Square, the assessment continued. Next up is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is not reckless and chose one of the older group as an opponent. Of course, he did not choose old 7, old 8, or old 9, as everyone knows that fighting is not their strong suit. Choosing them as opponents would make passing the assessment highly likely. After Xiaoyu finished, the others also began their assessments one after another. In the end, all 12 people passed the assessment. Of course, perhaps they themselves hadn't realized it, but Yi-qing was well aware that whether it was Yiha, Yi Tianxian, or even Lao Yi and the others, they were all holding back and not using their full strength. Take, for example, the match between Yuan Xiaoing and Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian could have easily used her 3 sets of star armor or directly swept through the snow peak plains to find Yuan Xiaoing, but she didn't do so, and her purpose was obvious, to ensure Yuan Xiaoing passed the assessment. Boom! Lao Yi and the others shared the same intention. They actually all had the same thought, which was that these children already had the strength to join the inner academy. As teachers, they couldn't become obstacles or roadblocks in their path. The first assessment ended perfectly like this, with 12 participants and 12 passing. The second assessment was originally supposed to take place the next day, but due to Gongsun Chen's situation, Yi-qing decided to postpone it. Yi-qing's decision to postpone the assessment was something Yuan Xiaoing and the others had no objections to. After the first assessment ended, they all went to the alchemy division to visit Gongsun Chen. From this, it can be seen that their relationship is very good. The next day, Evil and Good found Yi-qing and informed him that now over 10,000 main gods had arrived in the martial soul realm, currently waiting for Yi-qing on the divine star within the realm. Although Yi-qing had previously said to casually take these people to any planet, since they were all main gods, Shura, and the others had no choice but to bring them all to the divine star. Fortunately, these main gods were all wary of Yi-qing, so they didn't dare to cause trouble. Otherwise, with so many main gods arriving at once on the divine star, Shura and the others would indeed have quite a headache. Just now, Yi-qing was also free, so after saying a few words to Yi Tianxian, he left Wuhuan Star with Xie and Shan Liang, heading toward Shin Star. At the same time, Suyu and Shenggu also arrived at the second Wuhuan Star from the first Wuhuan Star, narrowly missing each other. Suyu and Shenggu searched around Wuhuan Star and soon discovered Shinwu Academy, then headed straight for it. On the other side, after leaving Wuhuan Star, Yi-qing and the other two quickly arrived outside Shin Star. The main gods within the divine star all sensed the arrival of outsiders beyond the star and looked up. Yi-qing and the other two directly entered the divine star. All the main gods recognized evil and goodness, so upon seeing the two behind Yi-qing, they immediately realized that Yi-qing was the Ice Sword God King. Moreover, due to the previous celestial phenomenon, they had already seen Yi-qing's appearance, which further confirmed that this was indeed the Ice Sword God King. "We pay our respects to the God King, Your Majesty." All the main gods clasped their fists and saluted. The gap between the God King and the main gods is immense. One could say one is the heavens, and the other is the earth. Therefore, so many of them were extremely respectful when they saw Yi-qing. Moreover, since ancient times, there has been a rule. This rule was not set by anyone but was universally acknowledged by everyone. That is why anyone below the Divine King realm must address a Divine King as my lord upon meeting them, simply because the power of a Divine King is incredibly formidable, and they are beings capable of invoking the blessings of heaven and earth. Yi-qing looked at the tens of thousands of lord gods below, waved his hand lightly, and said, "Everyone, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Since you've traveled such a long distance to come here, I assume it's not just to call me my lord. So, if you have something to say, just speak directly." The lords exchanged glances, unsure of the temperament of this newly ascended Divine King, and thus no one dared to speak rashly. Seeing no one speaking, Yi-qing rolled his eyes helplessly. "Alright, if no one else is going to speak, I will. If I'm not mistaken, you've come here to ask me how I reached the realm of the Divine King and whether you can also achieve the realm of the Divine King, correct?" Everyone nodded one after another. This was indeed the purpose of their visit. If they didn't have doubts in their hearts, why would these old monsters, who had lived for countless years, come here and humble themselves? Yi-qing raised one finger and said, "To answer your first question, my method of breaking through to the Divine King realm is by comprehending the laws and merging with them. There is no other shortcut." When Yi-qing said this, some of the main gods below hesitated to speak. They were the ones previously blocked at the entrance of the fusion law. Yi-qing ignored those people and continued, "Don't ask why you can't fuse the law while I can. It only means that your talent isn't sufficient, I suppose. Also, the 12 predestined Divine Kings you speculated about earlier are indeed real. However, there's no need to worry. With my promotion to Divine King, this restriction no longer exists, and you all will have the opportunity to ascend to Divine King in the future. Now, let's talk about whether you can ascend to Divine King. I believe some of you here have already sensed it. Once you begin to fuse the law, your lifespan will no longer be infinite but will be limited to 1 billion years. Within 100 million years, you must merge the laws to perfection and overcome the 3 tribulations of the Divine King to ascend to the realm of the Divine King. This is the path reopened, and it is something you must accept. As Yi-qing finished speaking, everyone was extremely shocked. Those who already knew about this situation were fine, but those who had just learned about it found it somewhat hard to accept. It must be said, the risk is extraordinarily high. Merging the laws is extremely difficult, and 100 million years may sound like a long time, but for most of those present, it is not enough. Even if it is enough, there is still the so-called 3 tribulations of the Divine King. Many people still don't know what the 3 tribulations of the Divine King entail, but just hearing about it makes it sound anything but simple. The 3 tribulations of the God King, if you're unclear about them, you can ask those present who know. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yi-qing looked at the crowd and said. As soon as Yi-qing said this, the scene immediately became somewhat noisy, as if it had turned into a marketplace. There was no helping it. With such a significant matter, they naturally had many things they wanted to clarify in their hearts. A Lord God who knew about the 3 tribulations of the God King looked at Yi-qing and shouted, Lord God King, may I begin the human tribulation now? Yi-qing was taken aback for a moment and curiously asked, are you sure you want to undergo the human tribulation now? The person nodded without hesitation. I have been pursuing a higher realm for tens of billions of years. I don't want to wait any longer. I have a premonition that overcoming the human tribulation will help me integrate the laws. Seeing that his mind was made up, Yi-qing said no more. In that case, I understand. Your tribulation will begin tomorrow. I wish you a safe passage through it. Yi-qing looked at the person, cupped his hand slightly, and said. The person returned the gesture, bowed deeply to Yi-qing, and then left. He departed from the divine star directly, found a desolate star, and sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the tribulation to arrive. Yi-qing truly saw in this person his yearning for a higher realm. This is what a true cultivator should be. While others were thinking of ways to manipulate the human tribulation against him, he had already faced it head-on. It can be said that the 3 tribulations of the Divine King are not calamities for such people, but gifts. Yi-qing looked at the others and said, everyone, if there's nothing else, you should all return to your homes. As for the 3 tribulations of the Divine King, don't think about how to manipulate them to pass safely. What I can do for you is to tell you the time of the human tribulation's arrival and which worlds you will go to. That's all I can do. If it were in the past, Yi-qing might not have even told them when their tribulation would come, let alone informed them about which worlds they would go to. However, the appearance of the Void Soul Clan made Yi-qing feel that this world needed more Divine Kings. Just a single Void Soul Clan caused the loss of 6 out of the 12 Divine Kings within the domain. So, what if there are other races outside the domain? Therefore, regarding the tribulation, Yi-qing is very willing to help them. First, it can establish goodwill, and second, if they encounter powerful enemies from outside the domain in the future, they will also be part of the domain's combat strength. The main gods immediately associated the benefits of knowing this information upon hearing Yi-qing's words. They all cupped their hands respectfully and said, we thank you, sir. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going first. After glancing around and seeing no one speaking, Yi-qing directly left. After Yi-qing left Xinjiang, he headed toward the second martial soul star, Shenwu Academy. As soon as Yi-qing returned to the mountaintop icehouse, he saw Yi Tianxian, Suyu, and Xinga chatting and laughing together. Yi-qing paused for a moment and asked, Old Su, how did you get here from the first martial soul star? Suyu saw Yi-qing and immediately rushed excitedly to his side. Old Yi, I'm now a first-class true god. Yi-qing looked at Suyu with disdain. A first-class true god, and you dare to brag about it? I'm already a god king. Tianxian is a main god. Oh, and even Yiha is a main god. What are you showing off for as just a measly first-class true god? I had #Yuan% and Suyu had a phrase of MNP but didn't know whether to say it or not. Seeing Suyu's frustrated expression, Yi-qing smiled and said, alright, a first-class true god is very impressive, okay? Impressive my foot, not even as good as a dog. Suyu speechlessly curled his lips and said. At this moment, Yi Halima, who was lying nearby, raised her head with a displeased expression. Yiha's expression at this moment seemed to say, although there's nothing wrong with what you said, why does it sound so grating to me? Let's not talk about this. Why are you here? Aren't you on your honeymoon? Yi-qing asked. Suyu smiled and said, you've become a god king. How could we not come for such a big event? What's there to come for? I'm not hosting a banquet. If you came here thinking about a feast, then your idea is bound to fail. What feast? I'm here to congratulate you. Come to congratulate me, but didn't bring a gift? I'm leaving right now. Suyu feigned anger and immediately pretended to leave. Yi-qing quickly laughed and grabbed Suyu. Old Su, you're getting older. Why are you so easily teased?
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The main reason we came to find you is that we're tired of playing on Wuhuan Star. When are you going to take us to travel to another world? Suyu looked at Yi-qing with a cheerful smile and said. Yi-qing's face darkened instantly. What the heck, I'm here training hard, and you guys are just playing around? Now that you're done playing, you come to me to take you to other worlds to play? Do you really think you're here for a global, no, interdimensional trip? Aren't we? Didn't you say at the beginning that we were just here for fun? Did I say that? Why don't I remember? Alright, stop with the nonsense. So when are we leaving the spirit soul realm? You don't plan to stay here forever, do you? Hearing Suyu's question, Yi-qing slightly shook her head and said, not for a lifetime, but I need to first take care of the matters at the Divine Martial Academy in this world. I've already established the academy. I can't just suddenly let go and ignore it, can I? Also, I advise you, kid, to stop thinking about playing around. Focus on cultivating as soon as possible. Once your cultivation reaches the level of a divine king, you can go wherever you want and play for as long as you like. Suyu shrugged indifferently and said, why should I rush? After all, the lifespan of someone in the divine realm is infinite. Taking it slow is fine, isn't it? Besides, with you, the Ice Sword Divine King, backing me, who would dare to offend me? True, within the domain, basically no one would be crazy enough to offend you. But, as for those outside the domain, that's another story. A trace of worry appeared between Yi-qing's brows. If that Han Shi really set his sights on him, then the Void Soul Clan might also target Suyu. After all, Suyu's relationship with him is not ordinary. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Outer domain? What is that? Yi-qing glanced at Suyu, then explained the matters of the outer domain, inner domain, and the Void Soul Clan to him, Yi Tianxian, and Chenggu. The three people were extremely worried about Yi-qing after hearing this, as the one targeting Yi-qing was a being at the level of a god king. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Yi-qing shook his head with a bitter smile and said, you don't need to worry about me. I have an imperial weapon, specifically designed to counter the Void Soul Clan, so they can't deal with me. But it's different for you, you don't have one, so they are very likely to target you. I've already sent the Divine Emperor ship to Blue Star. It won't be long before the ship brings my parents over. Once my parents arrive, all of you should enter the golden time chain to focus on closed-door cultivation. This time, you might not leave seclusion until you reach the God King level. Or, before you reach the God King level, I will achieve an even higher realm and eliminate those Void Soul Clan members. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the golden time chain so easily. Suyu said with a smile, it's fine, staying here or there is all the same. The space inside the golden time chain is large, so staying inside isn't a problem. When Suyu said this, it was naturally to ease Yi-qing's burden. Because of this elusive and intangible enemy, the whole family had to enter the golden time chain, and all three of them were worried that Yi-qing might feel burdened by it. Yi-qing smiled and said, you don't need to worry about me feeling burdened or anything. I've already reached the level of a god king. Isn't it just a potential threat from the Void Soul Clan? I'll deal with them sooner or later with a flip of my hand. Suyu forced a smile and nodded. Yi-qing made it sound easy, but how could Suyu not worry? The Void Soul Clan is so unique that even veteran god kings have been ambushed by them. How could Yi-qing possibly resist their schemes so easily? Let's not talk about this anymore. If you guys are free, go into the golden time chain and help me fix up the environment there. I don't want my parents and the others to end up living in the wilderness. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and the other two and said, I'm quite free right now, so leave this to Chenggu and me. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Perhaps this was the only thing he could do for Yi-qing at the moment. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and asked, when the time comes, you plan to arrange all of us into the golden time chain. But what about Xiao Chen and the others? If we become targets of the Void Soul Clan, then Xiao Chen and the others will likely become their targets as well, right? Yi-qing nodded thoughtfully and said, I naturally know that as well. Yi-qing pondered for a moment. He naturally understood that bringing Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing into the golden time chain would be the most secure approach. However, the achievements listed in the achievement manual had not yet been fully accomplished, which left Yi-qing somewhat conflicted. After all, Yi-qing was now relying on completing the achievements in the manual to obtain targeted rewards to deal with the Void Soul Clan. If Gongsun Chen and the others entered the golden time chain, it would definitely make completing the achievements more difficult. This is what Yi-qing is currently struggling with. After thinking for a while, Yi-qing still decided to prioritize the safety of Gongsun Chen and the others, allowing them to enter the golden time chain to cultivate. Once Gongsun Chen or Yuan Xiaoing reaches the true god level, Gongsun Chen can come out, and they can quickly complete the second series of manual achievements, thus obtaining targeted rewards. Meanwhile, during this period, Yi-qing can also explore and see if it's possible to unlock other achievement series. In addition to the series of tasks, you can also look for other achievements. Who knows, you might randomly get rewarded with something you want, or your cultivation might advance further. The fusion of the three laws is still somewhat confusing for Yi-qing, so he feels that focusing on achievements is more reliable for now. Of course, both can be done simultaneously. If it really doesn't work out, Yi-qing will enter the golden time chain and go into seclusion. seclusion. He won't come out until he cultivates beyond the level of the three-law god king. By then, Yi-qing refuses to believe that he can't eliminate these void soul clan scum. Seclusion is the last thing Yi-qing wants to do. After all, if you can cheat directly, who would want to go into seclusion? Yi-qing finally looked at Yi Tianxian and said, let them enter the golden time chain as well. When mom and dad arrive, I'll directly move the entire Snow Moon Mountain into the golden time chain. Yi Tianxian nodded slightly and then said, in that case, I'll go help with the construction of the golden time chain. Yi-qing smiled and nodded. Subsequently, Yi Tianxian and the other two entered a golden time chain, which was temporarily handed over to Yi Tianxian for their convenience in coming and going. A few days later, Gongsun Shen woke up in an alchemy room of the alchemy division. At the moment of awakening, a spear intent shot straight into the sky. On the mountaintop, Yi-qing smiled faintly and said, finally, you've comprehended the essence of the spear. The inner court assessment can now proceed. As Yi-qing's words fell, his entire figure vanished directly from the mountaintop. Inside the alchemy room, Yi-qing's voice appeared beside Gongsun Shen's medicine cauldron. Gongsun Shen was startled by Yi-qing's sudden appearance. Upon realizing it was his teacher, he immediately relaxed. Good that you're awake. Put on your clothes and head to the square. Yes, master. After giving his instructions, Yi-qing also left. At the same time, Yi-qing transmitted a message to Yuan, Xiaoing and the others, informing them that the assessment would continue and that everyone should gather at the square. A few minutes later, everyone gradually arrived at the square. Upon seeing Gongsun Shen, everyone surrounded him with joy, expressing their care and concern. Gongsun Shen smiled and looked at everyone, saying, thank you all for your concern. I'm fine, and my strength has even improved further. There's always time for chatting, so let's not delay any longer. Let's proceed with the second assessment right away. For the second assessment, you will need to survive alone in a soul beast forest for 1 month. During this month, if you encounter each other, you are strictly prohibited from helping one another. If I discover anyone helping others, you will be immediately disqualified from the assessment. After 1 month, I will reunite you, and at that time, you will need to form 3-person teams and undergo another month of team survival. During this period, you are also not allowed to assist anyone outside your group. And also, as long as one person in the group is eliminated, the entire group will be eliminated. That's right, Yi-qing combined the second and third assessments. Or rather, it's not exactly a combination, but more like removing the break time in between. Yuan Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing with some confusion and asked, Master, we often go to soul beast gathering places alone or in teams for training. Isn't this assessment a bit too easy? Yi-qing smiled and said, it's not as easy as you think. That soul beast forest is more vast than any soul beast forest on Wuhuan Star, and it is teeming with 10,000-year soul beasts. 10,000-year soul beasts as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Everyone immediately looked at Yi-qing with expressions of shock. Yi-qing smiled and said, now do you understand why I said your assessment content is survival? In that spirit forest, there are not a few 100,000-year soul beasts, and even million-year soul beasts exist. What you need to do is survive. However, you can rest assured that I have a way to bring you back to life after you die, but the pain is still real, and death means failing the assessment. So, make sure you absolutely don't die in there. After hearing Yi-qing's words, everyone immediately became nervous. 100,000-year soul beasts and million-year soul beasts, this is practically a death sentence. Alright, everyone, come in. As he spoke, Yi-qing waved his hand, and a large door appeared behind him. Yi-qing was the first to step inside, followed closely by Gongsun Shen, and the others entered one after another. Passing through the door, the group arrived at an open grassy field. Alright, the assessment began the moment you entered. In a moment, I will randomly throw you into various corners of the soul beast forest. Everyone, I wish you success in passing the assessment. After saying this, Yi-qing directly teleported all 12 people to random locations. After finishing these tasks, Yi-qing left behind a wisp of divine soul and then departed. The matters here did not require his personal supervision. A wisp of divine soul was sufficient, especially since it was within his own territory. Yi-qing returned to the mountaintop igloo after leaving the golden time chain. Great sage, how should the 3 laws be fused? Yi-qing silently asked in his heart. I don't know, old son, somehow fused them inexplicably. Please let me be inexplicably confused for a moment too. In the following month, within the soul beast forest of the golden time chain, Gongsun Shen and the others did not have an easy time. After all, the level of danger here was much higher than outside. They frequently encountered 10,000-year soul beasts, and most of the time, it wasn't just one but several at once, or even a small group. Who could endure such a situation? They had only just reached the soul saint level. Even though Gongsun Shen was the strongest and quite powerful, he couldn't withstand such harsh survival conditions, and basically, everyone has already seen the 100,000-year soul beast, and naturally, they immediately started running for their lives after seeing it. As for the 100,000-year soul beast, only Gongsun Shen currently has the strength to fight it, but Gongsun Shen lacks mana and doesn't dare to act recklessly. There's no need to act recklessly anyway, since their assessment is merely about survival, not about fighting soul beasts. The month passed quickly.
quickly. For Yi-qing, it felt like it ended in no time, but for Gongsun Chen and the others, it felt like an eternity. On this day, Yi-qing's spirit within the golden time chain brought everyone back to the starting point.
Congratulations, none of you were eliminated in the first half. Next, you can start forming your own groups.
Yi-qing's spirit looked at everyone and said with a smile.
Yuan Xiaoing looked at Yi-qing with a wry smile and asked,
Master, can we take a break?
No, hurry up and form groups. Once the groups are formed, you won't need to be so on edge.
Yi-qing directly refused without hesitation. Over the past month, everyone's mental focus had been highly concentrated. They hadn't had a good night's sleep in a month. After all, acting alone meant that if they slept too deeply, they might end up in a soul beast's stomach the next second. But once they started team survival after forming groups, they could rely on their teammates to keep watch for them.
No matter what, they'd sleep better than before.
The survival of a team and an individual has its pros and cons. In a team, teammates can help, making things easier during normal times. However, a team also has its drawbacks. When encountering a 100,000-year soul beast or even a million-year soul beast, you not only have to think about how to escape yourself but also how to take your teammates with you. Otherwise, if your teammates die and you escape, it will still be considered a failed assessment. This is also why Yi-qing emphasizes the relationship between individual survival and team survival. Individual strength must be strong, and when in a team, one must also maximize their contribution. Teamwork is definitely not just about individual strength. If everyone on the team is absolutely strong, then there's no problem, and they can push forward effortlessly. However, it's rare for everyone in a team to be exceptionally strong, so this is when it really tests how they can maximize their impact within the team.
Upon hearing Yi-qing's words, everyone let out a collective groan. Groaning wouldn't help though.
The group still had to divide into teams, and within a few minutes, the 12 people were split into 4 groups.
After the grouping ended, Yi-qing's spirit once again randomly teleported everyone to various corners of the Soul Beast Forest.
Among the 4 groups, Gongsun Chen, Yuan Xiaoing, and Qi Xiaoyu formed one group. Their group was probably the strongest among the 4. After all, the others had not yet started obtaining soul rings to break through. Thus, the second month's assessment officially began, while in the outside world, only a few minutes had passed.
This was the result of Yi-qing not deliberately manipulating time.
If Yi-qing had intentionally done so, it wouldn't have taken even a second.
Another month passed, and the inner court assessment officially concluded.
The number of participants was 12, and the number of those who passed remained 12. The group survival performance was better than individual survival, as they had been living and working together for 6 years. Therefore, there were no major issues with cooperation. After passing the assessment, Yi-qing led Laoyi and the others into the golden time chain. Back to the starting place, Gongsun Chen and the others had already returned here in advance. Everyone looked somewhat disheveled, whether it was their clothes, faces, or hair, but each person's eyes were glowing with excitement, as if they were about to ascend to immortality on the spot.
And they had every reason to be excited. They had finally passed the inner court assessment. From today onward, they were inner court disciples.
Moreover, they had always remembered one thing. 6 years ago, when Yi-qing helped them undergo their second martial soul awakening, he had told them something. As long as they join the inner court, Yi-qing can help them undergo another martial soul awakening. They are well aware of the benefits of a second martial soul awakening.
If it happens again, they feel they could become invincible in an instant.
After all, they can still quickly reach the level of a titled Dolua powerhouse by obtaining spirit rings.
A heaven-defying martial soul, an extraordinary spirit ring configuration,
incredibly powerful spirit abilities, a full set of spirit bones, combined with the realm of a titled Dolua, they feel it's reasonable to believe they could become invincible instantly. They all have spirit bones, although they haven't absorbed a full set yet. Oldie has prepared them for them, just waiting for their subsequent strength to catch up so they can absorb them. Each piece is at least 10,000 years old, and there are also quite a few external spirit bones. Yi-qing looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Congratulations, from today onwards, you are disciples of the inner court of Shinwu Academy. Later, after I help you undergo the third awakening of your martial souls, let your teacher help you obtain spirit rings and raise your cultivation to titled Dolua." As she spoke, Yi-qing suddenly chuckled. "You are the first batch of students at Shinwu Academy. I didn't expect that you would be graduating just after entering the inner courtyard." Yi-qing found it somewhat amusing, but Qi Xiaoyu and the others were suddenly stunned. Graduation. Graduation was something they hadn't really thought about. They truly hadn't expected to graduate so soon, and the graduation requirement was to become a titled Dolua, something they hadn't dared to imagine before. But now, they were just a step away from becoming titled Dolua, which made everyone feel a bit conflicted. They should have been happy, but thinking about the word graduation, they just couldn't bring themselves to feel joyful.
"Alright, everyone, sit down."
Yi-qing didn't bother with their current emotions and instead wanted to finish the important task first. Everyone slowly sat down cross-legged one by one. Originally, they should have sat down excitedly, but at this moment, no one felt the slightest excitement. Yi-qing directly activated the awakening skill, and the martial souls of the 12 people immediately began their third awakening. At the same time, everyone's soul power became violently turbulent. Before Yi-qing could make a move, Laoyi and the others wrapped them in divine power.
The third martial soul awakening is not that simple.
If not handled properly, Xiaoyu and the others might not be able to endure it, so protecting them is the most prudent approach. Time passed second by second, and the 12 people quickly completed the third awakening of their martial souls one after another. After the third awakening of their martial souls, Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing both reached level 80 in soul power. They only needed one more soul ring to reach the realm of Soul Doluo. Moreover, Yuan Xiaoying's ice sword intent unexpectedly advanced to the profound meaning of the ice sword due to the third awakening of her martial soul. Even Yi-qing couldn't help but marvel that the emergence of the ice sword law on the path to becoming a god king seemed entirely tailored for Yuan Xiaoying. Although Soul Doluo is still one major realm lower than Xiaoyu and the others, when it comes to actual combat, Xiaoyu and the others might not necessarily be able to defeat Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoying. The third awakening of everyone's martial souls officially ended, and Yi-qing looked at Laoyi and the others, saying, "Take them to the Soul Beast Forest here to help them obtain soul rings."
Laoyi and the others nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Laoyi took Gongsun Chen and the others away separately. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of disciples entering the inner courtyard. Reward, perfect comprehension of the law of space. After Gongsun Chen and the others left, the sound of the system echoed in Yi-qing's mind. The next second, after Yi-qing had fully comprehended the perfect level spatial laws, his vision suddenly brightened.
Tianxian, I'll leave Shenwu to you for now.
I have some matters to attend to and need to leave for a while. Oh, and let old Su know that you don't need to work on building the environment within the Golden Time Chain anymore. With a single thought, Yi-qing directly transmitted his voice to Yi Tianxian, who was in another Golden Time Chain. After finishing the transmission, Yi-qing gently waved his right hand, and then his entire figure disappeared from within the Golden Time Chain. In the endless void, Yi-qing's divine soul slowly drifted out of his body, and the golden divine soul's gaze swept in all directions.
Finally, his gaze settled in one direction.
Just now, Yi-qing used his divine soul to scan most areas of the mid-plane, aiming to find an unclaimed celestial pivot. Yi-qing was quite lucky and actually found one, then immediately rushed in that direction. The Tianshu can integrate into a lower dimensional world, allowing it to ascend to a mid-dimensional world, and can control the royal artifact of that world through the Tianshu. Yi-qing is seeking this Tianshu because he has found a way to protect Blue Star. That is, his perfected spatial laws combined with a Tianshu can directly move the entire Blue Star into his system space. Tianshu, Yi-qing originally had one, and this time he was looking for another because Yi-qing wanted to move the origin star into the system space. After all, he was originally from the origin star, and now the origin star is allied with Blue Star. Moreover, Shuri is also from the origin star, so bringing the origin star along was definitely the right choice. In any case, it was just a convenient matter. After obtaining Tianshu, Yi-qing once again teleported to the junction between the middle plane and the lower plane. The divine emperorship had not yet reached the lower plane, and after receiving news from Yi-qing, it stopped at the boundary to wait for him. Yi-qing boarded the divine emperorship and then piloted it to begin crossing the barrier between planes. Strangely enough, Yi-qing's divine emperorship could definitely be considered one of the most extraordinary rewards among the countless rewards he had received. Clearly a technological product, albeit the most advanced technology, but even at full power, it could not reach the strength of the supreme god. However, he could carry people freely through the planar barrier between the middle plane and the lower plane. It must be noted that even with Yi-qing's current strength, he cannot safely pass through the planar barrier between the middle plane and the lower plane. Even Shuri, known as the god king of time and space, is the same. After Yi-qing crossed the planar barrier aboard the divine emperor ship, he put away the ship and directly teleported to Blue Star. Blue Star. Yi-qing stood on the streets of the magic city, looking at the ever-changing Blue Star, and sighed, "Time really flies." After 6 years in seclusion, Yi-qing returned to Blue Star and immediately felt just how quickly time had passed. This suddenly made Yi-qing think that in the future, it might be better not to stir up trouble unnecessarily.
Wouldn't it be better to enter the Golden Time Chain for seclusion? Let's go home and take a look. It's been 6 years. Yao Yao must be in middle school by now.
Yi-qing muttered to himself, and then his figure disappeared once again. The vanished Yi-qing reappeared directly in the villa of Jin Shou Shanhe. As soon as Yi-qing appeared, Yi-lin and Zhao Junyi immediately sensed it and became alert. But when they saw it was Yi-qing, they instantly became excited and rushed to him. Zhao Junyi suddenly hugged Yi-qing tightly. Her voice choked as she said, "You little rascal, I missed you so much.
You've been gone for 6 years.
If Tianxian hadn't said you were in seclusion, I would have gone straight to the martial soul realm to find you." Yi-qing gave an embarrassed, wry smile.
"Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry."
"Sorry? What are you apologizing for? As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But don't go into seclusion for so long without a word again." Zhao Junyi wiped her eyes as she spoke. Yi-lin punched Yi-qing lightly on the chest and said, "You brat, at least you still remember to come back and and see us. Dad, Mom, I'm really sorry. I was in seclusion before, otherwise how could I not come back even once in 6 years? Alright, as long as you're doing well out there, that's all that matters. Yilin smiled and patted Yi-qing on the shoulder as he spoke. Yi-qing also revealed a slight smile and nodded slightly. By the way, didn't Tianxian and the others come back with you? Zhao Junyi suddenly remembered Yi Tianxian and Suyu and looked at Yi-qing to ask. Yi-qing shook his head slightly. Mom, I came back this time because I have some things to take care of, so they didn't come back with me. I'll bring them back in a few days. Zhao Junyi shook her head with a smile and said, no need, no need. If you want to play outside a bit longer, just do so. After all, there's plenty of time in the future. Yi-qing looked at Zhao Junyi and Yilin, paused for a moment, nodded, and said with a smile, yes, there's plenty of time in the future. Except for Yi Yaoyao, Yi-qing's entire family had already become gods with infinite lifespans, so indeed, there was plenty of time in the future. The three of them chatted for an entire day, and Yi-qing learned from Yilin and Zhao Junyi that Yi Yaoyao had now joined Xinwu. Yi Yaoyao's age at this time should just be around the first year of middle school, but there was no other way. After awakening her abilities, at the age of 6 and receiving the gifts of heaven and earth, her cultivation had reached the level of a high-level ability user. After weighing the options, Yilin and Zhao Junyi decided to let Yi Yaoyao directly attend Xinwu Academy. Yi-qing's soul scanned Xinwu and saw Yi Yaoyao. In the evening, after finishing dinner and waiting for Yilin and Zhao Junyi to return to their room to sleep, Yi-qing quietly left the house. Yi-qing still had important matters to attend to. He needed to quickly handle the affairs of Blue Star and Origin Star, as he had no idea when the Void Soul Clan might take action. Inside the villa, Yilin and Zhao Junyi lay on the bed. Zhao Junyi looked at Yilin and said, Husband, I feel like our son is hiding something from us. Yilin patted Zhao Junyi's back and said, Don't overthink it. What could it be? Our son is a god king now. Including him, there are only 13 god kings in the entire world. The two quickly fell silent. Zhao Junyi could tell that Yi-qing was hiding something from them, so how could Yilin not notice? Yi-qing left overnight and had been away from home for 6 years, not even going to see Yi Yaoyao. Even a fool could see that something was off, but Yilin couldn't say that. He couldn't let Zhao Junyi worry, and he also believed in his son, trusting that he would handle everything well. After all, he was the god king, the one whose breakthrough would make heaven and earth celebrate. After Yi-qing left, he injected Tianshu into the world where Blue Star was located and the world where Origin Star was located. Within a few breaths, he successfully took control of the two worlds. Then, Yi-qing used the laws of space to compress the two worlds to a size of just a few centimeters. In Yi-qing's right hand, two tiny vortices floated above his palm. After staring at the vortices in silence for a moment, Yi-qing placed them into the golden time chain and then stored the golden time chain in the system space. In just a few breaths, the transfer of Blue Star and Origin Star was completed, but no one knew about it. After finishing all this, Yi-qing began to return the way he came. From the time Yi-qing left Wuhuan Star to when he returned, it only took him a single day. After returning to Wuhuan Star, Yi-qing told Yi Tianxian and the others that he had relocated Blue Star. However, as for where exactly it was relocated, Yi-qing did not specify. It was enough for him alone to know about the system space. Alright, what are your plans now? Yi-qing looked at the three and asked. Yi Tianxian didn't think much, clearly having already made up her mind. I will enter the golden time chain for secluded cultivation and will not leave until I overcome the 3 tribulations of the Divine King. Suyu also said, Shinga and I are planning the same. Olji, you must adjust the time in the golden time chain to the fastest speed. Don't let it be millions or tens of millions of years outside by the time we reach the stage of overcoming the 3 tribulations of the God King. The reason the 3 of them chose to go into seclusion without hesitation was obvious. They all felt they couldn't be of help to Yi-qing. Originally, when they didn't know about the outer domain or the Void Soul Clan, the 3 of them weren't very concerned about their cultivation levels and practiced casually as they pleased. But now, since they know there is such a formidable enemy, they naturally can no longer continue being so lax, especially since none of them want to become a burden to Yi-qing in the future. Seeing that the 3 had already made up their minds, and since he also wanted them to enter the golden time chain, Yi-qing nodded and agreed. Not long after, the 3 entered one of the golden time chains. Yi-qing set the time flow to the fastest speed, completely opposite to the slowest speed on Blue Star. After arranging Lan Xing and Yi Tianxian, Yi-qing headed towards another golden time chain. On Gongsun Shen's side, all 12 people had already obtained their soul rings. Due to the third awakening of their martial souls and the soul power feedback from the million-year soul rings, Gongsun Shen and Yuan Xiaoing's soul power levels directly reached level 85. The situation was similar for Qi Xiaoyu and the others, who, upon initially entering the title Dolua rank, had already reached levels 93 and 94. Yi-qing came before everyone, looked at them, and said with a smile, "Not bad." Speaking, Yi-qing looked at Qi Xiaoyu and the others and said, "Since you have already reached level 90, you might as well complete your graduation assessment here." Qi Xiaoyu and the others immediately showed a trace of melancholy. Yi-qing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't overthink
think it. You will all graduate sooner or later. If you really can't bear to leave the academy, you can stay and become teachers."
Hearing Yi-qing's words, everyone immediately perked up, their eyes lighting up.
Alright, let's start the graduation assessment.
The content of the assessment is for the 10 of you to work together to slay a million-year soul beast. As he spoke, Yi-qing waved his hand, and the surrounding trees began to retreat in all directions, quickly leaving a vast open space.
"Let me add a bit more difficulty for you."
As he spoke, Yi-qing smiled, and immediately, the ground beneath everyone's feet turned into water.
Everyone hurriedly flew into the air.
Afterward, Yi-qing beckoned with his right hand, and a 100-meter-long snake flew in from the horizon.
With a splash, the long snake fell into the water below.
"Alright, your opponent is this Xiaoing snake."
Yi-qing looked at Xiaoyu and the others and said with a smile.
Xiaoyu and the others immediately showed bitter expressions on their faces.
They recognized the Xiaoing snake, a type of soul beast.
Extremely strong defense, carrying deadly poison, swift movements, possessing water control abilities, and most importantly, the Xiaoing snake can manipulate the weight of water. A million-year-old Xiaoing snake, if it controlled the water below to strike them, they would definitely suffer greatly. Among the million-year soul beasts in the golden time chain, the Xiaoing snake was not originally the most difficult to deal with. However, after Yi-qing created so much water, the Xiaoing snake has undoubtedly become the hardest to handle. In the waters below, the pitch-black Xiaoing snake raised its head above the surface, flicking its tongue, its pair of icy eyes fixed on the people in the sky. Soul beasts are highly territorial.
Once someone steps into their territory, they will attack the intruder.
However, this million-year soul
beast is no fool.
Although seeing so many people standing above its head is a blatant insult, it still wouldn't recklessly charge and blindly
begin. There is no time limit for the assessment.
Whenever you kill this Xiaoing snake, that's when you graduate. Xiaoyu and the others exchanged glances, then nodded to each other before looking at the Xiaoing snake below. Those with ice element martial souls immediately activated their soul skills simultaneously, intending to freeze the entire water area below. A Xiaoing snake in water and one out of water are completely different to deal with, so Xiaoyu and the others' first plan was to freeze the entire water area below. The Xiaoing snake, seeing that Xiaoyu and the others had actually launched soul skills in its direction, could no longer remain calm. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but if you come looking for it, I definitely can't just stand there and take the hit. The Xiaoing snake twisted its body, revealing its tail, then slapped forward, sending a large wave of water ahead.
The water surged directly toward Xiaoyu and the others.
The soul skill collided with the water, instantly freezing it into ice. The blackwater snake froze for a moment, immediately realizing what Xiaoyu and the others were planning. It let out an angry screech and then shot forward, charging directly at Xiaoyu and the others. The two sides immediately engaged in an intense battle. Xiaoyu and the others tried to freeze the water, but each attempt was thwarted by the blackwater snake. Gradually, Xiaoyu and the others had no choice but to abandon this plan and look for another approach.
In the sky nearby, Yi-qing, Laoyi, Gongsun Shen, and Yuan Xiaoing watched the battle below between Xiaoyu and the others with great interest.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the grade A achievement of a student in the academy, breaking through level 70 and entering the inner academy. Reward: perfect comprehension of the law of time. Yi-qing, hovering in the air, was momentarily stunned. This achievement seemed somewhat repetitive with the previous one.
Since the
system hadn't given the reward immediately, Yi-qing thought it might not issue a reward at all.
Unexpectedly, there was indeed a reward.
Yi-qing said with a faint smile.
It seems this lousy system lagged again.
Now that the law of time has also reached perfection, it might be worth pondering over comprehending the dual law of spacetime. By mastering another dual law, it could indeed enhance some strength. Yi-qing thought to himself. In the time that followed, Yi-qing stood in the sky pondering the laws of time and space, while the battle below gradually approached its end. No one knew how much time had passed, but Xiaoyu and the others were already panting heavily, their clothes becoming somewhat tattered. In the end, however, they successfully slew the Blackwater Serpent. Master, the Xiaoing snake has been killed.
Gongsun Shen saw Yi-qing in a daze and immediately spoke.
Yi-qing instantly snapped back to his senses, looked at Xiaoyu and the others, and said with a smile, not bad, splendid, splendid.
Master, you seem so perfunctory. Yuan Xiaoing unhesitatingly exposed the truth and said, ahem, ahem.
Yi-qing coughed awkwardly and said, alright, all the assessments are over.
It's time to leave here.
After Yi-qing finished speaking, Gongsun Shen and the others followed Yi-qing and left the golden time chain.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having students within the academy graduate after reaching level 90.
Reward, forging law.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of having a disciple become invincible at the same rank. Sol Doluo.
Reward, perfect comprehension of the forging law.
The moment Yi-qing left the golden time chain, the achievement rewards were delivered. In an instant, Yi-qing gained another law with perfect comprehension. After leaving the golden time chain, Yi-qing looked at Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, you are the king of the Snow Moon Kingdom.
Can you find out if the Martial Soul Empire has held any large-scale academy competitions recently?
The achievement manual for the academy chapter only has 2 achievements left: winning first place in a large-scale competition and establishing a branch academy. Establishing a branch academy is a matter of minutes, so the current focus is on the competition. However, the premise is that there must be a competition.
Xiaoyu nodded upon hearing Yi-qing's words. Dean, I'll ask right away.
Speaking, Xiaoyu took out this world's communication device and contacted the person in charge of the Snow Moon Kingdom's academy affairs.
After some inquiries, there really was a large competition. Dean, there really is a large competition coming up.
Due to the previous Starlight event, the levels of almost all Soul Masters have seen a significant boost, so the All-Continent Soul Master Academy tournament has been moved up. However, because of the Starlight event, the location of this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy tournament has changed a bit.
In the past, it was always held at the Royal Academy within Spirit City, but this year it has been moved to Maple Leaf Forest outside Spirit City.
Yi-qing smiled and said, the location has been changed. This is to prevent the large number of high-level Soul Masters that have emerged this year from causing damage to that Royal Academy.
Alright, I understand.
Xiaoyu, I'll leave the registration for our academy to you.
Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi-qing in confusion, asking, Principal, our academy is registering too? Isn't that a bit unfair to others? Yi-qing couldn't help but laugh at Xiaoyu's serious expression. Don't be cheeky. It's time for the masses of Wuhuan Star to witness the strength of Shenwu. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Alright, I did the math.
Among the 12 of us, there are exactly 7 who meet the age requirement for the competition.
It's a pity that I'm over the age limit. Such a great chance to show off, and I missed it. Why was I born a few years too early?
Yi-qing shot a glance at the clowning Xiaoyu, then directly blinked away and left. By the time Xiaoyu finished rambling, he realized Yi-qing had left at some point. As for the upcoming All-Continent Soul Master Academy tournament, Yi-qing entrusted everything to the seniors. After all, Yi Tianxian was already in seclusion, so only Laoyi and the others could be called upon. After arranging everything, Yi-qing also entered a golden time chain to begin seclusion.
One cannot place all hope on the rewards after completing the manual.
Yi-qing had already mastered 10 perfect level laws, but only possessed 1 dual law. So Yi-qing thought, even if he couldn't successfully merge a triple law, he should at least try to combine several dual laws, right? After Yi-qing began his seclusion, he started attempting to merge the laws of time and space. After all, these 2 were his strongest laws. Merging them would significantly enhance his strength.
One day outside, 100 years inside the chain.
7 days had passed since Yi-qing entered the golden time chain. During these 7 days, the Continental Soul Master Academy tournament hosted by the Martial Soul Empire had concluded perfectly. Shenwu Academy unsurprisingly claimed the championship. It would have been unbelievable if they hadn't won the championship. It should be noted that in other academies, among students under the age of 18, the highest level achieved is only a very small number of level 81 or 82 Soul Duluos. But looking at the Shenwu side, everyone is above the level of Soul Dulua, with 2 Soul Duluos and 5 title Duluos. And then look at their spirit ring configurations. For a moment, the entire Spirit Master world was stunned. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, gold. Purple, purple, black, black, red, red, gold, gold, gold.
Is this a person? What kind of divine academy is this? With this kind of spirit ring configuration and strength, Shenwu Academy immediately attracted the attention of countless people. However, with the presence of the 9 elders, even a slight release of their aura instantly made everyone present behave obediently, not daring to entertain any other thoughts.
7 days passed in the outside world, but for Yi-qing, 700 years had gone by. During these 700 years, Yi-qing truly did not idle for even a moment. 700 years of arduous cultivation did not disappoint his expectations, as Yi-qing successfully mastered the fusion of the first triple law. The triple law, the law of the ancient zither of time and space. This zither can disturb the heart and also manipulate time and space. In addition, Yi-qing also acquired new dual laws, namely the law of time and space and the law of muskets. Currently, although Yi-qing's realm is still that of a god king, his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary god king.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level achievement of a student in the academy winning a championship in a competition, rewarding the law of chess.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the grade A achievement of comprehending the triple laws.
Reward, full comprehension of the chess Tao law.
Yi-qing, who was inside the golden time chain, heard the system prompt and stopped his seclusion. Then he left the golden time chain. The championship title has been secured, so it's time to start establishing the branch academy. Now that Xiaoyu and the others have reached the rank of title Dolua, there's no worry about the branch academy lacking teachers. If they are willing, just send a few people over. Yi-qing quickly found Laoyi and a few others. I plan to establish a branch academy and need someone to oversee it.
Who among you is willing to go?
Yi-qing looked at the 9 people people and asked. Yi-qing was still worried that the branch academy might encounter trouble, so after some thought, he decided to send a god-level expert over.
The branch academy? Dean, I'll go. Laoyi was the first to speak up.
Yi-qing nodded. Alright, later you all can ask Xiaoyu and the others to see who is willing to stay here, who is willing to go to the branch academy, and who wants to leave. Old Yi, the matters of the branch academy are entrusted to you. The selection of the site and construction will be entirely up to you to decide. Rest assured, the matters of the branch academy are in my hands. Old Yi agreed without hesitation. Alright, remember, the branch academy must be completed quickly. After that, the enrollment for both the branch and main academy will also be your responsibility.
Yi-qing nodded slightly. Understood.
The older one nodded in response. The brief meeting ended, and the older one immediately went to handle the matters of the branch.
A few days later, the location of the branch was finalized, right within Spirit City. At this point, Wuhuan City finally has a second Wuhuan Academy. Previously, Wuhuan City only ever had the Royal Academy as its sole academy.
The decision to establish a branch academy in Wuhuan City was due to the current emperor of the Wuhuan Empire who, upon hearing that Shenwu wanted to build a branch academy, immediately sent someone to contact Laoyi and finalize the location for the branch.
After the location was determined, the Wuhuan Empire fully supported Shenwu Academy in constructing the branch academy.
Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu and the others, except for Qi Xiaoyu, all chose to stay at Shenwu Academy. Qi Xiaoyu also wanted to stay at Shenwu, but he couldn't. After all, he is the king of the Snow Moon Kingdom and can't stay at Shenwu forever.
If a ruler neglects governance, how can he be a ruler?
As the king of the Snow Moon Kingdom, he is destined not to act solely based on his own desires. Of course, he could also choose to immediately marry and have children, raise his son to become the king of the Snow Moon Kingdom, and then return to Shenwu. So, the first thing Qi Xiaoyu did after returning to Snow Moon City was to look for a wife. He just wanted to quickly find a wife, have a child, and pass the throne to his son.
Qi Xiaoyu had already made up his mind. Even if his first child was a girl, he would still pass the throne to his child. After all, he didn't want to sit on the throne for even a single day.
The Divine Martial Main Academy has also begun arranging enrollment matters. For the first enrollment, only 12 people came to the Divine Martial Academy. This is the second time, and even before the Divine Martial Academy started enrollment, countless people were already paying close attention to it. Ever since the Divine Martial Academy shone brilliantly in the Continental Soul Master Academy tournament, countless people have regarded it as a sacred place in their hearts and aspire to join it.
After all, the strength displayed by Shenwu is simply too overwhelming. It is far beyond what any current academy can compare to. Moreover, Shenwu has revealed that its admissions do not consider talent. This has undoubtedly drawn even more attention to Shenwu Academy.
The Shenwu Branch Academy has been completely constructed. After all, it was modified based on the original building, so it didn't take too much time.
A few days later,
after learning that the Branch Academy was completed, Laoyi took a few of the first graduates of Shenwu and left the main academy to head to the Branch Academy. At first, those few were quite reluctant, but after some persuasion from Laoyi, they agreed for the sake of Shenwu and became teachers at the Branch Academy. In the ice house on Shenwu Mountain, Yi-qing also heard the system's voice resound once again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the Grade A achievement of establishing a Branch Academy.
Reward, Calligraphy Law. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the Achievement Manual, Academy Chapter. The host may state a request, and the system will grant a reward based on the host's requirements. Yi-qing's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. However, upon hearing the reward, he couldn't help but complain. Calligraphy Law?
System, what kind of strange law have you come up with again? Is there really such a thing as calligraphy law among the 3,000 laws?
The 3,000 laws do not refer to only 3,000 specific laws. The system explained a sentence. Yi-qing waved his hand and said, Alright, there's no time to talk about this now. As for the reward, my requirement is that it must be able to kill the Void Soul Clan's Void Souls, or enable others to resist the Void Soul Clan's possession.
Ding! The system has received the request and is sending the reward. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the Achievement Manual, Academy Chapter, and receiving the Imperial Artifact Weak Water River as a reward. Weak Water River, a feather cannot float, and it is impassable. Any living being that comes into contact with weak water will be subjected to immense
gravity, rendering them immobile.
Weak water is most effective against the Void Soul Clan, as it is their greatest fear. Contact with it means certain death. When Yi-qing read the description of the Weak Water River, he almost burst out laughing.
With this Weak Water River, wouldn't wiping out the Void Soul Clan be a piece of cake?
Yi-qing immediately summoned the Weak Water River. Yi-qing extended his left hand, and with a flash of light, a small river appeared in his hand. With a thought, Yi-qing gently waved his right hand, and a small droplet of water immediately flew out from the Weak Water River. Yi-qing waved gently once more, and the droplet of water flew directly out of the ice house, shooting straight toward Yiha in the plaza of the Divine Martial Academy. The weak water quickly struck Yiha directly, and Yiha instantly felt as if someone someone was choking him, making it hard to breathe and leaving him unable to move. Yi-qing's divine sense observed all this and nodded in satisfaction. A single drop of water was enough to suppress Yi-ha, who was at the Lord God level. The effect was truly extraordinary. Immediately after, Yi-qing withdrew the weak water from Yi-ha's body. Yi-ha stood dumbfounded in the plaza of Shenwu, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked toward the mountaintop. He had a feeling that the inexplicable incident just now was definitely Yi-qing's doing, but he had no evidence, and even if he did, he couldn't do anything to Yi-qing. The more Yi-ha thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and in his anger, he slapped the floor of the Shenwu plaza into pieces. "Fix it brick by brick for me." As soon as Yi-ha smashed it with a slap, Yi-qing's voice rang in his ear. Yi-ha felt so wronged that he was almost about to cry out loud. This is too much bullying for a dog. Yi-qing ignored Yi-ha. He didn't believe Yi-ha would dare not to cultivate. If he didn't, they'd have dog meat tomorrow. After testing the power of the weak water, Yi-qing immediately went to call over Lao Qi. Yi-qing took out a drop of weak water and handed it to Lao Qi. Old Seven had just come into contact with the weak water and was already struggling to breathe under the immense gravity pressing down on him. Dean, what is this?" Old Seven asked, slightly out of breath. "This is weak water. Touching it subjects you to endless pressure, rendering you immobile. I came to you for one thing. Can you forge a magical artifact that can encase this weak water, ensuring it doesn't affect the user within the artifact but can still affect enemies?" Yi-qing looked at Lao Qi and asked. When Lao Qi heard Yi-qing's words, he immediately withdrew his hand and then said with a wry smile, "Dean, this weak water is obviously extremely extraordinary. What I have mastered is merely the essence of artifact refining. How could I have the ability to forge something that meets your requirements?" Yi-qing sighed lightly and said, "Indeed, you may go ahead and get busy." Lao Qi nodded and then left the ice house. After all, this weak water is an imperial artifact, and profound meanings definitely won't work. It seems I need to spend some time figuring out how to craft a container that can hold weak water. After all, Yi-qing had just obtained the perfect level artifact refining law, but he hadn't used it even once. He wasn't sure if the perfect level artifact refining law could create a container capable of holding weak water. Yi-qing decided to act immediately. With weak water as a powerful weapon against the Void Soul Clan, all he needed to do now was to craft a container that could hold weak water. Then, he could ensure that everyone around him carried some weak water, and there would be no need to worry about the Void Soul Clan anymore. Crafting such a container was definitely not something that could be done in a day or two. Therefore, Yi-qing once again entered the Golden Time Chain to go into seclusion. To accommodate weak water at the level of an imperial artifact, the container must at least be a royal artifact. With Yi-qing possessing the perfect level artifact refining laws, crafting a royal artifact isn't very difficult for him. Moreover, with his Divine King cultivation, it's not impossible for him to attempt crafting an imperial artifact. However, the probability of success is certainly not very high. Even at the Divine King realm, mastering perfect level artifact refining laws, the success rate of crafting an imperial artifact remains low. This is also why imperial artifacts are so rare in this world. Each god king basically has only one imperial artifact, which can be said to be extremely rare. Among the 12 god kings, there is one who became a god king by following the path of crafting artifacts, and all the imperial artifacts in this world were forged by him. As for these more than 10 imperial artifacts, he spent countless billions of years forging them, which shows just how difficult it is to create an imperial artifact. A few days later, Yi-qing emerged from seclusion. It was another few hundred years of seclusion, during which Yi-qing successfully refined a magical artifact capable of containing weak water. Inside the ice house, a golden bell floated above Yi-qing's left palm. Inside the bell was a metal pellet, which served as the storage for the weak water. A single bell could only store one drop of weak water, but with just one drop of weak water, combined with this bell, which could already be considered a royal artifact, it could completely suppress the Void Soul Clan and also serve as a powerful top-tier royal artifact. Yi-qing gave this bell a name. Since it was originally made to store Ruoshui, it was called the Ruoshui bell. The name isn't great, but the effect is indeed excellent. With the Ruoshui bell, the user only needs to shake the bell to make it emit a sound, which can release endless gravity to suppress enemies, with even more pronounced effects on the Shuhuan clan. Even if the user doesn't actively activate the Ruoshui bell, as long as it makes a sound, the Shuhuan clan will find it unbearable upon hearing it. The successful creation of the weak water bell completely relieved Yi-qing of any concerns about the Void Soul Clan. Over the course of several hundred years, Yi-qing crafted a batch of weak water bells. With the success of the first attempt, Yi-qing's subsequent crafting success rate increased significantly, as it was merely a royal-grade artifact. Of course, Yi-qing also crafted 2 pairs of emperor-grade weak water bells, a pair of pink ones, a pair of purple gold ones. The pair of pink weak water bells was directly sent by Yi-qing to Blue Star and then tied to Yi Yao Yao's ankles. "Yao Yao, this is a gift from your brother. Keep it well." At the same time, Yi-qing also transmitted a message to Yi Yao Yao, informing her that the bells were a gift from him. Immediately Immediately afterward, Yi-qing transmitted some golden weak water bells to his parents and Suyu and the others. The last pair of purple gold weak water bells was tossed by Yi-qing into a golden time chain, and they subsequently appeared on Yi Tianxuan's ankle. Yi Tianxian, who was in seclusion, looked at the weak water bells on her ankle. One hand touched the golden coin hanging on her chest by a red string, while the other hand touched the weak water bells on her ankle, a faint smile appearing on her face. "This is the second time you've given me a gift." Yi-qing's divine sense naturally noticed Yi Tianxuan's actions and words, and he immediately gave a bitter smile, feeling somewhat unsettled. "Tianxian, the Void Soul clan is no longer worth mentioning. You don't need to go into seclusion for cultivation anymore. If you want to come out, just let me know." Yi-qing sighed and sent a voice transmission to Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know if there will be more dangers in the future. Even if I can't help you, I must catch up with your pace as quickly as possible so as not to become a burden to you." This girl is indeed a bit silly, but silly in a cute way. In Yi-qing's mind, the laughter of Sun Wukong suddenly echoed. Yi-qing remained silent, directing his consciousness toward Suyu and Xinggu, repeating to them what he had said to Yi Tianxian. The choices of the two were the same as Yi Tianxuan's. Since they were already in seclusion, how could they come out without cultivating to a higher realm? However, the two of them are not planning to retreat and cultivate all the way to the level of God King in one go. After all, they are only first-class true gods, and their current goal is to cultivate to the level of main god. After arranging matters here, Yi-qing left the martial soul realm. After leaving the martial soul realm, Yi-qing headed directly to the higher plane without hesitation. The weak water bell has already been refined, so naturally, he must first give it to Shuri, and then have Shuri summon the other god kings. The Void Soul clan has been arrogant in the domain for quite some time now, and it's about time to wipe out these troublesome entities. Yi-qing arrived in the endless void of the upper plane, and after releasing his divine soul, he quickly saw the three massive worlds of the upper plane. The upper plane has only 3 worlds, but those 3 worlds are extremely vast. As his divine soul swept across the 3 worlds, Yi-qing gained a general understanding of their situations. The first world is an ancient society where the cultivation system is based on martial arts techniques. The second world has a Western fantasy setting, with a cultivation system based on magic. The third world, on the other hand, has a modern society setting, where the cultivation involves abilities similar to those on Blue Star. In these 3 worlds, there are quite a few beings at the divine realm, but very few main gods, with only a handful in each world. Additionally, Yi-qing also discovered that there are god kings in all 3 worlds, but Yi-qing doesn't recognize them and doesn't know whether they are friends or foes. He can only find Shuri first to figure it out. Soon, Yi-qing's soul began searching elsewhere. After mastering the laws of time and space, Yi-qing became extremely sensitive to both, so as long as his soul passed through Shuri's small world, he would definitely notice it. Yi-qing did not waste any effort. Very quickly, he found the location of Shuri's small world. Yi-qing directly crossed the space, stepping from his original position into Shuri's small world in one move. Inside the small world, Shuri sensed the space being torn apart and immediately frowned as he rushed to the area of spatial anomaly. Then they saw Yi-qing walk out from inside. "Shuri?" Yi-qing paused for a moment upon seeing Shuri, then smiled and waved in greeting, saying, "Hi, brother Shuri." "Hi, your damn nonsense." Shuri's mouth twitched as he asked, "How did you find me here?" "Oh, I was bored a couple of days ago, so I mastered the laws of spacetime, and then I found you, big bro." "Shuri. I, Shuri, am willing to call you Yi Chang. Are you looking for me for something?" However, in order to maintain a cool and aloof image, he still decided not to say it out loud. Yi-qing nodded and explained the reason for coming here. Sure, after listening, found it somewhat hard to believe. "Where are the weak water and the weak water bell you mentioned? Can you show me first?" "Here, take a look." As he spoke, Yi-qing took out a weak water bell and a drop of weak water. Both items floated in front of Shuri. Shuri directly grabbed that drop of weak water. The next moment, Shuri felt an immense pressure, but it was not enough to render him immobile. After all, this was just a single drop of weak water, and the impact it could have on a normal god king was limited. However, for a god king of the Void Soul clan, it would be much harsher, directly obliterating both their form and spirit. After experiencing the effects of the weak water, Shuri once again grasped the weak water bell. With Shuri's sharp eyesight, he immediately recognized that this weak water bell was a royal artifact. "You can forge artifacts?" Yi-qing nodded and said with a smile, "Wasn't it just 2 days ago that I was bored and managed to fully comprehend the laws of artifact forging? Then, over the past 2 days, I put in some effort and finally crafted this weak water bell. Brother Shuri, what do you think? Should we take the weak water bell and find an extraterrestrial being from the Void Soul clan to test its effects?" Although Yi-qing's tone was quite provoking, Shuri didn't bother with it. Instead, after hearing Yi-qing's later words, he became somewhat intrigued. After pondering for a moment, Shuri agreed. "Alright, Soul 1, Soul 2, and Soul 3 are all in the Lingwu world. Let's take a trip to the Lingwu world. If the weak water bell has no effect, with our laws of time and space, we can still escape." Yi-qing was stunned for a moment. The spirit martial
world? Isn't that the world of cultivating supernatural abilities among the 3 upper plane worlds? Oh my goodness, Brother Shuri, are those 6 Void Soul Clan members who occupied the God King's bodies in the upper plane worlds? Shuri sighed softly and then nodded. After the 6 God Kings were occupied by the Void Soul Clan's God Kings, 2 of the 3 upper plane worlds fell into their hands. Fortunately, they haven't caused chaos, they merely took control of these 2 worlds without any intention of destroying them. Yi-qing's mouth twitched slightly as he said, there are only 3 worlds in the upper plane, and yet the Void Soul Clan has occupied 2 of them? Is this even acceptable? Shuri helplessly explained, there's no way around it. After all, the Void Soul Clan also has 6 Divine Kings, plus 1 Soul 7 who hasn't seized a physical body yet, so their strength is comparable to ours, the Human Clan. Our remaining Divine Kings once tried to lure out one of the Void Soul Clan's Divine Kings, but it was useless. Just as the 6 of us were about to join forces and kill one of their Divine Kings, at the critical moment he suddenly entered the Void Soul state. It was from that moment that we realized the Void Soul Clan, even after seizing a physical body, could still enter the Void Soul state. In this state, they are immune to our attacks. This Void Soul Clan is truly difficult to deal with. Yi-qing understood after listening to Shuri's words. It wasn't that the teammates were incompetent, but that the enemy army was simply too overwhelming. The 2 quickly left Shuri's small world and headed toward the Lingwu world. In the Lingwu world, there was a planet many times larger than Blue Star, known as Lingwu Star. Lingwu Star was the planet where the living beings of the Lingwu world resided. The 2 traversed through space and directly arrived on Lingwu Star from the small world. Since they came to cause trouble, the 2 of them didn't plan to keep a low profile. They should be more high profile to lure out the Void Soul Clan. The 2 stood on the mountaintop of a mountain on Lingwu Star, waiting. On the other side, inside a magnificent and resplendent palace, 3 middle-aged men dressed in luxurious robes entered the hall. The Spacetime God King has arrived. The leading figure among the 3, Han Yi, said indifferently. Han Air sneered and said, walking right into the trap, "Big brother, let's take control of this spacetime." Just in time, Old 7 still doesn't have a physical body. Traveling with them is that newly ascended God King, seems to be called Ice Sword. Old 7 suffered a loss at his hands. Should we make a move? Han-san looked at Han Yi and asked. Han too said indifferently, just a newly ascended God King. Even if it were a veteran God King, the 3 of us attacking together would still overpower them. As for Old 7, I heard he was attacked by sound waves. Now that we have physical bodies, his sound waves can't restrain us. Han 1 nodded in agreement. Let's go, we'll meet this time space in the Ice Sword. After speaking, the 3 turned into a stream of light and headed in the direction of Yi-qing and Shuri. The mountaintop. Yi-qing grinned and said, "Here they come, Brother Shuri. Get the weak water bell ready. Once they arrive, shake it with all your might." Shuri gave a wry smile and then nodded slightly. 3 streaks of light burst forth, landing in front of Yi-qing and Shuri. As the light faded, the 3 figures of Han Yi and his companions appeared before them. God of time and space. Han Air had just landed and was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. A sound of bells rang out, directly interrupting Soul 2's words. The 3 of Soul 1 heard the sound of the weak water bell and immediately felt an overwhelming gravity. But that wasn't the main issue. The gravity's effect on them wasn't significant. The main problem was that they felt as if ants were gnawing at their flesh and blood all over their bodies. This sensation was extremely unbearable. In an instant, all 3 of them let out cries of agony. Soon, the 3 of them were writhing on the ground in pain. Seeing this, Shuri was overjoyed and shook the bell in his hand even faster. "Stop shaking it! Stop shaking it! Spare us!" The 3 of them looked at Shuri's actions and shouted in fear. "Ha ha ha, Han Yi, even you have your day. 6 of our human race's God Kings died at your hands. If you don't die today, how can I face the God Kings of my race?" Shuri completely ignored the 3's pleas for mercy and focused wholeheartedly on shaking the weak water bell with all his might. Shuri didn't directly use the weak water to obliterate the 3, body and soul, because he wanted to torment them a bit before their deaths. The appearance of the Void Soul Clan had always left Shuri and the other God Kings holding back their anger. Now that they finally had a way to deal with them, how could Shuri not vent his frustration properly? The 3 wanted to make a desperate attempt to seize the weak water bell from Shuri's hand, but as soon as they saw the weak water bell, it was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they immediately abandoned the idea. Then the 3 gritted their teeth to overcome the pressure and the pain they were suffering, and fled in 3 different directions with all their might. Shuri did not continue to play around. He took out the weak water from the weak water bell and struck at the 3. The weak water hit the 3, and after a painful scream, they turned into ashes. Throughout the entire process, Yi-qing did not take action, as he knew that Shuri and these veteran God Kings harbored a deep hatred for the Void Soul Clan, so he left the opportunity to annihilate the Void Soul Clan to Shuri. Yi-qing looked at Shuri beside him and said, "Brother Shuri, let's strike while the iron is hot. Isn't there another world occupied by the Void Soul Clan? Let's go now and wipe out the Void Soul Clan in that world too." Shuri shook his head slightly and said, "Yi-qing,
didn't you say you still have the weak water bell? I want to gather the other god kings first, and then we'll go together to destroy that Void Soul clan. Yi-qing nodded in agreement. He had originally planned to unite all the god kings to destroy the Void Soul clan. Alright then, brother Shuri, I'll leave contacting the other god kings to you. I'll go find old man Wang and see if I can help him recover his memory. Here, take this. As he spoke, Yi-qing handed 4 weak water bells to Shuri. Shuri nodded and accepted the weak water bells. The two then went their separate ways. Both of them can directly traverse space, reaching another world from this one in just a second, so contacting the God King doesn't take much time. Yi-qing directly entered the blue star within the golden time chain, and his figure appeared in the dormitory area of Shinwu Academy. As soon as Yi-qing arrived at the door of Old Wang's house, he heard Old Wang's voice. They're here? Yi-qing paused for a moment, looking at Old Wang lying on a recliner, gently rocking it while waving a palm fan in his hand. From the tone of Old Wang just now, it seems like he's not crazy anymore, right? Uncle Wang, have you recovered? Old Wang slowly said, not fully recovered, but my memory has completely returned, and my strength has recovered about 70 to 80%. Yi-qing curiously looked at Old Wang and asked, Uncle Wang, how did you recover? Did it just happen suddenly? Of course not. I am the celestial mechanism Divine King. Since I was able to relinquish my memories and cultivation to descend to the lower plane, I naturally had considered how to restore them. I had laid down some hidden measures. The day I left the lower plane, my memories would be restored. So, Blue Star has already left the lower plane, hasn't it? Before Yi-qing could say anything, the celestial mechanism Divine King continued. But I can't figure it out. Where did you, kid, take Blue Star and Origin Star? Why is it that when my divine sense extends beyond this world, all I see beyond this golden time chain is utter darkness? Yi-qing smiled and said, that's something you don't need to inquire about, elder. Let's not talk about that. I came to you for a reason. Speaking of which, Yi-qing recounted to Old Wang what had happened outside. After listening, Old Wang looked at Yi-qing with some disbelief. I once calculated that you could resolve the matter of the Void Soul clan, but I never imagined you could so easily solve such a major problem in the domain's history. Yi-qing chuckled and said, easy? How was it easy? I spent over 1,000 years on it. Old Wang looked at Yi-qing's expression, smiled, and said, alright, stop pretending in front of me. We old folks have cultivated for countless years and still can't solve the Void Soul clan. Yet, you, a young lad, can completely resolve it after just 1,000 years of cultivation. We're no match for you. Alright, let's go. Don't keep our old friends waiting too long. Old Wang said with a smile. Yi-qing nodded, then took Old Wang and left Blue Star, returning to the mountaintop in the spirit martial world. Let's wait. Brother Shuri hasn't returned yet. By the way, Old Wang, you should refine this. Yi-qing took out a weak water bell and handed it to Old Wang. After receiving it, Old Wang refined it. Not long after, Shuri returned. Together with them were 2 women and 2 elderly men. Old Wang looked at the 2 elderly men and said with a smile, you 2 old fellows, what do you have to say now? The 2 elderly men shook their heads with a smile, and one of them said, fine, we admit defeat. I told you, don't compete with this old man in fortune-telling. Do you think my Heaven's Secrets title was just picked up by the roadside? Old Wang chuckled and said. Yi-qing looked at Old Wang and the 2 elders talking with a bewildered expression. Tianji said you could destroy the Void Soul. At first, we didn't believe it, especially those 2, the Rune Artifact Divine King and the Danfire Divine King, were the most dismissive. Now it has been proven that what the Tianji Divine King said was correct, so the Tianji Divine King deliberately teased those 2. Shuri came to Yi-qing's side and explained briefly. Yi-qing nodded in understanding, then asked, what kind of Divine Kings are the other 2? Yi-qing was naturally referring to the 2 women who had come along with Shuri. The one on the right is the Yin-yang Divine King, and the one on the left is the Samsara Divine King. Yi-qing exclaimed in surprise, wow, just hearing their titles, you can tell they're extraordinary. Shuri nodded slightly. The Yin-yang Divine King is a Divine King who has fused the laws of Yin-yang and the 5 elements, while the Samsara Divine King has fused the laws of samsara and causality. These 4 laws are all extremely powerful. Yi-qing nodded slightly, planning to find an opportunity to learn about them, and then spend time comprehending all these dual laws himself. Everyone, it's time to seek out the Void Soul clan. Shuri looked at Old Wang and the others and said. Old Wang and the others all replied with smiles on their faces, we've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Everyone quickly set off, heading toward the Falling World. The Falling World is the world where magic is cultivated. Soul 4, Soul 5, Soul 6, and Soul 7 are all in the spirit realm at this moment. This time, everyone did not openly and directly enter the spirit realm. After all, they are 7 god kings. What if they scare Soul 4 and the others away? This time, only time and space entered openly and waited in one place. Yi-qing, along with the other god kings, silently entered the Falling World. Everything always seems so similar. When Han Si and the others noticed Shuri's arrival in the Falling World, they all headed in Shuri's direction. They never expected it to be a trap. This was because the state of virtual soul transformation had given them confidence. They believed they wouldn't encounter danger. together, which made them so bold. Soon, Han Si, the other two, and Han Shi, still in a virtual soul state, descended from the sky and appeared before Shuri. Hee, there's a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, yet you come seeking it. Just so happens our seventh brother still lacks a body. Time-space god king, your body, we'll take it. Han Si sneered coldly as he looked at Shuri and spoke. I'm afraid your wish won't come true today, Shuri said calmly, and immediately, Lao Wang and the others appeared, surrounding Han Si and his group of 4. Han Si showed no trace of panic, sneered disdainfully, and said, a trap? You really don't learn your lesson, do you? 30 million years ago, the 6 of you also set a trap. And what was the result? A complete waste of effort. Haha, go on, just treat it as your last words. If we had no way to deal with you, would we even be here? Old Wang said with a cheerful smile. Everyone, stop wasting words with them. Let's begin. The reincarnation god king said coldly. Everyone nodded, then all took out the weak water bells. At this moment, Soul 4 was already somewhat afraid. Shuri and the others looked too calm, which made him inevitably start to worry. Shuri and the other 5 simultaneously shook the weak water bells in their hands. As the sound rang out, Han Si and the others were shaken by the weak water bell, causing them to howl in pain. Especially Han Shi, as the weak water bell had an even stronger effect on the Void Soul clan in their Void Soul state. The pain he endured was twice that of the others, while Han Si and the others could still desperately scratch frantically around their bodies to alleviate the pain. Han Shi, however, had no physical body, so he couldn't even resort to this self-deceptive relief. Kill me, just kill me already. Han Shi couldn't stand the agony any longer and shouted out in desperation. Given the current situation, it was obvious there was no chance of escape, which was why Han Shi was begging for death. Shuri and the other 5 completely ignored Han Shi's pleas, continuing to shake the weak water bell. The 6 of them kept shaking it for a whole hour. By this time, Han Si, Han Wu, Han Lu, and Han Shi no longer had the strength to scream. Their eyes were empty and hollow, as if all their vitality had been drained away. Shuri and his companions stopped shaking the weak water bell and directly killed all 4 of them. Brother Shuri, I'll leave the rest of those minor Shuhuan clan members to you. Yi-qing smiled and looked at Shuri as he spoke. Shuri nodded slightly and said, don't worry, we will handle the matters concerning the Void Soul clan. Hearing Shuri's words, Yi-qing felt reassured. Next, the 6 god kings desperately searched for the Void Soul clan's beings within the domain. The Void Soul clan was bound to be eradicated sooner or later. The divine kings of the Void Soul clan had been completely annihilated, and Yi-qing did not stay long in the upper plane. He quickly headed toward the martial soul realm in the middle plane. After Yi-qing returned, he suddenly felt a bit lonely. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Gongsun Shan and Yuan Xiaoing to focus on their cultivation, and then decided to make a trip back to Blue Star. Yi-qing took Blue Star out of the Golden Time Chain and directly placed it not far from the martial soul realm, Soul Spirit Realm, Shenwu Academy. At this moment, both Blue Star and Origin Star officially advanced to middle plane worlds, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged dramatically. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged dramatically. Although not many people's cultivation levels increased significantly, the difficulty of becoming a god was greatly reduced, and some 12th level ability users even felt their realms loosening. Afterward, Yi-qing returned to Blue Star. Having not spent time with his parents in EE for several years, Yi-qing now felt somewhat lost and decided to stay on Blue Star to spend quality time with his family. Unfortunately, Yi Tianxian insisted on going into seclusion, otherwise, things could have been even livelier. Yi-qing stayed on Blue Star for a whole year. On this day, one of Yi-qing's divine souls, which had always been at the Divine Martial Academy on Martial Soul Star, immediately learned that Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing had both reached level 90 in cultivation at the same time. Unknowingly, Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing had also reached this stage. Yi-qing did not go in person but instead had his spirit assist the two in obtaining their 9th spirit ring and arranged a graduation assessment for them. Graduation was inevitable, but after graduation, both of their choices were to stay in Shenwu. Moreover, Yi-qing had already prepared for them, as the positions of the inner courtyard dean and outer courtyard dean of Shenwu were reserved for them. Afterward, Gongsun Chen and Yuan Xiaoing went into seclusion once again. After this retreat, the two of them will be able to directly reach the realm of the Supreme God. His 2 young disciples are also about to become gods, and Yi-qing couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time flies. A few more days passed, and Suyu and Xingga unexpectedly broke through at the same time. The two officially entered the ranks of Supreme Gods. After advancing to the Supreme God level, they emerged from their retreat, fully satisfied. The matter of the Void Soul clan has been resolved, so they no longer need to rush to improve their strength. Naturally, they should relax a bit. After coming out of seclusion, the two stayed on Blue Star, just like Yi-qing. Over the years, Blue Star has undergone many changes. Naturally, they should stay for a few years, and they also need to spend time with their parents. Yi residence. Yi-qing's family had already moved, relocating from their previous neighborhood to a residence in the imperial capital that was originally a prince's mansion. The plaque at the entrance had been replaced with one that that red Yi residence. Yi-qing's family and Suyu's family both lived within the Yi residence. In the rear garden of the Yi residence, Yi-qing lay on a recliner, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. Suyu walked over to Yi-qing and lay down beside him. Old Yi, is Tianxian still in seclusion? Suyu looked at Yi-qing and asked. Breaking through to the Divine King level isn't that easy, and this girl doesn't want to follow the path of her predecessors. Instead of directly cultivating my dual laws, she's trying to merge laws on her own, merging the laws of yin-yang and the laws of the stars. This destined her path to take a very long time, but fortunately, her talent is quite good. She has already reached the step of merging the laws, and in about a few months, she should successfully merge them and begin facing the three tribulations of the God King. Yes. Yi-qing nodded slightly. Suyu asked with some concern, the three tribulations of the God King? Huh? I've heard you mention them before. Will Tianxian be able to pass them safely? Yi-qing sighed slightly and said, I don't know. What I can do is help her first pass the human tribulation, and then provide her with some assistance to ensure she successfully overcomes it. As long as she gets through the human tribulation first, the heart tribulation will be insignificant, and as for the heavenly tribulation, it is the easiest. Tianxian will have no problem with that. Suyu nodded after hearing Yi-qing's words. Alright, listening to you, it seems like there's no danger at all. There really won't be any danger. Yi-qing smiled and said that failing the tribulation would only result in death, but with a revival token, he could directly bring Yi Tianxian back to life. What danger could there be? Old Su, don't just spend all your time playing around. You should focus on cultivating as well. It's time for you all to reach the Divine King realm. Just cultivate my ice sword law directly. Yi-qing looked at Suyu and said something. Suyu smiled and nodded in response. Alright, how could I not cultivate when there are ready-made laws? But what laws should my wife cultivate? I have ice sword, fire spear, and time space here. Sister Qing can choose freely. Alright, I'll ask my wife then. Well, I suggest cultivating the spacetime law. After all, it's a dual law formed by the fusion of two top-tier laws. Moreover, I've also comprehended a triple law, which is based on the spacetime law. Cultivating the spacetime law is the best choice. Suyu's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Yi-qing and said, how about I stop cultivating the ice sword and switch to spacetime instead? Yi-qing rolled his eyes speechlessly and asked, you're just going to toss aside the sword Dao law you've cultivated to the law level? I can't help it. The spacetime law looks more tempting. Suyu grinned and said, as you wish. Starting tomorrow, you can come to me, and I will manifest the laws of time and space for you to comprehend. Starting tomorrow? How about waiting for a few days? Miss it, and there will be no second chance. Alright, tomorrow it is. In the following months, Yi-qing continuously assisted Suyu and Xinggu, helping them temporarily grasp the essence of the spacetime profound truth. Over the course of several months, Yi-qing even materialized the spacetime laws to aid them, which finally allowed them to comprehend the spacetime profound truth. It must be said that these spacetime laws are indeed very difficult to master. To ensure the two could comprehend it at all times, Yi-qing directly left two traces of the spacetime laws on them. This way, even in his absence, they could still study and understand the spacetime laws. At night, Yi-qing was lying on the bed resting when his soul suddenly sensed that Yi Tianxian within the golden time chain had officially fused with the laws, reaching the half-step God King realm. The half-step God King was a realm set by Yi-qing, referring to gods who had not yet undergone the three tribulations of the God King or were in the process of undergoing them. Gods in this realm were far more powerful than Lord gods but were not yet true God Kings, thus they were called half-step God Kings. Finally reached the half-step God King. Wait, this is... Yi-qing suddenly noticed something else. After carefully probing with his soul, he immediately frowned. What's going on? The heart tribulation came as soon as I reached the half-step Divine King realm? It shouldn't be this fast. Although Yi-qing was very puzzled in his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. The heart tribulation was not under his control, and even if it were, he couldn't stop a heart tribulation that had already arrived. Thus, Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation began directly. However, fortunately, due to Yi-qing's special nature, Yi-qing could send his soul into the heart tribulation of a half-step Divine King to observe the process of transcending the tribulation. As a result, Yi-qing unhesitatingly released a strand of his soul into Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation world. The scene shifted. Arriving in Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation world, Yi-qing seemed like a mere observer watching everything, and his body appeared somewhat illusory. After Yi-qing entered, he heard the sound of crying, and his gaze was drawn over. He then saw a couple holding a baby girl in their arms. He couldn't immediately recognize who the baby girl was, but Yi-qing naturally recognized the couple. It was Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming. So, naturally, Yi-qing also knew who the baby girl was. Looking at the wailing Yi Tianxian, Yi-qing couldn't help but chuckle. Yi-qing came in front of Yi Tianxian, and Yi Tianxian stared at Yi-qing with wide eyes, her crying suddenly stopping. Then she cheerfully stretched out her hands as if trying to grab Yi-qing. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, and his right hand slowly reached out toward Yi Tianxuan's small hand. A large hand and a small hand touched each other. Although Yi-qing couldn't actually touch the people in the heart tribulation world, he felt as if he had truly touched touched Yi Tianxuan's small hand, and he really felt as if Yi Tianxian could see him. Time flew by, and little Tianxian was already 2 years old. Over the past 2 years, Yi-qing had been watching Yi Tianxian, and Yi Tianxian often looked at Yi-qing, frequently smiling at him. A little child constantly looking around and smiling from time to time didn't raise any suspicions in Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming. They just thought it was perfectly normal. On this day, it was little Tianxuan's second birthday. Suddenly, on this day, she couldn't see Yi-qing anymore, and she burst into tears in distress. From the time little Tianxian was born until now, she had never cried so fiercely, scaring Yi Xiaoing and Lu Ming out of their wits. Little Tianxian cried her heart out. She didn't know how to express herself and could only use crying to show her distress. It wasn't until she cried herself out of strength that little Tianxian finally stopped crying. As little Tianxian fell asleep, her face was still streaked with the traces of dried tears. Yi-qing, sitting nearby, guessed the reason. Watching little Tianxian cry so hard until she was exhausted, a pang of heartache rose in his chest. But he could only feel heartache. There was nothing he could do. A child's memory is short, and a few days later, little Tianxian was no longer sad. Time passed again, and Yi Tianxian turned 18. It was also this year that Yi-qing appeared. Everything unfolded as it should have, but from the moment Yi-qing appeared, everything changed. Yi-qing underwent a change in Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation world. He fell in love with Yi Tianxian at first sight. Seeing this, Yi-qing also realized that Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation was actually himself. The two fell for each other and became a couple. What followed was the same as in the real world, except for the relationship between Yi Tianxian and Yi-qing. The two quickly got married and even had a pair of children. After Yi Tianxian gave birth to a pair of children, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian returned from the martial soul realm to Blue Star and found a place nestled by the mountains and rivers to live in seclusion. Everything was unfolding according to the life principles Yi Tianxian most desired in her heart. As an observer, Yi-qing watched all of this and countless times wanted to rush over and tell Yi Tianxian that this was an illusion. He was afraid that Yi Tianxian would become trapped in it. The heart tribulation does not cause death but instead leads to eternal entrapment. Therefore, if Yi Tianxian truly became lost here, even with a resurrection coin, Yi-qing would be powerless to help. Even if Yi-qing killed Yi Tianxian in the real world and then revived her, Yi Tianxian would still enter the heart tribulation world once again, and it would still be futile. Time continued to pass, and Yi-qing and Yi Tianxuan's children had already turned 18. On this day, outside the small cottage by the stream, Yi-qing looked at Yi Tianxian and said, "Wife, in the blink of an eye, our kids are already adults. Time really flies." Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and smiled, saying, "Yes, time really flies." Yi-qing smiled, held Yi Tianxuan's hand, and said, "Our family will always live happily like this." In the real world, Yi-qing's heart was in his throat. This was the final critical moment of Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation. If Yi Tianxian couldn't break free from it, she would truly be lost forever. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing without speaking. Yi-qing looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Tianxian suddenly shed tears but smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Everything here feels so real, so beautiful. I really don't want to wake up, but I have to, because Yi-qing is still waiting for me outside." The two Yi-qing were both dumbfounded, looking at Yi Tianxian in disbelief. "You realized from the start that this was a fake world?" Yi Tianxian wiped her tears and nodded firmly. "From the very beginning, from the moment you confessed to me, I broke free from the shackles of the heart tribulation and regained my memories. But I didn't immediately overcome the heart tribulation because I wanted so much to be with you. I really missed it so much that I didn't choose to leave directly but decided to keep going. However, now, I can no longer live in this illusory world. Yi-qing, I'm glad to have been your spouse, even though it was fake, but I'm satisfied. In the illusory world, I've already been content, but in the real world, there's still a blockhead waiting for me." Yi Tianxian looked at the false Yi-qing and smiled as she finished her last sentence. Immediately, the entire heart tribulation world began to shatter, and Yi-qing's soul was ejected from the heart tribulation world in a dazed state. Although the heart tribulation lasted for decades within the heart tribulation world, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. It can be said that everything in the heart tribulation world is like a fleeting dream. In the end, it is merely a beautiful dream. After exiting the heart tribulation, Yi-qing and Yi Tianxian each sat cross-legged with their eyes closed in meditation. The two were not cultivating, they were simply lost in thought, sitting with their eyes closed in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Tianxian transmitted a message to Yi-qing. "I want to undergo the tribulation of humanity." Yi-qing opened his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Yi Tianxian. "Are you sure you want to start the tribulation of humanity now? There's no need to rush." Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and, after a moment of silence, said, "My heart is in turmoil right now. I want to undergo the tribulation of humanity and forget all of this first." Seeing Yi Tianxuan's resolute decision, Yi-qing could only nod in agreement in the end. Immediately after, Yi Tianxian closed her eyes again, preparing to await the arrival of the tribulation. Yi-qing then summoned the tribulation, and before long, Yi Tianxian Tianquan's figure slowly disappeared into the golden time chain. The next morning, Yi-qing told Suyu and Xinggu about Yi Tianxian beginning her tribulation of salvation. After listening, Suyu patted Yi-qing on the shoulder. I'm just saying, old Yi Tianxian is undergoing the tribulation of salvation, and you're not going to keep an eye on her? Doesn't the tribulation of salvation involve experiencing 100 lifetimes of reincarnation? Yi-qing shrugged and said, it's fine. I can intervene in her 100 lifetimes of rebirth. I ensure that her rebirths are into families with decent conditions and well-educated, reasonable parents, so she won't suffer any mistreatment. Suyu rolled his eyes and said, I'm talking about this matter. What I mean is, with this cycle of reincarnation, won't Tianxian have to marry dozens of times? Can you really just ignore it? Yi-qing's face stiffened. This matter, he really hadn't thought about it. Looking at Yi-qing's stiff expression, Suyu bitterly smiled and patted Yi-qing's shoulder, saying, old Yi, you're not young anymore. If you don't marry Tianxian soon, it might be too late for you. I have something to take care of and will be away for a while. Yi-qing said indifferently with a blank expression, then directly transformed into a streak of light heading toward the horizon. Suyu shouted with a smile, don't worry, I'll explain to uncle and aunt what you're up to. Watching the streak of light disappear, Suyu continued to smile and muttered softly, a period of time? This period of time is probably 1,000 years. In one of the countless worlds of the lower planes, this particular world has an ancient setting. It has martial artists, but their status is not high. Those with high status are the imperial court of this world, the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou's power is immense, and all lands under heaven belong to the king. Today, the wife of the left prime minister of Great Zhou gave birth to a daughter for him. The left prime minister is a deeply devoted man, and thus has had only his wife throughout his life, with no other spouses. As a result, the little princess of the left prime minister's residence is his only child, and from the moment of her birth, she has been adored by everyone in the household. There is no melodrama of jealous rival wives, nor any preference for sons over daughters. From the moment the little girl was born, she was destined to be the little princess of the Zhou prime minister's residence. And this little princess was precisely the first life of Yi Tianquan's tribulation. If Yi-qing hadn't interfered, Yi Tianquan's background wouldn't have been like this. The 100 lifetimes of tribulation would have been destined to be endless suffering without Yi-qing's intervention. Inside the Zhou prime minister's residence, in the Zhou prime minister's room, the entire family was present. Yi-qing directly concealed herself and entered the room to take a look at Yi Tianxian. Fortunately, the system had previously rewarded an invisibility ability, allowing Yi-qing to observe Yi Tianxian closely. However, continuously observing while invisible was definitely not a solution. At this moment, Yi-qing had already begun pondering how to prevent Yi Tianxian from getting married. After the tribulation of the heart, it might seem a bit selfish. Yi-qing had never really paid much attention to Yi Tianxian before, but now wanted to stop her from getting married. But Yi-qing couldn't care less now. If being selfish once means being selfish, so be it. Actually, speaking of it, the two of them can now be considered mutually affectionate. It's just that Yi Tianxian, currently in the midst of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, is unaware of it. Therefore, Yi-qing trying to stop Yi Tianxian from getting married can't really be considered selfish. Yi-qing had already started thinking in his heart. He needed to first arrange an identity to get close to Yi Tianxian, then stay by her side and prevent any man from approaching her. The Zhou prime minister's family was chosen by Yi-qing, so Yi-qing knew that the Zhou prime minister wouldn't force Yi Tianxian into marriage. However, if the emperor of this world were to grant a marriage, Yi-qing wouldn't mind showing up to demonstrate his strength. The wife was almost lost due to a moment of carelessness, and Yi-qing no longer planned to reason properly. Of course, all of this is for later. Whether the emperor will grant a marriage is still uncertain, but Yi-qing feels it is very likely to happen. Yi Tianquan's father in this life, the left prime minister of the Great Zhou, is a figure of immense power, second only to one person in the court. His daughter will surely be granted in marriage to a prince by the emperor. Time flies, and 100 days later, the left prime minister's residence held a grand banquet to celebrate Yi Tianquan's 100-day ceremony. The prime minister's surname is Yi, and his daughter's name was given as Yi Tianxian. Of course, this is not a coincidence, but rather an intervention by the heavens and earth. When a half-step divine king undergoes the tribulation of salvation, no matter which family they are reincarnated into, that family's surname will be directly changed to match that of the half-step divine king. Moreover, the name given to the half-step divine king by that family will inevitably be the original name of the half-step divine king. Because of the tribulation, countless people's surnames are forcibly changed. This is the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. For mere mortals in the lower realms, not to mention surnames, even if hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of people must die for the birth of a divine king, the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly show no hesitation. Fortunately, it was just a change of surname, and it was a complete change at that, so it wasn't a big deal, and no one would know that their surname had suddenly changed one day. On the day of Yi Tianquan's 100-day banquet, Yi-qing also came, in the guise of a wandering musician. Of course, would just anyone be able to attend the 100-day banquet of the left prime minister?
Minister's daughter? So, the day before the 100-day banquet, Yi-qing came to pay a visit to the left Prime Minister, Yi-qing. The day before the 100-day banquet, Yi-qing arrived at the gates of the left Prime Minister's residence, carrying a Jiufeng Xianling Qin wrapped in a long cloth bundle. Yi-qing lightly knocked on the door knocker. Moments later, the large gates of the left Prime Minister's residence were opened by a young servant. "Whom are you looking for?" the servant asked. Yi-qing said with a smile, "Could you help me pass a message to Lord Xiang? I will play a piece at the entrance shortly. If Lord Xiang likes it, could he grant me an audience?" Lord Xiang is not someone just anyone can meet, so Yi-qing came up with this idea. Confident in his musical skills, Yi-qing believed that playing a piece would surely pique Lord Xiang's interest. This was the first step in Yi-qing's plan to first enter Lord Xiang's field of vision. If Lord Xiang isn't interested in him first, how could he possibly approach Yi Tianxian? Yi-qing, from birth until now, was putting so much thought into something for the first time. The servant hesitated a little. After sizing up Yi-qing, the servant felt that Yi-qing was quite extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that the left chancellor had a good temper, the servant agreed. "Alright, I'll go pass on the message for you." The servant closed the door again and then jogged toward the main hall. At this moment, the left chancellor was resting in the main hall. After the servant arrived, he conveyed Yi-qing's message to the left chancellor. The left chancellor revealed a hint of curiosity. "Oh, then I must listen carefully to the zither of the gentleman outside the door." The left prime minister was unaware that Yi-qing occasionally had the ability to calculate divinations. Just as his words fell, a melodious sound of a vibrating zither string came from outside the residence. Outside the left prime minister's residence, Yi-qing brushed off the dust on the ground, then sat cross-legged and placed the zither on his lap. He gently plucked the zither strings. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just right, covering the entire left prime minister's residence. The single zither note drew the attention of everyone in the residence. Basically, at the same time, the left prime minister's residence quieted down. This was exactly the effect Yi-qing wanted. This sound was meant to first capture the listener's attention. Immediately after, Yi-qing officially began playing the 9 Phoenix mystical spirit zither. A melodious tune arose, making everyone feel as if they had stepped into a paradise of blooming flowers. The piece is not very long, lasting only about 7 or 8 minutes. However, after the sound of the zither gradually faded, everyone in the left prime minister's residence found it hard to believe that those 7 or 8 minutes had passed in what felt like an instant. The left prime minister, being a scholar by background, had a unique passion for the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chang. Yi-qing's performance immediately made the left prime minister eager to meet this person in person. "Quickly take me to the door to meet this gentleman." The left prime minister strode quickly toward the door. The main gate opened again, and Yi-qing had already risen. The 9 Phoenix mystic spirit zither was once again wrapped up and carried on his back. The gentleman's zither skills are unparalleled in the world. The left chancellor, seeing Yi-qing so young, showed no disdain and cupped his hands with a smile as he spoke. Yi-qing smiled, cupped his hands humbly, and said, "The left chancellor flatters me. I don't deserve the reputation of being the best in the world." Humble and courteous, a refined gentleman, with unparalleled skill in the zither. The left chancellor's impression of Yi-qing instantly skyrocketed. "Sir, it's windy outside. Please come in." The left chancellor waved his hand and said, "After you, left chancellor." The two exchanged pleasantries while dawdling their way into the left chancellor's residence, and then arrived in the main hall. After the left chancellor invited Yi-qing to take a seat, he looked at Yi-qing and asked, "May I ask for your name, sir?" "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Qing." "Sir, we share the same family name. May I ask why you wish to see me?" The left chancellor smiled as he spoke, becoming even more cordial toward Yi-qing. Yi-qing had already thought of an explanation and began to speak slowly with a smile. "Prime Minister Zhua, I have been wandering around Dezhou for years, making a living by playing the qin. However, as the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. These years have been quite exhausting, so I decided to settle down in the imperial city. Although I have settled down, I cannot stop playing the qin. I heard that tomorrow is the 100-day banquet for your esteemed daughter, so I came to ask if I might have the honor of playing a piece for her tomorrow." Prime Minister Zhua smiled after hearing this and said, "So that's the matter. With your exceptional qin skills, it would be my honor to have you play for my little girl. Please feel free to come tomorrow." Yi-qing stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Prime Minister Zhua." The matter was settled, and Yi-qing soon left the Prime Minister's residence. The two never discussed Yi-qing's appearance fee throughout the conversation, but afterward, Prime Minister Zhua certainly wouldn't be stingy. As for Yi-qing, he genuinely didn't care about the appearance fee at all. The left Prime Minister never expected that this wandering musician, whose zither skills were unparalleled in the world, had come for his daughter. The next day, from early morning, a long line of high-ranking officials and nobles formed at the gate of the left Prime Minister's residence. Yi-qing entered directly with his long zither on his back, then found a place to sit and waited for the official start of the 100-day banquet. Those high-ranking officials and nobles who came in also sat and chatted, as the main character had yet
yet to appear. The emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, and a man dressed in a golden robe strode in. Everyone hurriedly stood up and was about to kneel before the man. The man immediately said loudly, "No need for formalities. Today is the 100-day banquet of the left chancellor's daughter. Here, I am not the emperor but a guest, just like all of you." Everyone responded in unison. The great Zhou emperor went directly to the table inside the main hall and sat down. Not long after, the left prime minister and his wife came out holding Yi Tianxian. The left prime minister first looked at the great Zhou emperor. "Yes, your majesty, this humble servant thanks you greatly for attending my daughter's 100-day banquet." The emperor of the great Zhou smiled and said, "Left chancellor, you and I grew up together since childhood. Your daughter is like my own daughter, isn't she? How could I not attend our daughter's 100-day banquet? Don't worry about me, just make sure to entertain the other guests well." The left chancellor smiled and nodded, then looked toward the dignitaries seated outside the main hall and raised a cup of wine. "Today, I sincerely thank all my colleagues for attending my daughter's 100-day banquet. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect." After speaking, the left chancellor drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Enjoy your food and drink, everyone." After speaking, the left chancellor also returned to the table inside the main hall and sat down. The left chancellor smiled and looked at the emperor of the great Zhou, saying, "Your majesty, yesterday I encountered someone whose zither skills are unparalleled in the world. You must listen carefully to that gentleman's performance." The emperor of the great Zhou showed a hint of interest. "Oh, for someone as famously critical as you to call it the finest zither skill in the world, I must listen carefully." The left minister immediately called for a servant and instructed him to fetch Yi-qing. The servant quickly found Yi-qing and led him to the side of the main hall. Next to the hall, the left chancellor had already arranged a set of table and chairs for Yi-qing to use for playing music. The emperor of the great Zhou, upon seeing that the sir mentioned by the left chancellor looked to be only around 20 years old, couldn't help but grow even more curious. After Yi-qing sat down, he took out the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Zither. No one present was proficient in this art, so they couldn't discern the quality of the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Zither. But just from the design of the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Zither, they all exclaimed that it was an excellent instrument. Yi-qing placed both hands on the zither, and her 10 fingers began to pluck the strings, starting to play. This time, the piece Yi-qing played was not the ethereal melody from yesterday, but a tune that sounded full of childlike innocence. The left prime minister's wife's daughter, Yi Tianxian, who was in her arms, didn't understand the music, but upon hearing the tune, she looked at Yi-qing and started laughing cheerfully. Yi-qing didn't care what others thought, as long as he could make Yi Tianxian happy. The others didn't laugh out loud like Yi Tianxian when they heard the tune, but it seemed to take them back to their childhood, and a faint nostalgic smile slowly appeared on their faces. Seeing Yi Tianxuan's joyful laughter, Yi-qing was also satisfied. This tune was worth playing. When the tune ended, everyone was still immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. However, everyone quickly emerged from their immersed state. "Wonderful, left chancellor, your words are not exaggerated. This young man's zither skills truly deserve the title of the best in the world." The emperor of Great Zhou looked at the left chancellor and said with a smile. The left chancellor also replied with a smile, "As long as your majesty is pleased. Come, let us listen to the master's performance today. I am greatly pleased. Reward him with 1,000 taels of gold." Yi-qing stood up and looked at the emperor of the Great Zhou, nodding slightly. "Thank you, your majesty." The 100-day banquet continued. After Yi-qing finished playing the zither, he went to wait in the backyard of the left chancellor's residence. The 100-day banquet concluded, and the left chancellor went to the backyard to meet Yi-qing. The left chancellor directly pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Yi-qing. "Sir, today His Majesty has already bestowed upon you 1,000 taels of gold. With your exceptional skill in playing the qin, it is naturally impossible for you not to earn money. So, after much consideration, I have decided to use this land deed as today's reward. I hope you will not find it unworthy." Yi-qing shook his head with a smile and said, "How could I possibly dislike it? Houses in the imperial city are extremely expensive. This reward is truly a bit too generous. It's nothing. The house on this deed used to be a tavern, originally the property of a corrupt official. After I confiscated his assets, His Majesty granted it to me. I have no use for it, so it's better to give it to you, sir." "I'm glad you don't mind." The left prime minister smiled and said, "A tavern in the imperial city. In such a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, this is worth quite a fortune." Yi-qing slightly released his divine sense and quickly located the tavern's position marked on the land deed. It was situated at number 128 Juke Street in the imperial city. If one were to do business in the imperial city, this could undoubtedly be considered the absolute best location. When Yi-qing thought about how valuable it was, an idea immediately formed in his mind. "Prime Minister Zhou, the value of this land deed is truly too high, and I feel unworthy of accepting it. How about this? I have a proposal. I have some skill in the other 3 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When your daughter grows a bit older, I will teach her these arts free of charge. What do you think?" When Prime Prime Minister Zhou heard Yi-qing's proposal, he was instantly delighted. While he hadn't witnessed Yi-qing's skills in chess, calligraphy, or painting, he had already experienced his mastery of the zither. Even if Yi-qing only taught his precious daughter the art of the zither, it would be more than worthwhile. Sure, I naturally have no problem with it, but sir, there's no need for such formality. If you don't wish to come in the future, that's fine too. Rest assured, Left Chancellor, as long as I remain in the Imperial City, I will fulfill the promise I made today. After Yi-qing finished speaking, he bid farewell to the Left Chancellor and left the Left Chancellor's residence, heading toward the tavern. At this moment, the Left Chancellor was still quite pleased, feeling happy about finding a teacher with unparalleled zither skills for his precious daughter. Little did he know, this was all part of Yi-qing's scheme. Now Yi-qing had a legitimate reason to approach Yi Tianxian. After leaving the Zhou Prime Minister's residence, Yi-qing quickly arrived at the entrance of that restaurant. The Imperial City was extremely vast, with the Imperial Palace located at its very center. The Imperial Palace had four main gates, namely the Vermilion Bird Gate, the Black Tortoise Gate, the Azure Dragon Gate, and the White Tiger Gate. Among them, the Vermilion Bird Gate serves as the main gate, located to the south of the Imperial Palace. Beyond these four main gates are four separate streets. These four streets are respectively named Vermilion Bird Street, Black Tortoise Street, Azure Dragon Street, and White Tiger Street. Each street contains 128 plots of land, and the tavern given to Yi-qing by the Left Minister is built on plot number 128 of Vermilion Bird Street. Therefore, the tavern's address is referred to as Vermilion Bird Street, plot 128. The number 128 plot on the 4th street gets smaller from the inside out, and by the time it reaches number 128, it can only accommodate a tavern. But even though it's just a tavern, it's still a tavern on Vermilion Bird Street. Such prime locations exist only 8 times in the entire Imperial City, specifically the last and second to last plots on the 4 streets. These 8 locations are the most coveted spots for business people. Among the 4 main streets, Juke Street is the most bustling and the most desirable. Since Juke Gate is the main gate of the Imperial Palace, the mansions on Juke Street are also home to court officials. The Left Chancellor's mansion is located at number 1 Juke Street. Beyond the 4 main streets are the 4 markets in the east, south, west, and north. These markets are vast, as the ordinary citizens of the Imperial City mostly reside within them. Also because of the Vermilion Bird Gate and Vermilion Bird Avenue, the southern market is the most prosperous among the 4 markets, and, well, the housing prices are also the highest. There were still 2 seals on the restaurant's main door. Yi-qing went straight up, tore off the seals, and then pushed the door open to enter. The restaurant's entrance is equivalent to the modern city center, naturally attracting a large population. Seeing Yi-qing open the restaurant's door, many curious onlookers immediately stopped to look in the direction of the restaurant. Voices of discussion also rose one after another on the street. As Yi-qing pushed open the main door and entered, he immediately felt a musty smell rushing toward him. Looking around, there was dust everywhere. Yi-qing let out a bitter laugh and said, "Wow, how long has this place been left vacant? The Left Chancellor is really stubborn. Just because it was bestowed by His Majesty, he neither does business here nor sells it." Yi-qing turned around and glanced back. Seeing quite a few people watching at the entrance, he had no choice but to close the main door first. Then he snapped his fingers, and in the next second, all the dust in the tavern disappeared. This was a small application of the law of time, used for cleaning. The tavern was 3 stories high, with a wine cellar underground. Such a large place felt truly lonely with just him staying there. In the following period, Yi-qing didn't wander around but focused on renovating the tavern. The top 3rd floor, of course, became Yi-qing's living quarters. As for the broken tables and chairs on the 1st and 2nd floors, Yi-qing burned them all in one go. This place couldn't just be left empty like that, so after some thought, Yi-qing decided to open a tavern himself. Then, Yi-qing went to the underground wine cellar, where there were several huge vats for storing wine. Yi-qing filled them with bamboo leaf green, peach blossom drunk, and cola, and he also divided half of the area, turning that half directly into an ice cellar. The wine and cola stored inside are icy when taken out. The ice cellar also stores some crushed ice, which can be added to bamboo leaf green, peach blossom drunk, and cola for a better taste. Then Yi-qing went to the kitchen. All the items in the kitchen were also taken away by Yi-qing, and he brought out a large pile of pickled sauerkraut noodles and placed them in the kitchen. Finally, he came to the 1st floor. Feeling bored, Yi-qing directly started crafting tables and chairs. Yi-qing's divine carpentry skills and Mahist mechanical techniques hadn't been used for a long time, and he was feeling a bit rusty. As a result, the tables and chairs crafted by Yi-qing were extremely exquisite, far superior to the ones previously used in the restaurant. The 1st floor was arranged by Yi-qing to feel like a grand hall, but each table was still separated by a partition. As for the 2nd floor, Yi-qing directly turned it into private dining rooms. Well, private rooms were set up, but the only food being sold was instant noodles with pickled mustard greens. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor is much better. Yi-qing directly used the mechanism technique. The doors of the private rooms on the 2nd floor were equipped with mechanisms. There was a button at the entrance, and pressing it would open the door. Inside the room, there were two buttons, the upper one for opening the door and the lower one for locking it. Once the lock button was pressed, the button outside for opening the door would become ineffective. The wood used by Yi-qing is also excellent, a magical type of wood that can absorb sound. In this way, once the person inside the door presses the lock button, the windows of the room will all close, ensuring that no one outside can hear the conversation inside. It won't travel beyond the room. If you're going to do something, you should do it well. With all the facilities already prepared, Yi-qing naturally didn't want to work here alone, so he needed to hire some staff. Yi-qing pondered for a moment, then entered a golden time chain. With a casual grab of his right hand, several divine dragons were pulled over. A total of 7 dragons, a 5-clawed golden dragon, a green dragon, a black dragon, a white dragon, a purple dragon, a blue dragon, and a red dragon. Immediately after, Yi-qing used the law of time to accelerate the flow of time on the 7 dragons, allowing them to instantly grow to the level of million-year soul beasts. You will begin your tribulation, transform into human form, and follow me from now on. Yi-qing said indifferently, his tone carried no hint of seeking opinions, but rather an unquestionable authority. The 7-million-year-old divine dragons dared not show the slightest resistance. We solemnly obey the decree of the divine king. Yi-qing's lips curved slightly. The divine king's decree, it sounds pretty good. The 7 divine dragons soon began undergoing the tribulation of transformation. 7 bolts of furious lightning struck down directly, only to be casually wiped away by Yi-qing. The 7 divine dragons safely passed the tribulation of transformation and successfully took human form. After a million-year soul beast passes the tribulation of transformation, it can freely switch between human and beast forms without losing its strength and having to start cultivation from scratch. 7 divine dragons transformed into human form, 4 men and 3 women. The azure dragon, white dragon, and purple dragon are female dragons, while the golden dragon, black dragon, blue dragon, and red dragon are male dragons. Yi-qing brought the 7 back to the tavern. Then the 7 were assigned their roles. The golden dragon became the manager, while the black dragon was in the kitchen in charge of instant noodles. The green dragon was responsible for serving customers on the first floor, the white dragon for serving customers on the second floor, and the purple dragon for handling takeout orders. The red dragon and the blue dragon became the security guards, throwing out anyone who caused trouble. After everything was arranged, the restaurant began operating from the next day. The restaurant's original name was Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yi-qing thought the name was acceptable, so he didn't change it and kept the original signboard. When the restaurant reopened, many people were curious. Some of the old customers of Drunken Immortal Pavilion couldn't resist their curiosity and came in. However, Yi-qing's wine was not cheap. Bamboo Leaf Green and Peach Blossom Drunk both cost 1 tael of silver per pot. 1 tael of silver in the Great Zhou is already equivalent to 1,000 yuan on Blue Star. 1,000 yuan for a single pot. This price is truly not cheap. Moreover, the pots made by Yi-qing aren't very large, each holding about 700 to 800 milliliters. As for cola and instant noodles, they are much cheaper, as they still need to be affordable for ordinary people. The price of instant noodles is the same as cola. Cola is sold by the cup, but the cup holds 500 milliliters, and both are sold for 5 copper coins. 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 copper coins, which means a pot of Bamboo Leaf Green or Peach Blossom Drunk can buy 200 cups of cola or 200 buckets of instant noodles. The guests who came in were somewhat discouraged by the prices of Peach Blossom Drunk and Bamboo Leaf Green, but their curiosity got the better of them, so they each ordered a cup of cola and a bucket of instant noodles. Soon, after the cola and instant noodles were served, everyone couldn't help but admit how delicious they were. As the aroma of the instant noodles wafted out, passers-by were drawn in, one after another, unable to resist their curiosity. Drunken Immortal Restaurant was instantly packed to capacity. Everyone who tasted the cola and instant noodles couldn't stop praising them. The entire day, Drunken Immortal Tavern was packed to the brim until closing time. Clearly, it was a tavern, yet instant noodles and cola were selling like hotcakes. There was no helping it. On the first day, no one bought Bamboo Leaf Green or Peach Blossom Drunk, so no one knew how intoxicating these two wines were. However, Yi-qing was not in a hurry. He never intended to open the shop to make money. He only started it out of boredom. However, Jin Long and the others didn't dare not to be anxious. Yi-qing had entrusted the restaurant to them, but they couldn't sell the wine. How could that be acceptable? The 7 of them stayed up all night discussing a few ideas. The next day, Jin Long first arrived at the door of the 3rd floor. "Master, can we use a pot of Bamboo Leaf Green or Peach Blossom Drunk?" The first idea that Jin Long and the others came up with was to bring out a pot of wine. As long as the aroma of the wine spread, they didn't believe no one would want to drink it. Yi-qing was momentarily stunned, then said, "This wine, along with cola and instant noodles, you can eat and drink as you please. These things are inexhaustible here." Jin Long was instantly overjoyed. "Thank you, master." After speaking, Jin Long went downstairs. Then he looked at the other dragons. "Go to the wine cellar and bring 2 jars of wine. Once the doors open, Old Red and Old Blue, you two sit at the entrance and drink." With
the enticing aroma of bamboo leaf green and peach blossom drunk, I refuse to believe no one will buy it. While the tavern was left to Ji Long and the others to handle, Yi-qing sat cross-legged on the third floor, with a strand of his spirit constantly keeping an eye on Yi Tianxian. Bored and with nothing to do, Yi-qing took out the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit zither, placed it on the table, and began to play. The sound of the zither arose, not very loud to those nearby, but it traveled directly from the end of Vermilion Bird Street to its beginning. This was, of course, intentional on Yi-qing's part. The melody was filled with joy, naturally played for Yi Tianxian in the left Prime Minister's residence at number 1 Vermilion Bird Street. The residents of Vermilion Bird Street and most of the southern market who could hear such heavenly music owed their thanks to Yi Tianxian. If it could be said that after attending the left chancellor's daughter's 100-day banquet, Yi-qing had gained some fame in the imperial city, then after today, she was practically renowned. After all, the sound of the zither directly resonated through nearly half of the southern market and the entire Vermilion Bird Street. In a few days, everyone in the imperial city would likely know that a zither master had arrived in the city, whose skills were praised by the emperor as unparalleled in the world, and who was extremely mysterious with unknown abilities. However, being able to play a tune that could spread to half of the southern city and the entire Vermilion Bird Street, no one would consider Yi-qing just an ordinary person who only knows how to play the zither. Because of Yi-qing's zither playing, the number of visitors to Drunken Immortal Tower today was several times more than yesterday. Coupled with the blue dragon and red dragon drinking at the entrance, the aroma of wine wafted out, and those who were not short on money immediately bought bamboo leaf green or peach blossom drunk to taste. Once there was a first, there would naturally be a second and a third. For a time, the Drunken Immortal Tower and its owner, the wandering musician, became famous throughout the imperial city. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 6 years later, today is Yi Tianxuan's 6th birthday, and also the day Yi-qing had prepared to pay a visit. This was the day Yi-qing had been waiting for. Yi Tianxian was now 6 years old and could officially start learning things like the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. 6 years old might still be a bit young, but learning the basics shouldn't be a problem. Which noble lady doesn't start learning these things from a young age? Yi-qing tidied up a bit, slung the Qinghuan zither on her back, and headed out. Mr. Yi, how come you're out so early today? Yi-qing had just stepped out, and the neighbor next door to the tavern happened to see him as well and asked with a smile. Over the past few years, Yi-qing had rarely gone out, spending most of his time playing the zither on the third floor of the tavern. As a result, even if not everyone had met Yi-qing, they all knew of him. This is an official of the 5th rank, residing at number 126 Juke Street next door. Naturally, he has met Yi-qing and is an official who knows Yi-qing very well. Thus, upon seeing Yi-qing step out, he asked this question. Yi-qing replied with a smile, 6 years ago, the left chancellor gifted me this restaurant, and I promised him that I would teach his daughter. Now, I am going to fulfill that promise. Lord Wang, if there's nothing else, I must take my leave now. The lord with the surname Wang nodded and said, Mr. Yi, please go ahead. With that, Yi-qing nodded slightly, then boarded a carriage and left. This carriage was crafted by Yi-qing using mechanical techniques, and the horse pulling the carriage at the front was a wooden horse made through mechanical craftsmanship. When Yi-qing's carriage first appeared, countless people wanted to buy an identical one from him, but how could Yi-qing possibly sell it? As time passed, no one mentioned buying the wooden carriage anymore. The carriage slowly traveled along Vermilion Bird Street, and passers-by couldn't help but curiously glance at the wooden carriage. Everyone who saw it exclaimed in amazement. The carriage arrived outside the main gate of the left Prime Minister's residence. Yi-qing got off the carriage and went to the door, knocking on the door knocker. The door opened, and the servant clearly recognized Yi-qing. He quickly said, Mr. Yi is here. Mr. Yi, please come in. The servant immediately led Yi-qing into the left Prime Minister's residence. For the past 6 years, Yi-qing has maintained contact with the Zhuo Prime Minister's residence. Nowadays, in the entire imperial city, who with a bit of money hasn't been to Zhuo Xianlu to eat instant noodles, drink cola, and have some wine? The Zhuo Prime Minister's residence is no exception. Every time the Zhuo Prime Minister visits, Yi-qing always directly invites him to the third floor. Since Yi-qing took over Zhuo Xianlu, only the Zhuo Prime Minister, the Zhuo Prime Minister's wife, and Zhuo Tianxian have been to the third floor of Zhuo Xianlu in the entire imperial city. Even the servants of the Zhuo Prime Minister's residence often visit Zhuo Xianlu when they have free time. Although they couldn't afford to drink bamboo leaf green and peach blossom drunk every day, they could easily afford cola, and instant noodles were also well within their means. Therefore, the people of the left Prime Minister's residence were quite familiar with Yi-qing. Yi-qing also had a very good relationship with the left Prime Minister. In any case, Yi-qing could now enter the left Prime Minister's residence directly without needing to announce himself. Not everyone can do this. In the court, only members of the royal family and first-rank ministers can visit the left Prime Minister's residence without prior notice. The servant led Yi-qing all the way to the backyard of the left Prime Minister's residence. Master, Mr. Yi has arrived. The left Prime Minister immediately looked at Yi-qing and said with a smile, Xiaoing, why have you come? Could it be to celebrate Tianxuan's birthday? Yi
Yi Tianxian was already 6 years old at this time, a little child, extremely adorable.
Yi Tianxian knew Yi-qing. After all, she had also been to Zuixian Tower and was very fond of cola. Brother Yi-qing, did you bring me a gift?
Yi Tianxian immediately ran up to Yi-qing, tugged at his sleeve, and asked. Yi-qing smiled and said, "Of course I brought it, but my main purpose today is not to celebrate the little girl's birthday, but to fulfill the promise I made to you, Prime Minister Zhuo, 6 years ago." Prime Minister Zhuo was momentarily stunned, then recalled what Yi-qing was referring to. He immediately gave a wry smile and said, "Well, that's good, but on a day like today, if you bring this up with the girl, she might just ignore you as her brother."
Yi Tianxian looked at her father and Yi-qing with a face full of confusion. "Daddy, what are you and brother Yi-qing talking about?" Yi-qing smiled and looked at Yi Tianxian, asking, "Tianxian, would you like to learn the guqin with me?" Yi Tianxuan's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded vigorously.
Yi Tianxian didn't know exactly how skilled Yi-qing was at playing the guqin. In her impression, Yi-qing's guqin skills were simply amazing. Every time he played, she would be captivated, so she really liked the guqin.
"Alright, I promised your father to be your teacher. Tianxian, from now on, you will study with me.
I will teach you everything: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting."
Yi Tianxian did not get angry as Zuoxiang had expected. Instead, she cheered with extreme joy.
After celebrating Yi Tianxuan's birthday, Yi-qing took the Qinghuan Qin off her back and gave it to Yi Tianxian.
With the 9 Phoenix Mystic Spirit Qin, an imperial grade instrument, the Qinghuan Qin, a royal grade instrument, was no longer of much use to Yi-qing. Giving it to Yi Tianxian was just perfect. The Qinghuan Qin, although not as remarkable as the Jiufeng Xianling Qin, is still extremely extraordinary.
The left chancellor could tell at a glance that this Qin was unusual, but since he was not someone who understood Qins, he could only perceive its uniqueness without discerning its true value. By evening, Yi-qing had also discussed and finalized with the left chancellor the time and place for Yi Tianxuan's future studies.
Yi Tianxian was only 6 years old now, an age for playfulness.
Yi-qing did not want Yi Tianxian to be too exhausted, so it was decided that she would study for only 1 hour a day. 1 hour is allocated to learning 4 subjects: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, which means Yi Tianxian only has half an hour to study each subject per day.
However, considering Yi Tianxuan's age, this arrangement will suffice for now.
As Yi Tianxian grows older, the study time will gradually increase with age until Yi Tianxian completes her training. As for the place of study, it is not set in the left Prime Minister's residence but on the 3rd floor of Yi-qing's drunken immortal tower. If it weren't for the excellent relationship between Yi-qing and the left chancellor at this time, the left chancellor definitely wouldn't have chosen drunken immortal tower as the location. Now, because the left chancellor understands Yi-qing's character, he feels at ease letting Yi Tianxian stay at drunken immortal tower.
In fact, the main reason for choosing drunken immortal tower as the location is Yi Tianxuan's request. There's no other way. Drunken immortal tower has endless cola to drink and instant noodles to eat.
After agreeing on the time and place, Yi-qing returned home after having dinner at the left Prime Minister's residence.
The next day, around 2 in the afternoon, a servant from the left Prime Minister's residence brought Yi Tianxian to the drunken immortal tavern.
Upon arriving, Yi Tianxian acted as if she were at her own home and dashed straight up to the 3rd floor.
The servant hadn't even had time to react before the young lady had already gone upstairs.
The servant hurried upstairs to the 2nd floor to ask if the young lady was there, and only after confirming she was did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he went back down to wait in the carriage outside for his young lady to finish school.
An hour later, the servant took Yi Tianxian back to the left Prime Minister's residence. Day after day, it was always the same.
In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and Yi Tianxian was now 16 years old.
Ordinary girls are usually married or engaged to some young master by the age of 16, but Yi Tianxian was not. She was neither married nor engaged to anyone.
A few days ago, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, on a whim, wanted to bestow a marriage, arranging for Yi Tianxian to marry his 7th prince. On the day this news spread, Yi Tianxian cried her heart out in sorrow on the 3rd floor of the drunken immortal tower. Then, on the same night, 7 true dragons, each 100 zhang long, arrived above the imperial palace.
One of the red true dragons spewed fierce flames toward the entrance of the imperial study. The entire palace was thrown into chaos, but despite the flames engulfing the imperial study, it remained completely unharmed.
In the end, all 7 true dragons let out a cold snort in the air. Hearing this cold snort, everyone in the palace felt a chill in their hearts. Then the 7 true dragons departed, and the Emperor of the Great Zhou entered the imperial study, where he saw the only thing that had been set alight inside. It was the imperial decree of marriage he had written today, but it had not yet been carried out. Seeing this scene, the Emperor of the Great Zhou was so frightened that he immediately stopped mentioning the matter of the marriage decree. This matter naturally could not be concealed, and once it spread, the whole world was in an uproar. No one knew what was going on, nor could they understand why, right after the Emperor of the Great Zhou had granted a marriage between the 7th prince and the Prime Minister's daughter, a true dragon descended and burned the imperial decree. However, most people among the common folk speculated that the 7th prince prince must possess great fortune, and an ordinary woman could not be his wife. Hence, the true dragon descended. This speculation was believed by the vast majority, even by the emperor of the Great Zhou himself, who even began to entertain the idea of abolishing the crown prince and appointing the seventh prince as the new heir. The emperor of the Great Zhou secretly decided in his heart that he could no longer arrange marriages, especially not allowing the seventh prince to marry easily. He did not want to experience such a shock a second time. After the emperor of the Great Zhou showed signs of wanting to depose the crown prince and establish the seventh prince as the heir, the crown prince and the other princes completely set their sights on the seventh prince, and the royal struggle began at that moment. The seventh prince was simply sitting at home, and trouble came falling from the sky. That night, after all these events, the seventh prince sat in his palace utterly bewildered. What the heck? I can't get married? I have to become the crown prince? And now I've become a thorn in my brother's sides? The seventh prince was originally the least ambitious of all the princes when it came to power, and he simply enjoyed a carefree life. Well, now with all these rumors spreading, the seventh prince, who had no desire for power, was forced to develop some ambition. Even when he went to the pleasure quarters, no one dared to serve him, fearing that the divine dragon might descend and burn them to ashes. If the rumor isn't dispelled, the seventh prince might have to spend his life with his five-finger maiden. Perhaps no one yet knows why the true dragon burned the imperial edict, but Yi Tianxian has vaguely guessed the reason. That night, Yi Tianxian was in a bad mood, so she didn't return home and stayed at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion instead. The third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion has plenty of rooms, so accommodating Yi Tianxian alone was no problem at all. That night, Yi Tianxian personally witnessed Manager Jean and the others transform into dragons. Afterward, she also saw Manager Jean and the others change back. Yi Tianxian was certain she hadn't seen wrong, but she didn't say anything, thinking it was best to keep this matter to herself. After this incident, Yi Tianxian became even more reliant on Yi-qing. After 10 years together, in this lifetime, Yi Tianxian once again fell for Yi-qing. However, Yi-qing could only pretend to know nothing, feigning ignorance. It's not that Yi-qing has a problem. Naturally, he is also very willing to be with Yi Tianxian now, but he cannot do so. He had already interfered in Yi Tianxuan's tribulation. At most, he could stay by Yi Tianxuan's side, but he absolutely could not have any substantial relationship with her. Otherwise, Yi Tianxian wouldn't need to wait until the 100th life. The tribulation would fail in an instant. Failing the tribulation would result in death, which Yi-qing could save her from, but Yi Tianxian would lose all her cultivation. Yi Tianxian could rebuild her cultivation and go through the tribulation again. But isn't this just a cycle? Therefore, in order for Yi Tianxian to successfully overcome her tribulation, all Yi-qing could do was prevent others from forcing Yi Tianxian to marry someone else, but he himself could not marry her. Another 2 years passed, and during these 2 years, the struggle among the princes of the Great Zhou became increasingly intense. The seventh prince was forced to compete for the throne because, given the current situation, if he did not actively fight for it, the day the next emperor of the Great Zhou ascended might very well be the day of his death. The seventh prince's abilities gradually came to light. In the past, he had indeed been keeping a low profile, but he truly had little interest in the throne. Within the court, countless people began to side with the seventh prince. After all, it was an ancient society that strongly believed in superstitions, thinking the seventh prince was destined by the heavens. Soon, 6 or 7 out of 10 in the court stood behind the seventh prince. There are still about 10 to 20% who are the crown prince's people, and the rest are neutral. The left chancellor is the leader of the neutral faction. The left chancellor is loyal to the Great Zhou, so he won't take sides. Neither the crown prince nor the seventh prince dared to force the left chancellor. The power of the left chancellor is no joke. If they can't win someone over, they definitely won't offend them. Now Yi Tianxian is already 18 years old. In ancient times, it was extremely rare for a woman to remain unmarried at 18. Both the left chancellor and his wife had been worried about this, but their worry was of no use. Yi Tianxian simply refused to marry anyone. The left chancellor didn't want to force his beloved daughter, so he let her do as she pleased. Drunken Immortal Tower, 3rd floor. Yi Tianxian lay on the table, her big eyes staring at Yi-qing. Brother Yi-qing, why is it that you never seem to change? When I saw you as a child, you looked like this, and now you still look the same. Are you an immortal? Yi-qing smiled and said, since you've already guessed, why bother asking? Yi Tianxian chuckled. Ever since she saw Manager Jean and the others turn into dragons, she had her suspicions. Yi-qing was definitely not an ordinary person. Hence, there is this question now. When she got the answer she needed in her heart, Yi Tianxian was neither surprised nor flustered, just a little disappointed. Yi-qing was a celestial being, and she felt she was unworthy of him. Brother Yi-qing, why did you come to Dezhou? And why did you open a tavern here? Also, why did you teach me music skills? Yi-qing patted Yi Tianxuan's head and said, why so many whys? I just wanted to do it, so I did. Oh brother Yi-qing, will you leave? No, I still need to teach you how to play the zither. Yi Tianxian chuckled, sweeping away the miscellaneous thoughts in her mind. Yi Tianxian also thought to herself, why am I overthinking so much? At this moment, my beloved is still before my eyes, and that surpasses surpasses countless things in the world. Another 2 years have passed. The struggles in the court have grown increasingly intense, but the crown prince is clearly at a disadvantage. The court is also being gradually controlled step by step by the seventh prince. It must be said that among the dozen or so princes, the seventh prince's abilities are undoubtedly the best. Even without the incident of the 7 dragons descending 4 years ago, the seventh prince still had a chance to compete for the throne. As the seventh prince's talents became more evident, more and more people from the neutral faction began to side with him. They can already see that the next emperor of the Great Zhou will definitely be the seventh prince. The rumors from 4 years ago are now gradually becoming reality. There were also people who said that the descent of the 7 dragons might have nothing to do with the seventh prince. But then someone asked, why did the descent of the 7 dragons only burn the imperial decree granting the seventh prince's marriage? And why was it exactly 7 true dragons that descended? Clearly, just one dragon would be enough to destroy their Great Zhou, but instead, 7 dragons descended from the heavens, and the seventh prince happens to be ranked 7th among all the princes. Do you still dare to say that the descent of the 7 dragons has nothing to do with the seventh prince? Do you still dare to say that the seventh prince is not the fated child blessed with great fortune? Alright, even Yi-qing himself didn't expect this rumor to become more and more substantiated step by step. He never expected any of this. He sent 7 dragons simply because he currently only had 7 dragons, intending to arrive with the most formidable presents. Unexpectedly, they ended up imagining so many things. Their imagination is wonderful. This kind of effect is exactly what Yi-qing wanted to see. Over the years, ever since Yi Tianxian learned that Yi-qing was an immortal descended from the heavens, she buried her feelings of admiration deep in her heart. She didn't say it out loud because she felt unworthy of Yi-qing. Even though she could tell that Yi-qing treated her differently, she never thought of expressing her feelings. She worried about many things, like how decades later, she would grow old and frail while Yi-qing remained unchanged, how she would turn to dust while Yi-qing still shone with unparalleled grace. How could she possibly confess the love in her heart? The current state already makes Yi Tianxian very satisfied. Yi-qing has only her by his side, sees only her, and she sees only Yi-qing. This alone makes Yi Tianxian very content. Sweet words are never the deepest expression of love, only companionship is. Another year has passed, and the figure of the crown prince is no longer seen in the court. In the same year, the emperor of the Great Zhou finally made a decision to depose the current crown prince and establish the seventh prince as the new crown prince. 4 years later, the seventh prince, no, the crown prince, achieved greater and greater accomplishments, while the elder statesman of the Great Zhou gradually aged. In the same year, the emperor of the Great Zhou abdicated and passed the throne to the crown prince. From then on, the crown prince ascended the throne, taking the title of Dragon King. This title is a bit pretentious, but it wasn't chosen by the emperor himself, it was given by the ministers. They believed the emperor could summon a true dragon, so the title Dragon King was perfectly fitting. When Dragon King Zhou ascended the throne, he did not target his original brothers but instead granted them all noble titles. However, they were all carefree kings without any real power. Looking back, this carefree king was exactly what King Zhoulong desired the most. Unfortunately, he was inexplicably forced to become the son of heaven. If the other princes knew what the son of heaven was thinking, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Not long after King Zhoulong ascended the throne, the left chancellor also requested to return home in glory. It's not that the left chancellor doesn't want to work for King Zhou, but the fact is that the left chancellor is indeed getting on in years. The left chancellor is not someone who was obsessed with power and handed over all his authority without hesitation. He thought in his heart about giving young people some opportunities. The future of a country does not depend on them, the elders, but on the newcomers. After officials of Great Zhou return to their hometowns in glory, houses on Vermilion Bird Street are generally reclaimed. However, the left prime minister's residence was not confiscated by King Zhou. He didn't dare to confiscate it. The contributions the left prime minister made to the Great Zhou throughout his life were evident to all. This residence he neither dared nor could take. The most crucial point is that King Zhou had always believed that the descent of the 7 dragons back then was not for his own sake. If not for himself, then for whom? Who else could it be for? It was precisely because of this reason that King Zhou treated the left prime minister extremely well, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Perhaps others might think this is because he regards the left chancellor as an old minister of the Great Zhou and a childhood companion of the Emperor Emeritus, but that's not the case. The Dragon King of Zhou is simply afraid that any impropriety on his part might lead to another 7 dragons descent to Earth incident that very night. Another year has passed, and this year, Yi Tianxian is already 26. Yet she still hasn't married, making her one of the rare older single women in the Great Zhou. The left chancellor and the others have already left Yi Tianxian to her own devices. The left chancellor isn't foolish. He naturally sees that Yi Tianxian has feelings for Yi-qing. He also realized that Yi-qing was no ordinary person, and his heart ached a little for his daughter, who had fallen for someone destined to be apart from her. It was also this year that King Zhoulong noticed Yi-qing and immediately ordered an investigation. The findings revealed that this wandering pianist had appeared in the imperial city 26 years ago, looking handsome and seemingly only about 20 years old at the time. But now, 26 years later, this wandering pianist still looks as if he's only about 20? Yi-qing rarely went out, so no one noticed this issue. As soon as King Zhou discovered this issue, he immediately investigated everything that had happened at Zuixian Tower over the past 26 years. Upon learning that Yi-qing was Yi Tianxuan's teacher and that Yi Tianxian was extremely fond of visiting Zuixian Tower. Zuixian Tower had 7 people, each dressed in one of 7 colors: yellow, purple, green, black, white, red, and blue. At that moment, King Zhou instantly understood everything. That very night, King Zhou left the palace, bringing along 2 guards, and arrived at the already closed Zuixian Tower. Knocked on the door of Drunken Immortal Tavern. Manager Jean opened the door and made a welcoming gesture. "Sir, please proceed to the 3rd floor." Dragon King Zhou was momentarily surprised, but upon thinking about the person upstairs not being ordinary, he felt relieved. "You wait for me outside." Dragon King Zhou said something to the guards and then went inside. Dragon King Zhou quickly arrived on the 3rd floor. The door to the 3rd floor was wide open, and after he entered, a gust of wind blew through and closed it automatically. At this moment, Yi-qing was sitting directly across from Dragon King Zhou. Dragon King Zhou took a deep breath. He looked at Yi-qing, cupped his hands in salute, and said, "Mortal Emperor, Zhou Yuan greets the immortal." Yi-qing smiled and said, "Sit down. You all are quite interesting, subconsciously treating me as an immortal. Why not consider me a god instead?" King Zhou Long was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Yi-qing meant by this, but he could only muster the courage to softly ask, "Immortal, is there a difference between a god and an immortal?" Yi-qing let out a bitter laugh and said, "Forget it, no need to be nervous. Sit down. I'm not a man-eating tiger. You're the son of heaven. Do you really need to fear an ordinary person like me?" King Zhou Long swallowed hard. "If you are just an ordinary person, then no one in this world could be considered human." Dragon King Zhou's body trembled slightly as he slowly sat down. Then he looked at Yi-qing and cautiously asked, "Immortal, why have you descended to the mortal world?" Since they all regarded Yi-qing as an immortal, Yi-qing didn't bother to refute it. After all, there was nothing wrong with calling him an immortal. Yi-qing casually said, "I just suddenly felt like taking a trip to the mortal world." Dragon King Zhou glanced at Yi-qing and whispered, "Is the immortal here for Miss Yi?" Yi-qing cast a glance at Dragon King Zhou. Dragon King Zhou was so frightened that his hair stood on end. A true immortal was sitting right in front of him, and with him courting death like this, how could he not be nervous? "You are quite clever." "That's right, I did come here for Tianxian. It's enough that you know this yourself." King Zhou Dragon nodded and replied, "Understood. Immortal, could you teach me the cultivation method of the Great Zhou?" King Zhou Dragon hesitated for a moment, then still looked at Yi-qing and pleaded. Yi-qing glanced at King Zhou Long, thought for a moment, and then said, "It's not impossible, but my cultivation method only provides you with the opportunity to become gods. It doesn't guarantee that many of you will succeed." King Zhou Long was overjoyed. "No problem. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing the method." King Zhou Long, filled with excitement, kowtowed to Yi-qing. Yi-qing waved his right hand, and the basic cultivation method he had created on Blue Star appeared in his hand. "Take it." With that, Yi-qing handed the basic cultivation method to Dragon King Zhou. Not long after, Dragon King Zhou left with the basic cultivation method, unable to hide the smile on his face as he departed. The method of becoming immortal. King Zhou Long never wanted to be an emperor from the beginning. What he desired was a carefree life like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Apart from this, what he undoubtedly wanted most was immortality. Just think, who wouldn't want to live forever? After obtaining the basic cultivation method, King Zhou Long returned to the palace and began his practice. In the same year, the Great Zhou issued a cultivation technique, claiming it to be a method for achieving immortality. The Dragon King of Zhou didn't care whether you believed it or not. If you wanted to cultivate, you could, and if you didn't, then don't. Of course, the technique that was spread only contained half of it. If you wanted to learn the other half, you had to join the court and become an official. At this time, within the Great Zhou court, the Dragon King's trusted aides had all received the complete technique. From this point on, the Great Zhou also entered an era of nationwide cultivation. On this day, Yi Tianxian arrived at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Brother Yi-qing, was that cultivation technique given to His Majesty by you?" Yi-qing nodded. Yi Tianxian chuckled and said, "Then I want to cultivate too. Once I cultivate to become an immortal, I can always stay with you, Brother Yi-qing." Yi-qing was momentarily speechless, suddenly feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Why hadn't he thought it through before giving the cultivation technique to King Zhou Long? At this moment, Yi Tianxian was undergoing the tribulation of the human calamity. Those undergoing the tribulation would be reborn into a lower plane and would be restricted by the heavens and earth, unable to become gods no matter what. So, even if Yi Tianxian cultivates the basic techniques, she can at most reach the peak of mortal status and cannot become immortal. This is also a method devised by the heavenly Tao to ensure the normal progression of tribulations. Yi Tianxian noticed Yi-qing's expression suddenly becoming somewhat unusual and looked at him in confusion.
Ascension. Yi-qing took a deep breath, then sighed and said, Tianxian, stop practicing that basic cultivation method. Yi Tianxian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Alright. Yi-qing felt even more guilty in his heart. What happened? Aren't you going to ask me why? Yi Tianxian shook her head and said, I believe you won't harm me. Yi-qing sighed deeply in his heart. I owe you more and more. 100 lifetimes of reincarnation. How many times must I let you down? Should I not interfere with your reincarnation? But I can't bear to let go. Yi-qing. Yi-qing's heart grew increasingly restless, deeply questioning whether everything he had done was right or wrong. This doubt was destined to remain unresolved for Yi-qing for quite some time. Year after year, more and more people in the Great Zhou pursued the path of cultivation. More and more people are achieving success. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The first person to become a god in the Great Zhou was born. It must be said, this Zhou Dragon King is truly like the protagonist of a novel. His cultivation talent is incredibly strong, and in just 10 years, he advanced from an ordinary mortal to the realm of a lower true god. On this day, King Zhou Long invited everyone in the world to witness his ascension. Doing so was also to provide proof to the world that the cultivation method he had passed down could indeed lead to immortality. On this day, King Zhou Long stood atop a 10-meter-high platform and loudly declared, Everyone, today I shall transcend the tribulation and become immortal. I have invited you all to witness that the cultivation method I passed down 10 years ago was not a deception. After speaking, King Zhou Long sat down cross-legged and began breaking through to the next realm. Breaking through the boundary, a golden light descended from the horizon, landing on King Zhou Long. The light radiated brightly, and countless people were watching this scene at this very moment. As the light faded, King Zhou Long's figure completely disappeared from the high platform. The former crown prince of the Great Zhou, King Zhou Long, had handed over the throne to him before becoming a god, as he was undoubtedly the most capable among all the princes, apart from himself. However, due to the rumors back then, he never married or had any offspring, so he could only pass the throne to his brother. The new emperor of the Great Zhou loudly congratulated, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on transcending the tribulation and becoming immortal. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on transcending the tribulation and becoming immortal. The court officials also all congratulated in unison. At this moment, everyone in the Great Zhou had the idea of cultivating immortality in their hearts. In the past 10 years, many people still did not believe what King Zhou Long said, that the cultivation method in that book could lead to immortality. But starting today, almost everyone believed it. Even the newly crowned emperor, just a few days after ascending the throne, directly handed it over to his most outstanding son. What a worthless throne! Don't waste my time cultivating immortality. His son was dumbfounded. Dad, if you want to cultivate immortality, I want to as well. For a moment, the throne actually became somewhat annoying to people. Some ministers in the court, who possessed complete cultivation techniques, even started considering resigning. I already have the cultivation technique. Why would I still want to be an official? I want to cultivate immortality. The reason they were so crazy was because of King Zhou Long. This person they all knew had ascended to immortality right in front of them. How could they not be envious? In the face of immortality, power instantly became worthless. Time moves forward again. A decade after another decade. A decade after another decade. 40 years later. During these 40 years, several prodigies of the Great Zhou stepped into the divine realm, ascended to immortality, and left this world. As more and more cases of ascension to immortality emerge, sects have begun to surface in this world. Although imperial power remains the strongest, forces capable of contending with it have also started to appear. A world should be like this, without competition. How can there be progress? Yi-qing has been in this world for 75 years. This year, Yi Tianxian has also reached the advanced age of 75. Yi Tianxuan's body has grown increasingly frail with age. In this era where everyone practices cultivation, the average lifespan should theoretically reach 90 or even 100 years. However, Yi Tianxian did not cultivate, so reaching 75 years old was already quite good. 50 years ago, Yi-qing told Yi Tianxian not to cultivate, and since then, Yi Tianxian never considered the matter of cultivation again. At Drunken Immortal Tower, an elderly woman, frail with age, lay on a reclining chair on the 3rd floor, her eyes half closed, as if trying to keep them shut yet also struggling to keep them open. The old man sat nearby, while Yi-qing sat beside the old woman, combing her now extremely thin hair. Brother Yi-qing, I feel like I don't have much time left. Can you tell me how much longer I can live? The old woman trembled as she opened her mouth, and a frail, aged voice softly emerged. Yi-qing's hand paused slightly, and he gently whispered, Don't think too much about it. The old woman saw that Yi-qing did not answer her question and continued speaking to herself. I know my own body. Brother Yi-qing, it's been so long since you helped me comb my hair. Am I not going to make it through tonight? Yi-qing silently stopped combing her hair. The old woman smiled and continued, Meeting you in this life has been Tianxuan's honor. Yi-qing gently held the old man's hand, looked at the old woman, and asked, Tianxian, I stopped you from cultivating. Do you blame me? The old woman slowly shook her head. Brother Yi-qing, what silly things are you saying? From beginning to end, I have always always known that you would never harm me. I know you have your own reasons for not letting me cultivate.
Yi-qing's eyes turned red and his voice became somewhat choked.
Girl, do you know that with you treating me like this, I feel so guilty, so very guilty?
The old woman used all her strength to tightly hold Yi-qing's hand and whispered, Brother Yi-qing, there's nothing for you to feel guilty about.
You don't need to feel guilty.
Yi-qing gently patted the old woman's hand.
Girl, listen to me. Your time is near, and I can now tell you the reasons behind everything. I will answer all the questions in your heart and tell you everything. Are you wondering why I descended to the mortal world? Why I went to the left Prime Minister's residence to attend your 100-day banquet? Why I taught you music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? And why I stayed with you for a lifetime?
The old woman softly responded with a hum. She was indeed very puzzled, but whenever she felt confused, she would deceive herself thinking it was fate, the result of Yi-qing's free will. Yi-qing continued, I came here just for you. Soon, Yi-qing explained the whole story to Yi Tianxian. Normally, such matters of human tribulation could not be disclosed, but today happened to be the final day of Yi Tianxuan's first life, so Yi-qing's revelation would not have any consequences. After listening, Yi Tianxian felt truly happy in her heart. She knew the one thing she most wanted to know, that Yi-qing had come to the mortal world just for her.
Brother Yi-qing, I have one last question. Were we together in my past life? Feeling Yi Tianxuan's breath gradually slowing, Yi-qing recalled the experiences of Yi Tianxuan's heart tribulation.
Of course, in your past life, we became husband and wife, had 2 children, and lived a peaceful life away from the world. Before Yi Tianxuan's time ran out, Yi-qing chose to lie to her, but in his heart, he had already decided to turn these lies into reality. The old woman, after hearing Yi-qing's words, was already as happy as she could be. At this moment, she felt that her life was complete just like this.
Brother Yi-qing, I'll trouble you from now on.
I don't blame you, but please stay with me. I don't want to go through 100 lifetimes of reincarnation alone. The old woman's voice gradually weakened, and by the time she finished speaking, the old man's breathing had become intermittent.
Yi-qing held the old man tightly and nodded.
Don't worry, I will definitely stay with you. Time passed second by second, until evening, when the old woman's last breath was completely exhausted, and she departed from this world. Although Yi-qing knew this was just a tribulation and Yi Tianxian would be reborn, watching Yi Tianxian die in front of him made him feel deeply sorrowful. What Yi-qing didn't know was that at the moment of Yi Tianxuan's death, among all her belongings temporarily taken by the heavenly Tao, a gold coin shattered. With Yi Tianxian of this world now deceased, Yi-qing no longer had any attachment to this place. He soon closed the drunken immortal pavilion for good, returned it to the Great Zhou, and then left this world with 7 dragons. Yi-qing sensed the next world where Yi Tianxian had reincarnated and headed directly toward it. Before long, Yi-qing arrived in another world of the lower plane. The societal background of this world was still ancient, but it was somewhat different. The previous world revered royal authority, but this world revered aristocratic families and sects. It can be said to be the scene of the world decades or even hundreds of years later. In this world, the royal authority holds an extremely low position, so low that it can only manage ordinary people. Those who can be called noble families are countless cultivators, and the same goes for sects, so it can be said that royal authority is completely inferior to noble families and sects. This is because there are very few cultivators within the royal authority, and even combined, they are not as numerous as the cultivators of a top-ranking noble family. In this life, Yi Tianxian was reborn into the Yi family, the number 1 family in the world. The Yi family holds immense power in this world, ranking first among noble families, with no sect able to match it. Most importantly, the Yi family members almost never involve themselves in court affairs or matters of the martial world. Therefore, whether it is the noble families and sects of the martial world or the court of the Qi kingdom, all are more than willing to acknowledge the Yi family as the number 1 family in the world. The ancestral home of the Yi family is located on an island, a private island that belongs entirely to the Yi family.
The small island is neither very large nor very small, with only the Yi residents located on it.
Those who can live in the ancestral home are all direct descendants of the Yi family and elders with strong cultivation within the family.
A coastal city not far from the island is called Jiangnan.
This is quite a coincidence, as in Yi-qing's previous world, Earth, there was also a place called Jiangnan in ancient times.
Jiangnan is also Yi family's territory.
Although it is officially said to be part of the Qi kingdom's domain, the Yi family holds the real authority in Jiangnan. There is also a Yi family residence in Jiangnan, but the people who usually live there are not the core members of the Yi family. After Yi-qing arrived in this world, he first took a look around Jiangnan.
The scenery was beautiful. He had never seen Jiangnan in his previous life, but he guessed that it might be very similar to this place.
As a result, Yi-qing developed a slight fondness for this place, which was also called Jiangnan. Yi-qing did not rush to the Yi family's island but instead first instructed Jinlong and the others to purchase a house in Jiangnan for future residents. The task of purchasing the house was left to Jinlong and the others, while Yi-qing temporarily stayed in Jiangnan. The house was quickly purchased, but Jinlong didn't buy a mansion. Instead, he bought a small 2-story noodle shop right across from the Yi mansion in Jiangnan.
Well, here we go again with the old trade.
The noodle shop was directly handed over to Jinlong to manage. The noodle shop wasn't large, so Jinlong could manage it on his own. The items for sale were still instant noodles, but this time they weren't selling peach blossom brew or bamboo leaf green. Instead, they were selling cola and instant noodles. With Jinlong occupied, Yi-qing naturally couldn't let the other dragons idle around. So, he gave them some money and had them buy a few shops on this street, opening stores when they had free time. After resolving Jiang Nan's accommodation, Yi-qing left and headed toward the Yi family's island. Not long after, Yi-qing arrived on the island. However, Yi-qing immediately concealed himself, making it impossible for the Yi family members on the island to see him. Yi-qing quickly found the room of the Yi family head. Yi Tianxian was reincarnated into the womb of the wife of the Yi family head. This time, Yi Tianxian was not an only daughter. Before her, the Yi family had already had a daughter. The daughter was already 3 years old, and now the Yi family had another daughter, which made him extremely happy. Other families are very patriarchal, as they need sons to carry on the family line. But the Yi family is different. The Yi family has never emphasized favoring sons over daughters, nor insisted that the family head must have a son to inherit the position. In the Yi family, even if the family head has no son, the family can later be handed over to the son of the family head's brother. Anyway, the Yi family was harmonious and very united, and no one would compete for the position of the family head. Yi-qing walked into the family head's room and saw a baby girl lying on the bed, with a woman of exceptional beauty taking care of her nearby. Next to the baby girl, a 3-year-old little girl was lying on the bed, staring intently at the baby. Suddenly, the little girl leaned over and gave the baby a kiss on her tiny cheek. Then he chuckled happily. The woman laughed and said, "Xiaoing, what are you doing?" The little girl looked at the woman and shouted, "Mother, sister smells good." The woman and Yi-qing, who was beside her, both burst into laughter. The woman pinched the little girl's tiny nose and said, "Your little sister smells nice, but you can't suck on her anymore. You can only kiss her gently. Sucking might hurt her, understand?" A whole string of words suddenly hit her, leaving the little girl a bit dazed. After processing the words with her little head, she nodded vigorously. The little girl continued to stare at the baby, unblinking, as if she had discovered a treasure. Yi-qing watched the scene with a faint smile on her face. Suddenly, Yi-qing looked into Yi Tianxuan's eyes and froze for a moment. He felt as if something was a bit off. Yi-qing stared intently into Yi Tianxuan's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and a newborn baby shouldn't have that kind of gaze filled with curiosity right from the start. Yi Tianxuan's eyes seemed as if they could emit light, and Yi-qing immediately furrowed his brows. The soul left the body, looking at Yi Tianxian and activating the soul-gazing technique. In Yi-qing's soul eyes, a spirit slowly rose above Yi Tianxuan's head. It did not take the form of an infant but rather appeared as Yi Tianxian in adulthood. What's going on? Yi-qing was greatly shocked. After pondering for a moment, he transmitted his voice to Yi Tianxian, attempting to establish a mental connection. "Little girl?" Yi Tianxuan's gaze became even brighter, and then Yi-qing heard Yi Tianxuan's voice in his mind. "Brother Yi-qing, where are you? Why can't I see you?" Yi-qing was so shocked that his mouth fell open, unable to comprehend how Yi Tianxian had managed to escape the constraints of the tribulation of humanity, allowing this life's reincarnation to carry the memories of the previous life. "I'm right by the bed, but I'm invisible." Yi-qing heard Yi Tianxuan's urgent words and immediately explained. Yi Tianxian felt instantly at ease upon hearing that Yi-qing was right beside her. "Brother Yi-qing, why do I have memories of my past life after being reborn? I'm not very sure about this either. I'll figure out what's going on." After replying to Yi Tianxian, Yi-qing called out to the system in his mind. "System, this situation has already gone beyond what I understand. What's going on here?" Yi Tianxian carrying memories into reincarnation and rebirth is due to the revival coin. Resurrection coin? Yi-qing was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, he immediately remembered that the first time he met Yi Tianxian, he had given her a resurrection coin as a gift. Isn't the resurrection coin supposed to bring the dead back to life? How could it allow Tianxian to reincarnate with her memories intact? Logically, shouldn't the resurrection coin directly revive the deceased Yi Tianxian from her previous life? Logically, that's correct. However, Yi Tianxuan's death was during her tribulation, which wasn't true death, but this pseudo-death still triggered the resurrection coin. The resurrection coin couldn't directly revive Yi Tianxian, otherwise, it would cause her to skip the human tribulation process, leading to immediate failure of the tribulation and resulting in her death. The function of the resurrection coin is to bring the dead back to life, not to kill the living. Therefore, due to this situation, the effect of the resurrection coin changed. It did not preserve Yi Tianxuan's life but instead preserved Yi Tianxuan's past life memories. Yi-qing understood and then weighed the pros and cons of this matter in his heart. If Yi Tianxian does not lose her memory and starts over in all these 100 lifetimes, then by the 100th lifetime, she would not need to recall the memories of the previous 99 lifetimes and could fully focus on recalling her original memories. Additionally, everyone else only has 1,000 years in the 100th lifetime to recover their memories. But if Yi Tianxian doesn't lose her memory every lifetime, then Yi Tianxian would have about 2,000 years to recover her
memories. This would directly double the time and significantly reduce the difficulty. Yi-qing explained all this to Yi Tianxian, and as for the specific choice, it was naturally up to Yi Tianxian to decide. After listening to Yi-qing's explanation, Yi Tianxian immediately and decisively chose not to lose her memory in each lifetime. In this way, she could accompany Yi-qing for 2,000 years. Even if she couldn't recover her original memories in the future, she would still feel truly content. Next, Yi-qing stayed here chatting and talking with Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing also made it so that only Yi Tianxian could see him. Since Yi Tianxian had just been born, Yi-qing had no good way to openly approach her, so he could only accompany her like this. However, just this was enough to make Yi Tianxian very content. At the same time, Yi-qing was also pondering a legitimate way to approach Yi Tianxian. The method from the previous life was quite good, becoming Yi Tianxuan's teacher. However, in this life, it would be better to first become the teacher of Yi Tianxuan's sister, Yi-yin, since Yi-yin would turn 6 in 3 years. Becoming Yi-yin's teacher would allow quicker access to the Yi residence. In the days that followed, Yi-qing often sneaked into the Yi residence in secret to chat with Yi Tianxian. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Now, in this lifetime, Yi Tianxuan's elder sister, Yi-yin, was already 6 years old, and Yi-qing could go to offer himself at the door. On this day, Yi-qing set off from the Jiangnan dock, sitting on a small boat. There was only Yi-qing on the boat, no one rowing, yet the small boat moved forward on its own. The sea surface was calm, and the wind on the sea was just a gentle breeze. It was impossible for the boat to move on its own because of the waves or the wind. As a result, the boatmen on some of the surrounding boats all looked at Yi-qing's small boat with bewildered expressions. Some boatmen rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe it was real. "My goodness, this boat can move on its own," someone exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of more people. Yi-qing gave a wry smile, controlled the small boat to speed up, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The small boat headed toward the island. Soon, it reached the docking area of the island. As soon as Yi-qing got off the boat, he was immediately stopped by someone. "Who are you? You can't enter here." A few people blocked Yi-qing and were about to drive him away. Yi-qing quickly said, "I have come here to seek an audience with the head of the Yi family. I kindly ask you to inform them on my behalf." The group exchanged glances, and one of them said, "Please explain your purpose to us first, otherwise, we cannot help you pass on the message." Joking aside, the Yi family keeps to themselves, but you can't just let anyone come and say they want to meet the head of the Yi family. The Yi family is the #1 family, after all. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Yi family is already 6 years old, so I wanted to recommend myself to become her teacher. Hearing Yi-qing's words, the person who had just spoken immediately shook his head without hesitation. "Sorry, we can't help you report this. Although the Yi family isn't invincible, there are more than a dozen 9th grade martial artists within the clan, and our young lady doesn't lack teachers. You might have misunderstood. I want to be the young lady's teacher in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The Yi family is the #1 family in the world, so surely the young lady needs to learn a bit of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age, right? Although I am not particularly talented when it comes to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I dare to claim to be the best in the world." The group was a bit stunned. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? They exchanged glances, a bit uncertain about what to do. Although this world was an era of martial arts, the eldest daughter of the Yi family was, after all, a woman and surely had to learn some skills like playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The leader of the group thought for a moment and said, "All right, please wait here for a moment, sir. I will go and ask the family head if they are willing to see you." Yi-qing nodded, and the leader immediately ran towards the Yi residence on the island. Soon, that person relayed Yi-qing's matter to the head of the Yi family. The head of the Yi family grew curious and decided to meet Yi-qing. He didn't believe any fool would come here to mess with him, so Yi-qing must have some skills. That's why he chose to meet Yi-qing. The servant quickly brought Yi-qing to the main hall of the Yi residence. Yi-qing demonstrated his skills in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting to the head of the Yi family. Played a tune, set up a chess game, wrote a piece of calligraphy, and painted a picture. Yi-qing showcased her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting one by one, leaving the head of the Yi family utterly astonished. Then, Yi-qing naturally stayed on the island and became Yi-yin's teacher. On regular days, while teaching Yi-yin music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Yi Tianxian would also sit nearby and watch. Yi Tianxian was only 3 years old at the time, a 3-year-old child who could endure loneliness better than Yi-yin, sitting there for an entire day. This naturally made others a bit curious. It wasn't until Yi Tianxian played a simple tune that, although the tune was simple, everyone found it very pleasing to the ear. Afterward, the Yi family could only assume that Yi Tianxian had a natural talent for things like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But Yi-yin was not very interested and only cared about practicing martial arts, completely opposite to Yi Tianxian. Then, after studying music, chess, calligraphy, and painting for a few days, Yi-yin stopped and instead followed the 9th grade martial artists in the clan to practice martial arts, while Yi Tianxian followed Yi-qing to learn music, chess,
calligraphy, and painting. After all, she was her own sister, so when Yi Tianxian saw Yi Yin's interest in martial arts, she wanted Yi-qing to teach Yi Yin the basic techniques. After all, the basic cultivation technique is one that can lead to godhood, while the techniques in this world can only reach the level of a 9th grade warrior. Moreover, the strength of these 9th grade warriors might not even compare to a 4th tier ability user on Blue Star. There's no helping it, although almost everyone in this world practices martial arts, it doesn't mean their combat power is very high. Yi-qing agreed to Yi Tianxuan's request, but he didn't immediately teach the basic cultivation technique to Yi Yin. Instead, he planned to wait until Yi Yin was a bit older before teaching it to her. Just like that, another 3 years passed. That night, Yi-qing's spirit left his body and directly entered the mind of Yi Yin, who was fast asleep. This was one of the ways Yi-qing had developed to use his spirit. It was called dream entry. Taking advantage of someone's sleep, Yi-qing's spirit could enter their dream. After Yi-qing entered the dream, he transformed his appearance into that of an immaculate celestial being. Then, in Yi Yin's dream, he imparted the foundational cultivation technique to Yi Yin. He also warned Yi Yin that the technique must not be passed on to others. After the experiences of Yi Tianxuan's first life, Yi-qing decided not to recklessly share the technique anymore. Otherwise, these lower plane worlds will be ruined sooner or later. Just let these worlds evolve naturally. Yi-qing made some minor adjustments, placing restrictions on Yi Yin. If Yi Yin were to pass the cultivation technique to others, Yi Yin's memory of the technique would be erased before it could be transmitted. Yi-qing openly informed Yi Yin about this arrangement, simply advising Yi Yin not to bring harm upon herself. After finishing these tasks, Yi-qing left Yi Yin's dream. Early the next morning, after getting up, Yi Yin excitedly began practicing the basic cultivation technique obtained in last night's dream. Yi Yin also kept the promise and did not pass the technique on to others. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. This year, Yi Tianxian is 16 years old, and Yi Yin is 19. After 10 years of cultivation, Yi Yin's skills have reached the 4th tier. Her strength is enough to defeat a 9th grade martial artist. Yi Yin is also patient and refrains from showing off, never revealing her strength over the past 10 years. Even the entire Yi family, the only ones who knew her strength were Yi Tianxian and Yi-qing. Yi-qing knew because he could tell at a glance. Yi Tianxian knew because Yi Yin had told her. The two sisters had an excellent relationship since childhood. Although Yi Yin was the elder sister, starting from when Yi Tianxian was 6 years old, it was basically Yi Tianxian taking care of Yi Yin. The two of them were entirely like Yi Tianxian was the elder sister. That day, Yi Yin and Yi Tianxian approached the head of the Yi family and expressed their desire to live in Jiangnan. The head of the Yi family quickly agreed, as keeping his daughter on the island indefinitely wasn't ideal. Soon after, the two began packing their belongings to prepare for departure, naturally accompanied by Yi-qing. Yi-qing's reason for leaving was simple. Yi Tianxuan's studies couldn't be neglected. The head of the Yi family didn't think much about it and agreed. One more person is not too many, and one less is not too few. The three boarded the Yi family's boat used for outings and shopping, and left the island. On the boat, Yi Yin looked toward Jiangnan and shouted loudly, "Roar roar!" Finally off the island. "I'm going to challenge the heads of all the sects and family clans." The Yi family members on the boat were so startled by Yi Yin's words that they almost stumbled and fell. Yi Tianxian rolled her eyes at Yi Yin and pinched Yi Yin's ear. "When you're out, don't cause trouble for our parents. Stick with me and don't run around, got it?" Yi Yin immediately pouted and said gloomily, "Xianer, let me go find someone to spar with. I've finally reached the 4th stage, so what's the point of training if I don't spar with someone? Then why didn't you spar with Dad or the elders when you were on the island? That won't do. Fists and feet have no eyes. What if I accidentally hurt Father or the elders? So it's better to spar with someone else." Yi Tianxian rolled her eyes at Yi Yin. Yi Yin chuckled and shook Yi Tianxuan's arm as he said, "Xianer, just agree, okay? I'll only go challenge 5, no, 3. I'll just go challenge 3 sect families." "Alright, but you can't go alone. Brother Yi-qing and I have to go with you." Yi Yin nodded and agreed without hesitation. Follow, I'll definitely let you follow." The servants of the Yi family were speechless for a moment. "Miss, we're still here." Yi Yin also remembered them, turned around and stared at them, warningly said, "If my parents find out anything, I'll exile you to the Yi family in Jiangnan, and you'll never be allowed back on the island." These servants immediately smiled wryly, not knowing what to do. Although the Yi family in Jiangnan and the Yi family on the island are both excellent, the treatment of the servants is different. The wages of the servants on the island are several times higher than those of the servants in Jiangnan. Yi Tianxian looked at the servants and said, "Don't tell the family head about this matter. I will take good care of my sister. Yes, second Mississippi." These servants also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the second miss had said so, they felt reassured. Unlike the first miss, who was unreliable, the second miss was much more knowledgeable and reasonable. This matter definitely wouldn't be blamed on them. The boat soon arrived at the Jiangnan dock, and after the three disembarked, they headed straight to the Yi residence. At the entrance of the Yi residence, Yi Tianxian suddenly noticed the noodle shop across the street. Yi Tianxian immediately spotted the golden golden dragon, along with instant noodles and cola. Yi Tianxian smiled and said, "The noodles at that shop look pretty good. Let's go have a meal first." Yi-qing looked curiously in the direction Yi Tianxian was gazing at, then nodded and said, "Alright." The reason for Yi-yin's confusion was that they were already at the entrance of the Yi residence. If they wanted to eat something, they could just have the servants prepare it. Why go to the noodle shop across the street? Yi-qing smiled, and the three of them headed toward the noodle shop. Yi Tianxian approached Jin Long with a smile and said, "Manager Jin, long time no see." Jin Long replied with a smile, "Miss Yi, long time no see." Yi-qing conveyed the matter regarding Yi Tianxian to them through voice transmission. Although they couldn't understand why Yi Tianxian would retain memories of her past life after being reborn, it wasn't their place to ask. They just needed to carry out Yi-qing's instructions properly. Yi-yin was even more puzzled and looked at Yi Tianxian, asking, "Xianer, do you know the owner of this noodle shop?" "Yes, I met manager Jin before when I left the island." Yi-yin nodded and said, "Alright then." Yi Tianxian was different from Yi-yin, having left the island once or twice, so Yi-yin didn't think much of it. After the three sat down, Jin Long immediately went to prepare 3 cups of instant noodles and poured 3 glasses of cola to serve them. Looking at the instant noodles and cola, Yi Tianxian said nostalgically, "It's really been a long time since I've had these." Yi-yin picked up the chopsticks and started eating. What kind of noodles are these? They're so delicious," Yi-yin said with eyes sparkling. Yi Tianxian smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more." Yi-yin nodded vigorously, then buried her head and started eating earnestly. After lunch, Yi-yin still felt unsatisfied and was holding a cup of cola on the way back to the Yi residence. The three of them hadn't stayed at the Yi residence for long before Yi-yin grew restless and wanted to find someone to spar with. Yi Tianxian and Yi-qing could only accompany her. They arranged for a carriage, and the three of them, along with the coachman, set off. Yi Tianxian and Yi-yin discussed it and agreed that sparring was fine, but they should try to avoid sects and noble families near Jiangnan. If they happened to encounter someone who recognized them and informed their parents, they would most likely be called back to the island. In the days that followed, the three of them traveled while enjoying the scenery along the way. Yi-yin also fulfilled his wish by challenging the sect leaders of 2 sects and the head of a noble family. A record of 3 wins and no losses. Now Yi-yin was somewhat addicted and sought out a 9th-rank martial artist for a duel. The results were the same, Yi-yin won. In just a few short months, Yi-yin's reputation in the martial world gradually began to rise. Yi-yin never left a name, which added a touch of mystery to him. However, there are some rumors about Yi-yin in the martial world. He is always accompanied by a man and a woman. The man is handsome and dashing, while the woman is extraordinarily beautiful. The head of the Yi family in the Yi residence heard the rumors circulating in the martial world and found them increasingly similar to his 2 precious daughters and Yi-qing. He immediately sent someone to investigate the situation. It didn't take long to find out, well, what do you know, it really is his daughter. After getting the accurate information, he was completely dumbfounded. "My daughter is a 9th-grade martial artist? How come I didn't know anything about this?" The head of the Yi family immediately sent people to look for Yi-yin and the others. The matter of the 9th-rank martial artist can be set aside for now. He cannot let his daughter continue with such challenges. Currently, more than 10 9th-rank martial artists in the martial world have already been defeated. If this continues, Yi-yin's identity will inevitably be exposed, and by then, the sects and noble families in the martial world will likely misunderstand that the Yi family is about to emerge. The people of the Yi family quickly found Yi-yin and the other 2. Yi-yin also realized that she probably couldn't continue playing around, so the 3 of them headed back home. After returning to the Yi family's small island, on this day, the elders of the Yi family's older generation and the head of the Yi family were all waiting for Yi-yin in the main hall. The 3 of them arrived at the main hall. The great elder, who was also Yi-yin's grandfather's elder brother, couldn't help but look at Yi-yin first and ask, "Xiaoing, are you now a 9th-grade martial artist?" Yi-yin thought for a moment and said, "A little stronger than a 9th-grade martial artist." "Granduncle, my cultivation is different from yours. The technique I practice, my current level is the 4th stage, but my strength is a little stronger than a 9th-grade martial artist." The members of the Yi family all exchanged surprised glances. "What kind of technique are you practicing? Where did it come from?" the head of the Yi family asked. Yi-yin thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain the matter of the cultivation technique. She definitely couldn't say she obtained it by chance. If she said that, her father and the elders might want to learn it, and she wouldn't be able to teach them. "Father, the cultivation technique I practice was passed down to me by an immortal. When I was 9 years old, one night, the immortal appeared in my dream and imparted to me this unparalleled cultivation technique, one that allows me to cultivate into an immortal. However, the immortal said that I must not pass the technique on to others, or it would be taken back from me." Hearing Yi-yin's words, everyone present was somewhat excited, as it was a technique for becoming an immortal. But upon hearing the latter sentence, everyone instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The head of the Yi family sighed and said, "Indeed, such a technique could never be easily passed on to others. Xiaoing, from now on, you must focus on your cultivation cultivation. We lack the fate of immortality, but you are different. You must seize this opportunity and cultivate to become an immortal. Yi-qing nodded firmly, thinking to herself that once she became an immortal, she would definitely find a way to help her parents and Xianer become immortals too. Of course, that was impossible. Even if Yi Tianxian requests it in the future, Yi-qing will not easily hand over the cultivation method to others, because if they truly cultivate to become immortals, once Yi Tianxian overcomes the tribulation, there will suddenly be a whole bunch of parents. Yi Tianxian might actually treat them all as parents. Yi-qing definitely doesn't want such a thing to happen. How could he end up with so many parents? Moreover, his interference with the tribulation of humanity was already wrong, and he even turned the lower planes into a complete mess, creating so many divine realms, spreading techniques everywhere. If the heavenly Tao gets angry and refuses to let Yi Tianxian pass the tribulation of humanity, it would be a huge loss. Although the heavenly Tao desires higher combat power within its world, each plane has its own order. A prodigy from the lower plane who can ascend to the middle plane through their own abilities is someone with great potential, with a chance to reach the divine king realm. Such individuals are particularly noted by the heavenly Tao. But with Yi-qing's meddling, even those with slightly decent talent can become gods and ascend to the middle plane, completely disrupting the previous order. It can be said that in the past, before Yi-qing passed down the foundational cultivation method, the lower plane was the place where the heavenly Tao selected geniuses. The barrier between the lower plane and the middle plane serves as the standard for determining whether someone has the potential to become a king. If someone can cultivate to become a god in the lower plane, it means they have the potential to become a king, and at the very least, they can achieve the rank of a lord god. Although gods are as numerous as cattle in the middle and upper planes, the heavenly Tao does not pay much attention to these gods. What matters is the divine realm that ascended all the way from the lower planes. Among the 12 god kings of Shuri, 11 were born in the lower planes and ascended all the way to become god kings. The other one was born in the middle plane. In other words, although the upper plane is the most powerful and has the best cultivation environment, however, no god king has ever been born. Instead, the harsher the environment, the more likely it is to produce a god king. This kind of thing is quite mysterious. The path ahead may be smooth and bright, as if divinely assisted, yet it is impossible to reach a higher realm. On the other hand, when the path ahead is uncertain and calamities abound, extraordinary talents capable of defying the heavens may emerge. Yi-qing received strong support from the Yi family, who encouraged Yi-qing's cultivation. Even the elders of the clan would occasionally spar with Yi-qing. However, it didn't take long before Yi-qing's strength improved again. The elders in the clan were no longer a match for Yi-qing, so Yi-qing could only train hard on her own. In the entire world, there wasn't a single worthy opponent, leaving Yi-qing extremely bored. Another 10 years passed. Yi Tianxian was already 26 years old, and Yi-qing was 29. The two young ladies of the Yi family were both still unmarried. The head of the Yi family and his wife were also anxious, but they certainly wouldn't force Yi-qing. After all, Yi-qing had a connection to immortality and was destined to become an immortal. For this reason, they didn't pressure Yi-qing, so how could they have the heart to pressure Yi Tianxian? And thus, things continued this way. This year, Yi-qing's strength had already improved significantly, reaching the 12th level. Although it was far inferior to the great Zhou Emperor that Yi-qing had encountered before, this kind of talent was still quite remarkable. That great Zhou Emperor became a god in just 10 years, while Yi-qing took 20 years to reach the 12th rank. Yi-qing roughly estimated that it would take Yi-qing about 3 more years to become a god. Becoming immortal in 23 years of cultivation, this kind of talent is truly remarkable. At the very least, it would be considered a genius level even in the higher planes. Of course, the most important thing was thanks to the extraordinary nature of Yi-qing's cultivation technique. That year, by a stroke of luck, Yi-qing unexpectedly discovered that Yi-qing's strength was unusual and immediately challenged Yi-qing. The result, naturally, was a loss. After losing, Yi-qing was a bit stunned. She never thought she would lose. The 12th level, infinitely close to godhood. Although he lost, Yi-qing was not discouraged. Instead, he became excited. From then on, he would pull Yi-qing every day to spar. Naturally, the result was a loss every day, but Yi-qing's strength rapidly improved through these repeated defeats. Yi-qing could sense that Yi-qing was somewhat special, as fighting could actually enhance her cultivation speed. Originally, Yi-qing thought it would take Yi-qing another 3 years to become a deity, but now, within 2 years, she was certain to ascend. Yi-qing's guess was naturally correct. A year later, Yi-qing's cultivation had reached that critical point, and she could break through and ascend at any moment. However, Yi-qing kept suppressing her cultivation and did not ascend. Perhaps it was because she couldn't bear to leave her parents and Yi Tianxian. Yi-qing didn't interfere much either. He wouldn't meddle in whatever decision Yi-qing made. However, it didn't take long for Yi Tianxian to sense something was off, and that very day, she took Yi-qing for a walk along the beach. The walk was just an excuse. The real purpose was to have a heart-to-heart. The two strolled along the seaside. Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and asked, "Why haven't I seen you sparring with brother Yi-qing lately?" Yi-qing pouted and said, "I'm just thinking of you, Xianer." So brother Yi-qing can spend more time with you.
Yi Tianxian smiled and gave Yi-in a playful glare. I haven't seen you practicing lately either. Recently, I just want to take a break. I can't keep cultivating all the time. Yi-in, you can't fool me. Are you at the final stage of cultivation, about to ascend to immortality? Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-in and asked.
Yi-in was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yi Tianxian tidied Yi-in's slightly messy hair and said, at this point, just tell father and mother.
Say goodbye to them properly, and then ascend to immortality.
Yi-in shook her head vigorously, looked at Yi Tianxian, and said, Shenner, I don't know if I can see you all again after I become immortal. I don't know if I can take you with me when I leave. I don't even know if I can make father, mother, and you immortal after I ascend.
Yi Tianxian pinched Yi-in's cheek. Silly girl, don't overthink it.
Father, mother, and I all hope you can ascend to immortality.
Don't have too many concerns, even if the things
you're worried about are beyond your ability to achieve. Don't feel guilty. As long as you're well, father, mother, and I will be at ease. Yi looked at Yi Tianxian with red-rimmed eyes, wiped her eyes, and said softly, Shenner, clearly you're the younger sister, but it feels like you're the older one. As a result of Yi Tianxuan's words, Yi thought a lot, and then told her parents about her imminent ascension to immortality. The head of the Yi family was immediately a little angry. You silly girl, if your cultivation has reached the level, just break through.
Do you think your parents can stop you?
In the days that followed, after bidding a proper farewell to her family, Yi took the final step and successfully entered the realm of True God. Watching the spot where Yi disappeared, everyone in the Yi family looked up at the sky.
Yi Tianxian looked at Yi-qing and asked, Brother Yi-qing, do you think Xiaoing will be bullied out there on her own?
Yi-qing shook his head with a smile and said, Yi is already a lower-tier True God. In the world of the Middle Plane, although there are indeed quite a few in the divine realm, the gods of each world are very rare.
She won't be bullied. Besides, don't I count?
I've already sent someone to find this girl and then have her taken to the world where my people are. When Yi Tianxian heard Yi-qing's words, she felt slightly relieved. Time passed again, and another 20 years went by.
Yi Tianxian was already 47.
The parents of Yi Tianxian in this lifetime had also passed away one after another. The position of the head of the Yi family was also handed over to one of Yi Tianxuan's cousins. Under the management of this cousin, the Yi family was governed very well. At the very least, Yi Tianxian had no need to worry about the family, so she left the Yi family's island with Yi-qing to travel and enjoy the scenery. In her previous life, Yi Tianxian had always stayed in the imperial city and never properly accompanied Yi-qing to explore and have fun. Yes, in this life, Yi Tianxian definitely did not want to grow old and die at home again. Although Yi Tianxian knew that Yi-qing had a way to let her retain her memories in the next life, she still didn't want to continue wasting time. She pulled Yi-qing along and left without hesitation. They traveled to all the famous mountains and rivers under the heavens. Another 30 years passed. At the age of 77, Yi Tianxian passed away peacefully in her sleep, leaving the mortal world. Before Yi Tianxian passed away, Yi-qing placed a resurrection coin on her. After Yi Tianxuan's passing, the resurrection coin shattered into ashes. Yi-qing was overjoyed at once. The disappearance of the resurrection coin proved that Yi Tianxuan's memories had been successfully preserved. Upon learning this news, Yi-qing was very pleased. After all, the resurrection coin had previously preserved Yi Tianxuan's memories because it had been placed on her before she faced her tribulation, allowing it to take effect. However, this time, Yi-qing had given the resurrection coin to Yi Tianxuan's reincarnation. Whether it would work or not, Yi-qing was not entirely confident. Yi-qing quickly took care of matters in this world, sent the 7 dragons to Blue Star, and went alone to the world of Yi Tianxuan's next life.
Yi Tianxuan's reincarnation was still excellent. Born into a wealthy and prestigious family, Yi-qing once again infiltrated it.
When Yi Tianxian turned 6, he found a reason to enter the Yi family and accompanied Yi Tianxian as she grew up.
When Yi Tianxian turned 16, he traveled with her, exploring mountains and rivers, wandering from place to place.
When Yi Tianxian turns 56, accompany Yi Tianxian to find a place nestled by the mountains and water, and grow old together with Yi Tianxian.
The 3rd life is like this. The 4th life is like this. The 5th life is like this. The 98th life was like this.
The 99th life was still the same. Finally, Yi Tianxian arrived at her last life, the 100th life.
Just like that.
In this life, Yi Tianxian was reborn into a mid-level world, becoming a princess of a dynasty.
I don't know what happened. Maybe Yi-qing interfered.
The emperor of this dynasty had more than 10 sons in his lifetime, but only one daughter. From the moment Yi Tianxian was born, she was spoiled to the heavens, extremely favored, not only by the emperor but also by the retired emperor and the empress dowager, who doted on Yi Tianxian immensely. Yi Tianxian instantly became the most untouchable little princess in the palace. Moreover, no one was foolish enough to provoke the little princess. After all, she wouldn't compete for the throne and was deeply loved by the emperor, the retired emperor, and the empress dowager. All those princes treated the little princess exceptionally well. Firstly, it was rare for them to have a younger sister, and they cherished her immensely. Second, the younger sister would not compete for the throne and was deeply loved loved by the Emperor Father, the retired Emperor, and the Empress Dowager. This relationship definitely needed to be cultivated well. Time flew by, and 6 years passed. Yi Tianxian was now 6 years old. Over the years, Yi Tianxian had managed to bring her brothers, who had initially been at odds, closer together and more united. Just kidding, at this point, Yi Tianxuan's mental age was already several hundred years old, having witnessed countless dynasties torn apart by battles for the throne. In this life, since she became a princess of the palace, Yi Tianxian did not want to see her brothers fighting each other. Therefore, she always tried her best to maintain the relationships between her brothers. With Yi Tianxian acting as a bond among them, their relationships indeed gradually improved. Starting from this year, Yi Tianxian began cultivating. For hundreds of years, Yi Tianxian had been very interested in cultivation. Now, in this final lifetime, cultivation was beneficial for memory recovery, so Yi-qing naturally let Yi Tianxian begin cultivating. However, just after Yi Tianxian started practicing the basic techniques, memories surfaced in her mind. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be Yi Tianxuan's original memories. With her memories restored, Yi Tianxian successfully passed the tribulation of humanity. Her divine power transformed and advanced further. Now, she only needed to overcome the heavenly tribulation to enter the realm of the divine king. Yi Tianxian sat in her room, reflecting on the events of the past few hundred years. He immediately smiled and said, "The ironwood has bloomed. Should I thank the tribulation of man? No, I should thank the heavens for creating these three divine tribulations. Otherwise, how could this blockhead have come to his senses?" Yi Tianxian suddenly thought of something amusing and suppressed her cultivation to the level of an ordinary person who had just started practicing. This guy Yi-qing finally expressed his feelings after so many years. How could Yi Tianxian not give him a hard time? Time passed, and Yi Tianxian didn't stay long in the palace before heading out to travel around with Yi-qing once again. In this life, Yi Tianxian cultivated normally, and by the time he was in his 20s, he had controlled his cultivation to reach the level of a lower true god. 100 years passed, and there was still no sign of Yi Tianxuan's memories recovering, which made Yi-qing feel a bit anxious. 100 years, 200 years, in the blink of an eye, more than 900 years had passed. This year, Yi Tianxian is 999 years old. This is the final year. Over the past 2 years, Yi-qing's mood has been extremely tense because Yi Tianxian has shown no signs of memory recovery, especially since Yi Tianxuan's birthday is just a few days away. Once Yi Tianxuan's birthday passes, if her memory still hasn't recovered, it would mean she has failed the tribulation and will die. Yi-qing can save Yi Tianxian, but Yi Tianxian would have to start her cultivation all over again. After restarting, she would still have to face the three tribulations of the God King again, repeating the cycle until Yi Tianxian successfully overcomes the tribulation. The closer it got to the last few days, the more anxious Yi-qing became. Every time Yi Tianxian saw Yi-qing's anxious expression, she couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. But each time, she would suppress her laughter and pretend to be sorrowful, saying that being able to accompany Yi-qing for over 1,000 years was already her honor. This only made Yi-qing even more anxious. Finally, it was Yi Tianxuan's birthday. On this day, Yi Tianxian ate well and slept well, but Yi-qing was the complete opposite. She neither ate nor slept, staying by Yi Tianxuan's side, hoping that Yi Tianxian would recover her memories and successfully overcome the tribulation at the last moment. Yi-qing waited until 11:59 p.m. but still did not see a miracle happen. She lowered her head in disappointment. At midnight, Yi Tianxian suddenly smiled smugly and said, "Serves you right for avoiding me at the beginning and not facing me. Were you scared?" Yi-qing suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Tianxian. "It's 12 o'clock, and Yi Tianxian isn't dead? Does that mean the tribulation has been overcome?" When Yi-qing heard Yi Tianxuan's words, he immediately understood everything. With a wry smile, he hugged Yi Tianxian tightly and pinched her nose. "You little rascal, you scared me to death. I thought you were going to start cultivating all over again." "Hee, so what if I start cultivating again? Anyway, with your gold coin, I won't die." "You won't die, but I'll be miserable. I can't be with you openly, and you still don't have your memories. TCH, who was the one avoiding me and unwilling to be with me before? Who is it? Who's blind?" Yi-qing shamelessly flirted with his wife. Why bother with dignity? "You, me, was I such an idiot before? Then can my Tianxian forgive me?" Yi Tianxian smiled and said, all right, I, the young lady, am magnanimous and will forgive your past blindness. Your performance over the past 1,000 years has been very satisfactory to me." Yi-qing replied with a smile, "As long as you're satisfied. After being away from home for over 1,000 years, it's time to go back. Once we're back, we'll hold a grand wedding." The two transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon, their voices of discussion still lingering in the air. Really, a grand wedding? How about just inviting a few close people? We're already thousands of years old. Why bother with a grand wedding? That won't do. It must be done grandly. All 12 divine kings must be invited, and all the main gods within the realm must be invited too. Yi Tianxian finally chuckled and said something. Hee, I'll listen to you. After all, you're the head of the family.